Fang Yuan traversed into the world of American comics, binding to a system that granted him strength through suffering. In pursuit of power, he resorted to reckless self-endangerment. "Come at me, my brethren," he implored. "I beseech you, unleash your full force upon me." Chapter 1 unfolds with a tantalizing crunch. In a dimly lit alley, muffled thuds echoed, a sound of fists striking flesh. Under the flickering glow of a street lamp, a handful of passers-by hurriedly lowered their heads and quickened their pace, unwilling to meddle in the unfolding chaos. Deep within the alley, two figures were entangled in a fierce struggle. One was a hulking brute of a man, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his robust muscles resembling an iron fortress. His adversary was a young man of Asian descent, standing about 1 meter 80, with a sharply defined face and piercing dark eyes. Although he appeared somewhat slender, the occasional gust of wind revealed the sinewy contours of his physique. Surprisingly, it was the Asian youth who held the upper hand at that moment. Effortlessly, he parried the brute's assaults, taunting, "Hey there, didn't you have breakfast this morning? With such meager skills, you dare to step into the fray? Your punches are growing softer. Perhaps you should return home for a sip of your mother's milk." Infuriated by these provocations, the brute swung his fists wildly. Yet the Asian youth remained unperturbed, absorbing a few punches without concern, occasionally retaliating with strikes that only served to enrage his opponent further. Gradually, the brute's stamina waned, his movements slowing. The youth smirked. "Had enough fun? Time to lie down." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a swift chop landed squarely on the brute's temple. With a roll of his eyes, the brute collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The youth rummaged through the brute's pocket, flipping through his wallet carelessly. A miser indeed. His entire fortune barely exceeds $100. No wonder he resorts to robbery. He extracted a few bills, casually discarding the empty wallet onto the ground before striding out of the alley. This young man was Fang Yuan. He harbored an immense secret. He did not belong to this world. Just 3 days prior, he had been immersed in a peaceful blue planet, engrossed in an online game, poised to click the button for crafting magical artifacts, when he was suddenly thrust into this perilous realm. Through his observations over the past few days, Fang Yuan recognized the Spider-Man clad in red and blue from the newspapers, as well as the ever-present Tony Stark from the entertainment sections. Indeed, he found himself within the Marvel universe, as apprehension gripped him, fearing he might be casually crushed by a villain. A tome titled The Chaos Codex materialized in his mind. To practice or not to practice? The answer was unequivocal. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan embarked on his training. Soon enough, he had thoroughly mastered the art. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with confusion, unable to discern any change within himself. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether the Chaos Codex was a counterfeit. During a meal, he devoured 3 bowls of rice, yet still felt ravenous. Clutching a metal bowl, he gazed at it with insatiable hunger and, almost unconsciously, took a bite. With a crunch, the bowl was consumed. Realization struck him as he stood there empty-handed. What have I done? Did I just eat the bowl? What madness is this? In the midst of his bewilderment, a profound understanding surged through his mind, and he finally grasped the reality of the situation. It turned out that the Chaos Codex was an unparalleled secret method for artifact refinement, and Fang Yuan had effectively transformed himself into a magical artifact, with himself as its master. Currently, he could only be classified as a lowly mundane artifact, possessing the singular ability to refine all things. In other words, Fang Yuan could survive even by consuming dirt, but who would willingly subsist on such sustenance daily? To enhance his prowess, 3 paths lay before him. The first was to diligently cultivate the Chaos Codex, accumulating experience over years, eventually transcending to higher realms. With centuries of dedication, he could ascend to the level of celestial artifacts, at which point he would be on par with ordinary celestial beings, perhaps even surpassing their physical defenses and offensive capabilities by several folds. The second path involved harnessing his ability to refine all things by devouring various materials. Regardless of their quality, all materials could contribute to his cultivation, albeit with varying efficacy. In essence, Fang Yuan could upgrade himself by consuming stones, though the quantity required remained uncertain. The third and final path was to endure punishment. When Fang Yuan was struck, it was akin to being tempered, thereby enhancing his cultivation. Ideally, he should be struck by living beings for optimal results. While the attacks from inanimate objects were also beneficial, their efficacy paled in comparison, merely 1% of that delivered by living entities. Once he clarified his circumstances, Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. His body was not only unharmed, but would also grow stronger. After weighing the three methods, he unhesitatingly chose a combination of the second and third, to endure blows while simultaneously refining materials. Both methods would be pursued in tandem. While rare materials were difficult to obtain, finding someone to pummel him in this world was hardly a challenge. Since discovering these three avenues for enhancing his cultivation, Fang Yuan resolved to provoke others more often and seek confrontations. Thus, the spectacle of the day was born. After enduring his bout, Fang Yuan did not rush home. Instead, he made a detour to a hardware store. This hardware store, located in Chinatown and not far from his residence, bore the sign Rixing Hardware Store in both Chinese and English, owned by an elderly Chinese gentleman. Fang Yuan was a regular patron at this establishment, having long since formed a cordial relationship with its proprietor, Mr. Jiang. The elderly man, in his 60s, dressed simply yet neatly, always wore a cheerful smile and greeted patrons warmly. Uncertain of the elder's full name, Fang Yuan affectionately referred to him as Uncle Jiang. That on the day Fang Yuan entered the store, Uncle Jiang was leisurely swaying in a rocking chair, teacup in hand. Not bothering to rise, he asked languidly, "Xiao Yuan, what brings you here today?" "Still steel nails, but this time I need 5 kilograms, Fang Yuan replied. Uncle Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just purchase 2 kilograms the other day? Have you run out so soon?" "This is for the entire construction team." Fang Yuan chuckled. "If it were just for me, it wouldn't be used up so quickly." Uncle Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. I shan't pry into your affairs. You know where the items are. Go fetch them yourself." Fang Yuan was well acquainted with this arrangement. Whether before or after his traversal, he had always been a solitary figure, devoid of kin or attachments in this lifetime. The protagonist shares a cordial relationship with Jiang Bo. Thus he refrains from any formalities and heads directly to the warehouse to retrieve the goods. Before long, he returns, carrying several boxes of steel nails. The scale indicates 5 kilograms and 3 taels. Jiang Bo readily states, "Let's round it off to 5 kilograms. At $6 per kilogram, $30 will suffice." Fang Yuan counts the money and hands it over, while Jiang Bo casually tosses the cash into a drawer. After completing the purchase, Fang Yuan engages in a brief exchange of pleasantries before taking his leave. As he steps out of the shop, he carries the steel nails with one hand while using the other to open a box and extract a nail. With a crisp snap, half of the steel nail is already in his mouth. The flavor is delightful. He savors it with relish, akin to munching on a stick of bread. Indeed, these steel nails serve as his snacks. Through numerous trials, Fang Yuan has discovered that various metals, depending on their material and craftsmanship, possess distinct flavors, much like how a chef can create diverse dishes from identical ingredients. For instance, granite tastes akin to dry bread and tends to crumble, while sandstone resembles shards of glass, proving difficult to swallow. On one occasion, driven by curiosity, he sampled a mouthful of soil, resulting in an overwhelming earthy taste that necessitated a prolonged rinse of his mouth. Gradually, Fang Yuan discerned a pattern. The better the quality of the natural materials, the more delightful the taste. The more refined the processing, the purer the flavor. Conversely, those rusty, discarded parts invariably carry a scent of decay. If faced with a choice, would one prefer to consume something fresh and delectable, or something tainted with mildew? For Fang Yuan, the answer is unequivocally the former. He does not resort to scavenging for sustenance, but rather deliberately selects pristine metal products to satisfy his cravings. The steel nails, with their crisp texture and abundant supply, have naturally become his everyday delicacies. Upon entering his home with a heavy bag of nails, he routinely begins to prepare a meal. Although he could survive on nibbling metal, steaming rice ultimately proves more palatable. Fortunately, his taste buds remain intact, allowing him to appreciate the nuances of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors. Were he to lose even this semblance of taste, would life not become exceedingly dull? After dinner, while tallying his possessions, he cracks the steel nails like sunflower seeds, shaking his head as he counts the cash. Merely over $1,000 remain, with only $2,000 in his bank account. This meager sum was acquired only a few days prior after dealing with some ruffians. Nevertheless, he is not in a hurry to take action. With his current means of sustenance, his daily expenses are temporarily manageable. After all, those thugs who were robbed would never dare to report it to the police, who would want to admit that their ill-gotten gains have been taken. What disgrace! Once his strength increases, he could easily raid a couple of drug dens, and the money would surely come rolling. As he contemplates his future plans, drowsiness gradually sets in. Time to sleep. He must attend school tomorrow. Muttering to himself, he burrows into his blanket. Indeed, this boy with a steel stomach currently shares a class with Spider-Man. Since Peter Parker learned of his orphan status, he has consistently sought opportunities to converse with him, and the two have gradually become acquainted. At this juncture, Peter has just endured the death of Uncle Ben and has frequently donned his Spider-Man persona at night, gaining some recognition on the streets. As dawn breaks, Fang Yuan steps out of his home, but he enters the classroom just as the bell rings, noticing that Peter Parker's seat is still vacant. Evidently, Spider-Man has been working overtime yet again. As one of the few Asian orphans in the class, Fang Yuan relishes this moment of solitude. Just as he contemplates this, the classroom door creaks open. Peter tiptoes in, and Ms. Cecil, the teacher at the podium, suddenly snaps her lesson plan shut. "Mr. Parker, this is the third time you've been late this week." Peter freezes, scratching his head. "I sincerely apologize, Ms. Cecil. I promise." Peter, the female teacher, adjusts her glasses. "We all know about your situation at home. But because of that, you must strive harder. Look at yourself. Whose expectations are you living up to?" Peter Parker understands that Ms. Cecil genuinely cares for him. Yet, some matters are like thorns embedded in flesh. One must endure them alone. He forces a smile. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I'm fine now, and I won't let my studies suffer again, MS." Cecil waves her hand dismissively, and Peter swiftly retreats to his seat as if he has narrowly escaped a peril. Fang Yuan gives him a nod, then turns back to gaze out the window, lost in thought. While Ms. Cecil passionately lectures at the podium, Fang Yuan's mind drifts far away, and Peter struggles to stay awake. The morning passes in this manner. During lunchtime, as the two make their way to the cafeteria, they pass by the basketball court that a few students are playing, and suddenly, a basketball hurtles directly towards Fang Yuan's forehead. He tilts his head just in time, the ball grazing his ear and heading straight for Peter behind him. With a swift motion, Peter catches the ball as if he has eyes in the back of his head. "Hey, you two nerds over there." Someone from the court hollers, "Throw the ball back to us." Fang Yuan's eyebrows immediately shoot up in response. Peter is about to step forward, but Fang Yuan stops him. "Give me the ball. Today, I insist these fools kneel and sing Conquered." Peter is taken aback that in the past, when bullied, Fang Yuan always cowered behind him. Why the sudden boldness today? Unbeknownst to him, the essence of this body has undergone a transformation. Seeing Peter's hesitation, Fang Yuan snatches the basketball from him. "Don't worry about it. I'm eager to stretch my limbs." He contemplates using this opportunity to confront the bullies. Had Peter intervened, the fight would surely have fizzled out, as that kid could send someone flying 3 meters. With a single punch, "You want the ball, huh?" Fang Yuan says, stepping onto the court with the ball in hand, that a few boys curse. "Are you deaf, yellow-skinned monkey? Hand over the ball." Swish thud. The basketball strikes one boy squarely in the groin, causing him to collapse to the ground, curled up in pain like a shrimp. Peter, watching from the sidelines, instinctively tightens his legs. The remaining 4 quickly converge. "What did you just call us?" Fang Yuan grins widely. "Still not enough, boys? Fine, today, Grandpa will make sure you leave with calloused ears." Tempers flare on both sides, a spark igniting an explosive situation. The 4 boys unleash a flurry of punches at Fang Yuan, who deliberately opts for a defensive stance, targeting their vulnerable spots. As their aggression escalates, their strikes grow heavier. From the outside, it appears Fang Yuan is being overwhelmed, yet those assailants are inwardly lamenting. Every hit feels as though it lands on iron, leaving their hands and feet aching unbearably. Fang Yuan endured a few blows from his own fists, the pain piercing to the core. Yet, when his fist struck against his opponent's body, the latter appeared unfazed, even wearing a look of enjoyment. In truth, as those few individuals had sensed, Fang Yuan was indeed relishing the experience. With each strike he received, a warm current surged through his body, an exquisite comfort enveloping him. The group of thugs persisted, caught in a precarious situation. If their classmates witnessed them being routed by an Asian boy, how would they maintain their standing on the streets henceforth? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "Stop. Is it necessary to bully the few? Have you no shame?" The 5 thugs felt as if they had received a reprieve, hastily retreating. "Kid, today, we spare you for this lady's sake." After uttering their threats, they left without a backward glance. Yet, curiously, their manner of walking appeared peculiar, reminiscent of crabs scuttling sideways. Fang Yuan was thoroughly enjoying the fray when he was suddenly interrupted, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Turning to see the source of the interruption, his mood brightened instantly. The fair-haired, blue-eyed girl clad in a crisp white shirt and a short skirt exuded an air of undeniable beauty. It was none other than his classmate, Gwen Stacy. Upon catching sight of this enchanting figure, Fang Yuan's earlier irritation evaporated. "Thank you, Stacy," he expressed gratefully. Gwen, however, wore a look of confusion. "No need for thanks. We're classmates, after all." Yet, she pondered, why were those bullies so accommodating today? Fang Yuan shrugged. Why overthink it? They fled, and that's what matters. True, Gwen smiled. Just call me Gwen from now on. All right then, you can call me Fang Yuan as well, he replied, gesturing toward the cafeteria. As a token of gratitude, would you care to join me for a meal? I hope the school cafeteria is acceptable. Gwen readily nodded. Let's go. Fang Yuan beckoned Parker over, at which point Gwen noticed him and furrowed her brow. Parker, you saw a classmate being bullied and did nothing to help? Parker, feeling wronged, almost teared up, insisting that Fang Yuan had forbidden him from intervening. It was I who stopped Parker, Fang Yuan quickly clarified. Chapter 2. He strode in with confidence. Those ruffians displayed blatant racism, and I felt compelled to teach them a lesson. Gwen, with a look of concern, inquired. But you took quite a beating. Should we head to the infirmary? Not at all, Fang Yuan replied, lifting the hem of his shirt to reveal his well-defined abs. See. Not even a bruise. Gwen scrutinized him closely, confirming that there were indeed no signs of injury. She poked his arm with her finger. I didn't realize you were so solid. When her icy fingertip made contact, Fang Yuan's muscles tensed instinctively, and he quickly pulled down his sleeve. A hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he chuckled. I do work out from time to time. A subtle tension hung in the air as the three of them silently made their way to the cafeteria. Although it was said that Fang Yuan was treating, it was merely an ordinary lunch. A minor incident occurred during the meal when Fang Yuan habitually pulled out a steel nail as a snack, crunching on it audibly. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you eating? It looks like a nail. Fang Yuan maintained his composure. It's just chocolate shaped like a nail. Isn't it common for snacks to have these quirky designs now? Gwen lost interest immediately. Snacks have indeed become bizarre. I've even seen ones shaped like excrement. Parker, who was busy eating, nearly spat out his food. Hey, do you really have to discuss this while I'm eating? Fang Yuan and Gwen exchanged amused glances, barely containing their laughter. After lunch, the trio strolled around campus for a while before parting ways. Gwen departed on her own, while Fang Yuan walked alongside Parker. It wasn't that he lacked interest in the fairer sex. Rather, their friendship was still in its infancy, making excessive familiarity inappropriate. Moreover, he had matters to discuss with Parker. I heard you're quite acquainted with Professor Connors from Oscorp? Fang Yuan casually initiated the conversation. Parker, unsuspecting, replied, Yes, why? I happened to see you both entering and exiting the Oscorp building earlier, Fang Yuan explained. Is the professor working on any cutting-edge projects? Yes. He is on the brink of a breakthrough, Parker said, admiration evident in his tone. It seemed that Professor Connors had yet to turn his attention to Fang Yuan. But it was likely only a matter of time, Fang Yuan mused. He had his sights set on the lizard serum. His refining abilities were not limited to a single material. Any substance within his capacity, be it metal, soil, or stone, could be refined. Of course, he couldn't manage something of Captain America's shield caliber at this moment. Given that the lizard serum could be absorbed by the human body, it should also be subject to his refining process. After all, this substance was undoubtedly superior to ordinary materials. Although my academic prowess may be lacking, I have always held scientists in high regard, Fang Yuan suggested. Would you be able to take me on a tour of Dr. Connor's laboratory? Parker appeared hesitant. He had only a handful of close friends at school, and Fang Yuan was among them. Coincidentally, they were both orphans, which fostered a sense of kinship within Parker. Thus, he did not outright refuse, but instead replied with uncertainty, I can't make decisions regarding the lab. I need to check with the doctor first. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this response, as he hadn't anticipated an immediate agreement from Parker. After all, the doctor's ongoing research on limb regeneration was not a secret. Otherwise, it wouldn't be discussed in front of so many interns. Thank you so much. Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude profusely. Parker waved his hand dismissively. It's a small matter. I'll let you know the outcome tomorrow. That evening, Fang Yuan ventured out once more. As fate would have it, he soon spotted a group of 7 or 8 ruffians, adorned with clinking metal chains. Intrigued, he stealthily followed them. It was clear these individuals were no ordinary troublemakers. Their unsteady gait made passers-by steer clear of them, eager to avoid confrontation. After several turns, the surroundings began to feel familiar to Fang Yuan. He glanced around, pondering, isn't this near the hardware store owned by old Jiang? It's not far from his home. To his surprise, he found himself back at this very location. Even more astonishing was that the ruffian's target was indeed Old Jiang. Inside the hardware store, Old Jiang leisurely perused a chess manual. Suddenly, the silhouettes of the ruffians blocked the light, prompting him to look up without changing his expression. "What brings you young fellows to my humble shop?" The leader of the ruffians growled menacingly. "Old man, quit playing dumb. You're the only one on this street who hasn't paid protection fees. You'd better wise up." Old Jiang replied unhurriedly. "This has always been Longxing Association's territory. When did it become yours to collect?" "Huh." The leader spat on the ground. "That bunch from Longxing has been thoroughly beaten by our hell gang. They've scattered long ago. This street belongs to us now." The nearby lackeys chimed in. "If the old man doesn't comply, he'll be stuck in that chair forever." Old Jiang, who appeared benevolent, suddenly flashed a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. "So, are you planning to break this old man's legs today?" The ruffian leader sneered. "If you don't know your place, this will be your fate." Old Jiang tensed slightly, preparing to rise. Just then, a voice bellowed from outside, "Stop." Everyone turned to see a slender 10-year-old boy standing at the entrance. It was Fang Yuan. The ruffians turned to him, bursting into laughter at his slight build. "You are just a wet behind-the-ears kid. Do you dare to play the hero? Ha ha ha, what a joke." Laughter echoed around them. Fang Yuan remained unfazed. In a flash, he closed the distance to the leader of the ruffians and delivered a swift kick to his groin. The leader's eyes bulged. Laughter abruptly ceased as he doubled over, rolling on the ground in agony. The store fell silent in an instant. Old Jiang stretched his limbs and reclined back in his chair, enjoying the spectacle. After a moment, one of the ruffians regained his composure. The little brat resorted to dirty tricks. "Brothers, let's show him what we're made of." 7 of them cursed as they lunged forward. Fang Yuan didn't flinch or evade, absorbing their punches and kicks without concern. Even when he took a few low blows, he remained indifferent. His body was impervious, solid from head to toe. Even his eyes and the sensitive areas were as tough as any other part. Surrounded by 7 or 8 assailants, Fang Yuan felt a warm sensation radiating from the areas struck, gradually pervading his limbs. He sensed he was nearing a critical point, just a step away from a breakthrough. He escalated his provocations. "Haven't you eaten? Your punches barely tickle." With that, he seized one ruffian by the collar and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. The ruffians, who prized their pride, could hardly tolerate such public humiliation and unleashed their full strength. Even the leader, who had been doubled over, shakily got up and kicked at Fang Yuan with all his might. Yet, Fang Yuan still felt he was lacking. The threshold to his next stage was tantalizingly close, but just out of reach. The leader, seeing Fang Yuan unyielding, revealed a sinister expression and drew a dagger. Stabbing it multiple times, Fang Yuan felt a slight sting on his back, akin to a mere scratch. However, these few stabs became crucial leverage. The flow of heat within him finally broke free from its constraints. Fang Yuan suddenly felt rejuvenated, his strength surging, and his skin becoming even more resilient. His senses sharpening significantly. The punches that had previously caused him discomfort now barely registered as a tickle. Even the blade, when pressed against his skin, merely left a faint white mark. Fang Yuan secretly rejoiced. He had just entered the first tier, yet the transition from low-grade to mid-grade had such remarkable effects, rendering him as tough as iron. If he could advance to magical artifacts, treasures, or even innate spiritual treasures in the future, what extraordinary sights would await him? It seemed that he would soon be able to establish a foothold in the perilous Marvel universe, and life would only become more comfortable. Fang Yuan completely disregarded the ruffians still besieging him, flexing his newly invigorated body with a satisfied smile gracing his face. With a swift and powerful punch, he struck the face of the thug before him, accompanied by a sickening crack as the nasal bone shattered, sending the assailant crashing to the ground, unconscious. Following this, a spinning kick landed squarely in the chest of another, producing yet another brittle sound of breaking bone, causing that individual to collapse as well. The leader of the thugs trembled in fear, stuttering, "Why, you're a mutant?" He recalled having stabbed Fang Yuan several times earlier, yet the latter remained lively and unscathed. The notion of him being a mutant was the only explanation that came to mind. Fang Yuan tilted his head in response, asking, "A mutant? What on earth is that?" Meanwhile, his hands remained busy, and soon enough, only he and the thug leader were left standing in the shop. The other 7 were either severely injured or incapacitated, with the least injured suffering from a comminuted fracture of the nose, while the rest had broken limbs. Ignoring the fallen miscreants, Fang Yuan first expressed concern for old Master Jiang. "Jiangbo, are you all right?" To his surprise, the old man was quite spirited, circling around him with a sense of wonder, exclaiming, "How peculiar. You don't seem like someone who has trained in martial arts. Yet your movements are so fluid. Fang Yuan chuckled in disbelief. At a time like this, you're still concerned about that? Old Master Jiang waved his hand dismissively. What else should I care about? Should I be worried about this bunch of worthless scum? I could handle them single-handedly. There's nothing remarkable about it. His tone suggested he was also a skilled fighter. It was then that Fang Yuan realized that the old man, whom he had known for so long, was hiding his true talents. So, if I understand correctly, you are also a master? Fang Yuan inquired with curiosity. To his astonishment, Old Master Jiang suddenly made a move, pinching and shaking him, leaving Fang Yuan's body half numb and drenched in a fine layer of sweat, more intense than when he had been stabbed earlier. Old Master Jiang's eyes sparkled, indeed. A once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Young man, would you like to learn from me? This proposition struck Fang Yuan as oddly familiar, and he couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Bo. You wouldn't happen to have hidden treasures like the 9 manual or 9 yang skill in your pocket, would you? The old man did not take kindly to this jest. Nonsense. What I teach are genuine, unparalleled skills. When mastered, one can cultivate true energy, far more powerful than your innate strength. Fang Yuan did not doubt the validity of his words. After all, the Marvel Universe was vast and indeed featured heroes who harnessed energy. However, he felt no need for such abilities. It wasn't that he looked down on martial arts, but rather that he had already found a path more suited to himself and saw no reason to switch to martial arts midway. Thus, he graciously declined Old Master Zhang's offer. The old man did not press further, merely shaking his head in regret. With your physique, if you were inclined to practice martial arts, you would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Since you lack that ambition, so be it. With that, he settled back into his rocking chair, his enthusiasm waning. Fang Yuan gestured toward the sprawled thugs on the floor. And what about these ruffians causing a ruckus in my shop? Old Master Jiang waved his hand. Just call the police and leave the rest to me. Aware of the old man's hidden prowess, Fang Yuan called the authorities, then seized the trembling thug leader and dragged him outside. Turning into a secluded alley, he unceremoniously tossed the thug onto the ground. State your name. G. Gresham, the thug stammered, his teeth chattering. Just call me Gresh. Fang Yuan nudged him with the tip of his shoe. I hear you have an organization? At the mention of this, Gresh suddenly perked up. We're from the Hell's Gang. The entire block is under our control. Quite an impressive operation. Fang Yuan remarked as he pulled out a steel nail and casually pressed it into the concrete with 2 fingers before commanding, take me to your hideout. Gresh stared at the half-embedded nail, his knees buckling as he nearly fell. Brother, the route is a bit winding. I'll take you there right away. As they traversed 3 streets, Gresh couldn't help but glance back. Brother, you're looking for our gang because you're short on cash? Fang Yuan lazily flexed his wrist. Just looking to borrow some from your boss. Gresh's face turned ashen. This was not a request for a loan, but rather a summons for a reckoning. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, he noticed Fang Yuan, with an enigmatic smile, cracking his knuckles ominously, prompting him to clamp his mouth shut and quicken his pace. Arriving at the entrance of a dilapidated repair shop, Gresh quivered. Brother, can I get lost? Fang Yuan's command rang out, and as Gresh attempted to flee, he delivered a swift kick to the thug's rear. I told you to roll. Amidst the laughter of onlookers, Gresh indeed curled up and rolled several meters away. Fang Yuan straightened his collar and strode towards the metal door. Inside the nightclub, 2 burly bouncers guarded the entrance, clearly on watch. Without a word, Fang Yuan swung his fist, knocking one of them out cold. The other, sensing trouble, reached for a baton and swung it at Fang Yuan. Without flinching, he took the blow to the head, then followed up with a kick that sent the bouncer crashing through the door and into the dance hall. Fang Yuan strode in confidently, bellowing, all you riffraff, get out. I'm here to smash some signs. The dance floor, previously alive with wild movements, froze at the sound of his thunderous voice, yet no one dared to move. After all, it was merely a young punk who had barged in. What kind of trouble could he cause? Within 30 seconds, several henchmen surrounded him. Are you tired of living? Don't you know whose territory this is? Fang Yuan sneered. Are you the lapdogs of the Hell's Gang? This remark ignited their fury. Boys, beat him to a pulp. Today he wants to leave here standing. A chaotic brawl ensued, and Fang Yuan ultimately slammed the last henchman against the sound system, causing the entire setup to collapse with a shrill screech, rendering it silent. Surveying his surroundings, he questioned, what's wrong? Do you all want to join the fun? The patrons who had come to revel in the night quickly retreated, unwilling to wade through the mess. The only ones left were the remaining thugs and Fang Yuan. Noticing that not all of their number had arrived, Fang Yuan took a seat at the bar with an air of authority. Bartender, serve me the strongest drink. He gestured toward the remaining henchmen. Hurry up and summon your boss. or I'll turn this place into a shell of its former self. Shortly thereafter, the bartender brought over a glass of amber liquid, Long Island iced tea, made with vodka, rum, gin, and tequila. Having heard of its reputation, Fang Yuan took a sip. Chapter 3. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Perhaps due to his unique constitution, the fiery drink tasted like iced tea instead of the expected fiery sensation. After all, he could chew on steel nails as if they were mere soda crackers, so this wasn't too surprising. Even more fascinating was how the drink transformed into a warm flow that coursed through his veins. This piqued his interest, and he tilted his head back, finishing the glass. As he savored the changes within his body, he couldn't help but mutter, "The chaos scripture is indeed formidable. It seems I can digest anything." He should have experimented with different paths sooner. Perhaps it would be quicker than enduring beatings to hone his skills. By this time, a crowd had gathered around him. Without lifting his eyelids, Fang Yuan ordered another round. Taking his time with the drink, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. After downing 8 glasses, Fang Yuan finally awaited the arrival of the main character. The leader of the Hell's Gang, Wolf, approached with an air of sophistication, dressed impeccably in a suit. A smile plastered on his face. "You seem unfamiliar, my friend. I am Wolf. Pray tell, have we not treated you well?" Fang Yuan, eager to provoke, grinned widely. "Everyone here, one and all, is a waste. Even breathing dirties my eyes." Wolf's jaw tightened as he forced out a response. "Your words are rather harsh." With a swift motion, Fang Yuan splashed half a glass of leftover liquor into Wolf's face, rising from his seat. "What kind of Hell's Gang is this? It should be renamed the Tortoise Gang." Even Wolf, known for his patience, felt his rage boiling over. "Take him down." Dozens of henchmen surged toward him, brandishing steel pipes menacingly. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. "Oh, the tortoises are sticking their necks out? Come, let me see what you're made of." Before he could finish his taunt, 3 or 4 machetes struck his back. Fang Yuan remained motionless, instead laughing heartily. "Haven't you eaten today? The neighboring bathhouse's back scrubbers possess far more vigor than you lot." With a swift motion, a powerful punch sent one of the lackeys soaring, crashing down upon 2 tables laden with drinks. What need has Fang Yuan for any particular techniques now? The essence of martial arts is merely to block and evade. In truth, he relished the idea of enduring a few more blows. It would save him much trouble. As for the art of exerting force, his body, forged through rigorous training, had become a living weapon, with the intensity of his strikes entirely governed by his will. He glided through the crowd with an air of nonchalance, delivering straight punches and sweeping kicks with effortless grace. Purposefully holding back 70% of his strength, the lackeys groaned and staggered back to their feet, rubbing their behinds before charging forward once more. After half the night of brawling, the lackeys were panting and exhausted. One particularly disheveled fellow, unable to even grip a steel pipe, his face a canvas of bruises resembling a painter's palette. Yet Fang Yuan thrived on the chaos, a grin stretching from ear to ear. This raucous melee was far more invigorating than solitary cultivation, his power surging with each exchange. A few more fights, and he would surely break through to the first tier of high quality. Once he ascended to that level, if he could acquire the specially concocted elixir from Professor Lizard, he might even leap straight to the second tier. The thought nearly brought a laugh to his lips. The throng around him had entirely wilted, encircling Fang Yuan without daring to make a move. In a moment of cheekiness, he taunted, "What's the matter with you bunch of wastrels? Did you all get ravaged last night?" This time, no one rose to his provocation. The recent scene was still vividly etched in their minds. Their attempts to strike had been akin to mere tickling, while his casual punches could draw blood. Observing their retreat into their shells, Fang Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. Just as he was enjoying the sensation of being pummeled, this group suddenly deflated, quite the buzzkill. He surveyed the crowd and asked, "Where are your leaders? It's time to discuss business." Suddenly, a roar echoed from outside. "You little brat, still flapping your gums when death is at your doorstep." Upon focusing his gaze, he saw Wolf accompanied by a dozen lackeys, each wielding submachine guns. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. "Good grandson. You know I need some practice. And you've brought sparring partners." Wolf's face flushed red with rage. "You're courting death. I had no intention of getting serious. But today I'll make sure you regret it." With a wave of his hand, a volley of gunfire erupted. Though silenced, the rapid shots still produced dull thuds. Fang Yuan, uncertain if he could withstand the onslaught, rolled behind the bar for cover. Ears perked to the sound of gunfire, he suddenly thrust out a hand for defense. A clang resounded, as if striking metal. Retracting his hand, he found only a minor scrape. Now he felt emboldened. Wood splinters flew, glass shattered, and all furniture was reduced to a honeycomb of destruction. Fang Yuan casually picked up a bullet and tossed it into his mouth, his eyes brightening instantly. This peculiar morsel tasted surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of a cream-filled cookie, far better than gnawing on nails. He resolved to keep this as a snack in the future. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and Wolf began to taunt again. "Are you hiding, turtle? Afraid to come out?" Fang Yuan, savoring the flavor of the bullet, almost forgot to respond. Peeking out, he retorted, "Good grandson, I'm just having a little treat. It's a shame you weren't raised properly. You lack manners." He feigned regret, slapping his forehead. Wolf's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, seizing the submachine gun to unleash a barrage. Having gauged the severity of the situation, Fang Yuan decided to boldly charge forward without dodging or evading, striding confidently ahead. As he advanced, he shouted, "If you have the guts, don't let me get close. When I reach you, I'll smash your heads in." Bullets rained down upon him, sparking as they struck. Though they couldn't injure him, the pain was real. Not to mention, the impact of dozens of rounds each second forced Fang Yuan to retreat step by step. Yet, amidst the pain, he felt a profound satisfaction. He sensed himself growing stronger with each moment, power swelling within him. Before long, Fang Yuan straightened his back, bracing against the onslaught. He no longer felt the urgency to eliminate the group. It was easy to crush them, but who would then serve as his free sparring partners? While enduring the blows, he bellowed, "What a thrill! Bring on some more. I'll gladly accept all the gifts you grandsons offer." The gunfire gradually subsided, likely having exhausted their ammunition. Unsatisfied, Fang Yuan stepped forward, swinging his arm to deliver a devastating blow that cracked open the head of the leader. Shaking off the blood, he approached Wolf. "Can we speak properly now?" Wolf nearly chuckled. "Yes, sir." He had expected certain death, but found himself still breathing. He would gladly call him grandfather or even ancestor at this point. Fang Yuan patted his head. "Good. Do you have any more supplies here?" Wolf forced a smile. "Submachine guns are quite cheap, a few $100s each." "What do you need, Grandpa?" "Less chatter. Lead the way to the warehouse." As Wolf scrambled to lead the way, Fang Yuan turned to the group and shouted, "Who fired the gun earlier? Follow me." A chorus of hesitant glances passed among them, their necks retracting as they shuffled forward. The Hell's gang had gathered in the basement, stocked with ample handguns and rifles, but no heavy machine guns suitable for small-time gangs. Fang Yuan picked up a handgun, weighing it in his hand. It felt novel. In his previous life, where gun control was stringent, he had never had the opportunity to handle such a weapon. Unfortunately, it was still less effective than his fists. Nonetheless, he slotted the gun into his waistband. It made for a fine toy. As he tucked the weapon away, the surrounding individuals finally relaxed, having feared they would be on the receiving end of bullets. "What are you all dawdling for?" Fang Yuan suddenly barked. "Grab your weapons. Let us go." The warehouse was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Fang Yuan's gaze hardened. "Have your ears turned to donkey hair?" His expression shifted, and his subordinates hastily grabbed their weapons, quickly loading them. He leaned against the wall, lazily beckoning. "Come, shoot over here." The group exchanged glances, their weapons lowered, hesitant to raise them. Fang Yuan scoffed, suddenly drawing his gun to fire, and the foremost thug crumpled, blood bubbling from his forehead. "It's either you or the bullets," Fang Yuan declared, blowing the smoke from the gun's barrel, offering a stark choice. A torrent of gunfire erupted in the confined space. Though they could not comprehend why this madman chose to be a living target, survival took precedence. Leaning against the concrete wall, Fang Yuan reveled in the tingling sensation brought by the impacts. Each bullet embedded in his muscle transformed into a warm current, nourishing the true energy surging within him. The symphony of chaos in the basement continued until dawn's light began to break. Only when the magazine emptied, his hands bruised and arms aching, did Fang Yuan finally smirk in satisfaction. At that moment, every one of his 360 acupoints glimmered like jade, marking his official entry into the pinnacle of mundane weaponry. One more step, and he would be a terrestrial immortal. Today's performance was commendable, he said, kicking aside a pile of spent cartridges. "Grandpa will come to play again next time. Remember to stock up." Just as he was about to leave, he abruptly turned, his thumb and index finger playfully rubbing together. "Wolf, times have been tight lately." The battered gang leader gritted his teeth, offering a nervous smile as he shakily presented the cash from the safe. Fang Yuan weighed the hefty briefcase in his hands, and as he departed, he casually punched the iron door, the 3-inch thick steel plate crashing through 2 floors, startling a flock of pigeons at the street corner. In the now empty warehouse, a lackey swallowed hard. "Boss, this monster shut up." Wolf smashed a whiskey bottle, blood from his palm mingling with the glass shards as they trickled down. Did he truly think a mutant was invincible? Next time, he would let him taste uranium-238. With a sinister grin. Wolf sneered, I know a guy who specializes in dealing with mutants. If we can get that freak, should that kid show his face again, I guarantee he won T return. Suddenly, a younger lackey piped up. Boss, if we don't tend to these wounds, we might not even be able to hold chopsticks. The scene erupted into chaos as the group hastily piled into a vehicle, racing toward the hospital. At that moment, Fang Yuan had already distanced himself, blissfully unaware of the commotion unfolding behind him. Had he been privy to Wolf's harsh words, he would have surely erupted in laughter. After all, he was no mutant. What difference would it make if his opponent specialized in subduing mutants? As dawn broke the following day, Parker hurriedly rushed to inform Fang Yuan. Dr. Connors has agreed. Today, we can visit his laboratory. It turned out that during this period, Dr. Connors had successfully administered the lizard serum to the three-legged mouse, Fred. And the results were unexpectedly remarkable. The little creature had grown a fully formed new front leg. The doctor, who had been yearning for someone to share in his joy, readily acquiesced to this small request, especially since Parker's decay rate algorithm had proven immensely helpful. When the two arrived at the Osborn building that afternoon, Dr. Connors personally escorted them into the laboratory. The first sight that captured their attention was an array of sophisticated research equipment. Although Fang Yuan was utterly perplexed by these contraptions, he feigned astonishment. As they passed by the Canali device, Fang Yuan deliberately lingered for a closer look. Observing this, Dr. Connors explained, by inputting specific antigens, this machine can produce a healing mist that envelopes an entire city, theoretically capable of curing a specific ailment within 24 hours. Remarkable, Fang Yuan exclaimed with genuine admiration. This was truly a groundbreaking invention that could benefit humanity. After touring the laboratory, the doctor led them to his office. Upon entering, they were greeted by walls adorned with complex equations and shelves overflowing with books. Dr. Connors pointed to a glass enclosure housing a lively little mouse. Allow me to introduce you to our miracle boy, Fred. Parker mentioned that just a few days ago, he was a three-legged cripple. Fang Yuan leaned in for a closer inspection. The doctor wore a proud smile. Indeed, this is the miraculous regeneration brought about by the lizard serum. Just think of how many individuals with disabilities could be revitalized by this technology. Truly astonishing. Fang Yuan replied sincerely. Though I lack scientific acumen, it is precisely this that makes me admire researchers like you even more. Today has been an eye-opening experience, and I am profoundly grateful. Satisfied after their explorations of Dr. Connor's laboratory and office, Fang Yuan reluctantly made his way home. Yet, his visit had not merely been a casual tour. He had come with a purpose, to ascertain the precise location of Professor Lizard's office. He recalled a film from his previous life in which a mouse named Fred, after losing a leg and regrowing it, soon faced Dr. Rosh's pressure to conduct human experiments. Eventually, the lizard professor, unable to withstand the strain, injected himself and transformed into a half-man, half-lizard creature to confront Dr. Rasha. Fang Yuan awaited this opportunity. The moment the lizard professor exited, he intended to stealthily infiltrate the Osborn building, taking advantage of the timing to pilfer the lizard serum. He planned to first test a sample. If it proved effective, he would have another chance when the lizard professor sought trouble with Spider-Man, causing chaos at the school. At that time, he could follow him to the lair in the sewers and acquire even more serum. Finally, he could confront the lizard professor and hone his skills, all in one masterful stroke. In the ensuing days, Fang Yuan skipped classes, spending his time lurking outside the Osborn building. As expected, late one night, he witnessed Dr. Connors stumbling out of the building. At this point, he had truly become the lizard professor, with his newly grown arm gleaming and a scaly sheen barely visible on his face. Fang Yuan ducked into a secluded corner, donning his pre-prepared disguise, a lizard headpiece, a tail, and a full set of scales. Though the craftsmanship was crude, he intended to act swiftly under the cover of darkness, ensuring that once the lizard professor revealed his true form, all blame would naturally fall upon him. Fully prepared, Fang Yuan delivered a powerful punch to the exterior wall of the Osborn building. With a resounding crash, a sizable hole was smashed into the concrete. The security guard stationed at the front entrance could hardly fathom that someone would breach the walls. In a flash, a green figure darted past, leaving only a smoldering hole behind, the intruder disappearing without a trace. An ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the building as hundreds of security personnel rushed out. Fang Yuan systematically smashed the lighting fixtures along his path, transforming the entire edifice into chaos. The guards scurried about in the dark, utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense. Fang Yuan had no intention of engaging with them. His objective was the laboratory. He barreled through doors, tore down walls, and charged straight ahead. Chapter 4. The more he is hit, the more he thrives. Occasionally encountering armed guards, he felt their blows barely registered, akin to mere tickles, and he did not even pause in his stride. Before long, he arrived at the laboratory, rummaging through the place until he discovered several boxes labeled failed products of the lizard serum. Gazing at the disarray of discarded vials, Fang Yuan smirked. Whether it's lizard serum or dragon's blood, once it enters my body, it will surely be converted into my nourishment. He swiftly packed up the experimental refuse and confidently made his way toward the laboratory director's office. As he ambled down the corridor, the guard's nightsticks struck him like harmless caresses. Fang Yuan, pressed for time, could not be bothered to retaliate. He charged forward undeterred by the cacophony of blows. After rounding 2 corners, he reached his destination. Upon pushing open the door, his gaze was immediately drawn to the glowing vials of lizard serum on the desk. These were likely the remaining stock from Professor Kurt Connors. Though uncertain of its efficacy for himself, Fang Yuan had come with a mindset of nothing ventured, nothing gained. This should suffice. He deftly tucked the vials into his pocket and turned to make his escape. Just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly halted, straining to listen. A coin flicked from his fingertips, producing a series of sharp sounds that instantly incapacitated the entire lighting system on that floor. It turned out that the sound of heavy footsteps was approaching from the end of the corridor. The security forces were closing in. It was not that he feared these mere foot soldiers, but rather he was concerned about his temporary disguise being compromised. After all, it was not yet the time to act brazenly. It was safer for the lizard doctor to shoulder the blame. Fang Yuan pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath like a coiled spring. Over 20 fully armed guards crept closer, oblivious to the fact that their heavy breathing had already betrayed their position. With a loud crash, 2 muscular men wielding a battering ram burst through the door. As the smoke cleared, the silence in the room was palpable enough to hear a pin drop. The team leader signaled with a hand gesture. Just then, when a flashbang rolled to Fang Yuan's feet, he couldn't help but smile. Although these guards were equipped with night vision goggles designed to protect against bright lights, they instinctively closed their eyes when the flashbang rebounded. This was the moment Fang Yuan had been waiting for. The blinding white light erupted. And while ordinary individuals would be rendered momentarily blinded and tearful, it had no effect on him. Utilizing the cover of the blinding flash, he surged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. A powerful punch landed squarely on the chest of the leading guard. Despite his bulletproof vest, the guard was sent crashing backward, his back slamming against the wall, creating a spiderweb of cracks as he became embedded in the wall for a moment before sliding down. In close-quarters combat, Fang Yuan was akin to a wolf amidst a flock of chickens. None could withstand even a single blow from him. Anyone struck by his fists or feet suffered injuries, from cracked bones to fractures, and in the blink of an eye, the floor was littered with incapacitated guards. In merely a matter of seconds, over 20 security personnel lay defeated. Fang Yuan casually wiped the blood from his knuckles, sneering as he departed. It wasn't until half a minute later that guards from other directions began to notice something amiss, trickling in to converge. Upon seeing their fallen comrades sprawled across the corridor in disarray, they exchanged wary glances, murmuring amongst themselves, yet none dared to pursue. Could the intruder possibly be a monster? This was utterly abnormal. I distinctly saw a tail trailing behind him. Enveloped in a vivid green hue, he resembled a colossal lizard. His strength was astounding, and his speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Pursuing him would be futile. The injured on the ground, overhearing their companions' discussions, erupted in anger. A bunch of useless fools. Why aren't you helping us up? Can't you see we're on the verge of death? Only then did the crowd frantically begin to assist. Later, upon examining the x-rays, the doctors mistakenly believed they were dealing with victims of a severe car accident. Fang Yuan effortlessly breached the blockade and swaggered out of the Osborn building, with no one daring to impede his progress. It seemed that the earlier beating had indeed cowed these individuals. Glancing at the time, Fang Yuan sprinted towards the Williamsburg Bridge, the very location where Dr. Lizard had first made his appearance. From the audacious infiltration of the building to the seamless escape, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 20 minutes. Fang Yuan had acted the moment Dr. Connors exited the building. At this moment, Professor Lizard was still en route in a taxi, yet to arrive at the Williamsburg Bridge. As long as Fang Yuan got there first, when Dr. Lizard made his entrance, he would be able to blend into his lizard disguise. There would be no escaping this predicament for Dr. Lizard. Even if he realized he had been framed, who would heed his defense? The Williamsburg Bridge remained tranquil. Indeed, Dr. Lizard had not yet made his appearance. Fang Yuan swiftly removed his disguise, found a concealed spot, and thoroughly destroyed the lizard costume, then hurried home without looking back. He could not afford to linger at the scene and raise suspicion. After stealing the items and framing another, he slipped away with ease. What Fang Yuan did not notice was that just after he left, Professor Lizard arrived at the scene and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the incoming Spider-Man, ultimately retreating due to the waning effects of the serum. Spider-Man, preoccupied with rescuing the injured, neglected to pursue. When Dr. Connors returned to the Osborn building in his human form, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. The exterior of the building had inexplicably sustained several large breaches, and a tunnel led directly to his laboratory. His heart raced as he dashed into his office, only to find chaos. Several precious vials of serum had vanished. This debacle had infuriated him immensely. With such a ruckus, he wondered how long his research plans would be delayed. However, upon reflecting on the extent of the destruction, he deduced that the intruder's strength was likely on par with his own lizard form. What could such a formidable individual want with the lizard serum? The cold-blooded scientist couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Could it be that this powerful entity yearned for the perfection of the lizard's physique? Meanwhile, Fang Yuan returned home and laid his spoils upon the table, 3 vials of completed serum and 12 of inferior quality. After a moment's hesitation, he seized one of the completed vials and downed it in one swift motion. Although the serum was intended for injection, for him, as long as it entered his body, it could be refined, so drinking it posed no issue. As the liquid coursed through his system, an exhilarating warmth exploded from his abdomen, rapidly permeating his entire being. Just one vial had boosted his power by 10%. Fang Yuan estimated that with 10 more vials, he would achieve a breakthrough. His efforts had not been in vain. He could barely contain his excitement. Given his current cultivation level, to ascend to a magical artifact tier, he would need to consume 50 tons of premium steel. Acquiring 50 tons of steel was not particularly challenging. The issue lay in the fact that at this stage, he had to ingest the materials to refine them. 50 tons of steel? That would take an eternity to consume. Hence, he sought alternative methods, either by provoking fights or searching for rare materials. The lizard serum was indeed a precious find, with one completed vial equating to 5 tons of high-quality steel. Without further ado, Fang Yuan downed the remaining serum in one go. The 12 inferior vials were worth only 2 vials of the premium serum in effect. By this calculation, he still required 5 additional vials of lizard serum to meet his target. Alternatively, he could endure a few more severe beatings, and after 7 or 8 encounters, he might just manage. However, at this rate, the fists of ordinary individuals were becoming increasingly ineffective against him. He needed to seek out true experts to provoke. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Yuan drifted into a deep slumber. Just before falling asleep, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. An expert? Wasn't there one readily available nearby? Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was the perfect target. The next day, Fang Yuan arrived at school early. He intended to lay low for the next few days to avoid being absent when Professor Lizard made his appearance. That would indeed be awkward. He pondered last night's idea thoroughly and ultimately made a decision. To act. Naturally, he would not reveal the truth to Spider-Man. He needed to concoct a suitable lie. After all, he was bound to confront Professor Lizard eventually, and revealing his identity was merely a matter of time. It would be wiser to enhance his powers beforehand. In the cafeteria, just as Fang Yuan was about to speak, a news report on the television captured his attention. The screen was replaying a police press conference. The man on camera was someone Fang Yuan recognized, Chief George, Gwen's father. With a serious expression, Chief George announced, around 9 o'clock last night, a violent incident occurred at Osborn Enterprises and the Williamsburg Bridge, resulting in multiple injuries and significant property damage. The police are conducting a thorough investigation and have gathered some leads. According to eyewitness testimonies and preliminary assessments, a suspect was present at the scene during the incident. Therefore, I am officially issuing an arrest warrant. We aim to apprehend Spider-Man. Upon hearing this news, Parker's expression soured. Fang Yuan feigned casualness and inquired, "Parker, have you seen Spider-Man lately?" Parker frowned deeply. "Do you also think Spider-Man is a criminal?" Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. "On the contrary, I believe he is a superhero." Parker's expression softened slightly as he raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What makes you say that?" Fang Yuan replied earnestly. "Spider-Man has never harmed innocent civilians. Rather, he has consistently saved them. I've watched numerous videos online, and he has indeed rescued many people." Parker couldn't help but smile. "He's not that impressive, though." Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Why are you so pleased when I praise Spider-Man?" Parker quickly tried to cover. "Ahem. It's just that Spider-Man is also my idol. Of course, I'm happy." Lowering his voice, Fang Yuan mysteriously said, "In fact, I know Spider-Man's true identity. Want to hear it?" Parker was taken aback. "Is that for real?" After finishing his meal, Fang Yuan wiped his mouth. "Here's a secret. Spider-Man actually attends our school." He intentionally glanced at Parker. "If you want to know more details, come to my house tonight. You know the address." Before Parker could respond, Fang Yuan turned and left. Parker, feeling restless, hurriedly finished his meal, his mind elsewhere. That evening, Fang Yuan unusually refrained from causing trouble, instead focusing on waiting for the masked visitor at home. As night deepened, suddenly there was a noise at the window, and a figure appeared in the room, clad in a tight-fitting suit of red and blue. It could only be Spider-Man. The two stared at each other for a few moments, locked in a silent standoff. From beneath the mask, a deliberately lowered voice inquired, "I hear you know who I am?" Fang Yuan nearly burst out laughing. The words he had spoken to Parker earlier that evening were now being echoed by Spider-Man at his doorstep, clearly indicating a connection between the two. "What are you laughing at?" The voice beneath the mask sounded somewhat annoyed. Fang Yuan abruptly ceased his laughter, adopting a combat stance. "Curious? Come and hit me." No sooner had he spoken than he launched an uppercut aimed at Spider-Man's chin. Anticipating the strike, Spider-Man evaded by leaning back, his wrist swiftly releasing webbing, allowing him to crouch on the windowsill in an instant. Seeing that Spider-Man was on the defensive and not attacking, Fang Yuan halted. "It's too cramped here. Do you dare to step outside and fight?" He turned around boldly, fully exposing his back. "You're leaving yourself so unguarded?" The raspy voice was laced with surprise. Without looking back, Fang Yuan replied, "If you don't follow, the whole school will know who you are by tomorrow. Don't force me to take action." The voice finally held a note of anger, but the figure still followed. In the stillness of the night, the two made their way to an abandoned factory. Fang Yuan surveyed the vast expanse before him and declared, "This shall suffice." The confrontation was set to resume, with Fang Yuan once again initiating the assault. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself off the ground, launching an identical strike aimed directly at Spider-Man's chin. As was customary, Spider-Man leaned back to evade, only to find Fang Yuan unexpectedly altering his attack with a sweeping kick that soared through the air. In a split second, Spider-Man sprang off the ground, like a gecko adhering to the ceiling. The voice beneath his mask wavered. "We hold no animosity. Why must you compel me to fight?" Spider-Man's movements were as swift as lightning, with reflexes 40 times that of an ordinary human, augmented by his precognitive spider sense. Should he choose to evade, Fang Yuan would find himself utterly powerless against him. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to abandon the pretense. He called out to Spider-Man, "Parker, Peter Parker, come down at once. I had suspected it was you all along. So stop hiding and let us engage in a proper duel." Spider-Man hesitated, considering a feigned ignorance. Fang Yuan laid his cards on the table. "Enough of the charade. I have known it was you for quite some time. After all this time, do you think I wouldn't recognize you? You were once as slender as a reed, and now you can effortlessly send that burly Fleischer flying. Who are you trying to deceive?" Reluctantly, Spider-Man descended and removed his mask, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "I thought I was hiding rather well. However, since you are aware that I am Spider-Man, why must we fight?" Fang Yuan casually fabricated a tale. "At this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. One day, I was bitten by an ant, and subsequently, my strength has been growing ever more formidable, while my skin has thickened. Thus, I wish to spar with you to ascertain just how strong I have become. Were it anyone else, they would dismiss his words as nonsense." Yet Spider-Man, albeit skeptically, found a semblance of plausibility in the tale, considering his own transformation from a spider bite. Parker was about to voice another thought when Fang Yuan, growing impatient, bent his knees and leaped a distance of 8 meters, closing in on Spider-Man in an instant, his palm slicing down towards the latter's head. Spider-Man nimbly flipped backward, propelling himself upward, landing gracefully above Fang Yuan, delivering a punch to his back midair. Fang Yuan was sent crashing into a nearby heap of scrap metal, creating a thunderous crash that sent debris flying, reducing the machinery to ruin. "Oh no, I lost control of my strength." Before the echo of his words faded, a muffled sound emerged from the wreckage. "Yes, that's the spirit. Bring it on." Emerging from the dust unscathed, Fang Yuan reveled in the impact of Spider-Man's punch, feeling as though he had just undergone a full-body massage, nearly letting out a satisfied hum. The more he was struck, the more invigorated he felt, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although he possessed no extraordinary abilities at present, he was strong, resilient, and growing stronger with each blow. Noticing Fang Yuan's lack of injury, Parker was also stirred, flicking his wrist to launch 2 strands of webbing toward him. Fang Yuan seized the moment to leap into the air and sever the webs, causing Spider-Man to lose his balance and plummet, though he adeptly flipped mid-air and landed on his feet. Fang Yuan charged again, only to find himself confronted by 2 webs that plastered his face, causing him to miss his target. Wiping the sticky webbing from his visage, he was met with a pair of heavy punches. Chapter 5. Desperate bowing and shouting. Stumbling, he fell yet secretly rejoiced, feeling his inner energy surging. Today, he had come for a beating, so why rush to take down Spider-Man? He slowly rose, grinning at Parker. Your moves are quite flashy, but your punches feel akin to a tickle. This remark indeed ignited Spider-Man's competitive spirit. The red and blue figure darted through the factory, raining punches and kicks upon Fang Yuan like a torrential downpour. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan's attire was reduced to tattered rags, yet his gaze grew ever brighter. Parker, unable to breach Fang Yuan's defenses after a prolonged assault, began to tire. Skillfully, he shot out 2 strands of webbing for leverage, launching himself toward Fang Yuan like a cannonball. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan stood his ground, absorbing the heavy punch while swinging his arm in a wide arc to strike Parker on the temple. The ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web as Parker was sent flying, performing several backflips before crashing into the wall. How does it feel? Fang Yuan chuckled, rubbing his wrist. Parker, supporting himself against the wall, saw stars dancing before his eyes. I can land dozens of punches on you without issue. Yet you hit me once, and he swayed slightly, the words trailing off. The warm-up has just begun. Fang Yuan beckoned with his finger, and the two were once again entangled in combat. This time, Spider-Man had learned his lesson, swinging high above to maintain his advantage. Suddenly, Fang Yuan leapt up, delivering a kick that severed a steel beam. Parker adeptly swung away, only to hear Fang Yuan's voice behind him. What are you looking at? Instantly, he was met with a powerful kick to his back, sending him crashing through the roof. After waiting for some time without a trace of his opponent, just as Parker leaped onto the rooftop, a sudden gust of wind rushed past him. He clumsily rolled to evade, but Fang Yuan stomped the ground, and both descended together with the collapsing floorboards. Thud, thud. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuan landed 2 punches, yet missed, as Spider-Man had already used the momentum to bounce off the opposite wall. Gasping for breath as he gestured, let us call it a truce. If we continue, this factory will become ruins. Fang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and nodded in agreement. The two departed side by side, with 2 black eyes encircling his gaze. Parker glanced at Fang Yuan, whose clothing was tattered and ragged, resembling a beggar. As they strolled down the street, Parker couldn't help but admire Fang Yuan's seemingly invulnerable physique. His tone laced with envy. You truly are tough as nails. I possess at least a dozen tons of strength, yet striking you feels like nothing more than a tickle. Fang Yuan mused internally. Tickle? More like a refreshing stretch. Outwardly, he responded, you've pummeled me over 100 times and kicked me a dozen. I merely returned 3 punches. We're even now. Parker pondered for a moment and found the reasoning sound, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I became Spider-Man after being bitten by a spider. Does that mean you should be Ant-Man after being bitten by an ant? It appeared that Parker had genuinely bought into Fang Yuan's earlier excuse. However, upon reflection, it was also reasonable. With his robust physique and immense strength, he did indeed bear a resemblance to an ant. The mere thought of being pursued and called Ant-Man in the future sent a shiver down Fang Yuan's spine, prompting him to wave his hands dismissively. No, no, no. That name is utterly ridiculous. Just call me Fang Yuan. Furthermore, he added, I have no interest in prowling the streets like you, chasing after wrongdoers. Parker felt a slight disappointment, but did not press the matter further, as everyone has their own aspirations. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the two waved farewell and parted ways. As Fang Yuan walked alone, he contemplated his situation. Currently, he found himself at a stalemate with Spider-Man, in a densely populated area of skyscrapers. That fellow could swing through the air with ease, and he would hardly be able to touch even the hem of his costume. Of course, Spider-Man's punches felt like mere supplements to him. The beating he received tonight was not in vain. Indeed, the stronger the individual delivering the blows, the more beneficial the effects. The thrashing he received from Spider-Man was equivalent to enduring several rounds of gunfire. Reflecting on that night filled with bullets and chaos, Fang Yuan found himself savoring the memory. With a swift turn of his foot, he altered his course and headed straight for the Hell's Angels strip club. After his bout with Spider-Man, he was on the cusp of advancing to a second-tier magical artifact. If the Hell's Angels had enough supplies, he might just break through tonight. Fang Yuan had been eagerly anticipating this day for far too long. The mundane artifact stage merely granted him a tough exterior and great strength. Upon reaching the magical artifact stage, he sensed he would be able to condense runes within his body and unleash some extraordinary abilities. The possibilities would be endless, and the mere thought sent shivers of excitement through him. In the dead of night, the dance hall remained as radiant as daylight. This time, Fang Yuan did not need to force his way inside. The same 2 security guards from before, upon seeing his presence, immediately bowed and ushered him in. hastily notifying their boss, Wolf. Upon hearing that Fang Yuan had returned to stir trouble, a glint of malice flickered in Wolf's eyes. Yet, in an instant, he donned a wide smile and personally stepped out to greet him. As soon as Wolf appeared, Fang Yuan nonchalantly instructed, "Close the dance hall for the night and clear out all the patrons." Wolf nodded eagerly, turning to summon a lackey. "Go, ask the patrons to leave, and inform them that tonight's on the house." As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to the lackey with a concealed signal. Fang Yuan caught a glimpse of his subtle movement out of the corner of his eye, but feigned ignorance, instead curious to see what tricks he might conjure. The bartender summoned forth a few more drinks, just as before. Fang Yuan rapped his knuckles on the bar. Before long, the bartender presented several glasses of amber-hued Northern Island iced tea. Fang Yuan seized a glass and tilted his head back to drain it, savoring the taste that seemed to have a subtle alteration. Yet he could not quite pinpoint the exact difference. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, it was refined by the power within him. But this time the surge of warmth was decidedly more intense than usual. Fang Yuan's gaze turned icy. Has something been added to the drink? Since someone was eager to provide him with supplements, he naturally welcomed it with open arms. He promptly swept all the drinks on the bar down his throat. "Bring more." Wolf, witnessing this, flashed a glimmer of delight in his eyes and urged, "Did you not hear the master's command? Hurry and fetch more drinks." This special concoction, infused with a potent ingredient, was equivalent to the energy of 500 kilograms of refined steel after just a dozen cups. Fang Yuan silently calculated. Fully accepting this generous offering, the dance hall quickly emptied. Fang Yuan caught sight of a burly middle-aged man being ushered in by his underlings and instantly understood. This was Wolf's trump card. With newfound confidence bolstering him, Wolf stood a bit taller. "Since the master graces us with his presence today, what instructions do you have? Have the weapon reserves been replenished?" Fang Yuan cut straight to the chase. "Stocked to the brim, I assure you, you will be pleased." Wolf thumped his chest. Fang Yuan strode directly towards the basement. Under the dim lights, there indeed lay a stack of boxes, double the amount from last time. He retreated to a corner. "As per usual, let us begin." Wolf's jowls quivered, his heart steeled, with the dosage of muscle relaxant equivalent to 10 whales. Even a mutant should be rendered helpless. When the storm strikes, by the time you notice, over 20 instances will have been executed, a barrage engulfing the entire space. Fang Yuan stood with his eyes closed, feeling the surging tide of energy within. Half an hour later, the spent shells lay thickly scattered across the ground. Wolf's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The effect should have manifested by now. Why is he still standing? Considering the exorbitant cost of enlisting that mutant's assistance. His liver quaked with pain, yet he could only grit his teeth and signal to his companion. The previously mentioned burly man was swiftly escorted into the basement, his heavy footsteps on the metal floor resounding like drums. This man was robustly built, draped in a loose robe with a hood obscuring his face. Upon descending into the cellar, he spoke first. "Have you pondered your decision? Do you require my intervention?" Wolf nodded vigorously. The robed figure commanded, "Cease fire." As the gunfire ceased, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his expression cold. "Have the little bastards summoned reinforcements?" The man retorted, "Do you think being tough-skinned makes you invincible? You're like a frog peering into a well." Fang Yuan crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at him. "And who do you think you are? Spouting nonsense. Did your mother never teach you? Before addressing your ancestors, one should first learn to bark like a dog." Infuriated, the man trembled all over, his face flushing a deep shade of purple, seeking death. "I had initially considered sparing you, given that we are both mutants. But if you desire to end your life, I shall oblige." With a sudden flourish of his arms, waves of invisible ripples radiated outward. The overhead lights flickered erratically, and Fang Yuan, bewildered, exclaimed, "Hey, that little mutt over there, barking so fiercely, why has he fallen silent?" The man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Impossible. How are you unharmed?" Another wave of ripples surged towards Fang Yuan. Standing firm, he found himself increasingly perplexed. The man's efforts barely registered a fraction of power against him, akin to a mere tickle. If an ordinary person were to strike him, at least they would have imparted some measure of force. Could it be that this mutant was even weaker than a common citizen? As he pondered, he suddenly observed the man casually wave his hand, causing a nearby light bulb to shatter explosively. Clearly, he possessed some ability. The man suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, "I've got it. My power is finally taking effect. Right now, you are but a paper tiger holding on by sheer force. What are you all waiting for, you bunch of useless fools? Quickly kill him." This fellow, named Augustus, was indeed a mutant. His unique talent was the ability to emit special electromagnetic waves that could nullify others' powers and disrupt electrical devices. No wonder he proclaimed himself the nemesis of mutants. Yet, Fang Yuan's physique was not derived from any supernatural abilities. It was forged through rigorous training. A solid mass of muscle that he was not capable of shaking. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gunfire erupted again like popping beans. However, the ensuing spectacle left everyone astonished, as bullets ricocheted off Fang Yuan, clattering harmlessly to the ground, leaving not even a mark. Fang Yuan advanced steadily through the hail of bullets. In his earlier encounters with the Hell's Angels, a dozen guns had caused him to retreat in pain, but now, his strength and defense had more than doubled. Fang Yuan had long since become immune to such attacks. He continued his relentless march forward, the sporadic gunfire gradually fading away. As all present were paralyzed with fear, their legs quaking, unable to move. Augustus, still in a daze, muttered, "Impossible. How can my ability be ineffective?" Fang Yuan initially intended to deliver a fatal blow, but upon reconsideration, he altered his approach. A swift chop struck Augustus at the nape of his neck, and he crumpled to the ground. Fang Yuan cast a cold glance at the remaining individuals. Continue. They felt as if a great reprieve had washed over them and hurriedly raised their weapons to fire once more. This was not out of any mercy on Fang Yuan's part, but rather because he sensed that, should this continue, he would soon reach a breakthrough. Once they had expended their last vestiges of value, it would be time to send them on their way. The gunfire persisted until the early hours of the morning, finally dwindling. It had been previously noted that for Fang Yuan, emotionally charged assaults were the most effective, while attacks from inanimate objects yielded only 1% effectiveness. Otherwise, it would be far more efficient to stand beneath a waterfall than to seek out someone to pummel him. Although these attacks were controlled by humans, they ultimately lacked the impact of a direct punch or blade. However, their advantage lay in the sheer volume, with dozens or even hundreds of shots per minute, something that hand-to-hand combat could not rival. At this moment, Fang Yuan stood at the brink of a breakthrough. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on an electrical outlet. And suddenly, an idea struck him. With a powerful punch, he smashed through the wall and grasped the exposed wires. A tingling shock coursed through him. Though the effect was weak, after a few minutes, he successfully transcended his limits. In silence, Fang Yuan underwent a transformation. His foundational abilities, defense, strength, speed, and senses were all significantly enhanced. More importantly, he vaguely sensed that at his current second-tier lower grade, equivalent to a lower-grade magical artifact, he could only accommodate a single rune, exceeding that would lead to bodily collapse. For options now appeared before him. 1. Spatial abilities that complement his refining capabilities. 2. Enhanced recovery. 3. Improved defense. 4. Control of electrical currents. He could only choose one. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Fang Yuan suddenly understood. The ability he could awaken was intricately linked to his personal journey. Spatial abilities were likely an inherent upgrade akin to his refining abilities. Enhanced recovery might stem from the effects of the lizard serum. The boost in defense was certainly a result of prolonged exposure to punishment. As for electrical control, it was evidently related to the electrical stimulation he had encountered prior to his breakthrough. Gazing at the 4 options, there was no room for hesitation. Naturally, he would select the complementary spatial ability. The moment he made his choice, an enigmatic rune quietly coalesced within him. He could not precisely describe the appearance of this mysterious symbol, yet his body instinctively knew how to wield it. With a gentle touch, the rune unfurled within him, forming a spherical space approximately 3 meters in diameter. From this day forth, he would no longer need to consume items to refine them. He merely needed to store them within his inner space, and with a mere thought, he could transform them into power. This was far more convenient than ingestion, especially considering many items were simply inedible. With this space, there would be no barriers. At this moment, was there not a ready-made group of test subjects surrounding him? Fang Yuan surveyed the room, a cold smile creeping across his lips. After all, these individuals were destined for death. Why not make better use of them? With a flash, Fang Yuan plunged into the crowd. His speed was astonishing, even to himself. The onlookers hardly had time to react before 2 heads burst beneath his fists, brain matter and blood spraying in all directions. Wolf was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, desperately banging his head and shouting, "Grandfather, spare me." Fang Yuan remained unfazed, lifting his leg to deliver a sweeping kick that sent Wolf flying. He crashed heavily into a shelf, scattering firearms all around him. And after a few convulsive jerks, he breathed his last. Some attempted to flee, but with only one exit in the basement, there was no chance for escape. The moment they turned, Fang Yuan, like a specter, was upon them, his hand slicing through the air, cleaving the unfortunate soul in two. He had previously offered these individuals a chance at survival, but their choice to court death left him no room for mercy. Manipulating the spatial projection within him, his form flickered and shifted, swiftly closing in on another. This one, however, displayed some grit, drawing a weapon in a futile attempt to resist. With a flick of his sleeve, Fang Yuan absorbed both the man and his weapon into a void, and in an instant, they transformed into a torrent of energy, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this tactic succeed, Fang Yuan continued to flicker about. Within a mere 2 minutes, the basement was devoid of life save for the unconscious mutant pulse, and even the firearms had been entirely refined. The space was now eerily empty, with only pools of blood indicating the brutal events that had transpired. After refining dozens of individuals, Fang Yuan's strength surged once more. The chaos scripture he practiced lived up to its name, capable of refining all things in existence. Upon close estimation, the power gained from refining an ordinary person equated to that derived from refining a ton of steel. At this moment, his prowess had skyrocketed to over 130 times its original capacity. To advance to the third-tier artifact level, an accumulation of power equivalent to that of 1,000 individuals was necessary. However, as one's cultivation improved, the power gained from refining ordinary people and common materials significantly diminished. Chapter 6 opened its maw wide. Otherwise, with his current refining efficiency, purchasing several hundred tons of high-quality steel would allow him to level up effortlessly within days. It had become clear that enhancing his power required a dual approach, both refining and taking hits. The latter was akin to a renewable resource, yielding far greater benefits over time compared to the one-off gains from refining living beings. Conversely, refining was like uprooting a plant. While the rewards were bountiful, it severed future potential. Each method had its own merits. Fang Yuan's earlier decision to awaken his spatial abilities proved to be a stroke of genius. The space he had opened within him not only served as storage, but also enabled the refinement of materials contained within. More remarkably, by projecting this space externally, he could traverse freely within its confines, signifying that he had finally mastered the ability to teleport. Although currently limited to a range of 3 meters, this distance would expand as his internal space grew. He divided his internal space into 2 areas, a storage zone and a functional zone. The storage space would intelligently adjust its capacity, ensuring that a single coin would not occupy several cubic meters, a notorious pitfall of legendary thieving artifacts. Now, he possessed one of his own, finally embodying the essence of a protagonist. Casting a glance at the unconscious mutant on the floor, Fang Yuan hesitated momentarily. Lacking means of control, leaving him alive could risk revealing secrets, so it was better to refine him as well. The lights dimmed, and a void appeared, instantly engulfing the individual. The mutant, awakening within the spatial confines, attempted to resist with a burst of energy, but it was in vain. 3 seconds later, he transformed into pure power. Surprisingly, the yield from this refinement rivaled the total of all previous gains. Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. It seemed that mutants were indeed high-quality fuel. As he stepped out of the basement, dawn was breaking in the east. Having been awake all night, he felt no fatigue. His original plan to track down Dr. Lizard for more enhancement potions had become unnecessary. The potions were no longer a requirement for him. However, he still intended to visit the campus, contemplating a friendly spar with Dr. Lizard, and perhaps snatching a few vials of potion along the way. After all, each potion was worth the strength of 5 ordinary individuals. If he managed to take a few more hits, perhaps Dr. Connors would vanish without a trace, at which point he could refine him as well. Fang Yuan was no Peter Parker. He held no special affection for the reptilian doctor. Ultimately, they were merely acquaintances. As the light brightened, Fang Yuan casually stowed his handgun into his internal space and turned to head home. After a refreshing shower and changing into a clean outfit, he stepped out once more. With some time before classes began, he planned to visit the armory to pick up some snacks, as he had long since devoured all the steel nails at home. Logically, given his capacity to refine materials within his internal space, he should not need to consume these items. Yet, after experiencing the delightful taste the first time, Fang Yuan discovered them to be unexpectedly delicious, akin to cream-filled biscuits. Just as some individuals enjoy snacking on sunflower seeds post-meal, it was a similar concept. However, the snacks Fang Yuan sought differed somewhat from the conventional understanding. The armory was a dazzling display of various models, overwhelming to the eye. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with all the specifications, having initially collected handguns purely out of curiosity. Purchasing firearms was quite convenient in this establishment. With a gun license, one could simply fill out a basic information form to make a purchase. Without a license, one could still acquire weapons as long as they passed a background check. Of course, these were the official rules. The actual execution could vary. This time, Fang Yuan was solely there to buy, a process significantly simplified. Upon stating his intent, the shopkeeper directly inquired, what caliber? What type of ammunition? Since these were merely snacks, he decided to diversify, opting for a variety of models to change up the flavors. Bulk purchases afforded discounts. Ultimately, Fang Yuan acquired 20,000 rounds for less than $5,000, averaging just 30 cents per round. As the shopkeeper packed the boxes, he kindly asked, "Where's your car parked? I can have someone help you carry it." Each of these rounds weighed less than 10 grams. But 20,000 rounds amounted to over 300 pounds. Fang Yuan had arrived empty-handed. There was no vehicle in sight. Not wanting to trouble anyone, he waved his hand dismissively. "I can handle it myself." The owner, concerned, remarked, "You might not have a sense of the weight. If you didn't drive here, you should take a cab." Fang Yuan casually waved him off. "No need." With that, he effortlessly hoisted the box and strode out. The armory owner watched his retreating figure, remarking to himself, "Skinny and tall, but quite strong." After stepping out of the shop and finding the area deserted, Fang Yuan flipped his wrist, and the entire box vanished into thin air. The weight was negligible to him, but he certainly couldn't carry 20,000 rounds to school. Such an act would likely brand him a lunatic. As he entered the empty campus, the morning light had just begun to spill over the teaching building. Fang Yuan sat in the classroom, crunching away, quickly finishing the contents of the metal box. Oddly enough, he usually arrived just as the bell rang. When Gwen appeared, clutching her textbooks, Fang Yuan had just stuffed the empty box back into his pocket. "I was eager to see you." Fang Yuan grinned, raising his hand to block her outstretched palm. "Didn't we just see each other yesterday? For me, each day feels like a year. A day apart feels like 3 autumns." Gwen's ears suddenly flushed red. Such words were meant for a girlfriend, weren't they? The class bell interrupted Fang Yuan's reply. But throughout the lesson, the golden-haired academic's pen merely doodled aimlessly on the paper. As night fell, Fang Yuan munched on chips while gazing at the ceiling. Thoughts of dropping out swirled in his mind. Once he dealt with Dr. Lizard, perhaps it was time to consider a different path? A loud knocking at the window broke his reverie. Spider-Man stumbled into the room, his costume torn at the front, blood seeping through the rips. Upon seeing this, Fang Yuan regrettably tapped his forehead. Wasn't this just like a scene from a movie in his past life? The moment Spider-Man and Dr. Lizard clashed in the sewers, he had been so focused on remembering that the professor would appear at school, lying in wait, that he forgot the reason Dr. Lizard went to the school was to confront him after recognizing Parker's identity in the sewers. In the original narrative of the past life, without Fang Yuan's intervention, the injured Parker would have sought refuge at Gwen's residence. However, this time was different. Parker was aware of Fang Yuan's extraordinary abilities and thus sought him out. Fang Yuan feigned ignorance, his expression one of surprise as he inquired, "Parker, what has happened to you?" The weary Spider-Man managed a weak smile and replied, "It's a long story. I will elaborate another day. Do you have any medical supplies?" Fang Yuan rummaged through his belongings, retrieving gauze, medical alcohol, and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. These were remnants from his previous incarnation, and with his current formidable physique, he had little need for such remedies. He meticulously cleaned Parker's wounds, applied the Yunnan Baiyao, and bandaged him up. After helping him settle down, Parker spoke. "You had mentioned wanting to avoid heroics, so I intended to handle this myself to not burden you. But it seems I must ask for your assistance now." Fang Yuan pretended to be puzzled. What could possibly be so mysterious? Parker continued, "Did you not express interest in the news surrounding Spider-Man? You must be aware of the incident at the Williamsburg Bridge. Are you referring to that notorious giant lizard rumored to be causing chaos?" Parker nodded affirmatively. "That is no mere rumor. It is indeed a colossal lizard. It inflicted these injuries upon me. That creature possesses strength surpassing mine, which means we must join forces." In Parker's recollection, Fang Yuan was still the one with formidable defense and comparable strength, albeit lacking in agility. However, unbeknownst to Parker, Fang Yuan had significantly improved his strength after their separation and was no longer the same. Even against the formidable lizard, he was confident of victory. Yet, there was no need to voice this. Actions would speak louder than words. Parker proceeded to recount the events, which mirrored the plot of a film Fang Yuan had watched in his past life. Dr. Connors lost an arm in an accident and had long dreamed of restoring it through the lizard's serum, which he ultimately succeeded in with Parker's help. Later, under duress, he transformed into the brutal lizard after using himself as a test subject. Now, the question arose, should he assist Parker? This was hardly a question at all. Even in the absence of Parker, Fang Yuan would have sought trouble with the lizard professor. Agreeing to help Parker would benefit both him and his friend, so without hesitation, Fang Yuan nodded in affirmation. Parker felt a surge of gratitude but masked it with apologies. I truly regret having dragged you into this. Fang Yuan, both amused and exasperated, replied, enough with the apologies. What I meant that day was I didn't want to play the hero every day. But that doesn't mean I would stand idly by in the face of danger. I'm just not as selfless as you are. Remember to call on me next time you need help. Parker fell silent, silently cherishing this bond. The following morning, both rose early. Parker's physical resilience was remarkable. In just one night, his wounds had nearly healed. He moved with agility, showing no signs of his injuries. That day, Fang Yuan clung to Gwen like a piece of gum. Gwen, feeling uncomfortable with his persistence, asked, "Why are you so close to me?" Fang Yuan grinned as he surveyed her. "Ever since I laid eyes on you, I simply cannot look away." Gwen, taken aback by his audacity, found herself at a loss for words and allowed him to continue. In truth, she harbored no animosity toward Fang Yuan. Had he truly been an insufferable nuisance, she would have lost her temper long ago. Around noon, students were bustling through the hallway. Suddenly, a horrifying roar erupted, and the restroom floor shattered, revealing a massive claw. Accompanied by a deafening growl, a humanoid lizard emerged from the sewer. This monstrous creature, covered in green scales the size of coins, stood over 2 meters tall. Clad in tattered lab attire, with claws as sharp as daggers, it tore away its ragged clothing, standing bare and menacing. With a casual swipe, it reduced the restroom to rubble, and with a powerful collision, it burst through the wall into the corridor. The students, upon witnessing this behemoth, screamed and scrambled for the exit. Fang Yuan and Parker exchanged glances. "You take Gwen and retreat. I will hold it off." In the face of the imminent danger, Parker wasted no time, grabbing Gwen and fleeing. Gwen, bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you two up to?" At that moment, the lizard professor appeared around the corner, locking his gaze on Parker. "Parker, you shall not escape." With a roar, it lunged forward. Fang Yuan, seeing it completely disregard him, shouted, "Take this," and delivered a powerful kick to its flank. The lizard professor stumbled, crashing into the lockers with a resounding thud. It growled in fury as it regained its footing. "You again? Do you wish to impede me?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "We are not acquainted. Why would I stop you?" The lizard professor's demeanor softened slightly as it turned to pursue Parker. In that moment, Fang Yuan casually remarked, "It's purely your ugly face that irritates me. I couldn't help but give you a kick." The lizard professor's green visage flushed with rage, veins bulging on its temples. "You seek death." With a powerful push-off from the ground, it lunged at him like a cannonball. Fang Yuan remained unfazed, allowing the razor-sharp claws to graze his skin, creating sparks as they scraped by. He nonchalantly patted the creature's shiny forehead, saying, "Your head may be inflated, but it seems your intellect remains at a reptilian level." With a brutal charge, the lizard professor slammed Fang Yuan against the opposite wall, baring its teeth in a sinister grin. "Have you donned a turtle shell?" Fang Yuan, feeling the surge of heat within him, lazily stretched his limbs. "Your massage skills are quite commendable." Suddenly, while lying on the ground, he executed a swift kick. This time, Fang Yuan miscalculated. The lizard professor's physiology had evidently evolved, rendering that area no longer a weak point. Although it sustained no significant injury, being struck there sent the lizard into a furious rage. Coupled with the previous humiliation, it snarled, "You little pest. Even if I let Parker escape today, I will tear you limb from limb." Fang Yuan slowly got to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers. "Why the rush? After just a couple of squeezes, you're ready to quit? Your professionalism is lacking." The lizard professor, so enraged it could barely articulate, opened its massive jaws to bite down. Despite its beastly appearance, this mutated professor possessed a far superior intellect compared to Fang Yuan. The fact that it was provoked to the point of attacking with its mouth indicated that its fury had reached a boiling point. While Fang Yuan would not mind standing still as a punching bag for a fistfight, the thought of that drooling maw sinking its teeth into him was utterly repugnant. He promptly elbowed it, causing a cacophony of teeth to scatter across the floor. Unfazed, the lizard professor blinked and instantly grew a new set of teeth. With a powerful kick, it struck Fang Yuan in the abdomen. Mid-air, Fang Yuan had the leisure to adjust his posture. And as he crashed through the wall into a classroom, he even flashed a victory sign. 10 out of 10. Perfect landing. The enraged lizard professor followed closely behind, ruthlessly enlarging the hole in the wall. With its hind foot planted on Fang Yuan's thigh, its front claws pummeled his face like a pile driver. Fang Yuan felt a pleasurable sensation beneath him. "Ah, that feels good. Put in a little more effort." Even after grinding its claws down to nubs, the lizard professor left no marks on Fang Yuan's body. Gradually regaining composure, the lizard professor turned to flee. Fang Yuan was not about to let this moving source of experience escape. He seized the creature's tail. You think you can come and go as you please? Unexpectedly, the sturdy tail snapped off with a crack, and the lizard professor charged forward without a backward glance. Just as Fang Yuan was about to discard the writhing piece of tail, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he stored it in his internal space. Upon entering, the tail transformed into a puddle of viscous liquid, flooding Fang Yuan with a surge of energy akin to the refinement of a living being. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed as he observed the newly grown tail of the lizard professor. This was a never-ending source of experience. How could he allow this living target to escape? With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself off the ground, leaping at the lizard professor's back like a cheetah. With a swift motion, his palms, accompanied by the howling wind, struck the opponent's temple with a forceful 8/10 of his strength, causing the colossal creature to stagger and crash to the ground. It is worth noting that even before his evolution, Fang Yuan was capable of a test of strength against Spider-Man. Now, with his greatly enhanced abilities, subduing this large lizard was a mere trifle. The earlier display of being overwhelmed was merely a feigned pretense. Each punch he endured contributed to his burgeoning power. The beating he had just administered was equivalent to absorbing the energy of 4 or 5 ordinary individuals. Fang Yuan planted a foot on the struggling lizard professor, yanked off the writhing tail with one hand. The cement floor was gouged and shattered by the claws, yet the iron grip held firm. By the time the second tail was fully refined, the third had already begun to grow back substantially. When Spider-Man burst in, he was met with the sight of the very monster that had trampled him the day before, now akin to a fish on a chopping board, being mercilessly stripped of its tail by Fang Yuan. Those severed tails fell to the ground only to mysteriously vanish. Chapter 8 was fraught with urgency. What on earth is happening? Parker's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Seizing the moment when Fang Yuan was distracted, the lizard professor suddenly lunged at Gwen, who was peering curiously through the door. After being pulled out by Parker, her worry grew with each passing moment, prompting her to sneak back, only to unexpectedly collide with the monstrous creature with its gaping maw. Just as the claws were about to rend Gwen apart, a figure flashed into view. The lizard professor, spotting this nemesis once again, quickly twisted midair, leveraging his hind legs against Fang Yuan's shoulder to propel himself through the side wall in a frantic escape. By the time Parker reached the gaping hole, all he caught was a glimpse of a severed tail disappearing into the sewer. Fang Yuan, with his legs stuck in the ground, found his sneakers reduced to tattered rags, yet his feet bore no marks of injury. Tears still clung to Gwen's eyelashes. Just 3 seconds earlier, she had braced herself to witness her savior being torn to shreds, and now she heard a familiar voice. The monster has fled. Is it too late to cry now? She looked up to see Fang Yuan standing intact, aside from his clothes appearing as though they had been gnawed upon by wild dogs. Not even a scratch to mar his skin. You scoundrel! She exclaimed, pounding his chest, both laughing and crying. I thought you were turned to mush, Gwen muttered as she threw herself into Fang Yuan's embrace. He patted her back gently, reassuring her. Do not worry, this little lizard cannot harm me. Yet Gwen clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go. After a considerable pause, she slowly released her grip, poking at his arm with her finger, her emerald-like eyes blinking as she murmured, Strange, you feel just like an ordinary person, yet how are you so resilient? Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. If I were as solid as a block of iron, how could I hold you like this? At that moment, Parker hurried back, his expression grave as he interrupted them. The lizard professor has escaped again. This situation is dire. The piercing sound of police sirens erupted outside the campus. The building is surrounded by law enforcement. Surrender immediately. The three exchanged glances, and Fang Yuan decisively declared, Gwen, you retreat first. Parker and I will pursue the lizard professor. Gwen bit her lip. You must be careful. Fang Yuan grinned. The one who should be afraid is that large lizard. Did you not see how I had him searching for his teeth just moments ago? Recalling the earlier scene, Gwen finally nodded in agreement. The two followed the trail into the sewers, and Fang Yuan suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no. Parker, do you remember the Canary device at Osborn Tower? If the lizard professor gets his hands on it, Parker's expression changed dramatically. With his intellect, he could undoubtedly pull it off. Then you must hurry to Osborn Tower to guard it while I continue the pursuit. That lizard cannot do anything to me. Parker hesitated briefly. Just be careful. I do not wish to lose my best partner. Fang Yuan pounded his chest with a laugh. That large lizard? He needs another decade of practice. After watching Parker depart, Fang Yuan quickened his pace. His senses were now astonishingly acute. The traces left by the lizard professor stood out in his eyes like neon lights in the night. Soon, he cornered the lizard professor, who was preparing to flee. The man may escape, but the serum must remain. Fang Yuan bellowed. The lizard professor, wearing a savage expression, found themselves at an impasse, and at that moment, Fang Yuan shifted his approach. Spider-Man is en route to Osborn Tower to safeguard the Canary device. Are you certain you wish to squander time here? Seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes, Fang Yuan seized the opportunity to add, I will permit you to take 1 vial of the serum, paired with the Canary device. 1 vial should suffice to cover the entire city, correct? The lizard professor, taken aback, stammered, what game are you playing? One moment you are hindering my departure, and now you offer me an escape? Fang Yuan waved his hand irritably. Enough with the chatter. Are you leaving or not? After a moment's hesitation, the lizard professor withdrew a vial from their backpack and placed it on the ground, slowly backing away with the remaining serum. Upon exiting the area, he abruptly turned and darted away on all fours, disappearing from sight. Fang Yuan picked up the backpack and counted. 7 or 8 vials of lizard serum glimmered under the moonlight. This batch was sufficient to enhance the abilities of 30 or 40 individuals, a decent haul indeed. He even skipped the pretense of consuming the serum, as the space within him directly absorbed the entire vial, leaving no trace of glass behind. Feeling the bubbling new power within him, Fang Yuan's grin widened. With his current second-tier artifact physique, he would be considered a foundational expert in the realm of cultivation. Typically, cultivators at this level could manipulate fireballs and wield swords, and at the very least, could lift a small car with one hand. Yet Fang Yuan had transformed himself into a human-shaped magical treasure. The fanciful spells were no longer at his disposal, relying solely on the runes inscribed within him to wield his powers. While he might lack certain skills, he had gained impenetrable defense and monstrous strength, to the extent that any foe who struck him was merely aiding his physical training. Coupled with his insatiable ability to absorb anything, this venture was undeniably profitable. As for strength, while others at the foundational stage could lift a small sedan, he could overturn a heavy-duty truck, a difference of several times. The sun in New York was blinding, and the glass facades of skyscrapers shimmered disorientingly. A figure clad in a red and blue striped spandex suit swung desperately between the buildings, flicking his wrist to shoot out 2 strands of webbing, launching him far across the walls. Below, the gridlocked office workers honked their horns, oblivious to the frantic figures soaring above them. If what Fang Yuan said was true, and the lizard professor managed to acquire the Canary device, New York would face a real-life disaster. With this thought in mind, Spider-Man swung even faster, nearly colliding with a traffic officer directing at the intersection. Just as he was moving along, he suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Oh no! Isn't that the wall-crawling monster that the police are frantically searching for?" He quickly grabbed his radio. "Report, report. The monster is fleeing south." The police station erupted into chaos. All officers sprang into action, clad in bulletproof vests and helmets, fully armed with rifles and handguns, encircling Spider-Man from all directions. Even helicopters buzzed overhead to assist. Hundreds of officers had long been lying in wait along Peter Parker's anticipated route. Some crouched on rooftops nibbling on sandwiches, others hid beneath windowsills rubbing their hands together, while yet more lurked in the greenery by the roadside, ready for action. Frantically unaware of the unusual circumstances, Spider-Man zipped right into the encirclement. At the sound of the commander's whistle, the officers lying in ambush suddenly fired. Fortunately, Spider-Sense alerted him just in time. Parker twisted midair, adhering to the wall like a gecko. Upon closer inspection, he realized that beneath every eave, behind every window, and in every nook, were officers brandishing glowing batons. Spider-Man had no intention of engaging. With a powerful push off the wall, he launched himself onto a roadside billboard. Behind him, the brick wall exploded in a shower of cement, sending debris flying, as if bidding him farewell. He darted back and forth between the billboard and the fire escape, his form flickering in and out of view like a faulty light bulb. With a series of resounding thuds, the advertising board I had just stepped on spontaneously erupted in a display reminiscent of celestial blossoms, while the electric wires crackled and sparked with fervor. Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared. "You there on the wall. You are surrounded. Surrender at once." Our beleaguered yet friendly neighbors had no intention of contesting the authority of the police officers. Just as an escape seemed imminent, a gust of wind howled from around the corner, the helicopter's rotor blades whipping up such force that it rendered him unable to open his eyes. As he raised his hand to shield himself from the sun, an unidentified object whizzed past him. Had it been real, Spider-Man would have undoubtedly met his end in a most dramatic fashion. Fortunately, the police aimed to apprehend him alive. The electrifying projectile crackled and sparked, sending Parker into a dance of jolting movements as he plummeted from the sky. Thud! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. The officers slid down the ropes, ready to ensnare him, only to suddenly realize, wait, Where is he? To their astonishment, the seemingly unconscious Spider-Man executed a nimble flip and struck the nearest officer on the back of the neck with a resounding crack. The officer crumpled like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto a police car and losing consciousness. The remaining officers were instantly thrown into disarray, fumbling for their firearms. Yet, with such proximity, there was no time for their actions. In a blur of motion, the ground became littered with fallen officers. With Spider-Man's prowess, had he truly intended to kill, none would have survived. Yet, in the face of his peers, he ultimately held back, suppressing the full force of his 10-ton punch, which could have easily perforated steel. Otherwise, not even a bulletproof vest or armored vehicle would have stood a chance against his might. Just as he prepared to leave the chaotic scene, a commanding voice rang out from behind. "Halt! Hands on your head." The voice was all too familiar to Parker. It belonged to Sheriff George, Gwen's father. This time, the magazine was loaded with live rounds. George pressed the gun's muzzle closer, contemplating his next move. Parker slowly raised his hands. "Let me go. Things are not as you think." The old sheriff had no intention of hearing his plea. With one hand gripping the gun in readiness and the other brandishing gleaming handcuffs, he advanced steadily. This prolonged standoff allowed Professor Lizard to take advantage, as a substantial police force was preoccupied with Spider-Man, granting him an unimpeded path to Osborn Tower. Although he encountered sporadic resistance, this cold-blooded reptilian was far from indecisive like Parker. With the serum running low, he opted to clear his path with brute force. Officers were either left with severed spines or crushed sternums, their internal organs splattering against the walls in a crimson trail. Before Osborn Tower, Professor Lizard's slit pupils narrowed. The glass facade reflected his grotesque silhouette, while the AI hologram continued to extol the latest scientific achievements, and the suits of passing white-collar workers remained unchanged. This scene was all too familiar, evoking a visceral sense of nausea within him. With a thunderous roar, the 2-meter-tall monstrosity shattered the bulletproof door and stormed into the lobby. Amidst the screams, the recently upgraded security system proved utterly ineffective, as the guard's bullets couldn't even pierce his scales. Instead, they were met with the sharp claws that split their skulls open. When the evacuation alarm blared, the floor was already soaked with blood. Amidst severed limbs and dismembered bodies, the blood-soaked lizard creature flicked its tail and crawled directly toward the laboratory. The crowd, in a state of panic, fled in all directions, their faces drained of color upon seeing the professor's form. Only when he nonchalantly passed by did they feel a wave of relief wash over them. Continuing toward the building's exit, before long, the professor successfully located the canali device. Upon confirming its intact condition, the tension in his nerves finally eased. "Citizens of New York, you are truly fortunate," he muttered to himself, "to encounter a scientist of my caliber. From this day forth, the pitiable existence of disability shall cease to be. Every individual shall possess an absolutely equal and perfect physique. Moreover, you will gain a strength that far surpasses the ordinary. Is this not a tremendous boon?" In the desolate building, only the shrill wail of alarms and the flashing warning lights accompanied him. As he spoke, he hoisted the canali device and made his way to the rooftop. The several hundred kilograms of metallic equipment felt as light as a feather in his grasp. Meanwhile, in the distance, Spider-Man was anxiously explaining the gravity of the situation to Sheriff George. Yet the sheriff was deaf to his words, perceiving only the masked figure's ramblings. Ever since Fang Yuan's intervention, many events had deviated from their original course. For instance, Gwen and Spider-Man's relationship had not progressed as it once had. Consequently, Sheriff George was not well acquainted with Parker. More importantly, Gwen herself had not been involved in this incident. This implied that the antidote she was meant to develop was now non-existent. Furthermore, had it not been for Fang Yuan's covert leniency, how could Professor Lizard have easily acquired the canali device to implement his mad transformation scheme? Observing the sheriff's unwavering demeanor amid the escalating crisis, Spider-Man resolved to take action at any cost. Just then, the sheriff's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Sheriff, we have a major situation." The urgent report came through the device. A gigantic green lizard has emerged from the sewer, resulting in multiple officer casualties. Sheriff George's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" Faintly, new information trickled through the walkie-talkie. Moments later, the report grew increasingly frantic. "Latest update. That monster has breached Osborn Tower and is on a rampage, with casualties exceeding dozens. Personnel are evacuating, and Osborn Enterprises urgently requests police assistance." Upon hearing the report, Sheriff George's face turned ashen. He abruptly turned to Spider-Man. "That green monster. It's the Professor Lizard you mentioned earlier? It's Dr. Connors from Osborn Enterprises?" Parker, who had been eavesdropping, felt an urgent pang of anxiety. He nodded fervently. "Sheriff, I must go immediately. If Professor Lizard obtains the Canali device, the consequences will be catastrophic. All of New York will suffer." George scrutinized Parker's anxious expression, sensing sincerity rather than pretense. The immediate priority was to apprehend or eliminate Professor Lizard. In comparison, Spider-Man's affairs paled in significance. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. "I saw nothing today. Go quickly." Without time for gratitude, Parker shot a web and leaped into the night sky. Coincidentally, since Fang Yuan's arrival, at least this time, Spider-Man's legs had not been injured by the police, allowing him to move with agility. At this moment, Fang Yuan was hastening toward Osborn Tower. Having allowed Professor Lizard to wreak havoc for so long, he could not afford to miss the climax of this performance. En route, Fang Yuan dialed Gwen's number. Among the few individuals he cared about in this world, Gwen was undoubtedly one. As soon as the call connected, before Gwen could speak, Fang Yuan bluntly inquired, "Gwen, where are you now? What's the matter?" "I returned home after we parted ways." Gwen's voice was tinged with confusion. "Do you need me for something?" Gazing at the bustling crowd on the street and contemplating the impending disaster, Fang Yuan felt no tremor of emotion. He solemnly addressed Gwen. "Yes. There is something particularly important that requires your assistance. Can you promise me first?" "What is it?" "I promise you." Gwen replied without hesitation, "Leave it to me. I guarantee I will accomplish the task." Fang Yuan spoke earnestly. "For the entirety of today, you and your family must remain indoors. Lock all doors and windows, and seal every gap with tape. It would be even better if you could procure gas masks. Remember to wear them and do not venture outside." Sensing the unusual gravity in his tone, Gwen felt a lingering unease. Yet she understood that her role in this matter was to avoid complicating things further. "All right, I promise you," she responded decisively. Having arranged for Gwen's safety, Fang Yuan finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He casually donned his mask and hastened towards the Osborn building. Alas, Spider-Man was still a moment too late. As he ascended to the rooftop, Professor Lizard had already injected the serum into the Canali device. Upon seeing Spider-Man's arrival, he sneered, "Parker, this time you shall not thwart me." With that, he pressed the launch button. The Lizard's serum within the device spun rapidly before shooting skyward. With a muffled explosion, the serum detonated mid-air, transforming into a vast expanse of green mist. The fog steadily expanded, drifting downwards. Passers-by on the street looked up curiously, reaching out to touch the green haze. A horrifying spectacle was unfolding. Amidst the piercing crackle, a man's skin began to exhibit bizarre green scales from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping his entire body. He writhed in agony on the ground, howling in pain, yet when the scales fully covered him, he abruptly fell silent. When he opened his eyes once more, his pupils had narrowed into cold-blooded slits. He caressed his scaled form with obsession, emitting a frenzied roar. What was more terrifying was that such transformations were rapidly spreading. The street resembled a lake disturbed by thrown stones, as hundreds and thousands of pedestrians contorted into lizard-like beings. From the rooftop of the Osborn building came the maniacal laughter. "Do you see, Parker? Now everyone is equal to me." Professor Lizard spread his arms wide, declaring, "This is the perfect evolution." Spider-Man clenched his trembling fists. The situation had spiraled out of control. Faced with the advancing Professor Lizard, Parker deftly dodged and counterattacked. His powerful punches could shatter concrete, yet upon striking his foe, it only elicited a pained roar. The webbing restraints were easily torn apart, and the balance of the fight was gradually tipping. Listening to the casualty reports from Director George through the communicator and gazing at the monsters howling in the streets, Peter finally gritted his teeth. It was time for this madman to pay the price. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's figure quietly appeared at the base of the Osborn building. He deliberately allowed Professor Lizard to wreak havoc, not only waiting for the serum to spread, but harboring ulterior motives. This technological treasure trove concealed too many valuable items: the core components for mass-producing webbing, the mutated spider samples that created Spider-Man, prototypes for the Rhino armor, and perhaps even research materials for the Green Goblin-esque glider. In a nation where capital reigned supreme, the Osborn Group loomed like a lurking crocodile. Just as Stark Industries could safeguard its armor technology, ordinary individuals lacked the qualifications to even touch these forbidden technologies without sufficient leverage. Yet tonight, Fang Yuan intended to play the role of a thief. He usually lived a pleasant life, hesitant to fully offend these capital titans, but amidst the chaos, who would even notice him? While the rooftop battle raged on between Spider-Man and Professor Lizard, Fang Yuan was reveling in the spoils within the building. Was this the webbing? A device no larger than a fingernail could spew out hundreds of meters of resilient webbing. Indeed, a marvelous item. It was taken. With a thought, the webbing vanished from his storage room in an instant. Not long after, Fang Yuan slipped into the chamber for cultivating super spiders. Gazing at the myriad spiders crawling across the webbing, he couldn't help but shudder. With a flick of his hand, swarms of spiders vanished into thin air, leaving the room utterly empty. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Fang Yuan couldn't help but grin. Since advancing to the low-tier second rank, equivalent to the level of low-grade magical artifacts, he had refined dozens of Hell Gang members, along with an unknown-level mutant named Pulse, and even engaged in a brawl with Professor Lizard, intentionally taking blows without evading, ultimately extracting over a dozen of the Professor's tails for refinement. With today's gains, he had quietly ascended to the mid-tier magical artifact level. In Fang Yuan's perception, this advancement not only enhanced his defenses, strength, and speed, but now he could also accommodate a second rune within him, signifying the acquisition of a new ability. However, there was no rush to choose just yet. He would decide after this ordeal passed. After gathering the webbing and super spiders, Fang Yuan continued his search. After some time, he finally discovered the Rhino mech. Unfortunately, this imposing armor was merely a half-finished prototype, evidently still under development. Fang Yuan was not one to be picky. He swallowed it whole. The effect was remarkable, boosting his power by several individuals' worth. Before departing, he spotted the X-ray camera that Professor Connors had boasted about, said to be the only one of its kind in the world. Without hesitation, he decided to clear out the entire laboratory, leaving no stone unturned, including that legendary X-ray camera. Satisfied with the now empty lab, he turned and rushed back to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Parker had made up his mind to show Professor Lizard a thing or two. Spider-Man may seem devoid of offensive skills, yet that was a misconception. Among his many abilities, he possessed a modest yet exceptionally practical skill, electrostatic adhesion. This ability allowed him to traverse various surfaces with ease, and few were aware that it could also be employed in combat. The two were still locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, Parker maneuvered adeptly through the skirmish, and at last, the opportunity arose. Seizing the moment when Professor Connors lost his balance atop the air conditioning unit, Peter Parker flicked his wrist, sending a milky white webbing precisely adhering to the rooftop railing. Utilizing the momentum, he traced an arc in midair, landing squarely behind the professor. His fist, propelled by the force of the wind, struck the grayish-blue scales. Based on past experience, such an attack would at most cause the giant lizard to sway slightly. However, this time Peter transformed his fist into claws, a special adhesive seeping from between his fingers, effectively welding his entire arm to the professor's back. With a powerful thrust from his core, he coiled his legs before launching forward. Accompanied by the sound of tearing leather, a basketball-sized patch of scales, along with the underlying tissue, was wrenched free. Blood gushed forth from the exposed muscle fibers, arcing in a vivid scarlet against the backdrop of the rooftop clothesline. Such a jagged wound would be beyond the healing capabilities granted by the lizard's genetics. The professor staggered forward, his robust tail sweeping away 2 ventilation units. Peter gazed at the bloodied remnants clinging to his palm, a bitter taste rising in his throat. This technique, known as biological tissue separation, was a forbidden move he had learned from the SHIELD archives, one he would not employ lightly. As he witnessed the professor clawing at the cement floor in pain, he took a step back and called out, "Dr. Connors, you once vowed to heal all the afflicted. Are these monsters now your vision of healing?" The rampaging reptile clearly could not comprehend human speech. As its crimson-slit pupils locked onto Peter, the glass facade of the entire Osborn building trembled under the resonance of its roar. Even more terrifying was the sudden collective turn of the lizard men scattered across 3 city blocks, rising on their hind legs and snorting as they charged towards the source of the sound. Were firepower reinforcements needed? A familiar voice startled Peter, prompting him to whip around. Fang Yuan was perched on a fire escape, munching on an apple, the core arcing through the air to strike one of the lizard men on the head. Peter quickly explained the situation, only to see Fang Yuan suddenly point southeast. "Look at that vent emitting purple smoke. The Osborn Laboratories exhaust system is still operational." The apple core squished in Fang Yuan's hand, juice splattering. "I'll draw the lizard horde away. You slip into the laboratory through the ventilation ducts." Before Peter could object, Fang Yuan had ripped open his shirt, revealing a metallic sheen on his chest. "Don't worry, these little fellows' bites are hardly a concern." As the first wave of lizard men lunged at the rooftop's edge, Peter watched as Fang Yuan smashed through the railing and leaped down. After the dull thud of his landing, the streets erupted with a chorus of enraged hisses. Taking a deep breath, he aimed his webbing at the vent shrouded in eerie steam 300 meters away. Fang Yuan smirked, murmuring, "Parker, I've absorbed all the equipment from the entire Osborn building. This should buy us some time. The presence of those reptilian beings grows ever more intriguing as they converge. Over here, the lizard professor, witnessing the escape attempts of this troublesome adversary, could hardly acquiesce. With a sudden, fierce lunge, he dashed forth. It is worth noting that prior to his ascension, Fang Yuan had already bested the lizard professor, leaving him in tatters. Now, with his enhanced prowess, he would hardly regard him as a threat. In an instant, he positioned himself directly in front of the professor. At this juncture, the lizard professor had nearly succumbed to madness, seemingly unable to recognize Fang Yuan, the source of his previous misfortunes. Faced with an obstruction, he continued his relentless assault without hesitation. With a sharp clang, the professor's razor-like claws collided with Fang Yuan's body, only to shatter under the immense force of their clash. Leaving Fang Yuan unscathed save for a fleeting white mark upon his skin, Fang Yuan stood firm, unyielding, and deftly seized the professor's tail, which was as thick as a tree trunk. It appeared that the professor, having undergone numerous injections of enhancement serums, had indeed increased in strength. This tail strike managed to push Fang Yuan back a half step, leaving deep impressions in the rooftop. Have you truly forgotten the pain of your past injuries, you fool? Have you already regressed mentally? Fang Yuan remarked, as he swiftly severed the tail and absorbed it into his spatial realm for refinement, closing his eyes in bliss. The air was thick with a green mist that seemed to significantly amplify the professor's regenerative capabilities. In the blink of an eye, a new tail had already sprouted, and the horrific wound on his back had completely healed. Fang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a remarkable benefit from the green mist. It seemed that today's gains would exceed his expectations. Having suffered an initial setback, the lizard professor grew cautious, beginning to circle Fang Yuan in search of an opening. Suddenly, a sharp, grating sound pierced the air. The lizard folk below had begun their ascent. Behind Fang Yuan, a 2-meter-tall green-skinned lizard peered around, believing it had found an opportunity to strike as it lunged toward his unprotected nape. At that very moment, the lizard professor also launched a fierce attack, aiming his claws directly at Fang Yuan's eyes. Maintaining his composure, Fang Yuan disregarded the dual assault, executing a powerful tail sweep that struck the lizard behind him squarely in the chest. The professor's claws were mere moments away from Fang Yuan's eyes when a sharp clang resounded. The professor's malevolent grin froze as his claws failed to breach Fang Yuan's defenses, who merely felt a slight discomfort. Meanwhile, the lizard that had suffered the blow from behind was already lifeless, its heart having burst. Fang Yuan calmly opened his spatial realm, swiftly consuming and refining his foe. These mutated lizard creatures contained energy far exceeding that of ordinary humans, each one equivalent to 3 or 4 normal individuals. Validating his meticulous preparation, the entire building was now besieged by a throng of lizards, numbering in the thousands. While he still had to exercise caution around ordinary humans, these monsters were a different matter entirely. After all, the law recognizes the right to self-defense. Though these lizards could hardly inflict any harm upon Fang Yuan, he was no pushover to be trifled with. Given Fang Yuan's nature, he would never miss an opportunity to stir the pot. Encountering such a favorable situation would not lead him to hesitate. In his view, those later-stage mutated lizards held no value for recycling. They must be eradicated completely. The lizard professor, aiming to pierce Fang Yuan's eyes with his claws, was astonished to see that Fang Yuan did not even blink, causing his pupils to constrict in shock as he trembled, raising his claws in disbelief. Impossible. My claws, capable of tearing through steel, cannot harm your eyes? Fang Yuan, of course, would not disclose the truth of his invulnerability. Who would be foolish enough to reveal their cards to an enemy? Instead, he merely mockingly wiggled his pinky finger. Initially hesitant, the professor regained his confidence upon seeing the endless stream of lizard kin climbing up. No matter how formidable you are, can you withstand the might of my countless kin? Even a multitude of ants remains but ants. Fang Yuan's flippant remark thoroughly enraged the professor. With a furious roar, dozens of lizards surged forward simultaneously. Considering the professor's unique nature, capable of both effective attack and likely controlling the lizard horde, Fang Yuan chose to permit the onslaught. Seizing every opportunity, he retaliated by severing yet another tail, infuriating the professor to no end. These mutated lizards were indeed more formidable than ordinary humans, and combined with their astonishing regenerative abilities, they rendered armed police powerless. Had the indecisive Spider-Man been present, he too would have found himself in dire straits. Yet Fang Yuan offered no respite, directly absorbing one of the lizards into his spatial realm and refining it in an instant. Currently, his spatial pull was still insufficiently strong. necessitating that he first subdue his enemies completely before being able to absorb and refine them. If only his pull were stronger. He could simply create an opening in his spatial realm, and those charging lizards would effectively deliver themselves to him. Fang Yuan had already dispatched over 100 lizards. Yet the rooftop remained teeming with them. Their numbers did not diminish but rather seemed to multiply, their forms scattered everywhere. Fortunately, Fang Yuan refined swiftly, otherwise, with so many lizards, his expanded spatial realm would have long since reached its capacity. Though most had been absorbed and refined, a considerable amount of blood still splattered forth, pooling into streams upon the rooftop and flowing down the building's glass facade, staining the entire Osborn Tower of vivid crimson. On the blood-red exterior of the building, one could still see small green dots writhing. These were humans transformed into lizards. As Fang Yuan's dominance grew, the surrounding lizards remained fiercely aggressive, showing no signs of retreat. Chapter 10 could only be traversed by his own wings. Being cold-blooded creatures, lizards knew nothing of fear. Compounded by their bloodlust, they were even less likely to withdraw. Fang Yuan navigated through the lizard horde with ease, as if traversing an unoccupied realm, while the Osborn Tower lay in ruins. Suddenly, the entire rooftop collapsed with a resounding crash, crashing down into the floor below. Many lizards, caught off guard, plummeted from the rooftop, crashing one after another to the ground and becoming mere pulp. Yet these lizards exhibited no fear. Instead, they howled defiantly, becoming even more ferocious. Observing Fang Yuan's rampage, the lizard professor began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Upon noticing the inexplicable disappearance of his kin, a light flickered in his eyes as a plan began to form. Rather than continuing his assault on Fang Yuan, he concealed himself among the lizard horde, suddenly striking out, cleaving the head of a nearby subordinate in half. Seizing a large chunk of flesh from the slain lizard, he began to chew it, blood splattering across his face. This tactic proved effective. The scales on the lizard professor's body deepened in hue, and his form began to swell. Thick bone spikes sprouted from his elbows, knees, and back. As he continued to consume his kin, his once human form became increasingly twisted, completely shedding its humanity. Following the frenzied slaughter by both Fang Yuan and the lizard professor, the lizards on the rooftop were rapidly decimated. The remaining lizards huddled nearby, observing their leader with uncertainty. Was this monstrous being truly their chief? At this point, Fang Yuan had refined nearly 200 lizards, and together with those slain by the lizard professor, the rooftop was awash in blood and dismembered limbs. Slick and reeking of gore. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yuan had absorbed and refined the energy of nearly 200 lizards, and with the lizard professor's relentless assault, his body had successfully transcended into the realm of high-grade magical artifacts. He was now but a step away from ascending to the true level of a magical treasure. It is important to note that magical artifacts merely represent the standard of foundational period cultivators. Once transformed into a magical treasure, they could rival the prowess of Golden Core experts. The so-called Golden Core path is not a mere diversion pursued by later stages of nascent soul cultivators, but rather a direct pursuit of the foundational truths of the Tao. Cultivating the Golden Core signifies ascending to the final threshold of immortality. Through relentless refinement and perfection, one can achieve transcendent ascension. The intricate hierarchical divisions established by later generations are merely alternative paths forged by practitioners in response to the waning of spiritual energy. In ancient times, such elaborate classifications were virtually non-existent. Fang Yuan's cultivation of the Chaos Canon, the most ancient lineage of weapon refinement, adheres to the authentic path of antiquity. The two approaches bear no inherent superiority. They are simply distinct methodologies. However, traversing such grand realms is exceedingly arduous, and future advancements shall not be as effortless as they are now. Yet, these are matters for another time. At present, the pressing concern is to confront the grotesque visage of the lizard professor, whose body is adorned with bony spikes, muscles coiling grotesquely, towering at a height of 7 to 8 meters, rendering any semblance of humanity unrecognizable. With a thunderous roar that reverberates through the surroundings, the other lizards scatter in fright. The lizard professor brandishes its claws with a malevolent grin. This is power. Who can stand against me? Fang Yuan scoffs derisively, a frog in a well. Suddenly, those fist-sized eyes shift, revealing a flicker of clarity. Fang Yuan? Parker's classmate? It seems the increased size of its head has granted it some intelligence. Fang Yuan stands with his hands clasped behind his back. The lizard professor gazes around in confusion, surveying the bloodied remnants strewn across the ground. What has happened? Before it can finish, a piercing scream erupts as it clutches its head. the sound waves shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Fang Yuan quietly assesses. Its power has indeed surged tremendously, making it the perfect sharpening stone for me. At that moment, the lizard professor suddenly raises its head, eyes gleaming with ferocity. I've remembered. It was you who repeatedly pulled my tail. Today, I shall take your life. Having just broken through, Fang Yuan is unfazed. He contemptuously raises his pinky finger. If you want to fight, then fight. Your ramblings are tiresome. The lizard professor, baring its fangs, leaps forward without hesitation. The mutated creature's strength has dramatically increased, its powerful hind legs thrusting it upward, puncturing the ceiling in an instant. The massive form, enveloped in a foul wind, lunges ferociously at Fang Yuan. Without flinching or dodging, Fang Yuan crosses his arms to absorb the impact. To his astonishment, the force is incredible. With a thunderous crash, he is propelled through 2 floors and bursts through the outer wall of the 300-meter-high Osborn building, plummeting downward. Lacking the ability to spin webs, he finds himself suspended in midair, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward the ground. Fortunately, his physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Falling from such a height merely creates a deep crater in the asphalt, leaving him merely dusty and slightly disheveled, with no injuries to his skin. What a thrill. Now, that's exhilarating. A triumphant roar escapes Fang Yuan from the bottom of the pit. The old adversary, the lizard professor, is well aware that this won't harm him and leaps down without hesitation. This monster, too, cannot fly and relies solely on its formidable physique. The colossal creature, plummeting from 300 meters, creates a spectacle akin to a meteor crashing down. As the shadow descends upon him like a mountain, Fang Yuan instead opens his arms in excitement. His palms firmly brace against the descending giant foot. The collision generates shockwaves that deepen the crater by several meters, causing underground spring water to erupt like a fountain. Seizing the advantage, the lizard professor, relentless, stomps down repeatedly, as if extinguishing a cigarette, finally lifting its foot with satisfaction. In the next moment, the mud explodes, and Fang Yuan, like a monkey, leaps out, sputtering mud and exclaiming, "What a rush! Bring it on for a few more rounds." No sooner had he spoken than he is caught by the giant claw, used as a makeshift bludgeon. Cars are crushed into discs, cement pillars shatter into rubble. And when he is finally slammed into the ground, the entire road within a 100-meter radius trembles. As the lizard professor catches its breath and ceases its assault, Fang Yuan feels as if he has just completed a Thai massage, his body relaxed and invigorated. Upon realizing the attack has stopped, he opens his eyes. Dissatisfied, is that all you've got? The endurance of middle-aged men truly leaves much to be desired. This remark strikes a chord, and the lizard professor's bony spikes grow with a cacophony of cracking sounds, steam billowing from the gaps in its scales. Fang Yuan's eyes light up, noting, it seems that taunting male foes yields exceptional results. Momentarily distracted, Fang Yuan fails to notice that the lizard professor is not idle. Perhaps Fang Yuan's words struck a nerve. The professor curls its arm, thrusting the sharp, bony spike of its elbow toward Fang Yuan's groin with astonishing force, driving him into the ground, leaving only his head and feet protruding. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's defenses are evenly distributed. Otherwise, this strike could have been catastrophic. Though it doesn't hurt, being attacked in such a vulnerable area ignites his anger. Seeing the professor relentless in its pursuit, Fang Yuan finally retaliates. He springs upward, aligning himself with the professor, delivering a powerful kick to its face. This kick is executed with full force. Had the professor's strength not evolved, its head would have surely spun off. Instead, it merely shatters the cheekbone, leaving a sizable indentation on its face. The evolved professor possesses astonishing regenerative capabilities, and in an instant, the wound has healed significantly. Fang Yuan is unconcerned. He merely seeks to retaliate for the sneak attack on his vital area. If he truly wished to kill the professor, would he have waited until now? Where else could he find such an ideal punching bag? Such minor wounds heal in a blink of an eye. Yet the public humiliation of being slapped in the face is intolerable for anyone. Unless one is a saint, the lizard professor, known for its fiery temper, is no exception. Before Fang Yuan's toes even touch the ground, the professor strikes back. Its robust tail sweeps through the air, sending Fang Yuan soaring as if struck by a baseball bat. He crashes through a water tanker and eventually slams into a bank counter, coming to a halt amidst a flurry of flying banknotes. Casual as ever, Fang Yuan snatches one. This is real. Isn't that obvious? Are there counterfeit bills in a bank? The lizard professor pursues relentlessly, and Fang Yuan waves the banknote, calling out, "Hey, big lizard, I'll give you $100. How about you hit me a few more times?" Without hesitation, the professor grabs him and tosses him aside, the note disintegrating into shreds. As the professor bends to exit the bank, Fang Yuan is already waiting outside. He delivers a heavy blow to the professor's toe, causing skin to split and bones to crumble. With a howl of pain, the professor leaps 3 meters high, its head crashing through the ceiling. While its regenerative abilities are formidable, the pain remains. Anyone whose toe is crushed will instinctively jump. The golden opportunity presents itself. Yet Fang Yuan fails to seize it, watching as the lizard professor breaks free from its confines. Since you refuse to accept money, consider this a token of gratitude. He senses the breakthrough point is tantalizingly close, deliberately provoking the lizard professor to force it to unleash its full power. The professor, indeed, erupts in fury, its thick tail sweeping through the air, lifting Fang Yuan and the surrounding earth together. In midair, Fang Yuan leisurely stretches his limbs before crashing into the muddy ground. Before he can rise, the harsh sound of metal scraping fills the air as the professor drags a massive water tanker closer, swinging it overhead without a word to smash it down. Murky water spills everywhere, transforming the area into a quagmire. Suddenly, flames erupt from the mire, engulfing the entire water tanker, which melts into molten iron. One of the professor's forelimbs also carbonizes in the fire, vaporizing before it even reaches the ground. The boiling sludge transforms into lava, gradually solidifying as the flames subside. Emerging from the molten rock is a figure, completely transformed. Fang Yuan, now fully evolved. What a rush! This thorough treatment has loosened every bone in my body. The flames that consume all are the manifestation of his newly awakened ability after his promotion. The true fire of the 3 virtues, capable of refining the essence of spirit. How could mere water from a tanker contend with this extraordinary fire? At this moment, Fang Yuan, having ascended to the 3rd tier of his treasure body, resembles a golden core cultivator, with the 3 virtues harmonized, naturally generating the seed of true fire within. This true fire melds perfectly with his original abilities, elevating his refining prowess to new heights. Once, he may have been helpless against adamantium. Now, with the aid of true fire, even Wolverine's claws cannot escape its melting grasp. More crucially, his refining power can now be projected externally, allowing him to absorb the essence of anything consumed by the true fire. Albeit with a 20% loss compared to the perfect refinement within his body, many mysteries shall remain unspoken for now. The immediate priority is to deal with the lizard professor. In the distance, a red and blue figure approaches, unmistakably Spider-Man. Once the antidote disperses, the situation may shift dramatically. Fang Yuan's dual pupils ignited with flames, compelling him to seize the moment swiftly. In an instant, the inferno engulfed the professor's arm, leaving him frozen in shock. With such terrifying power, why had he concealed it until now? Fang Yuan discerned the man's bewilderment. Parker is on his way. You're doomed regardless. So why burden yourself with unnecessary knowledge? No sooner had he spoken than Fang Yuan's figure flashed behind the professor. He deftly tore off the professor's robust tail, absorbing it directly into his body for refinement. Time was of the essence. Parker's arrival was imminent, and this colossal being could not simply vanish into thin air. Though refining it with true fire would deplete a portion of its essence, it was the most prudent course of action at present. The professor had yet to comprehend the situation when he suddenly felt a lightness at his rear. What new trick was this? That question would forever remain etched upon his distorted visage. Fang Yuan's fist, wreathed in tricolor flames, pierced the professor's eye socket as easily as a hot knife through butter. Amidst the sizzling sounds of boiling brain matter, the professor's massive form crashed to the ground. When Parker arrived, swinging on his web, all he beheld was the colossal carbonized corpse amidst the flames. Is this the professor? The youth's voice quivered. As the flames flickered, the ashes danced away on the breeze. Fang Yuan felt the energy circulating within him. Had he been at the artifact stage, this essence would have allowed him to leap 2 tiers. Alas, now it was but a drop in the ocean. As you can see, Fang Yuan remarked, kicking at the pile of ash at his feet. Parker gazed at the blood-soaked Osborn Tower, his atoms apple bobbing. And what of those? The blood of the lizard men, Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. A quantity sufficient for 300 to 400 individuals. The battle affected a bit. You should understand that controlling force precisely is challenging. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting an otherworldly red glow upon the pools of blood. The remainder was consumed by the professor himself. It is precisely due to this that he has transformed into the ghastly figure you now behold. After a moment of silence, Parker murmured, I understand, I understand. He then sought to console Fang Yuan. Do not dwell too heavily on this. Such events are unavoidable. Were it not for your intervention, the casualties could have been far more severe, perhaps even thousands would have suffered. The deaths of these individuals ultimately stemmed from the professor's ambition. Observing Parker's silence, Fang Yuan initially thought he was pondering something profound, only to realize he was merely attempting to comfort himself. In truth, he was elated to the point of wanting to break into song. Guilt was the farthest thing from his mind. It must be said, the situation had escalated largely due to his deliberate indulgence. However, he felt no remorse whatsoever. Fang Yuan clapped Parker on the shoulder. There were too many lizards earlier. I neglected the canali equipment. You should check to see if it's still operational. Hundreds of thousands of citizens are counting on it. Spider-Man snapped back to reality, too startled to concern himself with Fang Yuan, hastily replying, I'll go right away. You take care. No sooner had he spoken than a web propelled him skyward. Fang Yuan finally exhaled in relief. After emerging from the magma, his clothes had long since turned to ash, and he had been speaking with Parker in the nude. Parker, too shocked to notice, had failed to observe this, but Fang Yuan felt terribly exposed. Their fierce battle had left the surroundings devoid of life, with even the lizards fleeing at the professor's transformation. Fang Yuan, not one for pretension, casually found an intact fire hydrant, twisted off the cap, and took a shower. After his refreshing wash, he gently pinched the hydrant's nozzle. With a metallic crunch, the flow diminished. Surrounded by the three flames, the water droplets evaporated in an instant, leaving only his muscular physique exposed to the air. Not far off stood a clothing store. He entered and selected a well-fitting outfit, leaving without a single cent to spare. Glancing around, Spider-Man had yet to return. Perfectly, Fang Yuan wished to test his newly acquired abilities. First was the three flames, which he had already utilized. While it was labeled as such, it was more accurately a fire manipulation technique, allowing him to control all flames. With sufficient cultivation, he could wield Southern Ming leaving fire, Solar True Fire, and Red Lotus Inferno. However, at present, he could only summon the three flames. A notable advantage of the three flames was its enhancement alongside one's cultivation, as it was formed from the essence of the human spirit, inherently linked to one's power. Next was the fundamental ability gained after ascending to artifact status, flying with a tool. Rather than an ability, it was more akin to an innate instinct. Fang Yuan was no ordinary lad. He could virtually utilize any artifact. Yet for him, being a living artifact, he could naturally rely solely on himself for flight. With a mere thought, his body felt weightless, floating effortlessly in midair, more agile than any limb could ever be. Typically, a novice cultivator would require extensive practice to master flying with a tool, but for Fang Yuan, controlling his own body was second nature, allowing him to maneuver with ease. Noticing Parker still lingering on the rooftop, Fang Yuan wasted no time, shooting upwards like an arrow and reaching the rooftop in the blink of an eye. Spider-Man, busy tinkering with the canali equipment, was startled when he caught sight of Fang Yuan soaring up, his eyes nearly popping out. When did you learn to fly? Didn't you say your power came from an ant bite? Fang Yuan recalled that he had indeed spun that tale to Parker, with a playful glint in his eye. He replied, perhaps it was a flying ant that bit me? Parker's expression was one of disbelief, clearly unconvinced by this absurdity. However, seeing that Fang Yuan did not wish to elaborate, he refrained from pressing, instead exclaiming in relief, fortunately, the equipment isn't completely destroyed, just a few scattered parts, with some blood on them. After tidying up, it should still function. The tower that had housed the canali equipment was now in ruins, but for Fang Yuan, this posed no problem. He seized the device filled with the lizard antidote, soared into the air, and pressed the launch button. With a whoosh, the antidote shot upwards, dispersing into a blue mist that fell like snowflakes upon the agitated lizard men in the streets, causing their scales to gradually fade away, restoring them to their human forms. Countless citizens wept tears of joy, believing a miracle had descended upon them, kneeling in prayer. On top of Osborn Tower, Fang Yuan and Spider-Man exchanged a smile. Yet, as they surveyed the ravaged streets, Parker's smile began to fade. What shall we do with this canali equipment? He inquired. Fang Yuan casually tossed it away. Such a dangerous item should be thoroughly destroyed. Parker nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan flicked his fingers, sending a small flame flickering toward the device, which ignited instantly, melting it into molten metal. The flame did not relent until all that remained was a heap of slag. Satisfied, it flickered and extinguished. Fang Yuan was never one to waste an opportunity. He would not overlook anything that could be refined. Spider-Man gazed at the flickering flame, unable to suppress a quip. There wouldn't he happen to be a fire-breathing ant, would there? Perhaps a mutated ant? Fang Yuan blinked innocently. Get lost. Parker rolled his eyes, not wishing to engage further. Fang Yuan smiled subtly, but chose not to respond. As the sirens of New York City drew nearer, the canali device on Osborn Tower had been reduced to scrap. Amidst the wreckage, Parker and Fang Yuan exchanged a knowing glance before slipping into the night. Fang Yuan concealed the remnants of his attire, blending in as an ordinary passerby amidst the bustling streets. The recently restored citizens remained oblivious to the presence of this Asian youth. He turned down 3 blocks and paused before a beige townhouse. The moment he rang the doorbell, it swung open, and a blonde girl yanked Fang Yuan into the foyer. "My parents are fine." Gwen's eyes sparkled like shattered diamonds as she whispered, "Dad is hiding in the police car as I instructed." In the living room, the air was infused with the scent of lavender, where a well-preserved middle-aged woman sat upon a tea-colored fabric sofa. Gwen linked her arm with the woman's and said, "Mom, this is Fang Yuan, the one I often mention. Good child, please take a seat." As Mrs. Stacy pushed over a glass of iced lemonade, her fingertips trembled slightly. The echoes of the screams from outside just 2 hours prior still lingered in the air, while the television on the coffee table broadcasted breaking news about an unnamed hero thwarting a biochemical crisis. After the woman excused herself to prepare refreshments and left, Gwen suddenly grasped Fang Yuan's wrist, her palm slick with sweat as she whispered, "The one flying in the news." She did not finish her sentence. Once Mrs. Stacy went upstairs to rest, Gwen finally seized the opportunity to inquire about Fang Yuan's well-being. "Are you feeling all right?" Fang Yuan took a sip of orange juice to soothe his throat and replied, "Do not worry. You are well aware of my capabilities. Not even a scrape." He briefly recounted the events, naturally presenting a modified version that aligned with what he had communicated to Parker. Gwen's expression morphed into one of incredulity. "Are you saying that everything happening outside was caused by Professor Connors?" Upon seeing Fang Yuan nod in affirmation, she murmured, "How unexpected. I was once his assistant, and Dr. Connors was always so amiable." The potion had altered his very essence. Fang Yuan set down the glass, now convinced that the lizard form represented the pinnacle of evolution, rendering conventional judgment obsolete. Gwen's countenance dimmed. She recalled the scholar who patiently guided students in the laboratory, tirelessly working to conquer genetic diseases. Such a Connors indeed deserved respect. Yet, at this moment in New York City, the tens of thousands of citizens transformed into lizards and the ravaged streets were also the result of that very professor's hand. Fang Yuan could at most be deemed an enabler. The true executor had always been the doctor himself. As their conversation unfolded, the front door was suddenly thrust open. Sheriff George burst in, and upon spotting Fang Yuan, he immediately drew his weapon, aiming it directly at him. "Don't move. Stay away from my daughter." Gwen swiftly stepped in front of Fang Yuan. "Dad, what on earth are you doing? This is my classmate." George's grip on the gun remained steady. "Step aside. This guy is extremely dangerous." It turned out that after releasing Spider-Man, the worried sheriff had followed him in his car. In the original timeline, this father ultimately met his demise at the claws of Dr. Lizard. But this time, thanks to Fang Yuan's intervention and his daughter's timely warning, he had narrowly escaped disaster. As his police car approached Oscorp Tower, he had just witnessed the earth-shattering battle between Fang Yuan and Dr. Lizard, including the whole affair of the latter's mask being consumed by lava. "Put the gun down," Gwen shouted, her voice rising in urgency. "If it weren't for the information he provided, would you have been able to evade the toxic mist attack?" Instead of retreating, Fang Yuan stepped forward, gently placing Gwen behind him. "Sheriff, if I truly harbored malicious intent, how would this catastrophe have unfolded?" He deliberately paused for a moment, allowing only the ticking of the clock to permeate the sweltering air. "By the time you officers arrived to handle the situation, the casualty count would have multiplied 100-fold, wouldn't it? Besides, at that point, the majority of your officers would have transformed into lizard people. Would you still possess the capacity to control the situation?" His words, though blunt, conveyed the stark reality. Fang Yuan had been entangled with Dr. Lizard for such an extended period that Peter Parker had even managed to find time to produce an antidote at another company and return. During that time, what were the police doing? It wasn't that the police were inefficient. The entire enforcement system had been paralyzed. Even SHIELD could only intercept mutated citizens in the vicinity and could not penetrate to the core occupied area. Even if they brought heavy weaponry, they would be facing ordinary citizens transformed into lizard people. Could they truly unleash carnage in the city? This very reason had allowed Fang Yuan to battle Dr. Lizard for so long, without any interruptions. After hearing all this, Sheriff George finally calmed down a bit. Considering Fang Yuan's power, he realized that if the latter truly wished to do something, what could his little handgun possibly achieve? He holstered his weapon and asked, "What exactly are you here for?" "Rest assured, I won't disclose your identity." Fang Yuan shrugged. "What purpose could I possibly have? I am merely here to check on your daughter, who is a good friend of mine. As for keeping your identity confidential, I suspect your records have long been on SHIELD S-C-A-R-I-E-L-D-S and the upper echelons of the government's desks. With such a commotion, the streets lined with cameras, along with military satellites and reconnaissance aircraft, it would be impossible to conceal. Just like Spider-Man's true identity, which S-H-I-E-L-D has long grasped but merely chose not to expose. Moreover, Fang Yuan usually operated under his true appearance. Realizing Fang Yuan bore no ill intentions, Sheriff George remained somewhat reluctant to converse with him. The atmosphere gradually grew tense. Fang Yuan could discern the sheriff's thoughts, which were merely concerns for his daughter's safety amidst the proximity to someone with superpowers. Such worries were not unfounded, as they could indeed materialize. With the number of adversaries increasing, Fang Yuan occasionally harbored the same apprehensions, yet he was confident in his ability to protect those around him. Observing the difficulty in communication, Gwen attempted to mediate, but to no avail, leading Fang Yuan to rise and take his leave. Feeling targeted, he experienced a twinge of displeasure. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden thought struck him. He drew the handgun he carried and pointed it at his own eye. "Sheriff, I understand your concerns. However, I can manage these troubles and am capable of protecting myself." Gwen gasped in alarm. "What are you doing?" Fang Yuan paid her no heed, pulling the trigger. In an instant, the muzzle was mere inches from his eyeball. The eyeball remained unscathed, while the bullet was crushed into a thin disc, wedged between his eyelashes and swaying. Fang Yuan plucked the flattened metal piece with his fingertips and casually tossed it, causing it to clatter as it bounced on the coffee table before finally rolling to Sheriff George's side. The sheriff's pupils constricted sharply. He had heard the rumors of Fang Yuan's strength, but never expected it to be to such a degree, with the gun aimed at his pupil. The latter hadn't even flinched. At this rate, unless missiles and tanks were deployed, even an army of thousands would struggle to inflict harm upon him. The entire living room fell silent as a graveyard. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Mrs. Stacy rushed down in a panic. "What's going on? I distinctly heard gunfire." "You must have misheard." Sheriff George quickly grabbed the remote control. It was a scene of explosions from the television. Seeing his wife still suspiciously scanning the surroundings, Fang Yuan took the initiative to bow to the gentle lady. "Aunt, I apologize for the disturbance. I must take my leave." "Oh, do stay a bit longer." A flicker of disappointment crossed Gwen's mother's eyes, but upon noticing her daughter already grabbing her coat, she could only sigh. "Please come by often." Outside, the moonlight was chilly. "I apologize for my earlier outburst." Fang Yuan rubbed the back of his neck. "Your father's interrogative stance nearly stopped my heart." Gwen playfully punched his shoulder. "Though he always harbors suspicion towards you superpowered individuals, you mustn't." Before she could finish her sentence, she was enveloped in his embrace, the warmth of his body seeping through her clothes, prompting her to finally chuckle. Just as the key turned in the lock, Fang Yuan caught a whiff of an unfamiliar perfume mingling with the scent of cologne. As he pushed the door open, he beheld two figures. A middle-aged man with a standard bureaucratic hairstyle was rifling through documents, the gleaming tips of his polished shoes tapping rhythmically against the carpet. Beside him, a red-haired woman lounged languidly on the sofa, her tight-fitting attire accentuating her breathtaking curves. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. S-H-I-E-L-D-S efficiency exceeded his expectations. Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson had arrived together, evidently with the X-ray-like files already spread out on Fury's desk. He strode past the two scrutinizing gazes, leisurely grinding coffee beans. As the rich aroma of espresso gradually filled the room, the television played an evening talk show. It was not until dusk enveloped the sheer curtains that Coulson finally closed the folder. "Mr. Fang, keeping guests waiting for 7 hours is rather impolite." Fang Yuan scratched his ear and mumbled, "Oh, it seems there's a commotion? Could it be a thief?" He paced around the room, deliberately ignoring the other. Coulson sighed. "Mr. Fang, may we have a word?" Fang Yuan feigned surprise. "If a thief has entered my home, shouldn't I call the police? I fear the police might be in cahoots with the thief." Agent Coulson was direct. "Mr. Fang Yuan, or should I say Ant-Man?" The moment he heard the moniker Ant-Man, Fang Yuan's temper flared. What kind of joke was this? If this ridiculous nickname spread, how would he ever navigate his future? Who recognized an Ant-Man? It sounded utterly ridiculous. Moreover, he had nothing to discuss with an intruding thief. The widow, unable to endure the banter any longer, interjected, "Can you both be serious for a moment?" Coulson shot her a glare and said earnestly, "Allow me to formally introduce ourselves. We are agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. I am Phil Coulson, and this is Agent Natasha Romanoff. We are not intruding. I can provide you with any credentials you require." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of identification, featuring everything from the FBI to the CIA and NSA. Fang Yuan didn't even glance at the documents. Sneering, "What business do two agents want with an ordinary citizen like me?" Coulson replied with a knowing look, "You are hardly an ordinary citizen. If you were displeased, I fear we may not leave this room." He then slid a stack of photographs toward Fang Yuan, flicking through them casually. Fang Yuan noted the comprehensive nature of the images, scenes of him storming the Hell's Kitchen hideout, the wreckage of a factory post-battle with Spider-Man, the bloodied Osborn Tower, and a crushed fire hydrant following his skirmish with the Lizard. Some photos were clearly taken from the air, likely by a reconnaissance drone, faintly capturing his likeness. He tossed the photographs back onto the table. "What do you expect me to glean from these?" Coulson calmly collected the images, stowing them in his briefcase. "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek to understand the truth of the matter. However, do not feign ignorance. We are well aware of your background." Intrigued, Fang Yuan asked, "Oh? Then what do you say my origins are? Am I a mutant? A superhuman? Or perhaps you would like to enlighten us?" This notion piqued Fang Yuan's interest. If he could join the Avengers, who would dare challenge him? Of course, even if he were to join, he would continue to act independently, disregarding any commands. Should anyone take offense, he would welcome a confrontation. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. After all, the Avengers were still not fully formed. Fang Yuan maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Since you've uncovered my secret, I shall not withhold any longer. Listen closely. I shall only say this once." Coulson and the widow adopted attentive postures. "Please proceed. To tell you the truth, I am not of this earth. My home, Krypton, faced utter destruction, and my parents sent me to this planet at the last moment. I grew up here, drawing power from the sun. This incident was a clue I discovered alongside Spider-Man, and together we resolved the matter." They both burst into laughter simultaneously. "Are you jesting? This world is home to DC Comics, and Superman is a household name. Yet, Marvel does not exist." Fang Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. "Who is joking with you? Am I speaking the truth, and you do not believe me?" Regardless of their relentless inquiries, Fang Yuan steadfastly insisted he was an extraterrestrial from Krypton. Whether they believed him or not was of no consequence to him. Chapter 12 was akin to a bull roused to fury. If they genuinely believed him and sought kryptonite to confront him, that would be the height of absurdity. Ultimately, they left empty-handed. Regarding the Lizard incident, Fang Yuan continued to uphold the narrative that Gwen was privy to. This account was flawless. Crucially, only he and the Lizard were present, and satellites were obstructed from capturing clear images due to the fog of drugs. Even if they confronted Spider-Man, the answers would remain consistent. It seemed that agents of SHIELD had been monitoring Spider-Man closely. Otherwise, how would Coulson have known about Ant-Man? After assessing the situation, the two took their leave. As the widow departed, she cast Fang Yuan a knowing smile that sent a shiver down his spine. Once Coulson and Natasha exited, Fang Yuan's extraordinary hearing caught the distant sound of a sniper's withdrawal report. At least a kilometer away. No wonder he hadn't detected anything unusual on his way home. After all, he could not maintain a state of heightened vigilance at all times. It appeared that the two, who had just been chatting amiably in the room, were not as composed as they seemed. To assert that Fang Yuan harbored no thoughts about the stunning widow Natasha would be a falsehood. Yet, he understood well that Natasha, a seasoned spy for decades, excelled at extracting information through charm. The nickname Widow was not given lightly. She was akin to a deadly mandrake. Expecting genuine feelings from such a person? The difficulty was akin to scaling the heavens. Fang Yuan had no interest in playing such a perilous game. A brief romantic encounter could be a more appealing option. Meanwhile, Coulson and the widow maintained a real-time connection with SHIELD director Nick Fury throughout the conversation, relaying every word into the ear of the one-eyed director. Upon stepping outside, Coulson promptly reported, "Boss, what are your thoughts on this?" Fury's voice crackled through the communicator. "The matter concerning Dr. Connors appears credible, but this talk of a Kryptonian is sheer nonsense." Coulson nodded in agreement. "I can assess the situation regarding Dr. Connors. He likely harbors secrets. Yet the general circumstances seem accurate. As for being a Kryptonian, does he take us for 3-year-olds? The widow interjected. "However, this individual's abilities do resemble Superman's quite closely. Incredible strength, lightning speed, the ability to fly. He possesses it all. I noticed as we departed that he seemed aware of the sniper's withdrawal. His senses must be quite keen. The only thing missing is the ability to shoot lasers from his eyes." Coulson couldn't help but chuckle. In this day and age, peculiar superhumans are more common than carp in a river. What is so extraordinary about someone resembling Superman? Does that prove he is a Kryptonian? Besides, the records clearly state he is a native of this earth. Unbeknownst to Fang Yuan, The conversation among the three agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. transpired without his knowledge. And even if he were aware, he would dismiss it as inconsequential. He had no expectation that anyone would take his claim of being a Kryptonian seriously. As mealtime approached, Fang Yuan, weary of cooking, decided to venture out for a meal. As he opened the door, a taxi fortuitously pulled up before him. "Where to, sir?" Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly. What a coincidence. The entire city had just endured a lizard disaster, and now a taxi driver was out seeking passengers? Such dedicated drivers were rare. Observing the driver's fit physique, he suspected he was likely a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in disguise. He opened the car door and took a seat. "Just find a restaurant you think has good food." The driver nodded and started the engine. The journey revealed a city in disarray. Most shops had their doors tightly shut, and those still operating were nearly deserted. Crashed vehicles littered the roadside, yet to be cleared away. Clearly, the damage from the recent events was significant. The only silver lining was that citizens transformed into lizards exhibited remarkable recovery abilities, aside from a few severely injured patients. Most had healed on their own. Nevertheless, as he passed a hospital, Fang Yuan observed long lines of people waiting. The hospital displayed prominent banners, reassuring everyone that transforming into a lizard would not leave lasting repercussions, yet many insisted on further examinations for peace of mind. After a prolonged ride, the taxi finally left the disaster zone and arrived at a tidy restaurant. Before exiting, Fang Yuan turned to the driver and asked, "You want to still be here when I finish my meal, will you?" The driver awkwardly chuckled, unsure how to respond. After settling the fare, the taxi sped off. It was now certain that this driver was indeed a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. When executing surveillance tasks, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. often disguised themselves as taxi drivers, convenience store employees, or newsstand owners, allowing them to monitor closely and, with a stroke of luck, extract some intelligence. This tactic has become somewhat trite, yet today, masquerading as a taxi driver proves to be rather unwise. The entire street lies desolate, devoid of passengers. This neighborhood has fortuitously evaded the chaos, perhaps due to the lizard serum not yet permeating this area. Curiously, it remains uncertain whether the delay in its spread is due to insufficient time or if that canali device is merely boasting. The emitted green serum only enveloped a small portion of New York, with the number of infections barely surpassing 100,000. Fang Yuan pushed open the restaurant door and, while awaiting his meal, engaged in casual conversation with the proprietor. Indeed, the owner was aware of the Lizard Man incident through television news, yet the locality remained unscathed. Some journalists exhibit reckless disregard for their safety, defying government warnings and piloting helicopters directly into the infected zones, promptly broadcasting the grisly scenes worldwide. When the camera captured the blood-stained facade of the Osborn building, the company's stock price plummeted instantaneously. Coupled with eyewitnesses unanimously identifying the green mist as emanating from the rooftop of the Osborn building, the avalanche of negative news caused the stock price to halve that very day. Fang Yuan, however, paid little heed to these commercial upheavals. Fixated solely on one concern, he hoped the Osborn Group would not face bankruptcy, as he anticipated the appearances of the Green Goblin, the Little Green Goblin, and Electro. These villains were powerhouses in mobility. Should the company collapse and alter the narrative arc, it would result in significant losses. Upon returning home after dinner, he discovered that he was not alone in his abode. Fang Yuan was both furious and amused. What auspicious day was it? With visitors more frequent than customers at a convenience store, had his aliases all been stripped away? Peering through the door, he found himself amused. A woman with red quartz glasses and a knob-switch laser eye, her silver hair flowing, exuding an ethereal aura alongside familiar faces. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, "What connection do I have with mutants? Oh, right, I did once take down a mutant capable of emitting pulses. But that individual was certainly not on the X-Men's watch list. What performance are these two putting on?" Fang Yuan crossed his arms, leaning against the door, wondering if X-Men had taken up the role of intruders in the dead of night. The laser-eyed individual was ready to retort, but was quelled by a mere glance from the storm. She raised her hand to placate him. "Sir, please do not be alarmed. We have come solely to visit you. You may not yet realize this, but we are, in fact, on the same side. We even collaborated indirectly earlier today at the Osborn building." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately grasped the context. During dinner, he had pondered why the lizard serum had ceased to affect only a few 100,000 individuals. Now, the mystery was unveiled. However, he feigned ignorance. On the same side? We are mere strangers, are we not? Just as Storm was about to elaborate, Her expression suddenly froze. Fang Yuan keenly sensed the anomaly, suspecting that Professor X was initiating a mental exchange with her. As expected, the shadow of Professor X materialized within Storm's consciousness. "Do not rush to reveal your intentions, Aurora," the professor advised. "Do you recall the missing Augustus? This gentleman may be connected to that matter. It would be prudent to probe further." It turned out that Augustus, the mutant Fang Yuan had slain, who specialized in emitting pulse waves, had originally maintained a cooperative relationship with the X-Men. Shortly after the incident, Professor X sensed something amiss. When he activated the brainwave enhancer, he found himself completely unable to detect Augustus's presence. Such a scenario typically indicated that the individual had met with foul play. The professor endeavored to track down the true culprit, but too much time had elapsed since the incident, and all eyewitnesses had perished. Additionally, as Fang Yuan was a manifestation of a magical artifact, the residual essence he left behind was minuscule. These cumulative factors resulted in the investigation making little headway. It was only at this moment, when Storm and Cyclops encountered Fang Yuan, that Professor X detected a thread of insight. This mental exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Regaining her composure, Storm resumed the previous conversation. "You participated in a skirmish atop the Osborn building today, did you not?" Fang Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Though I was not present at the scene, I did lend my assistance." Storm elucidated. "The range of the green toxic mist was under my control. Otherwise, the entirety of New York would have succumbed. Thus, we can indeed consider ourselves allies in this endeavor." To that, Fang Yuan could not entirely disagree. He nodded slightly, yet questioned, "But where does the term 'on the same side' originate?" Storm replied with conviction, "We are all mutants. Does that not qualify us as kin?" Fang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "You are mistaken. I am not a mutant." Storm displayed a perplexed expression, but the professor sensed that your abilities belong to the realm of innate powers, which should logically classify you as a mutant. Only then did Fang Yuan realize the root of the misunderstanding. In this world, mutants and ordinary superpowered individuals fundamentally diverged. A mutant's abilities stemmed from their inherent X gene, differing only in the timing of their awakening. Superpowered individuals typically derive their abilities from either technological enhancements or accidental mutations. Icons like Spider-Man, the Hulk, and the Fantastic Four exemplify those who acquire superpowers through external circumstances. In contrast, mutants possess their exceptional abilities from birth, unless specialized genetic testing is conducted. This innate characteristic serves as a significant marker distinguishing mutants. Following the advancement of his artifact, Fang Yuan's essence and spirit harmonized, naturally awakening his powers. In such circumstances, being mistaken for a mutant is somewhat understandable. He found no inclination to elaborate further, stating bluntly, "In any case, remember this. I do not possess a mutant gene. I am not a mutant." Storm assumed he was deliberately evading the subject of his mutant identity and refrained from further inquiry. Just as she contemplated how to broach the subject of pulse abilities, Cyclops could no longer contain himself. He had heard every word exchanged between Professor X and Storm. Observing the two still dancing around the issue, he directly queried with palpable intensity, "I do not care whether you are a mutant. I will ask this plainly. Did you kill Augustus?" Storm felt a twinge of alarm. Such an aggressive attitude would discomfort anyone. Indeed, Fang Yuan's expression darkened. "What do you mean? I do not even know who that fellow is. Why would I kill him?" This was the truth at that moment. The mutant had not even introduced himself before meeting his demise, and Fang Yuan was only aware of his ability to release pulse waves. Cyclops remained relentless. "And the individual you dispatched on the rooftop today, you were familiar with?" Fang Yuan's gaze turned icy. "Are you intentionally provoking me?" Storm quickly intervened. "Sir, please do not misunderstand. We bear no ill will. The mutant mentioned by my companion had previously collaborated with us, and his demise has caused us great concern. Hence the forthrightness." Yet Fang Yuan was not one to seek peace. He entirely disregarded Storm's mediation, fixing Cyclops with a sardonic gaze. "What? Do you only know how to hide behind a woman and talk tough? What man could tolerate such words?" Perhaps Storm could, but Cyclops certainly could not. He forcefully pushed past Storm, his finger already poised on the trigger of his red quartz glasses. A thin beam of red light shot forth, immediately scorching a hole the size of a coin in Fang Yuan's shoulder, wisps of smoke rising. Astonishingly, Fang Yuan did not even flinch. Cyclops, taken aback, marveled at the fact that this ray, potent enough to penetrate brick walls, had left his opponent unscathed. Although Professor X had cautioned him about Fang Yuan's extraordinary defenses, this was simply beyond belief. Fang Yuan contemptuously beckoned with his finger. "Is that all you've got? I doubt even an ant would be harmed by it." "Impressive, truly impressive." He clapped mockingly, as if watching a comedic performance. Cyclops' fury erupted like a volcano on the verge of eruption, red energy surging wildly behind his specialized glasses. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, his chest heaving violently, resembling an enraged bull. "You will pay dearly for this," he bellowed, his finger pressing down on the glasses adjustment switch, preparing to unleash a more potent energy beam. Storm, quick on the draw, seized his wrist. "Scott, stop!" She lowered her voice in warning, glancing around at the innocent civilians scattered about. In the bustling streets of Manhattan, pedestrians fled in terror, some already pulling out their phones to record the chaos. Not far off, a police car with its sirens blaring sped toward them. Laser Eye panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "That kid over there," he shouted at Fang, who hovered in midair. "Come face me in the wasteland for a one-on-one duel. Be a man and don't hide behind civilians." A playful smile curved Fang Yuan's lips as he gave a thumbs up. His courage was commendable, far superior to those little brats who only knew how to cry behind their guardians. He deliberately elongated his tone, but before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yuan vanished in a flash, soaring toward the outskirts with a speed that left only an afterimage behind. "Don't think you can escape," Laser Eye bellowed, ready to pursue. Aurora sighed, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. "Scott, this may be a trap. What does it matter if it is or not?" Laser Eye interrupted. "He has humiliated the entire X-Men." Aurora knew she couldn't dissuade him, so she manipulated the surrounding air currents to form an upward vortex, lifting them both in pursuit of Fang Yuan. She deliberately controlled their speed, ensuring they wouldn't lose the mysterious boy. Meanwhile, in the cerebro chamber of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor Charles Xavier furrowed his brow. He pressed his hands to his temples, eyes tightly shut, sweat trickling down his forehead. "How strange that his mental barrier," the professor murmured, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. Fang Yuan intentionally slowed his flight, occasionally glancing back to confirm that Storm and Laser Eye were still in pursuit. He sensed a powerful mental force attempting to invade his consciousness, like a key repeatedly probing a lock without finding the correct angle. "Old man, save your breath," Fang Yuan scoffed inwardly, simultaneously strengthening his mental defenses. Chapter 13 eagerly awaited the other party's revenge. Since he had refined himself into a magical artifact, his spirit and body had become one, rendering his mental realm impenetrable. No matter how strong Professor X's powers were, they were merely like waves crashing against a reef, impressive but unable to truly shake him. The trio soon arrived at an abandoned industrial area. The rusted factories and desolate warehouses were devoid of life, making it an ideal battleground. Fang Yuan slowly descended onto the highest factory rooftop, turning to face the approaching pair. "This will do, spacious enough and remote," he said, spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture. As soon as Laser Eye landed, he eagerly removed his glasses, unleashing two scorching beams of red energy straight at Fang Yuan's face. However, Fang merely tilted his head slightly, causing the energy beams to graze his hair and obliterate a nearby abandoned water tower. "Not bad aim," Fang Yuan taunted, "but unfortunately, your speed is lacking, akin to an infant dropping a bottle." "Shut up," Laser Eye roared, adjusting the energy output to maximum power. This time, the energy beam was over twice as thick, warping the air as it passed. Fang Yuan, however, couldn't be bothered to dodge, simply raising his hand to meet the energy beam. Astonishingly, the beam, capable of melting steel, halted mere inches from his palm as if it had collided with an invisible wall. "Impossible." Laser Eye's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how his full-force attack had been so effortlessly blocked. Aurora, witnessing this, immediately summoned a storm. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning danced within them. "Scott, let us attack together," she shouted, guiding a bolt of lightning toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at the lightning, his smile unwavering. A little child playing with electricity. "Would you like to see what true lightning looks like?" He pointed a single hand toward the sky, and a purple-golden lightning bolt shot forth from his fingertip, not only dispersing Aurora's lightning, but also tearing a rift in the clouds above. Sunlight poured through the gap, casting a golden halo around him. "Who on earth are you?" Aurora asked, her voice trembling with shock. Fang Yuan did not respond, for he sensed Professor X's mental assault approaching once more, this time with even greater ferocity. The professor was clearly unwilling to accept defeat, channeling all his mental energy for one final strike. In the ocean of Fang Yuan's consciousness stood a magnificent golden pagoda, unwavering despite the tumultuous external forces. This was the manifestation of his spirit since he had refined himself into a magical artifact. "Charles Xavier," Fang Yuan suddenly spoke, his voice resonating with a metallic echo. Your power is ineffective against me. My body is my artifact, my spirit is my master. Unless you can utterly destroy my body, you shall never control my will. Dozens of kilometers away, Professor X abruptly opened his eyes, his face pale. He whispered to himself, he has transformed himself into an artifact. Above the industrial area, the tension escalated. Laser Eye, disregarding Aurora's warnings, prepared to launch another attack. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan floated in midair, a faint golden light beginning to emanate from him, clearly brewing some technique of his own. Just as the situation reached a critical point, an unexpected figure appeared between the two parties. Next, the narrative might unfold in various directions. Initially, that mental force seeped in like a gentle spring rain, attempting to invade Fang Yuan's consciousness without harming him. Seeing this approach ineffective, the colossal force suddenly transformed into a raging torrent, crashing down upon him. The figure flying through the sky abruptly faltered, staggering a few steps before managing to stabilize. As the waves shattered and the tide receded, the rocks remained steadfast. Behind them, Storm exclaimed in delight, "Professor, was it you who intervened?" Professor X's voice carried an air of resignation. His will is as solid as a rock. My psychic power cannot penetrate it at all. At most, it can only leave him dazed for a moment. Before he could finish speaking, a new wave of mental assault followed immediately, each surge more overwhelming than the last. However, Fang Yuan's true condition starkly contrasted with the Professor's assessment. While Professor X only perceived his figure swaying, he was unaware of the joy swelling within Fang Yuan. As the Professor's mental energy gently probed, the effects were indeed minimal. Yet when the assault turned violent, each impact left Fang Yuan dizzy while simultaneously generating a warm flow within him, nourishing his entire body. Each mental strike proved more potent than refining an ordinary person. It turned out that mental attacks could also temper the body, an unexpected delight. Having never encountered a psychic before, he was blissfully unaware of this unique effect. The clash of minds was a rapid-fire exchange. In mere moments, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Observing that Fang Yuan remained steadfast, the professor ultimately withdrew his tidal wave of psychic energy. Indeed, Professor X lived up to his reputation. This experience was akin to the refinement of the second evolution of Dr. Lizard. The night was dark as ink, the sky devoid of stars or moon, with only the countless lights of New York City shimmering beneath, resembling an inverted galaxy. Sensing the Professor's withdrawal, Fang Yuan provocatively called out, "Hey, red-eyed boy, what is the matter? Realizing your old man is merely scratching my back, you've scurried back to your daddy's pants? TSK, poor little red eyes, come here. Let daddy teach you how to fight." Such sarcastic taunts incited a fiery rage even in the distant professor, let alone the hot-tempered Laser Eye, Scott. Storm couldn't help but frown, thinking to herself, this insolent person deserves a lesson. With that, she accelerated alongside Laser Eye in pursuit. Unable to fly, Laser Eye was swept up by the wind, his form wobbling and making it difficult to aim. Yet he vowed in his heart, regardless of whether Augustus's death is related to you, you shall pay the price today. Before long, the three of them landed in a secluded forest. The pitch-black woods, devoid of moonlight, posed no hindrance to Fang Yuan, who had long since developed night vision. The Storm women, each showcasing their unique prowess, employed various tactics to dispel the encroaching darkness. One of them ascended gracefully into the air, her eyes veiled with an ethereal mist. In an instant, the ominous clouds above parted, revealing a vast circular aperture. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the gaps, cloaking the surroundings in a soft, luminous glow. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan remained motionless, his objective never having been victory, but rather a deliberate provocation. This action unexpectedly engendered a modicum of admiration from the Storm woman, who perceived him as a person of integrity. Unbeknownst to her, she had already amassed her energy in secret. Should Fang Yuan make even the slightest move, he would invoke a thunderous retaliation. Professor X continued his efforts to mediate, striving to quell the escalating conflict. Yet, the furious Scott was impervious to reason, consumed by the derision Fang Yuan had previously heaped upon him. Aurora stepped back. Cyclops gritted through clenched teeth. Allow me to teach this audacious fool a lesson. Upon hearing Cyclops's vehement declaration, Fang Yuan secretly reveled in delight. His adversary was thoroughly incensed, suggesting that the evening would prove quite entertaining. Nevertheless, he harbored a tinge of curiosity regarding Cyclops's abilities. It was said that in the comics, this individual could cleave planets asunder, though such exaggeration seemed unlikely in the cinematic universe. The confirmation of this being the film universe brought him a sense of relief. After all, The comic realm was rife with individuals capable of creating multiverses at will, making it exceedingly difficult for even those with extraordinary abilities to contend. Fang Yuan provocatively beckoned with a finger, his gaze brimming with a challenge that seemed to say, "Bring it on." This gesture utterly infuriated Cyclops, who promptly adjusted his visor, unleashing a beam of crimson light the width of a thumb directly at Fang Yuan's chest. This time, unlike their initial encounter where he merely aimed for the shoulder, his intent was unmistakably lethal. Naturally, Fang Yuan, having come to absorb punishment, made no attempt to evade, bracing himself to absorb the impact. Although his body remained unyielding, the force of the blow drove his feet into the ground. It became evident that Cyclops' power resembled a heated shockwave, while the thermal damage was negligible. The sheer force was formidable. As Fang Yuan extricated his boots from the earth, a hint of disappointment flickered within him. The potency of that strike was far inferior to Professor X's mental assault. He pondered whether his opponent had merely held back or if his strength was genuinely limited. Clearly, he would need to escalate the situation further. "Is that all you've got? Can't last even a second?" Fang Yuan drawled, deliberately elongating his tone. "Why not return for a hearty meal before continuing? Speaking of food, I happen to know of a delightful establishment recommended to me by a colleague from SHIELD. The proprietor is quite forthright. Perhaps you two might find common ground. Of course, this is contingent upon your tolerance for a portly middle-aged man. I reckon you wouldn't mind, considering your slight stature. You likely enjoy being overshadowed, don't you?" The storm woman in midair grimaced in distaste, instinctively inching away from Cyclops. Cyclops, his head buzzing with fury, barked, "Shut up. Let me show you who the real weakling is." He cranked the power of his visor to maximum, recklessly directing the onslaught toward Fang Yuan, who continued to taunt. This strike was unlike any before. The previous shockwaves, though formidable, were mere pinpricks compared to this newly unleashed torrent, which was akin to the girth of a barrel. The disparity in power was staggering. Should Fang Yuan be struck by this, he would surely find himself stripped bare of dignity. He had no penchant for such humiliation. Crossing his arms before him, Fang Yuan felt an overwhelming force surge toward him. Even with his formidable physique, he was pushed back, struggling to maintain his footing. He was propelled further away, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. The shockwave emitted by Cyclops seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly pouring forth. The ground between them was transformed into molten rock, bubbling and sizzling like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Fang Yuan's arms were scorched, and his clothing began to smolder. As the captain of X-Men, Cyclops' prowess was undeniable. Despite his cinematic portrayal as somewhat beleaguered, having lost his love to Wolverine and suffered further indignities. However, his capabilities were not to be underestimated. Regrettably, he struggled to control his power, relying on his visor to modulate the intensity, and his physical attributes were only marginally superior to those of an ordinary human, making him vulnerable to exploitation. Fang Yuan, with his speed and agility, could easily evade Cyclops' attempts. He was forcibly propelled over 1,000 meters, obliterating trees and rocks along his path, before finally stabilizing himself. The storm woman watched in astonishment. Cyclops' sustained shockwave could potentially obliterate mountains. Yet it had failed to inflict any harm upon Fang Yuan. Was this man made of iron? After a stalemate lasting nearly 10 minutes, Cyclops finally ceased his assault. Panting heavily, "I never imagined this arrogant fool possessed such skill." Fang Yuan shook his tingling arm, replying, "Not bad, Red-Eye. Your massage technique is quite vigorous." Steam billowed from his arms, distorting the air around him as the hair on his forearms singed. This was no mere boast. Since he had attained his true form, this was the first time he had encountered a force capable of singeing his body hair. As previously mentioned, Fang Yuan's form was a seamless fusion of internal and external. Even when someone was swallowed whole without being refined, they could not harm him. His body hair, while not as resilient as his flesh, was still remarkably durable. The searing rays of Cyclops' power had indeed singed his hair. Should its intensity increase even slightly, it might well breach his skin, while superficial wounds would heal almost instantaneously. The potency of this attack was commendable. "Red-eyed lad, you've got some talent," Fang Yuan remarked with a grin, shaking his scorched arm. "If you exert yourself further, you might just manage to scrape my outer layer." He accompanied this compliment with a thumbs up, his demeanor akin to that of a spectator applauding a street performer. This praise, though heartfelt, struck Cyclops as the most piercing mockery. The young man's face twitched in anger, veins bulging at his temples, and his eyes glimmered ominously with crimson light. Any prior admiration had been incinerated by his fury. No, this was not mere illusion. The scarlet flames genuinely danced within his gaze. Hey, What's with the sudden rage? Fang Yuan exaggeratedly leaned back, his right palm confidently meeting the incoming beam of red light. Is my compliment worth silencing me? This time, the beam was considerably narrower than before. With a single hand, Fang Yuan intercepted the attack, even advancing towards Cyclops with an air of nonchalance. I heard your ocular powers are inexhaustible. How is it you falter after just half an hour? Before he could finish, the red light abruptly dissipated, leaving only wisps of blue smoke. Fang Yuan stepped forward, and with a crisp snap, he crushed the specially designed glasses. Boom! A crimson beam, thick as a pillar, surged toward him, launching him several dozen feet into the air, his head burying deep into the ground. As he pushed himself up, wisps of smoke wafted from his hair. This clash was swift and fleeting. Although it inflicted no substantial damage, it left Fang Yuan disheveled and humiliated. Cyclops lay back, howling with laughter. The legends are true. My shockwaves can indeed be fired continuously, but my current mastery is still lacking. How does it feel to be struck by my might, you arrogant fool? Fang Yuan contemplated for a moment, realizing the truth behind Cyclops' abilities. It appeared he could unleash shockwaves upon opening his eyes, yet his current control was insufficient. He needed unwavering focus to harness the energy. If left unchecked, he risked damaging his own eyes. It seemed this individual had ample room for growth. Fang Yuan dusted off his face, not feeling angered. Anyone subjected to such relentless taunting would naturally harbor resentment. Cyclops' desire for retribution was entirely reasonable. In fact, Fang Yuan welcomed the prospect of Cyclops seeking vengeance. However, since he had endured a minor setback today, it was only fitting to leave Cyclops with a memorable token. With a few agile leaps, Fang Yuan closed the distance to Cyclops, who stood with his eyes tightly shut. A gesture of reciprocity is the essence of hospitality. As he spoke, he slowly brought his glowing red palm closer to the other's back, urging, "You should be ready to receive this gesture of reciprocity." Laser Eye twisted desperately, but found no way to evade it. In midair, Storm Woman gasped in shock. "Stop it at once." The searing sound of the palm searing into skin accompanied by the scent of charred flesh echoed, and Laser Eye let out a piercing wail while clutching his rear. Fang Yuan waved his flushed palm at Storm Woman, saying, "This heat was self-inflicted. Can it be deemed a consequence of his own actions?" Storm Woman struggled to suppress a smirk, her heart tightening. How could she take pleasure in her comrade's injury? She immediately rebuked, "Dare to harm my teammate, and you shall surely pay the price today." Instantly, the winds surged and thunder roared, crackling around her, while Storm Woman gathered her strength. Fang Yuan had ample opportunity to launch 4 or 5 strikes. Had he intended to take a life, Storm Woman would have long since met her demise. Chapter 14 began with an irritated inquiry. Fortunately for her, Fang Yuan sought a mere thrashing rather than a life, granting her the chance to retaliate. In the fleeting moments of attack, Fang Yuan privately calculated 2 rune slots within him remained vacant, reserved for upgrading his magical artifacts. The ability to manipulate celestial phenomena before him was indeed a compelling choice to fill that void. When the universe first unfurled, the primordial essence birthed all things. That tome, the Book of Chaos, encompassed myriad mysteries of the world. Fang Yuan possessed a unique talent. As long as he had personally endured a specific force's attack or refined the blood essence of an ability wielder, he could condense corresponding runes within himself, manifesting identical powers. This characteristic had already revealed itself during previous upgrades. After consuming a lizard elixir, he acquired accelerated healing. And after being struck by lightning, he unexpectedly grasped the art of controlling electricity, though he opted for the more practical spatial abilities at the time. Now, after the elevation of his inner realm post-upgrade, his internal landscape had expanded to 1,000 feet in diameter. This indicated that by projecting the internal space, he could appear at will within a kilometer radius, akin to a specter, although he sensed that this little realm concealed further secrets yet to be uncovered. His existing capabilities were sufficient to drive his adversaries to madness. While pondering, he suddenly noticed the sky grow blindingly bright. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from above, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. It was evident that Storm Woman's assault had finally arrived. How swift was the lightning? In an instant, it struck at his crown. Fang Yuan did not flinch or evade, allowing the lightning to pierce through him. With a crackling explosion, the ground within a 5-zhang radius turned to charred earth, and flora was reduced to ash. Yet, he felt only a delightful tingling throughout his body, craving for the heavens to strike him 1,000 more times. However, Storm Woman, by nature compassionate, refrained from continuing her onslaught. This left Fang Yuan rather displeased. As he bellowed, "O esteemed white-haired fairy above, What manner of chaos is this, unleashing lightning at will? Did your esteemed parents not teach you that lightning should not be indiscriminately cast? What if a child were to be harmed? Even if innocents were spared? The destruction of these flowers and trees is a sin. Just look at this scorched earth. Though humble, the flora possess spirits. If you listen closely, you can hear their wails in the wind. Storm Woman's face darkened, finally grasping the frustration experienced by Laser Eye in confronting this individual. It was a burning rage, a desire to see him utterly obliterated. Without further ado, she unleashed a torrent of lightning bolts. Truly, no one could rival her mastery of lightning control. For miles around, a storm raged, the blinding flashes rendering it impossible to gaze directly. Fang Yuan, however, reveled in his bliss, while Laser Eye, trembling with closed eyes, suffered. Though the storm intentionally avoided his position, the deafening thunder still instilled fear within him. If the enraged Storm Woman miscalculated, his precious vision would surely be lost. In his heart, Laser Eye silently prayed, "Heavenly Lord, please open your eyes and spare me from falling to that madman Fang Yuan, only to be dealt with by my own comrades." Just as Laser Eye prayed in silence and Fang Yuan hummed contentedly, the prolonged storm finally subsided. In those minutes, who could say how many bolts of lightning had struck? Thousands, without a doubt. Alas, Storm Woman's accuracy left much to be desired. Had she struck one at a time, she could have controlled the landing points. However, with hundreds striking simultaneously, she could only manage a general vicinity. Otherwise, he would have surely indulged himself beyond measure. Fang Yuan surveyed the multitude of charred craters around him, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, convinced that he had not yet reached his peak enjoyment. Look, I just mentioned you. And here you are causing destruction again. Nature, like a mother to humanity. If you damage the environment, aren't you just slapping your own mother in the face? Furious, Storm Woman stamped her feet, stretching her arms as the surrounding winds intensified, uprooting dozens of sturdy trees that came crashing down like a torrential onslaught. Before Fang Yuan could finish his words, he was thoroughly struck by the falling trees. Compared to the earlier lightning strike, this assault lacked the same force, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Flames flickered, and within moments, the trees were reduced to ashes, drifting like snowflakes. Fang Yuan employed his telekinesis to soar into the air, resembling a great bird. Storm Woman exerted her utmost to whip up the winds, attempting to thwart Fang Yuan's approach, but it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, the flame-ensconced Fang Yuan appeared before her. Before Storm Woman could devise a countermeasure, a large hand suddenly emerged from the flames. She could only watch helplessly as misfortune befell her. What was even more infuriating was that Fang Yuan commented, "Well, that was quite impressive." Storm Woman, filled with indignation and embarrassment, shrieked, "Die you!" Several thick bolts of lightning erupted from her body, twisting through the air and mercilessly striking Fang Yuan. These bolts, born of Storm Woman's own abilities, felt entirely different from the natural lightning. While the natural lightning was fierce like a brawny giant, these felt like gentle hands. If it were a matter of scrubbing, one would undoubtedly choose the brawny giant. Yet for a massage, the gentle hands were far more pleasant. Of course, this was merely Fang Yuan's personal sentiment. To others, both types of lightning were lethal, and only he would consider them a massage to be savored. Should Storm Woman discover his thoughts, she would surely scold him for being a pervert. Though her self-generated lightning was swift and precise, the human body was ultimately limited, unable to compare with the boundless forces of nature. Thus, this massage was abruptly cut short. Fang Yuan squinted in displeasure. "Beauty, don't be so stingy. Strike me with a few more." Storm Woman, already exhausted, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing his aggravating words, her heart swirling with a melange of emotions, a veritable cacophony of flavors. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed out the last vestiges of her strength, causing the clouds above to clash violently. Silvery snakes of lightning danced within the clouds, crackling with explosive sounds. Storm Woman had now discerned the rhythm. Fang Yuan would not interrupt her gathering of energy. Thus, she confidently withheld her ultimate move, like a taut bowstring ready to be released. The clouds thickened, and her breathing gradually steadied, as if she were regaining some vitality. Bored, Fang Yuan picked at his ears, gazing at the increasingly low-lying clouds, waiting for an attack that never came. "White-haired girl, do you always dawdle in battle? This much time is enough for me to slaughter you 100 times over." He couldn't help but voice his irritation. Just as his words fell, torrential raindrops began to pelt down like a drum roll. The raindrops served as a signal, quickly transforming into a true deluge, quite literally a downpour. Fang Yuan's lips twitched. "You think to drown me with water? You surely underestimate me." Storm Woman's eyes widened suddenly, Rainwater conducts electricity. Boom. A colossal pillar of lightning streaked down from the heavens. Just as she had planned, hundreds of bolts of lightning fused through the rain, manifesting a cataclysmic storm. Fang Yuan squinted at the blinding lightning. Going all out, are we? Before he could finish his thought, the lightning struck him, coursing down the rain curtain. Even Fang Yuan, with his magical artifact body, was left tingling and in pain from the combined assault of hundreds of bolts of electricity. He plummeted uncontrollably from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Pain surged through him as if struck by lightning, while an inexplicable warmth coursed through his body, rapidly mending his injuries. The celestial lightning bolt raged for over a minute. When the brilliance subsided, the ground within 100 meters had transformed into a molten lake of glass, leaving no trace of Fang Yuan. The surface of the glassy lake rippled, refracting the moonlight into a spectrum of vibrant colors. The night sky, devoid of clouds, appeared as though the tempest had washed it clean. The storm woman, who had unleashed this formidable attack, was utterly drained, and as she gazed at the vanishing Fang Yuan, an indescribable emotion flickered in her heart. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, she found herself plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters. Just as the enchanting storm woman was about to meet a disastrous fate upon impact, a naked figure suddenly burst forth from the lake's surface, none other than Fang Yuan himself. Now completely bare, with his hair and eyebrows singed away, he was left with nothing but smooth, pale skin. He disregarded his embarrassment and leapt to catch the storm woman. But suddenly recalling the dire fate of the laser eye, he quickly retracted his arm and instead grabbed her by the collar. With a tearing sound, the collar was seared through, and the storm woman continued her descent. Fang Yuan hastily attempted to grasp her again, but the fabric turned to ashes. After several such frantic attempts, he finally managed to let the storm woman land safely. However, at that moment, her attire was tattered, resembling a curtain that had been clawed by a wild cat. In truth, the storm woman had remained fully conscious throughout. She was simply too exhausted to move even a finger, forced to watch herself become a disheveled mess. Earlier, her electric discharge had inadvertently harmed the laser eye, who now lay unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Even if he were awake, he wouldn't dare to open his eyes, considering his glasses had been shattered by Fang Yuan. Now, all the glory belonged solely to Fang Yuan. This fellow circled around the half-naked beauty, but alas, his body was too hot to touch, leaving him to swallow his saliva in silence. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely assume it was a performance of some restricted nature. Once the storm woman regained her composure, she immediately blushed and shielded her modesty, exclaiming, "Don't look." Fang Yuan, quite at ease, flexed his muscles, retorting, "But you just saw me in all my glory. Now that I'm returning the favor, it's only fair." "What nonsense." The storm woman's ears flushed crimson. "Look at you. I'm afraid of getting a needleless eye." Fang Yuan suddenly leaned closer, teasingly asking, "And who is peeking now?" Startled, the storm woman shut her eyes tightly, her head nearly steaming. After a prolonged silence, she opened her eyes to find that rascal savoring the scent of his fingers, declaring, "Consider this the interest for all the trouble you caused us. If it weren't for you seeking trouble, we merely wished to catch up with our friends. After listening to Professor X's suggestion, we only intended to ask you a few questions. Is it truly our fault that things escalated to this extent?" Though the storm woman pondered these thoughts, she refrained from voicing them. Who knew what sort of trouble this annoying fellow would conjure if she spoke her mind? While Fang Yuan did find the beautiful storm woman somewhat alluring, he was not inclined to act out of line in this muddy wilderness. After indulging his eyes, he prepared to take his leave. "Your people can come to fetch you, can't they? Or must I personally escort you back?" As he asked, he deliberately let his gaze wander over her. The storm woman snapped back, "If you're leaving, then hurry up. Your presence is bothersome." Undeterred by her retort, Fang Yuan chuckled, "Very well, then farewell." No sooner had he spoken than he activated his artifact and shot up into the sky. Upon realizing that Fang Yuan had genuinely left, the storm woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon glancing down at the charred and disheveled laser eye and then at her own ragged attire, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She futilely tugged at her clothing, but its state was beyond salvage. The school could indeed send someone to retrieve her, but how could she face anyone in this condition? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to help but complain, no sense of decorum whatsoever, taking advantage and then running off. "Can't you be a little less shameless?" Just then, laughter rang from above. "Oh, beautiful lady, missing me already?" Fang Yuan had surprisingly returned, now clad in casual athletic wear, carrying several pieces of women-esque clothing. It turned out that after flying off, he had remembered this detail and had, on a whim, borrowed a few outfits to bring back. Coincidentally, he had overheard the Storm Woman's grumbling. Instinctively, she wanted to cover herself, but then she reconsidered and lowered her hands. After all, he had seen everything already. What harm could a few more glances do? Less chatter. Hand over the clothes. She snapped, extending her hand menacingly. Fang Yuan landed with a grin, handing over the garments, then crossed his arms, fixated on her without blinking. The Storm Woman accepted the clothes, only to find that he showed no intention of averting his gaze, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Should she put the clothes on or not? Aren't you in a hurry to get home? Why are you hesitating? She asked, exasperated. Fang Yuan, with unyielding focus, replied, What's the rush? There's nothing waiting at home. The Storm Woman, realizing the determination in his demeanor, understood that this matter would not be easily resolved today. In a flash of inspiration, she threw her tattered outer garment over her already ragged attire. With a ripping sound, her hidden hand exerted force, swiftly pulling out a piece of tattered cloth from beneath the outer layer. Are you satisfied now? She challenged, raising her chin defiantly at Fang Yuan. Disappointment washed over Fang Yuan's face, extinguishing his interest entirely. In response to the Storm Woman's provocation, a peculiar smile curled at his lips as he suddenly closed the distance, pulling the unsuspecting woman into an embrace and giving her a few playful squeezes before releasing her. Remember this, he warned as he ascended into the air. In the presence of absolute strength, provocation will only lead to self-inflicted suffering. As his words faded, his figure vanished into the horizon. The Storm Woman fumed, stamping her foot. Next time we meet, I will. Her fierce words faltered as she suddenly realized she was powerless against him, and she had to amend her statement. Just you wait. She promptly activated her communicator, calling out, Hank, can you hear me? Don't worry, came the immediate reply from Beast. Jean and I are on our way. It turned out that Professor X, witnessing the Storm Woman's fall, had nearly believed that the X-Men would lose a valuable ally, only to discover that it was the enemy who had intervened to save her. Observing Fang Yuan's act of heroism and recalling that Pulsar was merely an external collaborator, the professor decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, anyone capable of escaping unscathed from the combined onslaught of the Laser Eye and the Storm Woman, while also demonstrating grace in a moment of conflict, hardly resembled a true villain. However, the professor had not seen the subsequent developments. Upon witnessing the Storm Woman in disarray, this esteemed elder had immediately retracted his psychic connection. Otherwise, had he known of Fang Yuan's later actions, he would likely have taken it upon himself to deal with this rogue. The distance from the urban area of New York was not far. The X-Men stealth aircraft arrived in no time. Within 20 minutes, Beast and Jean Grey had landed slowly at the scene. As the plane touched down, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A fissure in the ground stretched a kilometer long, with a lake of crystalline glass nearby. Aurora, Beast Hank exclaimed, eyes wide. What sort of trouble have you and Scott encountered to resort to such extremes? The Storm Woman wiped the dust from her face. Charles, didn't he share the details with you? The principal merely mentioned that you encountered a conflict, and Scott was injured. Jean brushed aside her hair, which had stuck to her forehead, now holding a medical kit in her hands. Let us assess his injuries first. Chapter 15. The gas pedal remained untouched. Aurora kicked aside the smoldering debris at her feet. We'll discuss the details back at the academy. Only then did they notice the charred laser eye, and Hank's fur bristled in alarm. After examination, they were even more astonished. This burn is clearly the mark of a lightning storm? Thankfully, it's merely a residual effect. Let us get him on the plane. Aurora looked up at the sky, now tinged with the light of dawn. The earlier display of fireworks had been visible for miles around. Jean's telekinetic field silently unfolded, lifting the laser eye as if he were a feather into the cabin. As Hank yanked on the joystick, the entire aircraft trembled in response to Scott's anguished scream. Damn it! Hank nearly snapped the control stick in two, causing the craft to plummet like a drunken stagger. In that critical moment, Jean's crimson hair began to sway as if stirred by an unseen breeze, her telekinetic force manifesting as an invisible hand to stabilize the aircraft. Once the autopilot was engaged, Hank turned to unleash a torrent of invective, only to find Cyclops seated rigidly, frozen in a bizarre posture, resembling a sculpture that had suddenly come to life after being struck by lightning. Huh. Aurora suddenly clapped her hands together, interrupting Hank's ire. I forgot to mention, she glanced at her companion, whose face was marred by singed features. Stifling a laugh as she continued, Scott is particularly afraid of static electricity now. Finally, she added softly, during the confrontation, Cyclops sustained an injury to his back. When he collapsed, his entire body was scorched, which may have led you to overlook the injury. I suspect the vibrations during takeoff may have aggravated the wound. causing him to cry out in pain. Beast scratched his head in confusion. His back? Which specific area? He turned to the immobile Cyclops. It couldn't possibly be his posterior, could it? Cyclops nodded stiffly in affirmation. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the cabin as the four exchanged glances. Outside the aircraft, stars twinkled like watchful eyes amidst the clouds. Unable to contain his curiosity, Beast blurted, "How could you injure that part of your body? Were you two unable to best each other?" Cyclops replied in a low voice. "Although we did not coordinate our efforts, even if I teamed up with Aurora, we would still be no match for that individual." The shockwave I unleashed only managed to dislodge a few hairs from his arm. Even during my surprise attack, while he crushed my glasses, he merely stumbled. Storm interjected, biting her lip. That individual's palm was reddened from the burn Cyclops inflicted, which resulted in the current predicament. Jean hesitated. "So, he has a handprint on his backside?" As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the cabin. Beast broke the silence. "I'll help you take care of it when we return to the academy." Suddenly, Jean detected an inconsistency. "Wait a minute. Why is it that Aurora, you're unscathed and wearing a new outfit?" 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes turned towards Storm. Her ears flushed crimson. "Am I not allowed to change clothes after a skirmish?" The trio exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing. Who would believe that? She was clearly exhausted and could hardly move. How could she possibly have the energy to find new attire? Storm sensed their skepticism but had no means to defend herself. Would she confess to being humiliated by the enemy? Recalling those moments, a strange heat flushed through her skin. As Storm drifted into her thoughts, the others remained silent, each lost in their own contemplations as the aircraft descended upon the academy. Cyclops accompanied Beast to the infirmary, while Storm walked alongside Jean, their laughter echoing in the distance. Inside the infirmary, Beast stifled his amusement as he treated Cyclops' wounds. After completing the examination, Beast wore a troubled expression. "Scott, the situation is somewhat delicate." "What is the problem?" Cyclops inquired. "It may leave a permanent mark." Cyclops' expression darkened instantly. "Are you saying my backside will forever bear that handprint?" Beast gently patted his shoulder in consolation. "It's not that severe. At worst, it will be a vague outline. Besides, no one else will see it. However, for the time being, you'll need to sleep on your stomach and refrain from sitting." An eruption of fury filled the infirmary. "Fang Yuan, I will not let you off the hook." At the end of the corridor, Professor X silently exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness it's merely a superficial injury. It's about time Scott faced some consequences. With that temper of his, how could I ever entrust the academy to him? Hopefully, this will teach him a lesson. But that Fang Yuan is remarkably powerful. Could he truly be without flaws? He clearly registers as a mutant, so why deny it? Is it fear of discrimination?" The professor massaged his aching temples, puzzled. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already returned home, reveling in the spoils of his exploits. Today had proven to be exceptionally fruitful. In the morning, he had battled with Dr. Lizard and subdued a horde of mutated lizards. In the afternoon, he had met with the Black Widow and Agent Coulson of SHIELD, and by nightfall, he had sparred with X-Men as Cyclops. Upon reflection, he had endured more blows today than in all previous encounters combined. After all, Professor X, Cyclops, and Storm were not to be trifled with. If he could amass enough energy before advancing to the artifact level, it could propel him 2 tiers higher. Although progress had become increasingly challenging, today's gains had nonetheless brought him a step closer to new heights. At that moment, Fang Yuan pondered the insights gained during his encounter with Storm. 2 vacant rune slots remained within him, reserved for mid-tier and high-tier artifact upgrades. The slot for artifact level had long been claimed by the fire manipulation technique. These arcane runes were, in fact, aggregates of intricate arrays. While Fang Yuan could wield them, he lacked a full understanding of their essence. He now aimed to construct energy runes akin to Cyclops's. Firm in his resolve, Fang Yuan began to focus on the changes within his body. In a moment of clarity, he perceived a wondrous pattern that defied description and cautiously sought to engage it. Instantly, an enigmatic rune manifested within him. Strangely, he immediately comprehended its function. Cyclops' superpower was, in truth, a portal to another realm. That realm was teeming with particles akin to photons, and when these particles entered the tangible world, they transformed into kinetic red shockwaves. In other words, those red shockwaves did not originate directly from Cyclops' eyes. His eyes merely served as a conduit to the spatial portal. The rune emerging within Fang Yuan not only connected to this alternate space, but was superior to Cyclops'. He wielded complete control over the opening and closing of this portal. Through sheer will, he could freely adjust the portal's size and even manifest it from any part of his body. This implied that Fang Yuan could unleash shockwaves not only from his eyes like Cyclops, but also from his fingers, chest, or even simultaneously from all parts of his body. It was akin to a full-screen clearing skill in a video game. Excited by this revelation, he felt an irresistible urge to test his newfound ability. Glancing out of the window, dawn was breaking in the east. Given his current constitution, going 10 days without sleep was no concern. He decided to practice through the night. Carefully, he manipulated the runes within him. Wait, calling this ability Cyclops was no longer appropriate, since he could emit shockwaves from his entire body. It should be dubbed the laser beam instead. Though it was neither a beam nor laser in essence, who cared? He could name his own superpower however he pleased, as long as it sounded pleasing to the ear. Laser beam, fire! Fang Yuan exclaimed childishly. In an instant, 2 slender beams of red light shot from his eyes, merging in midair to form a beam the thickness of a pinky. With a soft hiss, a smoothly edged circular hole appeared in the door. Wisps of smoke wafting from the opening. A startled cry emanated from outside, a voice that sounded familiar. Following that were fits of uncontrollable laughter and furious shouts. Once the commotion died down, a knock echoed once more. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by familiar faces. Agent Coulson and the Black Widow had returned. However, Coulson's appearance was rather comical. A shiny bald patch had appeared in the center of his already precarious hairline, revealing his gleaming scalp. Fang Yuan stifled a laugh. What brings you 2 agents to visit at this late hour? Did you perhaps lose something? In truth, he had heard the noise outside long before. That earlier laser beam had clearly been aimed at Agent Coulson's hair. What a remarkable coincidence. Coulson, looking dismayed, complained, "What just happened? I was about to knock when a red light flashed and ruined my hairstyle." As he spoke, he ruefully attempted to comb his hair, desperate to conceal the conspicuous singe mark. Coulson had always prided himself on his appearance, impeccably dressed and impeccably styled at all times. Now, with an unexpected bald patch atop his head, it felt like the end of the world for him. No wonder he was so eager to inquire as soon as he entered, momentarily casting aside his current task. From the moment the widow stepped in, her gaze fixated on Fang Yuan, whose head gleamed like a light bulb, and she could no longer contain herself. "Mr. Fang, how is it that after just one night, you've joined the Bald Club?" This remark struck a nerve with Fang Yuan. Last night, he had taken on Professor X, Cyclops, and Storm one after another, and his sharp tongue had earned him 3 painful beatings. The encounter with Professor X had ended in a draw, but Cyclops had mercilessly battered his arm, and Storm, who had likely never faced an opponent capable of holding back her ultimate attack for so long, unleashed a lightning strike as thick as a barrel for a full half-hour. Storm relished the fight, and Fang Yuan bore the pain with equal enthusiasm, purely a case of mutual destruction. The only regret was that all his hair had been reduced to mere ashes. Although his wounds healed instantaneously, his hair did not share that capability, and it would take quite some time for it to grow back to its former glory. Spotting Coulson lamenting his hairstyle, Fang Yuan suddenly revealed a mischievous grin. How could he suffer alone without a companion? With a flicker of red light in his eyes, Coulson's hair instantly vaporized, leaving only a shiny dome reflecting the light. Such precise control was nothing short of remarkable. Coulson, feeling the sudden chill on his scalp, trembled as he pointed at Fang Yuan. "You can chat all you want, but why take it out on my hair?" However, seeing someone accompany him as a light bulb, Fang Yuan instantly felt a sense of balance in his heart. "Haha, look at my hairstyle. It's so stylish and refreshing." Coulson was seething with rage, his mind filled with the impulse to pull out his gun and turn the grinning Fang Yuan into a beehive. Yet, upon reconsideration, he realized that Fang Yuan's abilities were no joke. If it came to blows, he would likely be the one lying on the ground. He took several deep breaths to suppress that burning anger. The widow, observing Coulson's frustrated demeanor, found it increasingly amusing, eventually laughing so hard she doubled over, clutching her stomach. Coulson's face turned as red as a pot's bottom as he roared, "Stop laughing. If you keep it up, I'll shave your head too." The widow, still giggling, shot him a flirtatious glance. "Oh dear, our esteemed level 8 Agent Coulson, how do you plan to shave my head? Are you going to come over and punch me?" Coulson felt a surge of internal turmoil. He couldn't take on either of these 2 troublemakers. How unfortunate his luck was. Observing Coulson's predicament, Fang Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. "So, you 2 have come all this way just to investigate how I lost my hair?" "Coulson, no?" "We." Fang Yuan interrupted him. "All right, seeing how earnest you are, I'll graciously enlighten you." "We." Fang Yuan raised his voice, "in order to protect world peace, to prevent the universe from collapsing. I, James from the Krypton of the M78 Nebula, went out last night and dyed my hair." But you beautiful ladies frightened me so much that the low-quality dye ruined my fabulous hair. When I woke up, not a single strand was left. So tell me, shouldn't this will be settled with your agency? Coulson was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth does world peace have to do with your hair dye? How could dyeing your hair cause you to lose all your hair? Even hair removal cream doesn't have that effect. Moreover, why should we care about your baldness? Most importantly, we are not your agency. We are the Department of Homeland Security and Defense Logistics. Remember that. By the end, bald Coulson was so enraged that his face twisted, his voice booming. Fang Yuan, seemingly indifferent, merely cleaned his ears, whether you're round or flat. Let me ask you this. Do you handle supernatural events? A chill ran down Coulson's spine. But he had no choice but to answer. All supernatural events related to beautiful ladies are under our jurisdiction. Fang Yuan blew on his fingertip. So, do aliens count as supernatural? Coulson broke into a cold sweat. That should be counted, right? Bang. Fang Yuan slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump. You better explain this clearly. Is New York part of the beautiful ladies' territory? Before Coulson could respond, Fang Yuan fired questions like a machine gun. I, a Kryptonian from the M78 Nebula, was in New York, part of the beautiful ladies' territory, and I got set up. The terrible dye they created ruined all my hair. Does your agency handle this matter? Do you handle it? Coulson stood there, dumbfounded. Handle it? Fang Yuan slapped his thigh vigorously. That's more like it. Remember, whether two planets are at war or at peace depends entirely on your performance. Coulson looked utterly bewildered. What? Fang Yuan, is there anything else? Coulson, no. Fang Yuan, fine. Go back and have a good talk with your director about how to compensate for my losses. With that, he pushed the still-stunned Coulson out the door, slamming it shut behind him. Inside, Fang Yuan poured himself a glass of cool water, savoring the taste. After all that effort, he had finally managed to hoodwink this foolish lad. He was well aware of Coulson's purpose for coming. Wasn't it just to inquire about the fight with Cyclops and Storm last night? The electrifying battle with Storm had lit up the sky, visible for miles. If S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know about it, that would be a miracle. In the car parked by the roadside, the widow and Coulson sat back inside. Coulson, with a blank expression, started the engine but hesitated to step on the gas. Why was he fixated on his hair? The widow, stifling her laughter, said, Level 8 agent. Our agency's full name is the Department of Homeland Security and Defense Logistics. By the way, his hair is of no concern to us. Coulson, what are we here for today? The widow waved her folder. To investigate the abnormal incident last night and its connection to Fang Yuan. Should we turn back now? Coulson shook his head. Forget it. Let us go back. It seems we won't get anything useful out of him. After driving a considerable distance, Coulson suddenly blurted out, Do you think he could really be an alien? Chapter 16. How dare he laugh at others? The widow chuckled. Who said last time that the abilities of blue planet beings are all peculiar? Now you're changing your tune? But back then, I had no idea he was hiding a laser eye like Superman. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent as they arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. After parking, they walked side by side toward the entrance. Just as they reached the door, two agents suddenly blocked Coulson. Sir, please show your identification. Coulson was taken aback. Identification? I come in and out of here every day. Don't you recognize me? The two agents scrutinized him closely, hesitating. Sir, are you related to Mr. Coulson? However, you still need to present your identification to enter. Coulson's face turned green with anger. With no other choice, he had to pull out his identification and hand it over. The two agents took the ID and compared it repeatedly for what felt like an eternity before finally allowing him to pass. Once they were far enough away, they could be heard murmuring, Strange, why did he suddenly shave his head? Is he trying to form a bald duo with the director? The widow stifled her laughter throughout, not lifting a finger to help him out. After Coulson finally got through, she leisurely followed behind. When reporting to Director Fury, as soon as he saw Coulson, he smiled. Did you finish your task so quickly? Wait a moment. When did you change your hairstyle? Coulson did not engage, directly reporting on his meeting with Fang Yuan. As he spoke, Fury's expression grew increasingly grim. By the end, his face resembled a piece of charred coal. So you made this trip and not only failed to extract any intelligence, but also agreed to compensate him for his hair. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, slamming the table. And now you tell me this guy might be a Kryptonian from the comics? Are you kidding me? Coulson remained unfazed. That is indeed the case. Fang Yuan's exhibited abilities align closely with those of Superman. Super strength, super speed, super senses, and now he has even displayed laser vision. No matter how bizarre, we must reassess. Regarding the matter you asked us to investigate, I was certain from the moment I saw Fang Yuan that last night's incident was undoubtedly related to him. What kind of coincidence is this? Just after a large area of lava became glass-like, he conveniently went bald? Why bother discussing hair dye allergies? Who would believe such nonsense? Fury narrowed his single eye and commanded, "Send someone to thoroughly investigate Fang Yuan's growth trajectory. After all these years, has he never sought medical attention or undergone blood tests?" Once Coulson departed, Fang Yuan hummed a little tune, casually propping up his leg. Sooner or later, Coulson would see through his fabrications, but what of it? The current S.H.I.E.L.D. was starved for top-tier talent. They were eager to curry favor with a powerhouse like Fang Yuan, too afraid to make things difficult for him. Just look at the Hulk. He wreaked havoc in the city, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had to grovel for his assistance in the end. However, speaking of the Hulk, he had yet to make an appearance, and there was no trace of that green behemoth online. Even Iron Man was merely a dashing playboy at this point, with no sign of his iconic armor. Thinking of Iron Man made Fang Yuan's mouth water. He wondered what that suit would taste like. Surely, it would be more delectable than a five-star chef's culinary creations. He resolved to acquire a few sets someday to savor the experience. Before dawn broke, Fang Yuan began to assess his own capabilities. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. At the core was his treasure body, growing stronger with each blow. Currently, at an inferior grade, even the laser beam's shockwave merely singed a few hairs. This kind of defense was impervious to fire and water, and only a handful of things in the world could harm him. His physical strength was astonishing. Capable of tossing a truck around as if it were a mere toy, easily starting at 100 tons. He possessed 5 special abilities. The first was refinement, the cornerstone of his strength. The second was an internal space, capable of storing items and complementing the refinement function. Upon expanding the space projection, he could also teleport at will, potentially developing new tricks in the future. The third was fire manipulation, currently limited to generating true flames with boundless potential. The fourth was flying with artifacts, awakened after advancing to the treasure level. Indeed, he rode his own artifact to soar through the skies. Lastly, he had recently acquired laser beams, a straightforward yet powerful ability that involved opening a spatial passage to unleash shockwaves. As his strength increased, this ability could merge with his internal space, directly connecting to other realms. In time, he could free up space to gain new abilities. Days passed, and Fang Yuan not only possessed a robust physique, but also mastered many unique skills. Particularly, his abilities to manipulate space and control flames opened up infinite possibilities. One day, an intriguing thought suddenly sparked in his mind. In the past, when reading cultivation novels, didn't those great beings use true flames to forge artifacts? Now that he had mastered such flames, could he also learn to refine equipment? Then he pondered, if the chaotic scripture could transform the physical body into a treasure, could others' bodies be treated similarly? The moment this thought emerged, the scripture in his sea of consciousness immediately responded. It was indeed feasible. But the soul of the one being refined would instantly disintegrate, leaving behind merely an empty shell of a treasure body. Since this shell was crafted by Fang Yuan himself, he could manipulate it at will. As for why he could endure such transformation, it was because his soul had been completely reshaped by the scripture upon his arrival in this world. Now, the scripture had fused with his spirit, a rare opportunity that would never be replicated. Understanding this, Fang Yuan promptly abandoned the notion of refining living beings. What a monumental effort for merely a tool. It would be far better to seek out more heavenly materials to enhance himself. However, this did confirm that he could indeed forge treasures using other materials. While he was unafraid of any schemes, his friends and family did not share such capabilities. With enemies multiplying, it was wise to prepare for potential treachery. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. If he could forge some protective treasures for his loved ones, wouldn't that allow him to rest easy? As the sun rose, Fang Yuan remained lost in his thoughts. With no suitable materials to test his ideas, he resolved to keep them in mind for the time being. Initially, he intended to drop out of school after resolving the lizard professor issue, but he had yet to complete the necessary paperwork. Since he had the time, he decided to attend school as usual. Along the way, he encountered Gwen, and they walked together. Upon seeing Fang Yuan's shiny bald head, Gwen was taken aback, wondering how he had transformed into a light bulb overnight. Before Gwen, Fang Yuan was always candid. Besides, she was already aware of his abilities, so there was no need for secrecy. He got straight to the point. Did you notice the thunderous storm on the outskirts of the city last night? Gwen nodded. With such commotion, I'm sure no one in New York City missed it. Indeed, hundreds of lightning bolts struck a single location as if it were raining, culminating in a massive thunderous column that even the blind would recognize as problematic. Fang Yuan scratched his singed hair. That was the ruckus caused by me and 2 mutants battling. Yes, this charred head is a result of their antics. But it's no big deal. It will grow back in a couple of days. Gwen's eyes widened. You mean you were struck by lightning hundreds of times, and all you got was a singed head? Fang Yuan shrugged. Didn't you already know about my abilities? Why the surprise? Gwen, exasperated, pinched his arm. Is fighting a lizard man the same as getting struck by lightning? As she spoke, she grabbed his hand to inspect it repeatedly. It looks just like a normal person's hand. How can it be so resilient? Fang Yuan suddenly smiled mysteriously. In a world where mutants exist, who knows if Thor might be real? Stop talking nonsense. Gwen twisted his ear. Where would such gods come from? Fang Yuan merely smiled in response. Some things only time could answer. As they conversed, they turned a corner and unexpectedly collided with Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Indeed. The red-clad lad burst into laughter upon seeing Fang Yuan. He was all too eager to chat with Gwen, but he had little patience for this cheeky neighbor. Seeing Spider-Man still laughing uncontrollably, Fang Yuan's expression grew increasingly dangerous. Is it really that amusing? He cracked his knuckles ominously. Parker laughed until tears streamed down his face. It's not just funny. Your new hairstyle is blinding. Before he could finish, his spider sense went haywire. Unfortunately, it was too late. Having enhanced his artifact, Fang Yuan was no longer the same. Before Parker could shoot his web, Fang Yuan's iron grip seized the back of his collar. Parker, Fang Yuan swung his arm. Have you heard the saying no pain, no gain? Wait. I'm sorry, Parker exclaimed, as he soared into the air, his voice trailing off in terrified screams. 7 or 8 crimson beams wove a net of death around him, each pass igniting a chilling alarm. Wherever those red lights touched, transparent holes appeared, suspended in midair. Parker dared not move. He understood that as long as he remained still, Fang Yuan would not harm him. However, if he fidgeted, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, when a beam grazed him, it left behind only a hint of charred odor, without touching a single hair. Just as Parker was about to plunge to the ground, Fang Yuan leapt up, firmly grasping his shoulder and safely setting the shaken individual back on solid ground, even smoothing out his crumpled collar in the process. Parker, let me give you some advice, Fang Yuan said earnestly. Parker, still reeling from the intense danger brought on by his spider sense, was in a daze. What advice? Never provoke a bald man, Fang Yuan stated seriously. When a bald man gets angry, he could destroy the entire blue planet. Inwardly, he scoffed. Sure enough, going bald makes one stronger. How strikingly similar. Finally coming to his senses, Parker looked utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a certain S-H-I-E-L-D agent clutched their racing heart, mentally screaming. He discovered it. He definitely discovered it. This was not the fault of S-H-I-E-L-D. Being overly cautious, whenever a person with special abilities emerged, they would dispatch agents to monitor them until it was confirmed they posed no threat to society. With Fang Yuan generating 2 major news stories in a single day, it was only natural he would become a key target for surveillance. Just moments ago, Fang Yuan had tossed Spider-Man into the air while deftly severing the agent's steering wheel with a laser beam, leaving a charred hole burned into the agent's chest. Had the aim been off by but half an inch, this unfortunate agent would have met his demise, which certainly explained the cold sweat soaking his back. Having danced with death, the agent began to seriously contemplate whether he should request a transfer. However, Fang Yuan was merely attempting to instill fear. If he truly wished to evade surveillance, a simple spatial teleportation would suffice. For the time being, with nothing pressing to occupy his attention, he decided to indulge in a little amusement at the expense of S-H-I-E-L-D. Life on campus was rather unremarkable. Fang Yuan was not one to attentively participate in lectures, as he preferred to catch up on sleep. The only highlight was Parker. Sporting the unique yin-yang hairstyle he had crafted himself, parading around with one side adorned with thick, unruly hair while the other gleamed like polished marble. Blissfully unaware of the attention he garnered from the entire student body. As Parker strolled through the campus, he was puzzled. When had the students become so fixated on him? Could it be that his secret identity had been discovered? Upon entering the classroom, a familiar classmate approached him, saying, "You two have quite the distinctive hairstyles today." With a grin, Parker responded, "Indeed, Fang Yuan's hairstyle is exceptionally eye-catching. It brightens up the entire classroom." As these words left his mouth, the expressions of his classmates shifted to one of incredulity. They were all thinking, how had we never noticed that Peter Parker could be so witty? You, with your half-black, half-white head, dare to mock someone else? If Fang Yuan's hairstyle was striking, Parker's was downright blinding. Feeling the odd stares from his classmates, Parker finally realized something was amiss. He recalled the earlier comment, 2 people? Our hairstyles? He muttered to himself, slowly reaching for the top of his head. Fang Yuan. I will not let you off so easily. Fang Yuan nimbly dodged Parker's attack, retreating to the side. Parker, have you thought this through? Will you continue to attend class with your current hairstyle, or will you join me in sporting a shaved head? Upon hearing this suggestion, Spider-Man hesitated noticeably. Compared to the absurd yin-yang hairstyle, a bald head indeed seemed far more acceptable. Once this realization dawned on him, Parker suddenly donned a cheerful expression. Fang, aren't we best buddies? Fang Yuan casually plopped down. Of course, we are friends. If we are friends, could you do me a favor? Parker pressed. Have you made your decision? Fang Yuan smirked. This is you asking me to help you shave your head, not me insisting on ruining your hair. Spider-Man gritted his teeth. That's right, I am asking you. With class about to commence, he urged, hurry up and help me. Fang Yuan's victorious smile widened. Finding an unoccupied corner, a flash of red light transformed Peter into a gleaming bald head. He tenderly caressed his smooth scalp, reassuring himself. This will do. It suits Spider-Man much better. Observing yet another bald head added to the world, Fang Yuan felt elated and began humming a little tune. I smile with pride. Oh, how I smile. Meanwhile, Parker, trailing behind, kept a watchful eye on Fang Yuan, plotting his revenge. But the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. The fellow before him was nothing short of a monster. During their last encounter, he had unleashed all his strength yet failed to inflict even the slightest injury. Although he had managed to hold his own then, his agility had far surpassed Fang Yuan's. However, this morning, when Fang Yuan reached out, Parker found himself unable to evade. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Fang Yuan had seized him by the neck and flung him 100 meters into the air. Even more absurdly, while Parker was floundering in the air, Fang Yuan had silently shaved his yin-yang hairstyle without him noticing. This revelation implied that if Fang Yuan truly harbored murderous intent, Parker wouldn't have even had a chance to struggle. The more he pondered, the colder his spine felt. Witnessing the widening gap in their respective strengths, Parker's heart sank deeper. It was not until he heard the off-key humming ahead that he managed to muster some spirit. What is that strange tune? I can't make sense of it. As it turned out, Fang Yuan was humming a song in Chinese. He was quite unfazed. It's just a Chinese song. It would be strange if you could understand it. Wait a moment. Parker's eyes widened. When did you learn Chinese? We've known each other for years, and you've never mentioned it. In truth, upon his initial arrival in this world, Fang Yuan had indeed inherited the memories of the original owner. However, those memories were like a frosted glass pane. Unless deliberately recalled, they would not surface. As Spider-Man looked on in confusion, Fang Yuan meticulously sifted through his memories. To his astonishment, the original owner, despite being of Asian descent, could not speak a word of Chinese. Chapter 17 nodded in agreement. What a disgraceful display of heritage. Fang Yuan inwardly scoffed. Serves him right for being replaced by me. Yet outwardly, he feigned mystery. There are many things you are unaware of. For instance, did you know I am a Kryptonian? What? Parker nearly jumped out of his skin, like Superman? Don't joke around. His voice faltered as he suddenly realized that Fang Yuan's demonstrated abilities of flight and heat vision were akin to a living Superman template. However, he quickly found a flaw in his logic. Wait, the flame abilities you used in your battle against the Lizard were not part of Superman's repertoire in the comics. And besides, Parker scrutinized Fang Yuan's yellow skin. Superman is clearly a Caucasian. Are comic books really that reliable? Fang Yuan stifled a laugh and began to weave a tale. My spaceship was supposed to land in China, but it was knocked off course by a meteor and crash-landed in beautiful country, leaving me an orphan. Parker scratched his head in suspicion, feeling that the plot resembled a poorly executed sci-fi narrative. In the classroom, Parker fidgeted restlessly, his agitation palpable. As soon as the bell rang, he stealthily approached Gwen, lowering his voice to ask, has Fang Yuan ever told you where he's from? Gwen gave him a puzzled glance. Does he need to? Isn't he just a New Yorker? Parker grew anxious. No? He explicitly told me he is a Kryptonian. From the same hometown as Superman. Gwen burst into laughter. You believe him just like that? Parker retorted, but he can shoot fire, and his other abilities are almost identical to Superman's. Gwen pondered for a moment, her expression shifting. So, you think Fang Yuan's abilities resemble Superman's, and that leads you to conclude he is a Kryptonian? But then you also deny the comic book premise because his powers don't match Superman's? That's like asking someone to prove 113D2, only for you to write down 23D11 as a conclusion. How can one approach proof like that? Parker paused, suddenly realizing, and slapped his forehead. Damn, I've been played by that guy. In truth, given his friendship with Fang Yuan, he should have recognized the oddities long ago. Yet when a person becomes fixated on a particular idea, they will desperately search for evidence to validate their beliefs, often overlooking the inconsistencies. This flaw is universally human. It took someone pointing it out for him to realize. How could he have been so foolish? There were clearly so many holes in his reasoning. Yet he insisted on deceiving himself with excuses. For instance, the most glaring inconsistency was that Fang Yuan had frequently been beaten up, often sporting bruises. If he were truly a Kryptonian, even without awakened superpowers, he shouldn't be so easily harmed by ordinary people, should he? Furthermore, Fang Yuan occasionally suffered from colds and fevers. It was unheard of for Superman to fall ill on Earth. Realizing he had been duped, Parker found himself unsure whether to feel disappointed or relieved. After all, Superman had been his idol since childhood. If he were to be saddled with a dubious Kryptonian compatriot like Fang Yuan, the idol's image would surely shatter into 1,000 pieces. However, Parker had no idea that he was half right. Fang Yuan was indeed not a Kryptonian. Yet neither was he a native of Earth. He hailed from another universe, so calling him an extraterrestrial was not entirely inaccurate. While Parker remained suspicious, Fang Yuan was busy scrolling through news on his phone. The Osborn Corporation has announced a new project aimed at saving its stock prices, focusing on safe and environmentally friendly bioelectric technology. Fang Yuan gazed intently at the television screen, where a representative from Osborn Corporation was eloquently extolling the virtues of their bioelectric technology, painting it as miraculous, environmentally friendly, energy efficient, cost-effective, and utterly safe. Yet, his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. When would the Electric Man make his appearance? Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. It is worth noting that in his original world, the Spider-Man series had undergone a reboot, and the plot had taken an entirely different direction. The current Marvel Universe, interwoven with X-Men, was a convoluted mess, rendering any predictions about future developments utterly futile. Suddenly, the news footage switched to a Stark Industries press conference. We are proud to unveil the latest product in our Freedom series, the Jericho missile. The well-dressed spokesperson spoke confidently into the camera, asserting that this missile, equipped with Stark's proprietary rapid response system, would undoubtedly become a hot commodity in the market. Upon hearing the words Jericho missile, Fang Yuan instantly perked up. Wasn't this the very weapon demonstrated by Tony Stark in Afghanistan at the beginning of the Iron Man film? It seemed the birth of Iron Man was not far off. He struggled to recall the film's storyline. Tony had traveled to Afghanistan the day before the Defense Department's Pinnacle Award ceremony, having missed it. As long as he could find out the exact date of this award ceremony, he could piece together the timeline. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing Defense Department Pinnacle Award date. After refreshing the page, one piece of information caught his eye. It was merely 7 days away. 7 days was ample time. A faint smile crept onto Fang Yuan's lips. Since fate had brought him to this moment, he would take the lead in this grand performance. Just as he fell into contemplation, Parker suddenly leaned in. The young man, whom he had previously manipulated, had been drawn in by the television news. Fang Yuan noticed Parker's unusual expression and casually inquired, "What's wrong? Are you particularly interested in Stark Industries? Do you remember our encounter with Professor Lizard?" Spider-Man's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. "I'm not insane. Of course I remember that," Parker replied, disregarding Fang Yuan's disdainful gaze. "But what does that have to do with Stark Industries?" Parker continued, "At that time, we split up. I was responsible for preparing the antidote while you took on Dr. Lizard. When I arrived at the Osborn Tower laboratory, I found all the equipment had vanished, and the entire lab was empty." Spider-Man scratched his head, muttering, "This is absurd. The chaos at that time. How could Osborn Group have the time to move their equipment?" Fang Yuan stifled a chuckle. That day, in order to buy time, he had swallowed all the experimental equipment. In hindsight, that tactic was brilliant. If Parker had successfully concocted the antidote, how would the game have continued? Unaware of the truth, Parker continued, in the urgency of the moment, "I didn't have time to consult you, so I rushed to Stark Industries to borrow their lab. The antidote was prepared there." He suddenly laughed. "By the way, I ended up decking their boss, Tony Stark." "You punched Iron Man?" Fang Yuan's interest was piqued, urging Parker to share the details. It turned out that when Parker burst into Stark Tower, he encountered Tony in the laboratory. The future Iron Man was quite curious about Spider-Man and, after listening to his explanation, even dismissed the security personnel. Everything was going smoothly until Tony's incessant chatter got the better of him. While preparing the antidote, he continuously critiqued Spider-Man's costume aesthetics and even began to examine the fabric. In a moment of reckless folly, he attempted to remove Parker's mask. Spider sense instantly kicked in. Parker instinctively dodged and retaliated with a punch, leaving Tony sprawled on the floor, effectively silencing him. Fang Yuan laughed heartily at the thought of this future Iron Man's humiliating history. Once Tony revealed his identity while clad in that suit, this footage would undoubtedly lead to his social demise. Feeling a chill at Fang Yuan's sinister grin, Parker's resolve to confront him weakened, almost forgetting his purpose. Fang Yuan concealed his smile and asked, "What brings you here?" Parker waved dismissively. "Don't overthink it. I was merely curious about what has captured your attention so completely." Seeking retribution against Fang Yuan? He could only hope to challenge him once he had the strength to do so. But did he truly have that opportunity? A surge of frustration welled up within Spider-Man. Noticing Parker's reluctance to elaborate, Fang Yuan chose not to press further. At that moment, his focus was on Afghanistan. But first, he had two matters to address. The first was to withdraw from school, a trivial task, easily accomplished. The second was to ensure Gwen's safety, a matter for which he already had a plan. The thought of withdrawal had been lingering in his mind for some time. School was dreadfully mundane. He had no desire to study and did not require a diploma to make a living. Continuing to attend would be a sheer waste of time. With this in mind, Fang Yuan simply bid farewell to Gwen and Parker before heading to the headmaster's office. The two were concerned and followed him, hoping to persuade him to reconsider. Deep down, they understood that with Fang Yuan's capabilities, the school had nothing to teach him, yet upon hearing he intended to withdraw, they instinctively wanted to intervene. Upon reaching the door, Fang Yuan raised his hand to knock. "Come in." A voice quickly responded from within. The headmaster was a portly middle-aged man with thinning hair, engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon seeing the three enter, he didn't even look up, asking, "What is it?" Fang Yuan was straightforward. "I wish to process my withdrawal." Only then did the headmaster set down his pen, his expression one of annoyance. Today's youth encounter a minor setback and they want to drop out. Is your resilience really so weak? Fang Yuan was taken aback. Had this man lost his mind? Gwen could no longer contain herself and retorted, "You haven't even asked for the reason and have already concluded we lack resilience? What is your basis for that?" The headmaster waved his hand dismissively. "I've seen plenty of students like you, who think the world is ending over the smallest issues and demand to drop out. To be honest, the school won't suffer from your absence." As he spoke, he tossed a form at them. "Fill this out and have your parents sign it before returning it." Fang Yuan felt a lump rise in his throat, frustration bubbling within him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized his goal had been achieved, and engaging in further dialogue with such a person was futile. He took the form and began to fill it out. The contents were simple, primarily personal information and reasons for withdrawal. In less than 10 minutes, he completed it. He tossed the form onto the headmaster's desk and turned to leave. "I'll take responsibility for my own affairs. You needn't concern yourself with the guardian section." Typically, students behaved reverently towards the headmaster, but seeing him so nonchalant infuriated the headmaster, who opened his mouth to reprimand. However, just as he was about to explode, his expression shifted to one of horror as he snatched up the form to examine it closely. After reading it, beads of cold sweat formed on the headmaster's forehead. "Wait." Fang Yuan paused. "Is there anything else?" The headmaster wiped his brow, his voice trembling. "Are you the Asian Fang Yuan?" Fang Yuan frowned. Is there another Fang Yuan in this school? He suspected the headmaster might be engaging in racial discrimination, and his expression darkened. The headmaster, sensing the shift, quickly bowed in apology. "I'm so sorry. I failed to recognize you. Please have a seat." He hurriedly moved chairs and prepared tea. Fang Yuan was bewildered by this sudden display of obsequiousness. What is going on? Besides, I'm not even from Japan. There's no need for the bowing. In our culture, an apology requires kneeling, he added. The headmaster's face alternated between red and white. Yes, you are absolutely right." Fang Yuan, already irritated, placed the teacup firmly on the desk. "It seems you lack sincerity?" With that, he pulled a handgun from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. Upon seeing the gun, the headmaster turned pale, regretting his earlier attitude. Had he known it was this formidable individual, he wouldn't have dared to be dismissive. Determined, the headmaster knelt before Fang Yuan, his forehead striking the ground with loud thuds. "Mr. Fang, I was wrong. Please show mercy." He had knocked his forehead hard enough to draw blood. Fang Yuan could only shake his head at the sight. It seemed that a gun was indeed the most effective means of persuasion with such people. After releasing his pent-up frustration, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, get up. Can we proceed with the withdrawal formalities now?" The head of the grade let out a sigh and replied, "Mr. Fang, I cannot make decisions regarding your situation. It would be best for you to wait a moment while I consult the principal." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity while the director stepped out to make a call, Parker and Gwen regarded him with curious expressions. "What's going on? Do you have some identity we are unaware of? Perhaps you are the illegitimate child of Tony Stark?" Parker couldn't help but inquire. Fang Yuan chuckled in exasperation. "What are you thinking? That's impossible. Even if I had a connection to Stark, it should be the other way around." Gwen pressed further. "Then why did the director suddenly become so anxious upon seeing your records, repeatedly apologizing as if offending you would bring calamity?" Fang Yuan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Lowering his voice, "Actually, I have a secret identity. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. They might have uncovered this secret." He then began to mumble to himself. "How strange. How could my identity have been leaked? Could there be a mole within the agency? Are you kidding?" Gwen and Parker exclaimed in unison. "Do you think we are 3 years old?" In truth, Fang Yuan found it perplexing as well. Just moments ago, the director had been rather arrogant. Why had his demeanor changed so drastically upon viewing his documentation? He surveyed the office, his gaze landing on the file the director had just perused. Approaching it, he opened it to find his student record inside. The photograph was clearly visible. At this point, Fang Yuan began to piece together the answer. Most likely, S.H.I.E.L.D. was operating behind the scenes. What he had just jokingly mentioned to Gwen and the others was indeed related to S.H.I.E.L.D. After the previous 2 incidents, S.H.I.E.L.D. had become well aware that he was not someone to be trifled with. To prevent any unwitting individuals at the school from provoking Fang Yuan, S.H.I.E.L.D. had specifically contacted the board of directors at Midtown High, instructing them to give special attention to Fang Yuan and to ensure that no one bothered him. To emphasize the seriousness of the matter, they even used the term extremely dangerous. Although the board did not fully comprehend Fang Yuan's background that warranted such attention from S.H.I.E.L.D., they were merely an educational institution and certainly did not wish to provoke someone whom even a covert organization treated with caution. Consequently, the school convened a meeting attended by the principal, vice principal, and all grade directors. During the board meeting, the chairman repeatedly cautioned all faculty members. "We must recognize who Fang Yuan is. Under no circumstances should we provoke him, and we must ensure that other students keep their distance. He is an extremely dangerous individual." The entire meeting focused solely on this matter. Shortly after the meeting adjourned, the grade director returned to the office with a copy of the materials for each staff member. Like the board members, he too concluded that Fang Yuan was a formidable character not to be trifled with. To his surprise, just as the meeting had ended, this formidable figure appeared at the office door, demanding to withdraw from school. Fang Yuan, having shaved his head, was initially unrecognizable to the director, who treated him with a degree of casualness. However, upon realizing who he was, the director immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, even dropping to his knees in apology, as preserving his life took precedence. Chapter 18. The lock was rusty. Although Fang Yuan was unaware of the specific details, he could surmise the reasons. Minutes later, the principal of Midtown High rushed in, fully aware of the internal affairs as a board member, and thus even more anxious. Who would dare offend someone whom S.H.I.E.L.D. had personally warned against? Before even approaching, the principal called out urgently, "Student Fang Yuan, has someone been bullying you? Tell me, and I will ensure they face severe consequences." Fang Yuan found it amusing. He merely wanted to withdraw from school. Yet it felt as though he were about to dismantle the institution. He could only repeat what he had previously told the grade director. Upon hearing this, the principal sighed in relief. Truthfully, the principal would prefer Fang Yuan to vanish promptly. However, such a course of action was unfeasible. What if, just after completing the withdrawal process, the school was reduced to rubble? With this thought, a chill ran down the principal's spine, and he quickly forced a smile, suggesting, "How about this, student Fang Yuan? You may come and go from the school at your leisure, and attendance for classes and exams will be entirely voluntary. How does that sound?" Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What kind of enchantment had S.H.I.E.L.D. cast upon the school? Although puzzled, he readily agreed, preferring to avoid the hassle of withdrawal procedures. Seeing Fang Yuan nod, the principal finally felt at ease. As long as this esteemed individual was satisfied, everything else was negotiable. With the matter resolved, Fang Yuan was disinterested in indulging the principal's attempts at camaraderie and simply stood to leave. Outside, Parker's eyes were reddened with emotion. "Hey, Parker. Late again? Is this the 3rd time this week?" The guard at the school entrance shook his head, jotting down his name. Peter Parker raked a hand through his messy hair, his eye circles clearly resembling a smoky eye makeup. "Sorry, Mr. Johnson, I was up too late working on an experiment." He fabricated a cliched excuse, though he had actually swung across the buildings of Queens all night, thwarting 3 convenience store robbery attempts. The first class had already commenced 10 minutes prior. Parker stealthily slipped through the back door, only to collide with Mr. Morris, the history teacher, who turned around. "Parker." Morris adjusted his glasses. "I should really mark your attendance sheet with a big red cross." Amidst the laughter of the class, Parker slunk to his seat. He secretly glanced toward the other end of the classroom, where Fang Yuan's seat was conspicuously empty. That guy wasn't attending class again, and no one ever dared to mark him absent. During lunchtime, Parker wandered through the cafeteria with his tray, finally spotting Fang Yuan in a corner. That individual was lazily leaning against the window, a nearly untouched sandwich in front of him. Skipping class again, Parker sat down across from him. What is your excuse this time? Saving the world or honing your skills? Fang Yuan grinned, revealing his 2 canine teeth. Secret mission. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. In fact, there's a Hydra base beneath Midtown High, and the principal is an undercover agent. Come on. Parker rolled his eyes, though he couldn't resist asking, seriously, how do you manage it? The teachers never dare to mark you absent. Fang Yuan suddenly leaned in closer, causing Parker to instinctively lean back. Want to know? Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Because I cast a spell on the principal. If he marks me absent, he'll grow donkey ears by the next day. Parker's fork clattered to the tray. Are you serious? Of course it's a joke. Fang Yuan burst into hearty laughter. How can you be so gullible? It's just ordinary hypnosis. He made a mysterious gesture, but the specifics, well, that's a secret. Parker's face flushed crimson. For a brief moment, he genuinely considered using his webbing to stick this annoying pest to the wall. Yet, recalling the time Fang Yuan had hung him upside down for half an hour with his peculiar magic, he took a deep breath and began mashing the mashed potatoes on his tray into a paste. Upset, Fang Yuan tilted his head, observing his expression. Come on. It was just a joke. He gently tapped Parker's hand with his finger. How about I take you somewhere nice this afternoon? Not going, Parker muttered. I have biology class. Suit yourself. Fang Yuan stretched, revealing a peculiar bracelet beneath his uniform, adorned with several luminous beads. Anyway, I'm off to help Gwen with her physics tutoring. Parker's head snapped up. Gwen? Wait. When did you? Just kidding. Fang Yuan had already leaped 3 meters away, turning back to make a silly face. But your reaction is truly amusing. Bye-bye, little spider. During third period, Parker discovered a note had mysteriously appeared in his pencil case. Meet on the rooftop. There's a surprise. Parker hesitated for 5 minutes. The last time Fang Yuan mentioned a surprise, he had transformed Parker's backpack into a talking frog. The time before that, he had sprinkled itching powder on his chair. Yet, ultimately, curiosity triumphed over reason. The wind was strong on the rooftop. Fang Yuan stood with his back to Parker at the railing, his hair tousled by the breeze. What do you want? Shoo. Fang Yuan turned around, holding a glowing orb in his hands. This is for you. Parker, cautious, refrained from reaching out. What is this? Another prank gadget? A talisman, Fang Yuan replied, his expression unusually serious. I've modified it. It will automatically deploy a protective shield when danger approaches. Noting Parker's hesitation, he rolled his eyes. Forget it. I'll just give it to Gwen. Wait. Parker snatched the orb, feeling its warmth akin to cradling a beam of sunlight. Why suddenly? Fang Yuan had already moved toward the staircase. Because I need to take an extended trip. Afghanistan. He paused, adding, don't die, little spider. Until the school bell rang. Parker lingered on the rooftop, lost in thought. The orb in his palm radiated a faint warmth, pulsating with an enigmatic energy. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled out his phone to call Gwen. Hey, Gwen, has Fang Yuan been in touch with you? Nothing much. Just wondering if he gave you a talisman? Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. After ending the call, Parker stared at the orb for a long time. What was Fang Yuan really up to? Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was busy in the basement of his apartment. The workbench was strewn with an assortment of peculiar materials, luminescent ores, scales from some creature, and several vials of oddly colored liquids. Before him floated a silver pendant, which he was guiding with his fingertips, infusing it with strands of golden light. The final protective incantation, Fang Yuan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Done. The pendant clattered onto the surface, its brilliance gradually dimming. With a sigh of relief, he slumped into his chair. Outside the window, the sunset painted the clouds crimson. Gwen should like it. He murmured to himself, touching a pendant-like charm hanging from his neck, a life-saving talisman he had made for himself. The crafting process had proven more exhausting than anticipated, but he had to ensure everything was flawless. A warning from the chaotic tome flashed in his mind. In the struggle for dominance, there is no respite. Fang Yuan's gaze darkened. Selfishness it is, but at least I can protect those I wish to safeguard. He glanced at his phone, noting the date, a flight to Kabul in 3 days. Before that, he needed to deal with the lizard man that had been prowling around Gwen's home at night again. What a tiresome fate. Fang Yuan chuckled wryly as he tucked the pendant away, oblivious to the shadow behind him that twisted momentarily, vaguely taking on the shape of a tome. The narrative could unfold in various directions. If someone else treaded this path, conflicts would surely arise. Fang Yuan. With the chaotic tome in hand, possessed opportunities beyond measure, yet he could hardly escape troublesome matters. Since he had dismissed that notion, the troubles would dissipate as well. Although he couldn't transform others into enchanted artifacts, he had gleaned wisdom from the chaotic tome. With Samadhi True Fire, crafting artifacts was no mere fantasy. The tome had imparted to him the most fundamental gathering spirit array, which, while termed gathering spirit, essentially coalesced the energies of heaven and earth. In the realm of immortals, it gathered spiritual energy. In other worlds, it absorbed different forms of energy. Without this array, the artifacts produced would belong solely to Fang Yuan, rendering his efforts futile. It would be far more practical to hone his physical prowess instead. Aside from the gathering spirit array, he would have to devise other necessary formations for artifact crafting on his own. Fortunately, he did not need to start from scratch. Anything Fang Yuan had personally experienced could be transformed into corresponding arrays. For instance, the lizard potion he had consumed years ago could have awakened a regenerative ability during upgrades. But he deemed it unnecessary at the time. Now, this capacity could be inscribed into an array embedded within the artifact, with superior materials, ample energy, and the recovery array. The finished artifact could even grant the wielder regeneration abilities comparable to the lizard professor's, allowing for the swift regrowth of severed limbs. Alas, it was a pity that a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. Rare materials from the immortal realm were simply unattainable in this universe. Fortunately, the Samadhi True Fire had another remarkable use, the refinement of the essence of all things. Ordinary steel could only forge mundane iron. Tons of mundane iron could yield materials for second-tier artifacts, and vast quantities of second-tier materials could be refined into third-tier artifact prototypes. This was the secret behind Fang Yuan's ability to advance merely by melting ordinary materials. By this logic, with perseverance, even 100,000 tons of scrap iron could yield a piece of celestial artifact material. Currently, Fang Yuan faced a dilemma. The higher the level of artifact crafting, the more challenging it became, not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also demanding greater personal cultivation. At this moment, he lacked the methods for crafting defensive artifacts, with no accompanying formations at hand. As for defensive measures, he did have some. During his breakthrough, he had been struck by lightning so fiercely that his body had instinctively evolved a certain resilience. However, whether this ability could protect an ordinary person remained uncertain. After much contemplation, Fang Yuan decided to prioritize crafting an offensive artifact, as they offered more options and had lower barriers to entry, making them quite suitable. However, a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. He currently had nothing but air in his pockets and needed to procure some materials first. While top-grade materials were not immediately accessible, he had lowered his expectations this time, aiming simply to forge an ordinary artifact. By his calculations, a few tons of steel would suffice for his needs. Just as he stepped out, Fang Yuan spotted a familiar Audi parked across the street, the familiar long face behind the wheel even more recognizable. He waved casually, signaling the car to come over, and once in the back seat, teased, "Hey, didn't you break your steering wheel last time? You've got a new car so quickly?" The driver turned pale at his words. This was none other than the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had been so frightened by Fang Yuan that he had soiled himself. Following that incident, he had indeed reported for a transfer, only to be thwarted by Coulson's assertion that the fact that he could recognize you and didn't silence you means you are particularly suited for this job. With his identity fully exposed, the agent resignedly replied, "This car is provided by the agency. If you have any orders, just let me know." Fang Yuan patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Good fellow. From now on, you'll be my dedicated driver." The agent, with a face full of despair, reluctantly accepted but pressed on, "Is there a salary?" Fang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Being my driver is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. According to the script, shouldn't you be bowing down right now, crying and pledging your loyalty?" The agent's grip on the steering wheel creaked as he envisioned throwing Fang Yuan out of the car 100 times. Yet, contemplating the disparity in their powers, he could only slump in his seat like a deflated balloon. Maintaining a straight face, he replied, "Indeed, it is my honor to serve you, sir. Discussing remuneration with you is my fault." Fang Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to improve is commendable. You're still a good comrade. Now, let us head to the steel market." As the unnamed agent started the car, Fang Yuan felt pleased, realizing that being under S.H.I.E.L.D's watch was not entirely disadvantageous. At least now, he had a free driver whenever he stepped out. Upon reaching the steel market, Fang Yuan purchased a full 2 tons of steel. He planned for the artifact he was about to forge to be small and portable, and these materials should suffice. Under the agent's resentful gaze, Fang Yuan wasted no time and completely dismantled the back seat of the Audi, tossing the pieces into the trash bin. The car, now laden with steel, wobbled down the road. Once home and unloading the materials, Fang Yuan didn't look back as he entered the house, not even offering the agent a glass of water. Left behind, the agent gazed at his beloved car, now unrecognizable, nearly on the verge of tears, pondering whether the agency would reimburse him for this errand. Inside, Fang Yuan felt that the 2 tons of steel lacked something. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Of course. His most effective offensive technique was laser light. How could he possibly do without red quartz? Natural red quartz, also known as red crystal, should not be too difficult to find. Even if the purity was insufficient, he could refine it with samadhi true fire. When he stepped out again, the agent had already vanished. The current dilemma was where to procure this item. A spark of inspiration struck him as he remembered old Jiang from the Dang hardware store. The elderly gentleman, who has resided locally for several decades, undoubtedly possesses valuable insights. Resolutely determined, Fang Yuan made his way directly to the hardware store. In the familiar establishment of Rixing Hardware, Mr. Jiang still exuded an air of leisurely calm. Despite the absence of any customers, he remained unperturbed. As Fang Yuan crossed the threshold, the old man's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. He circled around him, exclaiming in admiration and even reaching out to pinch his arm, startling Fang Yuan into a retreat. "What brings you here, Mr. Jiang?" The elder smiled but offered no reply, merely inquiring, "Are you here for something?" Upon learning of Fang Yuan's intentions, the old man readily declared, "You need not seek others. I have just what you require. Follow me." He led Fang Yuan to the backyard, where a small, dust-laden room, its door lock-rusted, stood in the corner. As Mr. Jiang produced a key to unlock it, he discovered the keyhole had succumbed to rust, rendering the key useless. Just as Fang Yuan was about to assist, Mr. Jiang waved him off, stating, "I can manage this myself." With a sigh, the elder remarked, "I haven't entered this room in quite some time. In my youth, I would stuff it with all sorts of curiosities, but gradually lost interest, leaving it to fall into neglect." With a swift motion of his fingers, he tore the wooden door from its hinges, sending a cascade of dust tumbling down. Fang Yuan stared in wide-eyed astonishment. This seemingly unassuming Mr. Jiang possessed such remarkable strength? No wonder he had previously mentioned teaching him martial arts. It was not mere bravado. Inside the room lay a hodgepodge of assorted items, predominantly unidentifiable minerals, along with various eclectic trinkets. Among them, a piece of red quartz gleamed, translucent as if it were bleeding. What purpose did Mr. Jiang have for these collections? Just as Fang Yuan posed the question, the elder waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Take what you need and be on your way." Realizing the elder wished to say no more, Fang Yuan wisely held his tongue. Chapter 19. A sudden sting pricked his finger. At that moment, he was preoccupied with forging his very first magical artifact, eager to prepare for his journey to Afghanistan, leaving no room for delay. As he exited the shop clutching the red quartz, the elder adamantly refused to accept payment. Unable to decline any further, Fang Yuan expressed his sincere gratitude and hurried home. The initial step in crafting the artifact involved melting the materials. Fang Yuan concentrated, forming a hand gesture, and with a soft hiss, 3 intertwining flames erupted from his palm. This was the true fire of the 3 realms. Ordinary steel could not withstand the intricacies of the array etching. It had to be refined. He tossed 2 tons of steel into the flames, each piece igniting into a brilliant red, swiftly transforming into bubbling molten iron. Once fully melted, only a square foot of crimson sludge remained in the air, while the ground was layered with residue, the essence of refinement. On the other side, he cast the red quartz into another flame. This mineral, of exceptional quality, proved far more taxing to refine than steel. Fang Yuan could distinctly sense the stone gradually undergoing transformation within the true fire. Fortunately, he had attained artifact level, and after absorbing numerous essences through various encounters, his strength had significantly progressed. Given that the materials being refined were only of artifact grade, the process did not consume much time. Otherwise, one might consider the legendary smiths of yore, who required not just days but often eons to complete their work. In just 2 hours, he had successfully refined a substantial mass of materials. However, gazing at the 2 liquid forms, one red and one silver, he couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Originally, he had intended to forge a handgun, designing it based on the structure of a firearm stored in his spatial realm, aiming for a single-piece creation capable of firing both conventional ammunition and laser beams. Given Gwen's background in a police family, a handgun for self-defense seemed quite fitting. Yet, He had underestimated the material consumption required for the refinement. 2 tons of steel had yielded only a mere handful of residual mass, likely less than a few grams. Moreover, this material's density far surpassed that of ordinary steel. Crafting a handgun was simply out of the question. A shift in thought led Fang Yuan to abandon the idea of forging a handgun. He recognized that his previous approach had been too narrow-minded. Since the objective was to create a magical artifact, did its shape truly matter? If it were a handgun, the artifact-grade creation could not be stored within his body, making it inconvenient to carry. With such a limited amount of material, it would be more practical to forge a ring instead. As long as the functionality remained intact, it would prove to be even more useful. Without hesitation, he set to work. Under his mental command, the silver liquid began to flow and reshape itself, ultimately forming a resplendent silver ring. The red quartz liquid likewise morphed, solidifying into a gem with dozens of facets. Under the illumination of the light, the gem refracted radiant beams of color as it rotated. As the ring and gem drew nearer, the silver ring extended 4 pairs of delicate fingers to securely clasp the gem. The 2 elements merged seamlessly, becoming one. At this juncture, the artifact was halfway complete. Although the ring shimmered enticingly, apart from its remarkable hardness, which allowed it to function as a concealed weapon, it possessed no other capabilities as of yet. To unleash its true potential, the subsequent array engraving was essential. The first step involved inscribing a spirit-gathering array. Fang Yuan etched the spirit-gathering array within the gem. Despite its small size, the gem's quality was commendable. He layered the micro-spirit-gathering array 3 times to reach the gem's carrying capacity limit. Naturally, the better the material. The larger the scale and the greater the number of layers, the more powerful the effect. To be able to inscribe an array directly onto the gem, and manage to layer it 3 times, was indeed a pleasant surprise. The spirit-gathering array would provide energy, while the offensive capabilities would be entrusted to the laser array. Fang Yuan's laser array was a simplified design based on his own laser abilities, significantly less potent than his personal manifestations. Additionally, his innate powers would continually enhance with cultivation, lacking any upper limit. However, the artifact he forged would have fixed power, rendering any comparison moot. Fang Yuan focused his thoughts to inscribe the laser array into the ring's body. Due to the higher material requirements of the laser array compared to the spirit-gathering array, he could only inscribe it in a single layer, unable to stack. After completing the array engravings, he connected the 2 arrays, allowing the spirit-gathering array to supply energy to the laser array. This step was straightforward and swiftly accomplished. Thus, Fang Yuan successfully crafted his first magical artifact. He removed the still-warm ring to examine it, feeling quite satisfied. This artifact, once forged, could be utilized immediately, even if he later recognized someone else as his master. Their access rights would be identical, avoiding any awkward situation where his own crafted artifact could be wielded against him. The combined weight of the ring and gem was approximately 20 grams, but once attuned to its master, it felt as though it became an extension of oneself, devoid of any heaviness. Fang Yuan was eager to test the artifact's actual efficacy. He opened the spatial realm within him and instantly teleported to a small grove. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their leaves rustling gently, and the night sky was dotted with stars, confirming that no one was within a kilometer radius. He grasped the ring and aimed ahead. Let us first test the minimum power. A slender beam of red light shot forth, leaving a 4 to 5 centimeter deep hole in the tree trunk ahead, equivalent to the power of a standard police handgun, non-lethal unless a vital area was struck. However, one should not assume this was the full extent of the artifact's capabilities. If Fang Yuan had expended so much effort merely to produce something equivalent to a police handgun, he might as well have sought a block of tofu to collide with. As mentioned earlier, the ring featured 4 pairs of small hands, 8 in total, capable not only of securing the gem, but, more importantly, of modulating the laser's power. When all 8 hands activated simultaneously, the output was maximized. Coupled with the 3-layered spirit-gathering array within the gem, only then could the artifact unleash its true potential. In other words, the maximum output of this laser ring was a staggering 24 times that of the previous attack. At its peak, it could effortlessly sever a tree as thick as 2 people embracing. Should an ordinary person be struck by it, they would likely perish instantly, with no refuge behind a wall providing any salvation. Observing the destruction wrought by the minimal power, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. However, he had further tests to conduct. He raised the ring once more, aiming ahead, 1/3 power. 8 tentacles simultaneously illuminated, and a thicker beam of red light shot forth, accompanied by a crisp sound. Leaves cascaded down, and the trunk of a large tree on the left was completely perforated, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Indeed effective. A spark of inspiration ignited in Fang Yuan's mind. This was precisely the design concept that had flashed through his mind during the refinement process. No matter how powerful the laser, it would be futile if it couldn't hit the target. Since the gem contained 3 spirit-gathering arrays, why not utilize one to provide energy while employing the other 2 to control the shooting direction? It appeared that this idea had succeeded. The gem, apart from aiming straight ahead, could fire lasers from dozens of facets. The user merely needed to concentrate and lock onto the target, and the beam would automatically track it. Even a complete novice, unfamiliar with shooting, could hit accurately with this ring. However, there were 2 limitations. Firstly, it could only be fired straight ahead, and secondly, after 3 full-power shots, the spirit-gathering array required a recharge. For minor attacks, it could fire dozens of times in quick succession without issue. Of course, if the owner directly supplied the energy, it was another matter altogether. For instance, if Fang Yuan were to use it, he could shoot continuously at will. Yet for Fang Yuan, this device was entirely superfluous, as he could unleash far more potent lasers on his own. With all anticipated functions successfully realized, this refining endeavor could be deemed a resounding success. Now, he merely needed to hand the ring to Gwen, and he could set off for Afghanistan with peace of mind. After all, she, being an ordinary person, was unlikely to attract any formidable adversaries. With this laser ring, her safety should be sufficiently assured. Just as Fang Yuan was about to set off to find Gwen, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Now that the 3 flames' true fire had taken on new forms, the corresponding spatial power surely held the potential for new applications as well. Logically speaking, his teleportation ability was achieved by projecting the internal space into the external world. No matter how many items were stored within that spatial compartment, he could perceive them with utmost clarity, even down to the most obscure corners. If he could project this perception outward, wouldn't that be akin to activating a panoramic radar? With this thought, Fang Yuan felt invigorated. Previously, his teleportation was not only limited in distance, but also required him to visually identify the target point. If this new technique proved successful, it could serve not only as a human-shaped detector, but also transform teleportation into a flawless, all-encompassing skill. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Yuan immediately began experimenting. He closed his eyes and focused intently, keenly sensing the items in his storage space, several articles of clothing, some fruits meant for snacking, and a handgun, all vividly manifested in his mind. He could even count the threads in the clothing and accurately determine how many pieces remained in the fruit box. With a calm demeanor, he shifted his focus from the items to the spatial projection. Once he broke through this barrier, in less than 10 minutes, he grasped the method. Now, with his eyes closed, even the slightest rustle of leaves felt as if he were witnessing it firsthand, causing a smile to unconsciously curl at the corners of his mouth. In a swift motion, his figure vanished from the forest, only to reappear 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. He navigated as casually as if strolling through his own backyard, each appearance deftly avoiding the gaze of others, far more graceful than before. Fang Yuan aptly named this newfound ability spatial perception. Previously, to evade prying eyes, he had to strain his ears and widen his eyes, fearful of missing any heartbeat hidden in the shadows. Now, with spatial perception activated, he held complete mastery over his surroundings. When combined with teleportation, it was a match made in heaven, a naturally complementary ability that felt instinctively seamless. At that moment, the studious Gwen was in her room, engrossed in her books. Suddenly, a figure appeared under the light, and the profile of her focused face captivated Fang Yuan, rendering him unable to look away. Indeed, observing a beauty under the lamp only made her more enchanting with each glance. The soft glow of the light cast a hazy aura, and Gwen's fingertips danced lightly across the pages of her book. When she reached a particular passage, a ripple of laughter blossomed at the corner of her mouth, her smile pure and ethereal, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Fang Yuan's gaze felt magnetically drawn to her face. Unbidden, he leaned closer, his lips brushing against her cheek like a fleeting caress over flower petals. Startled, Gwen's hand trembled, causing the pages to flutter from her fingers. "What are you reading that's so fascinating?" Fang Yuan deftly caught the falling book, placing it back on the table with a smile. Gwen turned, her hand resting on her chest, her hair swaying gently with the motion. "I didn't hear you approach at all. It's your captivating focus on reading that distracts me," Fang Yuan replied, his eyes glimmering with warmth. Gwen's ears flushed slightly as she rose to fetch a glass. "Would you like some lemonade?" "I came to discuss serious matters today." Fang Yuan gently restrained her busy hands. Sensing the tension in her shoulders, he softened his tone. "It's just a matter of handling some affairs abroad. With my capabilities, What is there for you to worry about? So dropping out was for this? Gwen's fingers absently traced the spine of her book. Fang Yuan shrugged. In any case, the school couldn't teach me much. He then produced a wooden box intricately carved with vine patterns from his pocket and pushed it towards her. Upon seeing the iridescent ring nestled within the velvety lining, Gwen's hand fell away as if it had touched something scalding. We haven't. Her words tumbled out rapidly, like a startled lark. Her cheeks burning brighter than the evening glow. That's not a rejection. But graduation isn't even. Fang Yuan chuckled, catching her retreating hand. Gwen made a token effort to pull away but ultimately allowed him to cradle her fingertips. As the silver ring slid onto her middle finger, she let out a soft gasp. It seemed to meld with her skin, becoming inseparable. Gwen never anticipated that this seemingly loose ring would fit so snugly upon her finger. She anxiously twisted the ring. How strange. Why did my finger just feel a prick? Why can't I take this ring off? Unbeknownst to her, Fang Yuan had secretly manipulated the laser ring to collect Gwen's blood, completing the bonding process. Now, apart from the two of them, no one else could hope to wield this ring. Although this artifact couldn't merge with the body as legend suggested, it possessed the ability to automatically adjust its size, ensuring a perfect fit on her finger. Seeing her grow increasingly flustered, Fang Yuan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, this isn't just a mere ornament. He gestured to the ring, explaining that it could sense the wearer's finger size and adjust itself accordingly, hence why it felt stuck. However, wearing it would never be uncomfortable. Gwen, frustrated and with her fingers turning red from her attempts, stomped her foot. What kind of strange ring is this? I can't take it off. Fang Yuan leaned in with a mischievous grin. If you're with me, why would you want to remove the ring? It's a perfect way for others to know you belong to someone special. Noticing Gwen's continued frown, he patted his chest. If your father asks, just tell him I gave it to you. If he gets angry, let him come to me. I assure you I won't retaliate. Gwen suddenly envisioned her father furiously drawing a gun, only to see Fang Yuan calmly catch it, causing her to burst into laughter. You haven't even discovered the true purpose of this ring yet. Fang Yuan clasped her hand in his. I'm heading to Afghanistan. This is your talisman for protection. Gwen lowered her gaze to examine the ring, feeling an inexplicable warmth emanating from the red hue. The refined red quartz was pure and translucent, its dozens of facets radiating a rosy glow, while the silver band shimmered faintly. As she focused her mind, the name and function of the ring suddenly materialized in her consciousness. This supernatural phenomenon should have been astonishing, yet a strange sense of familiarity washed over her, as if it were an intrinsic part of her being. This is called a laser ring, capable of emitting lasers for self-defense? Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. In truth, the information Gwen received was intentionally infused by him during the creation of this artifact, which also contained methods for controlling the laser ring's power. However, these techniques involved mental manipulation and were challenging to articulate verbally, making it more precise to embed them directly within the artifact. Understanding the ring's function, Gwen appeared eager to experiment. Previously, she had always been a staunch advocate of scientific rationalism. Since her encounters with Fang Yuan and Spider-Man, her scientific worldview has been repeatedly transformed. Now, her capacity for acceptance has grown remarkably strong, even when faced with a talisman capable of unleashing powerful attacks on ordinary individuals. She adapts swiftly. Observing Gwen's expression, Fang Yuan intuitively discerns her thoughts. At this moment, she resembles a child who has just received a new toy. He wraps his arm around her waist and exclaims, "Come, let us go for a ride." Before his words fully escape his lips, they have already soared out of the window. Chapter 20. Having anticipated the need to stretch their limbs, Gwen emits a short gasp, clutching Fang Yuan's waist tightly. Fang Yuan ascends rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they find themselves several hundred meters above the ground. He slows down, gliding gracefully through the night sky. Gazing down at New York, the myriad lights twinkle like stars. The intersecting streets resemble a vibrant jade ribbon, weaving through the entire city. The slowly moving traffic upon this ribbon resembles fireflies on a summer night. The sensation of standing midair is utterly distinct from being aboard an airplane. In the confines of an aircraft, one is enclosed by cold metal, peering through a small window to catch a glimpse of the world outside. Yet now, with nothing beneath their feet, it feels as if the entire world lies in submission below them. How many fortunate souls in this world have the privilege to witness such a spectacle? As her heart gradually steadies, Gwen cannot help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." Fang Yuan leans closer to her ear and whispers, "You are even more beautiful. You captivated me from the very first glance." They embrace and kiss amidst the clouds. After regaining their breath, Fang Yuan suggests, "Let us try the laser ring first, lest we find ourselves in a frenzy when we need it later." Scanning the surroundings, He suddenly spots the Stark Tower in the distance, and a mischievous thought arises. Since he plans to visit Tony Stark in a few days, why not deliver a little gift beforehand? He gestures towards the distant building S emblem. Let us use that as our target. Gwen hesitates. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? That's the one. Unable to resist Fang Yuan's enthusiasm, Gwen reluctantly aims the ring towards Stark Tower. At that time, Stark Tower had yet to become the Avengers headquarters. The rooftop still displayed the Stark lettering, rather than the iconic A symbol that would come to be known later. Without needing practice, several red beams shot forth. From a kilometer away, 4 of the 5 letters shattered upon impact, flickering briefly before extinguishing completely. Only the capital letter A remained, glowing defiantly in the dimness. Fang Yuan wore a triumphant smile. Iron Man, consider this a gift. I hope it meets your satisfaction. For Gwen, this marked her first bold act of mischief, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, nervously urging him, let us go. Fang Yuan, grinning mischievously, leaned closer. What's the rush? Isn't it thrilling to indulge in a little excitement right now? As he spoke, his mental prowess swept through the area, causing surveillance cameras to burst in succession. He whisked Gwen upwards, landing effortlessly on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Tony Stark's opulent office lay just beneath them. With a resounding crash, the rooftop cracked open, and they slid through the gaping hole into the office. Gwen resembled a startled rabbit, while Fang Yuan appeared perfectly at home, confidently making his way to the liquor cabinet. 2 crystal glasses filled with a dark crimson liquid glimmered under the light, reminiscent of agate. The fine vintage from La Mondor Winery. Fang Yuan swirled the glass, recalling that the initial notes were of blackcurrant, with a finish of cedarwood. Gwen fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Isn't this a bit excessive? Relax. Fang Yuan sipped the wine. Tony isn't that petty. Besides, he winked. We will be old friends from now on. This statement held a grain of truth. In the future, Iron Man would not only become well acquainted with him, but also willingly allow him to consume his resources. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Gazing at the hole in the ceiling, Gwen steeled her resolve. Having come this far, she might as well savor this expensive wine. After all, they were already in trouble. Why not indulge fully? As the saying goes, one may be intoxicated before the wine is. As the night deepened, the 2 silhouettes drew increasingly closer. The following morning, Tony Stark glared up at the building with a scowl. The emblem he had designed with his own hands now bore only a single letter, leaving him thoroughly displeased. Upon entering his office, the genius inventor erupted in a fit of rage at the sight of the disarray. The ceiling had been breached, and the room resembled a disaster zone, with his cherished wines scattered across the floor. But that was not all. The culprit had even taken the liberty of carving 2 lines of text into the wall, the letters deeply etched into the surface, reading, Tony, your hospitality was quite satisfactory. 5-star review. P.S. Don't forget to stock some juice in the cabinet next time. Thanks. A furious roar erupted from the office. I'm going to kill you. Little thief. The entire building trembled in fear, employees shrinking back and holding their breath, terrified that the boss's wrath might fall upon them. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who had already made his escape, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. Even if he had known, it would have merely amused him, expecting him to tone it down? Not a chance. Upon returning home with Gwen, Fang Yuan found her father, Sheriff George, sitting in her room with a grim expression. By the looks of it, he hadn't slept a wink all night. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled that when he had taken Gwen into the sky the previous evening, her startled scream likely alerted Sheriff George. The situation unfolded much like he had anticipated. Just as they had taken off, Sheriff George had stormed in, only to find the room deserted. Gazing at the fluttering curtains, a calmer George immediately thought of Fang Yuan. Unable to quell his concern for his daughter, he decided to wait in the room. Little did he expect to wait the entire night. Now, seeing Fang Yuan return with his daughter, Sheriff George's face turned a shade of green. You little rascal, I'll have you. Fang Yuan remained unfazed. Uncle, feel free to do so. Just curious. Do you intend to take 10 minutes or an hour? Go ahead, I want to retaliate. Sheriff George was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Why was this kid not following the script? Shouldn't a son-in-law be desperately trying to appease his father-in-law? How was he acting like this? Faced with such a slippery opponent, Sheriff George racked his brain for a way to deal with him, but ultimately, under Gwen's mediation, he could only storm out in frustration. With Gwen's situation settled, Fang Yuan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Time flew by, and a whole day had passed. Only 6 days remained until Iron Man departed for Afghanistan. It was time for him to set off. Although it seemed a bit inconsiderate to leave so soon after their passionate encounter, there was little he could do. The moment had simply swept him away. Fang Yuan had already formulated a plan regarding Iron Man's predicament in Afghanistan. Of course, he was not in a rush to play the savior. Given Tony Stark's disposition, even if he were to save him, it wouldn't earn him any heartfelt gratitude. Take, for instance, the doctor, Ethan, who had been captured by terrorists. He had saved Iron Man twice. The first time, he performed surgery that pulled him back from the brink of death, and the second time, he shielded him during his escape. After such immense kindness, Iron Man had turned his back on him once he was out of danger, showing not a hint of gratitude. Fang Yuan did not believe that Iron Man was one to appreciate favors. This time, he intended to obtain what he desired in his own way. After bidding farewell to Gwen, Fang Yuan activated a spatial teleportation, heading straight for Afghanistan. If he had traveled by plane, it would have taken the better part of a day to reach Afghanistan, but his method was far swifter. Each teleportation could cover over 1,000 meters, flashing 3 or 4 times in a single second, moving at least 10 times faster than a commercial flight. However, teleporting continuously for tens of thousands of times did drain his energy, requiring him to rest after every 1 or 2,000 kilometers. Even so, within 4 to 5 hours, he stood on the soil of Afghanistan. This place was impoverished, with armed militants patrolling the streets. No wonder Stark Industries had chosen this area for sales. After all, a war-torn region was a paradise for arms dealers. Fang Yuan alighted in Kabul, and the first matter at hand was to address the language barrier. The dialects of Afghanistan are quite diverse. Fortunately, he had ample US dollars in his pocket, making it a trivial task to hire a translator. As he strolled through the streets, men swaggered confidently, while the occasional woman appeared, enveloped in layers of clothing, moving briskly. After meandering for a short while, a grinning local approached him, initiating conversation in heavily accented English. "Sir, do you require a guide?" English service. It was as if someone had offered a pillow to a weary traveler. Fang Yuan waved him over cheerfully. "You're just in time. Lead the way." The guide, delighted that Fang Yuan didn't even inquire about the price, thought to himself that he had encountered a generous fool today. "Where do you hail from, sir?" he asked as they walked. "New York. Here for sightseeing, I presume? Would you like me to recommend some splendid places?" In truth, Fang Yuan had no intention of sightseeing. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Is anything obtainable here?" He gestured as if to imply substance use. The guide immediately understood, realizing he was dealing with a user. However, clientele with cash were always respected. He had encountered many such customers. In this region, the drug trade was even more bustling than the local market. They hopped into a dilapidated taxi, winding through a desolate alleyway. Fang Yuan kept his eyes closed throughout the journey, allowing the vehicle to navigate toward an unknown destination. Although Afghanistan is not vast, finding arms in this unfamiliar territory felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He decided to play the waiting game. Surely, the drug dealers would know a thing or two. Even if he couldn't catch a big fish, following the trail of smaller ones would suffice. As the taxi came to a halt, Fang Yuan stepped out with his bulging travel bag. He casually tossed a bill to the driver, causing both the guide and the driver to widen their eyes in astonishment. Could that bag be stuffed with greenbacks? Their breaths quickened involuntarily. The guide led Fang Yuan through an unremarkable iron gate, where 2 imposing men with assault rifles stood guard. Fang Yuan felt reassured. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. The guards, recognizing the guide, allowed them entry without question. Inside, the atmosphere was starkly different from the outside world. A cacophony of electronic music and dazzling laser lights engulfed him, and the dance floor was teeming with writhing bodies. The guide quickly summoned a wiry man, who chattered away in local dialect. "This one has top-quality goods," he translated. Just as the guide finished speaking, the thin man eagerly presented a small packet. Fang Yuan pretended to sample it, squinting as he savored the non-existent flavor, then suddenly frowned in disdain. The purity is subpar. Is there anything better? In truth, he had not dared to truly inhale, relying solely on his acting skills to maintain the facade. Fang Yuan sniffed, the substance merely dissipating within him, leaving no trace. The dealer, noticing his grimace, became frantic, gesticulating and speaking rapidly in the local tongue, too fast for the translator to interject. Fang Yuan threw a wad of cash at the dealer's face. "Enough chatter. Either produce the real stuff, or take me to your superior." As the bill scattered, the dealer's eyes gleamed with greed. There was no need for translation. The man was now bowing and scraping, eager to lead the way. Inside the private room, smoke hung thick in the air, and the muscular leader reclined on the sofa, flanked by 2 scantily clad women, indulging in opium. Upon seeing his subordinate bring in a stranger, he looked displeased. "What is this? Bringing in any random individual? Boss, this gentleman finds our product too diluted with flour." The underling replied, rubbing his hands nervously, casting surreptitious glances at Fang Yuan's bulging bag. Clearly, they were dealing with a hefty catch. Fang Yuan was well aware of the drug dealer's customs. The products sold by underlings were seldom above 50% purity. Only the higher-ups could provide the good stuff, and naturally, the price soared accordingly. However, he was not there to make a purchase today. The cash in his bag served merely as a bargaining chip. Finally encountering a figure of significance, he dropped the pretense. He tossed the bag onto the floor, and the green bills cascaded like a waterfall. Before anyone could react, he seized the two screaming women and hurled them out of the room, nonchalantly taking a seat on the leather sofa. The leader and his underling exchanged glances, their expressions akin to those of witnesses to a lunatic's escape from an asylum. The cowering translator trembled in the corner, lamenting his misfortune. He had thought he had landed a lucrative job, only to attract such a calamity. Listen, Fang Yuan said, brushing imaginary dust off his trousers. I am here to inquire about something. The translator's teeth chattered nervously when the leader suddenly erupted. In a flash, he drew an AK-47 from behind the sofa and outside. A swarm of armed henchmen rushed in, their guns aimed squarely at Fang Yuan. Anticipating the need for agility, Fang Yuan did not even flinch. Is everyone here? Then let's begin, he said coolly. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of crimson light erupted within the room. The latecomers had barely grasped the situation before their heads were severed from their bodies. In a matter of moments, the room lay strewn with dismembered limbs, like wheat cut down in harvest. Only 3 individuals remained breathing: the translator, who had fainted, the pale-faced leader, and Fang Yuan, who had not even shifted his position on the sofa. The young man even took the liberty to adjust the cushions. Blood splattered across the leader, who trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He had never encountered such a ruthless figure. Without exchanging more than a few words, Fang Yuan had dispatched dozens, not even blinking an eye. There was no opportunity for dialogue. Who, then, was the real outlaw? This was nothing short of a performance. Amidst the carnage, Fang Yuan spoke languidly. Can we converse civilly now? The leader, pale as a ghost, nodded fervently. Please, ask away. I assure you, I will not withhold a single detail. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. So you can speak English? The drug lord forced a smile that was more ghastly than tears. I know a little. Why not say so from the beginning? Fang Yuan chided. I merely wish to ask a question. Must you summon your underlings to their doom? Look at this. Now there rests not a soul left. The leader nearly ground his back teeth to dust. You stormed in without a word. How could I call for help? Moreover, did you grant me the opportunity to speak? He felt a surge of frustration, yet his face was plastered with forced smiles. You are absolutely correct. It is all my fault for not being clear-headed. His heart bled at the thought of the years he had invested in building his empire. With the display of his formidable prowess, the conversation became far more manageable. Where did the funds for these local armed groups originate? Aside from extortion, they primarily relied on the drug trade. Fang Yuan swiftly extracted information regarding the strongholds of several factions. As he prepared to depart, the unfortunate leader naturally did not survive. Even the remnants were repurposed. Every bit counted, even the leg of a mosquito. Based on the information gleaned, Fang Yuan donned his self-crafted iron demon mask. Although it was merely ordinary steel, it was sufficiently fearsome. He soared through the night sky like an owl, ready to confront those hidden serpents in the mountains. Chapter 21. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Yuan continued to fly, while persistently releasing his spatial awareness, determined not to miss his target. The leader had only provided a rough location. The precise hiding spot remained elusive. Soon, Fang Yuan pinpointed an armed stronghold. To call them local militias would be an overstatement. In Fang Yuan's eyes, they were no different from bandits. However, he was unconcerned. He merely needed to gather armed personnel. Whether they were brigands or terrorists bore no influence on his plans. Without a hint of subtlety, Fang Yuan descended from the sky. The patrolling sentinels immediately spotted him. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the village. A dozen armed men, without uttering a word, seized their weapons and unleashed a frenzied barrage towards Fang Yuan. Their marksmanship was woefully inadequate. Fang Yuan, indifferent to evasion, descended unscathed amidst the cacophony of gunfire, sustaining merely a few stray bullets. Given the necessity of capturing live prisoners for this operation, he refrained from unleashing a massacre. The gunfire persisted, and though it struck him, it merely sparked a few embers and inflicted no true harm. At the village entrance, the number of armed men swelled to 50 or 60. Realizing their firearms were ineffective, panic began to set in among them. Fang Yuan advanced slowly, the gunfire intensifying around him. To him, the rain of bullets felt akin to a gentle drizzle. Suddenly, A pickup truck armed with a heavy machine gun roared onto the scene. Upon witnessing the arrival of such heavy weaponry, the armed men erupted into cheers. They understood that the power of a heavy machine gun far surpassed that of their makeshift rifles. This weapon could not only suppress infantry clusters, but could also bring down light armor and helicopters. A single bullet could create a gaping wound the size of a bowl, impossible to recover from. Even more terrifying was its rate of fire, capable of unleashing 500 to 600 rounds per minute. Before the pickup could come to a halt, the heavy machine gun spewed forth flames. Trees, thick as a man's waist, fell like straw, and dust swirled around them. Fang Yuan, intent on establishing his dominance, remained unmoved, merely raising a hand to shield his face, concerned only about his mask's preservation. Witnessing the heavy machine gun's bullets flatten against his body as if turned to copper, the armed men stared in disbelief. Where the ricochets landed, trees of substantial girth shattered. Yet, on Fang Yuan, not even a trace of a red mark remained. His steps remained steady and unperturbed. The cheers of the crowd abruptly ceased. The demon mask on Fang Yuan's face seemed to come alive, a silent mockery etched upon it, deriding every soul present. Finally, someone could bear it no longer and turned to flee, but as he took a step, a flash of red light shot forth, and his head vanished in an instant. The headless body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a still beating heart, blood gushed from the arteries under pressure, instantly staining the earth crimson. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already positioned himself before the remaining throng. All weapons were cast aside as they knelt, trembling in fear. Just as Fang Yuan was about to speak, a figure burst forth from the pickup's sunroof, shouldering an anti-tank missile that was already hurtling toward him. In an instant, he darted back a dozen meters. Yet, astonishingly, the missile executed a sharp turn mid-air, relentlessly pursuing him. With a resounding explosion, the shockwave engulfed the surroundings, shrapnel flying, and Fang Yuan was consumed by flames. The armed men collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Surely, no one could withstand an anti-tank missile, could they? No matter how formidable one's physique. It could hardly rival the strength of steel plates several centimeters thick. Yet, in the next moment, amidst the flames and smoke, footsteps echoed once more. All breath was held in the silence that followed. Could one truly survive a direct hit from a missile? As the smoke began to dissipate, a figure emerged. It was none other than Fang Yuan. His attire lay in tatters, a fiery red metal mask adorning his face, the air around him warped by the intense heat. Astonishingly, his exposed skin bore not a single scar. To Fang Yuan, the power of such a missile was trivial, far inferior to the full force of a laser strike. His silence had been a ruse. The original mask had shattered, and under the cover of smoke, he had remolded a new one. This was why his mask glowed with an ominous red light upon re-emerging. Yet the armed men were oblivious to this. They believed their attack had merely provoked the demon, who now furiously bowed and begged for mercy. While Fang Yuan felt no fear from such assaults, it did not imply he would allow himself to be slaughtered. He twisted his waist, moving like a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the pickup truck. With a resounding crash, he wrenched the door open and seized the driver by the nape, slamming him violently to the ground. The burly man was as defenseless in Fang Yuan's grip as a child. Fang Yuan allowed no opportunity for defense. This throw shattered the man's spine and internal organs. Blood seeped from the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth, clearly indicating that he was not long for this world. Having dealt with the one who had attacked him with the missile, he turned to coldly regard the quaking, armed men on the ground. Does anyone speak English? The silence lingered for an eternity. Fang Yuan kicked a stone, which shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing the forehead of the man in the front row. He uttered not a sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Now, who can understand my words? A cacophony of murmurs erupted within the crowd, causing Fang Yuan's head to throb. Without hesitation, he launched another stone, and soon another body lay among the fallen. This cycle continued. As long as no one responded, he would execute another, watching the embodiment of death ask his question and claim a life with each passing moment. None knew if they would be next. At last, someone broke down and cried out in English, "Sir, I understand English. I can serve you." A smile crept across Fang Yuan's face beneath the mask. "Excellent. Regardless of whom you have served before, from this day forth, you shall be their new leader." The man, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Thank you, sir. What is your name?" In response, "My name is Muhammad Adra Fergus. You may call me Ad." Fang Yuan nodded. "Ad, translate my words for them. Listen closely. From this moment forth, I am your master. My commands are absolute. Anyone who dares to defy them will face dire consequences." Ad trembled as he translated. All heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Fang Yuan continued, "Now, I grant you an opportunity. Those unwilling to follow me, stand and leave. I shall not impede you." Barely had the words left his lips when some in the crowd began to stir. Who would wish to have an additional master without cause? A short man was the first to stand, trembling. Seeing Fang Yuan remain unresponsive, more began to rise, until those still kneeling became the minority. Observing those who stood, Fang Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. Just the opportunity he needed to assert dominance. "I have stated I would not strike, yet do you truly believe you can escape?" No sooner had he spoken than flames of 3 bizarre colors ignited upon those standing. Their screams echoed in the air as they writhed in agony on the ground, unable to extinguish the inferno consuming them. Those still kneeling silently rejoiced in their choice. Suddenly, one of the ablaze individuals lunged madly toward the crowd, intent on dragging others down with him. Some on the ground could not evade in time, their garments catching fire. Strangely, however, the embers that touched them did not singe a single hair. Conversely, those who had been quick to evade were the ones who suffered, though they had already escaped. A cluster of flames pursued them, clinging tightly to their bodies. In the blink of an eye, several more burning figures joined the fray. Fang Yuan's cold voice drifted through the air. "Did I permit you to stand? Since you refuse to obey, none shall live." No sooner had the words been spoken than the flames blazed bright, and over 40 individuals were instantaneously reduced to ashes. The remaining armed men were left trembling, their legs weak, soaked in cold sweat, while some soiled themselves in terror. They could not comprehend why the flames, which should have been indiscriminate, spared the immobile, while those who desperately tried to flee were turned to cinders. Now they understood but one thing. Fang Yuan's commands were absolute, and defiance would lead to certain death. With a sweeping gaze over the desolation, Fang Yuan nodded to himself. The effect of his display of power was quite satisfactory. Yet, the casualty count was a bit high. From the original 50 or so, only 19 remained, insufficient for his needs. Have them all rise. Are there any other armed strongholds nearby? Take me to eliminate them. Invigorated by the prospect, realized that this was an opportunity for expansion. Following such an extraordinary leader, who could possibly stand in the way? Perhaps in the future, one might even aspire to become a local sovereign. Little did the unfortunate Ade realize that from the moment he caught Fang Yuan's attention, their fates were irrevocably sealed, let alone dreaming of ruling as a king. Being left with a whole corpse would be considered a stroke of luck. Subsequently, Fang Yuan employed the same tactics, establishing authority at each new stronghold before absorbing the survivors. With little effort, he gathered 100 or so individuals. Of course, the number of unfortunate souls reduced to ashes by the 3 flames of truth far exceeded this count. These cannon fodder, at least, contributed somewhat, enabling Fang Yuan to enhance his strength further. As for the loyalty of this group, it was as thin as paper. Fang Yuan was keenly aware that given the chance, they would undoubtedly turn on him. However, it mattered little. These over 100 individuals were merely expendable. Fang Yuan had no expectations of their allegiance and held no interest in becoming a king. With this batch of cannon fodder at his disposal, his plans could advance. What remained was to wait patiently for the right opportunity. The prey that could prompt Fang Yuan to take such drastic measures could only be the Iron Man, Tony Stark. The waiting period was always the most excruciating. During this time, Fang Yuan busied himself with several matters, primarily the Iron Man's concealment plan. He selected a desolate valley and directed nearly 100 people to excavate a bottomless cavern, which would serve as the future lair for Iron Man. During the excavation, a few attempted to flee, but Fang Yuan didn't even blink. The deserters were bound before their peers, reduced to nothing but ashes. He then led his team to eliminate several terrorist strongholds, uncovering a substantial cache of missiles manufactured by Stark Industries. Given that Stark Industries held a prominent position among global corporations, acquiring their missiles was easier than buying groceries. After all, terrorists had their own methods. Smuggling and pilfering from U.S. military warehouses were common practices. One should not underestimate the military. There were plenty of unscrupulous activities occurring within. All these missiles were intended for Iron Man. No matter how brilliant Tony Stark was, he could not conjure armor from mere sand. However, Fang Yuan could indeed refine sand into magical artifacts through his forging techniques, though he lacked the luxury of time for such endeavors. Ultimately, he needed to find a doctor, one specializing in human anatomy, in war-torn regions, who would care if a few fewer refugees existed. Buyers were more concerned with the source of the organs. As long as they could prolong life, they would resort to cannibalism if necessary, especially in the black market for parts. Upon meeting this doctor, Fang Yuan resolved, this creature would not leave alive. He did not consider himself a benevolent being, but merely contemplating the act of harvesting organs sent chills down his spine. Allowing such filth to breathe was a desecration of the world's air. With all preparations complete, only Tony was lacking. One might wonder, what was Fang Yuan orchestrating with such grandiosity? The answer was simple. He aimed to learn two of Iron Man's signature skills, the arc reactor and the armor technology. It was not for his own use, in his eyes. No armor could compare to his own physical form. Iron Man's suit was merely a flying vegetable, primarily designed for the women, though he harbored no fear of enemies. Given his propensity for trouble, it was only a matter of time before adversaries multiplied like vermin. He could not always play the bodyguard, as there would inevitably be moments he could not attend to. What to do? Empower the women to grasp their own survival skills. Tony's armor was just the right fit. Fang Yuan understood that directly utilizing Iron Man's armor was impractical. Even if he could somehow acquire a standard suit from Tony Stark in the future, it would not last long. Such sophisticated equipment required regular inspections and extensive maintenance after each use. Fang Yuan neither possessed Stark's vast financial resources nor boasted a military budget. Sustaining an armor's operation over the long term was no easy feat. His true intention was to draw upon the armor manufacturing technology to forge a similar magical artifact. In the realm of artifact crafting, offensive artifacts were relatively easier to create, while defensive artifacts of level 50 posed a far greater challenge. In the short term, Fang Yuan indeed lacked the capability to independently replicate the armor. Now was the opportune moment to learn from Tony. If he did not act now, when Iron Man began to value his armor more than his own child, acquiring the technology would likely prove more difficult than stealing his wife. Moreover, witnessing Tony build the armor from scratch was akin to having a top-tier mentor providing hands-on instruction. If he still could not learn under such circumstances, he could only blame his own lack of talent. Once all preparations were in place, Fang Yuan watched the television news in his room. The screen was broadcasting a live ceremony for the military's Pinnacle Award. When Colonel Rhodes announced that the annual Pinnacle Award would be conferred upon Mr. Tony Stark, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Holding the trophy, Rhodes scanned the crowd but could not find Tony, forcing a strained smile as he called out, "Tony?" The venue fell into an awkward silence. Fang Yuan turned off the television. Everything unfolded precisely as per his memories from a past life. It was now Obadiah's turn to save the day, while Tony undoubtedly reveled somewhere carefree. The events transpiring as expected brought him a sense of relief. If his mere butterfly effect had triggered unforeseen circumstances, all his preparations would have been in vain. During the waiting days, Fang Yuan finally lay in ambush alongside the armed troops he had recruited on the road outside Bagram Air Force Base. This base, frequently hosting military aircraft takeoffs and landings, was not difficult to locate. It was the site of Iron Man's demonstration of new missiles. Although it was purportedly on the outskirts of the base, it was still over 10 miles away. Without a high-powered telescope, nothing could be discerned. However, for Fang Yuan, this distance posed no challenge. As his strength grew, his eyesight sharpened, allowing him to perceive distant scenes as if they were right before him, crystal clear. Soon, a passenger plane descended gracefully. Tony Stark, impeccably dressed in his suit and sunglasses perched on his nose, stepped down the gangway. The military representatives at the base had long awaited his arrival. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the efficient soldiers quickly drove to the weapons testing ground, and by sheer coincidence, the convoy passed through the section where Fang Yuan lay in wait. Outside, silence reigned supreme. After all, missile testing could not be conducted directly within the Air Force Base. Fang Yuan observed the convoy pass by, yet remained motionless. He thought to himself, "There's another group of terrorists lying in wait. Let them strike first, and I will swoop in like a yellow sparrow." At the testing site, the Jericho missile struck its target flawlessly, eliciting rapturous praise from the military representatives for its power. Before the celebratory champagne had been fully consumed, the returning convoy fell under attack. With a thunderous explosion, the lead vehicle was obliterated by a landmine, and the soldiers inside were instantly torn apart. A cacophony of gunfire erupted throughout the valley. The notoriously domineering U.S. military could never have anticipated that someone would dare to disrupt their domain. Coupled with the recent completion of weapon tests, the soldiers had let their guard down, resulting in catastrophic casualties. In the crossfire, armored vehicles transformed into fireballs. Although many terrorists fell, the U.S. military suffered even greater losses. At that moment, Tony sat in an armored vehicle, basking in the soldiers' adulation. The sudden gunfire drained the color from his face. "What is happening?" Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet shattered the windshield with a crack, and a soldier beside him, once jovial, suddenly had his head blown apart, splattering him with gore. This future world-renowned Iron Man was, at that moment, merely a pampered businessman, unaccustomed to such bloody scenes, and was instantly paralyzed with fear. As he saw the soldiers in the vehicle prepare to exit, he clutched the sleeve of one tightly. "What are you doing? Stay down and don't move." The soldier shook off his grip. "I need to go support my brothers." Yet, just a few steps out, he was struck by a stray bullet, collapsing motionless into a pool of blood. Vivid crimson flowed from beneath him, spreading across the ground in a dark red stain. Tony stumbled out of the vehicle, desperately attempting to flee this hellish scene. Surrounded by the roar of gunfire and swirling smoke, no one noticed this disheveled figure escaping. He stumbled and fell behind a boulder, trembling as he fumbled for his phone to call for help. But before he could dial, a missile suddenly screamed toward him. Amidst the cacophony of violence, the shrapnel struck him with such ferocity that he was rendered unconscious. Tony collapsed into a pool of blood, while the carnage continued unabated in the distance. Ultimately, the well-equipped terrorists slaughtered all the American soldiers. Once the smoke cleared, the terrorists combing the battlefield stumbled upon the unconscious Tony. Initially, they were to execute him on the spot as per their employer's orders, but a twist of fate led them to change their minds. After a hasty bandaging, they tossed Tony onto a truck, whistling as they embarked on their return journey. The scorched earth was strewn with twisted metal debris and the bodies of American soldiers. The triumphant terrorists reveled in their spoils, this lucrative venture promising a year of indulgence. Those who made a living at the gun's end had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. As long as those who survived could share in the bounty, who cared about those who had fallen? Suddenly, the lead vehicle was overturned. Armed ambushers surged forth like a tidal wave. Though their numbers were dwindling, these weary fighters built a defensive line around their vehicles, engaging the attackers in a fierce struggle. From above, Fang Yuan frowned at the scene. This motley crew he had hastily assembled lacked any semblance of strategy, held together only by the threat of death looming behind them. In contrast, the recently liberated freedom fighters exhibited remarkable tactical proficiency. It seemed I must intervene personally. Fang Yuan sighed. This collection of misfits was disappointingly inept, unable to even handle a few remaining soldiers. Were it not for the potential utility of these individuals, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them all. The battle raged on, the air thick with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Suddenly, a freshly launched rocket detonated mid-air, shrapnel flying in all directions, and a segment of the freedom fighters collapsed in agony. A burly, bald man, shaken and bewildered, shouted, "What happened? How could a rocket hit our own?" A nearby underling trembled as he pointed upward. "Boss, there's someone up there." The assailant was none other than Fang Yuan. He had never been a benevolent figure, always acting in his own interest, and with the battlefield occupied by terrorists, he showed no mercy. The bald leader's face seemed vaguely familiar, perhaps a minor character from a past film? Yet it mattered little. They were all destined to perish. "What are you standing around for? Open fire." His roar echoed, immediately followed by a barrage of heavy machine gun fire, and dozens of rockets surged towards the figure in the sky. The ragtag militia gathered by Fang Yuan secretly delighted in the prospect of someone else experiencing their terror. Indeed, under the horrified gazes of the freedom fighters, Fang Yuan, the target of their fire, emerged unscathed, merely shaking his head. "Modern weaponry holds no effect on me anymore. Since that is the case, you may die." No sooner had he uttered these words than a crimson flash erupted. The heads of the freedom fighters exploded one after another, their headless bodies staggering before collapsing. Even those hiding behind cover were not spared. In an instant, almost all of his men lay dead. Just as the bald leader opened his mouth to speak, Fang Yuan denied him the opportunity. With a sweep of flames, he was reduced to ash, scattered by the wind. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Even those who had witnessed Fang Yuan's methods were left speechless in shock. In less than half a minute, these fully armed terrorists had been utterly annihilated. What a terrifying display of power. Fang Yuan barked, "What are you staring at? Retreat." Unbeknownst to the unconscious Iron Man, he had silently fallen into the hands of another. Fang Yuan descended from above. "Have them clear the battlefield and take that unconscious fellow with us." "Withdraw." Ad immediately complied. Those two gravely injured received a mercy shot to spare them suffering, while those who could still be saved were lifted onto the truck, and the group quickly retreated. Before leaving, Fang Yuan pondered, if he abandoned the battlefield, anyone would infer that Iron Man had been captured by another group. It was better to ensure that this batch of freedom fighters vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the abandoned vehicles and weapons on the battlefield disappeared without a sound, as if the blood-stained earth had been wiped clean. As Fang Yuan was clearing the area, his gaze sharpened. Amidst the chaos, he had failed to notice someone lying on the ground, feigning death. A smirk crept across his face as he quipped, "How long do you intend to lie there?" Only the whisper of the wind passed through the silent battlefield. "Never mind." Fang Yuan remarked disinterestedly, turning away. After all, they were all destined to die. The pretender suddenly sprang to life. Wait. I can. Before he could finish, a dark vortex opened above him, and the surrounding debris was violently drawn in. The man clung desperately to a rock, screaming in despair amidst the swirling sand and stone. Are you the demon that devours all? Ultimately, both he and the rock were consumed by the abyss, leaving no echo in their wake. As the dust settled, Fang Yuan glanced at the spot where the man had vanished, recognizing a familiar face from some film. But it mattered little now. Since he dared to feign death beneath Fang Yuan's nose, he would indulge this performance. Upon reappearing at the camp, he found no one dared to flee. This group was evidently thoroughly intimidated. Of course, any unusual movements would not escape his perception. Contemplating the fact that Iron Man was now firmly in his grasp, Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed with delight. Tony Stark awoke amidst excruciating pain. As he tore away the blood-soaked bandages, discovering a metallic device embedded in his chest. His voice escalated in panic. What have you done to me? Hey, a raspy voice echoed from the shadows, accompanied by the sound of armor clashing. A figure clad in full armor warned, a wise man does not remove his life support device. Tony would likely need to negotiate with Iron Man in the future, and to avoid revealing his hand, such underhanded methods were necessary. As for the magnetic device blocking the shrapnel in Iron Man's chest, it had been a trap set by the unscrupulous doctor specializing in human organ trafficking. Yet, it must be said, while that doctor engaged in nefarious deeds, his surgical skills were nothing short of exceptional. Of course, that doctor had long since disappeared without a trace. Tony took a breath, raising an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. So, what is it that you, the elusive kidnapper, truly desire? Fang Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. It seemed he had been too courteous to him. Without needing Fang Yuan to speak, his subordinates surged forward, forcefully pressing Tony's head into the water. Tony struggled desperately, but he was no match for these desperate men. Within moments, he was choking, swallowing mouthfuls of water. When the time felt sufficient, his subordinates yanked him out by his hair, offering no words before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. 10 minutes later, Tony was left battered and bruised, while Fang Yuan sat leisurely across from him. Fang Yuan was no sadist. He allowed this to happen to make Iron Man understand that he was now in the hands of terrorists. If he did not devise a means of escape soon, his future would only deteriorate. Mr. Billionaire, Playboy, listen closely, it would be wise for you to behave here, Fang Yuan said slowly, adding in his mind. Pulling you from one inferno only to kick you into another could be considered saving your life. After this lesson, Tony came to a stark realization. These people were not benevolent souls. If he did not temper his behavior, he would only face greater suffering. Yet he could not resist a sarcastic remark. So, how should I repay my savior? This time, Fang Yuan was not angered by his irony. After all, he had often been the one on the receiving end of beatings. Now, having the rare opportunity to retaliate against someone who would later become the illustrious Iron Man was rather satisfying. Were it not for Tony's current pitiful state, he would have relished the chance to engage personally. Fang Yuan continued to play his part with fervor, exclaiming, I must say, the Jericho missile is truly a stroke of genius. Just as you mentioned, with any flimsy excuse, one can launch it, and the enemy will be utterly petrified. He waved his hands excitedly, envisioning a world where all trembled before him. Yet, beneath this facade of zeal, he couldn't help but scoff internally. How naive was the original owner to think that a mere missile could herald world domination? Tony, upon hearing this, erupted with indignation. Dream on. I will never assist you lunatics. Just as Fang Yuan's subordinates moved to intervene, he raised his hand to halt them, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had little interest in the Jericho missile, as long as he could confine Tony here. This man would inevitably find a way to escape, which was precisely the outcome Fang Yuan desired. Take your time to ponder. I shall return another day, he declared dismissively, turning to leave without a care for Tony's reaction. The resounding clang of the iron door echoed through the cavern as it closed, leaving Tony Stark standing alone. The flickering light above swayed ominously, casting shadows across his face, reflecting his turbulent emotions. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Tony. He seized a battery and charged towards the iron door, his fists pounding against the metal. Hey, what am I supposed to do if I need to urinate? Outside, there was nothing but silence. After shouting and thrashing about for what felt like an eternity, he received no response, not even the faintest sign of life. Once his frustration subsided, Tony began to assess his predicament. It was evident that he was trapped in a freshly excavated cave, the walls still damp with earth. A chill ran down his spine. Deep within this mountainside, No distress signal could be transmitted, rendering any notion of escape futile. It was now clear that he had been kidnapped. Despite the captor's claims of a debt of gratitude, he glanced at his battered visage. The very currency of his charm with women. The pain made him wince. He scoured the cave, his hands exploring every inch, but apart from the iron door. There was not even a mouse hole. After what felt like an eternity, his stomach suddenly growled. Since regaining consciousness post-surgery, he had not had a single drop of water. The conversation with Fang Yuan had merely distracted him from the gnawing hunger that had left his stomach pressing against his spine. These bastards. Tony kicked the iron door, cursing. Kidnapping me and not providing a meal? Do they want me to starve to death? He continued to rail against the door, his voice hoarse and dry. But his cries were met with nothing but echoes. In the shadows outside, Fang Yuan listened to Tony's outbursts with amusement. Starving Tony? That was intentional. Who knew how long this spoiled rich kid could endure? He needed a little push. It wasn't until midday the following day that Fang Yuan reappeared. By then, Tony had lost even the strength to roll his eyes. He had gone over 30 hours without food or water, including the time spent in surgery. Upon seeing Fang Yuan enter, Tony's eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline, nearly moved to tears. You're not planning to let me die of starvation in this wretched cave, are you? He croaked, his lips cracked and throat parched. Fang Yuan grinned, leisurely producing a small cup of water and a piece of bread. The sight of the cup revitalized Tony. He sprang up and snatched the cup, tilting it back to drink every last drop. However, that meager amount of water, barely 100 milliliters, could hardly quench the thirst that had tormented him all day. Glancing around, he noticed Fang Yuan's hands were empty, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are truly stingy. You can't spare a little more water? Fang Yuan replied with a smile. Once you start working, you'll have as much as you need. Otherwise, this is all you get. With that, he suddenly frowned. You weren't on the ground yesterday, were you? Tony's face flushed crimson. What do you mean? Do you think I wanted to? I shouted until my voice was hoarse. And no one paid me any mind. Now you're blaming me? Fang Yuan chose not to dwell on the matter further. Have you considered your options? As long as you begin working, food and drink will be plentiful. Otherwise, he shook the empty cup and the dry piece of bread. This meager sustenance might keep him alive, but the agony of hunger and thirst was unbearable. Chapter 23 flowed along the contours of the mountainside. The thought of enduring torment in this dark, sunless cave sent a shiver down Tony's spine. Yet, he refused to concede. Not a chance. Without further ado, Fang Yuan turned and left. Listening to the sound of armored footsteps fading into the distance, an idea struck Tony. Wait. Fang Yuan turned back. Changed your mind? Tony nodded vigorously. I'm in. Let us get to work. But I need tools and materials. Fang Yuan's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that the Iron Man suit was finally on the horizon. His own iron armor was not merely for disguise, but also a subtle hint to Tony. It appeared that his efforts were not in vain. The materials and tools had long been prepared. Stark Industries missiles, welding guns, cutting machines, workbenches, everything was at his disposal. As Tony entered the zone, Fang Yuan discreetly exited the cave. This time, he had no assistance from Dr. Ethan, but that was inconsequential. The assistant was merely a gopher. Even without him, they could still craft the armor. The hope of escape was tantalizingly close, igniting a fervor within Tony. His first task was to dismantle the missile to extract palladium for the creation of a miniature arc reactor, the key to his survival. Fang Yuan remained in the adjoining room, silently observing the entire process of the arc reactor's construction through his spatial sensing ability. From the initial winding of coils to the final assembly, every step was vividly clear. Within just 2 days, Tony's arc reactor was finally complete. The fist-sized circular device emitted a faint glow upon its final assembly, signaling its success. Watching the arc reactor next door, Fang Yuan's anticipation grew. This was not merely a power source. It resembled a delectable, fragrant pastry that made his mouth water. He yearned to rush over, seize it, and take a bite to discover its taste. However, he forcibly suppressed his impulse, reminding himself that the time was not yet ripe. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Tony installed the arc reactor into his chest, finally freeing himself from the cumbersome battery's constraints. Although the work environment in the cave was rudimentary, it afforded Tony a rare peace. Apart from the daily delivery of meals and water, he was largely undisturbed. Even Fang Yuan only occasionally ventured in to remind Tony of his presence, keeping him on edge. What reassured Tony slightly was that these terrorists appeared utterly clueless about missiles. They had no inkling that he was secretly crafting his own equipment. Meanwhile, as days turned into weeks, Fang Yuan witnessed Tony methodically produce each component of the armored suit. The outer shell was hammered into shape, welded together, mechanical structures were crafted, power systems assembled, and mobility modules gradually completed. Fang Yuan was particularly focused on these developments. If it were merely a matter of creating an iron shell, it would be a trivial task that he could accomplish with ease. However, what he desired was a complete armored system, composed of precision parts working in harmony, capable of movement, flight, offense, and defense, while remaining user-friendly for the average person. This presented a significant challenge. Fang Yuan currently lacked the capability, which is why he sought to learn from Iron Man. During this period, he reaped substantial rewards. With the aid of spatial sensing, the functions and designs of all components were laid bare before him. One could say that he could now replicate an entire set of Iron Man armor with ease. His fundamental goal had been achieved. As the Iron Man suit gradually took shape, the power system was assembled, and after testing, everything operated smoothly. Next, he began to develop the weapon system. Given the rudimentary environment, it was impossible to create sophisticated armaments. Only rudimentary small missiles and dual flamethrowers could be fashioned. According to Tony's plan, this suit would rely on its impenetrable defense and overwhelming strength to smash through the iron door and burst forth from the cave. As long as he could escape outside, he would create chaos with missiles and flames, seizing the opportunity to soar into the sky and make his escape. The more he contemplated, the more invigorated he became, and his hands moved with increasing speed. As time has elapsed, those terrorists appear to remain oblivious to the peculiarities around them, merely urging him from time to hasten his work. This situation amuses Tony, revealing them to be a group of ignorant individuals, unable to distinguish between missiles and armored suits. Upon observing this, Fang Yuan felt it was time to make his presence known. He had thoroughly studied the process of crafting the armored suit, and with the right materials, he could effortlessly employ his skills to create an even more exquisite piece of armor. There was no need to continue watching the farce unfold. After all, he was the mastermind behind this entire charade. What significance would it hold if Tony were to escape on his own accord? As Tony focused intently on assembling the flamethrower mechanism, he suddenly felt a gentle breeze sweep past him, accompanied by the silent arrival of another person beside him. Fang Yuan playfully draped an arm over Tony's shoulder, jesting, "Ah, does this esteemed individual happen to be the illustrious Tony Stark?" Startled, Tony's entire body tensed, causing his tools to clatter to the ground. As he slowly turned his head, relief washed over him upon realizing that it was not a terrorist. However, it soon dawned on him. If this person was not an enemy, how had he managed to enter undetected? Tony lowered his voice, urgency lacing his words. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" At that moment, Fang Yuan revealed his true identity, donning casual attire and appearing utterly nonchalant. As he strolled around the cave, he remarked, "So this is where the supposedly deceased Tony Stark resides. Quite unbefitting of your stature." Seeing Fang Yuan's blatant disregard for the situation, Tony grew increasingly anxious. "You know of my predicament, and yet you flaunt it so brazenly?" Fang Yuan scoffed dismissively. "Those inept fools outside? I could snuff out their lives with a mere glare." Tony nearly burst into laughter but suppressed it, keeping his voice low out of concern for the guards. "With just your eyes? I've never witnessed such a thing." Fang Yuan cut to the chase. "Now, tell me, do you truly wish to escape?" Tony's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized, this person, capable of entering undetected, could surely facilitate his exit. He promptly altered his tone. "Sir, please, do take me with you. With my status, I can provide you with substantial rewards." Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Is the renowned Stark only capable of issuing empty promises? Under normal circumstances, no one would dare speak to him in such a manner, lest they be inundated with riches. Yet now, in this predicament, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Tony lowered himself, inquiring, "What sort of reward do you seek?" Fang Yuan circled around Tony leisurely, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "And what can you offer me?" Tony felt a chill run down his spine under Fang Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, instinctively covering his back and nearly jumping out of his skin. You cannot." Fang Yuan was almost amused, pondering what sordid thoughts occupied Tony's mind. He elongated his tone. "All I desire is you." Tony immediately recoiled in a fluster, pressing against the wall in an attempt to create distance. "Stay back. If you come any closer, I will truly call for help." Fang Yuan feigned confusion. "What are you so tense about? I merely meant that a 20 stake in Stark Industries would be quite fitting for you." Tony's face shifted dramatically, a kaleidoscope of emotions flashing across it, eliciting laughter from Fang Yuan. He feigned composure, straightening his collar. "Preposterous. Do you have any idea how much those shares are worth?" He lowered his voice to add, "Enough to sustain you for 3 lifetimes." Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly, interpreting this as an attempt to dismiss him as a beggar. Clearly, This inventor was confident, likely plotting to break free once the armor was completed. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had no intention of allowing him that satisfaction. He kicked a metal component at his feet. So the life of a genius inventor is only worth 5 of shares? Or perhaps. He abruptly approached a corner piled with armor parts. What hidden cards do you possess? Tony's nerves tightened, yet he dared not intervene, fully aware that his life was now in Fang Yuan's hands. In one swift motion, Fang Yuan seized a piece of armor, tearing it apart as if it were mere newspaper. Tony's eyes bulged. This was no ordinary metal, but military-grade steel. With only 2 minutes remaining, Fang Yuan suddenly bellowed, "Help! Someone is attempting to escape." His thunderous shout reverberated painfully in Tony's eardrums, while dust cascaded from the cave's ceiling. Outside, a furious shout erupted, causing the armed guards to descend into chaos. What was happening? If that devil discovered that someone had infiltrated the cave right under their noses, would they even survive? In the midst of the clamor, those assailants rushed in, weapons drawn. Listening to the ensuing turmoil, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be such brazen audacity in the world? Resorting to coercion when negotiations failed? Even more absurd was the fact that the bargaining chip was his very life. At that moment, Tony wished he could strangle Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan noted Tony's hesitation, he impatiently urged, "Have you made up your mind? The terrorists outside are about to burst in, and I assure you, they are far less accommodating than I." Furious, Tony spat. "You call this being accommodating? You are simply," he stammered, struggling to find a word to encapsulate Fang Yuan's shamelessness. Fang Yuan, ever so cheerful, produced a piece of paper, prominently displaying the words, "Share Transfer Agreement." "So, will you sign? This is voluntary. I am not coercing you. However, debts owed to me are not easily dismissed." At that moment, a series of thunderous bangs echoed from the cave's iron door. The curses of the terrorists grew increasingly closer. The iron door, no matter how robust, could not withstand this onslaught for long. Fang Yuan stood idly by, arms crossed, neither aiding nor obstructing, but merely stoking the flames. "Hurry up and decide. This door cannot hold much longer." Tony understood the gravity of Fang Yuan's words. Despite his frustration at Fang Yuan's opportunistic behavior, he found himself devoid of options. The steel armor lay before him as a mere collection of parts. Donning it alone would take at least several minutes. And would the terrorists grant him that time? To make matters worse, the weapon systems were not yet operational. Even if he managed to put on the armor, it would only enhance his strength and resilience. Whether he could fight his way out remained uncertain. Originally, he had hoped to carve a path to freedom on his own, but now, with Fang Yuan's unexpected appearance, he found himself cornered with no recourse. After much contemplation, he realized that he had no choice but to rely on the very man standing before him. Was he truly willing to sign that share transfer agreement? The thought was deeply unsettling. Tony wrestled with his internal conflict, his face betraying his turmoil. This decision felt akin to self-mutilation. As the pounding on the door intensified, even the sound of gunfire resonated, indicating that the terrorists were growing impatient. The iron door, despite its thickness, could not withstand such relentless battering. It was on the verge of being breached. Fang Yuan's irksome voice broke through once more. "Hey, are you truly that obsessed with money? Does it require this much deliberation? After amassing such wealth, do you intend to wait until you're in a coffin for your lovely secretary to burn you paper money?" Tony erupted at the insinuation. "Dare to lay a finger on Pepper and see what happens." Fang Yuan chuckled mockingly. "Once you're 6 feet under, what will you care for your little Pepper? Just imagine her lying in another's embrace." Veins bulged on Tony's forehead, but he knew that Pepper was indeed his Achilles heel. This remark proved to be the final straw. 20? Not a chance. At most, 10. If you refuse, then leave me here to perish. Fang Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, a wise choice. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a contract as if by magic. In truth, he had been prepared all along, never truly expecting to extract a full 20 from Tony. After all, while Tony was the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, his holdings were still less than half. Should he concede 20, and Fang Yuan were to oppose him, Tony's position would be perilously compromised. Securing 10 of the shares was already a substantial victory for Fang Yuan, amounting to a deal worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The entire performance was orchestrated and enacted solely by him. Not only did he acquire the coveted technology of the iron suit and the arc reactor, but he also fortuitously became a shareholder of Stark Industries, an arrangement that was nothing short of a windfall. In the face of urgency, Tony scarcely scrutinized the contract. He merely cast a cursory glance before affixing his signature. Fang Yuan, standing nearby, reminded him, "Don't rush. Make sure to press your thumbprint as well." With a stoic expression, Iron Man placed his thumbprint, though internally he felt a pang of anguish, as this act had just vaporized over 100 billion of his fortune. Fang Yuan cheerfully secured the contract, entirely unconcerned about Tony's potential for trickery. Given his earlier demeanor, it was evident that Tony would not dare to entertain any dubious thoughts. Observing Fang Yuan's triumphant expression, Tony couldn't resist a jab. Why the delay? Didn't you say you would intimidate these people? Surely you're not just boasting? Before he could finish, two beams of crimson light suddenly erupted from Fang Yuan's eyes, grazing Tony's face before crashing into the heavy iron door behind him. The formidable door immediately contorted and warped, its securing nails scattering in all directions. In less than a second, the searing red iron plate pierced through the enemies lurking behind the door, the molten metal sizzling against flesh and bone, releasing an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat into the air. The relentless crimson beams continued to surge from Fang Yuan's eyes, a thick torrent of scarlet energy that obliterated dozens of armed assailants in the cavern, their cries silenced before they could even register their fate. It wasn't until he had perforated several meters of solid rock at the bend in the tunnel that this harbinger of death finally ceased his onslaught. The fierce beams had rendered the entire passageway incandescent, the surrounding rock walls melting into bubbling magma, while the daylight filtered through the molten rock, casting a blood-red hue across the stone chamber. The fine hairs on Tony's forehead curled and smoked from the heat wave. He mechanically turned his head, only to find that the iron door and workbench had vanished, replaced by a slow-flowing torrent of lava consuming the original passage. Had Fang Yuan not deliberately lowered the angle of his shots, the entire stone chamber would have transformed into a furnace by now. Outside the cave, the crimson lava flowed down the mountainside, as the fortunate surviving bandits fled in terror. Those who were slow to react were instantly engulfed by the molten flow, their forms igniting into human-shaped torches as they writhed in the lava. At times, the extreme heat would cause explosions, splattering molten rock that seared flesh to reveal stark, white bones. Iron Man swallowed hard, finally managing to utter, "Is this what you call glaring?" Fang Yuan blinked innocently. "I did glare several times." As he gazed upon the mountain that had been scorched by his glare, Tony suddenly felt his armor resembled a mere child's toy. Chapter 24 poured into his ears. Yet, upon reflection, he thought, such an attack surely can't be sustained. No matter how powerful an ability user may be, they remain bound by flesh. He contemplated developing a countermeasure against Fang Yuan's armor, unaware that the latter possessed a body capable of dismantling mechs with bare hands. Fang Yuan dismissed Tony's musings and stated directly, "You stay here. The outside is swarming with lava, and no one can come through. I will handle those terrorists to prevent you from being caught off guard." Before he finished speaking, he darted out through the lava passage. Tony stood rooted to the spot, opening his mouth but unable to produce a sound. Fang Yuan had no intention of leaving any of the forcibly conscripted terrorists alive. Only the dead could keep secrets. He had no desire for anyone to discover that he was the mastermind behind the kidnapping. It would be far more advantageous to enjoy a glamorous life as a wealthy magnate than to bear the title of a terrorist. Although he was unconcerned about any bounty on his head, the identity of Iron Man's savior was 100 times preferable to that of a terrorist. Throughout the ordeal, he had worn a mask, but for safety's sake, it was best to send them on their way. The terrorists outside had suffered heavy casualties. Some had been pierced by laser beams, while others, caught off guard, met their demise in the magma, and the unfortunate few were obliterated by missiles, leaving only 20 or 30 to flee in panic. Upon witnessing the red light piercing through several meters of rock, they realized that the individual inside the cave was not to be trifled with. Coupled with the sudden disappearance of their summoner, there was no time to lose. Unfortunately for Fang Yuan, these desperate struggles were futile. He had deliberately chosen this desolate, remote mountain, and with his spatial awareness, he had complete control over a radius of 1,000 meters. Who could escape his grasp? He soared through the air, never needing to touch the ground. As the fleeing individuals were swiftly consumed by the portals that appeared out of thin air, leaving no trace of their presence, Fang Yuan circled in the sky. The area around him now cleared. These individuals were silently refined and absorbed by him. The energy required for his ascension was substantial, and it was essential to accumulate it gradually. During his time in Afghanistan, he had claimed at least 400 to 500 lives. At his level, human life had long ceased to hold any significance. In the blink of an eye, they turned to dust. How could he feel anything? Moreover, most of those he had refined were drug lords, bandits, unscrupulous doctors, and terrorists. There were hardly any decent people among them. The fleeing figures were now invisible to the naked eye, yet he remained vigilant, holding his breath and listening intently to the sounds around him. The first sound that reached his ears was a heartbeat, distorted by interference, emanating from the cave. Fang Yuan recognized that the heartbeat, laced with metallic vibrations, belonged to Iron Man, whose chest housed a reactor the size of a fist, and the remnants of shrapnel caused his heartbeat to resonate with a metallic rasp. Suddenly, his ears perked up. From deep within the mountain came a thundering heartbeat accompanied by erratic gasps, reminiscent of a frightened beast cowering in a crevice. How intriguing. A smirk curled at Fang Yuan's lips. Behind a pile of rubble, Ade pressed his mouth shut in terror. The earlier eruption of crimson light had made him instantly aware that the new leader was silencing witnesses. Though he had never seen the face of this individual, the crimson light was strikingly similar to the gaping void that Fang Yuan had torn into the night sky. He had witnessed the entire process, the dark chasm in the heavens, the falling blue-purple flames entwining with the body, refusing to relent, even causing puddles to boil away. Remembering Fang Yuan's devilish mask, Ade felt a chill run down his spine. This was beyond human capability. Suddenly, a shadow was cast from outside the crevice. As the youth removed his mask, his features were strikingly handsome, yet to Ade, he appeared as a demon. Boss? A wise man meets a swift end. Fang Yuan's fingertips glimmered with red light. You guessed correctly, so I swear to keep my lips sealed. Ade's knees buckled into the rubble, but he suddenly felt a cold sensation against his forehead. The last thing he saw was the sound of his brain matter dripping down the rock wall. Secrets, Fang Yuan thought, dissipating the crimson smoke from his fingertips, would crawl out from the eyes of the dead. When the night wind swept through the valley, not even ashes remained. Fang Yuan chuckled as he caressed the cave's rock walls, reveling in the grand performance he had staged, playing both butcher and savior, reaping a bountiful harvest. The moment Tony Stark laid eyes on him, he resembled a man who had encountered a living bodhisattva. Hey, you over there, come help me out. Observing Iron Man awkwardly wedged in the corner, unable to advance or retreat, Fang Yuan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in amusement. Tony's face flushed red from embarrassment at Fang Yuan's mirth. Do you have no sense of professional ethics? I spent over $100 billion to enlist your help. And this is how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan cheerfully retrieved his phone and snapped several close-up pictures of the immobilized Iron Man before leisurely responding. Aren't you always boasting about how invincible this suit is? Why do you seem so timid now? He circled around Tony, occasionally tapping on the armor, producing a resounding clank, or flicking the helmet, causing Tony's head to ring, while he chattered incessantly. Marvelous, you've tailored yourself a metal coffin. The fit is quite nice. You might as well use it as a shroud. If you do, remember to send me an invitation to the funeral. By the way, isn't it customary for you Americans to send wreaths for funerals? Perhaps I should enlighten you on the cultural significance of wreaths. Tony wailed from within the suit. Please, just make it quick. Fang Yuan savored the moment. You really lack spirit. Is this how you treat your savior? Iron Man immediately switched to a sycophantic tone. You're absolutely right. Thus, once you are freed from your predicament, I shall arrange for a date with the cover girl of Playboy on a monthly basis. No. How about an annual subscription? Fang Yuan waved the share transfer document. Do you see this? Do I really need your reimbursement to woo women? Tony gazed at the Stark contract, his heart bleeding. Just half an hour ago, these were his assets, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of billions had evaporated. However, upon reflection, he was grateful that this ancestor appeared in time. Had he charged in while clad in this malfunctioning armor, who knows what misfortune might have befallen him. After Fang Yuan had his fun, he finally dismantled the armor piece by piece with his bare hands. The shredded steel components clattered to the ground, resembling the dismembered shell of a crab. This time, Iron Man observed closely. The individual before him was not employing any superpowers. He was purely relying on brute strength, tearing apart steel plates several millimeters thick as if they were mere sheets of paper. The steel plate bore clear fingerprints from Fang Yuan, a revelation that left Iron Man speechless. He had originally thought that Fang Yuan possessed formidable abilities, and that his physique was merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. Now he realized how gravely mistaken he was. This was not just a slight enhancement. It was the embodiment of a humanoid monster. After assisting Tony in his escape, Fang Yuan, intrigued, inquired, "What were you just up to?" Iron Man, his face flushed, stammered an explanation. It turned out that after Fang Yuan's departure, Tony had been unable to resist the allure of the armor lying on the ground. After laboring for 2 months, he was on the verge of completing it, only to have Fang Yuan disrupt his plans. He was not willing to accept that fate. After much contemplation, he decided to give the rudimentary armor a try. The suit was forged entirely from solid steel, exceedingly cumbersome. It was intended to be donned with the aid of external tools, yet the accompanying equipment was still unfinished. Tony stubbornly spent half an hour wrestling with it before finally squeezing himself into the suit. Just as he secured all the screws and prepared to show off, an embarrassing incident occurred. The armor suddenly malfunctioned. It was uncertain whether the previous damage to the combat suit had affected its components or if Fang Yuan's tearing of the outer shell had caused some malfunction. The entire suit trapped Tony like an iron coffin, its hundreds of kilograms rendering him immobile. Outside, the lava surged like a tempest, and within the metal shell, he felt as if he were suffocating in a steamer. When Fang Yuan returned, Tony was on the verge of collapse, drenched as if he had just emerged from water. Upon catching a whiff of the pungent odor emanating from Tony, Fang Yuan recoiled in disgust. "Stay away from me. You reek of urine." Tony, exasperated, protested, "It's sweat. Do you understand sweat? Have you ever sweat before?" Fang Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. "Can you distinguish the components of sweat from urine?" After a pause, he added, "Besides, who says I must sweat?" Iron Man then noticed the anomaly. It was sweltering as if in an oven, yet Fang Yuan's hair was completely dry. Just as he was about to inquire, he heard Fang Yuan, with a stern expression, spouting nonsense. "Sweating is such a primitive function. Only people from your blue planet would experience it. How could I, a Kryptonian from the M78 Nebula, sweat?" Tony interjected suddenly. "Wait, did you just say you're a Kryptonian?" Fang Yuan looked utterly baffled. "When did I ever say that? Is there something wrong with your ears?" Tony, being quite stubborn, became even more convinced of his hypothesis as Fang Yuan denied it. He mumbled, "That makes sense. No wonder you were able to find me. It must be due to your super hearing. Dismantling the steel armor with your bare hands? That has super strength. And on top of that, you can fly and shoot lasers from your eyes. Who would believe you're not a Kryptonian?" The more he spoke, the more animated he became, ultimately bursting into laughter. "I knew it. How could my iron armor lose to a blue planet inhabitant? It turns out you are a Kryptonian. That explains everything." Fang Yuan was utterly speechless. Previously, when he claimed to be a Kryptonian, no one believed him. Now, however, Tony was adamant about bestowing that title upon him. Whatever, he thought, he was merely jesting. Others could interpret it however they wished. Suddenly, Tony slapped his thigh. "Huh? You must be lying." Fang Yuan jumped in surprise. "What has got into you now?" Tony puffed up with pride. "Even Superman sweats. You can't fool me. Is that all?" Fang Yuan was at a loss for words. "Besides, I'm not Superman. So of course, I'm different." That was indeed the truth. Ever since his body transformed into a magical item, he didn't even need to use the restroom, let alone sweat. However, that was not something he could easily explain. So he chose to remain silent on the matter. After the two engaged in idle chatter for a while, Fang Yuan suddenly asked, "Why is the military taking so long?" Tony was taken aback. "How do you know I contacted the military?" Before waiting for a response, he realized, no need to say, "It must be because you heard it." As Tony grew increasingly convinced that he was a superhero, Fang Yuan was uncertain whether to correct him. In truth, his sensory perception was indeed acute, but it was not to the extent of eavesdropping on everything around him. If he concentrated, he could hear heartbeats from several kilometers away. But who could endure listening like that all day? Picture this: the myriad sounds within a few kilometers, the chatter of people, the rhythm of heartbeats and breaths, the flow of blood, the chirping of insects and birds, and even those unseemly noises, all would flood into his ears. If he were to allow those sounds to bombard him, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, and would merely sit at home as a human radio. Therefore, his brain automatically filtered out 99% of the noise, retaining only the useful information. At that moment, he was preoccupied with dealing with terrorists, so he had no time to listen to Iron Man reporting to the military. Observing Iron Man's composed demeanor in the cave, coupled with the entire mountain being perforated, he surmised that the signal would undoubtedly get through. Iron Man's response confirmed this notion. Fang Yuan surveyed his surroundings and suggested, "Let us head to the mountaintop. The military will be more likely to spot us there." After saying this, he picked up Iron Man and took flight. The valley was left with nothing but molten rock and remnants of missiles. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Iron Man suddenly remarked, "That armor should be destroyed after all." Clearly, he did not want the military to covet his technology. This was precisely what Fang Yuan had in mind. He had long coveted that armor. Although its design was rather unsightly, its functionality was complete. Previously, Tony had been stuck in the armor, unable to move. It was not a technical issue, but rather a result of Fang Yuan's interference. When he first tore open the outer shell, he had covertly sabotaged the power system. Fang Yuan effortlessly picked up several giant missiles and tossed them into the cave, conveniently taking the remnants of the armor with him. A laser flashed, and the shockwave caused the entire mountain to tremble, leading to the instant collapse of the tunnel. Iron Man nodded in satisfaction. Now, Only the two of them knew the truth. To him, Fang Yuan was merely a muscle-bound gorilla. If such a person could create armor, Tony would gladly eat the armor instead. Fang Yuan felt quite satisfied with the destruction, yet he was unaware that the American military, upon witnessing the cave's destruction, became convinced they were covering something up and resolved to investigate thoroughly. Those soldiers had endured great hardships. The entire mountain wall was crumbling like pastry, and digging a little would cause more to collapse. After 2 months of futile labor, they hadn't found a single clue, which nearly caused the commanding officer to suffer a heart attack on the spot. Fang Yuan stored the first set of steel armor in his storage bag, not in a hurry to refine it immediately. Although he had dismantled the armor into disarray, it still held some research value. Once he crafted his own version of the steel armor as a magical item, he could deal with this matter later. Before long, the distant sound of helicopters grew increasingly closer. Clearly, Tony held significant weight in the military. Despite being missing for nearly 2 months, they were still searching with all their might. Otherwise, how could the rescue aircraft arrive so swiftly? After the helicopter landed on a flat area, several figures emerged from the cabin. As soon as Fang Yuan recognized the faces of the newcomers, both parties exclaimed in unison, "What are you doing here?" The individual was none other than Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although 2 months had passed, and Coulson's hair had grown back, upon seeing Fang Yuan, he instinctively took a step back. Gazing at the solidified lava and the collapsed mountain in the valley below, Coulson suddenly realized, "You rescued Tony Stark, didn't you?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smug smile. "I wouldn't say rescued. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement." Behind him, Iron Man, utterly bewildered, asked, "Do you two know each other?" Fang Yuan interjected, "This fellow has an insatiable curiosity for others' privacy. He must be a spy. Tony, you ought to be cautious. He might even know the color of your underwear." Tony immediately shivered and retreated several steps. Newly equipped with his iron armor, he was particularly wary of dealing with such operatives. One could only wonder what secrets might be unearthed. Coulson chuckled wryly, gesturing dismissively. "Mr. Fang is jesting. In fact, we have yet to uncover a single clue regarding your whereabouts over the past 2 months." Fang Yuan merely smiled in silence. Compared to the fate originally destined for him, the Iron Man before him had certainly endured far less torment and appeared in much better spirits. Yet, one could not help but ponder whether this newfound ease was worth a 10% stake in Stark Industries. On another helicopter, the military doctor completed an examination on Tony, confirming that everything was normal except for the arc reactor in his chest. Once aboard, Colonel Rhodes engaged Tony in conversation, while Fang Yuan was naturally assigned to accompany Coulson. Truth be told, he was quite intrigued by the reason for Coulson's presence. As the aircraft stabilized in flight, Coulson eagerly inquired, "How is it that Mr. Fang happened to be here to rescue Tony Stark?" Though the plane flew steadily, the atmosphere within the cabin was somewhat charged. Chapter 25. It is hardly surprising that he feels a sense of relief. Fang Yuan chose not to answer Coulson's question directly, but instead raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings you to such a place? Don't tell me you're here solely to admire the desert scenery." Seeing Fang Yuan's demeanor, Coulson understood that unless he clarified matters, Fang Yuan would not relent. "Isn't it obvious? We discovered your disappearance the very day it occurred, yet we could find no leads. A few days ago, we received a tip-off suggesting you might be in Afghanistan, which is why the director dispatched me to this godforsaken place. Coincidentally, upon hearing that the long-missing Stark had been rescued, I decided to come and see for myself. Little did I know, the person who saved him would be you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Iron Man interjected, "Excuse me, Mr. Spy, you are mistaken. This individual is hardly a savior. He nearly took my life." The cabin erupted with a chorus of curious voices. "What do you mean by that?" Tony clutched his chest in mock agony. "Since you are so well acquainted with this Superman, could you perhaps intercede on my behalf and persuade him to return that contract?" In unison, everyone exclaimed, "What contract?" Fang Yuan cleared his throat twice, interrupting their barrage of questions. "Tony, you might as well give up on that hope. Moreover, they owe me quite a few favors as well." Noticing that Coulson still seemed perplexed, Fang Yuan contemplated that with a publicly traded company like Stark Industries, any changes in shareholding would eventually come to light, so he decided to be forthright. At that moment, the situation was dire. The terrorists were about to break in. The instant I appeared, Tony was overwhelmed with emotion. Tony widened his eyes. "That is nonsense." Fang Yuan continued unabated. He insisted on transferring shares of Stark Industries to me, declaring that if I refused, he would rather face death at the hands of the terrorists. If he could not repay his debt of gratitude, what meaning did life hold? Tony trembled with indignation. "Have you no shame?" Before he could finish, Fang Yuan interrupted again. I could hardly refuse, so I reluctantly accepted. Now, I am the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, holding a 10% stake. Just as Tony was about to counter, he noticed Fang Yuan squinting with a smile. Tony, do you need me to give you a signal? Iron Man fell silent, rendered speechless. Fang Yuan, exuding a sense of helplessness, added, Indeed. I am also from the Middle Kingdom, where the tradition is to help others without seeking recompense. However, this time, Tony was exceedingly insistent, and I found it impossible to decline. He turned to Iron Man, deliberately elongating his tone. Tony, wouldn't you agree? With gritted teeth, Iron Man replied, Yes. That is precisely how it transpired. Upon hearing this, Colonel Rhodes and Coulson felt as if 1,000 llamas had dashed through their minds. Could there truly be someone so foolish in this world? Even if it were a matter of life and death, $100 billion in gratitude seemed rather excessive. With such wealth, why not give it to me? I am in dire need of funds. Colonel Rhodes rubbed his hands together, stepping forward. Tony, look at me. I have been searching for you in the desert day in and day out. My face is sunburned to a crisp. The moment I received word, I rushed here to rescue you. Surely, my efforts, if not commendable, are at least deserving of acknowledgement? Fang Yuan cooperatively produced a checkbook and handed it to Iron Man. With flourish, Iron Man signed it and tore off the check, slapping it into Rhodes' hands. A reward for you. Rhodes, beaming with delight, opened the check, only to freeze in disbelief. $1? This is rather paltry, isn't it? Tony, already irked, found some solace in teasing Rhodes. Is it too little? Then I want it back. As he reached for the check, Rhodes quickly folded it and tucked it into his pocket. Not a chance. I want everyone to see how generous Tony Stark is to his friends, giving a mere $1 to send them on their way. Iron Man felt even more disheartened, sensing that he had been played once again. Why was he so unfortunate lately? First, he had been captured, then severely injured by his own missile, leaving him with an additional piece of metal lodged inside him. Just as he thought he had devised a means of escape, someone meddled in his plans. Now, he was being extorted, watching his assets dwindle significantly. The most infuriating part was that even after all this, he still had to provide cover, as a mere glance from Fang Yuan could render him invisible. Was this not the most dismal fate? Amid Iron Man's grievances, the plane finally descended. Only after disembarking did Coulson realize he might have been led astray by Fang Yuan once more. He had intended to question him about his appearance in Afghanistan, yet he had been sidetracked by all this banter. Fortunately, they were still far from the beautiful woman, affording him ample opportunity to pursue his inquiries. Fang Yuan, contemplating that he had no pressing matters at hand, reasoned that although he could travel faster than the plane, why exhaust himself when he could enjoy the luxury of flying? Upon boarding the lavish private jet, Coulson could not resist revisiting the topic. Mr. Fang, what exactly brings you to Afghanistan this time? Fang Yuan donned a sincere expression. To be honest, our objectives align perfectly. I was originally traveling in the Middle Kingdom when I heard about Tony's predicament and rushed over. I have been searching for him these past few days, and thankfully, my efforts were not in vain. Coulson listened impassively, his mind racing with calculations. This statement was riddled with inconsistencies. Firstly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation revealed that the two were complete strangers. What urgency could there possibly be? Secondly, Fang Yuan had acquired shares of immeasurable value during this operation. To suggest that Tony would capitulate so easily was nothing short of absurd. It was likely that Fang Yuan had heard of the wealthy man's misfortune and perceived an opportunity, thus arriving on the scene. He probably coerced Tony into signing an agreement while he was in a precarious situation. As for the lack of traceable movements, that was easily explained. After all, this individual could fly. Coulson believed he had unraveled the entire narrative, completely oblivious to how far off the mark he truly was. In this world, only Fang Yuan remained privy to the truth. He had prepared this elaborate ruse well in advance. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s influence in the Middle Kingdom was minimal, rendering them incapable of detecting any flaws. Upon returning to the beautiful woman, Fang Yuan immediately sought out Gwen to express his longing. Beyond the emotional solace, physical intimacy was naturally indispensable. However, after only a few days of leisure, he found himself restless. With no school obligations, remaining cooped up at home became unbearably dull. He had no interest in bar hopping or dancing as pastimes. After some contemplation, he suddenly recalled a splendid destination. After all, it was also his home. In stark contrast to Fang Yuan's leisurely pursuits, Iron Man had been overwhelmed with stress in recent days. Ever since announcing the permanent cessation of Stark Industries, the outcry had been relentless. A parade of lobbyists had inundated him, leaving him utterly exasperated. The stock price of Stark Industries plummeted, and within a single day, the company's value evaporated by 40%. Faced with no other option, Tony was compelled to assure company veteran Obadiah that he would bring the miniaturized arc reactor to market, which temporarily assuaged the latter's concerns. That evening, as he dragged his weary body back to his Malibu mansion, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar figure lounging on the living room sofa, savoring a fine bottle of vintage red wine from his collection. "Fang Yuan," Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as his briefcase clattered to the floor. "Why can't you just disappear?" Without waiting for a response, he shouted at the ceiling, "Jarvis, is the security system asleep? Why hasn't an alarm been triggered? Immediately evict this trespasser." The voice of the AI butler emanated from the speakers. "I apologize, sir. However, this gentleman, Mr. Fang, has presented you with a property deed that bears your signature. According to the legal document, he now possesses a 50% ownership of this villa. I do not have the authority to evict him." Fang Yuan swirled the crystal glass, the deep red liquid shimmering alluringly under the light. "Care for a glass of 82 Lafite? When did I ever sign such a damned agreement?" Tony suddenly froze, as if a thought had struck him. "Could it be?" "Indeed," Fang Yuan replied with a smile. "It's the supplementary clause from the equity transfer contract in that cave. All properties under your name are to be shared evenly with me." Tony's fingers trembled with rage as he pointed accusingly at Fang Yuan. "Have you no shame? Playing word games during a life-and-death situation?" Recalling the moment when terrorists had their guns aimed at his forehead, he realized he had hastily signed the 30-page contract after merely glancing at the equity transfer ratios. Who would have thought that this seemingly benevolent figure had concealed countless traps within the legal documents? Besides the property, who knows how many more snares lay hidden within those dense clauses? Perhaps when he finally created the Mark armor, this guy would brandish the contract, declaring, "According to Article 38 of the supplementary terms, this armor belongs to me, Fang Yuan." The mere thought of such a future scenario made Tony's head spin. It is often said that even the wisest can make a mistake, but this was no mere oversight. He had essentially bartered away his life and fortune. Even if one were to sell themselves into servitude, at least they would know what they were selling. Now, he was completely oblivious to how many contracts of servitude he had signed. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to confront the terrorists directly. At least they needed him to build weapons, and wouldn't he have sought his life? The most perilous aspect was that this contract, scrawled on plain paper, held legal validity. If he dared to breach it, Fang Yuan could effortlessly make him regret it with just a blink. Observing the stark pallor on Tony's face, Fang Yuan understood that this genius needed time to digest the reality. Humming a tune, he began to explore the villa. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sunset bathed the entire private beach in golden hues. The wall facing the sea was entirely composed of transparent glass, offering an unobstructed view of the azure coastline. This two-story villa boasted an underground studio and spanned at least 1,000 to 2,000 square feet. A helicopter was parked on the roof, and the yard featured both a swimming pool and a tennis court. Not only was the external scenery breathtaking, but the interior was also equipped with cutting-edge smart home technology. The icing on the cake was Jarvis, the AI butler, always on standby, ready to manage affairs at the mere utterance of a command. After completing his tour, Fang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with his half of the property. Compared to the dilapidated rental he once inhabited, this place felt like paradise. He immediately decided to move in and even contemplated inviting Gwen to join him, as there were plenty of empty rooms and a dozen occupants would hardly feel overcrowded. Choosing a sunlit bedroom with a sea view, Fang Yuan declared ownership. "This room is now mine." The oblivious Iron Man remained unresponsive. Fang Yuan then turned to Jarvis and issued a command. "Did you hear that? From now on, no one can enter this room without my permission." Tony suddenly snapped to attention, his voice booming in protest. "In your dreams. This is my master bedroom. Aren't you supposed to be superhuman? Why not sleep on the sun's surface and recharge your powers while you're at it?" Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Tony, are you testing the waters at the edge of mortality? Don't forget that even Jarvis has permissions." Before he could finish, Tony relented. Okay. You can have the room. I promise not to set foot in there, all right?" "Oh." Fang Yuan feigned embarrassment, scratching his head. "Since you're being so accommodating, I graciously accept. I was actually going to ask Jarvis to switch rooms. After all, you own half of this villa, and it would be quite inappropriate to evict you." Iron Man seethed with indignation. How dare this rascal threaten him on his own turf? He even had the audacity to invoke Jarvis. If pushed too far, he might even rename the AI to Jin Weiss to prevent him from touching a single wire. Yet, the sharp retorts faded on his lips, leaving him to watch helplessly as Fang Yuan claimed the Seaview room. The next morning, bright and early on Saturday, Fang Yuan went to fetch Gwen. "Mrs. Stacy remained her usual warm self, insisting that he stay for breakfast. Sheriff George, though stern-faced, refrained from displaying his displeasure. During the meal, Mrs. Stacy, Gwen, and Fang Yuan shared laughter, while Sheriff George remained silent, having realized that he was powerless against Fang Yuan. Now, he could only watch as his daughter was whisked away by this young man, which was hardly a source of comfort for him. After breakfast, Gwen followed Fang Yuan outside. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, "Where are we going today?" Fang Yuan winked mysteriously, "You'll find out when we get there." With that, he waved at a distance, and an Audi rolled up autonomously. The window lowered to reveal the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent whom Fang Yuan had designated as his personal driver. This poor fellow had thought he would be free from this grueling assignment after 2 months, only to be reassigned as a chauffeur the moment Fang Yuan returned. Ever since meeting Fang Yuan, he had lived in constant trepidation, having had his car disassembled twice and now enduring life as a full-time driver, without even the benefits of Social Security. "Curious," Gwen asked. "When did you acquire a personal driver?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "You might not believe it, but this driver doesn't cost me a dime. He was practically thrust upon me." Gwen was astonished. Is there really such a good deal in the world? The agent, who was driving, couldn't help but interject, "Mr. Fang is right. My boss is quite the character." Fang Yuan seized the opportunity to tease. "Are you particularly thrilled to see me? Remember how emotional you were the last time I had you sent? I made sure to speak with Coulson to have you reassigned." The agent's grip on the steering wheel stiffened, internally cursing, but he plastered on a smile. "It is my privilege to serve, sir." As they exited the vehicle, Gwen remarked, "Your driver seems a bit peculiar." Fang Yuan took her hand. "Never mind him. Look, the Villa's entrance is opening automatically." Jarvis's voice soon echoed, "Welcome home, Mr. Fang." Upon entering the living room, Gwen was still processing the situation. "Wait, when did you buy such a large villa?" Fang Yuan replied with a smile. "Don't ask so many questions, just know that I own half of it. I'll be living here from now on, and I've already given you access. If you need me, just come over." He leaned closer to Gwen's ear, "Or you could simply move in. My bedroom is in need of a female presence." Just as they were joking, Tony emerged from the basement. Initially frowning upon seeing a stranger, his face instantly brightened upon recognizing Gwen. "Hey, beautiful. Are you here to see me?" Fang Yuan swatted away his outstretched hand. "Keep your hands to yourself. This one is off limits." Tony, seeing that Fang Yuan's woman was present, immediately deflated, slumping lazily on the sofa. "What a drag." Gwen hesitated. "Isn't he the one who frequently appears on television?" Tony mustered a lackluster enthusiasm. "Did the beauty recognize me? I suppose I am quite famous." Gwen replied, "That Tin Man?" Fang Yuan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "Huh? Who came up with that? Brilliant. I have to give them a thumbs up." Chapter 26. A thick skin rivaling a city wall. Iron Man was left in shock. "Miss, you must be mistaken. Nobody calls me that. If you want to call me a playboy, I'll accept it, but Tin Man?" Gwen insisted, "No. That person even said the blacksmith shop doesn't make tin. So isn't that the Tin Man?" The mere mention of this matter caused Tony considerable distress. As he slumped like a salted fish, cradling his head and lamenting, "Please, spare me the talk of stocks and tin plates. It's utterly maddening." Gwen suddenly understood, exclaiming, "No wonder Fang Yuan said you wouldn't get angry. It seems you are quite familiar with each other." Fang Yuan, lost in his own thoughts, produced a bottle of red wine. "Let us sit down and converse." As the two settled down to savor the wine, an unsettling thought gnawed at Tony. What did he mean by last time? What had transpired? Why was it said that he wouldn't get angry? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What last time?" "I don't recall anything." Fang Yuan hastily replied, "We merely shared a drink. I even left you a message to thank you." Infuriated, Tony leapt to his feet. "So it was you who crashed through the ceiling of Stark Tower and turned my office into a chaotic mess?" Strangely, the more irate Iron Man became, the more delighted Fang Yuan appeared. "Was this what they called schadenfreude?" He provocatively remarked. "What's wrong with having a few drinks in advance? I even gave you a 5-star review. Seeing you so guilty, why not just give me the entire villa? Don't worry, I'll leave you a room." Iron Man felt utterly frustrated, yet powerless, for who could contest with such a formidable opponent? Fang Yuan's fists, which dwarfed his own by several multiples, compelled him to stifle his rage, secretly vowing, "Once I create an iron armor specifically designed to combat Fang Yuan, I shall make him regret it." After indulging in a moment of self-comfort akin to that of AQ, Tony finally released his clenched fists. After taking Gwen around and venting his frustrations at Iron Man, the young girl ultimately decided against moving in. After all, she was still a student, and residing there would be inconvenient. Fang Yuan did not press the matter, personally escorting Gwen back home. As for Tony, the moment Fang Yuan stepped out, he steeled himself and retreated to his underground studio. Initially intending to rest, he found himself instead brimming with suppressed anger. This time, he was resolute in his determination to expedite the creation of the Mark II. Fang Yuan must experience the consequences of his actions. Unbeknownst to him, the night had slipped away. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the villa, Obadiah Stane, the current CEO of Stark Industries. He had the clearance, and Jarvis automatically opened the door. "Would you like me to notify Mr. Stark?" "No need," Obadiah replied, easily making his way to the basement, where he observed Tony intently fine-tuning the newly crafted leg armor through the door. Just one glance made it impossible for Obadiah to tear himself away. A storm brewed within him. So this is what he has been working on. As long as the arc reactor can be miniaturized, the rest will be a mere trifling matter. If this succeeds, won't the orders come pouring in? Crushing the competition will be but a dream come true. However, I cannot allow this opportunity to slip through your fingers, Tony. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and quietly stepped back, deliberately telling Jarvis, "I'll return tomorrow. Just say I came to discuss the company's stock." Once the AI confirmed, Obadiah vanished like a shadow. Throughout this, Tony remained blissfully unaware, though Fang Yuan, upon returning Gwen, caught a glimpse of him. Fang Yuan paid it no mind. Even if Obadiah were to create the Iron Leviathan, to him, it would merely be a tin toy. Perhaps he could let this fellow experience firsthand the strength of the Mark suit versus that of the Iron Leviathan. As the night deepened, Tony, utterly exhausted, abandoned the cluttered workbench, stretching his sore muscles. "Sir, your coffee is ready." Tony accepted the mug and took a sip. "Thanks, Jarvis. Is there anything urgent that requires my attention today?" The electronic butler responded calmly. "Mr. Stane visited this afternoon, wishing to discuss fluctuations in the group's stock price. Would you like to access the meeting footage?" "Stop right there." Tony grumbled irritably, rubbing his temples. "Let him handle it. I don't want to be bothered." "Noted for future reference. I will convey your sentiments at 9 o'clock tomorrow." "What about the other matter?" "Mr. Fang Yuan has procured a substantial quantity of building materials, with the delivery address listed as the Villa Warehouse." Tony raised an eyebrow. "No contraband mixed in, I trust?" "All materials are compliant, sir. Let him do as he pleases. Such trivial matters need not be reported." Tony waved dismissively as he headed toward his bedroom, his slippers dragging lazily across the floor. "Sir, you are heading in the wrong direction." "Damn it." Tony abruptly halted, gritting his teeth at the door at the end of the corridor. "I will dismantle this wretched system sooner or later." Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Fang Yuan, somewhat miffed, withdrew a water-filled ice bucket back into his spatial ring. He had already heard the commotion in the hallway and intended to enlighten whoever dared to enter, but the AI had thwarted his plans. The morning light filtered through the smart dimming glass, and the sound of waves mingled with the aroma of coffee wafting into the bedroom. "Good morning, sir. The current time is 8 o'clock sharp. Today's forecast predicts clear skies, with waves at 3 meters, unsuitable for surfing." The UV index, Fang Yuan interrupted with a yawn. "From now on, skip the sunscreen advice. Settings updated." Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing the chandelier to tremble. "Fang Yuan, did you do this?" "Mr. Stark, your emotional fluctuations have exceeded 63, suggesting a need for vocal cord maintenance. Would you like to schedule a psychological counseling service? You dare to toy with me as well. Connecting you to a psychiatric hotline." Tony took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and lowered his voice. "Listen, Jarvis. Get that damn doctor out of here immediately." "I'm perfectly fine. I don't need to see a doctor." The AI butler patiently replied. "Sir, system records indicate that your recent emotional fluctuations have been severe, your sleep quality poor, and you are prone to irritability and restlessness. I believe professional psychological counseling is indeed warranted. Enough chatter. Execute my command at once." Iron Man's volume suddenly surged. "Appointment with the doctor has been cancelled. However, I still hope you will seriously consider my recommendation." In the adjacent room, Fang Yuan found the situation amusing, thinking to himself, "Isn't this just a classic case of midlife crisis symptoms?" He mumbled to himself, "Such excitement so early in the morning. Should I accompany it with a cheerful shout of happy fun camp? May every day be delightful." Strolling into the living room, Fang Yuan completely disregarded the agitated Tony, shouting, "Jarvis, prepare me 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 1 sweet, 1 savory, along with 2 youtiao." The AI butler, while continuing to soothe Tony, responded, "The kitchen equipment currently does not support the preparation of traditional breakfast items. Would you prefer a delivery service?" Observing Fang Yuan's carefree demeanor, Tony felt his temples throbbing. Never in his life had he been so exasperated as in these past few days since meeting Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, Shouldn't you explain what those things outside are all about? Fang Yuan paid no heed to his inquiries, stroking his chin as he pondered breakfast options. Never mind. I suppose takeout for tofu pudding will suffice. Jarvis, make a note to order a fully automatic soy milk, youtiao, and tofu pudding machine. I have prepared toast and freshly squeezed orange juice for you. Seeing that Fang Yuan treated him as if he were invisible, Tony finally exploded, seizing a nearby brass ornament and hurling it at him. Fang Yuan didn't even glance back, effortlessly catching the flying object, weighing it in his hand. He realized it was a finely crafted bronze sculpture, well-maintained as evidenced by its patina. Staring at the artifact, Fang Yuan suddenly had a whimsical thought. What would it taste like? In recent days, apart from a few essential items, he had scarcely eaten, and his palate had grown rather bland. On a whim, he reckoned that since he was bound to reveal his secret while residing here, and given his current strength, there was no need to keep many things hidden. For instance, this peculiar ability to consume anything. What harm could it do if others found out? With that in mind, he followed his instinct and, with a decisive crunch, bit off half of the sculpture's head, chewing thoughtfully as he remarked, "The texture is soft and elastic, with a hint of apple flavor." Iron Man was left dumbfounded, wondering if Fang Yuan had suddenly lost his mind. Even if his constitution were extraordinary, what on earth was he doing gnawing on a statue? Jarvis's alarm blared immediately. "Mr. Fang, please put down that sculpture at once. It is not edible, and swallowing it could be fatal." "Enough, Jarvis, don't shout. I know exactly what I'm doing. You need not worry." Fang Yuan chewed incessantly, savoring every bite. Iron Man, momentarily stunned, remarked, "Now I am certain. Regardless of whether you hail from Krypton, you most certainly are not a native of Earth." With a few swift bites, Fang Yuan devoured the entire statue and clapped his hands to shake off the crumbs. Where did this statue come from? It tastes quite delightful. What he truly meant to convey was that the effects were remarkable. This statue, of unknown origin, boasted a cultivation effect far superior to ordinary metals. The several dozen pounds he had just consumed equated to 2 or 3 tons of high-quality steel. It was only then that Tony realized the gravity of the situation and let out a cry of despair. "Have you lost your mind? This is an antique gifted to me by Pepper. Do you have any idea how much it's worth?" Jarvis promptly responded, $243,000, sir." "Oh, just over 200,000? Well, if I've eaten it, I've eaten it." Fang Yuan shrugged. "The issue isn't the money. This was a birthday gift personally selected by Pepper for me." Upon hearing the price, Fang Yuan's enthusiasm waned. Although the antique had excellent cultivation effects, it was merely equivalent to a few tons of steel. Given that steel was only a few $100s per ton, why spend millions on an equivalent antique? Unless, of course, he had completely lost his senses. No amount of wealth warranted such wastefulness. As for Iron Man's protests, Fang Yuan treated them as mere background noise. After days of Tony's incessant complaints, he had long since developed immunity to them. Dejected by the lack of attention, Tony pondered what misdeeds in his past had led him to encounter such a character, unable to overpower him, with a skin thicker than a city wall, and a knack for infuriating conversation. There was nothing superhuman about his demeanor. Fang Yuan slipped over to the pile of goods at the entrance of the villa, nodding in satisfaction. The efficiency was commendable. He had placed the order yesterday, and today it had been delivered. The heap before him was mostly composed of titanium alloy, with some crystal ores and natural rubber materials, totaling over 1,000 tons, effectively blocking the entrance. The lawn and flower beds had been thoroughly trampled. It was no wonder Tony was in a fit. Jarvis continued to explain, "Sir, I reported Mr. Fang's substantial order to you last night. You stated that such matters need not be brought to your attention in the future." Tony surveyed the mountain of materials before him and couldn't help but scoff. "This is what you call a large batch? Jarvis, are you joking with me?" After a moment of silence, curiosity got the better of Tony. "Hey, Fang Yuan, what on earth do you intend to do with all these materials?" Fang Yuan had no intention of keeping his plans under wraps, responding directly, "I aim to construct a suit of armor, similar to the one you are currently developing." Tony dug at his ear, convinced he had misheard. "What? You expect to craft a suit of armor by hand using these raw materials?" He casually rifled through the pile. Titanium alloy, rubber, red crystal, transparent crystal. These 4 items? Is that all? Fang Yuan calmly nodded. "Yes, just these." Tony erupted into laughter. "Do you have any idea how many components make up a suit of armor? How many systems? Even I have to source components from around the globe. You seriously think you can do it by hand? Just the control chip for the armor requires top-tier precision equipment to process. Are you planning to use your head? If you truly manage to create a suit of armor from this pile of scrap, I will consume all these materials on the spot." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, those are your words. Once I succeed, I shall dismantle your suit into scrap metal. However, he mused that it would be too cruel to make Tony nibble on metal. Instead, he proposed a more tangible wager. If I win, you shall foot the bill for whatever I wish to eat. What do you say? Seeing Fang Yuan's unwavering confidence, Tony felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, after a moment's thought, he found it ludicrous. This amount of material could at most create a tin man that couldn't even move, let alone compete with his armor. Furthermore, how much could it cost to feed someone? Even if Fang Yuan dined on gold bars, it would be a mere drop in the ocean for him. Tony made a decisive declaration. Let us wager. But what happens if you lose? I certainly don't need your meager food budget. Fang Yuan gestured around. If I lose, I shall immediately return half of the villa's property rights to you. Reasonable enough? Iron Man was instantly intrigued. Who knew how he had so foolishly given away half the house in the first place? Now, he was attempting to win it back through a bet. The two of them promptly sealed the deal with a handshake. In a corner, Jarvis's processor nearly overheated. Crafting armor by hand from 4 basic materials? Such a notion completely defied the laws of physics. If Fang Yuan were aware of Tony's thoughts, he might have chuckled. My friend, this is all about the wonders of technology. Besides, how many things in this world lack scientific basis? Tony eagerly dashed back to the basement to tinker with his armor. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, remained unhurried, seated in the kitchen, awaiting the freshly baked bread from Jarvis. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Miss Potts, would you like me to inform Mr. Stark? It was none other than Pepper Potts. Clad in a well-tailored professional suit, her figure appeared exquisitely refined. However, Fang Yuan felt no particular interest. He simply greeted her. Miss Potts, here to see Tony again? Having previously encountered him at Stark Industries, Pepper recognized Fang Yuan as the current second-largest shareholder of the company and was not surprised to see him here, especially given that Tony had inexplicably transferred half of the villa's property rights to him. She raised the paper bag she was holding. I've brought breakfast for you both. Where is he? Fang Yuan had already taken note of the breakfast she carried, though he anticipated there would be something for him as well. This girl was indeed thoughtful. It was no wonder she managed both Tony's daily life and the affairs of the company with such efficiency. He.s. in the basement. Fang Yuan indicated. Pepper placed one of the breakfast items down and turned to head toward the workshop. Just then, Jarvis chimed in. Sir, the bread is ready. Would you like some? Yes. Fang Yuan replied, taking a bite of the sandwich. I'll eat as much as there is. He munched while keeping an eye on Tony's progress. At this moment, Tony had completed the internal structure of the lower leg of the armor. The gleaming mechanical components meshed together with precision, appearing sturdier than a typical human leg. The heart continued to race. Fang Yuan observed him testing the joint movements. The ankle rotated smoothly side to side, functioning flawlessly. Since moving into the villa, Fang Yuan had been keenly observing the development of the armor. Those custom and self-made precision parts were meticulously assembled into this mechanical leg. Compared to the original suit, this version was indeed far more complex and refined, boasting a more comprehensive functionality. However, in Fang Yuan's eyes, it seemed rather ostentatious. He intended to forge a combination-type magical artifact using his refining techniques, rendering such elaborate designs unnecessary. In fact, Tony's earlier approach of piecing together Mark I from scrap materials resonated more with his preferences. Now that the materials were all in place, it was time to commence work. In truth, he wished he could directly employ vibranium for his forging. If he could use vibranium to enhance his cultivation, that would be even better. Unfortunately, acquiring such a material proved exceedingly difficult. According to Fang Yuan's memories from his past life, the precious vibranium on Earth originated from meteorites that had fallen millennia ago, most of which were scattered within the isolated borders of Wakanda. This mysterious nation, hidden within the African continent, seemed to be protected by some force, rendering it impossible for outsiders to discover its whereabouts. At least, Fang Yuan himself had no clear means of access. The vibranium that had made its way into the outside world was not only scarce, but also exceedingly difficult to collect. The batch that Ultron managed to obtain was, in fact, pilfered by a traitor from Wakanda. At this moment, that individual was likely hiding in some dark corner. If one were to speak of a top-tier metal second only to vibranium, it would undoubtedly be adamantium. Wolverine's indestructible claws were products infused with this extraordinary metal. Adamantium actually comes in 3 grades, the highest being primal adamantium, a completely serendipitous creation that cannot be replicated. The second type is the true adamantium found within Wolverine, the formula for which is held by only a select few, making it nearly impossible to acquire. The most inferior grade of secondary Edelman alloy pales in comparison. Although it is significantly stronger than titanium alloy, it can easily be deformed when faced with a true master. Fang Yuan holds such subpar materials in contempt. He is capable of forging far superior substances himself, so why should he exert effort on this? In the future, as his cultivation progresses, it is entirely possible for him to create materials that surpass genuine Edelman alloy. His recent extravagant purchase of over 1,000 tons of titanium alloy is aimed solely at refining top-tier materials. Having experienced the event of consuming a metal sculpture in front of Tony, Fang Yuan has come to realize, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, what is there to fear in revealing one's trump cards? Look at Wolverine, who does not know of his adamantium claws and regenerative abilities. Yet he lives a carefree life without a care in the world. To possess capability, yet conceal it is rather stifling. With this understanding, Fang Yuan decided to abandon his previous reticence. With a wave of his hand, the mountain of metallic materials vanished without a trace. In an instant, the objects in the surveillance footage disappeared into thin air, plunging Jarvis into a state of chaos, as the processor whirred frantically, and a piercing alarm blared. Warning! Warning! Experimental materials have been stolen. Mr. Fang Yuan, please evacuate immediately and do not approach the original storage area. There may be lethal risks present. Fang Yuan could not help but chuckle. Calm down, old Jarvis. The materials are perfectly fine right where they were. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pile of metallic materials reappeared intact in its original location. The AI's alarm abruptly ceased, as if it had been cut off. Tony Stark and Pepper rushed out, exclaiming, "What is going on? Who dares to intrude upon Stark Tower?" Even Jarvis, usually precise, experienced a glitch. The batch of materials at the entrance indeed underwent a sudden disappearance and reappearance. Tony furrowed his brow while examining the surveillance. Must be a system malfunction. How could several tons of resources simply vanish in a thin air? The electronic voice chimed in once more, after confirming through 50 times speed playback of the surveillance. This batch of materials indeed vanished for 5,601 seconds. Additionally, the three-dimensional coordinates indicate a 23mm displacement upon return. Fang Yuan stifled a laugh as he watched Iron Man awkwardly sprawled over a heap of metal, repeatedly inspecting it. Suddenly, the entire batch of materials vanished again, catching Tony off guard and causing him to stumble. "Mr. Stark, please take emergency precautions," Jarvis warned urgently. Tony scrambled away from the danger zone, his face pale as he glared at the empty space. If over 1,000 tons of materials were to suddenly crash down, the now composed genius inventor quickly locked onto the suspect. "Fang Yuan, are you playing tricks? I've been standing right here the whole time." Fang Yuan shrugged innocently. "Did you see me panicking over the materials' disappearance?" Before Tony could press the matter further, Fang Yuan turned and returned to his room to rest, leaving Tony to grapple with the empty warehouse in frustration. In the bedroom, the seemingly meditative young man was deeply focused on introspecting within his unique spatial abilities. Currently, his internal space had expanded to a radius of 1,500 meters, and after absorbing over 1,000 tons of materials, it occupied only a small portion of that area. In one corner, flames roiled, enveloping most of the materials. The three flames truly possess miraculous qualities. They not only burn everything to Fang Yuan's desire, but also allow one to remain unharmed within the flames. They can melt metals, and even wood, stone, and even mysterious ice can be refined, as they rely not on temperature, but on a certain esoteric principle that Fang Yuan himself cannot fully articulate. Within the flames, titanium alloy, red crystal, transparent crystal, and natural rubber gradually transformed into liquid, slowly swirling. The addition of rubber was an impulsive idea from Fang Yuan. He wished to explore whether he could perfectly merge the two materials post-refinement, compensating for each other's strengths and weaknesses to forge a more potent new material. In his view, this was entirely feasible. The world of immortal cultivation is replete with strange materials. In comparison, the combination of rubber and metal is hardly noteworthy. Refining over 1,000 tons of materials down to a few hundred kilograms or even less could not be accomplished in a single stroke as before. Fortunately, with the aid of his internal space for crafting, Fang Yuan need not endure decades like the legends of immortals. He merely needs to devote a fraction of his attention to oversee the process, while still enjoying freedom of movement during the rest of the time. Even more marvelously, the continuous refinement demands no exertion. Rather, it gradually enhances his strength. After all, from the thousands of tons of materials, only a few hundred kilograms remain. Where did the rest go? While others would lose essence during refinement, Fang Yuan consumes every bit, whether essence or residue, without fail. Nothing that enters his body has ever been expelled. Fang Yuan estimated that the material refinement would take at least 7 to 8 days. Since he had time on his hands, He remembered the wager with Iron Man and decided to visit his workspace. Interestingly, despite residing in this villa for so long, he had never ventured inside. Of course, thanks to his spatial sensing abilities, he had already thoroughly explored the interior. In the workspace, Iron Man was diligently assembling the second small leg of the armor. Fang Yuan stood by, watching with keen interest. To be honest, he believed that no matter how exquisite these steel armors were, they could not compare to the utility of his own physical form. However, observing the meticulous assembly of those intricate mechanical parts was indeed a delightful sight. At that moment, Tony was focused on assembling the internal structure of the armor, with the metallic components still retaining their original colors. The silver-gray parts interlocked seamlessly, creating a device that resembled a precisely functioning machine. Moving even a single component would affect the entire structure. As he watched, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a pang of curiosity. He casually picked up a drive rod from the workbench and took a gentle bite. To his surprise, the metallic rod had an unexpectedly pleasant texture, smooth and delicate, with a subtly sweet flavor followed by a slight bitterness, reminiscent of chocolate. By the time he regained his senses, the entire drive rod had been consumed. Fang Yuan smacked his lips, contemplating whether to sample another component, only to find that Tony had reached for a tool at the same moment, causing their arms to collide. Startled, Tony stumbled back, knocking the workbench and sending parts clattering to the floor. Upon realizing it was Fang Yuan, Tony gaped. "When did you come in?" "I've been here for a while, just checking on your progress," Fang Yuan shrugged. "I don't want to wait until my armor is completed while you're still surrounded by scattered parts." Tony scoffed. "You? By the time my armor upgrades to 100 Malawian kwaches, yours will likely still be a distant dream." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Wait, we didn't set a deadline for our bet. You're not attempting to weasel out of it, are you?" Fang Yuan smiled confidently. "Do I need to cheat in a sure-win situation? But since you brought it up, let us set a deadline based on when your armor is completed, shall we?" Tony readily agreed. "I started a week before you. So how about the deadline is set for a month and a half after I finish? Seems fair, right?" Fang Yuan nonchalantly accepted. After all, judging by Tony's progress, there was no way he could be faster. Once the material refinement was complete, he could finish the armor in just a couple of days. As they crouched down to gather the scattered parts, Tony suddenly muttered, "Strange, where's the drive rod? Did it roll into some corner?" Fang Yuan quietly stepped back, content to remain anonymous. Tony searched high and low but ultimately gave up. Fang Yuan. He looked up, but the young man had vanished without a trace. Like a ghost. Tony shook his head. "Jarvis, remember to remind me to order another drive shaft." "Understood, Mr. Stark, I have noted it." In the living room, Fang Yuan leisurely sipped his drink, his eyes glued to the television screen. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the exterior wall of the villa was smashed open, sending dust billowing as two men swaggered in. The first was a burly figure with a full beard, his fingers adorned with long, sharp nails. Fang Yuan found the man somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen him before. The individual trailing behind was utterly unremarkable, so nondescript that he could easily be lost in a crowd, entirely a stranger. Upon the entrance of the two, Fang Yuan did not even lift his eyelids, but immediately betrayed Iron Man's whereabouts. "Looking for Tony Stark, are we? He is in the underground laboratory." Unexpectedly, the man with the scruffy beard glared at him and inquired, "You are Fang Yuan?" A jolt of alarm shot through Fang Yuan's heart. This place had originally belonged to Iron Man, and he had moved in less than a week ago. How could anyone be searching for him? Despite his myriad of questions, he instinctively retorted with sarcasm, "Indeed, has the little grandson come to seek his grandfather for something? Craving some candy, perhaps? But your manner of arrival leaves much to be desired." "Very well, I am magnanimous. Come, bow 3 times, and I shall provide ample milk candies." This audacious statement infuriated the two. "Are you tired of living?" The seemingly ordinary man was particularly enraged. "Sabretooth, this brat is too arrogant. Let me deal with him first." Before he could finish, he lunged forward like a cannonball. Fang Yuan, seeing this, could hardly contain his amusement. "Come on, just what I needed." As the man barreled towards him, he suddenly opened his palm, and with a whoosh, 2 sharp bone spikes shot through the air. Fang Yuan, indolently, did not even bother to evade. He merely heard the clang of metal as the spikes struck him, solidly embedding themselves in his body. Seeing Fang Yuan stand unmoving, the man's lips curled into a smug grin, only for his expression to shift dramatically the next second. Those bone spikes, capable of piercing through concrete walls, shattered upon colliding with Fang Yuan as if they were mere eggs against stone, leaving not even a mark. However, it was evident the man had more tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly charged forward. Fang Yuan disdainfully brushed off his clothes. "TSK. With such meager skills, you dare to make threats? I doubt you even qualify to scratch my itch. Just as he finished speaking, the mutant had already reached him, and two gleaming white bone blades emerged from his hands, swinging menacingly at Fang Yuan's neck. With a sharp clang, the blades shattered instantly, vibrating in his hands. This astonished the mutant. While he was indeed nicknamed Bone Spike, his true lethal weapon had always been these bone blades that could cut through iron. Fang Yuan, feeling a bit bored, shook his hands. The previous boastful adversary had claimed he could sever steel columns, yet he couldn't even graze the hem of his garment. Such a lackluster opponent did not even merit a warm-up. The onlooker in the distance, however, seemed somewhat intriguing. The bone man before him moved with the speed of a sloth. By the time Fang Yuan had thought through 7 or 8 strategies, his opponent had just shifted to his side. He casually slapped out a hand, and the gust of wind from his palm pressed the opponent's clothing tightly against his body. "Wait, I have something to say," the bone man suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse. Fang Yuan's palm hovered in midair as he grinned. "What? Are you ready to call me Grandpa?" The bone man's face flushed crimson. "We are the Brotherhood of Mutants. You dare to lay a hand on me." His words were cut short as he was sent flying by a slap. He crashed into the wall like a burst sack, foam and blood spilling from his mouth, and even as he lay dying, he insisted on making threats. "Just wait. The Brotherhood will not let this go." Such a verbose fool. Fang Yuan casually dug in his ears, storing the body in his dimensional space, leaving only a pool of blood behind. He turned to the watching Sabretooth. "Hey, are you just here to spectate?" Sabretooth bared his teeth, suppressing his rage without making a move. He had seen the brief clash clearly. Had he been in Fang Yuan's shoes, he could have dealt with the bone man, but certainly not with such nonchalance. "You do possess some skill," Sabretooth said darkly, "but opposing the Brotherhood is not wise." "Shut your mouth, little kitty," Fang Yuan interrupted directly. "If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Sabretooth finally lost his temper and howled, lunging forward like a frenzied tiger. His sharp claws shot out, glinting with a chilling light as they aimed for Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan remained perfectly still, merely tilting his head slightly, allowing the claws to strike him. The sound of metal scraping echoed, sharp as nails on glass, causing a shiver to run through anyone's spine. Those claws, capable of leaving deep marks on high-strength alloy steel, merely tore Fang Yuan's clothes without even breaking the skin. Fang Yuan retaliated with a swift palm strike, but Sabretooth seemed to have anticipated it, rolling on the ground just in time to evade. The gust of wind from the strike carved a trench in the ground. Sensing danger? One couldn't help but wonder whether his precognitive abilities rivaled Spider-Man's spider sense. Sabretooth retreated over 10 meters, regaining his footing, his heart racing. Chapter 28 was nothing but a fool's dream. Had it not been for this ability to sense danger, had that palm strike connected, it would have surely caved in his face. Yet he remained unperturbed, for his true reliance had never been on his claws or brute strength, but rather on his nearly indestructible physique. Even if every bone in his body shattered, he would still recover completely. With this thought, Sabretooth straightened his back. "I know you have skin as tough as copper and immense strength. I truly cannot harm you. But you are also powerless against me. Are you not?" Fang Yuan, unperturbed, retorted. "So? You must be curious as to how we found you," Sabretooth remarked, sniffing. "My nose is keener than a hound's. Even if you fled to the moon, I would still track you down, since neither of us can do anything to the other. Why not come with me to meet Master Magneto?" Fang Yuan scoffed. "Little wildcat, who told you we are evenly matched? Just because you still have some baby teeth left?" Sabretooth's fury ignited. He had a volatile temperament, and previously had merely tolerated Fang Yuan's strength. Now, after repeated humiliation, he could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he lifted a grand piano from the living room and hurled it at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's hand struck down, cleaving the piano in two midair. Concealed behind the piano, Sabretooth lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Fang Yuan's chest. This entire sequence had been anticipated by Fang Yuan. He did not flinch or evade, and instead, lightning quick, he kicked out. The kick came so swiftly that even Sabretooth's danger sense did not have time to react. Sabretooth felt as though he had been struck by lightning in the chest. His eyes bulged, and he was launched skyward like a cannonball, crashing through the ceiling and soaring into the clouds. At that moment, his chest bones shattered, his organs ruptured, and his spine broke into 3 pieces. All this was the result of Fang Yuan's strike. Any ordinary mutant would have been finished by now, though Sabretooth could heal rapidly after such a fall. He lay half dead on the ground, unable to move, uncertain when he would recover. He typically relied on his quick recovery to engage in reckless battles, but this tactic did not work against Fang Yuan. Having endured a blow, Fang Yuan emerged unscathed, whereas Sabretooth nearly lost his life. These two skirmishes, while lengthy in description, transpired in mere minutes. It was only at this moment that Iron Man finally laid down his work and sauntered out of the basement. Upon seeing the living room, he nearly fainted. The ceiling and walls were riddled with gaping holes. His beloved piano was cleaved in two, and the television was sparking, utterly ruined. Tony was infuriated. Hopping in anger, "What the hell? Are you bored enough to demolish my house?" Fang Yuan gestured towards the wreckage. "Open your eyes wide and see. A wildcat has wandered in. If not for me, you would have been done for long ago. I haven't even asked you for a rescue fee. And you're already lamenting your furniture?" Only then did Tony notice Sabretooth in the pool of blood, the man lying beneath him nearly drained of life. He prodded Sabretooth with his toe, relishing in his misfortune. "What did this unfortunate soul do to provoke you? His heart is practically turned to mush." Before he could finish, the supposedly dead Sabretooth suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils pitch black. He sprang up abruptly, his claws pressing directly against Tony's throat. "Dare to move a step, and I shall twist this tin can's head into a pretzel." The saber-toothed tiger, with its sunken chest and internal organs mixed with frothy blood spilling from its mouth, resembled a fiend that had crawled straight out of hell. Who would have imagined that this heap of muck could still rise to rob someone? At least Iron Man was bewildered, his face contorted like a bitter melon. "What sins have I committed that I must now consider seeing a psychologist?" Tony had become the hostage, yet Fang Yuan remained unperturbed, leisurely preparing tea. The saber-toothed tiger froze in place. "Hey, your companion is in my hands, and you still have the leisure to drink tea?" Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. "What's the rush?" Tony's desperate demeanor clearly indicates he would rather suffer himself than drag me down with him. Since he is resolved to this course of action, how does it affect me to comply with his wishes? The saber-toothed tiger was momentarily stunned, while Tony jumped up in agitation. "Do you even have a conscience? When did I ever wish to die heroically? Hurry and save me." Seeing Fang Yuan remain unmoved, Tony turned to the saber-toothed tiger, attempting to ingratiate himself. "What is your esteemed surname, brother? Given that he seems utterly indifferent to my fate, why not release me and we can join forces against him?" Fang Yuan couldn't help but interject. "Have you no shame? Just moments ago, you begged me for help, and now you plot to betray me?" Tony argued boldly. "If you don't save me, how can I protect myself? Besides, with your physique, a few bullets won't harm you." Fang Yuan kindly reminded him. "You are still in their grasp. Is it appropriate to speak so openly?" No sooner had he spoken than the tiger's claws around Tony's neck tightened suddenly. Tony, with a mournful expression, lamented, "I have never seen a teammate so treacherous." The severely injured saber-toothed tiger, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Silence. I am the one calling the shots here." Fang Yuan feigned fear, trembling his voice. "Oh dear. The little tiger is riled up. Your snarling and clawing are truly terrifying. Are you hungry? What flavor of cat food do you prefer? Domestic cat food is both affordable and of good quality. Seeing your size, you will surely enjoy it. After all, your recovery ability is strong. A bit of lean meat and gutter oil won't kill you, right?" After saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Tony felt a chill run down his spine. I have no enmity with him. Why does he seem so eager for me to be choked to death? The saber-toothed tiger trembled in rage, his grip fluctuating between tight and loose. Tony quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Bro, calm down. If you kill me, you won't escape either. I'll obediently serve as your hostage, all right?" Considering Fang Yuan's terrifying combat prowess, the saber-toothed tiger ultimately suppressed his murderous intent. It would be easy to eliminate this chatterbox, but then how would he deal with that monster? Just thinking about it made his legs feel weak. Had that lethal blow landed on his head, Tony would have been left bloodied and maimed beyond recognition. He certainly did not want to wager his life on whether his head could regenerate. Suppressing his fury, Tony declared, "Enough with the nonsense. If you let me go today, I promise to avoid you in the future. How about that?" Fang Yuan feigned a troubled expression. "What benefit do I gain from a cat avoiding me? I am neither afraid of cat hair nor lacking in funds for cat food." Upon hearing the word money, Tony suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Fang Yuan, think carefully. If I die, Stark Industries stock prices will undoubtedly plummet, and the stocks you hold will become worthless." Fang Yuan mused. "Should I choose to be a major shareholder of the declining Stark or a minor shareholder of the thriving Stark?" Tony grew anxious. "What do you mean? Even if I die, the shares won't pass to you." Fang Yuan smiled as he conjured a stack of contracts from thin air and began to peruse them. Seeing this, Tony's heart sank. "You didn't add a clause for the transfer of property upon death in those contracts, did you?" Observing Tony's tense demeanor, Fang Yuan laughed so hard he could hardly stand upright. "Just a joke. Did you really believe that?" The The saber-toothed tiger could no longer contain his frustration and roared. Can you two be a bit more serious? This is a hostage situation. One wrong move, and the hostage might lose his head. Truly thinking too highly of oneself. Before the saber-toothed tiger could react, Fang Yuan's figure had vanished in an instant. Pain surged through him as his arms detached from his body. Stumbling a couple of steps, the saber-toothed tiger felt blood gushing from the severed limbs. Fang Yuan casually pushed him down, stepping on his back with one foot. Game over. Before Tony could register what had happened, he was already rescued. He felt his breath suddenly ease. The arms that had been choking him flew up into the air, and as they spiraled down, the sharp claws just so happened to pierce through his shoe and into the instep of his foot. Ow! Tony hopped around, clutching his foot. This sudden turn of events left Fang Yuan dumbfounded. Throughout the entire ordeal, Tony had emerged unscathed, only to be injured by the severed limb. Fortunately, the descent was slow, and his shoe had cushioned the impact, resulting in merely a superficial wound. Jarvis's voice resonated in the room. Sir, do not be alarmed. The medical team will arrive shortly. As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis had already discerned that Fang Yuan's combat prowess far exceeded Tony's capabilities, and he had been preventing him from recklessly intervening. Unfortunately, Tony had insisted on acting alone, leading to this dire predicament. Even after Tony was taken hostage, Jarvis remained calm, discreetly contacting the police and medical support without alarming either side in the standoff. The saber-toothed tiger collapsed on the ground, devoid of the strength to struggle, and rasped, "You were just toying with us the entire time?" Fang Yuan gazed at the slowly regenerating arms of the saber-toothed tiger, a sense of pleasure washing over him. A dark thought began to form in his mind. If realized, the gains would far exceed expectations. With that in mind, he found a rare interest in idle chatter. Indeed. I was toying with you. What can you do about it? The saber-toothed tiger's face turned ashen. What can I do? I can't even withstand a single blow from you. In the face of Fang Yuan's spatial teleportation ability, taking a hostage was nothing but a fool's errand. Unless someone could neutralize him in an instant before he reacted. Such a powerful individual might exist in this world, but the saber-toothed tiger was certainly not one of them. Just then, Iron Man limped closer. Boss, if you want to play something thrilling, could you give me a heads up next time? I genuinely thought I was meeting my maker. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seems you enjoyed it? I will certainly notify you in advance next time. No. Tony hastily waved his hands. Forget I said anything. As he spoke, he kicked the saber-toothed tiger. I have no acquaintance with either of you. Why are you targeting me? The saber-toothed tiger looked bewildered. His target had always been Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, this misunderstanding would never have the chance to be clarified. In the blink of an eye, the saber-toothed tiger and his severed arm completely vanished from the villa. Fang Yuan's alternate space had never retained living beings. Intruders would be obliterated in an instant. However, this time, he deliberately restrained his refining powers. In the pitch-black void, the saber-toothed tiger's eyes bulged, filled with blood vessels. Much like a fish gasping for air after being washed ashore, desperately opening its mouth yet unable to draw in a single breath. The capillaries beneath his skin ruptured and healed repeatedly, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand like a piece of clay. Fang Yuan intentionally carved out an area the size of a shipping container filled with air, although this humanoid beast could thrive in a vacuum. He had no interest in becoming a perverse monster. As the saber-toothed tiger floated in the enclosed space, he gradually regained his senses. The newly formed nails of his fingers swiping through the void, comically flailing in the weightless environment. Am I trapped in a cage? He glared with bloodshot eyes. Spinning in circles, the pitch-black walls within arm's reach resembling a giant coffin. Outside, Fang Yuan had already cast this matter aside. What was more pressing was dealing with that wealthy individual clad in iron. Just as Tony Stark rushed out of the basement, he spotted Fang Yuan stepping on the mutant, ready to unleash a few kicks in frustration, only to suddenly find the prey beneath his feet evaporating into thin air. What the hell? Tony's eyes widened behind his helmet, recalling how the building materials had disappeared in the same manner at his villa's entrance last time. The Iron Man suit emitted a hum as it landed before him. Come clean. What is this superpower? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Since he had to fabricate a story, he might as well make it grand. I can open alternate dimensions. He deliberately lowered his voice to sound profound and enigmatic. Such dangerous individuals should be exiled to other dimensions. With a casual shrug, he remarked that the building materials were merely stored in the crevices of space for the time being. The crimson and golden tin tilted slightly, almost eliciting a laugh from Fang Yuan. This excuse was utterly seamless, not only accounting for the sudden disappearance of the materials, but also framing the confinement as a righteous act. compared to the stark truth of refinement and exile. This sounded almost charitable. Had he known he could articulate it this way, Fang Yuan wouldn't have had to act furtively every time he employed his spatial abilities. After all, in a world where even mutants with teleportation abilities existed, wasn't it true that the Red Devil and Blue Devil relied on traversing dimensions for instant movement? If other realms were indeed real, what was so extraordinary about someone possessing the power of exile? The more he pondered, the more he found this excuse to be impeccable. Henceforth, this would be his standard explanation for his spatial powers. As for why those exiled never returned, that was simpler still. Did one simply return from another realm at will? Tony, upon hearing this, was evidently convinced, grinding his teeth as he declared, exile is still too lenient for that scoundrel. He should be chopped into pieces. Let us see how he revives then. As he touched the arc reactor in front of him, he lamented, what a pity. That guy could still be lively after his heart exploded. He might have helped me devise a method to extract the shrapnel from within. Fang Yuan kicked at the bloodstains on the floor. If you want to study, do it quickly. Right. Even if the sample is contaminated. Tony's eyes brightened, and he was about to limp off to fetch tools when a throng of individuals suddenly surged into the hall. The leading figures in white coats wasted no time in apprehending him and stuffing him into an ambulance, while the rest were all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This coincidence caused Fang Yuan to shake his head in disbelief. Seeing that he couldn't rely on Tony, he certainly didn't intend to let S.H.I.E.L.D. benefit from the situation. A flash of crimson in his gaze, the blood on the ground instantly vaporized into a foul-smelling mist. It wasn't that he feared they would truly uncover anything, for in this day and age, which organization studying mutant genes wasn't like drawing water with a basket? But Fang Yuan's philosophy was always, better not to have it oneself than to allow others to take advantage. Glancing around, he noticed the agents strategically dispersing to guard various exits. Suddenly, a flash of color caught his eye. Hey, the widow Natasha actually showed up today. He bypassed the approaching Coulson, beaming as he walked toward the widow. Natasha, it has indeed been a long while since we last met. Where have you been during this time? As he spoke, he had already taken her fair hand in his, gently shaking it a few times, lingering for a moment before reluctantly letting go. Natasha, far from being annoyed, leaned closer, playfully saying, Mr. Fang, you say that as if you haven't vanished into thin air for 2 months. Naturally, we in 923 haven't had the pleasure of seeing you. The warm breath she exhaled brushed against Fang Yuan's face, sending a shiver of excitement through him. Though he was acutely aware that this woman, much like her moniker, carried a perilous allure and was far from a suitable match. Yet, what man could refuse such an enchanting beauty drawing near? Even if it was merely a fleeting pretense, it was still a delightful affair. Observing the widow's boldness, Fang Yuan without hesitation drew her into his embrace. What is this, my beauty? Have you been missing me? The widow's body stiffened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Leaning against Fang Yuan's shoulder, she continued in an alluring tone, then Mr. Fang, shouldn't mind sharing what exactly has transpired here, right? Fang Yuan exaggeratedly waved his hand. What else could it be? Just an overconfident mutant causing trouble for Tony, which I conveniently resolved. And where is this mutant now? Perhaps ruling in the underworld? Could you be a tad more specific? Want to know the details? Why not come to my room and we can discuss it at length? Upon hearing this, the widow's demeanor shifted instantly, breaking free from Fang Yuan's embrace. Mr. Fang, please conduct yourself with decorum. Fang Yuan inwardly cursed. Of course, it's this again. It had been depicted in films before. This woman was as gentle as water when extracting information, but once she succeeded or sensed futility, her change of heart was swifter than flipping a page. At that moment, Coulson conveniently approached. Sir, let us not jest. This concerns the safety of Mr. Stark and yourself. I kindly ask for your cooperation in the investigation. Gazing at Coulson's trademark smile, Fang Yuan couldn't resist voicing his frustration. Coulson, are you so idle that you must constantly hover around me? Coulson felt equally exasperated. This gentleman was untouchable and unrebukable, perpetually stirring up trouble, and whenever they questioned him, he would always meander off topic, forcing them to investigate themselves, which was exhausting. What was even more infuriating was that he remained oblivious to it. If only he could behave himself. Would they need to keep such a close watch on him? Just look at your friend Spider-Man. His daily heroics save us so much hassle. Now that's what I call a model citizen, a good neighbor. With an ingratiating smile, he said, I'm here specifically to help Mr. Fang resolve issues. Feel free to pass any troubles my way. But I'm curious about what exactly transpired today. How did Mr. Stark get injured? Fang Yuan didn't respond directly, instead asking, Jarvis, is the surveillance footage still available? Jarvis's voice echoed around them. Regrettably, sir, the camera was damaged at the onset of the altercation, capturing only the moment two individuals burst through the wall and the first mutant firing bone spikes. This, of course, was a deliberate arrangement by Fang Yuan. Excellent. Please transmit the footage to Agent Coulson. Coulson pulled out his phone, quickly receiving the video file. As Coulson reviewed the footage, Fang Yuan explained, "The situation unfolded as you saw. I was leisurely enjoying hot pot when I was suddenly ambushed by two mutants. The outcome you can easily deduce. I incapacitated the first mutant, then the second, and they suddenly vanished." Upon hearing this account, both of their expressions turned rather peculiar. Was that all there was to it? And what did suddenly vanish even mean? Sir, could you elaborate further? For instance, how was Mr. Stark injured? Fang Yuan shrugged. Wouldn't it be clearer to ask the person involved directly? Coulson and the widow exchanged glances, both realizing that they probably wouldn't extract any useful information from Fang Yuan. At that moment, the medical personnel finally completed their examination of Tony, discovering he had only sustained minor injuries to the top of his foot, and after rewrapping it, he was allowed to stand. The Iron Man rushed into the villa in a frenzy. Fang Yuan, have you secured the items? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the charred marks on the floor. What is going on here? Tony blurted out. Coulson and the widow echoed in unison. What items do you wish to secure? Suddenly recalling Fang Yuan's actions upon entering genetic samples, blood samples. Just then, Coulson's phone rang. SHIELD had sent over data regarding the two mutants. Mutant bone spike, capable of launching bone spikes from the palms, with power comparable to a rifle. Further details are unknown. Mutant Sabretooth possesses exceptional healing abilities, with strength and speed far exceeding that of normal humans, suspected to have immortality. All eyes were drawn to the phrase immortality. Eternal life? That ability shone like dazzling gold, blindingly captivating. Tony slapped his thigh in frustration. What a colossal loss. Had I known, I shouldn't have let that mutant escape. Do you think you can handle everything by yourself? Fang Yuan shot Tony a sidelong glance. How much time can you dedicate to researching mutant genes? Besides, starting from scratch, can you compete with the numerous specialized institutions around the globe? Iron Man understood Fang Yuan's point, but found it hard to swallow. Once, an opportunity for immortality had been presented to him, and he had dismissed it. Now that it was irrevocably lost, regret surged forth. There was nothing more disheartening than this. Reflecting on the humiliating defeat at the hands of Sabretooth, Iron Man silently vowed he must never again endure such disgrace. Beside him, Coulson listened intently, silently jotting down the term exile in a small notebook. What new skill could this possibly entail? Just from the name, it hardly seemed like a direct attack. Seizing the moment while Tony was in a brooding mood, Coulson cautiously inquired, "What does exile specifically mean?" Tony, with an air of impatience, retorted, "It means that with a mere wave of Fang Yuan's hand, the enemy instantly vanishes." This explanation was scarcely more informative than silence itself. Despite the unreliability of both individuals, it was evident that Fang Yuan had indeed exhibited a new ability. Could it truly function as its name suggested, banishing someone to another realm? Coulson pondered quietly, hesitant to draw any conclusions. Given Fang Yuan's exceptional status and the notoriously difficult nature of Tony Stark, even if they chose not to cooperate, Coulson found himself at a loss. In a world where wealth reigned supreme, capital itself represented privilege. After dismissing the agents of SHIELD, Fang Yuan redirected his attention to the state of the inner space. The saber-toothed tiger's wounds had healed, and it had thoroughly explored every corner of its confinement. To his dismay, there was not a single crack to be found. The walls were as smooth as if they had been cast as a single entity, leaving no trace of doors or windows. How had he entered this place? The saber-toothed tiger suddenly recalled the suffocating sensation upon its arrival and Fang Yuan's sudden disappearance while rescuing a hostage. Initially, it had assumed the opponent was simply too swift, but now it seemed more akin to a spatial ability. Frustrated, the saber-toothed tiger summoned all its strength to slam against the wall. In this weightless space, the recoil sent it crashing back, its back colliding heavily with the opposite wall. Desperately flailing its limbs, it sought something to stabilize itself. Yet the surrounding expanse was utterly barren, the smooth walls offering no purchase. Like a marble ricocheting within a confined space, it finally managed to regain its balance after becoming disoriented. Crawling back to the spot where it had initially collided, it left no mark upon the pristine white surface. In a fit of rage, it extended its claws, frantically scratching at the wall until its talons were dulled, yet the concrete remained impeccably smooth. At that moment, Fang Yuan had already taken note of the saber-toothed tiger trapped in the alternate space. Each time it struck the spatial barrier, a warm current flowed into Fang Yuan's meridians, augmenting his strength. Could it be? Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. The assaults within the spatial confines mirrored the effects of external cultivation. He held his breath, observing the saber-toothed tiger's futile attacks, his muscles memorizing the energy fluctuations resulting from each impact. Indeed, this was no mere illusion, but rather a newfound source of power. In truth, the barrier's strength was equivalent to that of his physical form, but it was by no means easily breached. As long as his thoughts stirred, the entire space could morph like flowing mercury, ensuring that the attacker would never reach the true boundary. However, at that moment, Fang Yuan licked his lips, allowing the claws to continue scraping against the spatial barrier. Initially, he had intended to use this fierce beast as a regenerative blood pack, testing its limits of recovery. If it could regenerate infinitely, it would be worth the equivalent of 100 laborers. Should the saber-toothed tiger realize it had become a mere power bank, it would likely prefer instant death. Snap! Fang Yuan suddenly snapped his fingers. The dark space erupted into brightness, though it was merely a projection of external light. The saber-toothed tiger, bristling with fur, pressed itself against the wall. Who? The ethereal figure of a youth in white materialized before it. Listen, Fang Yuan raised 2 fingers. You can either sign a contract of servitude, or, he gestured at the brilliantly lit walls, spend eternity as a lab rat in this coffin. The saber-toothed tiger's tail froze midair. The brief hours of captivity felt as if they had stretched into years, and the thought of spending its remaining life in this pristine hell sent shivers through its very fur. What do you want me to do? I'll agree to any conditions if it means releasing me. Fang Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. You show some sense. However, there's no chance of you being freed. If you wish to see the light and hear the sounds, you must strike those pillars with all your might. If you hit hard enough, I might reward you with a treat. No sooner had he finished speaking than several stout white pillars materialized in the center of the space. Of course, if your efforts are lacking, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, then your flesh and blood will suffice as payment. For instance, right now, in an instant, the surrounding walls erupted into a crimson net, ensnaring the saber-toothed tiger with no means of escape. Accompanied by a harrowing scream, its legs were severed, blood gushing forth as it collapsed heavily to the ground. The saber-toothed tiger watched helplessly as its legs melted away like wax candles, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Clearly having been refined by Fang Yuan. As its flesh disintegrated, a surge of warmth coursed through Fang Yuan's body, prompting him to release a satisfied hum. How long has it been? You mutants with robust healing abilities possess ample vitality. Gazing at the entranced Fang Yuan, the saber-toothed tiger trembled, feeling as though it faced not a human, but a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. All right, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. You should now understand the consequences of defying me. We shall conclude for today. Take some time to reflect on the kind of life you wish to lead moving forward. For Fang Yuan, no matter what choice the saber-toothed tiger made, it would ultimately be a profitable endeavor, at the very least. He could harvest a pair of legs each day. Though the first method was gruesome, the second seemed more civilized. However, if others were to learn of this, they would surely deem it more cruel than the devil himself. Fang Yuan estimated that if the saber-toothed tiger diligently struck the pillars for 10 hours daily, the energy produced would be equivalent to that provided by a pair of legs. The illusion of choice lay in its hands. Watching Fang Yuan's figure dissipate into thin air, the saber-toothed tiger fell into despair. Was it destined to be trapped in this accursed place for eternity? Initially, it had thought that the so-called work entailed running errands for Fang Yuan, which would at least afford it an escape from this prison. As long as it regained its freedom, there would always be a chance for a turnaround. Instead, it was reduced to a fool, endlessly striking the pillars. What was Fang Yuan truly after? Was he a madman? The saber-toothed tiger racked its brain, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, food and bottled water appeared beside it, as if conjured from thin air. Clearly, Fang Yuan had resolved to make it a long-term resident. Maintaining the projection of external light into this space was effortless for Fang Yuan, yet it left him feeling unsettled. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed a rechargeable desk lamp into the space. Fang Yuan had already devised a plan. Should the saber-toothed tiger choose to give up, he would simply come by to harvest regularly. If the creature was willing to work hard, he would reward it according to its performance, perhaps providing spare batteries for the lamp, playing some music, or even setting up a computer for it to watch movies and play games. Over time, he might consider expanding its activity area. However, the notion of releasing it was entirely out of the question. The saber-toothed tiger would remain confined within this exclusive power bank space indefinitely. Nevertheless, it likely wouldn't suffer from loneliness for long. Now that Fang Yuan had discovered this new utilization of inner space, he would not allow it to lie dormant. Previously, refining enemies had been an extravagant waste, but now, this method of cyclical utilization proved far more economical. Perhaps new companions would soon arrive to keep the saber-toothed tiger company. Within the space, the saber-toothed tiger hesitated momentarily before seizing the suddenly materialized food and stuffing it into its mouth. It understood well. To escape, it first needed to restore its body. It refused to believe that this decrepit room, which held it captive, could truly be flawless. The entire space, save for the dim glow of the lamp, was utterly empty. The silence was so profound that it could hear its own heartbeat, breathing, and even the sounds of its intestines moving and blood flowing. In a completely dark and soundless environment, even the toughest of men would not endure for long. Fortunately, the lamp provided some measure of solace. Deep down, the saber-toothed tiger resisted Fang Yuan's demands. Yet a contradiction gnawed at its mind. To escape, it would inevitably have to damage the walls of this space. But if it were to act, wouldn't that play directly into the enemy's hands? This dilemma left it in a state of profound agitation. Clutching the lamp and lost in contemplation for quite some time, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Perhaps Fang Yuan's deliberate emphasis on attacking the wall was intended to instill a sense of trepidation in him. No matter how sturdy the space, could it truly withstand his relentless destruction? Maintaining this space would undoubtedly consume Fang Yuan's strength. If he continued his assault, he would eventually exhaust him. The saber-toothed tiger took a fierce bite of bread, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. He was eager to discover whether that scoundrel's power was indeed inexhaustible. Believing he had unraveled Fang Yuan's ploy, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Did he truly think such trivial tricks could impede him? How laughable. Coming to this realization, he hesitated no longer. With a swift extension of his claws, he struck fiercely at the wall, deliberately avoiding those potentially peculiar pillars. However, the pillars were, in fact, completely ordinary, mere obstacles formed by Fang Yuan's manipulation of space, indistinguishable from the surrounding walls. Fang Yuan had created them to provide the saber-toothed tiger with a clear target for attack, yet this fool had unwittingly turned the situation into a farce. Observing the scene, Fang Yuan, though unaware of the saber-toothed tiger's schemes, paid little heed to his fervent assaults on the wall. As long as the opponent followed his plan, his objectives would be achieved. Chapter 30. The ordinary are dimmed. At this moment, each strike from the saber-toothed tiger served to forge Fang Yuan's body, continuously enhancing it amidst the tremors. Such a fortuitous opportunity to endure blows without provocation was something he had long coveted. In the past, he had to exert considerable effort to enrage his opponents, unlike the current ease. Sensing the surge of warmth within him, Fang Yuan felt a surge of pride. Meanwhile, at the Brotherhood's base, Magneto awaited reports from the saber-toothed tiger and Bone Spike. In his view, sending these two to invite Fang Yuan was already a generous gesture. Bone Spike could effortlessly sweep away dozens of elite soldiers, while the saber-toothed tiger was impervious to harm, immensely strong, and possessed an almost monstrous regenerative ability, making him nearly unbeatable. Moreover, he had strictly ordered both not to engage Fang Yuan, confident they would not dare to defy him. Magneto's interest in Fang Yuan stemmed from Professor X. This old friend, both ally and adversary, occasionally collaborated and at times opposed each other, their relationship complex and intertwined. When news arrived of Storm and Cyclops joining forces against Fang Yuan, Magneto immediately recognized it as the handiwork of his old rival's student. He couldn't help but wonder, who could possibly contend against two members of the X-Men simultaneously? Later, during a conversation with Professor X, he first heard Fang Yuan's name. The professor had solemnly warned Magneto never to provoke Fang Yuan. Yet, how could someone of Magneto's stature simply comply? He immediately began plotting to recruit Fang Yuan. He mused that if he could enlist such a formidable figure, he would gain a powerful ally. Unfortunately, before he could act, Fang Yuan vanished to Afghanistan, leaving Magneto in a state of anxious frustration. Recently, news of Fang Yuan's return had stirred the city. Not only had he saved Tony's life, but he had also acquired a 10% stake in Stark Industries. Upon hearing this, Magneto was overjoyed. If he could recruit a billionaire worth hundreds of millions, he wouldn't need to worry about operational funds. Not to mention, with wealth and power, the Brotherhood's prestige would surely soar. It seemed like a surefire investment. He promptly sent out a search party for Fang Yuan, only to discover that he had stealthily relocated once again. To make matters worse, the saber-toothed tiger and Bone Spike he had sent out had met disastrous fates. One was killed by Fang Yuan, and the other captured and turned into a battery. As Magneto waited in vain for their return, His expression darkened. Two incompetent fools. They couldn't even handle such a simple task. He abruptly stood, his cape billowing dramatically. Several metal spheres spun around him, clinking and clattering incessantly. It's likely they've stumbled into trouble. It's no surprise to defeat the saber-toothed tiger. But capturing him alive is no easy feat. Could Fang Yuan be even more formidable than anticipated? Magneto pondered as he paced. Right now, I don't even know what abilities he possesses. Acting recklessly would be too dangerous. I need to consult my old comrade for clarity. Last time, I only heard that he had clashed with Storm and Cyclops, but I never inquired about the specifics. Such a miscalculation. With his mind made up, he hesitated no longer. The hovering metal spheres suddenly accelerated, colliding and merging, swiftly transforming into a floating platform that securely cushioned his feet. Magneto stepped onto the steel disc, increasing his speed as he soared directly toward the school for mutants founded by Charles Xavier. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The coordinates of this institution held no secrets for him. Moments later, he gracefully descended at the campus perimeter. The surroundings were lush with greenery, offering a picturesque view. The ancient architecture bore the marks of time, with dense vines entwining the fences. Before he could step through the gates, a piercing alarm abruptly blared. Young mutants on the playground rushed frantically toward the main building, quickly seeking refuge in the underground safety zone. The X-Men were on high alert, swiftly assembling and intently watching the silver-haired elder approaching at a measured pace. Cyclops, fully healed, had his finger hovering over the switch of his ruby quartz glasses. Wolverine's adamantium claws sprang forth with a clang, eager for action. Storm's aura crackled with barely restrained energy, her hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Only Phoenix, Jean Grey, stood still, appearing motionless, yet everyone knew she could unleash tremendous psychic power at any moment. Except for Beast Hank, who was away, all core members were present. Magneto understood well that, in the presence of the telepathic master, bringing numerous subordinates was futile. Hence, he approached alone, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were merely an ordinary elder out for a stroll. However, the vigilant X-Men did not share this perspective. Eric. Cyclops was the first to speak. What brings you here unannounced? Wolverine impatiently interjected. Why waste words with him? Let's take him down. With that, he lunged forward. Unfortunately for him, his metallic frame was nothing short of a joke in the eyes of the master of magnetism. With a casual wave, Magneto sent Wolverine crashing into the wrought iron fence, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The twisted metal ensnared him like a living creature, wrapping him tightly in a metallic cocoon. No matter how sharp his claws, he found himself utterly restrained, left to roar in futile rage. As the conflict threatened to escalate, Magneto remarked coolly, I hope you possess more reason than that beast. Just then, a familiar, gentle voice emanated from the main building. Everyone, stand down. Professor X appeared, gliding forward in his wheelchair. Although the X-Men remained tense, the atmosphere between the two old friends was unexpectedly calm. The professor understood that, despite Eric's extreme methods, everything he did was for the future of mutant kind. He would never harm his own kind unless absolutely necessary. Renowned for his good nature, everyone knew the professor's reputation. Magneto spoke slowly. You greet an old friend in such a manner? Cyclops immediately retorted, who said we're friends. The professor raised his hand, signaling Cyclops to be quiet. We have been remiss. However, Mr. Magneto, could you please release Wolverine? With a flick of his pinky, the iron bars restraining Wolverine immediately twisted and released, restoring their original form, down to the last speck of rust. The only exception was the vines that had entangled the bars, which vanished into thin air. The newly erected bars conveniently blocked Wolverine from entering. Yet, Wolverine would not comply with such a detour. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his claws and sliced the bars into 4 pieces, striding confidently inside. Magneto scoffed. A beast is a beast. You can't even find your way. Wolverine roared, ready to pounce, but suddenly felt his body stiffen, muscles tensing yet unable to move. The professor smiled, attempting to mediate. Eric, let Logan go. Logan, do not act rashly. Eric means no harm. In Magneto's eyes, the adamantium-clad Wolverine was merely a walking mass of metal. He casually relinquished control, although Wolverine felt indignant. He understood the vast disparity in their strengths and ultimately suppressed his fury. The atmosphere remained taut, yet at least physical confrontation was averted. The professor inquired, my old friend, what brings you here today? Just as Magneto was about to step forward, he was intercepted by Cyclops and others. You cannot approach the professor without removing your helmet. This time, even the professor's command fell on deaf ears. After a moment of contemplation, Magneto removed his helmet. Charles, you may verify personally. The professor shook his head. You know I would never pry into a friend's thoughts. Storm interjected urgently. Professor, for everyone's safety, it is imperative that you probe. The professor made a slight mental effort. Eric harbors no malice. We need to speak privately. You all may return now, and let the children cease their hiding. Only then did the group withdraw, for they never doubted the professor's judgment. With the professor having spoken, the others lowered their guard, dispersing to attend to their own matters. Magneto donned his helmet once more, while the professor's wheelchair glided effortlessly to his side. The two walking side by side across the campus. How long had it been since they strolled and conversed in such a serene manner? The professor's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. If you would relinquish those naive fantasies, we could always enjoy such moments. Magneto retorted coldly. Your extremist views only incite conflict. Is that truly what you wish to witness? Their conversation faltered, the atmosphere abruptly freezing. Both understood that neither could sway the other, and they tacitly shifted the topic. What brings you here this time? The professor asked. Did you not observe? Magneto replied, slightly taken aback. I have stated I shall not intrude upon a friend's thoughts. Magneto shook his head, unable to comprehend the professor's feeble resolve to place the entire school's safety upon trust in him. Were he endowed with telepathic abilities, he would have long since transformed the world, rather than allowing his kin to scurry in hiding. Do you recall the individual I mentioned previously, Fang Yuan? Of course. He left a profound impression on me. The professor's expression turned grave. Have you provoked him? The Sabretooth and Bone Spike we dispatched have gone silent. I wish to request your assistance with the brainwave machine to ascertain their whereabouts. Killed? The professor furrowed his brow. That seems unlikely. The last time Cyclops and Storm engaged him, he had the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow but chose to show mercy, even saving Storm in the process. Magneto's pupils contracted sharply. Are you suggesting they stood no chance against him? This Fang Yuan is indeed that formidable? When the professor conversed with Magneto previously, he merely mentioned that Fang Yuan had not lost. It was revealed that he had completely subdued his opponents. The professor sighed in resignation. Even my psychic assault proved ineffective against him. Before he faced Storm and Cyclops, I attempted to intervene, but I could not penetrate his consciousness. Cyclops' lethal optic blast merely singed a few of his hairs. Even Storm's tempestuous lightning storm, charged for several minutes, only incinerated his hair, which I suspect has already regrown. The professor drummed his fingers lightly on the armrest of his wheelchair, still having discovered no method to inflict harm upon him. These words detonated in Magneto's mind. He knew better than anyone the ferocity of Storm's full-force attack, capable of vaporizing 10 meters of steel and flattening entire mountains. Yet Fang Yuan had merely singed some body hair. Such resilience was utterly unfathomable. Magneto pondered, stroking his metallic ring. Perhaps he could inject liquid metal into his orifices or test his strength. If his offensive capacity were inferior to his defensive prowess, he could ensnare him in tons of metal. Just as he contemplated this, Fang Yuan suddenly sneezed 3 times from afar. Achoo! Who's thinking of me? Fang Yuan mumbled, rubbing his nose. Despite mentally rehearsing various assassination plans, Magneto had already abandoned the notion of confrontation. The professor's description of Fang Yuan was too chilling, and he had no intention of provoking such a creature. Should Fang Yuan learn that the professor had inadvertently shielded him from disaster, one could only wonder whether he would express gratitude or retaliate against the Mutant Academy. Noticing his old friend's prolonged silence, the professor silently exhaled in relief. He truly wished to avoid placing Fang Yuan on the opposing side of mutants, as the consequences would be dire. As for Magneto's request to utilize the brainwave amplification device, the professor readily consented. He was not one to excel at denying others. In the colossal, 100-meter deep spherical chamber, intricate instruments emitted a ghostly blue luminescence. This place was entirely different from the ancient school above. The underground space brimmed with futuristic technological aesthetics. Metal corridors branched out in every direction, and heavy alloy doors were embedded within the walls, appearing indestructible. This location seemed tailor-made for Magneto, where he could effortlessly contend with an entire army. The brainwave machine lay hidden in the most secure core of the base, for it held the fate of all humanity in its grasp. After passing through triple verification of fingerprint, iris, and DNA, Magneto pushed the professor's wheelchair into the spherical control room. The levitating metal corridor led to the heart of the sphere, beneath which lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. At the corridor's end stood the world-destroying brainwave machine. Currently, only the professor could fully wield its power. The moment the sensors activated, the entire space transformed with shifting light and shadow. Countless silhouettes materialized around them, a cacophony of voices rising in a tumult. The bright figures represented mutants, while the dim ones signified ordinary humans. The professor had scoured New York, then searched across America and even the globe, yet he had found no trace of Sabretooth and Bone Spike. Upon removing the helmet, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. They may no longer exist in this world, the professor stated wearily. Magneto's brow furrowed. Dead? It seems this Fang Yuan is not as merciful as you suggested. It may not be that simple. The professor carefully chose his words. I reviewed the memories of the scene. It was your men who first dismantled the walls of their villa, and subsequently, Bone Spike was the first to strike. This cannot be denied. The footage is crystal clear. What transpired thereafter can only be conjectured, based on Fang Yuan's account, coupled with the circumstances at the scene. It is likely he severely injured those two mutants before banishing them. Banished? Magneto's eyebrows nearly shot up to his hairline. The professor pushed his wheelchair, explaining, we speculate that this individual may possess a superpower known as banishment, capable of casting people into other spaces. Magneto erupted into laughter. What difference does that make from killing them? The professor refrained from responding. Indeed, who could say whether that cursed place was habitable? Even if one survived, those cast away would likely never return. Nonetheless, banishment, after all, offered a sliver of hope compared to outright death. The professor's words were already a courtesy extended to Fang Yuan. To speak candidly, even if Magneto were to confront Fang Yuan personally, given Fang Yuan's notorious temper, a conflict would undoubtedly ensue. There was no need to consider an alternative possibility. After hearing the professor elucidate Fang Yuan's abilities, Magneto temporarily set aside thoughts of confrontation. At least from his perspective, Fang Yuan, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, would certainly never join the X-Men. With this thought, he felt somewhat relieved. Within the Mutant Academy, apart from Professor X, everyone regarded him with the eyes of a foe. Although he did not care for their disdain, being scrutinized by so many hostile gazes sent shivers down his spine. Under such circumstances, he had no desire to linger in conversation with his old friend and departed before he had even settled comfortably. The professor made no effort to retain him. After all, after years of enmity, reconciliation could not simply be declared. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was blissfully unaware that a matter of great significance concerning him was unfolding miles away. He was entirely focused on the refining furnace, various materials swirling within the three mysteries' true fire, some already nearing completion. Titanium alloy, compared to ordinary steel, boasted greater strength, enhanced durability, and lighter weight, particularly without magnetic properties. Chapter 31 yearned to be a hands-off manager. Of course, this might not be of much use to Magneto, who could manipulate all metals, regardless of whether they possessed magnetic qualities. If it were truly as legend suggests, that one could only control those with magnetic properties, would the U.S. military be foolish enough to eschew titanium alloys in favor of plastic weaponry? Yet, it is essential to recognize that Magneto is not the sole threat in existence. Even clad in a suit of iron, one cannot expect to stride unscathed. As long as one can withstand the majority of dangers, it suffices. Moreover, Fang Yuan is currently contemplating the amalgamation of refined titanium alloy with rubber. Should he succeed, it could significantly diminish the threat posed by Magneto. During this period, Fang Yuan has been diligently experimenting with titanium alloy and natural rubber. Through his persistent efforts, he has ingeniously transformed these commonplace materials into innovative forms, achieving a quality that rivals the pinnacle of second-tier magical artifacts. If a master craftsman were present, they might very well be able to forge a treasure from these materials. Take, for instance, the second-tier rubber. Fang Yuan has notably enhanced its elasticity and resilience, while also elevating its other properties. Merely constructing a vest from this rubber would provide ample protection. This time, he has exerted considerable effort, resulting in a material of superior quality compared to his previous ring. If rubber is so remarkable, one can only imagine the strength of titanium alloy, which is inherently sturdier. Fang Yuan recalls the Iron Man suit from a movie in his past life, which withstood tank fire without a scratch. The titanium alloy he possesses would not only endure a single shell, but could withstand a barrage without any discomfort. However, therein lies the dilemma. While the suit can absorb vibrations, its occupant cannot. This precisely explains why Fang Yuan insists on blending the two materials. Indeed, many of his ideas can only materialize through the fusion of materials, and this is a pressing concern. The materials suspended in the true fire of Samadhi, floating within his internal space, are under his precise control. He observes as two globs of liquid gradually converge, ultimately coalescing into a peculiar paste. Is it truly this effortless? Fang Yuan muses, only to find, upon solidification, that when he squeezes it, it shatters into 3 fragments. It is noteworthy that he could not break the second-tier rubber even with full strength. This substance possesses outrageous elasticity, returning to its original form even when flattened. Clearly, this attempt has failed, magnifying its flaws rather than compensating for them. Yet, Fang Yuan remains undeterred, for good things often come after trials. The next step involves continuous experimentation. Each time, he takes a minuscule amount of material, adjusting the ratios, temperature, and pressure, yet it always seems just a fraction off. Time swiftly passes, the materials dwindling, leaving a heap of failures on the ground. After countless unsuccessful trials, Fang Yuan, feeling distressed, halts his efforts. He finds himself perplexed. According to logic, if elements can merge in the realm of cultivation and chaos can encompass all, how is it that he cannot reconcile metal and rubber? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his mind. What do those immortals know of chemical principles? Their crafting relies solely on intuition. His reliance on scientific methods has led him astray. With this realization, Fang Yuan consciously empties his thoughts, allowing the true fire of samadhi to guide the materials. Gradually, under the influence of this profound power, the two substances begin to merge. 3 hours later, he holds a small orb, interspersed with gold and silver, in his palm. This marble-sized object glows with a gentle sheen and exudes an enticing scent reminiscent of PU leather, making his mouth water. Yet, he suppresses his appetite, squeezing it firmly. Despite his fingers possessing a force of over 10 tons, he cannot deform this tiny orb. At this moment, the orb merely changes shape slightly. Upon releasing it, the sphere immediately returns to its original form, showing no signs of having been compressed. It has been achieved. The advantages of both materials have been flawlessly integrated, and the quality nearly touches the threshold of third-tier materials. Additional performance tests are in order. He clasps the orb in his palm, his eyes aglow with a crimson light. The surface of the orb gradually radiates a red hue while remaining intact. The intensity of the laser beam steadily increases. Only after reaching half power do fine cracks emerge on the orb's surface. Fang Yuan retracts the beam, thoroughly satisfied with the material's performance. His laser potency far surpasses that of Cyclops, at least double in strength. This indicates that even when subjected to Cyclops' full-force attack, this material would sustain only minor damage. Its extraordinary strength rivals that of secondary adamantium, and in some aspects, it may even excel. However, he remains curious about its comparison to authentic adamantium. Finally, a suitable material for the suit has been identified. Should he bestow it with a name? After much contemplation, Fang Yuan decides. It shall be called titanium rubber crystal, abbreviated to titanium crystal. This titanium crystal is but a half step away from third-tier material, yet it is entirely adequate. After all, with his current cultivation level, producing materials nearing his own caliber is already a remarkable feat. Suddenly, the metallic door of the basement slides open, and Iron Man emerges, yawning. The flight system is complete. If tomorrow's test flight succeeds, I shall be the man who can fly. Fang Yuan silently drifts opposite him, reclining comfortably on the sofa. What is the matter? Tony immediately regrets flaunting before this calamity. Ever since encountering Fang Yuan, luck has evaded him. Knowing full well that his opponent could fly, he still sought to provoke. Yet, Tony Stark is not one to concede easily. Once my suit is finished, I will outpace you by a mile. And you want to even catch a whiff of my exhaust. This declaration causes Fang Yuan to feel a twinge of anxiety. Since acquiring the ability to fly, he has never fully accelerated. For long distances, teleportation is far more efficient, and for short distances, there is no need for speed. Now, he himself is uncertain of just how fast he can go. Fang Yuan takes to the air, hovering beside Tony. What a pity. You can't even smell car exhaust nowadays, let alone my foot odor. Iron Man grimaces in disdain. Your feet stink? Why don't you confirm that personally? Before he can finish, Fang Yuan brings his foot closer to Tony. Startled, Tony leaps up from his seat, scrambling away in a panic. Floating midair, Fang Yuan bursts into laughter at Tony's predicament. Are you playing me for a fool? Upon reflection, foot odor is caused by fungi. Given Fang Yuan's current physical condition, which fungus could survive on him? Moreover, he regularly bathes in magma. What microorganisms could withstand such extreme temperatures? Just as they were joking, Pepper and Gwen stroll in side by side. Strangely enough, these two girls, who had never met before, hit it off immediately upon their first encounter. Their bond rapidly intensifies, displaying a level of intimacy that surpasses their interactions with Fang Yuan and Tony. Although Gwen does not reside in this villa, she has been visiting daily, becoming quite familiar with the place. Observing Tony's disarray and Fang Yuan's laughter, Gwen cannot help but voice her discontent. You two are friends, Fang Yuan. You shouldn't always bully Uncle Tony. It pains me to watch. They both exclaim in unison. Bully? Uncle? Fang Yuan remains unfazed, but Tony is in an uproar. What uncle? How do I resemble an uncle? Besides, how could this young whippersnapper possibly bully me? Fang Yuan raises an eyebrow. Young whippersnapper? Tony hastily rephrases. I'm in a talented young man. Pepper and Gwen exchange knowing smiles. Is this not a clear sign of being bullied? Gwen continues. You are nearly 20 years older than us. What is wrong with calling you uncle? You should have settled down by now. What do you think of the lady beside me? This question unexpectedly brings up a topic Pepper casually mentioned to Gwen during a private conversation days prior. Gwen, having remembered it, now brings it to light. Pepper feels both shy and hopeful. What will Tony's reaction be? Suddenly confronted with the prospect of a lifelong commitment, Tony is thrown into disarray, momentarily forgetting about the uncle remark, fumbling to change the subject. What brings you here? Witnessing his flustered demeanor, Pepper's expression dims, and Gwen, concerned for her friend, disregards Pepper's discreet tugging at her sleeve, pressing on. What do you really think? Give us a straight answer. Tony, in a state of panic, can only rub his hands together. To speak of his feelings for Pepper, it is undoubtedly sincere and profoundly deep. At present, Tony is not remotely contemplating the prospect of marriage. To him, it seems a distant notion. How did he suddenly find himself ensnared in this discussion? Realizing he could not evade the situation, he cast a pleading glance towards Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan was enjoying the spectacle, not only failing to assist, but also fanning the flames. Gwen is right. Tony, what are your true thoughts? Tony's eyes darted around, desperately seeking an escape, but Fang Yuan, swift as lightning, grasped his shoulder. It is worth noting that Fang Yuan's strength was no trifling matter. With that grip, Iron Man found himself utterly immobilized. Gwen seized the opportunity. Think carefully, how much has your sister sacrificed for you over the years? From daily life to work matters. Which of them hasn't she been concerned about? Can you truly bear to see her in distress? As Iron Man reminisced about the past, warmth surged within him. Yet, he was unprepared for the idea of marriage. Racking his brain, he finally resorted to a desperate declaration. I swear, I shall either never marry, or, if I do, it will only be to Pepper. Surely, that suffices? Only then did Fang Yuan loosen his grip. In truth, at the moment Tony uttered those words, Pepper's eyes had already glistened with tears, and she could no longer contain herself, throwing herself into Iron Man's embrace. Although his armor was cold to the touch, she felt an overwhelming warmth. Gwen and Fang Yuan exchanged smiles, genuinely delighted for the couple. Fang Yuan silently wished for this pair of lovers to reach a happy conclusion. He recalled that in the comics of his previous life, Pepper ultimately married another, and the ending was quite tragic. Now he, Tony, and Pepper were all familiar with one another. Despite their penchant for teasing Tony, they genuinely regarded each other as friends and held a fondness for the quietly devoted Pepper. The ever-charismatic Iron Man, traditionally smooth in nightclubs, now found himself at a loss after being compelled to reveal his true feelings by Gwen and Fang Yuan. With Pepper's sudden embrace, he was unsure where to place his hands. The sight of Tony's flustered demeanor delighted the two onlookers. Before long, Tony could no longer withstand the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, and, with a wandering glance, forcefully sought a new topic, that thing you have. Suddenly noticing the titanium crystal sphere in Fang Yuan's hand, he seized upon it like a lifeline. Fang Yuan, what is that? It doesn't appear to be made of ordinary material. Fang Yuan casually tossed the sphere into the air. This? Tony nodded eagerly. It looks like titanium alloy, but something feels distinctly different. As he spoke, he gently nudged Pepper. Her face flushed, and she released her hold on Tony, wiped her tears, straightened her clothes, and returned to stand beside Gwen. Fang Yuan tossed the metallic sphere towards Iron Man. You can take it back for analysis to determine its true composition. As the gleaming sphere flew from Fang Yuan's hand and landed on the ground, it did not produce the expected metallic clink. Instead, there was a soft thud, and it bounced right into Tony's hands. To be honest, Fang Yuan was also quite curious. What material had been used to create this object through the art of forging? Had a new substance been invented? It was a perfect opportunity for Tony to assist with the analysis while also satisfying his own curiosity. Tony examined the sphere closely. It felt unlike typical metals, warm and smooth like jade, yet still radiating a metallic sheen. Its elasticity was evident as it bounced off the ground, but it remained incredibly hard, showing no signs of deformation. This was only to be expected, if even a regular person like Tony could easily alter its shape. Fang Yuan might as well return to farming. The more Tony studied it, the more he believed that the material of this sphere was extraordinary. Now genuinely intrigued, he momentarily neglected Pepper, You all continue your discussion. I need to analyze what this actually is in the lab. Thankfully, Pepper understood Tony's temperament. When he became engrossed in research, he tended to disregard everything else, so she did not take it to heart. Once Tony entered the lab, only Fang Yuan, Gwen, and Pepper remained in the hall. Before Fang Yuan could speak, Pepper interjected. Perfect timing. Gwen and I need to discuss something with you. Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. What is it? We are all friends here. Feel free to speak candidly. Pepper explained. You currently hold 10 of Stark Industries shares, making you the second largest shareholder in the company. Recently, the stock price has fluctuated and a shareholder meeting is imminent. You must prepare to attend. Fang Yuan was taken aback. Is that so? Of course, Pepper replied with a roll of her eyes. Major company decisions must be approved at the shareholder meeting. Even if there are no significant matters, regular meetings will still be held to report on business operations. If you do not attend, and someone attempts to pull a fast one during the meeting, it will be you who suffers. Gwen chimed in. Yes. The resolutions made at the shareholder meeting can impact everyone's interests. It cannot be taken lightly. After hearing their explanations, Fang Yuan understood that this was standard procedure. However, even so, it was unlikely that all shareholders could attend. What if someone was unable to come? Indeed, you and Tony are cut from the same cloth. Both wanting to be hands-off, Pepper remarked, seeing through Fang Yuan's intentions, yet patiently explained. Shareholders can delegate someone to attend on their behalf and exercise their rights. Fang Yuan grinned. Tony must do this all the time. Look, a ready-made proxy is right here. He pulled Gwen over to Pepper. Pepper had anticipated this move. During the day she had spent showing Gwen around Stark Industries headquarters, they had discussed this matter. However, Gwen felt inexperienced, and since Fang Yuan had not brought it up, she had refrained from mentioning it. Seeing Gwen still hesitating, Fang Yuan suddenly adopted a pitiful expression. Gwen, you know I am an orphan. In this world, who else would sincerely safeguard my assets besides you? Can you bear to watch my shares being divided among others? The typically assertive Fang Yuan suddenly showing vulnerability softened Gwen's heart. Moreover, with her impending graduation, this was indeed a rare opportunity, so she no longer declined. For Fang Yuan, this was perfect. Although Gwen was not a finance major, what couldn't a top student handle? Tony happened to have a proxy letter template, and after calling in a lawyer to notarize it, Gwen officially became Fang Yuan's shareholder representative. Fang Yuan solemnly handed the proxy letter to Gwen. From now on, my financial affairs will be under your management. I will ensure your assets are protected, Gwen promised earnestly. Chapter 32. The absurdity continues. Seeing her so serious, Fang Yuan chuckled. Rest assured, I am truly indifferent to wealth. Just manage it casually. Even if there are losses, it won't matter. Gwen was about to retort when suddenly, Iron Man burst into the lab, frantically exclaiming, Fang Yuan, where did you get that thing you gave me? Pepper and Gwen jumped in fright. Had Tony lost his mind? Gwen rolled her eyes. Come on, Uncle, is it really that serious? It's just a metal sphere. Why are you so worked up? Iron Man, flushed with excitement, replied, You don't understand. This metallic sphere is something else entirely. I can't even be sure if it qualifies as metal. It is absolutely not from Blue Star. And you won't even find it in the periodic table. Fang Yuan had anticipated such a reaction. After all, it was a fusion of two substances through an art of forging. Who knew what strange thing it would ultimately become? However, Gwen and Pepper were thoroughly alarmed. They looked at the object Fang Yuan had casually produced, which might potentially be an extraterrestrial material, their eyes nearly popping out. In unison, they thought, could it be that Fang Yuan truly is not from Blue Star? Previously, he always claimed to be from the same place as Superman, and everyone took it as a joke, but now they couldn't help but feel skeptical. Under the scrutiny of four inquisitive eyes, Fang Yuan felt quite uncomfortable. After all, they were all friends. He decided to come clean. All right, let us set the record straight. I, Fang Yuan, am indeed a bona fide inhabitant of Blue Star. All that talk about Kryptonians and the M78 Nebula is pure nonsense. Had this been before, Gwen would have wholeheartedly believed him. But now, her heart was racing with uncertainty. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Fang Yuan added, Well, let me tell you the truth. I am a descendant of the Huaxia people, and by chance, I stumbled upon a tome of cultivation in my hometown. All the skills I possess now have been diligently cultivated. The materials that Tony holds were also refined by my own hand. The others listened in a state of confusion, but only Pepper hesitantly inquired, Are the cultivators from the East akin to deities? So, are you actually a celestial being? Tony and Gwen wore expressions that clearly conveyed skepticism, with Iron Man mockingly retorting, The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. If you wish to claim divinity, does that not make me the king of the gods, Zeus? The two ladies nodded in agreement, adding, Compared to deities, the notion of aliens seems far more plausible. Fang Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Is it truly the case that honesty is met with disbelief in this world? He could not be bothered to explain any further. Think as you wish. In truth, the trio opposite him were equally perplexed. Fang Yuan had spun such an elaborate tale without repeating himself. What was his true origin? Suddenly, Iron Man slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "You nearly led me astray. Regardless of who you are, first tell me where this metallic orb came from." Pepper curiously asked, "Tony, why are you so fixated on this question?" This inquiry opened the floodgates for Iron Man, who began animatedly recounting his recent discoveries. Upon returning to the lab with the small sphere, his first action was to scrape off some powder for analysis. Strangely, no matter what tools he employed, he could not mar its surface. This piqued his interest to the fullest, prompting him to test the orb's compressive strength. The results were even more astonishing. When the pressure reached levels exceeding that of ordinary steel by several times, the instruments still indicated zero deformation. Gritting his teeth, Tony removed the safety valve and cranked the pressure to maximum. The instruments began to smoke under the strain, finally revealing a slight deformation. However, the moment the pressure was released, the orb instantly reverted to its original shape. More astonishingly, it had become deeply embedded in the specialized alloy testing platform, and Tony had to exert immense effort to pry it loose. "Do you comprehend how remarkable this is?" Tony exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "Its strength is dozens of times that of steel. It might even rival Captain America's shield." Pepper and Gwen were left speechless. Who does not know of the beautiful Captain's indestructible shield? Fang Yuan inwardly chuckled. Tony had not even begun to measure the limits of titanium crystal. Captain America's shield is a glitch in the Marvel Universe, a serendipitous fusion of vibranium, steel, and mysterious catalysts, also known as the original adamantium alloy. Even the alloy within Wolverine is merely a failed imitation crafted by scientists trying to replicate the shield. Thus, Tony suddenly leaned in, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Where did this treasure come from?" "I made it myself," Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. In his recollection, Fang Yuan was merely a formidable man capable of tearing a tank apart with his bare hands, and he had taken the notion of creating armor as a jest. Now, Fang Yuan claimed to have transformed into someone more formidable than the world's leading materials scientists. Tony could scarcely believe his ears. What scientist possesses the ability to conjure advanced technology merely with a glare? However, subsequent events would prove Tony's assumption to be profoundly misguided. It was only on the day he encountered that hulking green scientist that he would come to understand that two distinct types of scholars truly exist in this world: those who can dismantle tanks with their bare hands when enraged, and those whose intelligence can outclass an entire laboratory when calm. In a moment of shock, Tony's mind began to race. If Fang Yuan truly could invent such materials, might it not imply that the formula could also be obtained? Iron Man immediately donned a sycophantic smile and approached. "Old Fang, are we not now sworn brothers?" Observing Tony's obsequious demeanor, Fang Yuan felt a surge of amusement but deliberately maintained a stern expression. Why the sudden enthusiasm? Is a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken? Tony, feeling wronged, nearly shed tears. As the head of Stark Industries, he had been subjected to enough turmoil that he might as well become a comedian. Now, to be suspected of ulterior motives? Did he truly need to offer his services to be deemed satisfactory? The horrifying thought sent a shiver down Iron Man's spine, and he took 2 steps back to steady himself. "Name your price, brother. I'll give you anything except this old body." "Just you?" Fang Yuan disdainfully glanced at Tony. "A man in his 40s, and you still feel quite good about yourself?" Having been subjected to sharp retorts on numerous occasions, Tony had long since developed immunity and calmly responded, "Thank heavens you look down upon me. Now, tell me, what exactly do you desire?" Witnessing Iron Man's willingness to make sacrifices, Fang Yuan found himself in a quandary. Presently, he truly lacked for nothing: money. He held a 10 stake in Stark Industries. Even if it plummeted, he could squander it for 10 lifetimes. Power. No world leader could capture his interest. On a whim, he could stroll through the White House without anyone daring to stop him. Women. With a mere beckon, supermodels would line up to offer their affections. After careful consideration, there was little that Tony possessed that could entice him. The steel armor was already within his grasp, and the only thing that truly made him salivate was the ever-present AI butler. Although Fang Yuan could also command Jarvis, his permissions were quite limited. The true authority still rested with Iron Man. The relationship between Iron Man and Jarvis had long transcended that of master and servant. They were more akin to old friends. Would he truly allow someone else to take Jarvis? Absolutely not. However, Fang Yuan had no intention of taking him away. He directly cut to the chase. I can provide the formula, but I have conditions. What conditions? Speak quickly. Iron Man urged eagerly. I have a keen interest in Jarvis. Noticing Iron Man's inclination to interrupt, Fang Yuan raised a hand to halt him. Hold on. I do not intend to take him away. Besides, how could an AI be stolen? I merely wish to have the same highest level of access as you. Having Jarvis serve two individuals simultaneously should not pose a problem, right? Iron Man hesitated. In his mind, Jarvis was not merely an AI, but a partner. Yet, considering the extraordinary properties of titanium crystal, even limited production would yield immeasurable value. Materials are the foundation of machinery and the key to breaking through bottlenecks. With it, how many cutting-edge devices could be created? Furthermore, Jarvis was his creation. Even if Fang Yuan were granted equal access, what would that change? All right, from this day forth, your permissions will be equal to mine, Iron Man declared. Fang Yuan inwardly rejoiced, intentionally reminding him, think carefully. The formula is quite simple, and I could even demonstrate it in person. But if you cannot replicate it yourself, do not blame me. Iron Man was brimming with confidence. If Fang Yuan could produce it under rudimentary conditions, how could he possibly fail upon learning the formula? He was severely underestimating him. Rest assured, I will not hold you accountable. Jarvis, I am here, Mr. Stark. Please give your instructions. With the highest authority, command that Fang Yuan's permission level be elevated to match my own. Are you confirming that you wish to designate Mr. Fang Yuan as an equal highest authority? Once enacted, unless you personally reprogram my core, his permissions cannot be revoked. Iron Man replied resolutely, confirm. Command received, please hold on. Jarvis responded. The villa fell silent for about 3 minutes. Jarvis's voice returned. Permission settings complete. The highest administrator is now Mr. Fang Yuan. Please designate your preferred form of address. Fang Yuan waved his hand casually. Keep the original form of address. However, from now on, my action records must not be reported to Tony without my consent. Understood. Your command has been saved. This order was precisely why Fang Yuan sought to control Jarvis's permissions. After spending these days together, he realized that Tony had no inclination to pry into his private matters, yet keeping this backdoor felt unsettling. Now, that potential threat had finally been eliminated. Much like the previous encounter with the saber-toothed tiger and bone spikes, had he been able to fully control Jarvis then, there would have been no need to shatter the surveillance cameras in advance. He could have simply commanded them to cease recording. Now that he had obtained the highest permissions for Jarvis, Iron Man had indeed fulfilled his promise and was currently gazing at Fang Yuan with anticipation. Fang Yuan's earlier command had not concealed Tony from view, and Tony took no offense. Just as Fang Yuan had no interest in him, Tony too felt no curiosity regarding the private life of a grown man. Stop staring and listen closely. I am about to divulge the formula for titanium crystal. Tony commanded with urgency. Jarvis, make sure to record everything meticulously, with not a single word amiss. Apologies, I neglected to mention the serious demeanor Tony exhibited, which nearly made Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Did he really believe this formula was so profound? Iron Man, with utmost seriousness, elucidated. The formula for this novel material is indeed intricate. It necessitates consideration of various factors such as the temperature and pressure of raw materials, the order of addition, the ratios, pre-treatment processes, the duration of each step, and the requirements of the external environment, among others. To delineate it in detail would require tens of thousands of words. Hence, it is prudent to have Jarvis record it. After a brief pause, he added, in fact, I believe it would be best for you to compose a formal academic paper, as verbal explanations are invariably imprecise. Compose a paper? Fang Yuan scoffed. He had no time for such frivolities. He cleared his throat and stated, suit yourself, listen closely. The raw materials are titanium alloy and natural rubber, which, after purification, are fused in a ratio of 31. That is how titanium crystal is created. Tony's expression shifted to one of realization. So, the idea is to combine the advantages of titanium alloy and rubber. That thought is quite straightforward. While anyone could conceive of it, the implementation is undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. What about the specific process parameters? Fang Yuan replied, that is all I have to say. Tony's voice suddenly escalated. Are you jesting with me? Fang Yuan responded, not at all. Iron Man's countenance grew increasingly grim. Then let me ask you, since it is a titanium alloy, what are the specific alloying components? Surely, there must be aluminum, tin, and manganese. Fang Yuan scratched his head, trying to remember, and suddenly snapped his fingers. I recall, there's also iron and chromium. For the precise formula, you must consult Jarvis. He was the one who procured my batch of titanium alloy. Listening to this evasive response, Tony's expression darkened further. The essence of developing new materials lies in precision. Who forgets the composition of materials as Fang Yuan seemingly has? Let alone the exact ratios. It is utterly absurd. To produce such a high-performing material under these circumstances, was it sheer luck, or was it fate lending a blind hand? Tony, suppressing his frustration, pressed on. And what of the specific synthesis steps? This is crucial. Do not attempt to gloss over it. Fang Yuan shrugged. Well, they simply meld together on their own. Upon hearing this, Tony nearly exploded, his breathing becoming rapid. What kind of explanation is that? They just naturally combine. Why don't you just do that yourself? You exchange half of Jarvis's ownership for this pile of nonsense? Sensing Tony's simmering anger, which seemed about to boil over, Fang Yuan hastily suggested. How about I demonstrate it right here? You can see for yourself. Only then did Tony manage to partially rein in his ire. The two women nearby observed the quarrel. Exchanging glances filled with concern, they certainly did not wish to witness a fallout between the two. Fortunately, Fang Yuan still had some titanium alloy and rubber materials stored in his spatial inventory, negating the need for a new order, allowing him to begin crafting immediately. Typically, Fang Yuan conducted his forging within his own space, where he felt secure. However, given that this demonstration required an audience, he needed to find a discreet location to avoid prying eyes. Luckily, Tony's villa had an underground workshop. As long as Jarvis kept everyone out, it would be entirely safe. Jarvis, restrict entry to anyone. Understood, Mr. Fang. In the workshop, Fang Yuan retrieved 300 kilograms of titanium alloy and 100 kilograms of rubber. An extraordinary flame ignited spontaneously, enveloping the materials within. Fang Yuan's prowess was ever evolving, and this time, he conjured a peculiar flame that momentarily astonished the onlookers. Though they quickly grew accustomed to it. Under the searing heat of the mystical flame, the titanium alloy and rubber transformed into liquid within a matter of seconds. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. This defies the laws of science. How did you achieve this? That flame must reach temperatures of at least 4,000 to 5,000 degrees. While I can understand the melting of titanium alloy, how is it possible that rubber does not vaporize but instead becomes liquid? In his excitement, he even reached out to touch the flame. Pepper quickly grabbed his arm. Are you out of your mind? Only then did Tony come to his senses. A cold sweat breaking out. Had he truly reached into that fire, he would likely have ended up as a one-armed man. The dashing Tony Stark with a missing limb? That would hardly be cool. Fang Yuan smiled slightly. Is that what seems outrageous to you? The more absurdities are yet to come. He suddenly intensified the fire's power, causing the suspended liquid to rapidly contract. Chapter 33. Upon closer inspection, however, it remained enigmatic. This was merely a demonstration, and there was no need to refine the materials to their utmost purity. Thus, he ceased just as he reached the second-tier threshold. At this moment, only a thumb-sized glob of liquid remained in the air. Tony, observing this scene, muttered softly, "It couldn't possibly have evaporated, could it? To reduce so much raw material to this tiny amount, what's the point?" Just as he spoke, the two liquid masses began to merge autonomously. Good grief. It can really fuse on its own? Tony couldn't help but curse. Minutes later, a crimson metallic sphere, slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball, hovered in mid-air, radiating intense heat. Iron Man impatiently urged, and Fang Yuan had no choice but to toss the fireball into water to cool it down. With a hiss, amidst the billowing white steam, Tony immediately retrieved the metallic sphere for a closer examination, finding it identical to the one he had seen before. Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Done. This is the new alloy you required, and our transaction is complete. Tony, scrutinizing the metallic sphere in his palm, shook his head in disbelief. This completely contravenes the laws of physics. Can the laws of physics fill your stomach? Fang Yuan retorted, but we are pressed for time. The hardness may not match that of the last batch. You can use a laser to cut samples for your research. He winked. Perhaps he might discover something remarkable. This remark reignited Tony's determination. You're right. There is no problem I cannot solve. With that, he immersed himself in his work. Fang Yuan did not expect Tony to replicate the titanium crystal, yet he secretly hoped for his success. If he could mass-produce second-tier titanium crystals, wouldn't the quality of his meals skyrocket? Ever since he forged the first titanium crystal, he had been coveting that little round ball, enduringly resisting the urge to taste it. Now that he had given the second one to Tony, he still possessed the first. Since it was of no further use, why not indulge? With a flicker of the mystical flame, the surface of the titanium crystal was thoroughly sterilized. Fang Yuan, without a change in expression, tossed the searing metallic sphere into his mouth. With a crunch, the crisp shell shattered between his teeth, releasing a rich aroma that instantly filled his palate. Exquisite. The flavor was refreshingly sweet, with just the right amount of chewiness, The combination of titanium and rubber resembled the finest chocolate filled with liquor, truly delectable. Fang Yuan closed his eyes in satisfaction. This commotion not only drew the attention of Gwen and Pepper, but even Tony, who had been engrossed in his work, looked up in astonishment. The three of them stared at Fang Yuan's voracious consumption, unable to suppress their own saliva. Tony, fixated on the titanium crystal ball in his hand, suddenly wondered what it might taste like. Your teeth must be absurdly strong, Iron Man exclaimed incredulously. Something that was dozens of times harder than high-strength alloys could be so delightfully crunchy? Fang Yuan proudly shook his head. I'm not boasting. There's nothing in this world I cannot chew. Gwen rolled her eyes. Is that even worth bragging about? You look like a famished ghost reborn. Fang Yuan instantly deflated, muttering softly, at least it doesn't upset my stomach. In the laboratory, Tony was preoccupied with crafting titanium crystal replicas. Fang Yuan and the others, lacking expertise, watched in bewilderment, feeling both impressed and lost. After 10 minutes, Fang Yuan felt his interest waning. He was aware that Tony despised being interrupted while working, so he quietly turned to leave. Gwen and Pepper followed suit. Tony typically did not concern himself with company affairs, and you didn't even know where the front door opened. Pepper informed the two. Now that the authorization has been signed, I'll take Gwen for a tour of the company. You two are free to do as you please. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, watching as the two women departed. He inspected the materials being refined in the space, noting that the progress had surpassed the halfway mark. In just a couple of days, everything would be completed. The steel armor version of the treasure was on the brink of fruition, with the material purification not requiring his immediate attention. Fang Yuan shifted his focus towards the saber-toothed tiger. Since their initial encounter on the day of its capture, he had neglected to attend to it over the past few days. Previously, the saber-toothed tiger had exerted considerable effort, yielding substantial returns for Fang Yuan, so he hadn't felt the need to further provoke it. However, upon glancing over now, he was taken aback. In the dim light, the saber-toothed tiger lay sprawled on the ground, on the verge of unconsciousness. A jolt of realization struck Fang Yuan. This was carbon dioxide poisoning. Suddenly, the villa's curtains fluttered as if stirred by an invisible wind, creating a cacophony. In that moment, a rush of fresh air surged into the enclosed space. The saber-toothed tiger's breathing gradually steadied, and its complexion improved. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. It would be an utter loss if the precious creature he had managed to capture were to perish in such a pitiful manner. After several hours without any attacks, he had assumed the saber-toothed tiger was simply recuperating. According to his original calculations, the air in the space should have sufficed. Yet, he had completely overlooked the creature's unique physiology. As a mutant, the saber-toothed tiger's regenerative abilities far exceeded those of ordinary beings, coupled with its incessant, vigorous activity, leading to an oxygen consumption rate several times greater than that of a normal person. Moreover, there was another critical factor at play. In that confined space, before the oxygen could be depleted, the concentration of carbon dioxide had already escalated to alarming levels. At lower concentrations, carbon dioxide posed little danger. But once it exceeded safe limits, it would suppress the respiratory center, leading to asphyxiation and death. Only a creature with the saber-toothed tiger's constitution could endure to this point. Otherwise, a regular individual would have long since succumbed. This predicament left Fang Yuan quite distressed. In the future, he might need to detain other adversaries in the same space, and one could not rely on every individual being as resilient as the saber-toothed tiger. If, by chance, he inadvertently caused someone's demise, it would be an utterly senseless loss. He had to devise a solution for this dilemma. Suddenly, he recalled knowledge from his high school chemistry class about substances capable of absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. Fang Yuan slapped his forehead. Of course, sodium peroxide. Sodium peroxide reacts with carbon dioxide to produce sodium carbonate and oxygen. If he introduced some of this into the space, it would resolve the major issue. Ordinarily, he would delegate such tasks to Jarvis, but having been cooped up for too long, Fang Yuan felt the urge to stretch his legs and decided to procure it himself. Sodium peroxide could be purchased at any ordinary chemical reagent store. It was not classified as a controlled substance, although the quantity he required was relatively large. One store might not have sufficient stock, but since he initially intended to step out for some fresh air, it was of little consequence. He had just exited when he ran into the SHIELD agent he had been using as a driver. Interestingly, when Fang Yuan had clashed with the saber-toothed tiger and Bone Spike, it was SHIELD that responded after Jarvis had alerted them, rather than the regular police, thanks to this agent's discreet maneuvers. His task during this period had been to monitor Fang Yuan. since Fang Yuan moved into Tony's seaside villa. This agent had been enjoying a few days of leisure, for even S.H.I.E.L.D. dared not brazenly intrude into Iron Man's private residence. He could only keep watch from the villa's perimeter. That day, upon witnessing the two assailants break through the wall with their bare hands, the agent immediately recognized it as the work of superhumans and swiftly contacted headquarters to facilitate subsequent actions. Currently, Fang Yuan simply wished to stroll and enjoy the fresh air, so he was disinclined to utilize his spatial teleportation ability. If he could just teleport to his destination and back home in a blink, what would be the point of going out? Upon seeing Fang Yuan step outside, the agent astutely offered to drive him. Where would you like to go, Mr. Fang? Fang Yuan climbed into the back seat. Just a casual drive. Then later we can visit a larger chemical reagent store. The agent promptly started the vehicle and drove onto the road. Along the way, Fang Yuan casually inquired, "We've known each other for quite some time, but I still don't know your name. Why haven't you introduced yourself?" In truth, they had not exchanged names up to this point largely because Fang Yuan had initially harbored some resentment over S.H.I.E.L.D. monitoring him. However, as time passed, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had not engaged in any underhanded tactics, but rather helped him clean up messes. He had grown indifferent to the matter. Upon hearing this, the agent was almost moved to tears. Finally, the esteemed individual had inquired about his name. From this day forth, he would no longer be a mere background character, but a legitimate person with a name. "Mr. Fang, my name is Newton Baekhyun Duncan. You may call me Newton." "What?" Fang Yuan rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. "Newton Baekhyun Duncan? Are you joking with me?" The agent looked perplexed. "Why would I dare deceive you?" The name felt awkward to pronounce, and Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Little Newton, with a name like that, why aren't you pursuing research, becoming a doctor, or entering politics? Why on earth are you in the field of espionage?" The agent internally pondered this seemed quite off topic, yet replied honestly, "I graduated from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Where else would I go if not to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just then, with a loud bang, the roof of the car suddenly caved in. Agent Newton immediately drew his weapon in a defensive posture, only to hear a familiar voice from above. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker, whom he hadn't seen since the incident in Afghanistan. Sure enough, the next moment, he witnessed a white web sticking to a traffic light as a red and blue figure swiftly swung past. Known as New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he was always eager to help. In this instance, he merely offered a hasty apology, clearly in a rush. Fang Yuan felt invigorated. He had initially ventured out of sheer boredom and had not anticipated encountering such excitement. He flashed a grin at the agent with the grandiose name, Little Newton. The repair costs for the car should be covered by the agency, right? The agent felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending doom. Surely, they wouldn't dismantle the car again? Before he could respond, a loud crash echoed as a human-shaped hole blew through the Audi's roof, and Fang Yuan had already vanished from sight. The agent stood there, dumbfounded, gazing up at the gaping hole in the roof and the clear blue sky beyond. Infuriated and hopping in place, that little rascal runs faster than a rabbit. This luxury car of mine has a panoramic sunroof. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had already soared far away, oblivious to the agent's exclamations. Speaking of which, after leaping from the Audi's roof, Fang Yuan swiftly caught up to the Spider-Man swinging ahead on his web. He gracefully hovered behind Parker, reaching out to pat the latter's red and blue suit. "Hey buddy, where's the fire?" Peter Parker turned around, and, upon seeing the familiar figure, his eyes lit up beneath the mask. "Fang Yuan, when did you return to New York?" "Just in time. I'm in a bit of a pickle and could use your help." Fang Yuan smiled broadly, thinking his luck was quite favorable today. Perhaps he could add a new item to his mysterious collection. He boldly thumped his chest. "Just let me know. What troublesome foe are we facing this time? A monster? A mutant? Or perhaps an interstellar visitor? Count me in." As Spider-Man continued to shoot webs and nimbly navigate through the buildings, he expressed his gratitude. "I can't thank you enough. No need for pleasantries. In the future, whenever you encounter a tough nut to crack, just call me. I guarantee to leave them unrecognizable to their own mother." However, Peter's voice suddenly took on a note of hesitation. "Actually, it's just a group of ordinary terrorists." "What?" Fang Yuan's expression deflated like a punctured balloon, disappointment etched across his face. "Ordinary criminals? Can't you handle that yourself?" Beneath the mask, Peter offered a wry smile. "To be honest, if it weren't for you, I might have been truly at a loss. Right now, I'm just hoping to get lucky." As the web glided through the air, Peter recounted the events leading to this moment. It turned out that during his routine patrol, he had inadvertently uncovered a plot by a group of terrorists. After several days of covert investigation, he discovered that these individuals had set their sights on a luxurious passenger jet at Kennedy International Airport, having bribed the crew to hijack the plane and extort the wealthy passengers on board. By the time Peter had pieced together the truth and alerted the authorities, the aircraft had already taken to the skies. The captain, sensing an anomaly, attempted to return to base, only to be overpowered by the assailants who seized control of the cockpit. The entire aircraft is now under hijack, circling ominously above the airport, while military jets dispatched for surveillance maintain a watchful presence, creating a stalemate between both parties. The most daunting aspect is Peter's voice, laced with anxiety. The military cannot simply bring the plane down, can they? With over 100 passengers aboard, the potential for the wreckage to crash into the bustling city below is a terrifying thought. Spider-Man is desperately racing toward the scene, yet he knows in his heart that this situation may well exceed his capabilities. Fortunately, on the way, he encounters Fang Yuan, which brings him a sense of relief. For Fang Yuan can fly, truly a stroke of divine favor. After hearing the details of the predicament, Fang Yuan cannot remain a mere bystander. However, a pressing issue arises. Today, he must make a public appearance. As a superhero destined to save the world, how could he possibly lack a proper outfit? Glancing at the materials floating in space, an idea sparks in his mind. While hastening alongside Spider-Man, he deftly manipulates the materials with his mind. Two strands of material extend from the clusters, elongating endlessly as if there were no end in sight. The strands entwine and weave together, forming a fabric. For Fang Yuan, this uniform does not require formidable defense. In fact, the weaker the defense, the better. Thus, he intentionally crafts the uniform to be exceedingly thin, primarily using specially designed rubber, with titanium alloy threads reinforcing only the crucial areas. In the blink of an eye, the uniform takes shape. As he inspects the dark-hued attire, which glimmers with metallic sheen, he feels it lacks something. After a moment's contemplation, a mischievous grin spreads across his face as he embroiders a letter onto the chest of the uniform with titanium alloy thread, finally nodding in satisfaction. Now, all that remains is the cape. This is simple enough. Using red crystal fibers mixed with fine rubber threads, he quickly weaves a dark red cape. This cape appears semi-transparent, yet upon closer inspection, it remains opaque. Done. Wait for me. I'll be right back, Fang Yuan tells Spider-Man before vanishing in an instant. At that moment, Fang Yuan finds himself within a unique space inside his own body. It is quite enigmatic. He possesses a space within him, and now he is fully immersed in that space. What could this mean? Perhaps it involves different dimensions? Shaking his head, he dismisses the notion, preferring not to delve into such convoluted matters. This marks his first true entry into this space. Previously, when he encountered the saber-toothed tiger, it was merely a projection. Chapter 34, Waiting for Death with Eyes Closed. However, he is already quite familiar with this space. At present, a snug uniform floats serenely in midair. The dark attire accentuates his sculpted physique, with a titanium alloy thread weaving a triangular emblem that emits a cold light, while the central embroidered letter S stands out prominently in the sunlight. The dark red cape billows without wind, subtly shimmering with a cosmic aura. In this independent space, Fang Yuan feels like a creator. With a mere thought, his old garments disintegrate into dust, and the new attire fits him like a glove. The transformation occurs in the blink of an eye, and he appears before a stunned Spider-Man. Peter Parker gazes in awe at the figure hovering in midair, his eyes wide behind the mask. In the mere seconds of his disappearance, this Eastern youth has completely transformed, clad in a form-fitting uniform that hugs his chiseled muscles. With a cape swirling behind him, glinting silver in the sunlight, as if he has emerged straight from the pages of a comic book. Did you find a Kryptonian spaceship in the Arctic? Spider-Man exclaims, nearly dropping his web line. Have you truly awakened Kryptonian bloodlines with that uniform? Fang Yuan smirked slightly. 2 months prior, he had intentionally spread rumors about Superman, and now even his closest ally is completely convinced. This is precisely the effect he desired. When enemies approach bearing kryptonite, they will discover the meaning of despair. Saving lives is paramount. Fang Yuan interrupts Peter's fanciful musings, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. Before he can finish speaking, a violent gust of wind rends the clouds apart. Spider-Man's exclamation is drowned out by the sonic boom as they streak across the New York skyline like a pair of crimson meteors. As the sound barrier shatters behind them, the control tower of JFK International Airport comes into view. This ever-awake aviation hub is about to experience its most harrowing dawn. At this moment, the usually bustling airport appears unusually desolate, with only a single luxury passenger plane circling above, while three F-22 Raptors patrol the skies like loyal sentinels. On the ground, apart from a few intrepid reporters holding their positions, everyone else has long since evacuated. The empty runway is left with only scattered equipment and the howling wind. Suddenly, a figure appears in the distance. Fang Yuan carries Spider-Man with one hand, darting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. The astute reporters quickly capture the moment, with one shouting excitedly, "Look, Spider-Man is here." The camera swiftly shifts focus to the two. Soon, more individuals notice the anomaly, gasping, "Wait, who is that person flying with Spider-Man? Could it be Superman?" A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. Superman? Isn't that a character from comics? How could he possibly appear in reality? Yet, the man in the distance, despite slight differences in color scheme, bears an uncanny resemblance to the Iron Man from the films. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Fang Yuan descends to the ground, gently setting down Spider-Man. Spider-Man looks up at the aircraft above, sighing resignedly. "It seems we must rely on you now." Fang Yuan nods. "Leave it to me." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in a flash, soaring into the clouds. Spider-Man stands rooted, rubbing his tingling arms, quietly marveling. That speed. If I were an ordinary person, merely being carried like this would likely leave me in pieces. How could an ordinary individual withstand the shock of supersonic flight? High above, Fang Yuan flies parallel to the passenger plane, contemplating his strategy. Should he teleport inside to confront the hijackers directly or breach the fuselage with sheer force like Superman? Before he can decide, the situation shifts dramatically. The two escorting F-22s suddenly veer toward him, clearly perceiving him as a potential threat. Fang Yuan remains unfazed. Mere fighter jets do not warrant his concern. Since he has already made an appearance, he might as well opt for a more sensational entry. He resolves to tear open the cabin and resolve the situation swiftly. However, just as he prepares to act, the fighter jet to his side suddenly opens fire. The F-22s are armed not with ordinary machine guns, but with a 6-barreled 20mm Gatling gun. Perhaps the name Gatling gun is more familiar. It boasts a staggering firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, and even a being of steel would be left with horrifying bullet holes upon being struck. Caught off guard, Fang Yuan is hit by a barrage of bullets, causing him to stagger slightly. Below, the reporters erupt in cries of shock. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, the scene, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, is captured with precision by military cameras. Are the forces preparing to declare war on Superman? The reporters who had previously clustered around Parker quickly pivot their cameras to focus on the sky. Parker, witnessing this, is immediately filled with dread. Fang Yuan is here to save the day, yet why is he being attacked by the military? On the ground, he is unable to intervene in the unfolding chaos or contact the military. In a moment of desperation, he recalls that he can seek assistance from the airport staff, as the military and the airport must maintain communication. Meanwhile, high above, Fang Yuan seethes with anger at the unprovoked assault. Yet, under the public scrutiny, he cannot simply down the fighter jets. Adjusting his stance, he resolutely continues toward the passenger plane. The pilots in the cockpit of the fighter jet, along with all the media witnesses, are rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. The man who can withstand the onslaught of artillery fire without a scratch, could he truly be a titan sprung from the pages of a comic book? The pilot's heart wrestled with doubt. Perhaps this superhuman was destined to subdue the hijackers? Yet, military orders are as unyielding as mountains. When the command center issued another firing directive, the aircraft's Vulcan cannon unleashed a new round of thunderous roars. At a terrifying rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, palm-sized armor-piercing shells formed a tempest of metal hurtling towards Fang Yuan. These projectiles, capable of cleaving an ordinary person in two, collided with him only to twist and contort, spiraling to the ground like scraps of discarded metal. This time, Fang Yuan was well prepared, his form unwavering. The suit he donned, woven from top-tier composite materials, exhibited astonishing resilience. The perfect amalgamation of second-tier rubber and titanium alloy transmitted all the force of impact seamlessly to his godlike physique. Notably, Fang Yuan had designed the suit to fit him snugly, which now proved advantageous. The majority of the shock was absorbed by his body, significantly reducing the pressure on the suit itself. However, the F-22 Raptor's supply of Vulcan ammunition was ultimately finite. 500 rounds quickly dwindled under the relentless barrage. Before long, the aircraft's cannon had exhausted its firepower, its rate of fire diminishing. Fang Yuan grinned, inwardly cursing. I held back out of courtesy. And yet you dare to intensify your assault? How intolerable. In an instant, he surged forward, breaking the sound barrier as he lunged at the now defenseless aircraft. The pilot, realizing the precarious situation, immediately attempted to flee. The F-22 Raptor could soar at twice the speed of sound, perhaps matching Fang Yuan in straight-line velocity. But in agility and maneuverability, it resembled nothing more than a clumsy hunk of metal compared to Fang Yuan. To claim it was 10 times slower than him would be an understatement. Before the aircraft could evade, Fang Yuan had already leapt onto the reinforced glass of the cockpit. He even found the time to flash a smile at the terrified pilot inside, then swiftly extended his fingers, grasping down with ferocity. With a resounding crack, the glass, as hard as iron, was punctured, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Instantly, the entire panel was riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Alarms blared sharply within the cockpit, red warning lights flashing frantically. Fang Yuan paid them no mind. With a casual flick, he tore the glass away. A gale rushed into the cockpit, sending the pilot reeling. Fang Yuan grinned at him, asking, "Brother, are you trying to instigate a conflict between two planets?" Although the process seemed prolonged, from the moment he approached the aircraft to breaking through the glass took but mere seconds. The pilot had no time to ponder Fang Yuan's words and instinctively pressed the ejection button. With a bang, he and his seat were propelled into the sky. Only then did he comprehend Fang Yuan's earlier statement. Two planets? Could he not be from Blue Star? Was it possible that a comic book superhero had come to life? It made sense, having endured such a barrage of gunfire and scathe. Who else could he be? Realizing this, the pilot felt not fear but exhilaration at having crossed paths with a real-life superhero. Even more remarkable was the fact that he had survived the close encounter. Fang Yuan, observing the ejected pilot, had no interest in pursuing him. He was merely an ordinary man, unworthy of his concern. What piqued his interest was the F-22 Raptor beneath him. What does a fighter jet taste like? He had yet to find out. With that thought, he couldn't help but lick his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The battle raged on. He would not be satisfied until both aircraft lay in ruins, avenging the unprovoked assault he had endured. While Fang Yuan engaged in aerial combat, Parker on the ground finally managed to connect with the Air Force Command. As soon as the call was established, he shouted, "The superhero is here to save us. Cease fire immediately." No sooner had he spoken than a scream pierced through the receiver. "Eagle 1 has crashed. Open fire. Open fire immediately." The command center erupted in furious roars. Meanwhile, Spider-Man looked up to see a pilot from one of the aircraft ejecting from the cockpit. His heart sank. He knew this situation could not end peacefully. Indeed, the previously circling Eagle 2 aircraft swiftly assumed an attack posture. Earlier, when Fang Yuan was on the other aircraft, the pilot had refrained from firing due to the risk of hitting his comrade. Now that his ally had parachuted to safety and Fang Yuan no longer held a hostage, all restraint was cast aside. The belly of the F-22 Raptor suddenly opened, and 2 a.m. 120 medium-range missiles screamed forth, trailing fire. Upon seeing the incoming missiles, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle with delight. He had been pondering how to secure the aircraft beneath him into his storage space, and now they had unwittingly provided him with the perfect cover, an impeccable collaboration. The missiles closed in rapidly. While he was unperturbed, the aircraft below would not withstand the onslaught. Just as the missiles were mere centimeters away, two beams of laser shot from his eyes, striking the missiles with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The missiles detonated. A blinding flash of fire and thick smoke engulfing the area. Taking advantage of the cover, Fang Yuan deftly absorbed the entire aircraft into his internal space. Oh, this trip was not in vain. With the spoils of victory in hand, he felt elated. As for the missiles' power, they were no more bothersome than a light breeze tousling his hair. As the smoke cleared, Fang Yuan remained unscathed in midair, while the aircraft beneath him had vanished without a trace. If Eagle 2's pilot had not been preoccupied with flying the aircraft, he might have rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could the first aircraft have simply vanished? Even if it had been destroyed, there should be some remnants, yet not a single screw was left behind. Gazing at the stable blip on the radar, the second pilot's heart raced. If he truly forced a superhero into becoming an adversary, the consequences. Though he harbored doubts, military orders were absolute, and he dared not slacken his operations. The radar screen firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's position. In an instant, the fighter jet launched its two Sidewinder missiles alongside the remaining 4 a.m. 120 medium-range missiles, all whistling through the air. Having exhausted all its munitions, the second aircraft unhesitatingly yanked back on the control stick, the body tilting sharply as it accelerated to flee. But Fang Yuan would not let him escape. While the incoming missiles posed no threat to him, they were nonetheless bothersome. Tired of this game of cat and mouse, he decided to end it swiftly. Suddenly, A crimson glow flickered in his eyes. In less than 1/10 of a second, 6 missiles exploded in midair. The azure sky erupted with 6 brilliant fireballs. However, these fireballs were far from cheap. Journalists on the ground had captured every moment of this aerial duel. Upon witnessing that fleeting red light and the airborne missiles, they erupted into a frenzy, as if injected with adrenaline. I told you he must be a superhero. That's thermal vision. It can't be mistaken. The superhero has truly descended upon Earth. This is breaking news. A superhero takes on the U.S. military. Our newspaper sales will surely break records. Fang Yuan, of course, had no inkling of the commotion his laser eyes had caused below. Even if he did, it would matter little to him. At that moment, the pilot who had just launched his missiles prepared to accelerate away. However, before he could gain speed, he watched in horror as all 6 missiles disintegrated into nothingness. His heart sank. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan vanished from sight, with only the rapidly approaching alarm signals on the radar warning of imminent danger. But what could he do? This time, he couldn't even take aim. In an instant, Fang Yuan hovered in front of the cockpit. The pilot, quick on the uptake, recognized the visitor and without hesitation activated the ejection system. With a loud bang, the hatch flew open, and the pilot, along with his seat, shot out into the sky. Fang Yuan appreciated such a perceptive individual and even waved amicably. This terrified the pilot, who assumed his end was near, and he shut his eyes tightly, bracing for death. After a considerable amount of time had passed without incident, he cautiously opened his eyes. Reflecting on his earlier disheveled state, the pilot felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. However, Fang Yuan had no time to concern himself with him. After exchanging pleasantries, he effortlessly caught the flying tempered glass canopy and smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. I've acquired yet another intact aircraft." Yet, he pondered what justification he could concoct to claim this aircraft as his own. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Out of nowhere, a cluster of mysterious flames materialized, instantly transforming the water he had stored into swirling vapor. Silently, a dense white mist enveloped Fang Yuan, and within this hazy shroud, the aircraft vanished into thin air. Such an act would undoubtedly provoke speculation, yet no amount of pondering would yield results. Once something entered his possession, it was futile to expect its return. Presently, only the last aircraft remained circling in the sky. This aircraft had persistently trailed the hijacked commercial airliner, never engaging in the confrontation. However, having initiated action, Fang Yuan saw no reason to let his prey escape. It was a simple task, and he decided it was best to capture everything in one fell swoop. In a flash, he darted towards his target. Chapter 35. As he flew, he indeed made a discovery. The pilot of the aircraft was hardly willing to surrender. Missiles screamed one after another, and the cannon spat fiery tongues in a frantic barrage. Unfortunately, this was merely a desperate struggle. All the missiles were detonated in midair by precision lasers the moment they left their launchers, the shockwaves causing the aircraft to jolt violently, rendering it incapable of approaching Fang Yuan even a step closer. As for the rounds fired from the cannons, they barely registered as a tickle upon him. Faced with such circumstances, what could the pilot do? He was not a comic book hero capable of transforming into a fighter. As his options dwindled, before Fang Yuan could close the distance, the pilot decisively activated the ejection system. Brilliant. Another addition to his collection. Fang Yuan beamed as he secured this final aircraft, turning his attention to the hijacked passenger plane. Inside the cabin, the hijackers were already paralyzed with fear. They had witnessed the surreal scene of this monstrosity absorbing missiles with his bare body, and glancing at their small submachine guns, despair washed over them. Initially, they had only intended to extort a ransom from a few wealthy individuals. But who could have anticipated they would provoke not only a Spider-Man, but now the legendary Superman as well? What misfortune had befallen them? Regardless of whether this Superman came to rescue or to destroy, their fates were now sealed. The desperate rogues cast their gaze towards their leader. The burly chief surveyed his comrades with a sinister grin, declaring, "If we are to die, let us take everyone on this plane with us. Go and smash the cockpit. And kill the co-pilot. I want to see if this Superman can lift an entire aircraft with his bare hands." Fully aware of their impending doom, the gang immediately sprang into action. At this moment, outside, Fang Yuan was still dealing with the third aircraft, while the cockpit of the passenger plane had already fallen under the control of the hijackers. The only one capable of flying the plane, the captain, had already met his demise, leaving only the trembling co-pilot to manage the aircraft. As the hijackers swarmed into the cockpit, the co-pilot's heart sank. "Don't do anything reckless. Killing me won't save you." But these desperate men had long since disregarded their own lives. The co-pilot's warning fell on deaf ears. With a sharp gunshot, a gaping wound appeared on the co-pilot's forehead, a mixture of red and white oozing down his nose as he fell lifelessly, his eyes wide open, never to close again. The bullet continued its trajectory, embedding itself into the instrument panel. In an instant, the entire control panel erupted with sparks, and the alarms wailed in agony. The hijackers, driven to madness, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, riddling the instrument panel with holes. Even the bulletproof glass of the cockpit was not spared, transformed into a frozen tomb as icy winds rushed in, carrying shards of glass. The airplane erupted in chaos, alarms blaring, oxygen masks cascading from the ceiling like raindrops. The cabin descended into turmoil, cries and wails echoing. Where was Superman? He must have been detained by the American military. Passengers screamed in hysteria, cursing. Those damned Americans deserve to be ground into meat paste by Superman. At that moment, Fang Yuan had just resolved the third aircraft. His superhuman hearing allowed him to grasp the dire situation within the cabin. Everyone, put on your oxygen masks. His commanding voice resonated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the passengers. Hearing that salvation was near, they scrambled to secure their masks. In the cockpit, the hijackers exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tightly. Despite knowing their firearms could not harm this monster, they clung to their last semblance of security. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the bulletproof glass shattered into a storm of crystal shards, the violent gusts turning half of the hijackers into bloody messes. The survivors were tossed about by the turbulent air, on the brink of being ejected from the cabin. Superman, save us. Amidst the screams, Fang Yuan coldly smirked, thrusting his palm forward, sending them plummeting into the ultimate free fall from 10,000 meters high. Their screams quickly faded into the clouds, leaving only the chilling wind that filled the cabin. Fang Yuan's circumstances were somewhat peculiar. He could distinctly hear those individuals hurtling towards the ground at incredible speeds, crashing into the airport runway and creating multiple deep craters. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was quite horrific. Journalists on the ground captured every moment. Some murmured, "This doesn't seem like something Superman would do." There were still a few criminals hidden on the plane, but Fang Yuan had no inclination to concern himself with them at the moment. With a mere blink, a few laser beams flickered, and the remaining perpetrators silently breathed their last. The dull thuds of their bodies hitting the ground startled passengers who had never seen death before, sending them into a panic. Entering the cockpit, Fang Yuan frowned at the disfigured control panel. This aircraft, laden with passengers and cargo, weighed at least 200 to 300 tons. If it were on the ground, he might attempt to lift it. Yet, at this altitude, it posed quite a challenge. After all, he had yet to attain the true caliber of a superhero. It is essential to note that those capable of effortlessly lifting tens of thousands of tons were celestial beings. With no leverage in midair, his thrust could hardly budge such a heavy vessel. The plane began to shake violently, teetering on the brink of disaster. In this moment of crisis, a flash of inspiration struck Fang Yuan. He pushed open the door and entered the passenger cabin. Upon seeing him, the passengers reacted as if they had encountered their savior, with some even fervently calling him God. Fang Yuan raised his hand to signal for silence. "We are not yet out of danger. The entire flight system is incapacitated, and the aircraft is completely out of control. I have a plan to save everyone, but please fasten your seatbelts and put on your oxygen masks." Upon hearing this, the cabin fell into an eerie silence. The plane was slowly descending in autopilot mode, but hoping it would land safely by itself was nothing short of a fantasy. However, Fang Yuan indeed had a plan. He just needed to wait for the right moment. He flew out of the cabin, synchronizing his movements with the aircraft. Through the windows, the passengers gazed at this divine figure, instinctively beginning to pray. After about 10 minutes, the moment finally arrived. The plane had flown past the New York City area, with several drones trailing behind. This time, the military seemed to have learned their lesson, recognizing that this Superman bore no ill intent, merely keeping a watchful distance. Below lay a barren expanse of mountainous terrain. A glint of red flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as two laser beams, as fine as strands of hair, sliced through the sky. The aircraft's wings were severed with the ease of a hot knife through butter, spiraling down into the valley below. The plane abruptly snapped in half at high altitude, the front half plummeting like a meteor. The passengers within the cabin were suddenly weightless, screaming in terror. The Air Force personnel monitoring the drones were left dumbfounded. Was this Superman truly about to shoot down a passenger plane? Fang Yuan continued his swift actions, effortlessly detaching the cockpit and cargo hold. Only then did the onlookers realize what he intended to do. In a flash, Fang Yuan plunged beneath the cabin, his arms bulging with veins as he bellowed, "Lift!" His palms struck the metallic exterior directly, even his shoulders pressing against it. Although maneuvering the cabin, weighing several tons, was somewhat arduous, Fang Yuan managed it with relative ease. The descent of the cabin slowed considerably. In the distance, a thunderous sound erupted as the severed nose of the aircraft crashed to the ground. Once Fang Yuan landed steadily on a rocky outcrop, he felt an immense sense of relief. With a firm foothold, lifting the heavy metal mass was akin to carrying a basket of vegetables, effortless. Having a leverage point made all the difference. On solid ground, Fang Yuan's strength dictated how much he could bear. However, in the air, it was contingent upon his flight capabilities. Even if he possessed Herculean strength, it would be futile if he could not fly. In truth, given Fang Yuan's current aerial prowess, transporting such a weight was a mere trifle, provided he could overcome gravity. Nevertheless, enhancing his airborne carrying capacity was not without its solutions. Firstly, he could cultivate a specialized flying skill. After all, his ability to fly was merely an ancillary power acquired from his upgrades, not a result of a dedicated flying artifact. Secondly, as his strength increased, so too would his abilities naturally grow. Yet, Fang Yuan was no fool, who would undertake the arduous task of mastering flying skills merely to occasionally carry a plane. Besides, there was indeed a simpler solution. He could simply store it within his internal space. Fang Yuan's internal dimension had expanded to over 1,000 meters in diameter. He could easily accommodate a commercial airliner, let alone an entire aircraft carrier. However, he had no intention of allowing these strangers into his secret realm. Ever since the incident involving the captured saber-toothed tiger, he had established a rule. Only close kin and enemies were permitted in this domain, and once enemies entered, they would never emerge again. With so many individuals suddenly thrust into the pitch-black, weightless mystery of his internal space, the news would undoubtedly leak. Those astute individuals could easily connect the dots and uncover the secrets of his abilities. The weight of these passengers did not warrant such significant risk. Moreover, the recent thrill of playing with a plane had been far too exhilarating. With a mischievous grin, Fang Yuan lifted the cabin, relishing the cacophony of screams emanating from within. And then, without a second thought, he discarded the several-ton metal structure. The ensuing crash reverberated, sending shards of stone flying high into the air like popcorn. He had nothing to say to the passengers. He simply soared into the sky. After a considerable while, a daring passenger cautiously peeked out. Before them lay an utterly unfamiliar forest, with jagged rocks and towering ancient trees. There was no sign of any superhuman figure. As their feet touched solid ground again, many felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves and kiss the earth. After such an ordeal, it was likely that they would carry a lifelong aversion to airplanes. The euphoria of having escaped death gradually supplanted their fear. Hijacking, aviation disasters, superhuman rescues. These were all scenarios that belonged in films, yet they had witnessed it all firsthand. Though some had sustained minor injuries, they paled in comparison to the magnitude of the calamity they had just endured. Some passengers, impatient, pulled out their phones, only to discover that there was no signal in this desolate wilderness. Suddenly, a cry of excitement shattered the tension. "I found a satellite phone." The crowd surged forward. As the call connected to 911, a cacophony of voices nearly overwhelmed the receiver. "It was a Superman who saved us. Hurry, send a rescue team. We saw it with our own eyes." The man holding the phone had to raise his voice to be heard. "Everyone, quiet. Let me speak. Officer, we are passengers from the hijacked flight at Kennedy Airport. We've been rescued." The voice on the other end grew increasingly animated. "Guess what? It was a Superman. The one from the movies. He came to save us." The operator, sensing the caller's agitation, quickly attempted to calm him. "Sir, please remain calm. You can't possibly think I'm lying." The caller erupted in frustration. "I saw the Superman smile at me. How old are you? I want to file a complaint." The operator, exasperated, could only shake her head. Everyone knew about the Superman by now. She merely wanted to help the caller regain his composure. But before she could finish her thought, he interrupted her. Realizing that the individual had just survived a plane crash, her empathy deepened. Even she felt a tremor of excitement watching the news coverage of the Superman standing against missiles, his body impervious to harm, the missiles striking him without leaving a scratch. Even more astounding were the drone images released by the government, showcasing the Superman's laser-like vision effortlessly slicing through an entire passenger plane. Had he employed this tactic earlier, those fighter jets would have been reduced to scrap metal. Finally, after the caller finished speaking, the operator interjected. "Sir, we are aware of the situation. The news is currently broadcasting footage of the Superman's exploits. The rescue team is en route. Please be patient." Silence fell on the other end as the caller finally remembered that such a significant event would certainly have made headlines. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, feeling vexed by the drones pursuing him, was preparing to return home. He certainly could not allow these metal contraptions to follow him there. Although SHIELD was aware of his true identity, being targeted by the military would undoubtedly become a burden, while he could teleport back to evade the pursuit. The memory of the Air Force opening fire without warning when he was saving lives ignited his fury. Since they had shown such blatant disrespect, he would not hold back in return. Resolute in his decision, Fang Yuan abruptly changed course, hurtling toward the location of the drones. To him, the aircraft, drones, and fighter jets in the sky were all merely flying tin coffins, easily disposed of. The drone, too, could not escape his grasp. As it loomed closer, a cold smirk crept across Fang Yuan's face. Meanwhile, at the McGuire Air Force Base, the pilot controlling the drone monitoring Fang Yuan's flight suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Sure enough, in the next moment, a colossal hand obscured the entire monitoring screen, plunging it into darkness. Damn it, I knew this would happen. The drone pilot cursed vehemently. A nearby airman chimed in. What in the world are those old geezers thinking? Do they have too much money to waste? That drone cost $23 million, just like that. The pilot, already in a foul mood over losing his prized machine, found a cruel sense of satisfaction in the airman's words. Oh, it's not just that. Didn't you see? There were 3 F-22s too. Those things are worth more than gold. Each one costs $150 million, and we just lost 3 in 10 minutes. Those old-timers at the Defense Department are probably going to be sick from the loss. Just then, the pilot noticed something unusual. Although the monitoring screen had gone dark, the drone still maintained a signal connection. What did this mean? It meant the drone had not crashed. He shouted excitedly. The Reaper drone is still operational. Satellite tracking shows it is still moving. Watching the cursor on the screen flicker and retreat, he was puzzled. Where was that Superman taking the drone? Suddenly, realizing the potential implications, his face paled as he hurriedly contacted the base commander. Commander, we have a situation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, having effortlessly disabled the drone's radar and optical systems, pondered aloud. Where is there an Air Force base nearby? I think there's one to the east. Let us go take a look. This drone, of an unknown model and weighing around 4 to 5 tons, was equipped with 2 missiles beneath its belly. Fang Yuan paid no mind to the missiles and began flying eastward, and soon enough, in the vast expanse of the sky, he spotted his target. In the distance, an Air Force base came into view. From a lofty vantage point, the entire base lay before him in its entirety. Chapter 36 depicts a face flushed crimson. On the flat runway, 2 to 3 dozen aircraft were stationed, the majority of which were helicopters. Upon glancing at the scene, Fang Yuan immediately discerned that this was certainly not the base from which the fighter jets had previously attacked him. Nevertheless, it mattered little, after all. It was still an American military airbase, and as long as it provided an outlet for his pent-up frustrations, he was satisfied. The unmanned aerial vehicle he held, though weighing only 4 to 5 tons, was colossal, with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Its grand approach had long been detected by the base. At this moment, piercing alarm sirens echoed through the air. The command center of the American military base was in a state of frantic desperation. The confrontation between Fang Yuan and the F-22 fighter jet had already been broadcast live across the nation. How could he remain unaware? It was precisely because he understood the adversary's strength that his anxiety intensified. If even the most advanced F-22 could not contend with this individual, what strategies could he possibly employ? Through a high-powered telescope, the audacious figure drew nearer, and the commander instinctively clenched his fists. What on earth do you intend to do? Aware that the odds were slim, he nonetheless did not dare to slacken the necessary defensive measures. Amidst the blaring alarms, personnel hastily evacuated, and 2 armed helicopters soared into the sky. Their machine gun barrels pointed unwaveringly toward the horizon. At this moment, Fang Yuan hovered above the base with the drone in hand. The military officer aboard the helicopter raised a loudspeaker and proclaimed, "Superman, you have trespassed into a military zone. Please vacate immediately. Any dangerous actions will be regarded as provocation against the United States." Provocation? A cold smirk creased Fang Yuan's lips as he suddenly released his grip, sending the drone crashing to the ground. The 20-meter steel behemoth plummeted from several hundred meters above, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it struck the earth. The deafening sound resonated as the runway was obliterated, creating a massive crater, and the flying metal debris instantly reduced 5 helicopters and a reconnaissance aircraft to mere sieves. Sunlight pierced through the myriad holes in the aircraft's fuselage, casting rays of light amidst the swirling dust. Is this provocative enough? Fang Yuan's voice thundered across the skies. Almost immediately, 2 more explosive sounds rang out. The already battered aircraft were utterly reduced to heaps of scrap metal, losing even their salvage value. The military officer, clutching the loudspeaker, was left dumbfounded. This was entirely outside the bounds of reason. Was it not customary to engage in verbal sparring, testing each other's limits before negotiating? Who would simply smash an aircraft without a word? This was not provocation. It was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face. The military officer's face flushed with heat, his fingers turning white as they gripped the loudspeaker. He longed to order the obliteration of this maniac, but then recalled that even missiles had failed to inflict any harm upon him. To rely on these helicopters would be nothing short of self-degradation. Ultimately, he dejectedly lowered his hand and, suppressing his fury, inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here today, Superman?" Fang Yuan tilted his head, feigning innocence. "There's nothing of great importance. I merely noticed that your Air Force lost a drone, and I came to return it." "Have you heard the tale of returning the jade intact?" "Returning the jade intact? What does that mean?" Fang Yuan patiently explained. "It means that the item you lost, I am returning to you in its original condition." The military officer gazed down at the scattered remnants of the base, his voice trembling. "Is this what you call intact?" Fang Yuan scratched his head, repeatedly apologizing. "I truly apologize, but your heavy machine guns were aimed at me, and I was so startled that my hand trembled, causing the drone to fall. Who knew it was so fragile? It fell apart from just a few hundred meters above ground." Suddenly, he smacked his thigh. "I get it. It must be a toy model, right? Otherwise, why would you carelessly toss it into the sky?" Just as the military officer was about to speak, Fang Yuan interjected, "Don't believe me? I'll demonstrate. This height is nothing at all." Before the words had left his mouth, Fang Yuan plummeted from the sky like a stone. His descent accelerated, creating a blur of motion, and within a second, he crashed onto the transport aircraft parked on the helipad. The transport aircraft crumpled beneath him as if made of paper, instantly flattened into a disc shape. The commotion was louder than the drone's fall. A silent shockwave rippled outward, violently shaking helicopters hundreds of meters in the air. By the time the sound reached them, the entire airport trembled as if it had endured a cataclysmic event. Helicopters and reconnaissance planes on the helipad were hurled skyward like mere toys, only to crash down heavily. Fuel barrels exploded in succession, turning half the airport into a chaotic mess, as if a colossal plow had turned the ground upside down. The military officer gazed at the blaze shooting into the sky, momentarily feeling as though he were dreaming. Was this freefall? It was clearly akin to a meteor crashing into the blue planet. Amidst the smoke and dust, Fang Yuan's apologetic voice rang out, "To assure you of my sincerity, I deliberately accelerated my descent. Who knew that all your aircraft here were toys? A slight gust of wind could knock down a whole bunch." The military officer trembled as he looked at Fang Yuan. "You just said you were returning the drone to the Air Force? Are you intentionally seeking retribution against them?" Fang Yuan suddenly sensed something amiss. Were there still intact ones over there? Could they possibly be the real deal? "Allow me to verify." "Stop!" The military officer shouted in vain. But it was too late. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly emitted 2 beams of crimson light, slicing through the remaining fighter jets a kilometer away like soft tofu, leaving them severed into 3 segments, the cut surfaces faintly gleaming with a dark red hue. At this point, the entire base, save for the 2 helicopters still airborne, was devoid of any intact aircraft. The ground was littered with shattered wreckage. The military officer aboard the helicopter was on the verge of tears. Having started from the bottom, he had toiled for decades within this base, every inch of it soaked with his sweat. Yet, in a mere half hour, his lifetime's dedication was utterly annihilated. This man in a Superman suit, who had just rescued passengers from an aircraft and possessed powers indeed comparable to that of a superhero, was, in the eyes of the military officer, infinitely more detestable than a mere thug. He fought back his tears, redirecting his fury toward the Air Force. If it weren't for that bunch of fools provoking this calamity, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Fang Yuan found the changing expressions of the military officer quite amusing. This man should have been filled with hatred toward him. Why did he seem to harbor more resentment toward the Air Force? He watched as the military officer slumped in his seat, hoarsely asking, "Do you realize that this is not an Air Force base?" "What?" "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a Coast Guard station. It falls under the jurisdiction of the Navy. It has no connection to the Air Force whatsoever." This was indeed a blunder. Fang Yuan scratched his head, surveying the scattered aircraft debris, pondering that he could hardly glue them back together. After all, this base was full of fighter jets, and he naturally assumed it was the Air Force's territory. However, upon reflection, since it was all part of the U.S. military, did it truly matter whether it was the Air Force or Navy? As long as he felt satisfied, That was all that mattered. Fang Yuan feigned an apology. "Oh dear. I am terribly sorry. Why don't you go seek compensation from the Air Force?" The thought of the Navy and Air Force passing the blame back and forth suddenly made Fang Yuan find this situation quite entertaining. Just then, the military officer's communicator suddenly beeped. He pressed the answer button, and a voice came through. "Colonel, this is Colonel McGuire from the McGuire base. One of our drones has gone missing near your base. Do you have any updates?" "You scoundrel, McGuire. Just you wait." The military officer erupted in fury, smashing the communicator onto the floor of the helicopter. Parts scattered chaotically from the sky. Although he had targeted the wrong entity, Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he could further vex the beautiful government. He said to the furious military officer, "Since you've made contact with the Air Force, I shall take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than Fang Yuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing into the horizon, leaving the two helicopters floating alone in the sky. Before long, Fang Yuan returned to his villa. He certainly did not fly back directly. Although he had destroyed the drone, who knew how many satellites were monitoring him? He casually sought refuge in an abandoned building, effortlessly utilizing his spatial mobility to elude all pursuers. Initially, he had ventured out with the intention of procuring sodium peroxide to maintain the oxygen balance within his domain. Unexpectedly, he found himself embroiled in a hijacking incident, not only exposing himself to the public, but also engaging in a confrontation with the Air Force. Now, soaring high above, he could hear the city below broadcasting news of the Superman's appearance, with discussions erupting in every corner of the streets. Given the overwhelming attention, he deemed it prudent to refrain from public appearances for the time being. "Jarvis, please arrange for an order of sodium peroxide. How much shall I procure?" Given that this substance remains stable in a vacuum, it would be wise to purchase a larger quantity for convenience. "Let us start with 10 tons. The artificial intelligence, naturally, did not inquire about the purpose and promptly executed the command. Once this matter was settled, Fang Yuan finally exhaled in relief, redirecting his focus to other affairs. The external discourse surrounding Superman intensified, leaving the military in a state of disarray. The situation quickly clarified. The astonishing Superman had indeed come to rescue the hijacked aircraft. Yet the military insisted on firing at him in an attempt to intercept. Following this revelation, the internet was awash with criticism directed at the military, with vitriol sufficient to drown them in scorn. Even more outrageous was Fang Yuan's subsequent quest for revenge, which mistakenly targeted a naval base, leaving it in ruins. Currently, the Air Force and Navy stood at an impasse, neither knowing how to resolve the chaos. Curiously, despite the perpetrator being glaringly obvious, no one dared to broach the subject. Ultimately, this hijacking incident was merely a fleeting thrill for Fang Yuan, a taste of what it felt like to be a superhero. He was neither a genuine superhero, nor did he have any desire to be preoccupied with saving the world daily. While the outside world erupted in chaos, he remained unfazed, spending the day comfortably at home. Under such circumstances, one would expect SHIELD to promptly investigate, yet this time, an unusual calm prevailed. It was hard to believe that SHIELD was unaware of Superman's true identity. However, as long as no one bothered him, Fang Yuan relished the tranquility, as concocting elaborate tales to placate Agent Coulson was quite a cerebral endeavor. Instead of SHIELD, another visitor arrived. Indeed, it was the boy from the neighboring house, clad in a red and blue costume. After resolving the hijacking incident, Fang Yuan had flown directly to the outskirts of New York, later visiting a military base for a discussion, neglecting to return to the city to meet with Spider-Man, merely informing him of his new address over the phone. To his surprise, Spider-Man swung by today. Presently, Peter Parker was still an impoverished student, stepping into the lavish villa as if he were Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, mesmerized by the crystal chandelier for what seemed like an eternity. "Back then, you dropped out and insisted you were not familiar with Tony Stark?" Parker lounged on the leather sofa, guzzling a cold cola, now a shareholder of Stark Industries. "And yesterday, you fled so quickly. Do you have any idea how long I was besieged by reporters?" Fang Yuan smirked, teasing him. "Who told you to be such a good neighbor in New York City? They naturally pursued you once they spotted you." "Oh, come on." Parker tugged at his wrinkled t-shirt. "Those people were clearly after you. They nearly pried into the color of my underwear." In truth, Parker had primarily come to express his gratitude. Fang Yuan's unhesitating willingness to assist had warmed his heart. However, now face to face, he found himself at a loss for sentimental words. Some sentiments are better kept in the heart than spoken aloud among close friends. As the two exchanged banter, the studio door suddenly slid open. Tony burst in. his hair a wild mess. Having been engrossed in researching titanium alloys and upgrading his suit, he was completely oblivious to the recent sensational news. Upon spotting Parker, Tony exclaimed dramatically, "Old Fang, when did you change your taste? Are you actually interested in men now?" Fang Yuan, incensed, hurled his drink bottle at him. "Shut up." Tony nimbly dodged the incoming bottle. "Let me have a look at this handsome fellow. Jarvis, run a check on him." "Processing, sir." The artificial intelligence swiftly connected to the internet, and in an instant, Parker's information unfolded before Tony's eyes. Oh, Midtown High School, a classmate of Fang Yuan's, interning at Oscorp, conducting research with Professor Connors, the one who turned into the lizard. The more Tony examined, the more suspicious he grew. Parker fidgeted uncomfortably beside him. "Something's off, Jarvis. Dig deeper." Soon, more clues surfaced. Convenience store surveillance, journalists, videos uploaded by netizens, and traffic cameras woven a comprehensive web, perfectly overlapping Parker's movements with those of Spider-Man. Tony fixed a piercing gaze on Parker. "You are that wall-crawling kid in the spandex?" Though framed as a question, his tone was unequivocal. Parker hastily waved his hands. "What are you talking about? How could I possibly be Spider-Man?" Tony gritted his teeth. "Last time I kindly lent you my lab to concoct an antidote, you ambushed me and knocked me out?" Parker's ears flushed crimson. "You must be mistaken." Suddenly, Tony drew a gun and fired. Spider-Man reflexively performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding a tranquilizer dart that struck the sofa, crackling with blue electricity. "You say I have the wrong person?" At this point, Parker's facade crumbled, his face flushed with embarrassment. He lacked Fang Yuan's audacity and could not maintain a poker face while being a rogue. Fang Yuan interjected, "Tony, didn't you just mention being knocked out by Spider-Man? You didn't end up with panda eyes, did you?" Only then did Tony realize there was an audience present. If this guy caught wind of his folly, he would be the subject of ridicule for eternity. Tony quickly backtracked. "Nonsense. I was just joking around with Spider-Man, right, Parker?" Parker eagerly nodded, as if trying to change the subject. Fang Yuan raised his glass. "Why the long face? Come, let us drink." After a few rounds, the two men, now arm in arm, called each other brothers, forgetting all grievances. Tony smugly boasted, "Though you possess great strength, I am merely an ordinary man. But just you wait. Once my new suit is complete, I'll make you cry for mercy." Chapter 37. This was indeed the case. The physical capabilities of Parker and Tony were on entirely different levels. After consuming the same amount of alcohol, Tony was already dazed, whereas Spider-Man remained unfazed. Nevertheless, Parker was quite intrigued by the new suit Tony had mentioned. What could it be that instilled such confidence in him? "I must see for myself." Tony patted his chest in assurance. "It will be ready shortly." Coincidentally, Fang Yuan mentioned wanting to create a suit as well, so we can have a proper showdown. Spider-Man readily agreed. The three indulged in merriment, but eventually, it was just Spider-Man and Fang Yuan left, engaged in a drinking contest. Tony had long since slumped beneath the table, snoring. For Fang Yuan, drinking was akin to quenching thirst. He felt no effects, regardless of whether he consumed 1,000 bottles or even another 1,000. Spider-Man, possessing extraordinary resilience, could also drink without faltering. They matched each other evenly in their contest of endurance. Ultimately, it was Parker who finally conceded, prompting the conclusion of their drinking session. As the hour grew late, Spider-Man rose to take his leave. Once Parker had departed, Fang Yuan nudged the slumbering Tony with his foot. "All right, cut the act. Get up." Fang Yuan understood Tony's intentions all too well. He merely sought to avenge the earlier humiliation inflicted by Spider-Man. Iron Man stretched and yawned. "These past few days have been exhausting. The titanium crystal you mentioned possesses such unique properties that I still have no clue what to do with it. I never expected you to have it figured out in just 2 days. Go on with your business." Indeed, Tony was thoroughly drained, yawning as he retreated to his room for some much-needed rest. Iron Man's suit was nearing completion, and Fang Yuan was making steady progress on his end as well. He focused his attention on the spatial realm within himself. After a period of refinement, all materials have finally been prepared. Tonight, I shall forego sleep and resolve everything in one go. With a mere thought from Fang Yuan, the materials in the space began to merge into one another. An increasing number of titanium crystals gradually took shape. The properties of titanium crystals are undoubtedly exceptional, truly top tier. However, Fang Yuan does not intend to directly forge the armor from titanium crystals. Before commencing the formal fabrication, he must conduct special processing to significantly enhance its shock absorption capabilities. This method is not an original creation of Fang Yuan, but rather a borrowed technique from the manufacturing process of metallic foams. Metallic foam, as it is known, is a special metal filled with bubbles internally. When subjected to impact, These bubbles collapse to absorb the shock, endowing it with extraordinary impact resistance. Ordinary metals can undergo such treatment, and the effects when applied to titanium crystals would only be superior. The elasticity of titanium crystals far exceeds that of regular rubber. If successfully crafted into foam titanium crystals, when they encounter an impact, the internal pores would collapse to absorb the force, thereby protecting the wearer. Remarkably, due to their extraordinary elasticity, the material can swiftly return to its original form. This characteristic renders titanium crystals unique, unmatched even by Edelman alloys. At this moment, a droplet of liquid titanium crystal, so minuscule it is nearly invisible, suddenly separated, forming a tiny bubble. Much like cellular division, the bubble proliferated continuously, ultimately transforming into a sea of silvery mist. These bubbles touched and fused with one another, layering upon layers, gradually coalescing in midair into a piece of armor. Fang Yuan removed the armor, scrutinizing it carefully, yet the actual effectiveness still required validation. He inserted a piece of plastic foam into the armor and then forcefully hurled it against the spatial barrier. The impenetrable spatial barrier, combined with Fang Yuan's immense strength and the vacuum environment, caused the armor to accelerate to 10 times the speed of sound, far surpassing that of a tank shell. At the moment of impact, it was as though a silent roar reverberated. The armor rebounded, spinning as it flew back. Fang Yuan swiftly caught it. Discovering that the armor was unscathed, though the internal foam had sustained some damage, it remained largely intact. Indeed, this concept is truly feasible, Fang Yuan remarked with satisfaction. Should this titanium crystal be used to forge a complete set of armor, it would ensure that the wearer could plummet from several thousand meters high unscathed, without the need for additional shock absorption devices. Compared to Iron Man's armor, this is undoubtedly superior, as it would not result in Colonel Rhodes suffering severe injuries like the Iron Patriot did. After confirming the viability of the plan, Fang Yuan continued his work. Amidst the swirling silver mist, parts gradually took shape, faintly glowing with a red light from within. Hours later, the core components were all completed. While forging the armor, Fang Yuan deliberately crafted the purified red crystal into nano-level fibers, weaving them into the interior of the armor as conduction pathways. The eye slots of the faceplate were embedded with refined, transparent crystals. Originally, the armor did not require designed eye slots, but by the time the entire set of equipment was completed, this armor had essentially transformed into a magical artifact, fundamentally different from a technological product. As a magical artifact, it would not only not obstruct the owner's line of sight, but would significantly enhance the user's sensory perception. However, perhaps due to aesthetic conventions, Fang Yuan felt that the armor without eyes appeared somewhat odd, so he decided to retain the eye design. After all, adding this pair of eyes did not require much effort and could serve as mere decoration. Once all the components were finished, the next step was assembly. For Fang Yuan, who was adept at refining tools, this was as easy as pie. Each part forged in the mustard seed space achieved perfect precision, now appearing as though lifted by countless invisible hands, seamlessly interlocking in midair. Within a minute, the entire streamlined armor floated before Fang Yuan. The silver-white body was adorned with dark golden patterns, resembling a more refined and portable form compared to Iron Man's heavy armor. However, at present, it was merely a shell, lacking any power amplification functions. The real excitement was only just beginning. Fang Yuan first nested a triple formation of spirit-gathering arrays within all the components. As these formations interconnected, the entire armor transformed into a seamlessly integrated network of spiritual power. Next, he engraved an improved version of the laser array, not only utilizing it as an attack method but innovatively converting it into a flight propulsion system. Concentrated release would yield cutting beams, while dispersed jets would create vector thrust. Combined with dozens of laser nodes distributed throughout the armor, it would enable the armor to achieve all-directional maneuverability. Notably, the exceptional properties of the titanium crystal pleasantly surprised Fang Yuan. When he initially forged the first laser ring, engraving two formations had pushed the material to its limits. Yet now, the same level of formations was still effortlessly manageable with titanium crystals. While contemplating how to utilize the remaining carrying capacity, Fang Yuan suddenly recalled the mutant he encountered during the early stages of his journey, Pulsar, who could release special energy waves that temporarily disabled other mutants and interfered with certain electronic devices. However, this was ineffective against Fang Yuan, and thus the individual was swiftly eliminated by him, with Fang Yuan employing his newly acquired spatial abilities to refine the mutant. Now, Fang Yuan pondered the possibility of incorporating this ability into a formation and embedding it into the armor. This would serve as a formidable weapon against mutants. Given the limited capacity within his own body and the sufficiency of his current abilities, he had not hurried to learn new techniques, lest he find himself left speechless upon encountering superior abilities in the future. Yet the titanium crystal armor was an external object, free from such constraints. Adding this ability to the armor would provide an additional trump card against mutants. Without hesitation, he proceeded as per usual, inscribing the same formation on each component. The energy pulse array was quickly completed. Fang Yuan commenced the final step, connecting all formations. Under his mental control, the three formations formed an isosceles triangle. At that moment, the armor suddenly hummed, illuminating with flickering lights, as if it were breathing. The entire armor seemed to come alive. Each component could be regarded as a magical artifact. 56 components equated to 56 magical artifacts. When combined, upgrading to a magical treasure should be feasible. However, the armor was currently stuck at a critical point, flickering with light, but unable to ascend. Fang Yuan watched anxiously. Magical artifacts and magical treasures are fundamentally different tiers. Not only is their power vastly disparate, but importantly, magical treasures can be stored within the body, and some even automatically protect their master. Observing the current state of the armor, Fang Yuan suddenly thought, could it be that the spiritual essence is insufficient? After all, it was crafted from newly sourced materials and not naturally formed treasures. Hence its spiritual essence was likely lacking. Realizing this, Fang Yuan steadied his mind. He commanded the three mysteries True Fire to continue refining the armor, while he himself stepped into the spatial realm. Jarvis, do we have any surplus servers at home? A voice emanated from the speaker. There are backup servers in the basement server room, sir. What would you like me to do? Immediately copy your program to the backup server. Iron Man's intelligent assistant, Jarvis, responded with a prompt. Master, simply copying my program's duplicate will not yield true intelligence. This replica remains an ordinary program, capable only of executing basic commands. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the copying? Stop the nonsense and execute the copy immediately. Fang Yuan replied decisively. As he awaited the program's duplication, Fang Yuan's attention remained fixed on the armor suspended in the other space. The three mysteries True Fire continued to burn, the ethereal blue flames enveloping the surface of the titanium crystal armor, flowing with array patterns. This was the true efficacy of the genuine fire. Only it could inscribe intricate formations into the superalloy. At this moment, the armor continued to flicker within the flames, indicating that the forging was not yet complete. Once the true fire extinguished, the refining process would come to an end. At that point, any modifications to the armor structure would become exponentially more challenging. When Jarvis finally completed the program backup, Fang Yuan eagerly activated his spatial abilities, instantly transporting the entire server room into his internal space. Rows of server units, along with floor bolts, were forcibly uprooted by him. Faced with the data-constituted program, Fang Yuan was not entirely confident. However, since even ethereal entities such as starlight and magnetism can be forged into magical artifacts, it stands to reason that binary code should pose no challenge. He cast the entire server array into the blazing flames, which surged dramatically. The metallic casing vaporized instantaneously. Yet within the realm of spatial perception, the core of the true fire indeed enveloped some ethereal essence, a spiritual quintessence refined from the Jarvis program. Although as tenuous as morning mist, it served as the final catalyst needed for the transformation of the armor. At the moment this essence merged with the armor, a brilliant flash erupted, only to fade into a gentle warmth. The titanium crystal armor underwent a complete metamorphosis, evolving into a magical artifact of the same tier as Fang Yuan's physical form. Of course, this did not imply that anyone could don it and contend with Fang Yuan. The disparity between a life-bound artifact and an ordinary one is fundamentally vast. Not to mention that Fang Yuan's physique represents the pinnacle among artifacts of the same rank. Even if 10 titanium crystal armors were to launch a coordinated assault, they would be unable to leave even a scratch on his skin. Nevertheless, for conventional combat, this armor was astonishingly formidable. At the instant of its forging completion, all performance parameters of the armor flashed into Fang Yuan's mind, as if intertwined with his very bloodline. The defensive capability of the titanium crystal armor was roughly 1/3 of Fang Yuan's current physical strength, and when fully unleashed, its power could rival that of a laser beam. This suit could simultaneously project 3 equally powerful laser beams, one from each palm and another from the chest. If Fang Yuan wished, he could even fire beams from his lower back. Within the armor were arranged 168 miniature spirit-gathering formations, interconnected to form a medium-sized spirit-gathering array, capable of supplying ample energy for high-intensity continuous operations for 2 to 3 days without issue. Notably, the energy pulses emitted by the armor could be deemed a nightmare for mutants and electronic devices alike. Previously, when such energy pulses were utilized by a particular mutant, they not only had long intervals between discharges and limited range, but were also effective solely against specific electronic devices. However, with the amplification of 56 formations on the titanium crystal armor, all these limitations were shattered. As the architect of this armor, Fang Yuan was intimately familiar with every detail. Yet, after expending such effort, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test the armor's prowess. With a mere thought, the titanium crystal armor disassembled itself and swiftly reassembled around him. It is noteworthy that even the first magical artifact Fang Yuan crafted, the laser ring, could automatically adapt to the wearer's finger, let alone this artifact made from highly elastic materials. Once donned, the silver-white titanium crystal armor conformed perfectly to his body's contours, its surface shimmering with a gentle interplay of golden-red light, casting a soft glow in the surrounding space. The armor plates were designed in muscular block-like structures, exuding an aura of power and leaving an impression of invulnerability. And indeed, this was the reality. Experiencing it within his own spatial realm, Fang Yuan discovered that the armor could enhance the wearer's strength by approximately 10%. While this may seem modest, it translated to an augmentation exceeding 30 tons. Furthermore, this was the effect on his already formidable physique. Given Fang Yuan's extraordinary strength and speed, the enhancement was somewhat diluted. For an ordinary individual, the effect would be significantly more pronounced. However, for Fang Yuan, while his strength increased, his agility slightly diminished, rendering the overall gain somewhat counterproductive, as his proficiency had already surpassed the armor's enhancement range. With the armor completed, how could he resist the urge to flaunt it before Iron Man? Fang Yuan grinned widely and swiftly exited his spatial realm. Meanwhile, in the control room, Iron Man was staring blankly at the shattered concrete on the floor, remnants left behind by Fang Yuan's removal of the entire server along with its base. He could not fathom why Fang Yuan would relocate the entire server. Thankfully, it was merely a backup server. Had the primary server been taken, the entire laboratory would have been rendered inoperative. Just as Tony was lost in thought, Fang Yuan appeared silently behind him. "Tony, what are you daydreaming about?" Tony spun around, nearly jumping back in surprise, his voice wavering. "Fang Yuan? You actually created that armor with a metallic sheen?" The voice emanating from the armor replied, "Oh, have you failed to recognize me?" As the words fell, the visor snapped open, revealing Fang Yuan's familiar face. Tony's eyes nearly bulged out. "You really made that armor?" "Impossible. I never saw you use any equipment." "You didn't just hammer it out, did you?" Chapter 38 will never be disclosed. Fang Yuan grinned mischievously. "To tell you the truth, I didn't even use a hammer. I fashioned it with my bare hands." "What nonsense. Do you think this is clay?" Iron Man retorted incredulously, his expression one of disbelief. "This can't possibly be a mere prop, can it?" As he spoke, he stepped closer, knocking on the titanium crystal armor with his knuckles, producing a clear metallic sound. Suddenly, Tony burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubled over. Fang Yuan stared, bewildered. Has this guy lost his mind? Tony laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. "I almost believed you. Passing off a model as armor? You've cracked me up. But seriously, this model is quite impressive. Its design is certainly eye-catching. Once the technology matures, I might even create a portable version myself." Who would have thought? Fang Yuan, you have a talent for comedy. In the face of Tony's mockery, Fang Yuan remained unfazed, knowing that the tables might soon turn. "How can you be so certain this is a model?" "Come on." Tony scoffed. "I just saw clearly. Your armor is solid, with not a single gear inside. How can you dare call it armor? It must weigh at least 200 pounds. Only someone with your unusual strength could wear it. Anyone else would have been flattened." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" In an instant, the entire armor disassembled with a clatter, dozens of components soaring through the air. After Fang Yuan took a couple of steps, those parts clicked back into place. The armor strode up to the dazed Tony, casually patting him on the shoulder. "Young man, perhaps you should temper your words." Tony pointed at the armor, his tongue twisting in disbelief. This isn't scientific. I clearly saw the parts scatter. They were solid metal blocks. How can they move on their own? Moreover, I know how difficult it is to develop automatic wearing technology. How could you possibly achieve that in such a short time? This is simply cheating." Fang Yuan scoffed dismissively. "Foolish mortal, you will forever lag behind my intellect." Iron Man's teeth ground in frustration. In his lifetime, he had never been so openly ridiculed for his intelligence, and he was at a loss for a rebuttal. He could only watch as the armor disassembled itself again, piece by piece, and reattached itself to Fang Yuan, who then nonchalantly departed. Having showcased this feat before Iron Man, Fang Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Iron Man, meanwhile, had completely forgotten about the server that Fang Yuan had taken, in comparison to the armor technology. That was of little significance. The titanium crystal armor, being a magical artifact, could theoretically be absorbed into the body. However, as Fang Yuan was not yet its true master, it had to disassemble before being worn. Once the armor formally recognized its master, it would automatically envelop him with a mere thought, proving exceedingly convenient. Moreover, due to its inherent sentience, it could autonomously protect its master in times of danger. After witnessing the titanium crystal armor, Iron Man was profoundly inspired, diving headfirst into his workshop to diligently work on his own armor. In fact, his steel armor was nearing completion, which was why he had dared to provoke Spider-Man. Now, spurred by this newfound motivation, he vowed to complete his armor before stepping outside. Thus, Iron Man resolutely shut himself away, foregoing food and drink until the early hours of the following day, ultimately finishing the entire suit of armor. Before him stood the armor, meticulously crafted from a specialized alloy, its entire form gleaming in a chilling silver hue, exuding a frigid metallic luster. The overall design was robust, brimming with a palpable sense of power. Embedded in the chest was a circular ring, roughly the size of a fist, designated for the installation of the arc reactor's core. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and rimmed with crimson, yet the long-awaited armor had finally been completed, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to test its capabilities. With the assistance of a mechanical arm, Tony donned the armor piece by piece. Finally, fastening the helmet, he called out, "Jarvis? Are you there?" "At your service, sir," came the reply. Initiating holographic projection, commencing self-diagnostic procedures, and scanning the surrounding environment. "Processing," Jarvis affirmed. "What is the status?" "All diagnostics complete," Iron Man commanded. "Initiate simulated walking test to assess the external control systems." The silver armor's components began to move, producing a crisp mechanical sound. Testing concluded, proceeding to power down self-diagnostics. Tony, unable to contain his impatience, interrupted, "Forget that for now. Check the weather and air traffic control and eavesdrop on ground communications. Prepare for takeoff." "Sir, we still need to conduct a multitude of tests before takeoff," Jarvis began, but was swiftly cut off by Tony's dismissive wave. "Less chatter, let us get on with it. It's a family tradition." Tony reclined nonchalantly, crossing his legs. While a typical AI might have complied, Jarvis was anything but ordinary. He swiftly calculated the optimal solution. "If you insist on flying, I strongly recommend bringing Mr. Fang Yuan along, just in case." Tony stroked his chin, contemplating. This spectacular maiden flight indeed warranted an audience. "Call that kid over. Let him witness what a true marvel looks like." Fang Yuan, deeply immersed in sleep, was abruptly roused by Jarvis's voice. "Mr. Fang Yuan, Mr. Stark's armor is complete. You are invited to observe the test flight." This announcement hit Fang Yuan like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening him as if he had been jolted from a deep slumber. The realization that Tony had constructed a second suit of armor meant that he was on the verge of indulging in a grand feast of steel. As he contemplated, drool began to escape him. Ever since his arrival in this world, where he had transformed himself into a treasure, he had been preoccupied with the idea of Iron Man's suit. The Mark II. He smacked his lips, suddenly recalling Obadiah's ironmonger. He wondered if, now that he was here keeping an eye on things, he might still manage to pilfer the arc reactor from that old coot. However, to Fang Yuan, it was of little concern. As long as the ironmonger's shell was completed, it was merely a snack for him, not a weapon for battle. In truth, he had already indulged in the past. He had previously nibbled on the Mark I like a spicy snack. Though its craftsmanship was crude and its taste subpar, it was still savory compared to ordinary steel. This had left Fang Yuan yearning for the Mark II even more. As for what to do afterward with Colonel Rhodes's armor, that was of no concern to him. Although in the original narrative, Tony's test flight was fraught with tension, yet ultimately safe, the introduction of his variable raised the stakes. If anything went awry, who would prepare a feast for him afterward? With this thought, Fang Yuan executed a swift maneuver. "I'm coming." When he said coming, he meant it. With a sweep of his consciousness, he pinpointed Tony's location and, in the blink of an eye, materialized in the laboratory. Jarvis's report had yet to conclude, and Tony was already accustomed to Fang Yuan's sudden appearances and disappearances. Moreover, his mind was consumed with the exhilaration of the test flight, leaving little room for other thoughts. "All right, Jarvis, enough of the chatter. Let us take off." He interrupted the intelligent assistant's report decisively. With Fang Yuan present, safety was assured, and Jarvis ceased his attempts to persuade otherwise. All systems ready. Countdown to launch. 3, 2, 1, ignition. As the command was issued, the limbs of the silver armor erupted in brilliant flames, propelling Tony into the air. Let us go. The armor pivoted, trailing a dazzling flame as it surged into the underground passage. Fang Yuan followed closely, his flight silent yet swift, not falling behind in the slightest. Wow! Tony exclaimed with unrestrained excitement as the silver armor executed a sharp turn, slicing through the air with an elegant arc as it soared skyward. The first experience of flight sent Tony into an ecstatic frenzy. The eastern sky began to lighten, heralding the dawn. The system operated seamlessly, and the control feedback was flawless. Fang Yuan effortlessly maintained synchronized flight. For him, this speed was merely a warm-up. Observing Tony completely absorbed in the thrill of flying, Fang Yuan boredly tapped the rounded back of the armor's helmet. Hey, have you forgotten something? Here I am, worrying about your safety. And you're out here catching the night breeze instead of sleeping. Turning to glance at Fang Yuan, now clad in the armor, Tony felt emboldened. His competitive spirit ignited. Perfect timing. Who was it that claimed my armor wouldn't even catch the exhaust? Are you brave enough to challenge me now? Oh. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Challenge what? Flight isn't solely about speed. Tony's armor circled in the air, emphasizing agility as the key. Let us see how nimble you really are. Fang Yuan laughed, clapping his hands in delight. Tony, you're only digging your own grave. Let us do this. Without warning, Tony sharply angled his suit, charging directly towards Fang Yuan. With astonishing reflexes, Fang Yuan executed a nearly simultaneous turn, maintaining parallel alignment with the armor. Tony pressed on, showcasing the suit's signature move, the barrel roll, spinning like a top in high-speed flight. For Fang Yuan, such maneuvers were child's play. Next, Tony unleashed a barrage of flashy techniques, the S-turn, the Cobra maneuver, and the floor love maneuver. Thanks to his extraordinary reflexes, Fang Yuan matched each move, maintaining their proximity with ease. If anyone were to glance upward at that moment, they would witness two aerial figures executing identical maneuvers, as if controlled by the same pilot. Even though Iron Man's Mark II armor boasted an excellent shock absorption system, this series of complex moves left Tony momentarily disoriented. Yet, given Tony Stark's competitive nature, surrendering was out of the question. He suddenly dove, veering toward the brightly lit streets below. Jarvis, scan the road data and calculate the vehicle speeds in real time. In a flash, the two streaked parallel above the street, racing against the oncoming traffic at a height of merely 1 meter. The cars below blurred into a stream of light, their horns blaring in a cacophony. They maneuvered like aerial acrobats, daringly weaving through the traffic, sometimes even skimming the ground. As dawn broke, the lights in the neighboring houses flickered to life. A little girl with a ponytail, leaning against the window while brushing her teeth, suddenly widened her eyes, oblivious to the toothpaste dripping onto her pajamas. Mom, look! Superman is fighting a robot. A housewife, donning an apron, rushed over in excitement. Really? Where? This devoted fan of Fang Yuan leaned out eagerly to catch a glimpse, but only saw the empty street, shrouded in morning fog. She playfully flicked her daughter's forehead. Little liar. Then, lost in daydreams, she mused, how wonderful it would be to see the real Superman, with those muscles and that hair. The girl, clenching her tiny fists, chimed in, Mom, go get Superman back for me to be my dad. He must be stopping that robot from causing chaos. Meanwhile, the two airborne figures remained unaware of this exchange. Had Tony known he was being perceived as a villainous Terminator in the eyes of onlookers, he surely would have been infuriated. Under normal human reflexes, at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, they would have been obliterated upon colliding. Fortunately, the Jarvis system integrated into the armor allowed for millisecond calculations, ensuring the chase was thrilling yet safe. This revelation left Iron Man in silent awe. Typical human neural reflexes take over 0.1 seconds, and even the knee-jerk response requires 0.5 seconds. Yet Fang Yuan was somehow keeping pace with artificial intelligence. As they soared, Fang Yuan found himself growing somewhat bored. He regarded these movements with a sense of indifference. Even an ordinary person would be concerned about their body succumbing to the strain of vigorous movements. Yet for him, even a 100-fold exertion would feel like mere child's play. He even found himself questioning whether he possessed any nerves at all, given his astonishingly quick reflexes that defied the norm. As he nimbly weaved through the traffic, he even had the leisure to swipe a pineapple from a truck. With a swift flick of his laser, he peeled the fruit and turned to tease Iron Man. Care to try? Oh right, you can't eat with that iron shell of yours. I must say, my friend, your speed resembles that of a snail. Taking a bite of the juicy pineapple, He added with a splash of juice, "I won't linger with you any longer. I shall take my leave." Before the words had fully left his lips, he had already dashed far ahead, leaving behind only an afterimage. Tony, irate, felt his mask tremble. "Who are you calling a snail?" The intelligent assistant, Jarvis, chimed in quietly. "Sir, his speed just now was nearly 1,224 kilometers per hour. Iron Man was left speechless, astonished that this creature could race through oncoming traffic while indulging in fruit. Upon reaching the end of the road, Fang Yuan hovered above Times Square, muttering, "I arrived too early." The scattered pedestrians in the morning light barely noticed the minute speck in the sky. When Tony finally caught up, panting, he suddenly discovered something new. "Hey, why have you changed your outfit? Are you about to publicly admit you are Superman?" It turned out this tech whiz had been too engrossed in his own world to even glance at the headlines announcing Superman's arrival. "I had mentioned I am from Blue Star. You all insisted on overthinking it," Fang Yuan shrugged. Jarvis interjected at the opportune moment. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Fang Yuan is now the top trending figure in America, while your search ranking is 27 places lower than his." As he spoke, a barrage of news articles filled the screen, showcasing videos of rescue missions, with major forums buzzing about it. The fan club's registered members had already surpassed 1 million. Tony's expression soured upon seeing this. "How come I wasn't informed of such a headline opportunity?" Fang Yuan regarded him with a dismissive look. "With that fragile shell of yours still under construction, would you not merely serve as a punching bag for the robbers?" Iron Man maintained his composure, defiantly shifting the subject. "With your swift reflexes, dodging a cannonball should be effortless. Why endure it? Surely you don't have a penchant for taking hits?" In truth, every attack could be transformed into Fang Yuan's own strength, but he would never divulge that secret. With disdain, Fang Yuan retorted, "If a fly were to collide with your armor, would you dodge?" Such audacious words left Tony momentarily speechless. He recognized Fang Yuan's strength. Yet he could not fathom that a cannonball would feel akin to a mere fly's sting. Unbeknownst to Iron Man, while his assumption was not entirely accurate, it was not far from the truth. By the time he had reached the stage of ordinary artifacts, Fang Yuan had already grown fearless against conventional firearms. A submachine gun would only graze his skin. Now, having undergone enhancements through both magical artifacts and treasures, a 20mm cannon would be less bothersome than a fly. At least a fly, while harmless, could be irritating. The previous chase could be considered a test of the armor's performance. Chapter 39 suddenly felt dim and lackluster. To be honest, Iron Man had initially been quite pleased with his armor, but upon contemplating Fang Yuan's extraordinary physique, he felt disheartened and deeply affected. When would he ever realize his wish to triumph over Fang Yuan and toy with him at will? That day seemed to lie far beyond the horizon. Noticing Iron Man's waning spirits, Fang Yuan reminded him, "Are you not planning to test the maximum altitude of your armor? If a flaw goes unnoticed due to my presence, it could lead to losses in future battles, and that would be a grave sin." Tony perked up at the suggestion. "Indeed. Perhaps we could even break the flight record for fixed-wing aircraft." "Jarvis, what is the flight altitude of the state Route 71 Blackbird?" "The highest flight record for fixed-wing aircraft stands at 26,000 meters." "Excellent. Records exist to be shattered. Let us proceed." As soon as the words left his lips, the thrusters at the feet of the armor roared to life, propelling them upward with great speed. Below, Times Square's onlookers glanced up in surprise. A meteor? They paused, captivated. Fang Yuan effortlessly followed Iron Man's ascent. As they breached heights of 7,000 to 8,000 meters, the air grew thinner and the temperature plummeted. Yet this had no effect on Fang Yuan. Jarvis cautioned, "Mr. Stark, the surface of the armor may be icing over." Iron Man, undeterred, replied, "Press on." The surface of the armor swiftly accumulated a thick layer of ice. Amidst the chaotic maneuvering, the thrusters suddenly emitted a series of crackling sparks, and the entire suit lost power in an instant. The armor, propelled by inertia, soared upward for a few more seconds before plummeting downwards, accompanied by Tony's terrified cries. "We're trapped in ice. Jarvis, quickly activate the auxiliary wings." But Jarvis remained silent. With no other option, Iron Man fumbled to tighten the emergency switch. The auxiliary wings unfurled with a whoosh, drastically reducing their speed and shattering the ice layer on the surface. According to the original plot, Iron Man should have been able to avert disaster. However, with Fang Yuan now meddling, the situation had transformed entirely. They found themselves hovering over Times Square, surrounded by towering skyscrapers. As the rooftops drew near, the armor still failed to recharge, and the concrete rooftop loomed closer, seemingly ready to collide with their faces. If they crashed hard, in the absence of power, the least he could suffer would be paralysis. Tony's heart raced, but his hands remained steady. He knew this time peril was imminent. Just as he pondered this, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Tony. Hearing my voice at this moment must be stirring a wave of emotions, right? Before he could respond, a large hand clasped the shoulder of the armored suit. They fell for another 10 meters before coming to a halt. The rooftop was now within reach, just an arm's length away. Fang Yuan gently placed Tony on the rooftop, and he stumbled a few steps before stabilizing himself, while the armor flickered back to life. Honestly, this is the first time I find your annoying voice quite endearing, Tony admitted, still shaken. Fang Yuan squinted. Am I usually that bothersome? Noticing Fang Yuan's fist-clenching demeanor, Iron Man hastily corrected himself, not wanting his newly crafted armor to be dismantled on the same day. No, I meant admirable. Admiration mixed with a touch of familiarity. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You're quite perceptive, young man. Jarvis interjected. Mr. Fang means to say, young lad, you have a bright future ahead. Young lad? Tony could hardly believe his ears. Did you just call me a young lad? Initially, Fang Yuan had no such intention, but upon reflection, the armored suit was indeed just a grand toy for Tony. Seeing Fang Yuan remain unopposed, Tony quickly extinguished any flicker of gratitude he felt. I knew this jerk wasn't worth any thanks. Just then, a shout echoed from the stairwell. How did you two get up here? Don't move. Raise your hands. A man in a security uniform burst forth, brandishing a baton. As the figure became clearer, the baton clattered to the ground. Superman? Future James? Fang Yuan and Iron Man exchanged amused glances before darting toward the sky. The empty rooftop was left with the security guard, excitedly rubbing his hands. I can't believe I just saw a real superhero. After testing the new armor, although a significant flaw was discovered, the exhilarating experience of free-falling from such heights left Tony thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to his seaside villa, Tony immediately plunged into his workshop. Jarvis, contact Gensis to change the materials. We need that Angel satellite-grade titanium alloy, light yet strong. As expected, the ever-fancy Tony retained the classic red and gold color scheme for his final design. After reviewing the 3D renderings, he snapped his fingers. Let us commence production. Paint at once completed. The initial armor required manual adjustments for each component, but now it was all automated through Jarvis, increasing efficiency by several hundred times. Completion was estimated at 5 hours. The electronic voice chimed in. Tony glanced at the clock. It was already morning. After an exhausting night, he could no longer resist the pull of sleep. Wake me when it's done. With that, he dove into his bedroom and fell asleep in an instant. In the 16th district beneath Stark Tower, Obadiah slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming to the scientists, Is this all you can manage? You can't even handle a miniature version? He pointed at the colossal arc reactor, roaring, The technology is readily available. All you need to do is scale it down. The chief scientist wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, It's simply impossible unless you possess the ingenuity of Mr. Stark, who managed to create wonders from scrap metal in a cave. Obadiah's veins bulged with anger. Remembering the defiance of Pepper and Gwen during the board meeting, his gaze darkened. The Stark Empire was the culmination of his life's work, and he would not allow anyone to usurp it. In the villa's living room, Fang Yuan found his path obstructed by a mixed-race beauty. The girl's porcelain skin radiated a rosy hue, her sea-blue eyes hidden beneath thick lashes, exuding both youthful vivacity and an air of confidence. As for the curve-hugging sundress she wore, it merely served as an accompaniment to her unique charm. It might sound unbelievable, but this stunning young lady had indeed approached him to apply for the position of maid. To put it bluntly, she was practically throwing herself at him. In Fang Yuan's eyes, there was hardly a distinction between the two. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, gripping Fang Yuan's hand as if she were a starstruck fan encountering her idol. I recognized you instantly as Superman. I'm your #1 fan. Her enthusiasm was palpable, as if she were ready to leap into Fang Yuan's embrace at any moment. Though he maintained a facade of composure, internally he was bursting with laughter. Why? Because the enchanting figure before him was none other than Agent Hill, the ace operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury's right hand. He had previously made quite a stir in public, wondering why S.H.I.E.L.D. had not come to investigate, only to discover they were waiting here, sending a beautiful woman to engage him. Fang Yuan withdrew his hand, feigning seriousness. Miss, please conduct yourself with decorum. However, Hill leaned in closer, batting her eyelashes and saying, Mr. Superman, how can you not have a maid at home? It's so unbecoming. Do you think I could be of service? Fang Yuan deliberately posed a challenge. Having Jarvis is sufficient. Upon saying this, he summoned the intelligent assistant to prepare a cup of coffee. When the mechanical arm presented the coffee to Hill, she momentarily froze. Despite the prowess of artificial intelligence, Hill suddenly leaned in to whisper in Fang Yuan's ear, "Some matters are best handled by me." Fang Yuan internally mused that S-H-I-E-L-D was rather cliched, repeatedly resorting to the allure of a beautiful woman. When they first discovered the striking Captain Carter, they had assigned a female agent to live next door under the guise of a neighbor. Later, after Tony became Iron Man, they sent Black Widow to be his secretary. Now it seemed it was his turn, with the formidable Hill being dispatched. It was worth noting that Hill was no ordinary agent. Her expertise lay in strategic planning and overall deployment, making her involvement in such espionage trivial at best. In truth, S-H-I-E-L-D was left with no choice. Such tasks were typically best suited for Black Widow, a professional in the field. Yet, Fang Yuan's prior acquaintance with her complicated matters, causing Nick Fury considerable frustration. Fang Yuan's identity was currently a top-secret matter for S-H-I-E-L-D, accessible only to those of a certain clearance level. Those with the requisite clearance were predominantly male, and even among the few females, they were either unappealing or far too aged. Ultimately, Nick Fury resorted to his capable assistant, Hill, who surprisingly had developed an interest in Fang Yuan and accepted the task. Unaware of these convoluted dynamics, Fang Yuan merely felt that S-H-I-E-L-D was inefficient in its use of talent, wasting a gem on a trivial endeavor. However, he had no intention of pushing away a beauty who had come knocking. His earlier demeanor was merely a playful pretense. He allowed Hill to lean against him, a smirk playing at his lips as he inquired, "Oh, pray tell, what abilities do you possess?" "Becoming my maid is no simple feat." Hill's eyes sparkled as she elongated her tone. "Of course, my master." The way she uttered master sent delightful shivers down Fang Yuan's spine, rendering him utterly pliable. He promptly declared, "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my maid." Observing Fang Yuan's content expression, Hill mentally cursed, realizing that Superman was indeed a lecher, revealing his true nature after just a few exchanges. "Dare to take advantage of me? Just wait and see how I handle you." Fang Yuan nonchalantly picked up a novel from the table and asked, "You haven't introduced yourself yet. What is your name?" Hill sweetly replied, "My name is Marymere. Do remember it, Mr. Superman." Fang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. This agent's choice of alias was far too simplistic. Assuming that merely reversing her name was sufficient to mask her identity, he feigned seriousness, saying, "Hill, that is where you went wrong. As my maid, you ought to address me as master. Come now, let me hear you say it a few more times." Both harbored their own thoughts. Fang Yuan was reveling inwardly while maintaining a grave facade, and Hill, gritting her teeth in frustration, plastered a smile on her face. "All right, master. Please don't tease me. Mir apologizes, okay?" She then added, "And I go by Mir, not Hill. Little Hill." Fang Yuan maintained a cheerful demeanor. "It's basic etiquette to loosen your collar when apologizing. Don't you know that?" Hill was perplexed, wondering what peculiar custom this was. Just as she hesitated whether to slap this cheeky individual, Jarvis interjected, "Mr. Fang, Mr. Obadiah is waiting outside. Shall I let him in?" Ever since Fang Yuan gained control over Jarvis, he had promptly revoked the bald man's access. Now, as he was amusing himself with the unexpectedly presented maid, he felt interrupted and quite displeased. Yet, his curiosity about the old fox's sudden visit piqued, and he nodded, "Let him in." Outside the villa, Obadiah gritted his teeth, pondering what Tony Stark meant by daring to keep him waiting at the door. Just then, the villa door creaked open, and he donned his professional fake smile as he stepped into the living room. "Oh, why is it Mr. Fang? Where's Tony?" He placed the pizza box he was holding on the coffee table. Fang Yuan replied languidly, "Tony pulled an all-nighter and is currently catching up on sleep. Hill, please prepare a cup of coffee for Mr. Stan." Hill, her expression impassive, rose to approach the coffee machine. Upon hearing that Tony was asleep, Obadiah felt it inappropriate to insist on a meeting, recognizing that disturbing someone during rest was indeed inconsiderate. He feigned concern. "The company has been in turmoil lately, but please tell Tony not to worry too much. I will handle everything." He then shifted the topic. "By the way, Tony mentioned a transition to renewable energy. I wonder how that is progressing." Fang Yuan shrugged, "I'm not quite sure. Although I am a shareholder, I lack any technical expertise." Mention of this caused Obadiah's heart to bleed. He had dedicated decades to the company, earning a mere 3% stake, while this young man effortlessly became the second largest shareholder after saving Iron Man once. Every time he reflected on this, he felt an overwhelming urge to flay Fang Yuan alive. It was time to pressure Tony to expedite progress. With members of the board seeking to oust him, he too felt the pressure mounting. Fang Yuan was fully aware that this so-called instability was merely the machinations of the old fox. However, as long as he was present, Obadiah would not dare lay a finger on the arc reactor. Obadiah's bald head gleamed under the light, and Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids. Even if Tony could miraculously create a miniature reactor, what would it matter? It would merely serve to bolster their enemies. He casually toyed with the metallic lighter on the coffee table, asking, "Mr. Stan, have you heard of the Ten Commandments gang?" The crisp sound of the metal casing made Obadiah break out in a cold sweat. The muscles hidden beneath his suit tensed instantly. Could this Asian, named Fang Yuan, possess some form of knowledge? In a flash, he weighed the pros and cons. Whether Fang Yuan was merely probing or had a genuine lead, he needed to ensure that these two would remain forever silent. Mr. Fang certainly has a knack for humor. Obadiah donned a commercially polished smile as he stood to take his leave, nearly knocking over the coffee cup as he rushed to stabilize the tray. The bald businessman strode purposefully towards the entrance. He climbed into the car and forcefully loosened his tie, his gaze fixed on the villa as if it could burn through the walls. Since he could not acquire a ready-made arc reactor, he could always hire other scientists for a handsome fee. After all, Tony Stark was not the only brilliant mind in the world. At that moment, in the villa's living room, Fang Yuan was measuring the absolute territory between the maid's uniform and the lace with his eyes. Had Miss Hill forgotten something? His fingertips rhythmically tapped against the leather sofa. The housekeeper's ears instantly flushed crimson as she bit her lip, murmuring softly, "The master can punish me however he wishes." When the warm coffee cup was brought to his lips, Fang Yuan reclined against the supple thigh of the maid. The pages of the elegantly bound book rustled in Hill's trembling fingers, and he contentedly nestled against the cushion. The phrase "red sleeves add fragrance" from the classical anthology found a vivid interpretation at this moment. If one were to overlook the fact that someone kept accidentally brushing against the lace. The book he held was not a profound scholarly work, but rather a martial arts novel from the East. It must be said that this world indeed possesses a mystical force known as qi. In the eyes of Westerners, the elements described in such novels are entirely plausible. Although Hill could not comprehend the square characters on the pages, she quietly memorized the title. Who knew what hidden secrets it might contain? Under the careful attention of the beauty, time slipped by unnoticed. Hill feigned nonchalance and inquired, "I just heard you mention the Ten Commandments gang? What organization is that?" Fang Yuan was more than willing to share this information with S.H.I.E.L.D., conveniently placing the blame squarely on Obadiah's shoulders. After all, it did not seem unjust to make Obadiah bear this burden. Fang Yuan explained, "Everyone knows I rescued Tony from terrorists, but no one knows the specifics. At that time, I vaguely heard the terrorists mention the Ten Commandments gang and free James." Chapter 40. Don't blame me if you end up crying later. I brought it up in front of Obadiah on purpose, just to gauge his reaction. Instead of being surprised, Hill felt a surge of anger. What was wrong with this guy? Such crucial intelligence. And yet he had been evasive when Coulson inquired earlier, pulling in all directions and refusing to divulge anything. Now, he was so forthcoming with a maid he had just met. Truly a man who forgets his loyalties in the presence of beauty. Indeed, the Bureau had wisely employed the art of seduction against him. After learning this information, Hill began to feel restless. Although her primary mission was to investigate the background of this Superman, that could wait. Given Fang Yuan's loose tongue around attractive women, extracting information should not be difficult. However, this intelligence was different. Since Fang Yuan had already tested the waters in front of Obadiah, if this matter was indeed related to Obadiah, he would certainly be on guard and might even make the first move. Time was of the essence. After a moment's hesitation, she finally asked, "Master, could you please tell me where the restroom is?" This was not the time for complications. Though she was averse to uttering the term master, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say it. Fang Yuan casually pointed, "Just walk that way. J-A-R-V-I-S will guide you." A few minutes later, Fang Yuan's keen ears caught the sound of running water from the direction of the restroom. Accompanying the sound was Hill's lowered voice, "Director Fury. Can you hear me?" Nick Fury's surprised voice came through the communicator. "Contacting me so soon? Have you uncovered Fang Yuan's true identity?" Hill leaned closer to the microphone, keeping her voice extremely low. "I haven't found any key clues yet, but I've made an unexpected discovery." Fang Yuan mentioned that when he rescued Tony Stark in Afghanistan, he heard the terrorists shouting about the Ten Commandments gang and free James. He suspects that these individuals are colluding with Stark Industries CEO, Obadiah. Nick Fury's fist slammed heavily onto the office desk. This Fang Yuan truly knows how to stir trouble. Such crucial intelligence only surfaces now. If he hadn't insisted on sending Hill in, the entire operation might have been jeopardized by this kid. Fang Yuan was still waiting in the reception room. Hill glanced at her watch. I must hang up now. In the corridor, Fang Yuan wore a cold smirk. He had long retracted his eavesdropping abilities and was now leisurely toying with the pen that Hill had left behind. Let them investigate. Those desperate fugitives had already reported to his side, and the trail had gone completely cold. If only the terrorists who attacked Tony had been wiped out completely, with S-H-I-E-L-D-S methods, they would surely have traced Obadiah through the tiniest of clues. As for the exposure of his identity, he would relish watching those agents rack their brains over it. He welcomed all the bait they carelessly tossed his way. When Hill emerged in her high heels, Fang Yuan immediately leaned against her as if he were boneless. This time, he deliberately rested the back of his head on her soft bosom, letting out a contented sigh. To his surprise, Hill did not shy away. Instead, as he flipped through the documents, she gently massaged his temples with her crimson-painted fingers. To be honest, her interest in this Superman had long surpassed her initial distaste. Otherwise, as a level 9 agent, why would she personally play the role of bait? After all, she was a core member of the command center, and field missions typically did not involve her. When Coulson submitted the suspected superhuman physique observation report, she had dismissed it as mere dinner conversation. However, as the investigation deepened, S-H-I-E-L-D-S database gradually pieced together bizarre facts. This young man, named Fang Yuan, had remarkably few blood sampling records throughout his upbringing. The scant medical examination reports had mysteriously vanished into the depths of the archives. Even more perplexing was that before Spider-Man made his debut, Fang Yuan had seemed like a punching bag, bullied by classmates without retaliation. Yet when masked vigilantes began to emerge on the streets, he suddenly transformed, exhibiting abilities increasingly akin to the Iron Man of comic lore. This could not help but raise suspicions that he had been lurking in the shadows, waiting to reveal his true talents only upon discovering others of his kind. If this Superman were to fully develop one day, the entire Blue Planet might suffer the consequences. It was precisely for this reason that S-H-I-E-L-D remained so fixated on uncovering Fang Yuan's secrets. If Fang Yuan were aware of S-H-I-E-L-D's wild speculations, he would probably be infuriated. Before his arrival in this world, his original body was nothing but an honest, ordinary person, rarely visiting hospitals throughout his life. Purely due to the Asian habit, a headache or a fever would lead him directly to a familiar traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for a couple of needles. Who would bother to get blood tests at a neighborhood clinic? Yet because of this, S-H-I-E-L-D had marked him as a key suspect. Fang Yuan was lounging on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying himself when Iron Man, sporting a tousled hairstyle, stumbled out of the bedroom, revealing that he had finally completed the upgraded suit, known as Mark III. Tony didn't even spare Fang Yuan a glance, but rather, in a daze, walked into the basement workshop, his eyes gleaming at the red and gold suit. Now this is what I call understated luxury. The AI butler, J-A-R-V-I-S, immediately chimed in. Indeed, it perfectly aligns with your consistent taste for understated aesthetics. At that moment, Tony suddenly noticed a gift box on the workbench. Upon opening it, he found his original arc reactor encased in glass, with a small inscription on the base, Tony Stark, heart ablaze. He couldn't help but grin widely, pondering where to display this treasure when he suddenly sensed something amiss in the workshop. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony tapped his temple. Are you hiding something from me? The AI continued to feign ignorance. 2 seconds later, Iron Man exploded in frustration. The Mark III is done. But what happened to my Mark II? It was clearly on the workbench before bed. I intended to keep it as a collectible, and now it's just vanished? Who the hell has the audacity to steal from me? Until we catch this thief, I shall ensure he is rendered paralyzed from the waist down with a palm cannon. As Tony fumed and paced in circles, a sudden thought struck him. Fang Yuan was still upstairs. He rushed up and immediately inquired, "Did you see anyone today?" The words caught in his throat as he beheld Fang Yuan languidly nestled in Hill's embrace, squinting his eyes while nibbling on fruit and flipping through a book. Utterly at ease, even his toes seemed to revel in the comfort. For a moment, Iron Man felt a pang of jealousy, only to be bewildered. Wait a minute. Isn't this guy's girlfriend Gwen? Why has he switched partners? Yet, his taste remained consistently refined. Fang Yuan leisurely replied, "What's up? By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is my maid, Hill." "Hill, this is Tony Stark, famously known as a playboy. Don't mind him." Tony exclaimed dramatically. "I could accept your words before, but how dare you label me a playboy now? What do you call what you're doing? We share a legitimate master-servant relationship, which is entirely different from your chaotic affairs." The title of maid hardly sounds respectable, does it? Suddenly, Tony realized, wait, I'm not here to argue about this. I want to ask you, where is my silver armor? Fang Yuan feigned ignorance. What does your lost clothing have to do with me? Tony, growing increasingly anxious, rubbed his hands together. Stop pretending. Who else came to my house today? Only Obadiah came to ask for the arc reactor, and I sent him away without a fuss. Well done, Tony nodded, pressing further, and then? No one else. Tony was perplexed, so my armor sprouted legs and ran off? He suddenly fixed his gaze on Fang Yuan, extending a finger. It wouldn't be you, the house thief, would it? It wasn't that Iron Man was slow to react. It was simply that Tony couldn't fathom why Fang Yuan would need his armor. Fang Yuan's own body was far more capable, and besides, this fellow already possessed an extraordinary suit. What motive would he have to steal his? Hill rolled her eyes at the absurdity. Is it really worth a billionaire like Tony Stark to be in such a tizzy over a mere piece of clothing? Just as they were reaching a pivotal moment, Tony suddenly waved his hand at her. You, the maid, leave early today, get out. Hill cast an unwilling glance at Fang Yuan. Though she thought it a pity to dismiss the little maid, Fang Yuan gestured for her to leave, contemplating that perhaps he could have the special agent keep him warm tonight. However, there will always be another opportunity. Once outside, Hill stomped her feet in frustration. Two rascals. Especially that Fang Yuan, taking advantage and then turning his back. It's utterly despicable. She completely forgot that she had just been mocking Fang Yuan for being infatuated. After Hill walked away, Tony pressed, confess honestly, was it you who took it? Fang Yuan shifted the conversation. Have you finished making your new armor? Have you tested its performance? Quit sidestepping. You think I can't figure it out if you don't speak? Jarvis. Pull up the surveillance footage. I want to see who the fool is that stole my armor. The AI butler replied calmly. I regret to inform you, Mr. Stark, that the surveillance system was inactive at the time of the incident. What happened? It was Mr. Fang Yuan who issued the command to pause recording. The truth was finally revealed. Tony Stark lunged forward like a hungry tiger. Return my armor. Fang Yuan effortlessly sidestepped, watching as Iron Man tumbled onto the sofa. Tony knew that with Fang Yuan's formidable skills, even a combined effort of 10 of himself would be futile against him. He resigned to slumping on the sofa, feebly saying, Can't you make your own armor? Besides, this thing is of no use to you. What would you do with it if you stole it? Seeing Tony's despondent expression, even someone as shameless as Fang Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. He scratched his head. Didn't you have a new armor? The old model just collects dust. I'm merely helping you recycle. This statement held some truth. Ever since the development of the steel armor, Tony had been churning out new models like clockwork. Yet, ultimately, only one could be worn, leaving the rest to gather dust in the warehouse. Tony suddenly sat up, agitated. That's a collectible. A collection of epic-defining significance, do you understand? Moreover, what use do you have for it? It's better left to me as an exhibit. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly, thinking how hypocritical it was. Given that he had later gifted the Mark II to Colonel Rhodes and had used dozens of suits as mere fireworks, now that was true wastefulness. Of course, it holds great utility, Fang Yuan said, pulling out a half-eaten helmet visor, audibly crunching down on a piece. This armor has quite the flavor. It was undeniably astounding how the alloy's texture was exquisite. Even more remarkably, a small piece contained energy equivalent to dozens of pounds of ordinary steel. Given the Mark II's material, it shouldn't have such an effect. Fang Yuan speculated it might be related to the effort Tony had poured into its crafting, akin to the works of ancient swordsmiths who dedicated their lives to their craft. This spiritual essence was a significant boon for him. No wonder he had previously discovered that emotionally charged attacks had double the efficacy on him, while cold, mechanical damage suffered a considerable reduction. At this moment, the helmet fragment, now riddled with bite marks, was the very snack Fang Yuan hastily stuffed into his pocket when Agent Hill knocked on the door. Tony took a bite from a piece, returning the chewed visor. How about I give you this half back? Iron Man glared at the jagged metal visor, his blood pressure skyrocketing. His fingers trembled as if shocked. You swallowed the other parts? I want to let this go. Before he could finish, he lunged forward, completely disregarding the disparity in their strengths. Fang Yuan casually sidestepped, muttering, Old Stark, I'm not retaliating for your sake. Oh, planning a sneak attack? With those spindly arms and legs of yours. Don't believe in the supernatural? You really want a taste of the harsh realities of society? Don't come crying to me afterward. Still not finished? You want to take a swing at me? I'll stand right here and let you hit me. He meant every word. Bang. Tony's full-force punch landed squarely on Fang Yuan's nose. Fang Yuan didn't even flinch, but Tony was left stunned. The next moment, he hopped around, clutching his right hand and cursing Fang. My hand feels like it's about to shatter. His mechanical glove visibly swelled. Fang Yuan stood with hands on his hips, laughing heartily. I warned you earlier. Even bullets bouncing off me turn into pancakes. Are your little claws tougher than armor-piercing rounds? Tony was infuriated, his temples throbbing. How could such an insufferable person exist in the world? If he could speak Chinese, he would undoubtedly bellow that classic line. But remembering that the other had saved him, the words lodged in his throat, doubling his frustration. Just as he was catching his breath, footsteps echoed at the door. Gwen entered, followed by Pepper and Spider-Man. Upon seeing her boyfriend clutching his hand like a pig's trotter, Pepper frantically rummaged through her medical kit, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering it was merely swollen. Did you two get into a fight? She asked, opening a bottle of ointment. Fang Yuan immediately raised his hand. I stood still and let him hit me. This fool insisted on kicking steel. Tony exploded. He treated my armor like a potato chip. He bit the armor? The trio exclaimed in unison. Fang Yuan dramatically tossed out the intact Mark II, minus the visor. Here, just kidding. Spider-Man's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the steel armor you bragged about making last time? Iron Man eagerly rushed forward. My armor. Just as he reached out, the armor vanished once more. And Tony stumbled into Pepper's embrace. Fang Yuan grinned. For now, it's still yours, but soon who knows? What do you mean by that? Iron Man asked warily. Fang Yuan grinned wider. Remember the bet we made? Chapter 41. No lethal blows were struck. Tony's heart sank momentarily, a vague premonition stirring within him that he was about to lose his beloved armor. So, the ever-prepared Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. Jarvis, bring up the footage of the wager. Processing, sir, came the reply. The screen on the wall flickered to life, revealing a conversation between two individuals. Stop. Fang Yuan raised his hand to pause the video. Now do you remember? Iron Man's voice tightened. You had your eyes on my armor all along? Initially, he had secretly rejoiced, thinking that even if Fang Yuan indulged in gold at every meal, it wouldn't cost much. Little did he know that the opponent's scheme was to target the armor, which far surpassed gold in value. Had he known, he would have rather faced death than gamble on this. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Tony's eyes. The wager was based on the performance of the custom armor. And in this regard, he held a distinct advantage. After years of meticulous testing using top-tier components, how could Fang Yuan, with his bare hands, possibly surpass him? We agreed to compare the armor's performance, Tony asserted, standing tall, not our combat prowess. Fang Yuan saw through his thoughts, clearly. Tony feared that he might find himself at a loss if he personally donned the armor and faced him. A confident smirk graced Tony's lips. It won't even require my intervention. Let Gwen handle it. If you can defeat her, I will concede immediately, no tricks. With that, he pulled Gwen to stand before the armored suit. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I can't fight. While she could manage a defense using her self-defense training against Tony, facing the imposing suit before her seemed an insurmountable challenge. Fang Yuan reassured her, patting her shoulder. Don't worry, he has the armor. But I have prepared one for you as well. With that suit's attack power, even if you stand still, he won't be able to harm you. Gwen remained skeptical. Is that for real? Fang Yuan leaned closer, whispering in her ear. It's far more powerful than the ring I gave you last time. Upon hearing this, Gwen felt a surge of confidence. After all, that little ring wielded the power to rival anti-material weapons, capable of penetrating armored vehicles. If this armor was indeed more formidable, she was certain of victory. As they descended into the basement, they found Tony standing at the equipment station. The mechanical arms deftly assembled the armor pieces onto him. Amid the clattering of metal and whirring of machinery, the crimson and gold suit gradually took shape, slightly taller than the average person, yet remarkably agile. Peter watched in awe, captivated by the mechanical beauty of the suit that encapsulated the dreams of every man. In stark contrast to his own fitted suit, it seemed woefully inadequate. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "This is undoubtedly the coolest thing I've ever seen, bar none." Tony, with a proud tilt of his chin, replied, "Not too shabby, right?" Peter nodded vigorously. "It's absolutely amazing. Can I touch it?" Tony, always welcoming of flattery, graciously consented. As Peter ran his fingers over the cold metallic shell, he felt the immense power contained within. After experiencing the tactile sensation of the armor, Peter suddenly became eager. "Is this the gear you're going to use to duel with me?" Only then did Tony recall their previous agreement when Peter had visited the villa and his identity had been uncovered. He remembered how he had been knocked out by Spider-Man's punch and, fueled by alcohol, had vowed to seek revenge. Recalling the powerful strike that had left him seeing stars in the corporate building, Tony felt a familiar ache in his eyes. "What? Are you itching for a fight already?" Peter nodded, brimming with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. Let's have a proper match." Iron Man thought it was just the right time to stretch his muscles before the brawl. Meanwhile, Spider-Man and Iron Man were already exchanging blows, sparks flying in all directions. Over on the other side, Fang Yuan was imparting crucial instructions to Gwen. This armor was specifically crafted for you. Unlike that ring, it is more advanced and can directly integrate with your body. Don't be afraid or resist. Welcome it in your heart, accept it. Rest assured, it won't harm you in the slightest. Gwen nodded obediently. Fang Yuan retrieved the armor from his storage space, still in the form it had taken during his last use. As Gwen examined the armor composed of angular titanium crystal, its muscular, streamlined structure made her hesitate. Isn't this the male version? Will I look awkward wearing it? Before she could finish her sentence, the titanium armor emitted a humming sound, its surface shimmering as if expressing discontent. Fang Yuan gently caressed the armor. Calm down, little titanium, she just doesn't understand your might yet. Once she sees your capabilities, she'll surely fall in love with you. Gwen gasped. Does this armor have a life of its own? Fang Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. It's merely a bit sentient. With this sentience, it will be easier for you to control. In times of danger, it will instinctively protect you. Don't overthink it. Just remember the key points I mentioned. Now let's begin. Fang Yuan conjured a silver needle at his fingertip. Extend your hand. Let me take a drop of blood. Gwen extended her middle finger, and Fang Yuan gently pricked it. A crimson droplet emerged. Holding her finger, Fang Yuan placed the blood droplet on the armor's forehead. The fingertip blood, also known as heart's blood, was instantly absorbed upon contact. Suddenly, the armor burst forth with a dazzling light. Gwen felt a wave of affection wash over her, akin to a beloved pet nuzzling at her feet. She instinctively called out in her mind. The titanium armor transformed into a stream of light, swiftly darting into her lower abdomen, vanishing from sight. The commotion had long since captured everyone's attention, watching as the towering armor merged into the petite Gwen, Spider-Man, Iron Man. And Pepper stood dumbfounded. In unison, they exclaimed, "What just happened? Where did the armor go?" Gwen, equally bewildered, replied, "I have no idea. I just called for it in my mind." Fang Yuan reassured her, "Don't panic. It has already fused with you. You can summon it anytime you need. And you can try it now." With a thought, Gwen summoned the armor. Suddenly, a softly glowing suit appeared around her. The armor adjusted itself to fit her form as if it were a living entity. The originally rigid mechanical lines gradually softened, outlining a smooth silhouette, with the chest area curving just right to perfectly envelop her graceful figure. Although fully clad in armor, Gwen felt completely at ease, with no sense of constraint. With another thought, the helmet slowly retracted, merging back into her body, leaving the armor covering her below the neck. At that moment, Gwen stood adorned in silver titanium armor. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, subtly shimmering, accentuating her exquisite figure without revealing anything. Iron Man's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the same suit you wore before?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Could it be liquid metal? Otherwise, how could it automatically adapt to different body types?" Tony inhaled sharply and inquired further. "And this technology that allows the armor to merge with the body is simply astonishing." Instantly, he forgot about his own armor being consumed, beaming as he approached. "Can you teach me this technology? If you're willing to share, we can wipe the slate clean on our previous wager. You can take whatever you desire." Fang Yuan chuckled. "Have you forgotten about the titanium crystal material?" Tony could hardly forget. He had exchanged half of Jarvis's permissions for the titanium crystal formula, yet progress had been frustratingly elusive. The titanium crystal was undeniably a wholly new substance, but the method of crafting it remained a mystery. Indeed, Iron Man muttered, shaking his hand in frustration. "Damn it. This is unscientific. I detest anything anti-science." "All right, let's head out," Fang Yuan proposed. "Will you duel with Gwen first, or practice against Spider-Man?" Iron Man, brimming with bravado, declared, "Let's warm up against the little spider first." Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware of Spider-Man's capabilities. Given Iron Man's current condition, he might just find himself at a disadvantage. It is worth noting that Spider-Man possesses a strength of no less than 20 tons, effortlessly tossing vehicles as if they were mere toys. In contrast, based on Iron Man Mk3's performance in the film, catching cars thrown by the Ironmonger proved to be quite a challenge, although a lack of energy at that time was also a contributing factor. Nevertheless, this indicates that Peter's strength is at least on par with that of the three Malawian Quatches, if not superior. However, Iron Man has his own advantages, the most prominent of which is his ability to fly and engage in long-range attacks. Just the capability of supersonic flight alone is sufficient to leave Spider-Man in the dust, his shadow barely visible. Arriving at a vast and open beach, Iron Man chuckled with pride. "Little spider, in a place like this, your skills will be significantly diminished. Indeed, Spider-Man's abilities are far better suited for the towering skyscrapers of a city or the dense foliage of a jungle. In a flat expanse like this sandy beach, he faces considerable constraints. After a moment of contemplation, Iron Man proposed, "How about this? I will refrain from using my flight capabilities for this match. What do you think?" Spider-Man readily agreed. Then let the contest begin. With that, he assumed a combat stance. With a click, Iron Man's mask sealed shut, and Tony declared, "Little Spider, today I shall teach you a lesson in respecting your elders." No sooner had he finished speaking than his thrusters erupted with fiery jets, propelling him towards Peter like an arrow. As Iron Man's fist bore down on him, Spider-Man nimbly dodged to the side, simultaneously flicking his fingers to launch several strands of web that accurately adhered to Iron Man's mask. Caught off guard as his target suddenly vanished, Tony realized the peril too late. There stood Peter, on all fours, with his back to Iron Man. He executed a powerful kick, leveraging Iron Man's forward momentum to add force to his strike. With a resounding crash, Tony was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing headfirst into the sand. Spider-Man immediately activated his mockery mode. "Oh dear, Uncle Tin can't be that hungry, can he? Eating sand now. Do you need a hand getting up? Although, to be fair, it was me who kicked you." With that, he burst into laughter, doubling over. Fang Yuan looked around, inexplicably feeling that this scene was oddly familiar. Goodness, this Spider-Man had even stolen his lines. On the beach, Tony emerged from the sand, dust-covered and disheveled, sand trickling down his armor. He angrily tore the webbing from his mask, producing a grating sound as metal scraped against metal, his expression darkening as he remarked, "Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Your mouth is just as troublesome as your friends." Humiliated in front of the crowd, Tony's anger surged. Suddenly, he activated his repulsor beam, unleashing a blinding burst of light aimed directly at Peter. Old Relics losing his temper, Spider-Man yelped as he dodged to the side. The energy beam whizzed past him, creating a gaping crater in the sand. Evidently, though furious, Tony still retained enough composure not to strike with lethal intent. Spider-Man swiftly shot 2 strands of web, adhering them to the ground ahead of Iron Man, using the elastic properties of the web to launch himself forward. With a smirk, Iron Man quipped, "In such a hurry to come over? Allow me to assist you." His mechanical arms swiftly coiled around the web and yanked it forcefully. Wow! Spider-Man suddenly accelerated midair, hurtling towards him like a human projectile. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate full power. With a thunderous crash, they collided fiercely, creating a cloud of sand and dust as half of Iron Man's body sank into the beach. This blow appeared evenly matched. However, Spider-Man was certainly not the type capable of dismantling armor with his bare hands. He bounced around, clutching his fist, his face shifting colors like a chameleon. Ouch! 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 This metal lump is far too hard. Iron Man sprang out of the sand pit, observing his comical opponent and suddenly feeling that competing with a high schooler was rather juvenile. "Are we still fighting?" Tony asked grumpily. Spider-Man flicked his wrist. "Absolutely. We're just getting warmed up." The two squared off, glaring at each other, the beach momentarily silent except for the sound of the waves. "Why aren't you making a move?" Iron Man couldn't help but inquire. "The martial arts manual says, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move," Peter replied earnestly. Fang Yuan facepalmed, sighing. This foolish child had mistaken martial arts novels for actual combat training. "Well then, I suppose I shall attack. Bring it on." Iron Man unleashed his repulsor beam first, 2 white beams screaming towards Spider-Man. With a leap, Spider-Man soared 3 meters into the air, executing a flawless somersault to evade the attack. Upon landing, he flicked his fingers, sending strands of web cascading toward Iron Man's face. Tony hurriedly used his repulsor to fire upon the webbing, burning it away entirely. Just then, his chest plate suddenly opened, and a large energy cannon erupted forth. Whoa! Spider-Man abruptly arched backward, executing a bridge maneuver as the energy beam narrowly grazed his nose, singeing a few strands of hair. Seizing the opportunity, he shot out 2 strands of web to ensnare Tony, spinning around him like a true spider. The resilient web glimmered in the sunlight, refusing to break despite Tony's desperate struggles. In no time, the formidable Iron Man was cocooned like a silkworm, with only his helmet protruding. Spider-Man finally came to a stop, squatting atop the cocoon and gleefully flashing a peace sign. Iron Man, watching the writhing Spider-Man, laughed until he was doubled over. "Old man, I suppose this means you concede?" Suddenly, Spider-Man ceased his struggles. Before Iron Man could boast, he heard Tony's voice booming. Fireworks. Sparks erupted from the tightly wrapped cocoon, growing more intense, emitting blinding flames. The moment the webbing came into contact with the sparks, it disintegrated like a torn fishing net. Iron Man yanked apart the ruined web. "You little rascal. You've successfully provoked my ire." These distraction grenades, originally intended to blind missiles, were quite fitting for this situation. Jarvis. Keep a lock on him. With a click, Iron Man's shoulder armor flipped open, revealing 2 mini machine guns. Chapter 42 finally reached a fever pitch. The gun barrels barely peeked out before automatically locking onto Spider-Man, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The spider sense erupted in a painful throb in Peter's head, prompting him to dive into the sand, narrowly evading the onslaught. Though facing away from Iron Man, he seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, swiftly rolling to the side just in time. With a thunderous boom, a massive crater exploded where he had been lying. Ugh! Spider-Man spat out sand as he stood, his heart racing. Although the projectiles were training rounds, the intensity of his spider sense indicated they were certainly packed with something potent. "What did you put in there?" Iron Man, puzzled by how the boy had figured it out, nonetheless confessed, "Just a bit of ghost pepper extract and mustard paste." Imagining the disastrous scenario of being unable to dodge and ending up with tears and snot all over his face, Spider-Man felt a chill run down his spine. Bring it on. Spider-Man's long-range options were already limited, and with the stark emptiness of the beach restricting his capabilities, he resorted to his old tricks, flinging webbing to distract while inching closer. Iron Man was not one to stand idly and take hits. His repulsor beams ravaged the beach, sending sand flying in all directions. Yet Spider-Man, like a flea, hopped up and down, evading the incoming fire. Just as it seemed the contest would turn into a war of attrition, Iron Man suddenly resorted to trickery, launching a mini-missile while simultaneously firing lasers. Spider-Man easily dodged the main missile but was about to mock. "Is that all you've got?" When a sudden jolt struck his lower back, as if stung by a wasp. He reached behind him and grasped a metallic object, a tracking missile. If that flying object were a real threat, even if Peter hadn't seen it, his spider sense would have alerted him to the imminent danger, allowing for an easy escape. However, they were not enemies, and Tony would never truly harm him during a friendly match. Just as Peter contemplated speaking, the flying object in his hand suddenly began to move. A radiant light began to spin slowly from the center, triggering a sudden recollection in Peter, who hastily hurled it outward. The moment the light left his hand, it erupted with a spectacular display, yet lacked any force, instead releasing a burst of colorful smoke. As the wind swept by, the smoke dissipated, leaving Peter adorned in a kaleidoscope of hues, a sight most amusing. Tony erupted into laughter, slapping his thigh. "What do you think, little spider? I specifically prepared this paint bomb for you. Quite the surprise, isn't it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Peter dove head first into the sea. Tony, reveling in his triumph, shouted, "Don't waste your energy. This paint is my exclusive formula. You won't be washing it off for 3 days." Indeed, despite the relentless waves crashing against him, the colors clung stubbornly to his skin. Throughout their playful contest, aside from being initially kicked into a sand pile by Peter, Tony faced little adversity. Not only did Peter end up with a mouthful of sand, but he also emerged covered in vibrant colors, leaving Tony in high spirits. When the vividly painted Spider-Man emerged from the water, his face was obscured by the paint, rendering his expression unreadable. All that could be heard was his bewildered voice. What was that light all about? Even if it was just paint, my spider sense should have reacted. In his moment of pride, Tony generously explained, "I've analyzed your combat footage and know you can foresee danger. Therefore, whether you hold the light or it strikes you, it poses no threat. The spinning merely distracts you. It only detonates when you throw it away quickly." Peter fell silent for a long while before softly replying, "You old fox. Hey, don't call me that. Didn't you say there's no need to respect the elderly or the young? If you call me little brat, I can justifiably call you old grandpa. What a cheeky little rascal. Old grandpa, ungrateful wretch. Old grandpa, pervert in a skin-tight suit." Fang Yuan finally bellowed, interrupting, "If you keep arguing, I'll show you what it truly means for flowers to bloom so red." The two fell silent instantly. They had witnessed Fang Yuan's outrageous defensive capabilities and brute strength. Engaging him would merely be courting trouble. Fang Yuan grinned widely. "Among us, let me take the role of the chatterbox. If everyone spoke so much, where would the uniqueness lie?" Iron Man and Spider-Man both jumped in protest. How shameless. Fang Yuan shook his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. The two immediately changed their expressions. "You make a very valid point." Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed. I appreciate your perceptiveness. Truly, as great men say, a strong fist is the ultimate truth. Tony, I sent your armor's energy running low. Do you need to recharge?" Iron Man approached the impending duel with utmost caution. How could he not be cautious? If he lost the match, the armor he had painstakingly developed would become nothing more than a snack for Fang Yuan, the glutton. Just the thought of that scenario sent shivers down Tony's spine. In this contest, you may use live ammunition. We are measuring the performance of the armor, and defensive capability is a significant metric. Are you serious? Fang Yuan replied confidently. Rest assured, I will have Gwen gradually adjust the firepower. I guarantee you 1T be dispatched in one shot. Tony immediately flew back to the villa at full speed to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Gwen was already on high alert. Fang Yuan patted her shoulder. Relax. His firepower 1T harm you. The two armored figures faced off in the skies above the beach, their gold and silver armors gleaming under the sun. With the roar of engines, the two armors collided like shooting stars, the sound of metal clashing causing the sand on the beach to leap. The result, however, was unexpected. The silver armor's rear erupted with dazzling red light, sending Iron Man hurtling backward. Gwen hardly felt any resistance. This outcome was entirely anticipated by Fang Yuan. The titanium crystal armor, equipped with dozens of triple laser arrays, had enough power to pierce mountains, even with a shift to propulsion mode resulting in some energy loss. It was not something the Mark III could contend with. The initial clash left Gwen brimming with confidence. She swiftly broke the sound barrier, pursuing the still receding Iron Man. While Fang Yuan found this result perfectly logical, it left Tony utterly astonished. He had expected a more balanced confrontation, not a disparity of such magnitude. As Gwen pursued, Tony quickly stabilized his position and prepared to counter. Since he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, he would resort to range tactics. Iron Man's shoulder armor suddenly sprang open, revealing 2 rows of miniature gun barrels. Gwen had already discerned her opponent's strategy through observation. The crystal eyes of the titanium armor gleamed with a fierce red light, and 2 lasers shot out at acute angles, resounding with dual explosions. Iron Man's shoulder-mounted weaponry was rendered useless before it could even fire, transforming into mere fireworks. An alarm blared within the armor. Warning: shoulder weapon system damaged. Iron Man's pupils dilated. How does this move resemble Fang Yuan's so closely? Even after deciphering the titanium armor's characteristics, Iron Man found himself at a loss, forced to retreat while unleashing a frenzied barrage of firepower. The palm cannon wove a dense barrage, yet Gwen, bolstered by the titanium armor, seemed to have opened a third eye. She needed no physical sight to anticipate the trajectory of incoming projectiles. Those attacks, quick as lightning to an ordinary person, appeared to her as a slow-motion replay. The laser engine suddenly veered. The entire armor executed a maneuver defying the laws of physics, causing all light projectiles to sail past harmlessly. Beads of sweat formed on Iron Man's forehead as he began to unleash firepower without restraint. Meanwhile, Gwen soared through the storm of bullets like a ballet dancer, effortlessly navigating the hail of fire. Seeing that his ammunition was ineffective, Gwen suddenly changed tactics. The titanium armor advanced instead of retreating, simultaneously firing precise lasers from various joints, each shot perfectly intercepting the incoming light projectiles. As the distance between them closed, Iron Man gritted his teeth and activated his ultimate plan. Jarvis, concentrate all energy to the chest-mounted cannon. The arc reactor erupted with blinding white light, and a devastating beam shot forth. Outputting energy, Gwen scoffed. The chest of her titanium armor lit up with layered magical patterns, and the crimson death ray surged forth to meet it. The 2 forces clashed in midair, yet the white beam began to falter. Just as it was on the verge of collapse, Iron Man's gauntlet suddenly launched 2 miniature missiles. However, Gwen had already prepared a countermeasure. She raised her hand, and 2 beams of red light detonated in midair. Amidst the rain of fire, the fingertips of the titanium armor were already poised against Iron Man's arc reactor. Although the miniature missiles were small, their destructive power was astonishing. The 2 struck in rapid succession, sending Iron Man flying, and the energy beam abruptly ceased. Smoke and dust enveloped the scene, obscuring visibility, and both figures became indistinct. While the titanium armor only possessed the laser ability, it excelled in specialization. When Fang Yuan initially crafted it, he could have added more functions, but chose to exceedingly enhance a singular capability, pursuing both the overall coordination of the armor and maximizing the impact of this strike. Amidst the haze, Iron Man quietly activated infrared scanning. He lowered the reactor's power output, stealthily approaching Gwen. This subtle movement certainly did not escape the perception of the titanium armor. If even ordinary smoke could hinder the artifact's detection, then the artifact would be truly inadequate. However, Gwen remembered Fang Yuan's prior admonition and, eager to test the armor's defenses, feigned ignorance, allowing Iron Man to circle behind her. Seeing Gwen completely unguarded, Tony was elated. The palm cannon's energy was instantly maxed out, aimed at her side. This shot was angled shrewdly. Even if it penetrated the titanium armor, the occupant would only sustain minor injuries. Unexpectedly, Gwen suddenly turned, and the palm cannon struck her shoulder directly. Tony's heart raced. This was a friend, and if he severely injured her, how could he face Fang Yuan? Yet, the palm cannon had already been fired, with no chance of retraction. Boom. The titanium armor was heavily impacted by the shot, crashing into the sand and sending a cloud of sand flying. Among the three below, only Pepper was an ordinary person. Yet, Fang Yuan reacted swiftly, shielding her behind him, preventing her from getting even a speck of sand on her. Before Tony could worry and descend to check, Gwen had already emerged from the sand pile, the titanium armor intact and gleaming as if new. With a powerful push from her legs, she soared into the sky. Tony suppressed his astonishment and soared into the fray with all his might. However, the titanium crystal armor exhibited a performance significantly superior to that of the Mark III. Within mere moments, Gwen caught up with Iron Man, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The impact sent Iron Man spiraling downwards like an out-of-control aircraft, leaving a deep dent in his gold titanium alloy casing. Gwen swiftly closed the distance again, grasping the shoulder of his armor to steady him. Scratching her head, she sheepishly remarked, "I'm sorry, Uncle, but Fang Yuan insisted that I must win this match. It's not my intention to oppose you." Iron Man shook his dazed head, defiantly retorting, "Who's losing? There's no need for your apology, but I must emerge victorious." Observing Iron Man still struggling, Gwen sighed softly. "In truth, I haven't even exerted half my strength yet. Watch closely." With her palm facing downward, she aimed at a distant hill, and as energy coalesced, a crimson beam erupted forth. The beam effortlessly sliced through the towering hillside like a hot knife through butter, leaving behind a glowing, diagonal tunnel in the rock face. "I could easily unleash a dozen more attacks like that," she declared. Gazing at the shocking cavity in the mountain, Iron Man fell silent. His once proud repulsor beam now seemed akin to a child's toy in comparison. Moreover, Fang Yuan had mentioned that Gwen's armor was primarily designed for defense. "Even if I unleashed my full power against myself, I wouldn't inflict any damage to the armor," she had said. Iron Man felt utterly deflated. How could he possibly fight? The opponent could stand there and he wouldn't breach their defenses, yet a single casual move from them could overwhelm him. She was nothing short of a miniature Fang Yuan. Upon returning to the villa, Spider-Man was lamenting over his colorful suit. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan boldly retrieved the Mark II armor, disinfecting it with true fire before munching on it like a bag of chips. This piece is delightfully crisp, with a caramel aroma. What part is this?" "Ceramic shock-absorbing layer," Tony replied, his face stern. $30,000 apiece. Fang Yuan then broke off a piece of the circuit board, muttering, "I haven't tasted the main board yet." Suddenly, he pointed at a component and asked, "This wouldn't happen to be a capacitor, would it?" As he bit down, the capacitor's shell exploded, releasing a delectable electronic solution that burst on his tongue, its flavor rivaling that of the finest caviar. Once the energy had been digested, Fang Yuan smacked his lips in astonishment. "How did I not discover this exquisite taste before?" "Custom-made supercapacitor," Tony said through gritted teeth, "globally exclusive." After Fang Yuan had devoured the entire mainboard as if it were a cookie, he broke off a metal rod to inspect it. "Oh? This design seems familiar? Oh well. It doesn't matter." The crunching sound was akin to biting into a chocolate bar. Tony's face turned a vibrant shade of green as he finally slammed his hand down in frustration. "Fang Yuan, I want to let this go." Nearby, several onlookers were shaking with suppressed laughter. Fang Yuan, resting one hand against Iron Man, leisurely finished the last piece of the component. "I'm just eating, don't disrupt me." Iron Man's face reddened with rage as he found himself unable to move an inch. Ultimately, he slumped onto the sofa, eyelids drooping in feigned unconsciousness. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan had consumed the entire suit, leaving not even a screw behind. He savored the experience, likening it to a lavish banquet. With the chest plate tasting like a charcoal-grilled steak and the thrusters imbued with a refreshing minty essence, even the lubricant in the joints had a hint of lemon fragrance. In all his lifetimes combined, he had never known metal could be so delectable. Remarkably, this feast equated to refining thousands of mortals. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Spotting the entrance to the basement, he swallowed hard, ultimately refraining from descending for a second course. If he were to raid Tony's lair, the inventor would likely confront him with a welding torch in hand. Spider-Man, witnessing Tony's dismay, was on the verge of splitting his mask with laughter, thinking it served the wealthy inventor right for insisting on installing programs in his armor. Suddenly, Fang Yuan slapped his thigh in realization, recalling the three F-22s still lying in the space. With a flicker of intent, an armored fighter jet materialized in the center of the living room, causing the crystal chandelier to jingle in disarray. Is this the missing fighter jet from that video? Spider-Man's webbing nearly misfired. Tony's eyes widened. Did we really reclaim military toys worth $1.5 billion? Upon realizing he was not the only unlucky one, he suddenly perked up. Let us package all three. I see the radar signals have collectively vanished. Fang Yuan didn't respond, instead circling the fighter jet in contemplation, pondering whether to nibble on the wing or the exhaust nozzle. However, after 2 bites, he found it utterly bland, in comparison to the taste of the steel armor. It was akin to compressed biscuits. Disheartened by the 10-meter hunk of metal, he waved his hand to retract the aircraft back into the void. In the blink of an eye, the billion-dollar military equipment melted away into nothingness. After Fang Yuan had refined the aircraft, a look of delight crossed his face. He sensed he was once again on the brink of a breakthrough. This time, although he couldn't directly ascend to become a celestial artifact, he could feel that the impending breakthrough would at least double his physical capabilities. At that point, even a fully intact aircraft like the last one would be a breeze to lift. Ever since he had advanced to a low-grade magical artifact, he had been waiting impatiently for a change. Now that he had finally approached the threshold, the method for breaking through was quite simple. Either consume more supplements like the steel armor or engage in a few spirited battles. He would welcome the Hulk to jump out and give him a good thrashing. Alternatively, perhaps he could refine the saber-toothed tiger? Glancing at the saber-toothed tiger diligently working in the space, he reconsidered. Keeping the creature around could yield ongoing benefits, whereas refining it would turn it into a one-time consumable. However, seeing how hard it had been working lately, he could afford to improve its conditions. Perhaps he should set up some entertainment facilities for it. Computers, movies, music, anything to keep it from going insane. If the saber-toothed tiger realized that the wall it was tirelessly attacking was only becoming sturdier, it would likely crash into it in frustration. After much deliberation, the most reliable path to a breakthrough still led to Obadiah. He wondered how his ironmonger was coming along. If all else failed, he could always personally deliver a reactor to have him produce a few more units. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. This idea seemed feasible. After all, he had initially learned the technology for small reactors from Iron Man. With him overseeing things, Obadiah would merely be a novice providing experience, unable to stir up much trouble. Yet, on second thought, unless Obadiah commenced mass production of armor, a single ironmonger wouldn't warrant the effort. The following morning, Fang Yuan felt an unusual sensation in his sleep, abruptly opening his eyes. He found the beautiful maid, Hill, smiling sweetly while leaning beside his bed. Men are often fiery in the morning, and upon seeing her, Fang Yuan immediately entertained mischievous thoughts. He swiftly pulled Hill close, pinning her beneath him as she gasped in surprise, grinning wickedly. You've come early to fulfill your maid duties? Let me see how you compare to Jarvis. A flicker of unease crossed Hill's eyes, but as her fingertips brushed against the coolness of the metal ring, she quickly steadied her composure. This scenario was one she had anticipated. Ever since yesterday's incident, she had made ample preparations. With this forethought, she was confident that Fang Yuan would not gain the upper hand. Moreover, at that moment, Fang Yuan's lustful expression presented the perfect opportunity for her to extract information. Deliberately lowering her eyelashes, her cheeks flushed, she said, "Master, it's time to rise. I've warmed your milk and fried you an egg." Suddenly, she felt a hard object pressing against her waist. The breath of the figure above her had grown noticeably heavier. Fang Yuan leaned in closer, his nose brushing against her flushed cheek. Let Jarvis handle those tasks. You should showcase some of your special talents. Relishing the warm softness in his embrace, Fang Yuan closed his eyes in contentment, pondering where to begin with this willingly ensnared prey. Hill shifted nervously, her fingertips tracing the ring's intricate design. This habitual action seemed to imbue her with courage. Suddenly, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Fang Yuan's neck, her fingertips gliding down his back muscles, whispering softly, "Isn't my uniqueness something you are experiencing, my master?" As she spoke, she straightened her posture. "Could you tell me about the auroras of Krypton?" Her eyelashes fluttered with curiosity. Fang Yuan, lost in a trance, blurted out, "How would I know what Krypton looks like?" Hill's heart raced. Words spoken in such a state carry a high degree of credibility. Could it be that he truly was not a Kryptonian? In fact, since the incident at the Coast Guard base, the entire U.S. military system harbored a deep-seated desire to see Fang Yuan face severe consequences. The absence of a large-scale manhunt was not only due to Fang Yuan's perfect concealment at the time, but also the significant concern that he might indeed be that Superman from the comics. Considering the son of Krypton capable of single-handedly taking on an entire army, The fear of provoking him was palpable. Thus, until they fully understood Fang Yuan's true capabilities, all parties maintained an eerie silence. However, as the department primarily responsible for supernatural events, SHIELD, was under unprecedented pressure, which was precisely why Hill willingly ventured into the lion's den. Of course, a single statement was insufficient to draw conclusions. Hill, in a teasing tone, pressed on. Why did you cut the plane into pieces when you saved it that day? Does your strength still? Her fingertips traced circles on Fang Yuan's back. Like a curious cat, strength is everything, regardless of identity. Noticing Hill's lack of resistance, Fang Yuan rolled over, pinning her beneath him, mumbling indistinctly, "You have so many questions. But I don't mind telling you. I myself can't quite grasp where my limits lie, for this thing grows every minute and second." Hill was stirred by his sudden movement, instinctively pressing down on the back of his head, as if fearing he might escape. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. "Ah, so you enjoy this too? You truly are a competent mate." This remark jolted Hill back to reality, and she hastily withdrew her hands, cursing herself for being so easily flustered. Forcing herself to shift her focus, her mind was a whirlwind. Fang Yuan's words were contradictory, denying his Kryptonian identity while hinting at a continuous evolution of his abilities. What exactly should SHIELD do about this person? Even if the genuine Superman graced Blue Star, the upper echelons of the organization would not be so indecisive. After all, everyone knew that while he was extraordinarily powerful, he was as soft-hearted as cotton candy and would not commit any outrageous acts. Yet, Fang Yuan was entirely different. He crushed robbers into a pulp and decimated an entire base the moment the Air Force opened fire. This was clearly the behavior of a vengeful madman. Indeed, compared to a saint, a villain was far more intimidating. Moreover, Fang Yuan himself admitted, "I never claimed to be a good person." While Hill was entangled in thoughts about his true origins, Fang Yuan's fingers suddenly brushed against her nape. "Weren't you just asking me about the scenery of Krypton? I was launched to Blue Star by my parents right after I was born. It would be a miracle if I knew anything." This statement left Hill even more perplexed. It was typical for him to speak nonsensically, but perhaps there was a kernel of truth in this situation. Hill resolved to feign compliance and leaned in closer. Fang Yuan, of course, did not hold back. Just as he was about to make a move, a sharp pain shot through his neck as a cold needle pierced his vein, injecting a substance instantaneously. His body stiffened abruptly, appearing as if the drug was taking effect. In reality, normal anesthesia would not be so immediate. But Hill was too anxious to notice the details. After all, her role was that of a strategic commander, not a spy engaged in subterfuge. Hill smirked. "Still hoping to fleece me? Is there such a beautiful thing in this world?" She pushed against the immovable Fang Yuan, who, despite being completely stiff, felt as heavy as a mountain. What the devil? Hill angrily pounded his back, wondering how someone could be so rigid yet possess such strength. Just as she was about to struggle, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Fang Yuan unexpectedly winked at her. "Where do you think you're running off to?" 2 hours later, Hill rubbed her temples as she sat up, filled with regret. Although she was somewhat curious about superhumans, it was only their second meeting, and besides, this guy clearly had a legitimate girlfriend. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she bit down on Fang Yuan's shoulder. To her dismay, her teeth ached, while he lay there grinning as if enjoying a massage. Wasn't he just fully engrossed a moment ago? Fang Yuan, while speaking, suddenly seized her hand, removing the ring from her finger. He had noticed this new accessory the moment they met and had feigned ignorance to see what trick she was up to. Little did he expect this girl, emboldened by her gadget, would dare to flirt with him. When had Fang Yuan ever suffered a loss? While bantering and fending off inquiries, he decided to turn the tables and consume her whole. Hill's expression suddenly changed drastically, and without time to dress herself properly, she dashed toward the bathroom. Fang Yuan made no attempt to stop her, instead focusing on the ring, gently rotating it. With a click, a slender needle with a chilling gleam emerged. The needle's hollow tip connected to a concealed chamber, clearly an injection device. Fang Yuan tested it with his fingertip and, with a slight pressure, drew forth a bead of blood. "Edmund alloy." He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. With just this material, enough could be amassed to forge a divine weapon. Though the amount before him was insufficient to fill a gap between his teeth, he carefully stored it in his spatial compartment. The ring spun in his palm, the needle tip flashing with a blue, cold light. By the time he stowed the ring away, Hill emerged from the inner room. Whatever she had done, her complexion appeared somewhat calmer than before. At this moment, Hill felt her mission was accomplished and had long since shed her initial demeanor of submission. She wore a cold expression, her gaze distant as if observing a stranger, her voice steady and devoid of any emotion. I must take my leave. Bring me a new outfit, as the previous one is ruined and unwearable. Fang Yuan deliberately elongated his tone. What's the rush? The day hasn't even fully dawned. Regaining her composure, Hill immediately pieced together the earlier inconsistencies. She stated her deductions plainly, her tone neutral, uncertain if she was questioning him or merely speaking to herself. I clearly told you my name is Mir, yet you have continuously miscalled me. I initially thought it was merely an issue of an Asian accent, but now it seems you did it on purpose? You have known who I am all along. Fang Yuan feigned surprise. Aren't you here to apply as my maid because you admire me? Is there another identity? In truth, Hill was well prepared. Last night, Nick Fury had somehow procured some Edmund alloy and overnight forged the ring now adorning Fang Yuan's finger. That ring concealed a secret. Filled internally with a nerve toxin purified from cobra venom, mixed with special compounds. Just a milligram was sufficient to incapacitate a whale. For safety's sake, the ring was stuffed to the brim, theoretically enough to take down thousands of whales. Despite its small size, the exorbitant cost of Edmund alloy combined with the specially concocted toxin started at $1 million. Who would have thought it would have no effect on Fang Yuan? It seemed she would need to reassess this man. Fortunately, this setback was not entirely fruitless. At least it definitively confirmed Fang Yuan's identity. Was this not akin to feeding a tiger? A sense of absurdity washed over Hill. Fang Yuan refused to acknowledge the situation, and she felt no inclination to linger on the matter. After today, she would completely vanish from his sight, regardless of whether he was aware of it. Even the trivialities exchanged between them would become clear upon her return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Less chatter, bring me the clothes. They say a night spent together breeds 100 nights of affection, yet you turn your back faster than one can flip a page. Hill ignored his grumbling, her gaze piercing. Suddenly, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Fortunately, I came prepared. Take a look. With a flick of his wrist, an entire maid outfit appeared beside him. The outfit was a striking black and white, with a generously open collar and adorned with a white headpiece. The skirt was a short pleated design, barely covering her thighs. Most outrageously, it had a cute little tail attached at the back. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had the decency to include a pair of safety shorts. Hill's face turned ashen. You want me to wear this? What kind of maid outfit is this? In a rather fitting manner, Fang Yuan wore a smirk, clearly relishing the opportunity to vex her. And it was evident that he had no intention of providing her with an alternative outfit. The original uniform had long been reduced to tatters by this scoundrel, leaving her utterly exposed. Hill steeled herself. At this juncture, why bother with pretense? The pressing matter was to swiftly return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to analyze that object. She had not prepared any professional containers, and the sample would likely not endure for long. Return my ring, she declared as she donned her clothing. That is not yours. The ring might very well bear Fang Yuan's DNA. Having multiple samples would be prudent. How could you return a weapon? This is evidence of your assault against me, Fang Yuan retorted, shaking the ring defiantly. Hill, uninterested in idle chatter, fastened her dress and turned to leave, the frills of her maid outfit rustling with each step. Such indifference. Fang Yuan hummed a little tune as he began to dress. In the corridor, Iron Man was sipping coffee and nearly sputed upon seeing Hill in her maid attire. She had just burst through the door when a sleek car glided to a stop beside her. Agent Newton stared, wide-eyed, at his superior's attire. What on earth are you wearing? Driving, Hill replied, her voice as sharp as ice scraping glass. Newton, shrinking back, slammed on the gas, his mind racing with gossip. Could it be that the unattainable flower had sacrificed her appearance for the mission? He bitterly reflected on Fang Yuan's enviable life while comparing it to his own sun-soaked, overworked existence, nearly crushing the steering wheel in frustration. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on Hill, clad in maid attire, as she decisively strode through the corridor, her heels striking sparks against the tiled floor. Colleagues exchanged astonished glances, realizing that the usually stoic goddess had a wilder side. They had obtained a biological sample from Superman. Hill kicked open the director's office door, immediately organizing the analysis. She slammed the sealed bag onto the table, the blood-stained fabric slowly oxidizing. Fury, the bald overseer known for his swift dealings, grabbed the phone and barked. Agent Simmons, urgent task. Get to my office immediately. Hanging up, his sharp gaze bore into Hill. Brimming with suspicion, what on earth is happening here? Hill exhaled deeply, reporting, we've uncovered an important lead. Venom likely has no effect on Superman. In S.H.I.E.L.D., They were accustomed to using code names for those with extraordinary abilities, and Fang Yuan's code name was indeed Superman. Fury understood immediately what Hill had encountered. However, this iron-hearted man merely remarked, "Well done." Hill maintained a facade of calm, but internally she seethed, vowing that if she uncovered that scoundrel's true identity, he would not escape unscathed. Simmons arrived in haste. The blonde, blue-eyed young researcher, clad in a loose-fitting lab coat, had clearly rushed from the laboratory. Upon seeing Hill in maid attire and Fury's bald head, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Hill handed over the sample. "This is extremely valuable. Handle it in 2 parts. Freeze one portion and analyze the other immediately. Be swift." Simmons took the sample and hurried away. After completing her business, Hill could no longer endure the peculiar stares from her colleagues, retreating almost in flight to her private room, where she changed into the standard S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Simmons was immersed in her work. Chapter 44. This dreary place was devoid of interest. She understood the gravity of the situation and immediately set to work upon returning to the lab. First, she placed the sample in the refrigeration unit, then extracted a portion for testing. "Let us see what you truly are," she murmured to herself, her eyes glued to the screen. "Moisture is certain, but wait." Her voice suddenly escalated. "Blood? Lysozyme? Antibodies? And epithelial cells?" In an instant, she realized the nature of this peculiar substance. Recoiling in disgust and vowing to incinerate the protective gear after the experiment. The other components were mundane, merely common nutrients or metabolic waste found in blood. The only elements worthy of investigation were those few unique cells. However, upon separating and analyzing the cells, she discovered that all the genetic sequences were identical, originating from a single female, and the genetic profile exhibited no abnormalities. This revelation rendered Simmons utterly perplexed. Both commanders understood that this sample was anything but ordinary. How could it be mere commonality? Yet, no matter how she tested it, the results remained consistent. "Fitz, come quickly to examine this sample. Is there anything peculiar?" Fitz rushed in at her call. Simmons instructed, "Research it thoroughly, and notify me immediately if you find any anomalies. The director is awaiting my report." Hill, now clad in her uniform, was in Fury's office, waiting for the test results. After a lengthy investigation, the truth was on the verge of revelation. This outcome would directly influence S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance towards Fang Yuan, as well as the entire organization. Would they choose to confront or exercise restraint? Simmons entered briskly with the test report. Hill, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "What did you find? Any abnormalities?" Simmons wore a strange expression, unable to restrain herself from asking. "This wouldn't have been extracted from you, would it?" Hill nodded silently. Simmons replied with a smile, "Then congratulations, you're in good health. There are no issues with your body." Fury interjected, "So, were there any other components detected? Perhaps extraterrestrial genes, mutant genes, or other special substances?" Simmons looked bewildered. "Director, are you suggesting Hill is an alien? Surely you jest. The sample contained only the genes of a single female, presumably Hill's. She was undoubtedly an ordinary human." Hill and Fury exchanged glances. After a long pause, Hill whispered, "Impossible. I distinctly sensed something was there." Simmons added, "If there is anything unique, the only difference is that the sample's moisture content is unusually high. But that is not significant." "Moisture?" Observing the contemplative expressions on the two commanders, Simmons felt puzzled. Could the moisture itself be problematic? Nick Fury stated, "All right, Simmons. You may leave now. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone." Why keep a secret about Hill's bodily sample? What was there to conceal? Despite her myriad questions, Simmons nodded in agreement. Once Simmons departed, Fury remarked, "Hill, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will assign someone else to investigate. For now, we shall remain still and not reveal Superman's identity, lest those fools act rashly before understanding the situation." Hill gritted her teeth, refusing to accept the order. "I have invested so much. How can I simply abandon this? No matter what, I will uncover the truth. I will not rest until I have resolved this." Fury regarded Hill's resolute expression and nodded, "Very well. Then it shall be your responsibility." Unbeknownst to Fang Yuan, events were transpiring at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. However, he was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of his cellular or genetic information being exposed. Setting aside whether such material even existed within him, obtaining it would be nearly impossible. Ordinary cultivators, upon reaching the golden core stage, achieved a unity of essence, energy, and spirit, rendering them nearly invulnerable, let alone someone like Fang Yuan, who had always been a figure of retention rather than release. As Fang Yuan stepped out of his room, he noticed Tony staring at him with an odd expression. Fang Yuan, I never imagined you had such a penchant. Aren't you concerned about igniting a fire in your backyard? Fang Yuan replied calmly with a smile. Compared to you, I'm still quite far behind. Just then, Pepper and Gwen hurriedly approached. Upon seeing them, they immediately stated, things have been rather off at the company lately. It seems some individuals are conspiring to oust you from the board. Oust from the board? Only then did Fang Yuan recall the unfolding plot. According to the original progression, Tony should have been ousted by Obadiah in collusion with other board members long ago. Although this matter has been delayed for a while, it has now come to fruition, albeit noticed prematurely by Pepper. Mistaking Fang Yuan's inquiry as directed at her, she explained, the combined shares of the two of you do not constitute a majority. Furthermore, Tony's decision to shut down the weapons department has irked many. If they unite, it is indeed plausible that you could be expelled from the decision-making echelon. While Iron Man has always been a hands-off manager, it does not imply he is willing to be swept out of his own company. What did Obadiah say? He claimed he would do his utmost to prevent it, but could not guarantee success. Fang Yuan pondered. It appeared they had only sensed the turmoil within the company, yet remained oblivious to the fact that Obadiah was the true mastermind behind it. What intelligence has S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered regarding the Afghan terrorists? Jarvis, are there any upcoming banquets scheduled for the company? The AI butler promptly retrieved the itinerary. There is indeed a charity gala tonight, themed around aiding African children, and Mr. Obadiah has confirmed his attendance. Africa? Indeed, the company is expanding its market presence there. Tony's expression darkened instantly. Given the nature of Stark Industries' business, what else could the expansion into Africa signify? Yet he had clearly ordered the closure of the weapons department. Who would dare authorize trade ventures? Jarvis, adjust the schedule. I will be attending tonight's gala. The itinerary has been updated, sir. As night deepened, the Waldorf Astoria in Manhattan shone brightly. The luxurious hotel was ablaze with lights. As Stark Industries had booked the entire banquet hall, a red carpet stretched from the entrance to the elevators, with various dignitaries mingling about. Each time a prominent guest arrived, the flashing lights of cameras illuminated the scene. Reporters, armed with their gear, scoured for worthy subjects to report on. Two elongated luxury vehicles slowly glided into the hotel forecourt. As the door of the first vehicle opened, all the reporters surged forward like sharks sensing blood. Tony Stark, this tech mogul, ever the subject of discussion, had not appeared in public since revealing that world-shattering announcement. As the slower reporters pounded their chests in frustration, they suddenly realized that the passenger from the second vehicle was of even greater interest. Wasn't this the mysterious figure who had rescued Tony from the terrorists? The media had yet to uncover the full story of that perilous rescue. In an instant, half of the crowd surrounding Tony diverted toward the new target. Mr. Fang, I heard you used Stark Industries shares as compensation. Could you divulge how you single-handedly infiltrated the terrorist space? Were you during the rescue? Amid the cacophony of questions, a particularly jarring voice suddenly pierced through. Mr. Fang, you must be Superman. Fang Yuan, who had been walking arm in arm with Gwen, abruptly halted. The reporter seized the opportunity to push to the front. Really? You and Superman are both Asian and bear a striking resemblance. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. If I say yes, would you believe me? It seems that in your eyes, we Orientals all look alike. Laughter erupted around them, with someone teasing, Walker, you should get your eyes checked. In the banquet hall, Tony was conversing quietly with Obadiah in a corner. Fang Yuan, not wishing to intrude, easily navigated through the crowd with Gwen. Beneath the crystal chandelier, impeccably dressed guests gathered in small clusters. Some held champagne glasses while engaging in lively conversation. Others danced gracefully to the soothing melodies. The essence of this charity gala ultimately extended the realm of the social elite. In the refreshment area, Fang Yuan noticed a familiar reflection. The strikingly receding hairline belonged to Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. He grabbed 2 glasses and handed one to his companion. Long time no see, Coulson. Here to keep an eye on Obadiah? From the moment he laid eyes on Fang Yuan, Coulson felt as if he had bitten into a bitter herb. This fellow was capricious and spoke nonsense, yet possessed remarkable abilities, making it frustrating to deal with him. This intelligence was relayed to us by Hill. Coulson scrutinized Fang Yuan. You seem to have readily acknowledged it, suggesting you already knew Hill was one of our agents? Hill. Fang Yuan feigned surprise. You mean the girl who offered herself up as a maid? She is one of yours? Suddenly, he slammed his hand down in mock outrage. I treated her like family. And she turns out to be a spy? As he continued speaking, his eyes lit up, but on another note, she was quite effective as a spy. When do you plan to send her back? Observing Fang Yuan's demeanor, Coulson felt his temples throb. This guy lied as effortlessly as he breathed, without needing a script. If only the intelligence on the terrorists had been disclosed sooner, the situation could have been resolved without escalating further. Of course, it was a troublesome matter for SHIELD, but not for Fang Yuan, who was waiting for Ironmonger to make his appearance. If this facade were to be shattered early, wouldn't Ironmonger's plans be thwarted? At that moment, Iron Man stormed over, downing half a glass of wine in a single gulp. Things have become complicated. Obadiah is likely the mastermind behind it all. This old fox has been running the group for decades, with a plethora of followers. Now the entire company is opposing my decisions. Toppling him will be exceedingly difficult. Fang Yuan, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. What tempest could a dying man stir up? More nauseatingly, Tony tossed a stack of photographs. I discovered the group has been selling arms to Afghan terrorists. Look at these civilians. The images depicted bloodied weapons, all emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia. What do you intend to do about it? Just as Tony was about to respond, he caught sight of Coulson beside him, and the words died on his lips. Coulson immediately donned a professional smile. Mr. Stark, SHIELD, is worthy of your complete trust. By the way, we recently changed our name. The previous one was rather unwieldy. Iron Man was not swayed by this platitude. This godforsaken place is dull. Let us leave. This trip had been infuriating. Not only had no issues been resolved, but the unearthing of the truth only added to the headache. In the car on the way back, Gwen pressed Fang Yuan relentlessly. What was that about Hill earlier? And a maid? Her name alone sounds dubious. Fang Yuan, maintaining a straight face, concocted a tale. You know my identity is special. A few days ago, SHIELD sent a female spy to me. She even sneaked into my bedroom this morning. Thankfully, I remained unflustered. Gwen narrowed her eyes. You remained unflustered? Fang Yuan thumped his chest in assurance. If you don't believe me, ask Tony. He must have seen a girl in a maid outfit leaving my room this morning. I kicked her out. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Oh, I might just ask Tony. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Ask away. I have nothing to hide. The two fell into a silence as they returned home. Upon entering the house, Gwen made a beeline for Tony. Tony, did you see a woman in a maid outfit going in and out of Fang Yuan's room this morning? The previously droopy-eyed Iron Man perked up instantly. Oh boy, it seems we're about to catch someone in the act. This annual drama cannot be missed. Tony shot Fang Yuan a knowing glance, the meaning unmistakable. Quick, beg me, and I'll help cover for you. Fang Yuan was not swayed, standing behind Gwen and giving a thumbs up, slowly shifting his direction and gesturing downward emphatically. Tony fumed. Well, you dare to act so brazenly after I've caught you? If I don't make you pay today, I'll write Tony Stark backward. Iron Man immediately began gesticulating animatedly. Of course. That maid's outfit was so revealing it was hard to look at, with a little tail hanging out the back. I bet Fang Yuan is definitely sneaking around behind your back. Do you want me to lend you a 10,000-volt stun baton to teach him a lesson? Gwen maintained an air of calm. Are you certain that woman exited Fang Yuan's room and then departed? Tony looked utterly bewildered. Yes. Why aren't you angry? Don't be afraid. I've got your back. The more he insisted, the less Gwen believed him. She was all too aware of how Fang Yuan typically manipulated Tony. If Tony were to defend Fang Yuan, that would truly be a twist of fate. The situation aligned precisely with what Fang Yuan had described, bringing Gwen some relief. Meanwhile, Tony was growing increasingly agitated. Hey, your boyfriend is cheating. Aren't you going to get mad? Why should I be angry? Iron Man felt an urge to smash his head against the wall. How had this kid managed to evade accountability once again? In the underground laboratory, Tony stared blankly at the red and gold armor before him, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, Fang Yuan descended. What are you pondering? Thinking about the situation in Afghanistan? Tony replied. Do you think I should go deal with those terrorists? This incarnation of Iron Man had faced different experiences and had never encountered Dr. Ethan. Leading to his hesitation, Fang Yuan refrained from offering a direct answer and instead inquired. Do you recall what happened after I shot down 3 enemy aircraft and saved the passengers of that airliner? This incident had been deliberately suppressed by the U.S. military, and even Tony was unaware of the details. What did you do? Fang Yuan grinned widely. I dragged their reconnaissance drone straight to the U.S. military base and smashed it down like a missile. I also blew up half their airport, turning dozens of helicopters and patrol aircraft into scrap metal. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. And you're still standing here, unscathed? Not being chased by a swarm of enemy tanks? Perhaps because I'm not exactly a saint? Fang Yuan shrugged. So if you seek my advice, it can be summed up in one word. Kill. Slaughter them until the ground is littered with their corpses. Iron Man laughed in exasperation. Get lost. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Despite his words, Tony felt a ripple of unease in his heart. Chapter 45, plunged into utter despair. What was the purpose of his creating the iron armor? It couldn't simply be a decorative relic gathering rust. With the clattering of machinery, the armor components gradually assembled. The complete Iron Man made his grand debut. Jarvis, let's go. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, are we preparing for a bloodbath? The intensity in Tony's eyes was sharp beneath the helmet. Those scoundrels are unworthy of breathing. Fang Yuan licked his lips. How fortuitous. I'm feeling a bit restless myself. The two exchanged a knowing smile and soared into the sky. Fang Yuan contemplated privately. Once this operation concluded, if Tony were to reveal his identity, he would likely find it impossible to remain hidden. But it mattered little. His strength would elevate to a new level. Even if the beautiful woman wished to move against him, she would first have to weigh the cost. In Afghanistan, in the town of Geekan, the tranquility was shattered by the roar of artillery. Unarmed villagers scattered in all directions, some trembling in their homes. Yet, the terrorists systematically searched house after house, herding women and children into a group for transport while forcing the men to line up facing the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pierced flesh and bone, and the men fell like harvested wheat. The women would be sold, and the children brainwashed into becoming new machines. Only the adult males, driven by deep-rooted hatred, could not be tamed and had to be dealt with on the spot. Amid the cries, some of the thugs grew impatient and began tearing the clothing off the women in the streets. Gunfire erupted throughout the village. The bloodthirsty armed men stormed into homes, indiscriminately pulling the trigger on the elderly and children alike. As they retreated, they left destruction in their wake, obliterating entire buildings. In an open area at the village entrance, several bearded armed leaders were training new recruits. These youthful boys, mostly around 16 or 17, either volunteered out of a desire for vengeance after losing family members to the conflict or were forcibly conscripted, much like today. A group of pale-faced villagers huddled together in the center of the clearing, trembling incessantly as if foreseeing the impending doom. The leading instructor bellowed, "Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." He raised his submachine gun, and with a deafening bang, the head of the foremost villager exploded in a shower of blood and flesh. "Everyone take a gun," the instructor roared. "It's time for you cowards to taste blood. Who wants to try first?" A few boys displayed expressions of excitement, but more recoiled in fear. The instructor roughly yanked a frail boy forward, thrusting a rifle into his hands. "Grip your new friend tightly. In this land, the barrel of a gun is your lifeline. Without a gun, you'll end up like these wretched souls, waiting for death." Seeing the boy's hands tremble in terror, the instructor's demeanor shifted abruptly. "If you don't want it, give it back. Do you wish to be a pitiful wretch begging for mercy?" He feigned an attempt to reclaim the weapon. The boy glanced at the quivering villagers on the ground and suddenly let out a primal howl, wildly pulling the trigger at the crowd. Even after the magazine emptied, he mechanically continued to fire. The instructor grinned widely. He knew this boy had crossed a threshold. With blood on his hands, there would be no cleansing it. Here, there were only two paths: either become a lamb for slaughter or transform into a butcher wielding a knife. "Good lad." The instructor clapped the boy on the shoulder. "This gun is yours now. Go relish your feast." The once pale boy's eyes now gleamed with fervor as he charged toward the blazing houses. In this land shrouded in smoke and fire, similar scenes unfolded daily. Some took up arms to survive, while others became obsessed with the power to decide life and death. Though their paths diverged, they ultimately became the minions of darkness. Those who embarked on this irreversible journey could no longer turn back. Regardless of their initial intentions, they had long since lost relevance. Their hands were already soaked in blood. Just as the incessant chattering of the terrorist instructor faded, a blinding red light erupted suddenly. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, his body was instantaneously obliterated, leaving only a bottomless charred crater. Fang Yuan's figure emerged at the edge of the pit. A mere pawn dares to be so arrogant? Witnessing their comrade vanish without a trace, the terrorists encircling the boy and hostages became agitated. Over a dozen gun barrels were aimed squarely at this uninvited guest. "What era are we in?" Fang Yuan smirked mockingly. "Still relying on such antiquated toys?" This band of desperate men, largely illiterate, could not comprehend the sarcasm. Seeing that the besieged not only displayed no fear, but even smiled, their rage ignited, and they wasted no time pulling the trigger. A hail of bullets rained down. Fang Yuan remained motionless, his fingertips gathering radiant energy that suddenly dissipated. Contemplating, he altered his course of action. Direct killing seemed too wasteful. The Three Mysteries' true fire was a superior choice. Those consumed by this flame would have their life essence returned to him. Just as he prepared to act, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A fresh wave of gunfire erupted from the side as another group of armed assailants joined the fray. Fang Yuan remained unharmed, but those kneeling captives bore the brunt of the attack. The majority perished on the spot, and the few remaining writhed in agony amidst the pools of blood. Since you choose to side with the demons, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted, his voice chillingly cold. Then let us journey together to the netherworld. Blazing white fire surged forth, spreading like a tidal wave. Where it passed, everything appeared unchanged. Even the wild grass swayed gently in the breeze. Only the relentless gunfire abruptly ceased. As the gentle wind blew, all armed individuals and their weapons were reduced to ash, dyeing the area a deep black. Only 4 or 5 of the boys who had not participated in the shooting survived, now huddling together in terrified silence. As Fang Yuan turned to leave, he suddenly heard a trembling voice shout, "What should we do?" The retreating figure did not pause, but his voice resonated clearly. "Those who wish to follow them, feel free. Those unwilling, return to your homes." "Are you a god?" This time, no one answered. The questioning youth gazed at the ashes strewn across the ground, murmuring to himself, "Yet we have long been rendered homeless." In the distance, the town echoed with the relentless roar of cannon fire. What Fang Yuan had eliminated was merely a few ripples in the torrential wave of terror. Along the way, relentless fanatics, oblivious to their fate, charged at him armed to the teeth, and he never hesitated to bestow upon them an eternal silence. Those wretches would ultimately be reduced to mere cinders. In the center of the town, a clearing contained 100 or so women and children, huddled together, weeping inconsolably. On the periphery knelt their husbands and fathers, all with pallid faces. Had it not been for Fang Yuan and Iron Man's arrival, these souls would have long been cast aside to feed wild dogs. Fang Yuan, slicing through the throng with the ease of cutting melons, swiftly approached the square. The weaponry here was far from limited to rifles. Missiles of every kind were at hand. Although Fang Yuan could not name most models, he was all too familiar with the glimmering Jericho missiles. In the past, terrorists had sought to acquire such armaments. And though the kidnappers had been obliterated by Fang Yuan, the missiles had fallen into the hands of other terrorists. It was ludicrous that cutting-edge weaponry, not even in the arsenal of the American military, had been seized by these brigands, akin to a grim joke. Suddenly, someone pointed at Fang Yuan and screamed. And the next moment, chaos erupted like a torrential downpour. In a flash of inspiration, Fang Yuan opened a portal of space before him. The incoming projectiles were devoured as if by an unseen behemoth. Not even a splash of water stirred. This surreal spectacle sent a shiver down the spines of over 100 terrorists, their legs trembling, while the besieged women and children fervently chanted the name of Amitabha. Seeing their efforts in vain, some seized heavy machine guns and unleashed a frenzied barrage, while others launched anti-tank missiles. Yet, these weapons, laden with the terrorists' hopes, vanished into silence. Fang Yuan suddenly halted, and the assailants, believing their attack had borne fruit, soon realized he was merely swatting flies. Were such bothersome insects still present amidst their desperate resistance? To their enemies, these attacks were no more significant than a mere fly. A red-eyed fanatic charged towards the missile launcher at the center of the square, prompting his comrades to grasp him in fear. "Are you seeking death? We're all doomed if it launches so close." As they struggled, a jubilant cheer erupted from afar. At the end of the road, a rusty T-62 tank burst forth, its tracks grinding over gravel with a piercing metallic screech. In this chaotic realm, the appearance of such an ancient relic was nothing short of miraculous, and the terrorists regarded it as a talisman of equal importance to the Jericho missiles. Yura, armed militants, their heads wrapped in scarves, wildly waved their AK-47s. Could flesh and blood possibly withstand a steel behemoth? It was sheer folly. The tank's turret emitted a mechanical whir, its stout barrel steadily locking onto Fang Yuan. With a thunderous boom, a 3-meter-long flame erupted from the muzzle, and the scalding shell crashed into the sandy earth. A 115mm projectile tearing through the air. Fang Yuan's right arm tensed, and in an astonishing display, he firmly grasped the incoming shell with his outstretched fingers. The projectile spun violently within his palm, carving 2 half-meter deep furrows into the scorched earth. Only then did the deafening sound of the cannon fire reach his ears. TSK. The shell alone weighs as much as 2 bags of flour. Fang Yuan mused, weighing the searing projectile, compared to the mere stings of a 20mm autocannon. This was indeed substantial. The gunner, witnessing this spectacle through the periscope, felt his throat constrict. The round he had just loaded was an armor-piercing shell capable of penetrating half a meter of steel, yet it was now caught as if it were a baseball. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. As Fang Yuan began to stride forward, The loader trembled while inserting the second shell. The entire tank shuddered violently during the second shot. But this time the projectile flew with a peculiar outcome. Fang Yuan frowned, gripping the incoming shell, feeling an unusual weight. Before he could ponder further, the metal in his palm suddenly erupted into a myriad of fiery meteors, thousands of steel pellets riddling the surrounding earthen walls, causing the entire ruin to sway precariously amidst the hail of bullets. Ha ha ha. Laughter, distorted and manic, echoed from within the tank. Fool. Who told you we only fire solid rounds? The twisted Russian accent mingled with a thick dialect, and the sound of a third shell being chambered reverberated ominously. A chilling crack of bone echoed through the smoke. You seek death. Although the shrapnel that scattered around him failed to pierce his skin, the humiliation of being mocked ignited a murderous intent in Fang Yuan's eyes. As that unscathed figure stepped forth from the smoke, the tank crew finally broke down. Good heavens! Keep firing. The gunner, in a frenzy, kicked the firing pedal, unleashing a barrage of armor-piercing and explosive shells, yet death loomed ever closer. The shells screamed forth, exceeding a speed of 3,600 kilometers per hour, but to Fang Yuan, it was as if time had slowed. He strolled leisurely, hands in his pockets, as if meandering down a street. As a shell approached, he casually swatted it away as one would a fly. The shells could not harm him. Yet the buildings along the street suffered grievously. Unperturbed, Fang Yuan ambled along, taking 3 to 4 minutes to cover a few hundred meters until he arrived at the tank. To the 4 soldiers inside, it felt as though in the blink of an eye, the enemy had appeared right beneath their noses. Fang Yuan seized the cannon barrel, exerting a slight force. Creak! The stout barrel was twisted into a spiral. The commander shouted at the top of his lungs, quickly. Yet, no one paid him heed. The tank did possess a 127mm anti-aircraft machine gun, but that required someone to climb out and operate it. The loader had long cowered in a corner, trembling like a leaf, too frightened to show his face. Did they believe that hiding within this iron tortoise would save them? Of course, no one dared to utter a word. Fang Yuan raised his fist, and with a resounding thud, he struck the front of the tank, causing the 4 men inside to spout blood from their ears and noses, reeling in disarray. The entire tank was knocked back several meters. On the 200mm thick frontal armor, a fist-sized dent appeared, over 10 centimeters deep. Fang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Oh, this iron tortoise is quite sturdy. Was that not self-evident? The front of the tank was, naturally, the thickest part. Seeing that his punch had not penetrated, he lost interest in lingering. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. A laser-like gleam emanating from his palm, and with a deft circle, the entire turret and frontal armor were sliced off as if they were mere tofu. Grasping the twisted barrel, he yanked it, sending the turret flying and revealing several trembling figures within. Not Afghans. No wonder they spoke English. One man's expression shifted from delight to horror as he realized. Boom. The flames of true fire engulfed the tank, instantaneously transforming it into an inferno. The shells that had been loaded detonated, sending the entire tank soaring into the sky. As for those inside, nothing but ashes remained, whether they were Afghans or foreigners. To Fang Yuan, it made no difference. They were all merely ants crushed underfoot. After dispatching the unexpectedly appearing tank, his gaze returned to the terrorists in the square. These desperate souls had now plunged into utter despair. Before them stood a monster impervious to even tank shells, and they were utterly at a loss. Before the Jericho missile launcher, someone finally began to operate it. This time, no one stepped forward to intervene. With death and inevitability, they might as well take the entire town down with them. Just as Fang Yuan turned around, he saw the tail of the Jericho missile in the center of the square erupting with brilliant flames, hurtling toward him. He had initially wished to witness the famed missile in action, but the proximity was too great. Those women and children on the square would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a force. A silent rift, 100 meters in diameter, unfurled before him. The speeding missile plunged headlong into the chasm, vanishing without a trace. As Fang Yuan had taken but a few steps, he suddenly halted, involuntarily releasing a hearty belch, from which a wisp of azure smoke wafted forth. Indeed, this missile possessed considerable prowess. The shockwave it generated within his internal space left him feeling somewhat overstuffed. Nevertheless, it was merely that. Were it not for the missile's confinement in a sealed space, where all its force was absorbed by him alone, had it been unleashed outdoors, it would have merely disheveled his hairstyle. The terrorists across from him watched in despair as their last flicker of hope was devoured in a single gulp by Fang Yuan, leaving them with the luxury of mutual destruction as nothing more than a distant dream. They finally succumbed to utter madness, turning to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon the crowd behind them. This was rather amusing. Chapter 46 found laughter suddenly lodged in his throat. Fang Yuan shook his head in boredom. Why the haste to court death? Before his words could fully escape his lips, dozens of slender laser beams shot forth simultaneously, precisely piercing the heads of each armed terrorist. In an instant, several headless bodies convulsed and collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. The gushing blood mingled with the earth, forming a patch of dark crimson mud, and thereafter all was still. Will you end it yourselves, or shall I take the initiative? Before the remaining individuals could process the situation, Fang Yuan answered his own query. Let me handle it. It would save time. As he spoke, a searing wave of heat swept through, reducing everything on the ground, including the surviving terrorists, to ashes. Compared to the clean efficiency of the lasers, the three true flames were indeed somewhat sluggish. This was precisely why he had opted for the rapid resolution with lasers when the terrorists sought to harm the hostages moments earlier. Casting one last glance at the crowd kneeling in submission, Fang Yuan ascended into the air. In the distance, the somewhat disheveled figure of Iron Man was approaching. Upon their arrival in Afghanistan, they had discovered that two towns were simultaneously under siege, prompting them to split their efforts. At present, Iron Man was faring reasonably well, suffering no significant injuries, though his armor bore several gaping holes, and the once resplendent gold and crimson exterior was now marred by soot and grime from the bombardment. What happened to you? Iron Man seethed through gritted teeth. Don't even mention it. I stumbled upon a tank in that wretched town, and before I knew it, I was blasted down. But that fellow didn't fare any better. I sent him flying with a direct explosion. No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed the scene below, the twisted remnants of a cannon and the scattered debris of a tank, evidently indicating that Fang Yuan had also encountered armored opposition. However, given Fang Yuan's relaxed demeanor, he hardly resembled someone who had just endured a fierce battle. Iron Man promptly fell silent. In Fang Yuan's presence, he had little to boast about. This mission was primarily aimed at destroying the weaponry of his own company, with rescuing individuals merely a secondary concern. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, had come solely to stretch his limbs. Saving lives was but a matter of convenience. Afghanistan had lost 100 or so terrorists today, but in the grand scheme of things, this was but a drop in the bucket. The number of individuals truly saved remained minuscule. They had no interest in, nor intention of, getting entangled in the local power struggles. Once they achieved their respective goals, the two departed the scene together. Simultaneously, alarms blared at the Edward Air Force Base. Long range. 2 unidentified flying objects detected. Contact the Department of Defense. They should be aware and pull up satellite imagery. It's definitely not ours. Nor is it the CIA's. The Navy and Army don't possess such craft either. The target is too small for radar detection. Only satellites can capture its image. Suddenly, someone interjected, could it be Superman? The entire base fell into an immediate hush. The Air Force harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Fang Yuan, wishing nothing more than to obliterate him with a single strike. Yet, when faced with the prospect of confronting Fang Yuan directly, uncertainty crept in. After all, the F-22 Raptors would appear as mere toys in Superman's presence. How many jets would suffice against his heat vision? The command center ordered, regardless of whether it is Superman or not, dispatch a fighter jet for reconnaissance. But do not engage unless instructed. Shortly thereafter, Colonel Rhodes arrived at the command center, fixated on the images of the two flying figures. His first thought was of Tony. At that moment, Tony, soaring through the skies, received a call from Colonel Rhodes. Fang Yuan, eavesdropping on their conversation, quickly realized what was afoot. Their identities had been compromised. Although he had anticipated the possibility of exposure, he had hoped it would come later rather than sooner. Fang Yuan advised Iron Man, "You'd best be forthright with Colonel Rhodes. Concealing the truth from him serves no purpose. I shall take my leave." Iron Man, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean by that?" Silence enveloped the surroundings, with no one replying. At that moment, a voice on the other end inquired, "Tony, who were you just speaking with?" Iron Man, attempting to brush it off, replied, "Oh, I was just jogging in the canyon and came across an elderly gentleman who had taken a tumble." Simultaneously, the command center erupted into chaos. Report. Radar shows an unidentified flying object has suddenly vanished. Only one target remains in the sky. The situation was clear. If Colonel Rhodes failed to grasp the implications, he might as well bang his head against a wall. "All right, Tony," Rhodes said coldly. "I suggest you make yourself scarce quickly. In 3 minutes. That canyon will be reduced to a hornet's nest." "What do you mean?" Before Iron Man could finish, he understood. 2 fighter jets were hurtling towards him, their wings slicing through the clouds. Fortunately, the adversaries refrained from opening fire. Iron Man abruptly accelerated his engines, striving to evade pursuit. As Iron Man engaged in aerial maneuvers, Fang Yuan had already employed spatial jumps to establish a safe distance. During his swift transit, his communicator vibrated unexpectedly. Upon answering, Tony's furious voice boomed in his ear. "Fang Yuan, what are you doing? You could have at least given me a heads up before making your escape. I nearly became fireworks thanks to a missile." Fang Yuan replied with nonchalance. "I warned you earlier not to lie to Rhodes. Have you come clean yet?" Iron Man fell silent. He fully understood that should Rhodes uncover the identity of the flying figure, he would undoubtedly maneuver accordingly. Moreover, the two fighter jets were merely tailing him, not engaging in combat. Behind the scenes, Rhodes was likely orchestrating matters. However, in the heat of the moment, Iron Man had instinctively lied, not pausing to consider the consequences. Reflecting on Fang Yuan's lack of camaraderie and fleeing alone, Tony was infuriated. "Enough of your nonsense. Is it exhilarating to be chased by fighter jets? Your heart must be racing at 180 beats per minute. Surely, this is more thrilling than jumping off a cliff, right?" "Nonsense," Tony retorted. "A dead man's heart does not race." Having split their efforts, Fang Yuan disconnected the call and made a beeline for Niuyu. Spatial movement was 100 times swifter than flying and far more challenging to trace. As he soared through the clouds, an unfamiliar ringtone echoed once again. Glancing at the screen, he frowned. This time, the caller ID was completely absent. Casually, he hung up. His status had changed considerably, with a barrage of nuisance calls daily. He could hardly entertain each one without exhausting himself. Just as he set down the phone, it rang again. Upon checking the screen, it was Gwen reaching out. "Mr. Fong, a grave situation has arisen." On the other end, Coulson's anxious voice pierced through. "Obadiah is here with Miss Potts and Gwen. The situation is perilous." Background noise of metal clashing and boisterous taunts filled the line. "Where are the little mice hiding? No one is escaping today. Obadiah? Ironmonger?" Fang Yuan pondered, slightly perplexed. He had indeed contemplated handing over the arc reactor to Obadiah, but had yet to act on it. How had this individual succeeded? However, now was not the time for such musings. "Let Gwen take the call," Fang Yuan instructed succinctly. After seizing the phone, Fang Yuan stated directly, "I will be there immediately. Activate your armor in case of danger, and safeguard yourself and Miss Potts. As for that agent, do as you please." "Rest assured," Gwen replied with a light tone. "Obadiah won't harm anyone today." Though located over 1,000 kilometers away, such a distance posed no challenge for Fang Yuan. Should he utilize teleportation, he could arrive within minutes. In the subterranean level 16 of Stark Tower, a colossal suit of iron armor stealthily searched for the whereabouts of the three individuals. In a corner, Coulson anxiously positioned himself in front of the two ladies. "When will Fang Yuan arrive?" he inquired, although Gwen remained composed and assured him that he would come shortly. She did not specify an exact time. "You really don't need to be so tense. I alone am more than enough to deal with this guy." Coulson dismissed her bravado as mere jest. Did she naively believe that having a superhero boyfriend would transform her into a superwoman? Shield was far from oblivious like Fang Yuan. They had thoroughly investigated Gwen's background. The results were crystal clear. She was merely an ordinary girl from Blue Star, with a pristine history devoid of any anomalies. If they were the cause of Gwen and Pepper getting hurt, wouldn't Superman and Tony Stark tear SHIELD apart? Gwen felt equally helpless. She couldn't just leap out and confront Ironmonger to prove she was not an ordinary person, could she? Thus, the three held their breath, watching helplessly as the steel behemoth searched around. Gradually, Obadiah lost his patience. "These little mice are exceptionally good at hiding. If that is the case, let us bury them underground." With a furious roar, a fist the size of a bowl came crashing down, instantly shattering the concrete pillar of the basement. As he wreaked havoc, Coulson grew increasingly anxious. At this rate, the entire basement would collapse, leaving only Obadiah in his iron suit alive. He lowered his voice. "I'll distract him. You two hurry and escape." Before Gwen and Pepper could respond, he decisively pressed the button at his collar. "Engage." No sooner had he spoken than 4 or 5 agents surged from the shadowy corner, their guns roaring to life. The bullets ricocheted off Ironmonger, producing only a few sparks, utterly ineffective. Obadiah roared in rage, annoying pests. He turned his attention towards the agents, charging at them with a thunderous momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Coulson rolled out of sight and hid behind a cabinet. Simultaneously, a round object rolled past. Ironmonger stomped down, reducing it to scrap. However, the sound was dull and powerless. Aside from a flash of fire at his feet, it caused no real damage. Ironmonger sneered, "Got you." His massive form charged forward, crushing railings, pipes, and walls in his wake under his brute strength. Coulson raised his gun to aim, but he was hardly a concern for his opponent. The enormous iron hand came crashing down like a mountain, just as Coulson was about to be flattened into a pulp. Gwen made her move. The shimmering armor suddenly manifested, standing protectively before Coulson, single-handedly blocking Ironmonger's colossal arm. The concrete beneath them could not withstand the tremendous force, instantly cracking and collapsing. The disparity in size was stark, yet their strengths were inversely proportional. Ironmonger pressed down with all his might, yet he could not budge the titanium armor in the slightest. Gwen lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending the massive Ironmonger flying as if struck by the main cannon of a battleship, crashing through the ceiling and plummeting onto the street below. Coulson stared in shock at the Valkyrie before him. What on earth just happened? Where did Gwen and Pepper go? Without needing to say, it was Gwen who had just saved Coulson from a fatal blow. After ensuring Pepper's safety, she had immediately returned to save Coulson's life. Just as she intended to pursue the Ironmonger, she sensed Fang Yuan's arrival. On the road, as traffic flowed, a steel behemoth erupted from the ground, causing surrounding vehicles to slam on their brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with Ironmonger. Unfazed, Ironmonger continued his rampage, only to be kicked away, inciting his furious wrath. Swinging his arm, the iron limb crushed a nearby car, sending it flying like a toy. At that moment, Fang Yuan, clad in his superhero attire, appeared out of thin air, effortlessly catching the flying vehicle with one hand. He casually set the mangled car down and spoke nonchalantly. Obadiah? Unlike Fang Yuan's calm demeanor, Obadiah was filled with shock and confusion. A superhero? No, you are Fang Yuan. Though he had never seen Superman in person, that iconic outfit was recognizable to anyone. What astonished him most was that Superman was none other than Fang Yuan. This revelation shattered his understanding. But soon, feeling the immense power of Ironmonger, his confidence swelled once more. What does it matter if you're Superman? You will still die before me. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Who gave you the audacity? Just this heap of scrap metal? Ironmonger ceased his banter, charging forward with a mighty fist crashing down. The ground trembled beneath the weight of his thundering steps, as if a human tank were rolling through. Fang Yuan, unperturbed in midair, extended a finger, lightly pressing against Ironmonger's fist. This seemingly delicate touch was anything but weak, forcing Ironmonger's armor to buckle under the pressure. In the instant of their collision, Ironmonger halted, while Fang Yuan was pushed back slightly. Oh, you may be a hefty iron hunk, but you possess quite the strength, even surpassing Tony's armor? Although Fang Yuan had only retreated a bit, it was sufficient to demonstrate Ironmonger's immense brute force. In terms of technique, he might not match Mark III, but in sheer power, Ironmonger was indeed superior. Fang Yuan appeared somewhat surprised, while Obadiah was even more stunned. Was it possible that one finger could withstand his full-force strike? The two remained locked in a stalemate until suddenly, the cannon on Ironmonger's right arm began to spin. Rat-tat-tat. The cannon's mouth erupted with flames, unleashing a torrential barrage that nearly grazed Fang Yuan's face. Obadiah laughed heartily. Do you think my iron suit is just a clunky shell? Would I be foolish enough to engage you in a battle of brute strength? At that moment, a mocking voice interjected. To be honest, that heap of scrap looks no different from worthless metal to me. Amid the deafening sound of the cannon, those words pierced through Obadiah's ears. His laughter suddenly caught in his throat. Fang Yuan stood unfazed amidst the hail of bullets, not even blinking. The 20mm caliber projectiles, which could be deemed cannonballs, struck Fang Yuan's eyes without leaving a mark. Suddenly, Fang Yuan made his move, crushing the roaring cannon into a crumpled mass of scrap metal. Obadiah barely had time to shut down the weapon system before the explosive rounds detonated, reducing the cannon barrel to a blossoming flower of destruction. No one could fathom Obadiah's feelings at that moment, but Fang Yuan was already lamenting. Oh no, I accidentally damaged my own armor. To him, this Ironmonger had long since become his personal possession. The fear that had just surfaced in Obadiah evaporated in an instant, replaced by rage as he bellowed, "Release." The rocket thrusters in his legs suddenly erupted with flames, and the massive iron leg delivered a powerful kick to Fang Yuan's chin. Fang Yuan was sent flying, crashing into a nearby car, splitting it in two. Before Obadiah could catch his breath, he heard Fang Yuan's contented voice emerge from the dust. That felt great. It's been a while since I've experienced something so exhilarating. I almost miss it. Ironmonger fumed. Great. I'll make you feel even better. The shoulder armor opened, and anti-tank missiles howled forth. Fang Yuan casually caught a missile, holding it in his palm, merely shaking off the tingling sensation in his hand. Suddenly, the ground gave way, and Fang Yuan plunged into the underground space. Chapter 47 flashed with an excited glow. Coulson, Fang Yuan. After a brief exchange of greetings, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to an object. Is there really a tank down here? That's just a scale model. It's not functional, Coulson replied. But a model is still made of steel. Fang Yuan exclaimed enthusiastically, striding toward the tank before Coulson could stop him. On the ground, after a prolonged silence, Obadiah finally sighed in relief. What's superhuman? He asked. Nothing I can't handle. Before Fang Yuan's voice had faded, the ground ahead erupted with a thunderous explosion as he emerged, dragging a tank with deliberate ease. Obadiah's heart sank momentarily. He had exhausted his supply of anti-tank missiles. And what could mere conventional weapons achieve against such armored behemoths? Yet, upon closer inspection, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Had the old fool lost his wits? Was he attempting to intimidate with a mere toy model? You'd best pay attention to this tin can, Fang Yuan bellowed, gripping the cannon like a hammer. The massive steel construct crashing down with a howling wind. His diminutive form stood in stark contrast to the colossal machine, reminiscent of an ant wielding a telephone pole. With a resounding clang, Obadiah hastily cranked the Arc-S reactor to its maximum output. The moment the mechanical arms crossed in defense, the cannon twisted grotesquely. The terrifying shockwave drove him like a nail into the concrete, rendering his knees utterly obliterated. Yet, Fang Yuan grew increasingly invigorated, wielding the tank as if it were a pile driver, not relenting until the entire turret was sent hurtling through the opposing building. At that juncture, only the head and mechanical arms of the Iron Overlord remained visible, while Obadiah, shaken to his core, was overwhelmed by the acrid stench of vomit emanating from his helmet. Behind the gaping hole in the building, Agent Coulson trembled as he raised his binoculars. The last time they calculated Fang Yuan could lift a 50-ton passenger aircraft. They had annotated human limits in red ink in their report. Now, this individual was swinging a main battle tank like a ball and chain, bending the cannon without even breaking a sweat. Was this truly a mere 50 tons? Those incompetent analysts. Coulson nearly crushed his binoculars in frustration. Even stuffing the entire department into a shredder would yield a more credible report. Surely, one could not claim this individual experienced a tenfold increase in strength within 2 weeks. The thought sent a chill down his spine, compelling him to shake his head and refocus on the figure that had turned the asphalt into a nail board. On the ground, Fang Yuan ambled leisurely to the prone Iron Overlord, prodding its metallic head with his shoe. Hey, tin can, stop playing dead. Before he could finish, the seemingly lifeless Iron Overlord suddenly sprang to life, its mechanical arms swinging in a circular motion before converging towards Fang Yuan's temple, delivering a resounding double thud. The iron fist landed squarely on Fang Yuan's forehead. This time, the Iron Overlord had learned its lesson. Having successfully ambushed, it dared not linger, activating its foot-mounted rocket boosters with a roar and ascending like a shooting star. This superhuman was a force to be reckoned with. Surely, he could at least escape. However, Fang Yuan, caught up in the thrill of the chase, would not allow him to flee. He effortlessly closed the distance. Hey, bald head in that iron shell. You can run if you want, but leave that iron turtle behind. It's fixed asset of the Stark Group. Just mentioning the Stark Group sent Obadiah into a fury. Your Stark Group? When did the empire I painstakingly built change its name? Fang Yuan casually cleaned his ears. Well, I own a 10% stake. What about you? Oh right, that's 3 decimal points. With that, I'll take a little loss. You can take those 2 little pipes off your arms. Does that move you? Should I bow to your ancestors? Obadiah's blood boiled, his temples throbbing. Was this called a loss? This little brat was courting death. In midair, he twisted his waist, delivering a massive iron fist towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan welcomed the blow. Yes, that's the spirit. Come on, metal monster. Obadiah understood all too well. If he did not subdue this pest today, he would not escape unscathed. Thus, he fell silent, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The 2 shadows in the sky, one large and one small, clashed violently. To the untrained eye, it appeared the larger figure dominated the smaller one. Yet within the Iron Overlord, Obadiah was on the verge of tears. His own powerful punches felt like mere tickles to Fang Yuan, who seemed to relish the encounter. While a casual slap from Fang Yuan left a handprint-shaped dent in his armor. Despite the arc reactor operating at full power, he was being tossed around like a rag doll. Their brawl raged from the entrance of the Stark Tower into an unknown corner of the world. Can you even fight? Your punches are softer than a girl-ass. Need a recharge? Obadiah was driven to distraction, suddenly reversing his propulsion. His fiery rocket foot aimed directly at Fang Yuan's face. The scorching exhaust seared his skin, yet Fang Yuan remained unfazed, raising a hand to shield his eyes as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. With a thunderous crash, the Iron Overlord was finally propelled far away. As Obadiah charged forward, He abruptly turned, his left mechanical arm unfolding to reveal 6 micro-missiles locking onto Fang Yuan's position, hurtling through the air. This was his final trump card, a desperate grasp at salvation. At such close range, the missiles would reach him in an instant. Recently, Fang Yuan had encountered so many missiles that they felt as commonplace as promotional giveaways on the streets. Faced with the incoming projectiles, he barely lifted an eyelid. These trivial devices, could they possibly be more terrifying than Jericho missiles? Just by their size, it was evident they were not even in the same league. As the missiles, bearing Obadiah's last hopes, closed in, Fang Yuan casually waved his hand, and the air cleared as if those missiles had never existed. How was this even possible? Obadiah's eyes widened in disbelief. While the steel body was comprehensible, making objects vanish at will, that transcended the realm of superpowers. He would never receive an answer. Fang Yuan's figure abruptly appeared above the Iron Overlord. Down you go. Before the words had left his lips, his leg, a blur of motion, struck heavily against the mech. To ensure swift resolution, Fang Yuan had used only 30% of his strength. The enormous Iron Overlord instantly buckled, its steel torso twisted into a grotesque pancake, spiraling down towards the earth. Inside the mech, Obadiah sustained catastrophic injuries. Blood gushed from his orifices, staining the observation window crimson. His lower body, along with his pelvis and legs, was reduced to a bloody pulp by the contorted metal. Such injuries meant that unless a celestial being were to descend, even if he miraculously survived, his days would be spent in a hospital bed. Fortunately, due to the towering design of the mech, only the lower half was compromised. Below, the campus was shaded by lush trees, where students strolled across the lawn. Something's falling from the sky, someone suddenly shouted. The shadow grew rapidly, ultimately crashing down onto the grass like a meteor. The pristine lawn erupted into a deep crater, earth and grass flying in all directions. Tendrils of smoke curling from the pit's edge. These students, undeterred by the chaos, rushed forward to see what had happened. At the bottom of the pit lay a 3-meter-high steel wreck, its midsection completely caved in, blood oozing from the crevices. A white light flickered before him, reminiscent of some ominous omen. A curious little boy couldn't help but ask, "Is there someone inside?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed from behind. "Everyone retreat. Return to the shelter immediately." Fang Yuan descended from the sky, coincidentally witnessing this scene, and greeted them with a cheeky grin. "Hey there, beautiful, have you missed me?" Before him stood the striking figure of Storm, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Upon hearing his flippant tone, Storm looked up, recognizing him, and her anger flared. "You scoundrel! What are you doing barging into our school with such nonsense?" The fall of the Iron Overlord onto the Mutant Academy was no accident. During their aerial tussle, they had inadvertently strayed off course. Fang Yuan had glanced down and noticed the children capable of leaping 7 or 8 meters. Where else could they be but the Mutant Academy? He promptly changed his mind, propelling the Iron Overlord into the campus. "I was just busy being a savior," he winked, stopping villains from destroying Blue Star. "And you didn't even recognize me, the globally renowned superhero?" Storm erupted into laughter. "You? A superhero?" She laughed so hard that she could hardly stand upright. To obliterate Blue Star, one must possess significant power. Yet, this heap of scrap metal is unlikely to even devastate a city. You, however, seem quite fitting to embody the role of a villain. In the face of this mockery, Fang Yuan remained utterly unfazed. He was hardly a paragon of virtue himself, and that truth was indisputable. Just as he was about to retort, a furious roar erupted from behind. "Fang Yuan, how dare you set foot in this place? You are courting death." Without hesitation, Cyclops adjusted his visor to maximum power, and a crimson beam surged forth like a torrent. The intensity of this display indicated that he had indeed made considerable strides in his abilities, while the beam's diameter remained unchanged. The concentrated blood-red hue signified a notable increase in destructive force. Nevertheless, while Cyclops was advancing, Fang Yuan had not been stagnant either. If one were to describe Cyclops' progress as a slow march, Fang Yuan was akin to a rocket soaring through the skies. In response to the sudden assault, Fang Yuan effortlessly raised a hand, firmly catching the beam. Unlike their previous encounter, this time he stood resolute, with only the ground beneath him succumbing to the force of the collision, beginning to crack and collapse. In the brief lull between attacks, Fang Yuan pondered, "How curious. This time being struck seems to stimulate his power growth even more than before." Logically, if Cyclops had indeed grown stronger, one would expect his power to rise in tandem. Yet, the current effects appeared to be exponentially greater. The power had doubled, yet Cyclops' strength had not. This suggested that, aside from his innate abilities, other factors were influencing the speed of his enhancement. Observing Cyclope's expression, one that seemed to yearn to consume him alive, Fang Yuan felt he had grasped the situation. To validate his hypothesis, he turned to provoke Storm. "Hey, Lightning Girl, are you still dwelling on what happened last time? Shall we recreate that moment for a nostalgic trip down memory lane?" Storm's face flushed crimson. If she were to be publicly ridiculed by Fang Yuan, how could she ever face others again? "Shut up. If you keep babbling nonsense, I will not hold back," she shrieked. Fang Yuan was eager for her to take action. Why would he cease his taunts? He smacked his lips, wearing a look of reminiscence. "Honestly, I quite miss that feeling." Before he could finish his thought, a tempest suddenly brewed in the skies above the campus. Storm ascended into the air, and a deafening thunderclap drowned out Fang Yuan's voice. The playground had long been vacated by the younger mutants, leaving only Beast, Wolverine, and Jean Grey, the official members of the X-Men. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that Professor X was observing from somewhere nearby. With no one around, Storm unleashed her full power. "I had hoped for a change in your recent behavior, but it seems I was blind." This insufferable tongue was simply intolerable. Today, she could not refrain from striking back. Storm raised both arms high, as if pulling something from the heavy clouds, and then swung them down with force. In an instant, a lightning dragon descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. Fang Yuan erupted in laughter. Yes, just like that. Hit harder. Amidst his boisterous laughter, the lightning dragon struck him squarely. In the flickering light, the X-Men watching could even discern the outline of his bones. Jean Grey, unable to bear the sight, covered her eyes. Is this person truly seeking his own demise? If he provokes Aurora, he will not escape unscathed. Yet the two beside her remained unfazed. Jean cautiously opened her eyes, only to find that aside from his hair standing on end and his clothes singed, Fang Yuan was completely unharmed. Wolverine, momentarily forgetting his cigar, dropped it to the ground and hurriedly caught it. This is utterly absurd. If it were me, I'd have been reduced to mere bones by now. Is it his body that is more resilient, or my claws that are simply duller? His steel claws extended with a glint of excitement in his eyes. Seeking death, are you? Beast grasped his arm, remarking, "With that metal shell, won't you just become a lightning rod?" At that moment, Fang Yuan was surrounded by dancing lightning serpents, each bolt striking the ground with enough force to create half-meter deep charred pits. Cyclope's crimson beams swept across the area, melting half the playground into a seething pool of magma. Wolverine hunched his shoulders, imagining the lightning coursing through his claws toward himself, and he certainly did not wish to become roasted wolf meat. Yet Fang Yuan strolled confidently through the storm. The recent skirmishes had led him to discern a truth. The factors that could empower him were not solely confined to physical prowess, but perhaps also encompassed unseen mental forces. These energies had merged into his very sinews and flesh, leaving him momentarily unaware. This was something he should have noticed sooner. When Professor X had employed a psychic assault against him, he had sensed a slight increase in his strength, and later, while dismantling Iron Man's suit, he had absorbed more energy than anticipated. The current situation was even clearer. Despite Cyclops exerting little additional effort, the results had doubled. While Storm's lightning strike was evidently weaker than last time, the issue likely stemmed from hatred. Cyclope's gaze was filled with a desire to obliterate him, while Storm, having been saved during their last confrontation, could hardly harbor such animosity after having been at a disadvantage. Understanding this, Fang Yuan felt as light as if he had just quenched his thirst with ice water on a scorching summer day. Initially, he had thought that merely defeating the Iron Tyrant would not suffice for an upgrade. Unexpectedly, he had found himself soaring into the mutant school, inadvertently engaging in a group brawl, truly a windfall from the heavens. Casting a glance at the Iron Tyrant's remnants sprawled in the distance, Fang Yuan was in no rush to clean up. Now that he realized that the value of hatred could double his experience, what better time to provoke Cyclops further? Effortlessly fending off his opponent's onslaught, Fang Yuan bellowed, his voice booming enough to rival the thunder above. "Red-eyed freak. Do you recall the souvenir I left you last time? We truly are fated to cross paths again today. How about we create something new? This time, consider yourself fortunate. I am in a good mood and offering complimentary service, allowing you to choose the location. How generous of me, right? No need to be shy. Just tell me where you want me to leave my mark." He continued, "By the way, weren't you asking me to set you up with someone last time? That fellow heard you wear sunglasses all the time, trying to look cool, and he thought you were a nonconformist, so he turned you down flat. But don't be disheartened. I happen to have a prime candidate, Agent Bullseye, muscular and fair-skinned. Absolutely to your taste." Cyclope's face turned a shade of green with fury. After all, this was school, and if the students believed such absurd fabrications, how could he ever show his face again? Nonsense. When did I ask you to introduce me to anyone? Unfortunately, his voice was completely drowned out by the thunder, and only Fang Yuan's keen ears could hear him. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuan continued his farce. What? You say you like fair skin? Are you dismissing someone for being too pale? Chapter 48 answered flawlessly. Had I known, I would have mentioned a suitable candidate, the bald director of S.H.I.E.L.D., strong and robust. Care to consider? Cyclops was utterly enraged. Fang Yuan, you shameless fool, spewing filth without a hint of shame. Today, it is either your death or mine. Sensing the intensifying ferocity of Cyclops' attacks, Fang Yuan's heart swelled with joy. This tactic of provocation was indeed effective. Observing Cyclops' furious, helpless demeanor brought him immense satisfaction. The suffering of his enemy was undeniably his own delight. This sentiment was absolutely true. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, Fang Yuan's voice resonated throughout the campus. At this point, even if Cyclops had 100 mouths, he could not clarify the situation. The X-Men, observing, reacted in various ways. Some stifled laughter, while others felt goosebumps. Beast felt uneasy, although he knew Fang Yuan was merely spinning tales. The imagery of Cyclops and the fair-skinned figure still made him nauseous. Not to mention, he had once treated Cyclops' burn on his posterior. Recalling that moment sent a shiver down his spine. The one most delighted was Wolverine. The first time he laid eyes on Jean, he was captivated by her intellect. Yet, she was Cyclops' girlfriend, and now, hearing that his rival had an interest in such traits, he could not help but feel elated. He immediately seized the opportunity to flatter. Jean, did you hear that? Your boyfriend is utterly lacking. He pales in comparison to me. Jean Grey quickly defended. Scott is not that kind of person. It is all Fang Yuan's fabrication. Lino Zhao retorted with a smirk. Oh? How can you be so sure? Have you verified it personally? As soon as the words left her lips, Jean's expression darkened abruptly, and she raised her hand to sweep towards Wolverine in midair. In an instant, Wolverine was sent flying as though struck by a massive truck, soaring several meters before crashing to the ground, rolling multiple times before finally coming to a stop. His body coated in dust. If Cyclops were to discover that while he was fighting valiantly on the front lines, a comrade was scheming against Jean from behind, he would undoubtedly tear Wolverine to shreds. It wasn't that Cyclops harbored no inappropriate thoughts about Jean. Rather, he had finally made some progress in their relationship, only to be thwarted by that scoundrel Fang Yuan, leaving him at a loss on how to face his girlfriend thereafter. Even more infuriating was that Wolverine had seized the opportunity to relentlessly pursue Jean, causing her to waver in her affections. From a distance, Fang Yuan watched Wolverine's pitiful state and secretly reveled in his misfortune, never expecting that this seasoned romantic would find himself in such a predicament. While Cyclops might merely contemplate how to deal with Wolverine, Fang Yuan harbored a genuine desire to dismember him without delay. To be frank, Fang Yuan had long coveted adamantium. It was a material nearly on par with divine artifacts, and just the thought of it made his heart race. However, directly capturing someone for refinement felt rather inhumane. Lost in thought, Fang Yuan suddenly sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough due to the relentless assault from the two. Coincidentally, Cyclops' offensive began to weaken, allowing Fang Yuan's attention to shift back to the Iron Monarch lying on the ground. He effortlessly evaded the incoming attack, strolling towards the Iron Monarch as if on a leisurely walk. Suddenly, the Obadiah within the armor opened his eyes. Mr. Fang, please stop. Do not let Professor X possess me any longer, he gasped weakly. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Professor X? So he finally decided to show himself? The voice of the professor, laced with confusion, emanated from Obadiah. Sir, you often perform good deeds. Why do you relentlessly pursue Cyclops? This was indeed a perplexing matter for him. What other reason could there be? It was simply that Cyclops' formidable offensive could yield greater benefits, coupled with Fang Yuan's sheer dislike for him. However, Fang Yuan was disinclined to explain and suddenly cautioned, Professor, be careful. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly covered his palm with laser energy and, like lightning, pierced through the Iron Monarch's chest armor, crushing Obadiah's heart. Simultaneously, in the underground base of the school, Professor X abruptly opened his eyes, letting out a pained groan. He helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, finally comprehending Fang Yuan's intentions. It is worth noting that all sensory experiences of those he controlled would be transmitted to him, including the excruciating pain. Just moments ago, he felt the agonizing rupture of Obadiah's heart as if it were his own. With the loss of its controller, the Iron Monarch's armor hung limply on Fang Yuan's arm. He watched as the crimson flames of true fire surged up his arm and engulfed the armor, reducing Obadiah to ashes in the blink of an eye, while the armor itself became a glowing red. At that moment, Fang Yuan was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough, with no time to slowly digest the armor's power. He unleashed his full firepower, melting the entire Iron Monarch into molten iron. Coupled with the benefits he had previously gained in Afghanistan and the energy accrued from enduring relentless attacks, his breakthrough was practically a foregone conclusion. Although it was merely an advancement from a low-tier magical artifact to a mid-tier one, for Fang Yuan, it felt like a complete transformation. To put it succinctly, the cumulative power from all previous breakthroughs paled in comparison to this sudden surge. Feeling the torrent of power surging within him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Coincidentally, there was a readily available target before him, Cyclops. Fang Yuan turned to face the man behind the red quartz glasses, his voice booming like thunder. Today, I shall show you what true laser power is. Before he could finish his sentence, the man who had merely stood there taking hits while exchanging barbs finally made his move. A beam of vivid crimson light erupted from his eyes, cleaving through the air. As the shockwave unleashed by Cyclops was instantaneously shredded like paper, the red beam continued unabated, propelling Cyclops hundreds of meters away, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a broken sack, motionless. But that wasn't the end. The terrifying red light suddenly arced towards the heavens, forcefully splitting the thick clouds in two. Brilliant sunlight cascaded through the rift, illuminating the entire battlefield. Storm, hovering in the air, witnessed this alarming spectacle and felt the destructive energy brushing past her, causing her to lose all resolve and obediently descend to the ground. In an instant, the winds ceased, and the ominous clouds dissipated. Fang Yuan surveyed the newfound power he had acquired with satisfaction. Now, even if a mountain stood before him, he was confident he could slice it in two. It was no wonder they said this threshold was difficult to cross. The transition from a third-tier magical artifact to a fourth-tier divine artifact was akin to a cultivator transcending from the golden core stage to ascend to immortality. Each minor realm represented a qualitative leap until ultimately transcending the 3 realms and 5 elements, truly roaming the heavens and earth with freedom. Fang Yuan had originally thought this upgrade would be akin to past experiences, merely doubling his power, but unexpectedly, it came with an unforeseen bonus. This breakthrough brought not only an increase in strength and resilience, but also a significant enhancement in control over various abilities. Take Cyclops' laser vision, for instance. Before the upgrade, he could only project a beam for 2 kilometers before losing control over its dispersion. Now, he could effortlessly shoot it to 7 or 8 kilometers away. Logically, doubling 2 kilometers would yield a maximum of 4 kilometers, so how is it now capable of reaching twice that distance? This represented a qualitative change brought about by improved precision and control. It was precisely because his mastery had reached a new level that the energy beams he emitted were more refined, resulting in the astonishing effect witnessed moments ago. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly Fang Yuan's real strength? Was his previous skirmish with Storm and Cyclops merely child's play? Even Wolverine, who was typically combative, had completely wilted at this moment. Such a monstrous being was better left to others to deal with. As for Cyclops' vendetta, he could settle that himself. Though Logan had wilted, Fang Yuan had no intention of letting him off the hook. Familiarizing himself with his upgraded body, he turned his gaze towards Wolverine. I hear your claws can pierce through anything? How fortunate, as I have yet to encounter anything that can harm my body. Shall we have a little contest to see whose claws are swifter or whose skin is tougher? Wolverine chuckled nervously as he retreated. We are both civilized individuals. There is no need for violence. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Civilized? You, with your brutish demeanor, have no connection to civilization whatsoever. This remark stirred a hornet's nest, prompting Wolverine to become agitated. How do you know my codename? Are you aware of my past? Do you know who I truly am? Fang Yuan immediately understood. It appeared this fellow was still in a state of amnesia, busily searching for clues about his lineage. So, many plot lines had yet to unfold. However, upon glancing at the blue-haired beast Hank nearby, he became uncertain, as this individual shouldn't be present according to the original timeline. Never mind, after all, the timeline of the X-Men series was already a tangled mess, and given that this was a fused world, deviations were to be expected. Watching the agitated Wolverine, Fang Yuan smirked provocatively. Indeed, I am well versed in all the secrets you wish to uncover. However, if you want to know, you'll have to come and fight me. Logan's expression fluctuated before he succumbed to his bloodlust, roaring and preparing to pounce. Fang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Splendid. He would finally have the opportunity to experience the might of those claws. Yet, before he could act, Wolverine suddenly froze as if caught in a spell. His muscles tensed, but unable to move an inch. Charles, let me go? I want to face him one-on-one. He bellowed in frustration. Professor X appeared. maneuvering his wheelchair from behind. "Jean, Hank, please escort Scott to the infirmary. I need to have a private conversation with Mr. Fang." Beast Hank, however, stood firmly in front of the professor, unyielding. "Professor, how could you come out? Your telepathy is ineffective against him. We can handle this." The professor wore a weary smile, facing Fang Yuan with a sense of exhaustion accumulated over a lifetime. "Do not worry, Mr. Fang means no harm. He merely seeks an outlet for his frustrations through combat. Moreover, can you truly protect me?" As Hank was about to counter, the professor's tone turned grave. "Scott's injuries cannot be delayed." This remark left Fang Yuan somewhat astonished. Truly, he is Professor X. Even without reading minds, he can discern intentions. Indeed, if one were to truly resort to lethal measures, there would likely be few survivors within the school at this moment. Realizing that a confrontation was futile, Fang Yuan turned to the immobile Wolverine and remarked, "What I just stated was no falsehood. Should you wish to uncover the truth, feel free to seek me at any time." Wolverine's gaze shifted towards the professor. "Don't look at me," the professor replied, as if possessing the ability to read minds. "I cannot fathom Mr. Fang's thoughts either. However, given his capabilities, he should find little merit in deceit." At this moment, Wolverine felt utterly stifled. Facing two individuals capable of completely suppressing him, he could not even extend his claws. With a huff, he ceased his struggles, silently vowing to confront Fang Yuan for clarity. Once the professor released him from control, he extended an invitation. "Mr. Fang, shall we discuss matters further in the meeting room?" "I would be most willing." Fang Yuan replied readily. His visit to the Mutant Academy today was purely coincidental. If he could gain unexpected insights beyond mere conflict, it would indeed be fortuitous. However, Storm's behavior was unexpectedly proactive. Logically, she should have been avoiding Fang Yuan, yet she actively pushed the professor's wheelchair into the meeting room. Upon entering, the professor kindly inquired, "Mr. Fang, would you care for a beverage? Coffee, tea, or perhaps a soft drink?" "A cup of tea would be splendid." Storm, evidently accustomed to brewing tea for the professor, quickly prepared 2 cups of steaming tea. As the fragrant steam wafted through the air, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a weight lift from his heart. In life, one can find contentment even with simple fare. Why must one strive so fervently as he currently does? Just as this thought emerged, he swiftly extinguished it. What a jest! This world is fraught with peril, where lunatics frequently seek to obliterate the blue planet. Lacking strength makes mere survival a luxury. The professor, unaware that the so-called dangerous individual seated across from him nearly gained profound insights from a cup of tea, might have been intrigued by such a revelation. Amidst the fragrant tea, the two conversed amiably. "Obadiah once shared with me tales of Mr. Fang's exploits." The professor gently sipped his tea. "You are correct. Those terrorists indeed have ties with him." "Is that so?" "I am grateful for your disclosure, Professor," Fang Yuan responded, leaving no room for leakage of information. Storm could no longer contain her curiosity. "Mr. Fang, is the ability you just exhibited of the same kind as Scott's?" Some refer to it as a laser beam, while others call it heat vision. Whether they are similar or not, who can say? This evasive reply elicited a silent eye roll from Storm. However, it did remind Fang Yuan that he still had 2 vacant ability slots within him. Sitting before him was a prime candidate for acquisition. Contemplating the professor's mental prowess, which could potentially annihilate all humanity in an instant, his heart raced with anticipation. Action speaks louder than words. The professor and Storm barely perceived a flicker before Fang Yuan's movements became a blur nearly impossible to track. The professor gazed at the sudden appearance of a red on his arm. "Mr. Fang, should you not provide some explanation?" Fang Yuan leisurely savored his tea. What would the professor like explained? After a long pause, the professor finally stated, "I implore you to exercise caution, Mr. Fang." Little did he know that at this moment, Fang Yuan was inwardly cursing his misfortune. Long ago, he had experienced the professor's mental attack, but had never managed to master such an ability. At that time, he naively believed it was due to his limited interactions with the professor. Only just now, when he successfully replicated the professor's genetic code, did the truth become clear. Upon ascending to the status of a magical artifact, his soul had already achieved perfect integration with his physical form. This state rendered him immune to all forms of mental attacks. Yet the flip side was that his mental powers could never be projected outward. In other words, he could indeed possess abilities akin to the professor's. However, even if he gained telepathy, it would only extend to reading his own inner workings. Was this some kind of cruel joke? The only solace Fang Yuan found was that, although his mental energy was confined within, abilities like telekinesis remained unaffected. Since the professor's abilities were of no use to him, Fang Yuan began to ponder other mutants' powers. Deliberating carefully, He considered what abilities would be worthwhile to acquire. The Phoenix Force was an unattainable dream. Fang Yuan questioned whether he possessed the audacity to aspire to such cosmic-level gifts. However, Jean's telekinesis was indeed a commendable option. Once telekinesis reached a level capable of manipulating molecules and atoms, it would almost equate to godlike creation. In truth, Fang Yuan preferred the ability to manipulate gravity. If he could harmonize it with the dimensional space within him, he could create an environment conducive to habitation, rather than having everything floating aimlessly in midair. Although his internal space would continually expand with increased strength, potentially even birthing a multiverse in the future, he was still far from reaching that realm. After all, with a limited capacity for storage within, an abundance of choices only served to perplex him further. Since he could glean no advantages from the professor, Fang Yuan boldly suggested, "Professor, may I take a stroll around the campus? Perhaps I will uncover unexpected treasures." The professor smiled warmly. "Be my guest, Mr. Fang." Chapter 49. The flavor intensifies in times of emotion. Storm silently lamented. If the professor had refused, this fellow would undoubtedly become more fervent, conveniently seeking excuses to engage in further confrontations. As Fang Yuan prepared to depart, the professor cautioned, "Please be mindful not to startle the children. Aurora, would you accompany Mr. Fang on his tour?" Storm, who had been rolling her eyes internally, did not anticipate being caught in the crossfire. Although reluctant, she nodded in agreement under the professor's watchful gaze. Thus, the two walked side by side out of the meeting room, while Fang Yuan leisurely strolled through the Mutant Academy. The SHIELD headquarters was in utter chaos. While his subordinates could panic, as the director, Nick Fury, had to maintain composure. The bald man with a distinctive hairstyle inquired calmly, "What is the situation? How could there be such a powerful energy fluctuation in the city? Have we pinpointed the source? Are there any eyewitnesses?" Although he appeared composed, his rapid-fire questions betrayed his inner anxiety. Just as Fang Yuan unleashed his abilities to cleave through the overcast sky, SHIELD's monitoring satellites abruptly detected intense energy reactions in the city. If this energy were to erupt in a bustling area, the surrounding kilometers would be rendered barren. No wonder Nick was so tense. Report to the director. The energy source is located in Westchester County. But there are currently no eyewitness accounts, and the reasons remain unclear, a subordinate reported. Westchester County? Nick pondered thoughtfully. Shall we dispatch agents for on-site investigation? He asked. After a brief consideration, Nick made a decision. Such a threat, akin to a human nuclear bomb, must be thoroughly investigated, even if it involved certain sensitive individuals. Immediately deploy a reconnaissance team. Remember, the operation must remain covert. Engage in combat only if absolutely necessary. Just then, another agent interjected. Director, Agent Coulson has an urgent communication. Nick was initially disinclined to pay attention. Compared to the earlier energy fluctuation, other matters seemed trivial. However, Coulson was known for his steadiness. If he deemed it urgent, it was unlikely to be a trivial issue. On the other end of the line, Coulson's anxious voice broke through. "We're in deep trouble." "How deep?" 3 Iron Men are fighting in the streets." "Damn it. Wasn't Superman supposed to have dealt with that Tin Man? How could 3 more appear?" Nick couldn't help but swear. Coulson explained helplessly. "We didn't realize that in addition to the Iron Man in plain sight, there was one hidden in the shadows. When Superman pursued his target fleeing southwest, this one struck unexpectedly. Thankfully, we had a female Iron Man here who intercepted him just in time. Later, another allied Iron Man arrived and obliterated the enemy unit." "Stop. Stop, stop." Nick rubbed his temples. "Where are all these iron clumps coming from?" To summarize, the enemy has 2 units, and we have 2 as well. The hulking brute was dispatched by Superman, while another was eliminated through the combined efforts of our mech, James. Nick exhaled a sigh of relief. It's good to have resolved the matter. Ensure the news is contained. We mustn't allow those opportunistic reporters to seize the moment. This situation is truly beyond my control. By the time the fray commenced, the journalists had already arrived, and now the news has spread like wildfire. The director of SHIELD seethed with frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it. One problem after another. Is there no respite?" Coulson, wearing a perplexed expression, replied, "Is there a situation worse than ours? You have no idea about the identities of those 2 metallic beings. If you did, you'd surely be terrified." "Who are they?" "Superman's girlfriend and Tony Stark." "Damn, what a stroke of bad luck." Suddenly, an idea sparked in the director's mind. Hadn't Coulson mentioned that they had leveled the cave where Superman rescued Tony? These scoundrels must be concealing something. Just wait until I catch them off guard. We'll see how they flaunt themselves then. the bald director thought with gritted teeth. However, the most pressing concern was to address the current mess. Coulson, which direction did Superman pursue? Southwest. Is there a problem? Southwest. ISNT that Westchester? Let us hope that energy fluctuation ISNT linked to Superman. Coulson added. That guy treats tanks like toys in a brawl. We need to reassess his threat level. At that moment, a bespectacled agent suddenly leapt up, exclaiming, Chief, we found a lead on the energy explosion. The bald director leaned in eagerly. Speak. Just in time. Someone captured footage of Superman delivering a brutal beating to a metallic giant, and the video has been circulating online. The bespectacled agent inquired. Should we contact Google to have the video removed? Nick ignored him, fixated on the screen. The video quality was akin to a mosaic, disorienting to the eye. But one could barely discern a caped figure pursuing a towering metal foe. The metallic giant was no match. As Superman delivered a flying kick that sent it plummeting from the sky, the scene then fell silent for a few seconds before the atmosphere shifted dramatically, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A crimson beam sliced through the dark clouds, instantly clearing the sky. Heat vision. This is undeniable. The energy explosion must be connected to Fang Yuan. What a coincidence. After watching the video, the bald director rubbed his temples in exasperation. Nick Fury nearly lost his breath. Damn it, such formidable abilities bestowed upon someone like him? Why must it fall into the hands of that troublemaker? This scoundrel is obstinate and meticulous, akin to an extremist. If Fang Yuan unleashes heat vision in the city, any structure taller than him within several kilometers would be at risk. Just envisioning that scene sends chills down my spine. Now, how do we handle this walking disaster? After pondering for a while, his gaze fell upon Deputy Director Hill. Perhaps she might have an idea? Meanwhile, at the Mutant Academy, Storm was guiding Fang Yuan around. Fang Yuan wasn't there merely to admire the scenery. He was keen to assess whether there were any promising students among the lot. Having just finished a brawl with Cyclops and Storm, half the playground lay in ruins, rendering the campus eerily quiet. As they walked down the corridor, Fang Yuan noticed the children in the classrooms peeking at them. He flashed a smile at the little ones, which instantly sent the classroom into a frenzy of slamming doors and windows. Fang Yuan, feeling a bit miffed, touched his face. Am I really that intimidating? Storm chuckled. Isn't it obvious? But you seem quite fond of me. Don't get ahead of yourself. Storm suddenly blushed. Fang Yuan elongated his tone. I haven't said anything yet. Silence. He wore a mischievous grin that made Storm long to summon a lightning bolt to strike him. As the two bantered, the children gradually grew bolder, with a few students trailing behind them, hesitant to speak. Finally, a girl with braided hair mustered the courage to ask, Big brother, are you Superman? Fang Yuan crouched down to meet her gaze. Are you referring to the one from comics or the news? The little girl stomped her feet in impatience. The one everyone loves from the television. Fang Yuan chuckled, pinching her cheek. Yes, I am that Superman. But isn't Superman supposed to defeat the bad guys? The girl, confused, pointed at Storm. Then why did you fight Uncle Sunglasses and Sister Aurora? Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Why was Cyclops referred to as Uncle, while Storm and he were called brother and sister? Was it the girl's sweetness or Cyclope's premature aging? Didn't the little girl notice they were the ones to initiate the fight? Besides, did she hear what he said during the brawl? That Uncle Cyclops was no good. She should steer clear of him. The little girl nodded, bewildered. Uncle Cyclops likes boys, right? I'll remember to avoid him in the future. Storm facepalmed. Fang Yuan was truly something else. Even while comforting a child, he managed to take a jab at Cyclops. What kind of grudge did they hold? Cyclops had truly drawn the short straw by crossing paths with such a vengeful character. Don't mislead the children. They might take you seriously, Storm admonished. Unable to hold back any longer, Fang Yuan retorted confidently. They should take it seriously. Otherwise, how else will I infuriate that red-eyed fellow? Storm was left speechless. What exactly did Scott do to you that warrants such jabs? Little one, what's your name? Do you possess any special abilities? Fang Yuan casually began fishing for information. Perhaps he would uncover some hidden treasure. The little girl, counting on her fingers earnestly, replied, Superman brother, remember my name is Dale Shelley. As for my ability, don't you smell the lovely fragrance on me? Do you like this scent? Fang Yuan momentarily froze. He indeed caught a whiff of a pleasant aroma. Initially thinking it was perfume, only to realize it was a superpower? What an unusual ability. Imagining himself possessing such a power, exuding a delightful scent all day, sent shivers down Fang Yuan's spine. Nevertheless, the fragrance was quite pleasant. I like it very much. Wait, I have a little gift for you. Fang Yuan casually melted down the remaining crystal material into a Superman statue, secretly inscribing an array to enhance its spiritual energy, though it had no practical use. It was visually appealing. Here, take a look and see if you like it. The 20-centimeter-tall crystal statue was brilliantly translucent, with only the eyes gleaming red, as if ready to unleash heat vision, incredibly lifelike. The little girl beamed, hugging the statue. "Thank you, brother." Fang Yuan ruffled her hair. "Go on and play." Once the little girl skipped away, Storm could no longer contain herself. "I didn't realize you had such a paternal side to you." "What do you mean by I might have a bit of compassion?" "I'm quite warm-hearted. You can test it if you want." "Yeah, right." Storm rolled her eyes. It had only been a few minutes, and he had reverted to his true self? Fang Yuan flashed a grin, but chose not to respond, and instead shifted the topic. "What is the story with that girl, Dale? Her ability. Her family shouldn't despise her for being a mutant, right?" "Indeed. Who would dislike a girl who exudes fragrance? In a crowd, she would be more appealing than ordinary people." Storm's expression darkened. "You wouldn't understand. The scent she emits attracts not only humans, but also drives animals wild. As a child, she couldn't control it. Her emotions would intensify the fragrance." She paused once. "Her family took her to the zoo, and she was so excited that..." Aurora fell silent for a moment. "Then she became an orphan. Thankfully, Professor X found her and brought her to the school. She hasn't been this happy in a long time." Fang Yuan felt a lump in his throat. Such a delightful girl, who had done nothing wrong, faced harsher circumstances than most. Perhaps her admiration for Superman stemmed from a longing for a hero to descend from the skies in times of peril, rescuing her and her family. Regrettably, even God cannot fulfill every wish, let alone this imposter. The two fell into a silence, their conversation ceasing entirely. As they turned the corner, Fang Yuan noticed a girl standing beneath a tree, intently observing the rustling leaves, as if she were studying something profound. The weather was not cold, yet she was wrapped up tightly, revealing only her pale face and vibrant lips. That was Little Mischief. The Storm Woman explained in a hushed tone that anyone who encountered her would have their special abilities, energy, or even life force drained away, which is why she was so bundled up. Even at school, few were willing to associate with her. Little Mischief? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as a sudden realization struck him. In the film, this girl could only maintain the abilities she absorbed for a few minutes, but in the later comics, she could effortlessly replicate other superpowers without harm. This thought sent his heart racing. Was this not the very ability he had longed for? With it, he would possess every superpower imaginable. It must be noted that when he acquired others' abilities, it was not merely a straightforward imitation. The laser capability of Cyclops was akin to an uncontainable beam of light emanating from his eyes. Yet, in Fang Yuan's hands, the same ability became a tool of his design. He could unleash dozens of laser beams simultaneously, finally manipulating the energy to extend range and amplify destructive power. He mused to himself that perhaps Little Mischief's superpower could also be wielded with such finesse under his control. With this thought, a smile of excitement crept across his face. Just as he was about to approach her, the Storm Woman instinctively placed herself in his path. "What do you intend to do? Do not entertain any thoughts about my student, or I shall not hesitate to turn against you." Fang Yuan chuckled. "What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who would leap upon any girl I meet?" The Storm Woman regarded him with disdain. "Is that not the case? After our first encounter, you behaved quite brazenly." Fang Yuan smirked mischievously and suddenly reached out, fondling her chest several times. "Pervert! I will kill you." The Storm Woman shuddered, screaming in outrage. A white light flickered in her eyes, and arcs of electricity began to crackle around her. Fang Yuan smiled knowingly. "Are you sure you want to confront me in front of your student?" The nearby Little Mischief, drawn by the commotion, curiously glanced over. She could not comprehend how the two, who had been perfectly civil moments ago, had suddenly become so hostile. Surely, the teacher could not be a match for this superhuman? The Storm Woman hesitated in midair, ultimately returning to the ground. If she were to be disrespected in front of her student, how could she continue in her role as a teacher? Once on the ground, she grit her teeth and warned, "I warn you. If you so much as touch a finger of Little Mischief, you will face dire consequences." Fang Yuan smirked. "Only concerned for your student while neglecting your own dignity? Perhaps you have grown accustomed to being touched. It seems I must pay more visits." This remark left the Storm Woman speechless. Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. Logically, she should be inflicting severe punishment upon this individual, yet she found it impossible to feel any animosity. As she pondered, her cheeks flushed deeper, resembling a ripe apple. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuan strolled past the dazed Storm Woman, not forgetting to sneak in another playful touch as he left. This time, she merely shivered and did not put up a vigorous resistance. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with doubts. Could it be that he had truly guessed correctly? Had this girl become so accustomed to him taking liberties that it no longer fazed her? Not far away, Little Mischief caught sight of Fang Yuan's playful antics. Her pale cheeks reddening slightly. How is this superhuman so different from the character depicted in the comics? While Little Mischief was lost in thought, Fang Yuan had already approached her. Hello, Little Mischief. Why are you here all alone? Sir, my name is Anna Marie, but you may call me Little Mischief, she replied, her tone subdued. No one at school likes me. I am but a disaster. Fang Yuan feigned shock. How can that be? A girl as lovely as you should be the most popular in class. A blush crept onto Little Mischief's face, yet she appeared anxious. But you do not understand my ability. If you knew, you would surely avoid me. Is that so? Chapter 50. Life has become utterly unbearable. Fang Yuan gently grasped her hand and removed her glove. She instinctively recoiled, her entire body shrinking back, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Perhaps this superhuman was indeed extraordinary? Maybe he could touch her without harm? As she hesitated, filled with both apprehension and hope, Fang Yuan firmly held her hand, their fingers interlocking. After a long moment, nothing happened. Fang Yuan felt no trace of any pulling force. It made sense. His current mastery was complete, and such trivial abilities could hardly affect him. In the eyes of that power, he was likely no different from a stone. Time ticked by, and seeing that Fang Yuan remained unchanged, Little Mischief gasped in delight. You are unharmed? What harm could there be? She trembled. I can touch others now? Not just yet. Little Mischief deflated like a punctured balloon. She had hoped to finally escape the burden of the ability that had cast her life into darkness. However, upon reflection, at least there was one person who could touch her without fear, and he was an extraordinary hero. The Storm Woman, listening intently, picked up on the underlying message. When you said not just yet, does that imply you can resolve Little Mischief's predicament? Fang Yuan nodded. Indeed. This is not a difficult matter for me. Little Mischief felt as though she were dreaming, her emotions oscillating wildly. She took a deep breath. What do you need me to do? I will comply without hesitation. The Storm Woman added earnestly. If you genuinely can assist Little Mischief in overcoming this challenge, feel free to state any conditions. I shall not refuse as long as it is within my power. Fang Yuan was not merely speaking empty words. As it happened, the key to unlocking this situation lay within the very first mutant he had slain. That individual had previously worked alongside X-Cops, and it was due to this that Cyclops and the Storm Woman had clashed with him. I just need a few drops of your blood, rest assured. It will only be a minimal amount. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Yuan produced a silver needle, sterilized it, and gently pricked Little Mischief's fingertip. The moment the drop of blood touched her skin, the tension in his heart eased. Through the sensing ability of the Chaos Codex, he confirmed that his hypothesis was entirely feasible. Ignoring the two individuals next to him, who were fuming with urgency, he closed his eyes to feel the changes within his body. Before him, a brand new rune was taking shape. This ability was unlike any he had previously acquired. The prior abilities, irrespective of their strength, had fixed forms for their runes, albeit with varying degrees of complexity. However, this new ability, temporarily named Energy Absorption and Simulation, possessed a stable outer surface while the interior continually morphed like a tangled mess. With a thought, he attempted to simulate the Storm Woman's ability. After several seconds, when he opened his eyes, a sly grin adorned his face as he fixated intently on the Storm Woman, making her feel quite uncomfortable. What are you staring at? The Storm Woman finally found herself unnerved by his gaze. Fang Yuan remained silent, and in an instant, dark clouds roiled above, twisting into a massive funnel, resembling a gaping hole in the heavens. Torrential raindrops began to pelt down, drenching the entire school in a cacophony. Yet the three of them stood untouched in their dry spot. The campus erupted into chaos as Wolverine and the others dashed outside, shouting, Aurora, is there an enemy attack? The Storm Woman gazed at the sky, murmuring, this time, it truly is not my doing. The others exchanged glances. Could there be a second Storm Woman? It cannot simply be a natural phenomenon, can it? Fang Yuan snapped his fingers lightly, dispersing the clouds and ceasing the rain. A rainbow bridge formed in the sky, dazzling to behold. The Storm Woman realized with clarity that this was likely the doing of this individual. Just how many tricks did he possess? Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was contemplating his new ability. At present, it had two potential applications, the first being the ability to absorb an opponent's energy, even their life force, and to encapsulate their memories. However, he firmly resolved never to tamper with his memories. Who knows if, in the process, he might inadvertently drive himself to the brink of insanity? The second function is the replication ability that was just demonstrated. As long as he can duplicate a certain kind of extraordinary power, he can manipulate it at will, akin to his inherent abilities. However, to switch abilities, he must first cancel the current simulation and then replicate a new one, which takes about 10 seconds. With his current strength, he can retain two extraordinary abilities simultaneously, and these abilities can be utilized together without delay. Of course, the power of these replicated abilities cannot compare to the original, which is generated directly within his body. Nonetheless, with the capacity to imitate countless extraordinary powers, Fang Yuan was already immensely satisfied. The recent phenomenon in the sky was something the Storm Woman could attribute to Fang Yuan. But the others lacked such perceptiveness. They looked around, perplexed, unable to ascertain the situation. Suddenly, Qin inquired, "Arolo, did you notice? The speed at which the dark clouds gathered seemed even faster than when your ability was activated." The Storm Woman reflected for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it was much swifter. This was not surprising, given that Fang Yuan could effortlessly rebound the laser from Cyclops. It was only natural that he could act a tad faster than herself. Just as they were conversing, Fang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Qin, look over there. How did Scott get out?" Qin quickly turned her head. "Where? He's badly injured. How could he possibly get out of bed?" In that instant she turned. A gentle breeze seemed to sweep past, causing a slight sting on her scalp as if a hair had been plucked. She glanced around but saw no one and dismissed it. "I didn't see Scott." "You must have been mistaken," Fang Yuan readily admitted. "Perhaps I was just seeing things." "Who would believe that you're just seeing things?" Yet, Fang Yuan refused to elaborate, leaving them at a loss. The group murmured in confusion, dispersing in pairs. Under the great tree, only Fang Yuan, the Storm Woman, and the mischievous one remained. At this point, Fang Yuan had been at the Mutant Academy for some time and had reaped considerable rewards. Not only had he endured a beating that aided his leveling up, discovering that the higher the hatred value, the stronger the attack effect, but he had also deliberately provoked Cyclops to deepen the enmity, ultimately acquiring a remarkably useful new ability for free. Even he had not anticipated such an abundance of unexpected delights. Now it was time to resolve the mischievous one's troubles and hurry back. Gwen and the others must be anxiously waiting. With this thought, Fang Yuan spoke, "Mischievous one, please wait a moment. I will resolve your issue right away." It was quite simple to address her inability to touch others. Crafting a magical artifact would suffice. The leftover materials from the last creation of titanium crystal armor in his spatial ring would be just perfect for this purpose. As the three flames' true fire ignited, the transparent crystal melted into liquid and ultimately congealed into a jade bracelet. Fang Yuan first set up a spirit-gathering formation within the bracelet, then added an energy pulse array. This pulse array could emit special waves specifically designed to suppress the extraordinary abilities of mutants. However, this time Fang Yuan deliberately adjusted the energy to a very low level, ensuring it would continuously affect the mischievous one without harming her. Furthermore, the weaker the energy, the lesser the burden on the spirit-gathering array. In less than half an hour, this exquisite little magical artifact was completed. Fang Yuan took out the shimmering bracelet and gently slipped it onto the mischievous one's slender wrist. After the recognition ceremony was completed, the crystalline bracelet automatically conformed to her skin, sparkling with a dreamlike luster under the sunlight. "What is this?" The mischievous one blinked in confusion. "Your ability is now controlled by the bracelet," Fang Yuan explained while pointing at it. "But do not worry, in case of danger. Simply rotate it half a turn to restore it." As soon as he finished speaking, the Storm Woman excitedly reached out her hand. "Quick, give it a try." The mischievous one bit her lip, hesitant to move. Fang Yuan decisively clasped their hands together. Leaves twirled as time seemed to stretch like taffy. Over a minute passed, yet the Storm Woman remained composed. Is it really truly fixed? The little girl, both crying and laughing, leapt into their arms, nuzzling like an excited little creature. Not far away, Wolverine, with a cigar in his mouth, watched in astonishment. This kid actually managed to embrace both sides without getting a beating? Once the mischievous one's emotions settled, Fang Yuan winked at the Storm Woman. "I'll leave this delightful little one in your capable hands." The female teacher blushed and pushed him away. "Of course, my student will take good care of her. If you encounter anything unmanageable, come find me at 10880 Malibu Street. Remember that." However, he mischievously winked at the Storm Woman, and before he finished speaking, he had transformed into a shooting star, soaring into the sky. As his steel figure swept across the heavens, a dozen agents from H.E.R.B.I.E. outside the school walls were scurrying about like headless cockroaches. The leader finally pulled out a communicator, and amid the crackling sound of electricity, Nick Fury's deep voice immediately resonated. "Any sightings?" "Reporting, Commander. Not even a suspicious ant in sight." "Are there any schools nearby?" "Schools?" The agent scratched his head, staring at the GPS in this desolate wilderness. The one-eyed director hung up the communication, stroking his chin. Since the other party was clearly intent on avoiding detection, he understood the need to withdraw, especially considering that earth-shattering energy fluctuation was likely caused by Fang Yuan. He certainly did not wish to provoke a being capable of exterminating humanity with a mere flick of a finger. Another disaster averted for you, the professor muttered, rubbing his temples. Little did he know that Fang Yuan had a natural affinity for diving into trouble. Upon pushing open his front door, Fang Yuan was greeted by a room full of people. Tony wore a stern expression. Gwen had her arms crossed. Pepper clutched a coffee cup. And Coulson stood rigidly, as if attending a funeral. What happened? Before he could finish, Tony burst into laughter. Just trying to set the mood. Look at our suited gentleman. He's practically sweating bullets. Coulson's lips twitched. Is this supposed to alleviate awkwardness? The one who should be worried is nonchalant, making me look like I'm the anxious one. The agent silently turned his tablet around, watched the live broadcast. The screen displayed the Stark Tower engulfed in smoke. Gwen, resembling a Valkyrie, was relentlessly beating back the silver mech. Suddenly, a missile whistled through the air, exploding the tin can into a shower of fireworks. At that moment, the background music abruptly blasted as a golden-red mech struck a pose, making a dramatic entrance, even taking several upward-angle shots before whisking one away. Fang Yuan furrowed his brows at the screen. Didn't I lure Ironmonger away? Where did this counterfeit come from? Behind the campus. He was eager to resolve Obadiah's issue to prevent the professor from digging through his memories and implicating him. And now, the origins of his arc reactor remained a mystery. The only ones capable of creating such a device, apart from me, Tony Stark, were likely Ivan Vanko. The question was, how did Obadiah get in cahoots with that Russian? And where was that guy hiding now? Seeing my indifferent expression while watching the news, Coulson's face darkened further. These guys, none of them are easy to deal with. He muttered. We plan to hold a press conference to say it was a robot malfunction. How about that? Coulson suggested. I scoffed. Who would believe that? A robot malfunction could cause such a commotion? This time it was different. Reporters had already captured the scene in its entirety. To spin such a lie would be treating all the lovely ladies as fools. Moreover, this mess was originally stirred up by your S-H-I-E-L-D. If it weren't for us stepping in, you would have been finished. The way you put it, it's almost as if you were helping us clean up. As soon as those words left my lips, everyone in the room stared at me wide-eyed. Coulson's face flushed red. How is this our responsibility? It was clearly you. Who was it that meticulously pried into my intelligence? I interrupted directly. Tony seamlessly chimed in, S-H-I-E-L-D, professional spies. Who was it that conducted an unauthorized investigation into Obadiah? S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson. And who dragged Pepper and Gwen into this mess? The S-H-I-E-L-D has now stirred up quite a commotion. Who came to your aid? Tony, increasingly animated, declared, It was I. It was Fang Yuan. It was Gwen who saved you all. Dare you deny it? Coulson, speechless, wore a face contorted in frustration. How had it all circled back to being his fault? It felt as if S-H-I-E-L-D were a bunch of inept fools, reliant on our rescue. Each of Tony's points sounded reasonable, and his responses were indeed flawless. Yet Coulson sensed something amiss, and despite racking his brain, he couldn't discern what it was. Upon reflection, Gwen and Tony, aside from Tony's boastfulness, had done nothing wrong. Thus, I delivered the final blow. Our willingness to assist in the aftermath stemmed from humanitarian grounds. You ought to be grateful rather than act as if we owe you something. By that logic, should S-H-I-E-L-D thank you? Tony and I chimed in unison, absolutely. Coulson felt as though he might explode from exasperation at these two. What was the point of his exhausting efforts if it was merely to ensure the safety of these two troublemakers? How had it all turned into his fault? The most infuriating part was that he lacked the courage to retort. He couldn't outfight them or out-argue them, destined to be a mere errand runner, enduring scorn while forced to smile. Life had become unbearable. Yet, regardless of his frustration, the work must continue. Eventually, the group reached a consensus. It was entirely reasonable for a superhero to take down a villain, right? And those two sets of iron armor that emerged later? They were undoubtedly the personal bodyguards of Tony Stark and Fang Yuan. As for the armor technology, just prototypes in the testing phase. Fortunately, the bodyguards thwarted the corporate espionage attempt. Perfectly logical, wouldn't you agree? The plan was quite flawless. However, the execution faltered. At the press conference, Colonel Rhodes was delivering a passionate speech, and it was soon Tony's turn. This gentleman, clutching several newspapers, grew increasingly agitated, and suddenly, he slammed the papers to the ground. Where had these journalists' eyes wandered? Did they not understand the concept of aesthetics? Beside him, Fang Yuan lounged casually, legs crossed. since Iron Man was to speak first. It seemed he would have little to do today. He picked up a newspaper to glance through it, nearly bursting into laughter. No wonder Tony was furious. Every headline was dominated by the sharply contoured titanium armor, while Iron Man's news was relegated to a tiny corner. Mysterious female armor emerges. Iron Goddess S power surges. Old versus new armor. Who reigns supreme on the streets? The most absurd was a certain newspaper that placed Spider-Man on the front page. Spider-Man pranked? Colorful spandex suspected to be pain attack. Could Tony swallow this indignity? Yet, one could hardly blame the media for their bias. After all, the titanium armor stole the show. While Iron Man merely made a fleeting appearance, and with that eye-catching armor design, it was far more captivating than a mere tin can. Newspapers thrive on sales. Naturally, they would choose to highlight the most sensational stories. Speaking of which, how had Parker shown up in his original suit? Was that truly the only outfit Spider-Man possessed? Surely, he couldn't have gone without washing it. Fang Yuan shuddered at the thought. A voice cleared on stage. It was time for Tony to speak. Fang Yuan perked up, eager to see how this gentleman would navigate the situation. Iron Man adjusted his tie and began. Aren't you all curious about yesterday's events? Allow me to enlighten you. Coulson, backstage, was pacing anxiously, waving his arms, shouting, "The speech. Bring me the speech." But Tony Stark feigned ignorance and continued. Before the official announcement, I have an important question for you all. Do you truly believe Iron Man is inferior to Iron Goddess? The audience erupted in chaos. Tony pointed at a male journalist. You? Yes, you, speak up. The journalist excitedly stood. Of course, it's Iron Goddess. How can we refer to her as merely a heroine? Tony interrupted with a cold expression. All right, understood. Sit down. He then gestured to a female journalist. What about you? The female journalist, her voice trembling with excitement, exclaimed, Oh my. Her armor practically glows. It's as if a Valkyrie has descended. Fang Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes backstage. The armor indeed had LED strips. Tony's expression darkened. So this is the voice of the people? Very well. I declare this press conference concluded. The room erupted in shock. The journalists were left bewildered. Was this what it meant to have the spotlight stolen after just 3 sentences? Colonel Rhodes rushed out to smooth things over. Everyone, don't panic. Tony is just joking. While speaking, he shot Tony a meaningful glance. Tony seemed to suddenly recall something. Grabbing the microphone to add, Oh, by the way, I am Iron Man meeting adjourned. With that, he turned and walked away. The scene erupted into chaos, with reporters surging toward the back exit. Poor Rhodes was instantly engulfed by the crowd. Fang Yuan had anticipated this scenario and seized the opportunity to make his exit. Coulson, dazed, followed suit, eventually sighing, This is going to be a mess. Fang Yuan, unfazed, replied, What trouble could arise? Stark Industries' stock price is likely to soar. He smiled broadly. After all, I excel at resolving troubles. Coulson suddenly recalled that this was the individual who dared to blow up a naval base, leaving him momentarily speechless. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yuan discovered Coulson still following him. Aren't you all at S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to be in a frenzy right now? Coulson pulled out a stack of photographs, because now, there's a new problem concerning you. Fang Yuan glanced at the photos and exclaimed, Oh, isn't this the moment I used my laser vision to split the clouds after leveling up at the mutant school? He shrugged, returning the photos with nonchalance. Your intelligence network is quite impressive. Coulson retorted, Boss, it's not that we're impressive. It's that your actions created too much of a stir. Is this what you call a stir? Should I demonstrate something even more thrilling? No. This is already frightening enough for many people. If you pull something bigger, you might invite a nuclear bomb to your doorstep. Fang Yuan looked utterly perplexed. Who would I frighten out in the wilderness that day? Coulson rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten that satellites exist in this world? How annoying. Always up there. Do you believe I could shoot down all your satellites? Coulson hastily changed the subject. Let us not discuss that for now. Can you explain what is happening in this photograph? Isn't it just as you see? Fang Yuan feigned ignorance. I was sunbathing, and suddenly it started to rain, which was quite disappointing. So I casually waved my hand and cleared the clouds to continue basking. Coulson could hardly contain his laughter and frustration. Mr. Fang Yuan, even if you're going to concoct an excuse, at least put in a bit more effort like you used to. Basking in the sun is a rather far-fetched reason. Fang Yuan pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, then suddenly declared seriously, Does Superman not understand? Basking in the sun enhances strength. It's a routine operation. He winked at Coulson, as if to ask, Is this excuse sufficiently convincing? Ultimately, Coulson had no choice but to retreat, utterly defeated. He was at a loss for how to report to his superior. Would he really have to say, because the clouds blocked Fang Yuan from sunbathing, they were cleared away? Such an explanation would undoubtedly earn him a scolding. Adding to the chaos of the day with Iron Man's debacle, Coulson sighed heavily. Things have truly been going awry lately. Shortly after Fang Yuan returned home, Tony burst in with great fervor. Gwen and Pepper were still scrambling to manage the fallout from the sudden news Tony had revealed. As soon as Tony entered, he shouted excitedly, "What a thrill! I love seeing the looks of shock on their faces." Fang Yuan chuckled. "You announced the news just for that?" Tony, puffed up with indignation, replied, "Who told those snobby folks to look down on Iron Man? Now let us see who dares to deny me the front page." This reasoning was truly irrefutable. However, the events that unfolded the following day utterly astounded everyone present. Iron Man gazed intently at several newspapers in his hand, his fingers trembling with rage. Beside him, Fang Yuan caught sight of the headlines and nearly burst into laughter. The New York Times, New York Daily News, Today's Beautiful Woman, and the Washington Post, several major outlets appeared to have conspired, each featuring the identical headline. Who is the Steel Woman? The subheadings were even more outrageous. Iron Man's identity exposed, mysterious woman's whereabouts a mystery. Was this a deliberate act or merely a coincidence? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression subtly ambiguous. Iron Man grew increasingly incensed as he read, ultimately slamming the newspapers onto the table, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I shall inevitably buy out every one of these wretched tabloids and send their editors to scrub toilets." Fang Yuan chuckled teasingly. "Sounds just like you. But why spend billions on newspapers? Just to feature your selfies on the front page?" Just then, there was a commotion at the door. Jarvis automatically opened it, and Gwen walked in. Upon seeing her, Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, though his face remained impassive. Iron Man casually inquired, "Didn't you say the company was swamped lately? What brings you back so suddenly?" Gwen effortlessly approached Fang Yuan and settled beside him, leaning on his shoulder with an easy demeanor. Tony's identity has caused quite the stir worldwide. Thankfully, Pepper is holding down the fort. I'm merely assisting. Iron Man responded. Pepper mentioned a few days ago that you're learning quickly and should take on more responsibilities. With Obadiah gone, she is certainly feeling the pressure. Gwen adeptly followed up. Exactly, which is why we've decided to alternate managing company affairs. It makes things easier. Iron Man nodded. I see. Fang Yuan listened quietly, a sardonic smile curling in his heart. Truly, she is Mystique, quick to respond and quite convincing. To be honest, Mystique's disguise was indeed flawless. Her appearance, fingerprints, and pupils were indistinguishable. Even her expressions and subtle gestures were identical. What was even more astonishing was her ability to mimic certain superpowers. This level of disguise was nearly infallible. Unless she encountered a telepath like Professor X, the number of individuals capable of seeing through her was countable on one hand. Fang Yuan certainly lacked that capability. Yet, the question remained, why impersonate Gwen? No matter how closely she mimicked her exterior or forged her ring, could she conjure magical artifacts out of thin air? If she could achieve that, she might as well change her name to Divine Being. Aware that he was in the presence of an imposter, Fang Yuan refrained from exposing her, instead observing with keen interest to discern her true intentions. He feigned concern. You all have been working tirelessly these past few days. Now that you have a moment to spare, you should take a break and not wear yourselves out. Mystique, unfamiliar with the location of the bedroom, was undeterred. Handling such situations was second nature to her. She clung to Fang Yuan, wrapping her arms around his neck, and sweetly implored, I'm so weak in the legs. Carry me over. Iron Man, standing nearby, frowned at the display. If you want to be lovey-dovey, do it in your own room. What else with the public display? Fang Yuan feigned ignorance and pressed on, growing more affectionate. Darling, have you forgotten our old traditions? As he spoke, he leaned in for a kiss. Gwen half-heartedly evaded him a couple of times, but for reasons unknown, ultimately allowed him to kiss her. The two became entangled in an affectionate exchange. Iron Man, witnessing their escalating antics, exclaimed, Hey, is it really necessary to be this hasty? I'm still right here. He then turned to Fang Yuan, exclaiming, when did I ever suspect you had a taste for this? Can't help yourself in front of others, can you? I truly underestimated you. Gwen, as if awakening from a dream, pushed Fang Yuan away, her face flushed with annoyance. You're so annoying, what are you doing? Fang Yuan savored the moment. He had to admit that Mystique was indeed impressive. Even he, who knew Gwen intimately, could not detect any flaws. Seizing the opportunity of their closeness, he had explored all the right places, even pinpointing the exact location of a small mole in her most intimate area. This was indeed perplexing. While facial features could be altered, how was that mole replicated? This ability was rather unfair. Fortunately, she was impersonating Gwen. If it were someone less familiar, he might have truly fallen for it. After all, Gwen carried the magical artifacts he had crafted. If this imposter managed to abscond with any confidential items or extract information, it would be a significant loss. The earlier incident was not merely a lapse in judgment. He had intended to test whether he could unravel Mystique's disguise. Of course, Fang Yuan remained vigilant throughout. Even without Iron Man's interjection, he planned to withdraw at the right moment. Should this counterfeit Gwen continue, it would be problematic. Despite being an imposter, she was so convincingly realistic that exposing her in front of others would make no difference from being with his actual wife. He had no interest in granting such privileges to anyone else. After they parted, Gwen lowered her gaze to adjust her clothing. Fang Yuan privately strategized on how to subjugate this Mystique, ensuring she could never escape from his grasp again. If he missed this opportunity to identify her, it would be challenging to find another chance like it in the future. The thought of eliminating Mystique did tug at his heartstrings. After all, her true form was that of a voluptuous beauty. If he could manage to capture Mystique, it would indeed be akin to what Emperor Taizong of Tang proclaimed. All the beauties of the world belong to me. Although Li Shimin's words were somewhat boastful, they aptly applied to Mystique. Lost in thought, Fang Yuan found himself daydreaming. Mystique, ever cunning, seized the opportunity to lean against Fang Yuan's shoulder, her breathing gradually calming as she pretended to fall asleep. She secretly reveled in her success. Surely, you'll have to carry me back to the room now? She had already used her unique abilities to ascertain that both Pepper and Gwen were so busy they couldn't even return home, having been staying overnight in Stark Tower's top-floor office, which gave her the audacity to act so boldly. As expected, upon seeing her asleep, Fang Yuan quietly lifted her and carried her back to the room, though he took advantage of the situation along the way. Once settled, he retreated. Iron Man shot him a peculiar glance. You were so impatient just now, yet you come out of the room? Is there something wrong in there? He then pointedly glanced at Fang Yuan's pants. Fang Yuan remained unruffled. What do you know? Do you believe I can make you beg for mercy at any moment? Iron Man was taken aback. We're both respectable individuals. Let us not resort to violence so quickly. It's rather crude. Fang Yuan smirked disdainfully. So you're backing down? I can make you relent without lifting a finger today. Do you believe that? Iron Man was determined. I truly don't believe in such nonsense. If you have the ability, give it a try, but no physical contact allowed. After a moment's thought, he added, no glaring either. Any form of attack is off limits. Fang Yuan readily agreed. No problem. Chapter 52 was instantly devoid of enthusiasm. Jarvis, activate the soundproofing system in my room. At your service, Mr. Fang, the artificial intelligence responded. Iron Man was utterly baffled. What exactly are you planning? Why all the formality? No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing a ghost, pointing at the figure before him. You're a human or a ghost? Speak up. Whereas Fang Yuan, standing before him, was someone who looked exactly like him, down to the hairstyle, facial features, physique, and attire. Even the arc reactor on his chest was indistinguishable. Fang Yuan wore a smile, yet Iron Man's voice emanated from his lips. Jarvis, immediately eject this imposter from my home. At that moment, the intelligent assistant found itself in a logical conundrum. The system determined that the speaker was Fang Yuan. Yet facial recognition, voice print detection, and iris scanning all confirmed that this was indeed the real Tony Stark. The electronic voice emanating from the speakers was clearly conflicted. This gentleman? Whether it's Mr. Fang or Mr. Stark, I'm afraid I cannot execute that order. The voice within Tony's armor erupted. Jarvis, are your eyes malfunctioning? This is clearly an imposter. The artificial intelligence chose silence, feigning death. Fang Yuan chuckled and inquired, are you startled? Iron Man's voice still quivered with alarm. How can you prove you are Fang Yuan? Simple. Fang Yuan tilted his head. Shall I munch on your Mark III like a snack? Or, he pretended to glare. Stop. I believe you. Tony hastily interjected. Fang Yuan, with his legs crossed, wiggled his toes. Are you begging for mercy now? Despite being thoroughly frightened, Tony still put on a brave face. It's just a transformation. Oh. Fang Yuan revealed a knowing smile. Then I'll go play with Pepper. Do you think she could tell the difference? Horrific images immediately flashed before Tony's eyes, and he quickly shook his head. Bro, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Seeing Iron Man concede, Fang Yuan triumphantly gestured towards his wine glass. Little brother, fill up big brother's glass. Tony, with a forced smile, poured the wine. Compared to the price he had lost in their previous bet, this was hardly anything. Observing his own boisterous drinking demeanor, Tony felt quite uncomfortable. Please revert back. It's unsettling to see another version of myself. Fang Yuan's figure shimmered and returned to its original form. Only then did Tony realize that Fang Yuan's true self was quite pleasing to the eye. Although he had known this individual was quite capable, curiosity got the better of him. When did you learn this transformation ability? In truth, this ability was newly conjured by Fang Yuan, which was why he was eager to showcase it. However, this was merely a simulation. He currently had only one vacant slot within him and did not wish for Mystique's abilities to occupy that space. Even with his current imitation skills, he was already on par with Mystique, showing no apparent flaws. With his present capabilities, he had little to fear on Blue Star. Besides, given their playful banter, their relationship was quite good, so he decided to lay his cards on the table with Iron Man. Just a moment ago, weren't you busy flirting with Gwen? When did you have the time? Realization struck him mid-sentence. You mean? Fang Yuan nodded. Yes, we encountered a fake Gwen. Iron Man grew increasingly incredulous. How could anyone possess such an ability? It was utterly absurd. If that imposter had taken on his form while he was away, they could have easily made off with the armor. It was worth noting that even Jarvis had failed to recognize the version of himself that Fang Yuan had morphed into. The mere thought of such a possibility sent shivers down his spine. Tony pondered for a moment, then had an idea. Jarvis, take note of my instructions. At your service. From now on, before donning the iron armor, a password must be entered, either through voice or manual input. Let us set the password to. Fang Yuan interjected. Let us make it transform. Just imagine, shouting transform to suit up. How cool is that? Iron Man paused for a moment before continuing. Let us use transform. In the future, while suiting up, in addition to standard identity verification, the keyword transform must also be uttered. Understood, Mr. Stark. Seeing that Tony had genuinely adopted his suggestion, Fang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Just imagining Iron Man shouting transform before a battle was delightfully absurd. Moreover, for some reason, Fang Yuan's mind kept echoing a particular phrase. Bala bala little magical fairy, transform. The more he thought about it, the funnier it became. Meanwhile, outside, Fang Yuan and Tony were engrossed in their conversation, while Mystique was not idle inside. After Fang Yuan exited, she waited for a while, and seeing no one enter, she promptly sprang into action. She rummaged through the entire room, even upturning the bed, but found nothing of use. This was hardly surprising. Fang Yuan had no secrets to conceal, and even if he possessed important items, they were all stored within his internal space. Otherwise, knowing that this Gwen was an imposter, he would not have left her alone in the room. Finding nothing, Mystique restored the room to its original state and began to contemplate. She certainly would not return empty-handed. Her primary objective in approaching Fang Yuan was to prevent him from meeting the X-Men, lest it disrupt her boss's plans. However, she was also quite curious about that suit of iron armor. Based on her deductions, the female mutant must either be Fang Yuan's beloved Gwen or Iron Man's spouse, Pepper. Yet, someone had seen Pepper on the battlefield, which made Gwen the prime suspect. Thus, she had transformed into Gwen's likeness to get closer to Fang Yuan. She reasoned that since Gwen was essentially Iron Woman, adopting this identity would make it easier to gather information about the armor's whereabouts. As for how to utilize the armor once obtained, she had already devised a plan. Let us not forget that Magneto was not only capable of manipulating metal, but was also adept at modifying machinery. Although he might not be able to create new armor, repurposing existing ones should be within his capabilities. Of course, this was all her one-sided wishful thinking. In reality, she had misunderstood from the very beginning. No matter who she disguised herself as, she would never succeed in obtaining the armor from Fang Yuan. Her cleverness in becoming Gwen had only served to expose her more swiftly. Having turned the room upside down without finding anything, Mystique was not in a hurry. She surmised that the armor would not be carelessly left in the bedroom. This villa must have a workshop or storage room, and the armor was likely located there. Just as she was about to sneak out to search, she discovered that the door in front of her was sealed tightly, with no keyhole in sight. Voice activated. She cleared her throat, opened the door. No response. Password. This time, Jarvis spoke up. Please enter the password. Open the door. Incorrect password. Sesame, open. Incorrect password. I am Gwen. Incorrect password. Fang Yuan, I love you. Incorrect password. Naturally, there were no cameras installed in the bedroom. Outside, Fang Yuan and Iron Man were doubled over with laughter at the dialogue emanating from the speaker. That trick of yours is too devious. How did you come up with it? Iron Man asked, chuckling. Fang Yuan, catching his breath, replied, weren't you just setting a password for the armor? I thought I'd casually set one for the door too. What is the password? Fang Yuan paused for a moment. The password is in Chinese. Open Windows 060. And you must never utter the words open door or password, or else you'll enter a dead loop. Iron Man was left speechless. This was utterly ridiculous. Using a Chinese password was one thing, but insisting it be open window while forbidding relevant terms was akin to setting a trap. Mystique was in a frenzy in the room. stomping her feet. What was Fang Yuan thinking? Did he truly require a password to enter and exit his own room? Was he out of his mind? She was so enraged that she contemplated kicking the door down and storming out to confront Fang Yuan. However, she ultimately refrained from acting rashly. Doing so would be tantamount to revealing her identity. Who could forget a password to their own room? The key issue was that Fang Yuan was extraordinarily capable, and Mystique could not guarantee she could slip away unnoticed. After wandering around the room for quite some time, she felt like a caged beast. Yet she failed to come up with any viable ideas. Eventually, exhausted, she collapsed onto the bed, sprawled out like a lump of clay. I refuse to believe this. She gritted her teeth, clutching the corner of the blanket. Fang Yuan can't possibly stay away forever. Dinner time is approaching, and he wouldn't let his woman go hungry. Would he? Hearing that the commotion inside had finally ceased, Fang Yuan and Iron Man outside finally straightened up, stifling their laughter. Tony suddenly lowered his voice. What do you plan to do about the one inside? Fang Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Who would have thought? I also have the fate of being Guanyin Bodhisattva. He glanced at the door, though this monkey. His gender was all wrong. Guanyin Bodhisattva? Tony stammered, his face a canvas of confusion. Fang Yuan scratched his head. I suppose it means the goddess of compassion and wisdom? Don't take it too literally. He truly felt too lethargic to elucidate the nuances of Journey to the West to the foreigner. Tony exaggeratedly widened his eyes, exclaiming, You? A goddess of wisdom? He made a retching expression. Fang Yuan paid no heed to his mockery, diligently rummaging through the materials in the dimensional space. The leftover scraps from the last armor he crafted were scant, barely sufficient for a bracelet. A bracelet is not safe, he muttered to himself. What if she gets angry and chops off her hand? Although the likelihood was slim, one could never predict the actions of a ruthless shapeshifter. At this thought, a spark ignited in Fang Yuan's eyes. Why not create a collar? He rubbed his hands together in excitement. After all, it was unlikely she would decapitate herself, right? Contemplating the collar, he realized it was far simpler to make than the titanium crystal armor, requiring fewer components. And he had no intention of refining it into a high-level magical artifact, thus it wouldn't consume much time. The most pressing matter now was to find materials. If he suddenly decided to gather a large quantity for refinement, time would surely be against him. Suddenly, Fang Yuan remembered old Jiang from Chinatown, who had amassed quite an assortment of miscellaneous materials. Perhaps he could provide something useful. Speaking of which, ever since moving out of his rented accommodation, he had not visited old Jiang. Back when he crafted his first magical artifact, he had received assistance from him, and he hadn't even expressed his gratitude. Reflecting on this, even a person as thick-skinned as Fang Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, there was no time for such concerns now. He turned to Tony and said, I have a way to deal with the woman inside, but I need to step out for a bit. Keep an eye on her for me. Iron Man, noticing Fang Yuan's serious demeanor, straightened up and assured him, she won't be able to escape. You should really put on the armor, Fang Yuan reminded him. After all, the shapeshifter was quite formidable. Even 10 of Tony combined wouldn't be a match for her. Once he had given his instructions, Fang Yuan instantly vanished from the villa. After his upgrade, his teleportation range had significantly increased, allowing him to reach Chinatown in just a few leaps. He knew old Jiang was no ordinary person, so he teleported directly into the shop. To his surprise, the moment he appeared, he was met with a powerful punch before he could even assess the situation. The strike was astonishingly swift. Fang Yuan had no time to react before his face was struck with full force. The air erupted with a deafening sound as the shop's glass shattered completely. Fang Yuan felt as though his teeth were loosened, his body flying back like a projectile, crashing through the wall and landing in the middle of the street. Boom. Half the street was uprooted, concrete debris scattering in all directions. Nearby shops had their windows shattered, and the walls were riddled with dents. A bus, unable to evade in time, had its windshield smashed, the driver bloodied, as the vehicle barreled into the gaping hole. Stuck at the bottom of the pit, Fang Yuan, still dazed, instinctively reached out to brace himself against the oncoming bus. With a screech of twisting metal, the bus pushed his arm forward for a short distance before finally halting. The wheels hung in the air, still spinning, kicking up clouds of dust. It was only then that Fang Yuan regained his composure, standing up to lift the bus and slowly extricating himself from the deep pit. Around him, a cacophony of curses erupted, mingled with expletives in both Chinese and English. His mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Could it have been old Jiang who struck him? But wasn't he merely a martial artist? When had he acquired such formidable power? The force of that punch could rival that of the Hulk. Fang Yuan had long forgotten the last time he had been injured, yet that punch had nearly knocked out all his teeth, and even now, he felt dizzy, with stars dancing before his eyes. He touched his stinging cheek. The pain still present. Strangely, after sustaining that terrifying blow, a warm current surged within him, swiftly mending his injuries. Even more astonishingly, he could distinctly sense an increase in his strength. Since his physical prowess had reached artifact level, each enhancement required an immense amount of energy. Never had anyone, through a single strike, so evidently augmented his power. With this realization, Fang Yuan's blood surged with excitement. He set down the bus and walked purposefully toward the hardware store. Inside, only old Jiang was present, leisurely sipping tea as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Upon seeing Fang Yuan approach with such vigor, the old man merely raised an eyebrow. Do you intend to endanger the entire street? Fang Yuan felt deflated. Indeed, that punch had wreaked havoc on half the street. Fortunately, there had been few pedestrians, resulting in only minor injuries. Had this occurred in the city center, the casualties would have easily numbered in the thousands. Yet he remained undeterred. Old Jiang, how about we find a secluded place to spar? The old man eyed him peculiarly. You, my boy, seem to have a penchant for seeking punishment. You didn't come to me today just to brawl, did you? It was then that Fang Yuan recalled his initial purpose. He had intended to inquire about the shapeshifter, but had unexpectedly discovered old Jiang's hidden capabilities. Old Jiang, you previously claimed to be merely a martial artist. Yet no ordinary practitioner possesses your prowess. I distinctly felt that punch was pure physical strength. Old Jiang's gaze suddenly drifted, as if recalling some distant memory. His interest waning. I can't explain it to you. Don't just appear out of nowhere like that. I thought you were an enemy and threw a punch without thinking. Luckily, your body is sturdy. Otherwise, another person would have been reduced to mush. Fang Yuan's curiosity was piqued, but no matter how he probed, the old man remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, he had no choice but to disclose his true intentions. The old man said no more, turning to lead Fang Yuan into his storage room. The interior remained unchanged since his last visit. Everything is here. I won't be needing it anyway, so take what you need. After a pause, the old man inquired. By the way, what do you need these materials for? Fang Yuan casually sifted through the items, responding nonchalantly, for crafting artifacts. To his astonishment, the old man suddenly became animated, grasping his shoulder tightly. What did you say? Crafting artifacts? Are you certain? Fang Yuan winced at the painful grip, utterly bewildered. Yes. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The old man's expression shifted, hesitating to voice something. It's nothing, nothing. Just as he was about to speak, he swallowed his words. Sensing that something was amiss, Fang Yuan pressed. Old Jiang, what exactly do you want to say? Chapter 53 had its own calculations. Yet the old man remained silent, merely staring at him for a long moment before sighing. Focus on enhancing your strength for now. Once you have the capability, you will understand. Fang Yuan was boiling with frustration. What was this old man's meaning? Speaking half-heartedly, deliberately teasing his curiosity? If he didn't want to say anything, he should have refrained from mentioning it. But the old man stubbornly remained tight-lipped, and Fang Yuan felt it inappropriate to press further. After all, the old man had helped him immensely. He couldn't be ungrateful. Feeling agitated, he lost patience in selecting materials. The storage room was filled with an assortment of peculiar metallic ores, most of which he did not recognize. However, it mattered little, as long as they were sturdy enough. That sufficed. He haphazardly grabbed a few appealing pieces and followed the old man out of the storage room. Outside, the shop was in disarray, the entire street suffering from the chaos. Since this incident was ultimately his doing, he couldn't leave old Jiang to clean up the mess. Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and called Carlson. As soon as the call connected, he was met with Carlson's lament. Fang Yuan, ancestor of the Fang family. Please don't tell me the mess on Kinney Street was caused by you again. Fang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. It was an accident, purely accidental. At least I saved a bus. Carlson exploded with fury. You idiot. Do you have any idea how many people reported encountering it? The entire street is on lockdown, and you're only now thinking of calling? Fang Yuan held the phone away. Hello? Hello? The signal's terrible. I'll hang up for now. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Carlson stared at his phone, fuming with indignation. At least come up with a more plausible excuse. The shapeshifter was still inside the house, since he couldn't glean any clues from old Jiang. Fang Yuan decided to take his leave. Old Jiang, someone will come to handle the incident outside, since the shop is already ruined. Shall I find you a more lively place? The old gentleman impatiently waved his hand, exclaiming, Hurry along. I chose this tranquil spot precisely for its peace. Do I need your needless worry? At that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly understood why the old man's shop had so few customers in the past. Yet he always appeared so composed and unruffled. After a few instantaneous relocations, he returned home to find Iron Man seated in the living room. Fully armed, and exuding an air of impending confrontation. Only upon seeing Fang Yuan did he finally exhale in relief, stating, "It's in your hands now." With that, he vanished into the workshop. Initially, Fang Yuan had merely intended to procure some materials from Old Man Jiang, but unexpectedly, he discovered the depth of the other's concealed prowess. He felt as if he were suspended in midair, his heart itching with curiosity. After pacing around the room a few times, he finally steadied his thoughts. There were more pressing matters at hand. A captivating captive lay in the room, awaiting his attention. The three flames of true fire danced in the void, enveloping the newly acquired materials. This substance was remarkably resilient, inherently a second-tier inferior treasure. After refinement, it had shrunk significantly, now only the size of a child's fist. Fortunately, he had some leftover titanium crystals from his last forging endeavor, which, when combined, would barely suffice to create a necklace. As his thoughts flowed, various materials fused and transformed, gradually coalescing into a shimmering golden collar. Given that Mystique was a trusted confidant of Magneto, Fang Yuan naturally did not dare to underestimate her. The collar appeared metallic, yet it was actually a blend of several special materials, the specifics of which even he could not articulate. As for the internal formation, he had long since devised a plan. This time, he intended to inscribe an energy absorption formation rather than relying on a gathering formation for power, complementing it with an energy pulse formation, alongside a transformation formation replicated from Mystique herself. The first two formations would suppress her abilities, while the absorption formation, in his mind, promised additional ingenious uses. As the final formation glyph was inscribed, the resplendent collar shimmered in his palm. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. Upon pushing open the bedroom door, he found Mystique, in her Gwen form, feigning slumber. Hearing the commotion, she pretended to wake groggily, asking, "What time is it?" Fang Yuan sat down at the edge of the bed, replying, "It's nearly nightfall, time for bed." Mystique's gaze flickered, suddenly noticing the golden ring in his hand. "What do you have there?" Fang Yuan waved the object playfully, his smile laden with meaning. A thought crossed his mind as he chuckled. "This little trinket is a gift for you. Let us see if it meets your approval." He casually placed the golden ring on her forehead, which surprisingly constricted like a living being. Mystique hurriedly reached to remove it, only to find it utterly unyielding. She forced a smile and inquired, "Darling, what is this made of? Why does it shrink on its own?" Fang Yuan replied lazily, "It's certainly not made of metal. I can't specify the exact materials. However, I advise against attempting to remove it. If you damage it, you'll be the one to suffer." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Mystique's spine. She immediately realized her identity had been exposed. Fang Yuan's explicit assertion that it was not made of metal, along with his warning against her movement, clearly indicated he had seen through her disguise. Though puzzled about where she had slipped up, she knew she had to act first. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Fang Yuan's head, attempting to exert force, only to discover it was like trying to bend an iron pillar. He remained utterly unfazed. With a resigned chuckle, Mystique mocked, "You think this flimsy ring can restrain me?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Don't believe me? Then allow me to let you experience it firsthand." With a mere thought, Mystique suddenly felt as though all her strength was being siphoned away, and she gradually reverted to her ordinary form. Even the clothes she had conjured through her powers vanished in an instant. Staring incredulously at her body, her voice trembled. "What happened to my powers? What have you done to me?" Discussing this now would be rather dull, Fang Yuan replied with a knowing smile. Mystique, disregarding everything else, shouted with her last ounce of strength, "Give me back my abilities." Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You can have them back, but you must behave obediently." Otherwise his thoughts shifted, and the golden ring ceased its operation, causing Mystique to feel her strength gradually returning. She eagerly attempted to transform, cycling through several forms until she felt reassured. Touching the ring on her forehead, she asked mournfully, "Is this what is causing the trouble?" Fang Yuan nodded. "This is just the beginning. It can even adapt to your transformations, a perfect match." Since she had already realized that the recent changes were due to this golden ring, wouldn't it be simple enough to remove it? After all, it was merely a golden circle. Could it truly be indestructible? Observing her darting eyes, Fang Yuan understood her intent. Indeed, he could not match the creator of the genuine tightening spell, and thus could not render the ring truly indestructible. However, he had another clever plan. "Don't say I didn't warn you. This ring is now bonded to your bloodline. If you harm it in any way, it will siphon your vitality to repair itself. Should you dare to break it," Fang Yuan drawled, "in the blink of an eye, I could drain you dry." Mystique, half convinced, asked, "Really? If you don't believe me, go ahead and test it. But before you try," Fang Yuan suddenly shifted the conversation. I have a question to pose. If you merely look at a photo, can you transform into someone else's likeness? Mystique was well aware that, at this moment, there was no escaping Fang Yuan's grasp. With her life in another's hands, it was better to leverage her talents, compelling him to hesitate in delivering any severe punishment. She leaned closer to Fang Yuan, tilting her face upward, and asked, Am I not attractive in my original form? As she spoke, her body subtly pressed against him. Wasn't your earlier experience a testament to your appearance? However, a change of pace can be delightful. With Mystique being so forward, Fang Yuan found himself increasingly restless. That day, he neglected even his dinner. Despite Mystique's extraordinary stamina, she eventually collapsed in exhaustion. Afterward, as Fang Yuan went to take a shower, Mystique lay motionless on the bed, seemingly asleep. After a prolonged wait, without Fang Yuan's return, she suddenly sprang up, transforming into his likeness, and walked to the door, declaring, Jarvis, open the window. At your command, sir, came the reply, and the bedroom door swung open. Jarvis, where are the wire cutters or metal saw? Sir, may proceed to Mr. Stark's workshop. It is fully equipped with tools. Lead the way. Mr. Fang, please follow the floor indicators. Following the guidance, Mystique arrived at the workshop. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Fang Yuan, listening to the sounds outside, continued his lathering, humming a tune. He had anticipated that Mystique would not simply submit. Let her have her fun. How could she possibly relinquish her resolve without an attempt? In the workshop, Iron Man was engrossed in calibrating his armor. Upon seeing the red and gold suit before her, Mystique's eyes lit up. This was precisely one of her targets. So it was hidden here. She approached confidently. Tony, do you have any hydraulic pliers? Iron Man turned, puzzled. What do you need hydraulic pliers for? Your fingers are more adept than any tool. Enough chatter, just hand it over. Iron Man, already accustomed to Fang Yuan's demeanor, dismissed her attitude and casually retrieved the hydraulic pliers, handing them over. What do you need this for? Mystique did not respond, taking the tool and turning to leave. Although Tony found it a bit strange, he shrugged it off and returned to his work. In truth, Mystique did not wish to escape. She simply understood that as long as the golden ring remained on her head, her life was forever in someone else's hands. Escaping for a moment held no significance if she could never escape for a lifetime. Avoiding Iron Man's gaze, she aimed the hydraulic pliers at the golden ring, applying force. As the jaws tightened, the ring constricted even further. She felt as though her head was being clamped by an iron band, her breathing growing increasingly labored, her face turning purple, yet the ring showed no signs of yielding. The golden ring is crafted from premium materials, far sturdier than inferior adamantium alloy. It is not something a mere tool could sever. Realizing the situation was dire, she hastily released the pincers, gasping for breath. Once she regained her composure, she caressed the golden ring and murmured to herself, It seems that neither cutting nor sawing will suffice. But doesn't he have a laser cutter in his workshop? Unfortunately, that machine requires 2 operators, which complicates matters. Just as she pondered, Fang Yuan's voice suddenly echoed. There's no need for further exertion. I possess something that can indeed harm the golden ring, which should dissuade you from your current ambitions. Startled by Fang Yuan's abrupt appearance, the shapeshifter quickly reverted to her original form. Fang Yuan nonchalantly extended a ring. Why don't you give this a try? The shapeshifter accepted the ring with skepticism. Are you truly being this benevolent? Yet, unable to resist the allure of freedom, she aimed the sharp tip of the ring at the golden ring. The needle, forged from genuine adamantium, was incredibly sharp, piercing the golden ring and creating a small hole with the slightest pressure. In the next moment, the shapeshifter's face drained of color and she collapsed backward. During her fall, she could no longer maintain her mutant abilities and reverted to her ordinary human form. Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. What a jest. If the binding spell could be so easily undone, Sun Wukong would have vanished long ago. When he forged this golden ring, he intentionally weakened the transformation array and energy pulse array to an extreme, while layering the energy absorption array he had learned from the mischievous one a full 9 times. The shapeshifter was no Wolverine, and she certainly could not withstand a 9-layer energy absorption array. If fully activated, it could swiftly drain her to the brink of death. He could confidently assure that once adorned with this golden ring, escape would be impossible. For any act of destruction would trigger the ring to absorb the host's energy and life force for self-repair. The shapeshifter lay on the ground for several minutes, mustering enough strength to rise, her complexion pale and her legs trembling. Standing before her was Fang Yuan, and her expressions shifted rapidly, ultimately settling into one of feigned victimhood. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Fang Yuan, gently tugging at his arm. Dear, What must I do for you to help me remove this thing? It's so beautiful. Why must I take it off? The shapeshifter's eyes darted, her form gradually shrinking until she transformed into a familiar little girl, tearfully pouting. Superman brother, I don't like it. Please help me take it off, will you? Fang Yuan shot her a bemused glance. Had this creature previously infiltrated the mutant academy? Do I resemble that sort of person? Though he spoke thus, he couldn't help but pinch the tender cheeks of the little girl before him. Hurry and revert back. Otherwise, others might think I've acquired a daughter. Yet, truth be told, the little girl was indeed quite endearing. The little girl shook her head vigorously. No. If Big Brother doesn't help me take it off, I want change back. Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. Having an extra little sister could be rather amusing. Pervert. The shapeshifter cursed inwardly. Clinging to Fang Yuan's leg, she adopted a pitiful expression, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy, gazing up at him with longing. Fang Yuan outright ignored her. Stop daydreaming. If you keep me around, aren't you afraid of suddenly losing your life? Could he say he wasn't afraid at all? How about this? In the future, I'll do your bidding. Whatever you ask, I shall comply. Sound good? Presently, if I ask you to do something, can you refuse? No matter how the shapeshifter feigned distress, Fang Yuan maintained his stern demeanor, unwavering. After toiling for a while, she finally grew weary and plopped down onto the sofa in a huff. Had she known it would come to this, she would have kept her distance from Fang Yuan, never approaching him. With the situation as it was, what distinguished her from a mere slave? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Fang Yuan observed the shapeshifter, contemplating silently. Magneto had sent her to approach him, and considering her previous experiences at the Mutant Academy, could it be that he was planning something significant? Sabretooth had already been captured by him. If the shapeshifter were also absent from Magneto's side, the latter's schemes would likely falter. If the two factions do not clash, how could he seize the opportunity to reap benefits? It was well known that refining mutants to enhance one's strength yielded considerable results. Individuals like Professor X and Storm were familiar faces. He couldn't bring himself to act against them, but for those villains who actively sought their demise, he had far fewer reservations. On the Magneto front, Fang Yuan had his own calculations. He had no interest in participating in Magneto's game of capture and escape. His mind was already made up. Fang Yuan turned to the shapeshifter. What scheme does Magneto have in sending you to find me? The shapeshifter scoffed inwardly. Surely this individual couldn't be naive enough to believe a few words could sway her allegiance? Eric holds you in high regard. She deliberately slowed her speech. Just nod. And you could immediately ascend to the second seat of the Brotherhood. The last incompetent one botched the operation, so this time, I was chosen to come instead. Chapter 54 left him utterly baffled. If he believed such words, he must have water in his brain. Fang Yuan toyed with the object in his hand, suddenly shifting his tone. I know you would rather die than betray Magneto. Unfortunately, while you consider him a brother, he may not hold you in the same regard. Nonsense. The shapeshifter immediately bristled. Eric has never abandoned his comrades in the fight for mutants. It must be said, these villainous leaders are all expert brainwashers. Compared to them, Fang Yuan could only be considered a mouthy nuisance, but being sufficiently petty to provoke someone to the point of gnashing their teeth was a true skill. He had even contemplated embroidering on his cloak the phrase, if you have the guts, come and hit me. If not, you're a coward. However, upon reflection, it seemed too embarrassing, and he ultimately refrained. To subdue the shapeshifter, he first needed her to see Magneto's true nature. Since Magneto wished to recruit him, Fang Yuan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. He couldn't possibly remain unseen. Could he? Does he lack even this modicum of sincerity? The shapeshifter was momentarily at a loss for words. She had initially intended to brush him off, but to her surprise, he took her seriously. Don't try any tricks. She warily stepped back. Fang Yuan immediately adopted a mocking expression. So, Magneto is merely a coward? No wonder the Brotherhood is perpetually oppressed by the X-Men. You speak nonsense. The shapeshifter trembled with rage. Those human lackeys are no match for us. At least they can act openly, whereas you lot, sneaking around like a bunch of rats. What success could be achieved under such a timid leader? The shapeshifter, still in the form of a little girl, puffed her cheeks in indignation. Her face flushed red like a ripe apple, prompting Fang Yuan to involuntarily reach out and pinch her cheek. Seeing this, she suddenly laughed. You little lolicon. What you truly desire is to meet Eric, I assent to it. Even if you do meet him, what then? Do you possess the ability to keep him? Regarding Magneto's power, she was utterly confident. In her eyes, apart from Professor X, no one could surpass Magneto. Even the Professor, Magneto could render helpless. As for Fang Yuan before her, though his strength was commendable, did she truly believe he could contend with Magneto? Moreover, She felt utterly powerless against her collar. Perhaps Eric could devise a way to remove it, granting her freedom once more. Fang Yuan gazed at her serious little face, finding her increasingly adorable. He simply lifted her up and showered her with kisses, leaving her with a face full of saliva. Could it be that he truly harbored a latent proclivity for little girls? The shapeshifter disdainfully wiped the drool from her face. Struggling to extricate herself from Fang Yuan's embrace, "Since you are so determined to meet Eric, I shall oblige, but do not regret it." Fang Yuan smiled, signaling her to stop with the idle chatter and act quickly. The shapeshifter retrieved a communicator. In the cold, metallic base, the steely light flickered ominously. Faced with the intricate instruments, Magneto appeared contemplative. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed. He raised his hand to answer it, and it was Raven. Why was she so careless today? Lurking in close proximity to Fang Yuan, it was prudent to minimize communication to avoid exposure. Could there have been an unforeseen incident? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to answer. "Raven, what is it?" The shapeshifter weighed her words carefully. "Eric, I have been discovered. Did you manage to escape?" "No, I am with Superman. He wishes to meet you." Fang Yuan extended his long arm, taking the communicator from her grasp. "Magneto? Fang Yuan?" Magneto fell silent for a moment. "What do you intend to do?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "That question should be directed at you, renowned Magneto. What is your true objective? This is our first direct conversation, and I have yet to express my gratitude for the gifts you previously sent. Gratitude is unnecessary. Release Raven, and I assure you I will not trouble you again." "What do you say?" Fang Yuan's tone was peculiar. Raven willingly chose to remain here. What is there to discuss regarding her release? The shapeshifter, growing anxious, attempted to reclaim the communicator but suddenly felt her body weaken, stumbling to the ground. Devoid of the strength to speak, the communicator slipping from her fingers. Fang Yuan held the communicator to Raven's ear. "Raven, declare your stance. If you express a desire to leave, I will release her immediately." The shapeshifter glared fiercely at Fang Yuan, her lips trembling but unable to produce sound. Silence thickened the air. Fang Yuan withdrew the communicator. "If she refuses to leave, I cannot be held accountable." Magneto dismissed Fang Yuan's scheme with disdain. Since Raven had fallen into enemy hands, her ability to act had undoubtedly been compromised, rendering her incapable of speech. "You wish to meet me?" "Of course, Mr. Magneto has sent several generous gifts. It would be remiss of me not to thank you in person." "Very well. Tomorrow, have Raven bring you to our usual location." The line abruptly crackled with a busy tone, the call severed sharply. Fang Yuan pondered briefly and grasped the other's intention. This was a maneuver to secure a geographical advantage. By withholding the specific location, it not only avoided ambush, but also compelled him to bring the shapeshifter along. Truly, a cunning old fox, orchestrating a complex trap with just a few words. However, what significance did such schemes hold against him? In the face of absolute power, all plots are rendered futile. To single-handedly dominate the battlefield was the combat style he yearned for. Minutes after the call ended, the shapeshifter gradually regained her strength. Suddenly, she lunged at Fang Yuan, biting down on his arm. "Despicable coward. Don't think such a clumsy scheme will succeed. Tomorrow, Eric will deal with you." To Fang Yuan, her weight felt trivial, akin to a mere doll. He leisurely produced a bottle of red wine. "Does your jaw hurt? Would you care for a drink?" Before he could finish, Iron Man's voice interjected. "Fang Yuan, it is illegal to serve alcohol to minors. By the way, where did this young lady come from?" Before Fang Yuan could respond, the shapeshifter interjected. "Who are you? Why are you in my father's house?" Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father? When did you acquire a daughter? Does Gwen know about this?" "Be careful, your girlfriend might dismember you." Fang Yuan sipped his wine leisurely. "Have you forgotten the lesson from earlier so soon? Me? Deceived?" Tony looked utterly baffled. "When did that happen?" Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. "Was that not you just now? What a joke. This girl barely reaches your chest. Where did the extra mass come from? This defies science. Has physics ceased to exist?" As he spoke, Tony grew increasingly agitated, ruffling his hair into a disheveled mess. Fang Yuan regarded him with sympathy. "What science is there in this world? You'll have to accept that sooner or later. But this matter, absolutely not." Tony's tone was resolute. From a young age, he had been a student of science. Even his Iron Man suit was a product of scientific endeavor. To ask him to abandon science was to deny his very essence. In his view, all phenomena could be explained scientifically. The so-called mysteries were merely knowledge yet to be attained. The shapeshifter, feeling dejected, raised her glass, disappointed that she couldn't manage to outwit Fang Yuan. The remainder of the evening passed in silence. Early the next morning, Fang Yuan arose. Just as he was about to leave with the shapeshifter, trouble arrived at the door. "Jarvis announced, Mr. Coulson is waiting for you outside. The S-H-I-E-L-D truly meddles in even the most trivial matters. Just tell him I'm not home. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his mind. Wait. He casually retrieved a checkbook from an alternate dimension, scribbling a few notes with flourish before tearing off a check. Give this to him. The mechanical arm automatically took the check. Understood, sir. I will convey your message in full. Outside the villa, Coulson was idly surveying his surroundings. A gentle breeze wafted the fragrance of flowers, and the pond shimmered with glints of light. Just as he contemplated forcing his way into the system, the speaker suddenly crackled to life. Mr. Coulson, Mr. Fang Yuan is currently not at home. Not at home. Who do you think you're fooling? He has instructed me to deliver something to you. Please take note. Not at home, yet he can still send me something? I'd have to be a fool to believe that. As Coulson scoffed, a small window in the gate suddenly opened, and a check fluttered out. He caught it and glanced. Only 1 million? Compared to Tony, this is quite stingy. Jarvis continued. Mr. Fang also asked me to inform you that if he were to give 10 million, it would not be considered generous, but rather. Still pretending not to be home, Coulson's expression darkened. Do you take me for a fool? Jarvis, let me in now. This time, Jarvis did not offer an explanation, but directly opened the gate. Coulson searched the villa thoroughly, but Fang Yuan's presence was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Fang Yuan had already flown far away. High above, 2 figures sped through the air, Fang Yuan and the shapeshifter, who clung to him tightly. Where are we heading now? The wind howled, and the shapeshifter squinted against it, speaking with difficulty. Clinging to Fang Yuan, she carefully discerned the direction before shouting, west. As they flew, the terrain grew increasingly desolate. Buildings gradually vanished, and they had reached the outskirts of New York. In the distance, a few small hills could be faintly seen. The hills were covered in dense forests, rising with the undulating landscape, growing ever more verdant. The shapeshifter spoke. Let us keep going. We're not there yet. The two continued their journey in silence, neither speaking further. After about 10 minutes, a steep rock face suddenly came into view. It was particularly striking because while the surrounding hills were cloaked in greenery, this cliff was barren, its surface of vivid crimson, resembling blood. Fang Yuan squinted slightly. Is this natural hematite? The shapeshifter replied with a hint of sarcasm. What? Are you afraid? If you are, let me down. It's not too late to turn back now. Eric certainly won't stop you. Fang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. It is Magneto who should be fearful. Otherwise, why would he choose such a place for a meeting? The shapeshifter was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, she remarked, in any case, in this environment, Eric is invincible. Invincible? Not necessarily. As they conversed, the two had landed on the cliff. Looking around, there was no sign of Magneto. Fang Yuan, impatient, called out, the illustrious Magneto turns out to be a coward? I've arrived, and still, you dare not show yourself? His booming voice echoed through the valley, as if the very heavens were repeating, coward, coward. Suddenly, the ground nearby began to sink, forming a series of steps, and Magneto emerged from beneath the earth with a grim expression. Young man, to speak so freely upon our first meeting is quite unwise. Fang Yuan wore a playful smile. Speak freely? I'm merely stating the truth. Sending your minions to face danger while you hide behind them. What else could that be but cowardice? Infuriated by Fang Yuan's repeated insults, Magneto laughed in rage, causing the cliff to tremble slightly. You insolent brat. Be prepared to pay for your words. Fang Yuan suddenly wore a look of terror. Tell me, which sorcerer is masquerading as Magneto? The words left Magneto momentarily stunned, utterly baffled. While the two conversed, the ground beneath Mystique subtly shifted, inching closer to Magneto. Fang Yuan feigned ignorance and continued with exaggerated seriousness. Old turtle, I suggest you refrain from always pretending to be the elder doling out lessons. Furious, Magneto was too incensed to decipher Fang Yuan's peculiar remarks, seeking death. No sooner had he uttered the words than the ground beneath Mystique accelerated, swiftly delivering her to Magneto's side. At this juncture, he felt no fear. The entire expanse of the crimson cliff came alive, with metal stones of all sizes levitating, poised to strike. Confronted with Magneto's formidable stance, Fang Yuan maintained a nonchalant demeanor. He mused aloud, Magneto, what do you intend to do with an ordinary person? Ordinary person? Magneto turned to Mystique, unable to suppress a laugh. Do you think I would fall for such divisive rhetoric? Raven, step back. Allow me to deal with this audacious brat. Yet, Mystique stood there, swaying, rooted to the spot. Prior to their departure, Fang Yuan had activated a restraint spell, not only sealing her shape-shifting ability, but also ensuring she retained her human form. The collar around her neck continually drained her strength, making it a feat just to remain upright. let alone retreat. Magneto soon sensed something amiss. Raven, why are you not moving? Why maintain your human form? As mutants, we take pride in our abilities. Have you forgotten? Mystique feebly replied, Eric, don't listen to his nonsense. I simply cannot transform at the moment. Cannot transform? The metal beneath her morphed autonomously, lifting her before Magneto. At that moment, she could no longer hold on and collapsed into Magneto's embrace. So you have become an ordinary person now? Mystique hastily clarified. No. Eric, please listen to me. Fang Yuan interjected. Indeed, she is now my ally. She is no longer connected to you. Magneto gazed at the frail Mystique in his arms and suddenly released her, letting her fall onto the crimson rocks. You were once my right hand. As he spoke, he commanded the metal to hurl her towards Fang Yuan. But now, he speaks the truth. You are no longer one of us. Suspended in the air, Mystique could hardly believe her ears, her heart sinking. Eric, how could you do this? Fang Yuan leaped to catch her. I have always said that he is not worth your life. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing sound cut through the air. Countless metal fragments above and below spun like cannonballs, mercilessly hurtling towards the two. Boy, you shall pay for your words. Fang Yuan turned his back to Magneto, protecting Mystique in his embrace. You should take a little nap. Mystique felt everything fade to black as Fang Yuan rendered her unconscious, tucking her away in a special space. Just then, a torrent of metal struck fiercely against Fang Yuan's back. The fragments shattered under the impact, exploding midair. Fang Yuan grunted as he staggered, leaving two deep impressions in the rock. Gradually, he turned to face his adversary. A whirlwind of steel swirled around Magneto, enveloping him in a metallic tempest, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Internally alarmed, Fang Yuan recognized that this individual possessed considerable skill. Able to withstand his lethal assault and remain unscathed, few could match him in this world. And what of it? Chapter 55 shall be promptly discarded. In this jungle of steel, Magneto was the omnipotent deity. Choosing to confront me here is the most foolish decision of your life. Magneto sneered. This land shall become your grave. Fang Yuan, uninterested in further banter, surged forward. His speed was such that he left afterimages in his wake, the steel plates beneath him shattering with explosive force upon his steps. Just as he was about to breach the storm's center, two massive iron hands emerged from the cliffs on either side. One claw clamped down on his legs, but was easily shattered by him. Yet, this momentary delay allowed the other iron hand, with the force of thunder and lightning, to strike down upon him. Fang Yuan's eyes glinted with determination as a laser beam instantaneously melted the iron hand into a cascade of molten metal. The scalding steel rained down upon him. Yet not even the edges of his garments were singed. Is that all you've got? He scoffed. With that iron shell, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Magneto's pupils constricted. Having lived for many years, it was the first time he had been insulted as a turtle, his rage boiling over. The entire Crimson Cliff abruptly came to life, with countless steel cables as thick as water barrels surging forth from the earth, thrashing about like the tentacles of a colossal octopus. As these 100-meter-long steel whips tore through the air, the sonic booms of their tips could obliterate a person into a mist of blood. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Fang Yuan exhibited an excited demeanor. His mission, aside from inciting Mystique, was to endure a beating, and this presented an exquisite opportunity to test his gains. With a deafening roar, the steel whips struck him like a torrential downpour, the mountain trembling violently. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the surface, and the steel cables, unable to withstand the backlash, exploded, sending shrapnel flying, riddling the surroundings with destruction. As the dust settled, Magneto squinted. Surely, he must be dead now? Upon the conclusion of his words, the once precarious cliff stabilized as if it were a mountain, the alarming fissures seamlessly closing under an unseen force, returning to their former state. Just as his words dissipated, Fang Yuan, buried beneath the metal debris, suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. The steel fragments before him disintegrated into powder under his strike, and his audacious voice rang out. You little pup, you still have much to learn in your massage technique. Though he had barely withstood the previous devastating attack, Fang Yuan felt as if his bones were dislocated, aching unbearably. Yet, unexpectedly, a marvelous transformation surged within him, as if warmth flowed through every joint, gentle hands soothing his myriad of minor injuries, the comforting sensation almost eliciting a groan of pleasure. As Fang Yuan strode forward, Magneto's expression shifted between dark and light, yet he hesitated to strike. Your prowess indeed exceeds my expectations. Magneto spoke solemnly. How about this? Join the Brotherhood, and I shall grant you an equal standing with me, erasing past grievances. What do you say? Fang Yuan nonchalantly cleared his ears, flicking away a few metallic fragments. Be on equal footing with you, you turtle spawn? I have no such inclinations. Observing Fang Yuan's disdainful attitude and hearing his brazen mockery, Magneto's eyes reddened with fury, completely abandoning thoughts of recruitment. Such a foul-mouthed scoundrel deserved to be eliminated on the spot. He ceased speaking, channeling all his energy into his abilities. In an instant, several fist-sized crimson projectiles separated from the swirling metallic storm surrounding him, trailing flames as they shot towards Fang Yuan. It turned out that the cunning Magneto had prepared a contingency after sustained acceleration. The velocity of the metal storm had reached a point where it formed an impenetrable barrier. Any heavy tank caught within would be instantly reduced to scrap. This was both a formidable defense and an unstoppable weapon. The projectiles, completely crimson, hurtled towards Fang Yuan with meteor-like speed. Were it not for Magneto's magnetic field maintaining their form, they would have incinerated in midair. Faced with such an assault, even someone as formidable as Fang Yuan dared not be careless. He bellowed, his arms becoming a blur as they shielded his front. However, the projectiles executed a cunning arc in midair, bypassing his guarding hands, two aimed directly for his eyes, one for his throat, and two others targeting his heart and groin. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan barely had time to close his eyes, and he was flung backward by the explosive force. Behind him, a 10-meter-thick steel wall rose just in time, halting his momentum and absorbing the full brunt of the impact. The steel walls trembled violently, and in an instant, half of the wall disintegrated into a shower of iron shavings, cascading down like a metallic snowstorm, burying Fang Yuan in a mound of iron gray powder, resembling a freshly heaped grave. At the center of this metallic tempest, Magneto's chest heaved with intensity. It was not that he wished to manipulate more metallic meteors. In fact, controlling 5 simultaneously was already his utmost limit. Under such a terrifying onslaught, no structure in the world could withstand it. Even specially designed alloy walls meant to endure nuclear blasts would be pierced through. Before Magneto could regain his composure, the pile of iron powder suddenly began to tremble. Fang Yuan, rubbing his reddened eyes, crawled out from the metallic heap, grinning as he remarked, "Old tortoise, you hide a fine set of teeth in that shell, giving me a bit of a challenge." But alas, the game must come to an end. Though Magneto remained unperturbed, the scattered metallic powder began to coalesce and solidify, attempting to entrap Fang Yuan within an iron shell. However, Fang Yuan did not regard this childish trick with any seriousness. With a vigorous shake of his arms, the entire steel plate shattered into countless fragments, clattering to the ground. It was said that molten iron lacked magnetism. As Fang Yuan spoke, he ascended skyward. He had remained stationary at the cliff's edge until now. Since he was about to get serious, there was no need to hold back. Several colossal steel pythons surged up from the cliff, jaws snapping. Fang Yuan casually unleashed several crimson lasers, slicing these iron creatures into numerous segments. Seizing the opportunity, he darted towards the metallic whirlwind, unleashing torrents of 3-colored flames that entwined with the spiraling metallic deluge. The interplay of wind and fire transformed the entire metallic storm into a colossal fire tornado. Under Fang Yuan's full exertion, the might of the true fire was far from trivial. Within mere seconds, an entire sky of iron ore melted into a torrential flow of molten iron. Yet, what transpired next left Fang Yuan wide-eyed. This seething molten iron maintained its storm-like form in midair, encasing Magneto securely, showing no intention of descending. Where was the promised magnetic manipulation? How could molten metal possess magnetism? Fang Yuan scratched his head, muttering that he should not have trusted the teachings of textbooks. Magneto, silent, suddenly split a stream from the swirling molten mass, propelling it towards Fang Yuan. This high-temperature iron flow was 100 times more formidable than industrial water jets. But to Fang Yuan, it merely resembled a hot shower. "So you wish to force my hand?" While he was unafraid of this iron water tempest, charging through it would undoubtedly leave him in a disarray from the rapidly swirling molten metal. Fang Yuan had no desire to appear foolish. Magneto's molten iron assault, though far from useless, revealed a fatal weakness. After all, he was but a mortal, unable to withstand the searing heat of the molten metal. Utilizing his spatial perception, Fang Yuan discerned a gap around Magneto suitable for teleportation. Despite the relentless bombardment of iron, it suddenly struck nothingness. The silver-haired youth had vanished, only to reappear moments later before his adversary with a warm smile. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Flustered and panicked, Magneto disregarded the danger of burns surrounding Fang Yuan with the boiling iron. The searing metal, akin to a living entity, surged towards Fang Yuan's orifices, Yet unbeknownst to Magneto, this individual's body, both inside and out, was as resilient as steel, and the invading molten iron was instantaneously refined. As Fang Yuan tore through the iron curtain to escape, he discovered that his opponent had already vanished into the depths of the iron cliff. Gathering a crimson orb of light in his palm, he lightly touched the mountainside. The seemingly laser-like red energy was, in truth, a shockwave that instantaneously penetrated the entire iron cliff, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the earth. Half of the Scarlet Mountain crumbled to dust, enveloping the sky in a blood-red haze. Magneto, hidden within the subterranean depths, was jolted to the point of spitting blood but dared not linger, forcing himself to retreat despite his injuries. As the iron dust gradually settled, Fang Yuan stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the flowing iron water with a smile. What a swift escape. He had no intention of taking his adversary's life today. This master of magnetism would prove useful, and it would be far more entertaining to reap the rewards when he was at his most arrogant. This confrontation not only served to warm up his muscles and enhance his prowess, but also allowed him to acquire a genetic sample from Magneto. When Fang Yuan teleported closer, he had stealthily secured this invaluable prize without a whisper. He found himself pondering whether to permanently retain this magnetic manipulation ability within his own being. Electromagnetic force was indeed formidable, yet only one slot remained in his body, permitting the permanent retention of a single ability. What if he encountered something more suitable in the future? Regardless, even if he did not fixate on it, he could still simulate the ability to manipulate magnetism, rendering it indistinguishable from the authentic. With this thought, he closed his eyes. At that moment, his simulated powers were replicating Storm's tempestuous command over the weather and Mystique's shape-shifting abilities. As his thoughts shifted, the power of wind and rain gradually dissipated, and the control over magnetism took form once more. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes and waved his hand gently. The surrounding semi-solid iron water instantly responded to his gesture, transforming into a lifelike iron steed. One after another, iron horses materialized from thin air, whinnying and appearing vibrantly alive. Fang Yuan smiled in satisfaction, absorbing the ability. The iron steeds solidified instantly, morphing into statues. Excellent, it's done. From the moment he departed with Mystique until now, scarcely half a day had passed. The sun had just risen to its zenith, casting an intense red glow upon the cliff. He was about to leave when a sudden thought struck him, causing him to halt. Wasn't he in need of materials? The mountainside beneath him was a ready source, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Firmly establishing his stance, several pillars of blazing fire erupted from within him, instantly melting the surface of the collapsed cliff into molten iron. Activating his magnetic control, the crimson iron flowed upwards, cascading like an inverted waterfall into a sudden opening in the air. The true fire blazed continuously, and the magnetic manipulation never ceased, with dozens of tons of molten iron flowing into the space every second. As time passed, the entire mountainside was consumed, leaving him with a half-destroyed cliff. The accumulated molten iron within the space had long surpassed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tons, coalescing into a small iron lake. The lake's bottom gradually cooled, solidifying into a pitch-black metallic mass. Working until dusk, Fang Yuan finally ceased his labor, wiping away non-existent sweat and exhaling a sigh of relief. Damn, this is more exhausting than battling 10 Magnetos. Gazing at the materials in the space, he mused that once this iron lake solidified completely, he would no longer have to worry about refining materials. If anyone were to provoke him, he could simply hurl several 100,000 tons of iron blocks at them and see who could withstand it. Why did it feel like a counterfeit version of the Bantian-ine? The authentic Bantian-ine was forged from a fragment of the Mount Bujo, while his imitation was merely half of an ordinary cliff, and it could only be thrown and not retrieved. Having completed his task, it was time to return home. Since he was unaware of the route on the way here, he would have to fly and let Mystique guide him. The journey back would be much simpler. In a few flashes, he stood at his doorstep. I released the unconscious Mystique from the alternate dimension and unshackled the binding spell from her neck. Before long, she slowly opened her eyes. It was noteworthy that just yesterday morning, she had desperately sought to escape from this place. Yet now, upon returning to this room, she appeared utterly indifferent, merely staring blankly at the ceiling. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke softly. You know, I sacrificed so much for Magneto. In my heart, he is a leader, a friend, someone worth following. But to him, what do I truly amount to? Perhaps just a useful subordinate? Indeed, Mystique forced a bitter smile, emphasizing her words, a useful subordinate. Once I lose my value, I will be discarded without hesitation. Am I merely a tool to him? Fang Yuan approached with a playful grin. So, it's better to stick with me then, at least in my presence. You will always have a place to wield your abilities. Mystique touched the metallic collar around her neck, dejectedly stating, Do I have the right to refuse? This collar is quite lovely. It suits you perfectly. Fang Vida consoled. Do not be so despondent. Perhaps one day, if I am in high spirits, I may indeed pluck it for you. Of course, he secretly added in his mind that even if he did, it would be replaced with a new one. Mystique, however, was utterly unconvinced by his deceitful words. In the brief span of 2 days spent in each other's company, she had already discerned the true nature of this scoundrel before her. Merely recalling the various transformations she was compelled to undergo that fateful night made it abundantly clear that under his control, one could expect no pleasant days ahead. Nevertheless, the rascal spoke a semblance of truth. As long as he retained an interest in women, she would forever hold some value. Perhaps this could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune? At least she need not fret over the possibility of being casually discarded one day. With this thought in mind, she took the initiative to ask, Are you still curious about Magneto's plans? Fang Yuan indeed felt a surge of interest. According to the original narrative, Magneto was supposed to attempt turning the world leaders into mutants during the United Nations Summit. This plot had nearly succeeded, yet ultimately fell short. He wondered if there had been any changes since then. He has constructed a machine capable of transforming ordinary humans into mutants. Mystique continued. The experiment has been successful. Now we merely require a scapegoat. It appeared that the plan had not altered. Fang Yuan pondered silently. However, without Mystique's assistance, how would old Magneto contend with Professor X? Lost in thought, he suddenly chuckled. Such a vexing matter could be left for Magneto to worry about. After all, he had already laid a contingency with Storm. When old Magneto commenced his actions, it would be the perfect time to eliminate him. These past few days, with Mystique as his companion, Fang Yuan had been living a life of unparalleled leisure. Within a mysterious realm, the blazing three-flame, true fire burned incessantly, continuously refining various materials. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Yuan indulged in a life rich with flavor, savoring a plethora of novel experiences. Even the infamous Black Widow was not spared from his clutches. Although this Black Widow was not a real person, her realism surpassed that of any living being. Even if her true self stood before him, one might struggle to distinguish between the two. Out of a sense of wicked amusement, Fang Yuan had clandestinely captured numerous photographs. Should the real Black Widow catch sight of these images, one could only wonder what her reaction would be. Chapter 56. A few individuals in despair. While Fang Yuan reveled in his leisurely existence, dark currents swirled within Professor X's mutant academy. The situation traces back to the grand confrontation between Fang Yuan and Magneto. On that day, as Fang Yuan diligently refined an entire cliff, the fleeing Magneto staggered forth from the depths of the earth. At that moment, Magneto's body bore the scars of searing molten iron, and with his internal organs severely damaged, he struggled to maintain flight. He understood all too well that the current brotherhood of mutants had been gravely weakened, with Fang Yuan having killed one, captured another, and spirited away yet another. There was scarcely anyone left of use. What troubled him even more was the fact that Mystique remained in Fang Yuan's grasp. Who could predict what that wretch might do? With these thoughts in mind, Magneto altered his flight path. At this moment, the Mutant Academy was shrouded in tranquility. The playground, previously ravaged by Fang Yuan, had been restored to its former glory, thanks to the efforts of an unknown mutant. In the distance, a swaying figure appeared in the sky, gradually stabilizing as it drew nearer, none other than Magneto himself. When he landed near the academy, despite his disheveled appearance, he maintained an upright posture, as though ever prepared to engage in battle. Inside the academy, apart from Cyclops, who was recuperating from injuries, the other X-Men stood at the ready. After all, facing an adversary as formidable as Magneto, no one dared to let their guard down, even if he appeared injured. Professor X, upon witnessing Magneto's charred form and bloodied lips, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Eric, what sort of person could inflict such wounds upon you?" At the mention of this question, Magneto's mind conjured the detestable visage of Fang Yuan. He yearned to rend Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces, yet the words that escaped his lips instead were, "Charles, do you still recall Raven?" "How could I forget?" replied the professor, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "She grew up alongside me. To me, she was like a daughter." With a sigh, he continued, "Regrettably, in the end, she chose to embrace your ideology and departed from me." Magneto's expression turned grave. "From this day forth, there shall be no more Mystique, only an ordinary human, Raven." The professor's face blanched in shock, and he hastily pressed for clarification. What do you mean by that? What has happened to Raven? Magneto nonchalantly shifted the subject. This matter is intricately tied to the recent surge of the man known as Fang Yuan. The moment the name Fang Yuan escaped his lips, every gaze in the room turned towards him in unison. After all, just days prior, this young man had caused a veritable uproar within the academy, nearly razing the entire establishment to the ground. Even now, Cyclops lay bedridden and unable to move. Storm could not help but interject. How does he fit into this? With a darkened expression, Magneto replied. That wretch employed some unknown means to reduce Mystique to an ordinary human. The injuries I bear are a result of our confrontation. Hearing this revelation, the expressions of the X-Men shifted subtly. They were all aware of Fang Yuan's previous act of healing the mischievous one. If that were the case, it was entirely plausible that Mystique's powers had merely been temporarily suppressed. The room fell into a profound silence. This reaction caught Magneto entirely off guard. In his mind, mutants hearing of someone capable of nullifying their abilities should have rallied against a common foe, or at the very least, displayed a sense of shared outrage. Why then did the individuals before him remain so unmoved? Seeing our kin in distress, is this your response? Magneto questioned. Just as Storm was about to respond, Professor X interjected. Old friend, putting everything aside for now, I see you are gravely injured. Why not allow Jean and Hank to conduct a checkup? Beast Hank immediately opposed. Professor, who knows what intentions he harbors by coming here? How can we possibly allow him entry into the school? Wolverine, standing nearby, clenched his teeth. Absolutely not. He must not be allowed through the gates. Before the professor could reply, Magneto, who had been holding himself together, suddenly staggered, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips, and he collapsed to the ground. The scene fell into an immediate hush. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been brimming with bravado. How could he fall so suddenly? They had yet to lay a finger on him. Professor X, unable to shake off his concern for his old friend's injuries, urged. Hank, go see what is amiss. Beast cautiously approached to examine him, and after a moment, he let out a sigh of relief. Professor, he is indeed gravely injured and has lost consciousness. How to handle him now? True to his character, the professor, even knowing Magneto's dubious intentions, could never stand idly by and let someone perish. And Magneto had precisely calculated this point, seeking him out in his weakened state. Let us take him to the medical room. With a thought from the professor, the unconscious Magneto began to levitate gently, following Jean Grey into the medical room. Beast and Phoenix immediately commenced their examination and treatment. At the entrance of the medical room, Storm furrowed her brow and spoke to Professor X. Professor, we cannot trust Magneto's words. How could Fang Yuan possibly attack him without reason? Moreover, he claims Mystique has lost her powers, with Raven's abilities. Unless she willingly reveals herself, who could ever detect her presence? The professor nodded gently. I am well aware of all this. However, his injuries are undeniably real. Our utmost priority now is to treat his wounds. We shall discuss other matters once he has recovered. Storm sighed inwardly. The professor was admirable in many ways. Yet he was far too soft-hearted, always inclined to see the best in others. But then again, was it not this kindness and generosity that inspired everyone to willingly follow him? If the professor were to become cold and unfeeling, how would he differ from Magneto? With this thought, Storm chose to say no more, silently resolving to keep a close watch on Magneto's every move. In the days that followed, under the vigilant watch of several mutants, Magneto recuperated quietly, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. Until one fateful day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the school. When Magneto discerned the figure surrounded by Storm, Jean, and others, he nearly let out an expletive. Was that not Senator Kelly? How could he have escaped here? If this man were to encounter the professor, would not his plans be utterly laid bare? Magneto discreetly withdrew from the crowd. All the attention of the X-Men was fixated on the sudden appearance of Senator Kelly, and no one noticed Magneto's unusual actions. At that moment, he hastened towards the professor's lounge. The lounge was brightly lit, with the professor diligently grading student assignments at his desk. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed. The professor looked up to see a flustered Magneto and smiled. Eric, your injury has not yet healed. There is no need to rush. Magneto slowed his pace and approached the professor's side. Charles, I've just recalled something of urgent importance that requires your assistance. What is it? Speak. Magneto removed the helmet he never parted with, and in response to the professor's astonished gaze, he continued, This matter is quite complex. Perhaps you should read my thoughts directly. The professor shook his head. Eric, you know I never. Before he could finish, Magneto abruptly placed the helmet atop the professor's shiny head. Simultaneously, the metallic lamp in the room began to contort, transforming into iron chains that ensnared the professor's neck, firmly securing the helmet in place. Despite this sudden turn of events, the professor remained composed. "Eric, this is no jest. What are you doing?" He struggled to remove the helmet, but his ordinary strength was no match for the iron contraption. The thick metallic bands held the helmet steadfast against his head, refusing to budge. Attempting to utilize his telepathy, he found his abilities thwarted, as if they had collided with an unyielding barrier, locked away within his mind. Observing this, Magneto chuckled softly. "Old friend, I offered you a chance. You are simply too soft-hearted." At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor as an unknown teacher approached. Magneto, still nursing his wounds, wished to avoid a confrontation. With a mere gesture, the steel beams of the ceiling writhed as if alive. Debris cascaded down, but hundreds of steel bars wove themselves into a dense net, securely covering the heads of the two men. Metal objects in the room flew toward them, propelling them through the gaping hole in the ceiling. From the moment Senator Kelly was discovered to this instance, only a few minutes had passed, with most of that time spent navigating to find the professor. By the time Hank, the blue-haired beast, burst in, he found chaos. The room was in disarray, with a large hole in the ceiling and no sign of anyone. His complexion turned pale as he spun around to find his companions. "Has anyone seen Magneto?" The others exchanged glances, bewildered. It was no wonder, with the sudden appearance of the anti-mutant Senator Kelly, who could still focus on the supposedly docile Magneto. "The professor is missing. Search separately." Hank's voice cracked with urgency. Yet, scouring the campus yielded no trace, and even Magneto had seemingly vanished without a trace. Back in the office strewn with debris, Jean and Storm wore expressions of despair. Wolverine smashed a solid wooden desk with a single punch, splintering it into fragments. "I told you that old coot had ill intentions." Jean, still in disbelief, replied, "The professor trusted him so much. We even helped him recover. It has to be his doing." Hank pointed to the exposed beams of the ceiling. "Look, all the steel bars have been removed. Who else could have done this but Magneto?" As they examined the scene, silence fell upon them, realizing the truth. This Magneto truly had a heart of wolf and lungs of dog. They should never have trusted him. This sentiment echoed the unspoken thoughts of the group. Regrettably, such reflections were too late to remedy the situation. Aside from venting their frustrations, they had no solutions. Jean Grey then suggested, "Perhaps we can find clues from Senator Kelly. These events must be interconnected. How could it be mere coincidence that he arrived just as Magneto abducted the professor?" This hypothesis held merit, prompting the group to return to the medical room. On the operating table, Senator Kelly lay gasping for breath, his body becoming increasingly translucent, leaking fluid that soaked the table and floor. Upon seeing them enter, he struggled to widen his eyes. "Can you save me?" Jean expressed her regret. "I'm truly sorry. We cannot assist you. Your genes have been compromised, and your cells are rapidly dying. We are powerless to help." "So I am to die?" The hope in Senator Kelly's eyes extinguished, and he wearily closed them. "Now we need your assistance. Can you tell us what you experienced?" Senator Kelly curled his lips in a sardonic smile. "Aren't you mutants? See for yourselves." At this point, etiquette was cast aside. Jean stepped forward, placing her finger against his temple, activating her telepathic abilities to extract his memories. Vivid images of Senator Kelly's recent experiences flashed before her eyes, culminating in a scene at a base. Through his perspective, Jean saw the anticipated figure, Magneto. He stood within a rapidly spinning machine, emitting a strange light that enveloped Senator Kelly. As the device operated, Kelly quickly weakened, ultimately needing the support of Mystique to remain upright. Just as Jean was about to delve deeper, their psychic link abruptly severed. Instantaneously, Senator Kelly on the operating table transformed into a puddle of water, splattering everywhere. As the droplets threatened to splash onto Jean, they suddenly halted midair and reversed course, reforming into a humanoid shape. However, this body had already lost all signs of life. The sight before them evoked a profound sense of sorrow among those present. Even the death of a rabbit elicits mourning for a fox. How much more for a living person? After a brief burial, Beast anxiously inquired, "What is the outcome? Did you find any clues?" The earlier occurrence weighed heavily on Jean's expression. It can now be confirmed that the mastermind is indeed Magneto. He has developed a machine intending to transform ordinary humans into mutants, with Senator Kelly as the first victim. The most troubling aspect is that he believed the experiment was successful and was preparing to act against world leaders. Yet, he fails to comprehend that such actions would only yield the opposite effect. Should he succeed, a full-scale conflict between humans and mutants would inevitably erupt. This could lead to the onset of a third world war. Faced with Magneto's nefarious scheme, the group found themselves at a loss. Cyclops was still recuperating. Sending Wolverine against Magneto would be akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Their only hope lay with Beast, Jean, and Storm. But Magneto's formidable reputation loomed large. Who among them could stand against him? More critically, Professor X remained in his clutches. Should Magneto leverage the Professor's life as a bargaining chip? What recourse would they have? At that moment, Storm suddenly recalled someone. Had he not mentioned that he could be approached in times of trouble? What if we seek out Forge for assistance? His power is well known. He could even injure Magneto. If he can hold Magneto at bay, we could seize the opportunity to rescue the Professor. This plan seems feasible, does it not? Forge. The others echoed in unison. While his abilities were unquestionable, why would he aid them? Storm fell silent, yet her resolve was firm. Regardless of whether Forge's earlier claims were genuine, they had to try. Without the Professor, the school felt devoid of its backbone. How could they contend against Magneto, who held hostages, with just their small band? Meanwhile, Forge was at home, enjoying a leisurely day. Mystique, having come to terms with her feelings, was exceptionally compliant, accommodating his every whim, much to his delight. One day, he lounged on Mystique's lap, watching television. Suddenly, he perked up, hearing someone enter the house. Turning to look, he exclaimed, "Sharon?" Confused, Forge realized he hadn't seen the alluring agent since bringing her into his life. I had thought this commander would avoid him from now on, yet today she unexpectedly appeared at his door. At this moment, Hill stood with an air of elegance, completely devoid of the submissiveness she displayed when she referred to herself as a maid. However, in Fang Yuan's eyes, her frosty demeanor possessed a unique charm. Observing the silhouette of the shapeshifter, Hill couldn't help but scoff bitterly. Has Mr. Superhero found a new sweetheart? Fang Yuan, unperturbed, teased back. Just focus on being your maid. It's best not to pry into your master's private affairs. Hill retorted with a sardonic smirk. Maid? Dream on. To be frank, I'm here to keep an eye on you. You'd best behave. Nick Fury indeed had sent Hill with the intention of monitoring him. But he also aimed to use this opportunity to win Fang Yuan over. Chapter 57. Everyone cast peculiar glances at him. Since witnessing Fang Yuan's terrifying power, comparable to a nuclear bomb, the director of SHIELD had been scratching his bald head in worry. Such a lawless individual was truly a headache. Ultimately, Fury's hopes turned to his own deputy. Given Fang Yuan's temperament, he likely wouldn't refuse the company of several beautiful women. Moreover, this fellow evidently held a keen interest in Hill. Coupled with Hill's previous eagerness to take charge of matters concerning Fang Yuan, the situation seemed to unfold naturally. The bald director even clandestinely mused. If Hill were to conceive Fang Yuan's child, wouldn't that firmly tether this formidable figure to SHIELD? At that moment, Hill's irritation towards Fang Yuan flared. Remembering the day she had been taken advantage of, and now encountering him with another woman, she indignantly hurled her retort and turned to her intelligent butler. Jarvis, coffee. Right away, Ms. Hill, came the prompt reply. Just then, the blue-skinned beauty leaning beside Fang Yuan suddenly turned her head. Do you fancy this girl? You're not even angry after such a sharp remark? Upon recognizing the shapeshifter's transformed visage, Hill's icy facade shattered. Stumbling back a step, she stammered, "Invisible woman Susan." It turned out that this rascal Fang Yuan had the shapeshifter change her appearance daily, and today she had chosen to embody the leading lady of the Fantastic Four. The shapeshifter languidly tossed her golden locks. Compared to that rubber man, Mr. Fang Yuan surpasses him by leaps and bounds. Is it so strange that I choose the true superhero? Hill, taken aback by Susan's audacity, found herself speechless. If Mr. Fantastic finds out about this, you all carry on. I'll take my leave. The agent hastily turned to leave, only to be met with Fang Yuan's light-hearted chuckle behind her. He relished the prospect of a confrontation. A perfect opportunity to stretch his muscles. The shapeshifter, grinning, grasped Hill's arm. What's the rush, little sister? I have no intention of monopolizing Mr. Fang. You are welcome to join us. Hill's face flushed crimson as she struggled to free herself from the shapeshifter's grip. Yet, despite the shapeshifter not being particularly strong, she was more than capable of handling an ordinary person, and Hill couldn't escape. Let go of me. As a member of the Fantastic Four, do you have no shame? Fang Yuan gazed at the pair of beauties before him, a rush of heat surging through him. Suddenly, he lifted Hill off the ground. It seems I need to teach you the proper etiquette of being a maid. As she caught a whiff of his scent, Hill's resistance began to wane. Who is your maid? To call yourself a superhero is utterly shameless. Fang Yuan leaned in and kissed her flushed cheek. But you came to me of your own accord. You could have easily avoided me, yet you chose to return. Do you think I would let you slip away so easily? With his actions, Hill ultimately surrendered her struggles. Muttering softly, you truly are a scoundrel. Only just realizing that, I have never claimed to be a good person. Fang Yuan reclined, admiring the beauty beside him, finding her increasingly enchanting. Hill curled up in the blanket, resembling a cooked shrimp, lost in her thoughts. However, this time, she did not turn to leave as she had before. It seemed that she cared for Fang Yuan to some extent. Although he was indeed troublesome, there was something about him that captivated her. After all, she had unwittingly given her first time to him. Fang Yuan licked his lips, the only regret being that the shapeshifter had not followed him in. It seemed that despite her bold words, she was merely indulging in fantasies and did not truly act as openly as she claimed. At that moment, Storm followed the address left by Fang Yuan and arrived at the villa. 10880 Malibu was indeed the place. After knocking, she was greeted by an unfamiliar beauty. Storm frowned. Who are you? Does Fang Yuan live here? The shapeshifter maintained her guise as Susan Storm, and Storm did not recognize her. Gazing at her nemesis, the shapeshifter suddenly concocted a mischievous idea. Having inexplicably fallen into Fang Yuan's hands, why should she allow this X-Men member, who always opposed her, to escape unscathed? It would be a pity not to use her misfortune to her advantage. With a sly smile, she replied, Yes, I am Mr. Fang's assistant. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with him? At this point, more than half the night had passed since Professor X's disappearance, and Storm anxiously said, I have something important. Is Mr. Fang available? The shapeshifter sidestepped to allow entry. Why not come in for a glass of juice first? As Storm spoke, the shapeshifter had already turned towards the kitchen, soon returning with a glass of juice. Storm felt a twinge of confusion. Why did she specifically go to the kitchen to pour juice when there was a refrigerator in the living room? However, with more pressing matters at hand, she dismissed the thought, reasoning that perhaps the juice in the fridge had run out. She accepted the juice and thanked her, asking again, Where is Mr. Fang? I truly have an urgent matter. The shapeshifter smiled gently. No need to rush. Have some juice and share the details with me. If I can handle it. There's no need to trouble Mr. Fang. This is, after all, part of my duties as an assistant, right? Seeing her so enthusiastic, Storm felt it inappropriate to decline. Downing the juice in one go, this matter must be discussed directly with Mr. Fang. We had an appointment. The shapeshifter, secretly pleased, thought. Now the show is about to begin. Fang Yuan is no pushover. Let us see how she handles this. Feigning seriousness, she replied, Since you have an appointment with Mr. Fang, I won't stop you. He.S. in the study, you can go in. As she spoke, she pointed towards Fang Yuan's bedroom. Shouldn't I notify him in advance? Storm questioned, puzzled. The shapeshifter blinked and smiled knowingly. A beauty like you meeting Mr. Fang? Do you really need prior notice? What did she mean by that? Besides, if no notice was required, why had she initially blocked her? Sensing the shapeshifter's insinuation, Storm felt a flush spread through her body. She recalled what Fang Yuan had said when he left the Mutant Academy. If the Academy encountered trouble it couldn't resolve, she could seek him out. But only if she was prepared to pay the price. She had come this time with her mind made up. Taking a deep breath to calm her swirling emotions, she stepped toward the so-called study. Just outside the bedroom door, she suddenly heard a faint sound. Fang Yuan listened intently, instantly recognizing the sound of Storm's heartbeat. Why was she here? Suddenly recalling his earlier hints, a smile flickered in his eyes. Before he could ponder further, Storm had already pushed the door open. Upon entering, the sight before her left her momentarily stunned, her throat dry. This was far from a study. Just a glance made her cheeks flush deep red, and curiously, she found herself unable to avert her gaze, her heartbeat racing. This isn't a study, is it? Noticing her silence and reluctance to leave, Fang Yuan simply beckoned with his finger. Storm's body moved uncontrollably towards him. Her unusual behavior bewildered Fang Yuan. A gentle touch rendered her so weak. Since when had he become so alluring? Though puzzled, he saw no reason to let a delectable opportunity slip away. As for moral boundaries, that notion had long been discarded. The heavy door effectively muffled all sounds from the outside, leaving the shapeshifter in the corridor unaware of any commotion. However, observing that Storm had been inside for an extended period without emerging, she instinctively surmised what was transpiring within. The thought that her rival had fallen into Fang Yuan's clutches caused the corners of her mouth to involuntarily rise, even prompting her to hum a cheerful tune. Several hours later, Storm finally regained consciousness, slumped beside Fang Yuan, her mind a blank slate. Had she truly lost the most significant thing? What had compelled her to act so shamelessly? As she recalled the chain of events, suspicion immediately fell upon that glass of juice. With her cheeks still flushed, she softly questioned, Who exactly is that secretary outside? Secretary? I have no secretary, Fang Yuan replied, initially taken aback. Before realization dawned upon him. So it was the shapeshifter who was behind this. He had thought as much. While he was indeed handsome, It seemed improbable that anyone would be so forward as to throw themselves at him without exhausting their intentions first. That was Raven, the shapeshifter. You should be quite familiar with her. Storm gritted her teeth in anger. The shapeshifter? How dare she scheme against me? Once I've regained my strength, I shall ensure she experiences the wrath of lightning. Fang Yuan dismissed her outrage nonchalantly. Oh, come now. You haven't really lost anything, have you? Witnessing Fang Yuan's shameless demeanor left Aurora utterly speechless. Not only had she been taken advantage of, but now she felt completely drained. And he considered this to be no loss. What then, she pondered, could possibly be considered a loss? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she suddenly jolted. She had come seeking help today, not to dwell on revenge against the shapeshifter. Rescuing the professor and thwarting Magneto's sinister plot were of utmost urgency. In a hurried tone, she declared, Actually, I have pressing matters to discuss. Magneto is executing a dreadful plan, and the professor has been captured. Fang Yuan gently placed a hand over her mouth. Let's speak outside. After dressing Storm, he carried her out of the bedroom. As the door clicked shut, Hill, who had been fuming, suddenly opened her eyes. What a scoundrel. He leaves just as the intel was getting good. What does that mean? Though Hill had initially succumbed to exhaustion, she had awakened when Fang Yuan was attending to Storm. Having just undergone such an ordeal, she was at a loss as to how to face him, and thus chose to feign sleep to avoid the awkwardness. Little did she expect that this decision would lead her to overhear half of crucial information. Magneto was plotting something nefarious, and the professor had been mentioned as having been abducted. Yet, the most critical part had eluded her. Was the professor a code name or a real person? In the study, Storm was recounting the events of the previous day to Fang Yuan. He had interrupted Aurora earlier because he sensed Hill had awakened. Despite their intimate encounter, Hill was still a S-H-I-E-L-D agent. Would this fleeting romance alter her allegiance? Fang Yuan dared not gamble on it. He had other plans, naturally needing to guard against S-H-I-E-L-D's interference. After listening to Storm's account, Fang Yuan finally grasped the situation. Professor X had ultimately misplaced his trust in an old friend. For Magneto, the rise of his kind took precedence over personal relationships, especially since this group must be led by him alone. Do not worry, he reassured the anxious Storm. The professor is not in immediate danger. Magneto has his own motives for abducting him, and I shall handle this matter. These words somewhat alleviated the weight on Storm's heart. With Fang Yuan's support, their strength now outweighed the opposition. To preempt any unforeseen complications, Fang Yuan resolved to take up residence at the Mutant Academy. After all, Storm was now his woman. And in addition, there was that sweet, cherubic little girl there. Having been apart for merely a few days, he found himself inexplicably longing for her little face. This thought startled Fang Yuan. Surely the alluring and seductive Phoenix was more in line with his aesthetic, so why was he fixated on the little girl? Surely, he reassured himself, it must be the allure of her unique powers at play. Under Storm's persistent urging, Fang Yuan bid a brief farewell to Iron Man and Gwen before heading to the academy. When Hill finally emerged from the bedroom, having tidied herself, the heartless man had already vanished. Just moments ago, she had been left reeling from their encounter, and now it seemed as if he had completely forgotten her. Upon hearing that Fang Yuan had slipped away without even a word, Hill was incensed, stomping her foot in fury. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, this isn't over. High in the sky, Fang Yuan suddenly sneezed, scratching the back of his head in confusion. How odd. I have this nagging feeling I've forgotten something important. Shaking his head dismissively, he thought, never mind. First, I must deal with that old stubborn Magneto. Upon their arrival at the academy, the campus was under tight security. Mutant students were instructed to remain in classrooms or lounges. Though they were unclear about the situation, the grave expressions on their teachers' faces deterred them from speaking out. In a classroom, little Sun was idly toying with the crystal statue Fang Yuan had gifted her, her most treasured possession, which she even took with her to the restroom. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her face pressed against the window as she rubbed her eyes vigorously, before springing up and shouting, Superman brother is here. The teacher, Cyclops, froze upon hearing this, the corners of his eyes twitching beneath his sunglasses. Ever since the last encounter with Fang Yuan, he had felt the weight of scrutiny from every corner of the campus. Hearing that name now ignited his fury. What is that plague doing here again? Little Sun recoiled at his sudden outburst, and before she could react, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Oh, look, one-eyed dragon, you're looking quite restored. What kind of hero shows off by bullying a little girl? If you're feeling competitive, shall we train again? Before his words could fully settle, Fang Yuan had gracefully landed in the classroom. Superman brother. The little girl cheered, rushing into his embrace, her little head nuzzling against his chest. Are you here to help us? The teachers have been acting strangely since last night. Fang Yuan chuckled, tousling her golden curls. With your brother here, no one can lay a finger on you. Standing at the podium, Cyclops watched the affectionate display between the siblings, his complexion shifting like a neon light, alternating between shades of red and green. Gripping the edge of the podium tightly, he recalled the humiliating defeats he had suffered in previous encounters, forcing himself to restrain from retaliating. Having not fully recovered, he was now overwhelmed with frustration. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Fang Yuan glanced back at the scene in surprise, blinking. Have I truly become this formidable? Standing still is enough to make someone spit blood? The Phoenix and her companions, hearing Cyclope's roar, rushed to the scene just in time to witness the commotion. Jean gently raised her hand, using her telekinesis to support the unconscious Cyclops. After inspecting him, her expression softened. Do not worry, he merely fainted from emotional agitation. A little rest will do him good. Fang Yuan interjected. This one-eyed dragon is far too fragile. Isn't he? I haven't even touched him, and he collapses? The others regarded him with incredulous expressions. Anyone subjected to such mockery would surely faint from rage. Storm, eager to prevent further conflict, quickly interjected. Mr. Fang Yuan is my invited ally. He has agreed to assist us. Hearing this, the others exchanged wary glances. Was there truly something special between Aurora and Fang Yuan? Nevertheless, with such a powerful ally in their midst, they felt a considerable alleviation of pressure. The entire faculty and student body welcomed his presence, except for Cyclops. After settling Cyclops, the group gathered in the conference room. Before they could devise a strategy, the landline phone suddenly rang, capturing everyone's attention. The incessant ringing of the phone drew their collective gaze, as few knew the number, and it typically served merely as decoration. At such a critical juncture, its sudden ringing could only evoke thoughts of Magneto. In the hushed conference room, the sound of the phone reverberated ominously. Fang Yuan discreetly gestured to Phoenix to answer the call, signaling that they could not let Magneto know of their alliance with the X-Men. The phone receiver floated in midair, and the speakerphone button activated automatically. Magneto's raspy laughter echoed through the receiver. Children, do you miss me and Charles? The impatient Wolverine immediately erupted with curses. Magneto, you old bastard, what have you done to the professor? Oh, little wolf cub? Magneto taunted. Charles truly possesses remarkable skills, even taming a wild beast like you? The insult was unmistakable, branding Wolverine as a mere watchdog. Enraged, Wolverine unsheathed his claws, ready to smash the phone, but Phoenix swiftly used her telekinesis to restrain him. The unsupported receiver fell to the ground with a thud, fortunately unbroken. Storm picked up the receiver and calmly inquired, surely you didn't call, just to exchange such trivialities? It seems I have overestimated Charles. Magneto continued to provoke. Even a wolf cannot be tamed. Storm remained silent in response. Magneto finally got to the point. I hear there is a girl at your school named Little Mischief? Hand her over, or I cannot guarantee Charles's safety. Aurora responded steadily. I need to hear the professor's voice first. Magneto paused momentarily, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Aurora? A fine name. I shall remember you. You are far more astute than that reckless wolf cub. He then handed the communicator to the professor beside him. Simultaneously, the metallic mask that confined the professor's face receded like the ebbing tide, revealing his pale lips. The professor took a deep breath, his voice laced with fatigue. Eric, why must you go to such lengths? Why? Magneto sneered. I have heard enough of your preachings. It is my turn to call the shots. You simply need to watch in silence. The professor brought the receiver closer to his ear. Aurora, I am all right. The key is to alert Fang Yuan to remain vigilant. We must not allow Little Mischief. The gleaming liquid metal surged suddenly, enveloping the professor's mouth in an impenetrable cage once more. Magneto coldly addressed the receiver. Have you all heard clearly? Will you continue to be Charles's obedient students, or will you trade that little girl for his life? The choice is yours. The communication abruptly ceased. The conference room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the busy signal reverberating through the air. Even the typically volatile Wolverine clenched his fists in silence. Storm turned to her blue-haired companion. Hank, can you pinpoint their location? Hank shook his head heavily. There is too little time, and the equipment is unprepared. The only certainty is that they are still in New York. New York? Finding anyone in this metropolis of millions is no small task. Phoenix's voice trembled slightly. What are we to do now? The reality of Professor Xavier being an enemy hands weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. A direct assault might contend with Magneto, yet it could jeopardize the professor's life. Proposing to exchange the girl was a step no one dared to take. However, Fang Yuan pondered another question. Why was the professor's first statement a warning for him to be cautious? Clearly, Magneto had been severely weakened by him before, and logically, he should not pose a threat. Unless that manipulator of metal had some lethal trump card hidden away, or had summoned formidable reinforcements that even the professor feared. It was not surprising that the professor could foresee his involvement in aiding the school, as the entire academy lay within his telepathic reach. Yet, for the professor to issue a warning despite his understanding of Fang Yuan's capabilities was indeed thought-provoking. Recalling the encounters with the X-Men, Fang Yuan silently steeled himself. Do not be too anxious. Fang Yuan suddenly broke the silence. I have a way to resolve this predicament. All eyes turned to him in surprise. This issue cannot be resolved solely through brute force. Do you have any clever strategies? How about this? Let Little Mischief act as bait to draw them out, while you all provide a grand escort, and I will protect her from the shadows. What do you think? Wolverine furrowed his brow in objection. Are you certain you can deceive Magneto? If you are exposed, Professor X will be in danger. Besides, it is likely Magneto will not personally appear, and then we would be left merely staring at one another. Fang Yuan confidently waved his hand. I possess special means to evade his detection. You need not concern yourselves with the specifics. If you do not follow my plan, can you conceive of a better idea? Wolverine was rendered speechless. Indeed, with the enemy holding hostages, they were at their mercy. What else could they do? In truth, Fang Yuan's earlier suggestion had been somewhat offhand. His actual plan was to employ Mystique's shape-shifting ability to impersonate Little Mischief, setting a trap for Magneto. Though he believed he could easily overpower him, recalling Professor X's previous warning made him decide to play it safe. Having always confronted challenges head-on, he wondered how Magneto would react to suddenly being ensnared in a scheme. The thought of that scenario made Fang Yuan unable to suppress a smirk. Having made up his mind, Fang Yuan declared, I shall speak to Little Mischief about this. You need not involve yourselves. This statement aligned perfectly with the sentiments of the others. Sending a student to risk themselves for a teacher, though a last resort, was hardly a matter of pride. Among those present, only Storm had noted the professor's warning. She anxiously reminded Fang Yuan, please be careful. The professor's specific warning must have a reason. Magneto is likely preparing a powerful move. Fang Yuan chuckled dismissively. What nonsense. With Mystique's shape-shifting ability at my disposal, I have no fear of outsmarting that old coot. Along the shaded path, Fang Yuan encountered Little Mischief once more. Compared to their initial meeting when her complexion was pale, she now appeared considerably healthier, suggesting she had been thriving at the academy. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Little Mischief shyly lowered her head. She still remembered the last time she had burst into tears in his embrace, a warm memory that lingered with her. Did you need something from me? She inquired softly. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, creating a soothing sound. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, imbuing the atmosphere with tranquility and beauty. Fang Yuan lowered his voice. I would like to ask for your assistance. This matter pertains to the safety of the entire academy. Are you willing to help? Without hesitation, Little Mischief nodded. As long as it is within my ability, I will certainly assist. Fang Yuan gently reassured her. Rest assured. This will be as simple as closing your eyes and taking a nap. The girl blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? With a subtle mental command, the girl floated gently like a feather, vanishing from sight as she was enveloped into his storage space. Now it is my turn to take the stage. Fang Yuan activated Mystique's shape-shifting ability, transforming completely. In the corner, Fang Yuan's presence was replaced by a perfect replica of Little Mischief standing there. After taking a few tentative steps, Fang Yuan felt a mix of awkwardness and novelty. After a brief adjustment, he quietly emerged from the corner, wearing this new guise, which felt strangely unsettling. According to plan, he refrained from greeting the other X-Men and stealthily made his way outside the school. The entire campus still lingered in a stifling atmosphere, devoid of any sign of life along the way. Since it was a performance, he needed to be convincing. The real Little Mischief could not fly, and soaring away would surely reveal his identity. Upon exiting the school gates and orienting himself, Fang Yuan continued onward. Not far along, he suddenly halted. Following me so stealthily, when will you reveal yourself? The surroundings fell silent. Fang Yuan scoffed. So, it turns out to be a coward. From behind the bushes came the sound of rustling, and a figure finally emerged, unable to contain themselves any longer. Fang Yuan turned with raised eyebrows. Firestar John? Firestar toyed with a lighter, sizing up his counterpart, and clicked his tongue. TSKSK, has our little unfortunate been abandoned by the teachers? The slender figure across from him visibly trembled, his face ashen. What do you want? The fire wielder laughed heartily. So now you know fear? Weren't you once quite arrogant? What of your superhero boyfriend? Has he abandoned you as well? The raging flames surged around him. Now I can do as I please. As he spoke, he unleashed a pillar of fire that grazed Fang Yuan's cheek, incinerating a nearby sapling to cinders. Abandoned by his mother, forsaken by his boyfriend. And now even the school has turned its back on you. The fire wielder advanced menacingly. The only entity that accepts you is your enemy. Don't you find that amusing? If the little imp were here, she would likely be paralyzed with terror. Yet Fang Yuan shook his head internally, softly asking, "Do you understand why villains ultimately fail?" Because they talk too much. In an instant, Fang Yuan darted forward, his long, jade-like fingers gripping the fire wielder's throat tightly. That seemingly elegant hand erupted with terrifying strength, slamming the fire wielder to the ground. With a sickening crack, his leg bone shattered, blood gushing forth. Before the fire wielder could comprehend why the once delicate little imp had transformed so drastically, he instinctively activated his powers. A burst of flames surged dramatically, morphing into a massive fire dragon over 10 meters long, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Fang Yuan. "You think you can control fire?" Fang Yuan scoffed, raising his hand to grasp the air. The fierce fire dragon whimpered like a tamed puppy, curling up before ultimately condensing into a crimson fireball in his palm. The intense heat warped the surrounding air, resembling a pulsating mass of molten lava. The collapsed fire wielder trembled, cold sweat mingling with blood and dirt soaking his entire body. He stared at the lethal fireball hovering before his nose, his throat tightening. "W are you?" Fang Yuan flicked his fingers. Two strands of flames slicing through the fire wielder's injured leg. The acrid scent of burning flesh was accompanied by a piercing wail as the fire wielder curled up and rolled, his wounds preventing further blood loss, just as Fang Yuan intended. "It's time for AQA." Fang Yuan knelt, the fireball slowly rotating between them. "Understand? You ask. I will answer." The fire wielder nodded vigorously, utterly baffled at how the petite girl could transform into such a grim reaper. "Did Magneto send you to spy?" "Yes. He contacted me this morning, instructing me to monitor you and ensure that the superhero was not accompanying you." "What means has he prepared to deal with the superhero?" "I truly do not know." Seeing the coldness in Fang Yuan's gaze, the fire wielder hurriedly explained, "I joined him not long ago. He was drawn to my ideals while recovering from injuries at school." The pleading abruptly ceased. Fang Yuan gently pressed the fireball into his chest, whispering as he stood, "Do not fret, your master shall arrive shortly." In the moment the flames erupted in silence, Fang Yuan had already turned, stepping into the shadows. After walking 100 meters or so, the compressed fireball behind him suddenly detonated. A miniature mushroom cloud sprang forth from the spot. The red-hot clumps of earth screamed as they shot outward. Nearby tree trunks snapped in half, falling at awkward angles, covering everything in debris. Amidst the scattered leaves and branches, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. As for the fire wielder, he had long since been reduced to a handful of ashes, carried away by the wind. A fitting fate for one who played with fire. The confrontation took place not far from the school. The telepathic Phoenix soon sensed the anomaly. As she initiated a mental search, she discovered that Fang Yuan and the little imp were no longer on campus, and even the fire wielder John had vanished without a trace. That scoundrel had acted on his own. She cursed in her mind. The emergency assembly of the X-Men decided. The beast would remain at the school to care for Cyclops, while the others would immediately set out to find the little imp. Following the traces left by Fang Yuan, they quickly arrived at the scene. Phoenix surveyed the scorched earth. Her brow furrowed. "Is this John? Who is he battling?" Wolverine suddenly twitched his nostrils. "I smell blood. Someone may have been injured." Hearing that someone might be hurt heightened Phoenix's anxiety. Regardless of who among the missing had encountered trouble, it would spell significant trouble for them all. Storm scrutinized the scene carefully and pointed out, "There are only burn marks present. Both parties must be fire manipulators. Could it be that Magneto's operatives clashed with John?" As soon as Phoenix finished speaking, she consoled herself. "If we didn't see any bodies, it likely means no one has perished." "Oh please," Wolverine scoffed. "The loser may have already turned to ash. Didn't you all say both sides are adept at fire?" "No." Phoenix's voice trembled. "We must hurry." At this moment, Fang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of what transpired behind him. Even if he were aware, he would not have cared. Initially, he had avoided the X-Men to conceal his transformation process, but now it held no significance. What he had just executed was not the fire wielder's flame manipulation, but rather a fire control technique he had long since mastered, capable of commanding all flames in existence. Regrettably, he could only currently summon the Samadhi True Fire. That elusive pale blue flame was not the ideal choice for combat, yet it proved quite suitable for a trial run against the fire wielder. Recalling John's futile struggles amidst the flames, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He sensed an unusually high level of authority over his fire manipulation. When he suppressed the fireball, he felt a force attempting to seize control, but it was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, easily nullified by him. He surmised that this must be the fire wielder's power, yet it posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, these were merely conjectures, without concrete comparisons. Fang Yuan remained uncertain about the specifics. Magneto's given address led to a bustling station. That old fox certainly had an astute plan. The station was teeming with people. Should a fight break out, Magneto would care little for civilian casualties, but the X-Men would undoubtedly be constrained. Additionally, the entire station was constructed of steel, making it a fitting arena for him to showcase his abilities. Disguised as the little imp, Fang Yuan stood alone at the center of the station. He looked around, appearing pitifully lost. In the distance, Magneto's eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he caught sight of the little imp through electromagnetic waves. A sly grin crept across his face. "Charles, it seems your student is not quite obedient." In their minds, ultimately, one's life was of greater importance. Professor X could only sigh, torn between feeling gratified that his students valued their lives and lamenting the mistakes they had made. The only surprise was why Fang Yuan had not followed. Could he be lurking in the shadows to protect? The United Nations Summit was set to convene today, leaving Magneto with only a few hours to act. Time was of the essence. He ceased his musings, leaving the professor in a confined space as he soared directly toward the station. Minutes later, Magneto appeared at the station, observing the little imp still standing in place, unmoving. Before him, the steel structure seemed to part like a living entity, granting him passage. He reveled in his arrogance, unabashedly hovering in midair as he drifted toward Fang Yuan. As he made his entrance, the once orderly station descended into chaos. In this world, mutants had always been unwelcome. Upon witnessing a mutant's sudden arrival, the instinctive reaction of the ordinary people was to flee for their lives. Police officers in the station raised their weapons, aiming at the airborne Magneto. "Mutant, whatever your intentions, surrender immediately." Magneto regarded them with utter disdain. "You think you can threaten me?" With a flick of his finger, the metal around them broke free from the officers' control, automatically aiming at their own foreheads. 5 or 6 officers froze in place, cold sweat streaming down their faces, too afraid to move. Faced with such incompetence, Magneto's enthusiasm dwindled. He had anticipated a grand encounter with his old friend's students, yet only a handful of officers had shown up, rendering the situation rather dull. His gaze shifted to Fang Yuan. "It seems you have truly been abandoned by them." Magneto's haughty demeanor nearly provoked a laugh from Fang Yuan. He stifled his amusement, feigning a trembling voice of fear. What do you want me to do? Where's the professor?" Just as Magneto was about to respond, a sudden flicker of recognition crossed his brow, as if sensing something amiss. "A few little rascals have arrived, though, regrettably, their movements are rather sluggish," he scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, the long bench on the platform twisted and contorted, ensnaring Fang Yuan like a living iron serpent, lifting him into the air and gently depositing him beside Magneto. Magneto cast his gaze toward the steel framework of the ceiling. Wherever his eyes fell, the heavy steel structure erupted as if struck by cannon fire, revealing a massive gaping hole. The two ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the night. By the time Phoenix and her companions, panting and breathless, reached the station, they found only chaos strewn about. She stomped her foot in frustration. What on earth is happening with Fang Yuan? How could he just watch as Magneto abducted the little troublemaker? This question, of course, went unanswered. On Liberty Island, the jewel of New York Harbor, this mere 60-acre isle is renowned worldwide for the Statue of Liberty. The statue, towering at 46 meters, holds aloft a torch, its height equivalent to a 12-story building, allowing the edge of the torch to accommodate more than 10 individuals standing. Unfortunately, this viewing platform has been closed to the public since the 19th century. At this moment, the interior of the torch was ablaze with light, where Fang Yuan, Magneto, the Toad, and another mysterious figure stood upon a metallic platform. Most striking was the device at the apex, gleaming with a cold light, shimmering brilliantly under the illumination. "Behold," Magneto proclaimed, arms outstretched. "This is the magnificent invention that will transform the world, the mutant radiation converter. From this moment onward, even the weakest mutant can walk boldly in the sunlight, no longer needing to scuttle about like a rat." He turned to Fang Yuan, stating, "Your sacrifice will be remembered. This is the necessary price for the rise of our kind." Fang Yuan curled his lips in sardonic amusement. "Using my life to pave your way, quite the bargain. I assent to it." This remark flickered a hint of doubt in Magneto's eyes. Few could muster sarcasm in the face of death, at the very least. The little troublemaker should not possess such audacity. You are always so short-sighted, Magneto lamented, adopting a pose of tragic grandeur. What do personal sacrifices amount to in the grand scheme of our race's destiny? Fang Yuan regarded his sanctimonious demeanor and nearly burst into laughter. Internally, he scoffed. If you're so capable, why don't you step forward? Hiding behind while a little girl takes the front line, what kind of hero does that make you? He secretly chuckled coldly, thinking, soon enough, I shall drain you dry and see how you maintain your righteous facade. As time ticked by, Fang Yuan could no longer contain himself and let out a derisive laugh. I never would have guessed you had such thick skin. Magneto's lips twitched, too weary to continue the argument. With the United Nations summit imminent, he brought Fang Yuan to the core of the mutant energy converter. On the polished metallic floor, 2 waist-high columns stood sentinel. Chains on the columns sprang to life, binding Fang Yuan's wrists tightly. After completing this, Magneto stepped back, a weight lifted from his shoulders, halting only at the edge of the torch. Since encountering this little troublemaker, his initial joy had given way to unease as their conversation deepened. The girl, aside from feigning fragility at the station, displayed no fear at any other moment. She was downright audacious. What gave her the right to be so brazen? Or was it possible she was not the little troublemaker at all? Just hours earlier, Firestar had reported that Fang Yuan had arrived at the school. Given that fellow's temperament, how could he possibly allow the little troublemaker to fall into Magneto's hands? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Magneto squinted, scrutinizing the girl not far away. Her appearance and physique were indistinguishable. The only one capable of such perfect disguise in the world was Mystique. Yet, he knew well that Mystique had long since lost her powers. Furthermore, even if he had cast her aside, her pride would never allow her to so quickly ally with an enemy against him. That said, the entire situation felt peculiar. He needed to probe further. Magneto turned to the Toad and instructed, keep a close watch on her, and notify me immediately of any changes. With that, he hurriedly flew out of the statue. Fang Yuan watched in bewilderment. What was wrong with this old man? Staring at him for so long, then suddenly taking flight? Could it be? Fang Yuan abruptly recalled a version of the comic where the little troublemaker married Magneto. Did he harbor intentions toward her now? The thought sent chills down his spine. Determined, he vowed, should that old coot dare to lay a finger on him, he would absorb him, sparing himself the disgust. Unbeknownst to Fang Yuan, he was already full of flaws, lost in fantasies of outsmarting his adversary. It was hardly surprising. Fang Yuan was neither a shape-shifting mystique, nor had he undergone specialized training as a spy. How could he comprehend the nuances of disguise? There are countless ways to identify a person. Merely resembling someone is of little consequence. Walking gait, breathing rhythm, even the slightest gesture can reveal the truth. Fortunately, Magneto was no expert in detecting deception. Although Fang Yuan was riddled with inconsistencies, Magneto at that moment merely found the situation suspicious, yet had not confirmed that he was dealing with an imposter. To evade prying eyes, Magneto flew to a distance before retrieving his communicator. He dialed Firestar's number. But after several beeps, the receiver only emitted the cold sound of a shutdown notification. Magneto's expression darkened, his mood souring. Indeed, something was amiss. Could it be he had truly captured the wrong person? This would mean the entire plan was in jeopardy. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slipping away just like that? He had taken special precautions against this fellow, and upon hearing from Firestar that he was entangled with X-Men, he had sensed this might be the moment he would stumble. Yet, even at this juncture, Magneto was seething with rage, wishing to reduce everyone in the Statue of Liberty to a bloody pulp. Inside the statue, as Fang Yuan waited for Magneto to return, anxiety began to gnaw at him. Could it be that his cover had been blown? With the United Nations summit about to commence, why was this old man still silent? The Toad, with his warty visage, stared at him, occasionally extending his slimy tongue to lick his nose, nearly making Fang Yuan retch. Unable to wait any longer, he thought, if Magneto truly sensed something amiss and made a hasty retreat, wouldn't he that turn him into a laughingstock? Fang Yuan twisted his wrist and flashed a grin at the Toad. Hey, Toad, your master hasn't he abandoned you here to run off, has he? This creature, despite resembling a frog and possessing abilities akin to one, detested being called a toad. Predictably, the Toad's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Fang Yuan tilted his head, feigning surprise at the Toad's uneven skin. Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, he raised his voice. If you're displeased, come at me. Seeing him so brash, the Toad hesitated. In this era, even hostages dared to be so defiant? While his face was indeed quite grotesque, his mind was sharp. After a moment's reflection on his previous collaboration with Mystique and linking it to his boss's recent actions, The toad blurted out, "What on earth are you?" The moment those words escaped, Fang Yuan knew he had likely been exposed. He silently chuckled, realizing that even this toad could see through his disguise, and that old fox Magneto had undoubtedly seen through it as well. Reflecting on Magneto's earlier peculiar maneuvers, he realized this was a secure situation. Though he shared the same skill set as Mystique in his hands, it appeared as if he were a counterfeit. Fang Yuan, you truly are not cut out for espionage. Self-deprecating as he was, he suddenly summoned all his strength, unleashing several hundred tons of force in an instant. The silvery chains clanged loudly as they were pulled taut, yet they remained utterly immovable. Fang Yuan, unfazed, found amusement in the situation. "Oh, what's this, adamantium?" The toad grinned widely. "You've got an eye for quality. When the boss created this machine, he specifically infused it with precious materials. No matter what kind of monster you are, you'll just have to stay put today." This declaration sent Fang Yuan into fits of laughter. That old coot Magneto is truly filial, knowing I have a penchant for such materials. He went out of his way to gather so much adamantium just to please me? Though he was cursing Magneto, the toad erupted in fury. In his eyes, Magneto was akin to a celestial deity, a savior sent by God to rescue mutants, wholly unworthy of such indignities. His froggy visage contorted into a frightful grimace. "You had better clean up your language. If you provoke me, you shall learn what it means to be caught between life and death." Fang Yuan had already condemned this wretched creature in his mind, yet his smile grew ever more exuberant. "Is that all? Do you truly believe that a few feeble chains can restrain me? TSK, the ignorant are blissfully fearless." For reasons unknown, the amphibious man felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld Fang Yuan's mocking grin. But he quickly steeled himself. What's there to fear? This is Edmund alloy, capable of withstanding nuclear blasts. Can this fellow truly be more formidable than a nuclear bomb? In terms of physical strength, Fang Yuan indeed could not break free from the Edmund alloy. But who said one must rely solely on brute force? There were myriad ways to escape, the most direct method being magnetic manipulation. No matter how resilient the Edmund alloy might be, it would succumb to the magnetic field. In comics, Magneto had often performed such feats, even extracting the Edmund alloy from Wolverine's bones. Of course, that was merely a comic. In this cinematic universe, everyone had been considerably weakened, much to Fang Yuan's satisfaction. Had he truly crossed over into that realm of grotesque beings capable of annihilating multiverses, what chance would he have? The magnetic controls simulated by Fang Yuan's abilities ultimately paled in comparison to innate power, merely matching Magneto's prowess at best. He sensed he could manipulate the Edmund alloy in his grasp, but his movements were exceedingly sluggish. At any moment, Magneto could return, and Fang Yuan had no time to dawdle. Moreover, with simpler means of escape at his disposal, why bother with a contest of strength? These thoughts flitted through his mind, and his smile remained unyielding. The amphibious man, unsettled by the cold smirk, was soon to be struck by a more profound terror. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's form shrank to that of a child, effortlessly breaking free from his shackles before returning to his original stature. "Are you ready to face your doom?" Fang Yuan inquired coldly. The amphibious man was initially taken aback, then erupted into wild laughter. "Mystique? You think your little tricks can intimidate me?" He was well aware of Mystique's limitations. Her combat prowess was barely on par with his own. Fang Yuan, disinterested in a verbal spar, was repulsed by the slimy skin of his opponent and delivered a powerful kick. The amphibious man, relying on his extraordinary dynamic vision, retreated just in time, yet was still struck in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, creating a deep indentation in the copper exterior of the Statue of Liberty. While a master of the Eight Extremes fist could pin a person against the wall momentarily, Fang Yuan's kick embedded his foe into the wall itself. Should tourists near the torch glance upward, they would witness a complete human silhouette protruding from the wall. The amphibious man coughed up blood as he struggled to extricate himself, his eyes filled with terror. "Is that truly you, Fang Yuan? Contemplate your fate in hell." Fang Yuan replied, flicking his wrist. In that split second, the amphibious man suddenly launched an attack. His throat convulsed, and he spewed forth a foul, viscous liquid. The dark green substance laced with blood, shooting straight towards Fang Yuan's face. Having witnessed Fang Yuan's ruthless attack, the amphibious man realized that this confrontation could not end amicably. His prior inquiries were merely a ruse to buy time and distract his opponent. A saying flashed through Fang Yuan's mind, a toad leaping onto the back of a foot. Not biting, but merely repulsive. He had no desire to be sullied by that noxious substance. With a glint of crimson in his eyes, the viscous liquid was incinerated in midair before it could even approach him. "You fell for it." The amphibious man cackled, his slimy tongue darting out to strike simultaneously. Shielded by the liquid, the bifurcated tongue shot forth like a viper's strike, aiming directly for Fang Yuan's eyes. Such trivial tactics could hardly deceive Fang Yuan. The amphibious man was clearly celebrating too soon. Fang Yuan's brow remained unfurrowed as beams of laser light flickered from his eyes, severing the slippery tongue into multiple segments. To be honest, facing the amphibious man's self-proclaimed deadly maneuver, Fang Yuan found it utterly ludicrous. Did this fool truly believe his abilities operated on a cooldown like a game skill? Even if he unleashed dozens of beams simultaneously, it would be but a trivial task for Fang Yuan. The severed tongue writhed on the ground like a living entity, while the amphibious man clutched his bloodied mouth. Wailing in agony, crimson blood oozed between his fingers, staining half his arm with viscous fluid. Strangely, even with most of his tongue severed, the remaining part in his mouth still managed to stammer out, "David, are you not going to act?" Fang Yuan's gaze shifted to the corner, where a silent figure in a dark cloak stood. Since Magneto had brought him in, this hooded figure had remained as still as a statue, not even flinching at the commotion caused by the amphibious man's entrapment in the wall. Fang Yuan felt a sense of caution. Could it be that the amphibious man sought assistance from a strong ally summoned by Magneto? Chapter 60, staggering to his feet. As Fang Yuan remained vigilant, the cloaked figure suddenly spoke. "Frog, this situation is quite different from what we had previously agreed upon." The amphibious man, frantic, leapt up. "I've already received the payment. Are you trying to back out now?" The cloaked figure stood there like a block of wood, neither speaking nor moving. This enigmatic individual concealed some unknown power. The abilities of mutants were manifold. One careless move could lead to dire consequences. Fang Yuan contemplated disposing of the amphibious creature before addressing the enigmatic figure in the cloak. He began to slowly approach the amphibious man. Despite his unappealing appearance, the amphibious man possessed considerable skills. By normal standards, he had tussled with Cyclops, Phoenix, and Storm, causing the three leading figures of the X-Men significant trouble. Even Jean had once fallen to him. Ultimately, it was Storm who unleashed her fury and summoned lightning that finally subdued the amphibious man. Having reached such a level, the amphibious man had certainly made his mark. Alas, his tricks were insignificant in Fang Yuan's eyes. As Fang Yuan closed in, the cloaked figure remained silent, causing the amphibious man's heart to sink. With his support crumbling, he could only rely on himself. A flash of red light flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes as a laser beam shot forth. The amphibious man, with his bulging eyes adept at tracking movement, leaped upward and clung to the ceiling. The red beam merely penetrated the decorative shell of the torch. "Oh, agile on your feet," Fang Yuan remarked, somewhat surprised. "You'll be surprised by much more." The amphibious man screeched indistinctly as he descended, drawing a long, sharp spike from his lower back and aiming to stab Fang Yuan directly at the crown of his head. Such an attack should have been trivial for Fang Yuan to deflect. However, to his astonishment, the spike pierced through his palm, embedding itself half an inch deep. The sound of metal scraping against flesh was enough to make one wince. Edmund alloy. Magneto truly spared no expense. As Fang Yuan tightened his fist, he wrenched the spike free and followed up with an uppercut that struck the amphibious man squarely on the forehead. The luck of the wretched amphibious man had finally run out, his grotesque expression frozen upon his exploding cranium. Brain matter and blood splattered across the interior of the torch, staining the metal walls with bizarre red and white splotches. As for the headless corpse, Fang Yuan would not easily let it go. The energy generated from the mutant's refinement was far more precious than that of an ordinary human. Just as the remains were about to collide with the ceiling, they abruptly vanished as if swallowed by the void. The cloaked figure exhibited no reaction to this extraordinary phenomenon, as if nothing in the world could pique his interest. While harboring suspicions about the identity of the cloaked figure, Fang Yuan resolved to prioritize more pressing matters. He focused on the invaluable mutant radiation converter, a device crafted from Edmund alloy by Magneto, likely the most significant prize of this endeavor. With a mental command, the machine, weighing over 10 tons, began to tremble violently. Although its body was indestructible, the foundation was torn apart with a screeching of twisted metal. The silvery device was swiftly absorbed into Fang Yuan's personal space. Fang Yuan's taut nerves gradually eased. At least this operation would not be in vain. He turned his gaze to the T-shaped dagger seized from the toad. A lethal weapon measuring 20 centimeters in length, glistening ominously. The hilt fit snugly in his palm, and the blade shimmered with a deadly cold light. A weapon capable of breaching his defenses must surely be forged from Edelman alloy. His fingertip traced the icy blade. Memories resurfacing, Back when it was still a low-tier magical artifact, an ordinary man named Hill could pierce his flesh with an Edelman needle. Now, having ascended to the intermediate level, even a full thrust from the toad-like creature could only leave a half-inch wound. The enhancement of his defenses was clearly evident. At this rate of evolution, during his next breakthrough, his physical resilience might rival that of pure Edelman alloy. The thought of withstanding a nuclear explosion sent a rush of exhilaration through his veins. The wound on his palm was slowly mending, aided by the internal flow of warmth. With a subtle shift in thought, Fang Yuan activated his simulated ability, switching to Wolverine's regenerative powers. In an instant, the scar vanished like morning dew. In the past, the gravest injuries he had sustained were mere scrapes or singed hairs. Such trivial wounds could be healed instantaneously by his innate recovery abilities, rendering the need for accelerated healing moot. Thus, this was the first time he genuinely employed this capacity. As he felt his skin return to its flawless state, he found it particularly refreshing. Previously, his healing had consumed internal energy, but this Wolverine-like restoration seemed effortless, as if conjured from thin air. What could possibly be the underlying principle? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan chuckled. Why ponder on science? This entire world, himself included, hardly adhered to scientific principles, did it? As long as the ability proved useful, who cared about its origins? While Fang Yuan busied himself with his newfound powers, the figure clad in black robes remained utterly unperturbed, standing at ease as if he were merely a tourist admiring the torch. At this rate, even if Fang Yuan decided to flee, he would not be hindered. But how could Fang Yuan possibly depart? He was still awaiting Magneto's return. The pressing question was, where had the old man vanished to? Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed without a sign of him. Could it be he had truly slipped away? Little did Fang Yuan know. Magneto, suspecting that the captured individual was him, had deliberately flown far away to avoid eavesdropping. This back-and-forth delay added up to at least several minutes. It was hardly surprising that Magneto was suspicious. After all, everyone called Fang Yuan Superman. And Superman possessed a remarkable ability known as superhearing. Could he afford not to keep his distance? If not for the metal chamber shielding signals, Magneto would have preferred to confine himself in a vacuum. Growing weary, Fang Yuan finally shifted his attention to the figure in black robes, eager to engage. Pray tell, my African friend, what is the meaning of your presence here, standing idle, without striking or departing? The figure blinked in surprise. African friend? Why do you refer to me in such a manner? Fang Yuan retorted unapologetically. Draped in that dark attire, I spared you by not calling you a specter. Why the discontent? Before the other could respond, he swiftly revised his address. Very well, let us change it to specter. What are you staring at? Do you wish to fight? The figure inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to tear that insolent mouth apart. Magneto is correct. Your tongue indeed deserves a reprimand. Spectre, is it true that you genuinely wish to engage in combat? Fang Yuan reveled in the sight of his opponent seething with frustration. Fully aware that mere words could not intimidate him, he defiantly raised his chin. I shall remain right here. If you dare not strike, then you are my underling. The mysterious figure, infuriated to the point of near combustion, clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Is there no end to your insolence? Before Fang Yuan could finish, the figure lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Fang Yuan, eager for the challenge, made no attempt to evade, instead meeting the blow head-on with his forehead. Despite the figure's lean physique, his fist struck with the force of iron, producing a resounding clang that reverberated throughout the room. Fang Yuan staggered back, his head spinning, as the metal floor beneath him buckled under the impact, leaving 2 deep impressions. Though the punch was retracted swiftly, Fang Yuan caught sight of the figure's entire arm gleaming with a metallic sheen, shimmering silver. Could it be that he possessed skin as tough as iron, with immense strength? The resemblance to Steel Man was uncanny. Steel Man could transform into a metallic form, surpassing ordinary steel in durability, capable of withstanding cannon fire. In that form, he could effortlessly lift hundreds of tons. While the characteristics aligned, Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. In his recollection, Steel Man was a benevolent soul. How could he possibly be entangled with a dangerous individual like Magneto? Moreover, what benefits could Magneto possibly offer Steel Man? The Toad had clearly mentioned before his demise that this figure had already received payment from Magneto, unbeknownst to the figure, whose patience was wearing thin due to Fang Yuan's incessant provocations. He resolved to unleash his pent-up fury, raining down punches upon Fang Yuan like a torrential downpour. This opponent seemed devoid of any special abilities, relying solely on sheer brute strength, reminiscent of Fang Yuan in his early days. Fang Yuan, now intrigued, dismissed further contemplation. Who cared about the identity of this foe? Let them engage in a spirited brawl first. Come, Fang Yuan bellowed, swinging his fist to clash with his adversary. The metallic fist met flesh with a resounding clash, producing a cacophony of metal striking metal. The force of their collision sent shockwaves, causing the entire Statue of Liberty to tremble slightly. Surrounding debris was propelled into chaos, clattering and clanking in disarray. This time, Fang Yuan stood firm, while the metallic floor beneath him cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. The figure, resembling Steel Man, was sent reeling backward, crashing against the railing of the torch stand before barely regaining his balance. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the torch. One misstep would send him plummeting into the abyss below. He scrutinized the mysterious figure before him. Despite the tattered clothing, not a single injury marred his form. Intriguing. Fang Yuan smirked. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he encountered an opponent capable of matching him blow for blow. His interest piqued. He initiated the attack. Let me see just how strong you truly are. The figure remained silent, suddenly darting toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan unleashed his full potential, his speed surging past the sound barrier. The alloy ceiling behind him exploded under the force of his push-off, sending shards flying like projectiles, mangling half of the torch. The figure's speed paled in comparison to Fang Yuan's. As he darted forward, Fang Yuan was already upon him. The figure barely had time to react before Fang Yuan's shoulder collided fiercely with his side, sending him hurtling through the air. From the outside, the torch's outer wall of the Statue of Liberty suddenly burst open, and a figure tumbled into the night sky, akin to a leaf swept up by a tempest. In midair, the figure fought to adjust his posture, gradually stabilizing himself. Just then, he felt a tightening in his pupils. Above him, Fang Yuan's silhouette appeared like a specter. Down you go, Fang Yuan declared, fists clenched, and struck down heavily against the figure's spine. The figure plummeted like a meteor, crashing through the stone surface of Liberty Island as if it were mere tofu. Following a brief silence, the ground erupted, debris and soil showering outward like a torrential downpour. Several kilometers away, on Ellis Island, the United Nations summit was on the verge of commencing. Under the dazzling lights, delegations from various nations conversed in a cacophony of languages, the noise overwhelming even the most skilled interpreters. Some vaguely heard a distant thunderous sound, but it was quickly drowned out by the surrounding clamor. The sentries and agents guarding the small island left no room for concern. Their defenses were as solid as a fortress. What could they possibly fear? On Liberty Island, the figure clad in black lay motionless in a pit, resembling a lifeless corpse. Yet perhaps it was time to reconsider the name the figure in black. His tattered attire was in shambles, revealing a gleaming metallic form beneath the torn fabric. Even after enduring a full-force strike from Fang Yuan, this resplendent body remained pristine, devoid of even a scratch. Suspended in midair, Fang Yuan, shaking his numbed fist, slowly descended, his face a mask of astonishment. How could the Steel Man be so resilient? The force he had exerted had failed to leave a dent? Or was this individual, before him, a mutant far superior to the Steel Man? As he pondered, he landed at the edge of the massive pit. The bottom of the pit gradually filled with seawater, already submerging half of the mysterious figure. Hey, charcoal head, what are you playing dead for? Fang Yuan caught sight of his shimmering body and abruptly changed his tone. Wait, have you undergone a full-body bleaching? You should be called white bread instead. White bread, lying in the water, playing dead, trying to fool me. Do you really think I'm that foolish to fall for this? If you're scared, just say so and plead for mercy. The figure in the pit, irritated by the incessant noise, gritted his steel teeth and bellowed, "Shut up." Struggling to prop himself up, he swayed unsteadily, still not fully awake. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. It appeared he was not planning a sneak attack. Rather, he was just dazed from Fang Yuan's blows. At this moment, the mysterious man could barely stand, his silver body mingling with the muddy seawater, resembling a drenched chicken. Though in a state of disarray, his tough exterior was undeniably formidable. Fang Yuan couldn't help but inquire, "Hey, white bread, what is your name?" For now, he would refer to this fellow as the Tin Man. The Tin Man completely ignored Fang Yuan's question. Once he steadied himself, he ran his hands over his unscathed body, a grin spreading wider across his face. A narcissist, perhaps? The Tin Man's smile abruptly froze. How could this irritating individual be so bothersome? With a furious roar, he charged forward, resembling a raging bull. Observing the relentless Tin Man, Fang Yuan finally abandoned the idea of further inquiries. Reasoning with such a person was utterly futile. If the mysterious man were to realize Fang Yuan's thoughts, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Who cannot communicate? Clearly, it is you scoundrel. Who is poking at people's hearts with every word. Your way of speaking could hardly be termed communication. Even the most patient individual would be pushed to their limits by your incessant prattling, wishing to tear that foul mouth apart. Fang Yuan grew increasingly intrigued by this steel figure who had withstood his full-powered strike without a scratch. He was eager to discover where this fellow's limits lay. Standing at the edge of the enormous pit, Fang Yuan's eyes gradually took on a crimson hue. When the Tin Man drew within mere steps, his eyes were now a deep red, as if about to bleed. Suddenly, two slender beams of laser shot forth from his eyes, converging midair to strike the Tin Man squarely in the forehead. Though the laser appeared delicate, its power was formidable. After prolonged accumulation and extreme compression, this beam represented Fang Yuan's strongest attack thus far. Even an aircraft carrier would be cleaved in twain by it. Upon being struck, the Tin Man halted abruptly, staggering backward. Seizing the moment, Fang Yuan pursued relentlessly, his blood-red gaze fixated on the Tin Man's forehead. To his astonishment, this steel body merely retreated without displaying any visible damage. The laser not only possessed immense impact but also harbored terrifying heat, surpassing even the surface temperature of the sun, reaching tens of thousands of degrees after Fang Yuan's compression. Under sustained assault, the Tin Man was forced to yield further. Chapter 61. This time, he was truly prepared. A faint red glow began to emanate from his forehead, soon enveloping his entire head and body in a fiery hue, creating a seething wave of heat. His scarlet feet sank into the ground, melting the soil into magma, making movement increasingly arduous. After a brief span of seconds, they had retreated to the shoreline. Finally, a slight indentation appeared on the Tin Man's forehead. The mysterious man was taken aback. Could this superhuman actually inflict harm upon him? Fang Yuan was equally astonished. Even he could not withstand such prolonged focused laser attacks. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the area, accompanied by the sharp hissing of steam. At this moment, Fang Yuan was convinced the individual before him was certainly not the Steel Man. If the Steel Man possessed such power, he would have long since swept through the entire ex-police force. As the gentle waves lapped at the shore, the two had stepped into the outer waters of Freedom Island. The mysterious man, entirely crimson like a heated iron, radiated intense heat from his very toes, causing the seawater to vaporize upon contact, hissing and rising in white steam. At the instant he touched the seawater, the mysterious man's taut expression suddenly relaxed. He ceased resisting the impact of the blinding beam of light and instead leveraged the momentum to propel himself backward. In an instant, they sank into the deep, azure sea. The surface of the water glimmered with red light, bubbles and steam roiling like boiling porridge. Enveloped by the sea, the mysterious man's crimson hue gradually faded. At this moment, the indentation on his forehead became increasingly pronounced, yet he sported a confident smile. Until we meet again, superhuman. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted with the opponent's speed. Escape was nearly impossible. Even if his body were to remain unyielding, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to a fractured skull. Could he possibly have a backup plan? Before he could finish his thoughts, the Tin Man's gleaming metallic form suddenly became transparent, allowing the laser beams to pass through him. He bore the hole in his skull in silence, forming the shape of goodbye with his lips. The next instant, his entire body disintegrated into countless droplets of water, fully merging with the vast ocean. Not a chance. Fang Yuan's fingers spread wide, and the laser beams instantly transformed into a crimson star net, enveloping all directions. Wherever the light net passed, the seawater boiled, and rocks turned to dust, yet ultimately, it was all in vain. The once turbulent sea surface now lay calm, with only the lingering mist as evidence of their earlier clash. Fang Yuan stared at his palm, fragments of memory suddenly piecing together, the ability to transform one's body into adamantium. The answer was at hand. He had absorbed the absorber. The frogman had previously mentioned that the reward had been paid, and if Magneto had granted him the adamantium physique, it would explain the extraordinary defense comparable to vibranium. So that was it. No wonder, despite cranking the power of the laser beam to its maximum and unleashing continuous barrages, he could merely leave a dent on the fellow's forehead. As for his final escape method, that was even simpler. He had directly transformed into seawater. Who could possibly capture him while submerged in the ocean? The more Fang Yuan contemplated, the more he felt his reasoning was flawless. It appeared that the mysterious man was indeed the absorber. However, there remained a question. In the Marvel movies of his previous life, there had been two distinct absorbers. The first was the Hulk's father, who appeared in The Incredible Hulk. In the original plot, this character attempted to absorb the Hulk's powers, but ultimately could not withstand it, resulting in his own explosion. The second appeared in Agents of S.H.I.E., ELD, who could also transform into any material he had touched. But which absorber had he just fought against? As he recalled the details of their battle, Fang Yuan remembered a clue he had obtained from the frogman. At that time, the frogman had wanted the absorber to intervene and stop Fang Yuan, calling out his name, which sounded like David. That aligned perfectly. Hulk's father was indeed named David Banner. What a twist. According to the original plot, this character sought to absorb the Hulk's energy, but now, due to Fang Yuan's interference, he had obtained the indestructible adamantium. What would happen next? Would the Hulk be reduced to a desiccated corpse by his own father? That would be utterly tragic. Having discerned the identity of the mysterious man, Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Silently mourning for the Hulk for 3 seconds, he then charged toward the ocean's surface. The absorber's abilities were indeed formidable, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, they were merely a nuisance. Even if he acquired the adamantium, what of it? His body strength was fixed, while Fang Yuan had the potential to grow infinitely stronger. If he could still leave a dent after continuous attacks, once Fang Yuan leveled up a few more times, it would be far more severe than mere indentations. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's strength was genuine, independent of external factors, remaining consistent in any environment. Conversely, should the absorber lose the adamantium, he would immediately revert to his original form. He cannot possibly remain in a metallic state indefinitely, can he? Just as Fang Yuan and the absorber were engaged in a fierce struggle beneath the sea, Magneto was racing toward them in a state of frantic urgency. At this moment, he gritted his teeth in fury, consumed by rage, resolute in his determination that whoever had disrupted his grand scheme would face a fate of being torn to shreds. As he soared closer, the first thing that caught his eye was the partially destroyed statue of the Torch. Magneto was acutely aware that he might be too late. Yet he clung to a sliver of hope, silently praying as he flew through the gaping hole into the Torch's interior. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but the twisted and mangled metal framework. Not a trace of a human figure remained. Even the mutant radiation device he had painstakingly crafted had vanished without a trace. Damn thief! Magneto bellowed. Whoever you are, I shall make you pay blood for blood. He scrutinized his surroundings, noting the bloodstains splattered across the broken ground, and a severed tongue quietly lying in a corner, indicating that his subordinate, the Toad, had met with a grim fate. While the Toad was of mediocre strength and his demise was not surprising, the ally he had summoned, even someone as formidable as Fang Yuan, could not possibly have dispatched him in such a short span of time. Perhaps the two were still locked in combat somewhere? Magneto's gaze shifted to the humanoid cavity smashed into the copper wall of the Torch. He flew out through the opening and immediately spotted a massive crater on the ground not far away. This pit was so conspicuous, yet his attention had been entirely focused on the damaged Torch, leaving him oblivious to his surroundings. At the edge of the pit, a trail of footprints extended into the distance, with traces of still fresh magma embedded within them. Magneto's heart quickened. It appeared that he had not arrived too late after all, as his enemies were indeed still engaged with his ally. Fixating on the 2 rows of overlapping footprints on the ground, his aged face twisted in anger as he hissed. Whoever you are, even if it is Fang Yuan, you shall not leave here alive today. He had meticulously planned for so long, even daring to risk transforming Senator Kelly into a mutant, nearly sacrificing his own life in the process. With success within his grasp, after tonight, he would ascend as the leader and savior of all mutants. Yet, at this critical juncture, someone had audaciously thwarted his grand design. How could Magneto swallow such a bitter pill? He followed the footprints toward the seashore. The surface of the sea roiled with heat, enveloped in a thick mist, resembling a pot of boiling water. It seemed the battle had shifted to the ocean depths. Ultimately, Magneto was but a mortal, and the risks of plunging into the deep sea for combat were too great. He did not wish to meet an undignified demise. Better to conceal himself in the shadows and deliver a fatal blow when his enemies revealed themselves. He resolved to employ his ultimate technique. This move was immensely powerful, yet he had never executed it in battle due to the prolonged focus required to manipulate the magnetic field, leaving him utterly defenseless during the process. Any misstep could be exploited by his foes. In the ever-shifting battlefield, using this technique would be tantamount to courting death. Yet today, it was a fortuitous opportunity. A metallic sphere floated ominously in midair, spinning on its own. The high-frequency electromagnetic field within the metal oscillated violently. Magneto fixated on the levitating sphere, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he heated the metal to the brink of vaporization through magnetic manipulation. The sphere's integrity relied entirely on his precise control of the magnetic forces. A single miscalculation could provoke a cataclysmic reaction. However, that was not his intent. This dispersed manner would hardly harm an opponent of Fang Yuan's caliber. He was constructing an invisible magnetic acceleration track. The stronger the track, the greater the force. Now, he had ample time to reinforce this intangible pathway. When everything was set, Magneto noticed the lake's surface had regained its tranquility. It appeared the underwater confrontation had concluded. He silently steeled himself. Amidst the thick fog, Fang Yuan confirmed the identity of the absorber and surfaced, relaxed. In that fleeting moment, Magneto sensed Fang Yuan's movement through the magnetic field. Yet before he could react, Fang Yuan had teleported right before him. "Hey, old man, good to see you again. I must sincerely thank you for the gift you bestowed upon me." A gift? Was he referring to the missing mutant converter? Magneto had deliberately infused the converter's casing with adamantium to safeguard against Fang Yuan. He never anticipated that this fellow possessed transformation abilities, rendering his preparations futile. Upon seeing that infuriating face again and hearing the sarcastic gratitude, Magneto remained surprisingly calm. In his eyes, Fang Yuan had become a mere shell. Who would waste their anger on a corpse? A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Allowing you the opportunity to speak is your gravest error. No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly released the magnetic field's restraint. The suspended metallic sphere instantaneously vaporized, transforming into a dazzling plasma that, propelled by the supercharged magnetic field, shot toward Fang Yuan at hundreds of times the speed of sound. Fang Yuan barely had time to blink before instinctively employing magnetic manipulation to attempt to divert the projectile. But it was too late. The supersonic torrent of metal pierced through his right chest, leaving a gaping, palm-sized transparent cavity, its momentum unabated as it vanished into the distance. The blinding radiance had yet to dissipate when Magneto erupted into triumphant laughter. Before him, Fang Yuan's right chest bore a gruesome hole, a wound large enough to accommodate an adult's fist. Within that vast cavity, the pale golden lung tissue was starkly visible, having been perforated cleanly. His heart resembled a decayed apple, missing a significant portion. Magneto's laughter twisted into a grotesque expression. "You little brat, still so young, and even at the brink of death. You find time for banter." Just as he finished his taunt, he suddenly recalled his foiled scheme, causing his smile to freeze in place and his gaze to turn menacingly cold. "To let you die so easily would be too merciful. Even if I were to turn you into a pulp and burn you to ashes, it would not quench my rage." As he spoke, he abruptly sensed something was amiss. They were both still suspended in midair. Why had that brat not fallen after several seconds? More perplexingly, not a single drop of blood had spilled from Fang Yuan's perforated chest. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the gaping wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, the damaged tissue writhing as if alive, regenerating itself. Magneto's laughter caught in his throat, and he rasped out a few words. "What on earth are you?" At that moment, beads of cold sweat formed on Fang Yuan's back. Magneto's lethal maneuver was indeed perilous, had it not been for the regenerative abilities he had assimilated from Wolverine. He might have met his end today. Ironically, he too was contemplating the question posed by Magneto. Moonlight streamed from behind him, filtering through the pale golden wound, illuminating the pulsating remnants of his heart. Although that heart continued to beat, not a trace of blood could be seen within it. By this token, he likely no longer possessed any so-called fatal weaknesses. Even more puzzling was the absence of blood throughout his body. The heart beat hollowly, no longer functioning to circulate blood like a human. Through the wound, he could see the contours of his internal organs gradually fading. At this rate, it was conceivable that one day, all his innards would vanish, leaving his entire body with a uniform texture. As his fingers brushed over the metallic sheen of the wound, he found nothing but the sharp sting, his fingertips clean and unblemished. A sudden sense of disorientation washed over Fang Yuan. Perhaps he had long ceased to be human. In truth, he should have realized this earlier. When the defensive capabilities of his body aligned internally and externally, did it not imply that everything from his skin to his organs was composed of the same material? Now, the only remaining connection to humanity was likely this very skin. Oh, perhaps there was still his consciousness. At least on a self-perceptual level, he stubbornly believed himself to be human. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. Were it not for this unique constitution, he might have already perished on the streets of this perilous world. In that case, what significance would a pure human lineage hold? Survival was the ultimate truth, and strength was the eternal pursuit. Fang Yuan raised his gaze to meet Magneto's, his eyes sharp as blades. He found himself intrigued by the earlier maneuver. Though his physical strength may not rival that of adamantium, it is certainly no trifling matter. Even adamantium itself finds it challenging to inflict harm upon him. Yet, astonishingly, Magneto's recent assault penetrated his very being. The sheer force is nothing short of astounding. It likely surpasses even the most potent laser beams he can unleash. Fang Yuan, possessing the ability to manipulate magnetic forces as well, mused that mastering this technique would bestow upon him yet another formidable weapon. Contemplating this, he directly inquired of Magneto, how was that maneuver executed? Magneto, fully aware of the implications, realized that with Fang Yuan's extraordinary defensive capabilities coupled with his demonstrated terrifying regenerative powers, his own survival today was in grave jeopardy. Every moment he could delay might present a glimmer of hope. I refer to it as the high-velocity metal plasma cannon. Upon hearing this name, Fang Yuan immediately grasped the fundamental principle. He probed further. Does it involve first using a high-frequency alternating magnetic field to ionize the metal, followed by accelerating it with a powerful electromagnetic field? Magneto silently nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, the concept is not overly complex. It bears similarities to a particle accelerator. Large-scale particle accelerators can propel particles to near-light speeds, capable of obliterating atomic nuclei. While Magneto may not reach such extremes under prepared conditions, achieving several hundred times the speed of sound is certainly within his grasp. At such velocities, not even 10 Fang Yuan stacked together could withstand the onslaught. However, the practical application of this technique is limited. Its preparation time is too lengthy for the fast-paced nature of combat. Moreover, once launched, it becomes challenging to control, as the plasma jet dissipates rapidly due to air friction, diminishing in power the further it travels. Today, under these unique circumstances, Magneto could successfully deploy it. With this understanding, Fang Yuan's interest waned significantly. He turned his gaze back to Magneto, asking, "Do you have any final words?" No sooner had he spoken than Magneto reacted instantaneously. A dozen diamond-shaped shurikens erupted from his cloak, encircling him. The edges of these shurikens gleamed menacingly under the moonlight, unmistakably lethal weapons. Undoubtedly, they were also forged from adamantium. To guard against Fang Yuan, Magneto had indeed made considerable preparations. The accumulation of this adamantium must have cost him a great deal of effort. Clearly, this was a response to Fang Yuan's previous vulnerabilities. While his defense is formidable, his movements are somewhat clumsy. Did he not endure all attacks head-on the last time they faced off? Chapter 62 left him tense. Now armed with a body of steel and a shield impervious to blades and bullets, he only needed to breach Fang Yuan's defenses to seal his fate. Yet, to his astonishment, Fang Yuan, upon receiving the professor's warning, suddenly transformed, nearly deceiving even him. In a twist of fate, the two found themselves entangled once more. However, witnessing Fang Yuan's prowess at this moment, Magneto could not perceive even a sliver of hope for victory. In stark contrast to Magneto's caution, Fang Yuan appeared remarkably at ease. Noticing his opponent's hesitation, he took the initiative to strike. Without a shift in his stance, a blinding laser beam surged towards Magneto, to remain still and not evade. If he believed this signified surrender, he was gravely mistaken. He was not one to await his demise passively. In an instant, the dark fabric of his attire abruptly split apart, countless threads intertwining and hardening, swiftly coalescing into a shield half a millimeter thick. It appeared delicate, yet withstood the laser beam capable of penetrating tanks, only yielding slightly. Magnetic forces surged, and the dent restored itself in an instant. At that very moment, over a dozen diamond shurikens stealthily surrounded Fang Yuan from both sides. Whoosh! A flurry of crimson rays erupted from Fang Yuan's vicinity, precisely striking and deflecting every shuriken. He even had the leisure to commend a marvelous technique. Indeed, if adamantium were woven into threads, an ordinary person would find themselves utterly immobilized. Yet in the hands of one who commands magnetic forces, it becomes an unparalleled tool for both offense and defense. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Fang Yuan had already darted in front of Magneto, his hand poised to deliver a strike with the force of a tempest. Clang! The fabric suddenly expanded into a shell-like cocoon, absorbing the impact of his strike as the adamantium exterior caved in violently. With strands of hair perilously close to the edge of the blade, under the tremendous force, Magneto plummeted like a cannonball into the depths of the sea, only halting upon colliding with the ocean floor. Even so, he remained composed, directing the shurikens to continue their assault on Fang Yuan, his cloak billowing in the water like ink. The adamantium woven into his attire truly exhibited unparalleled marvels. At this moment, while Fang Yuan held the advantage, swiftly achieving a decisive victory would not be so simple. Sensing movements from Ellis Island, he resolved to act without delay, suddenly unleashing an ability that caught Magneto off guard: magnetic manipulation. This technique bore immediate results. The adamantium shurikens that had been circling Fang Yuan abruptly suspended in midair, trembling violently as though gripped by an invisible force, darting erratically, akin to headless flies devoid of direction, clearly indicating a struggle for control between two opposing forces. If these shurikens were treasured artifacts bound by blood, even their metallic composition would render them difficult to commandeer solely through magnetic powers, making it nearly impossible to seize them for oneself. Yet Magneto, lacking insight into the intricacies of artifact crafting, regarded them merely as ordinary metal projectiles, easily manipulable by anyone who possessed them. Sensing a wave of power akin to his own, Magneto could no longer maintain his composed facade and demanded sharply, "What sorcery is this?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "What? You cannot recognize a skill you've wielded for decades." Magneto's expression darkened ominously. "Can you truly steal the powers of others?" "Steal?" Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow in retort. "Has your ability vanished?" As Magneto pondered this, he realized that replication would indeed be a more fitting term. That thermal vision was undeniably a hallmark of his laser eyes, while the shape-shifting ability must be derived from mystique, and even the extraordinary regenerative capacity had its origins. It appeared that Professor X's suspicions were correct. This so-called superhero identity was merely a facade, and with such extraordinary talents, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the rightful leader of mutants. Regrettably, he feared he would not witness that day. Even someone as perceptive as Charles could be deceived. Magneto had always believed Fang Yuan possessed a good heart, but witnessing his ruthless efficiency now left no trace of mercy. At this moment, Magneto's profound insights were born from the understanding that he was fated to perish today. When Fang Yuan unleashed his magnetic manipulation, his greatest reliance was rendered null. Was he to confront Fang Yuan with mere flesh and blood? Such a notion was absurd. A single punch from his adversary could reduce him to pulp. Though resigned to his fate, Magneto refused to succumb without a fight. The adamantium still trembled in the air, caught between the two magnetic forces. Realizing he could not fully suppress Fang Yuan, he chose to redirect his powers towards the metallic threads woven into his attire. Sensing a shift in the surrounding magnetic field, Magneto swiftly activated his abilities in response. This specially crafted garment was a treasure far more valuable than the flying shurikens. Those metal projectiles were mere distractions, while the unique alloy woven into his attire represented his last line of defense. If he lost control over this garment and allowed Fang Yuan to close in, it would spell his doom. And for Fang Yuan to approach him was merely a matter of an instant. Seizing the opportunity as Magneto momentarily faltered, Fang Yuan exerted his strength, forcefully seizing control of the adamantium shurikens and drawing them into a dimensional space. He exhaled deeply, mentally cursing, "What a toil." This left him utterly perplexed. Previously, when contending for control over flames against the firemen, he had effortlessly overwhelmed his opponent. Why, then, did manipulating metal prove so arduous? Was it that the fireman was simply weak, or was Magneto exceptionally formidable? Or perhaps there existed a fundamental disparity between the innate abilities within him and those he simulated. These thoughts flickered through Fang Yuan's mind before being swiftly suppressed. The immediate priority was to resolve the matter with Magneto, this wily adversary. Facing such a formidable opponent, he held nothing back, readily employing a myriad of abilities. In an instant, Fang Yuan materialized directly on the surface of the water before Magneto. The two individuals were merely a meter apart, within arm's reach. Magneto remained unruffled, half of the metallic wires coiling around him to form a protective armor, while the other half spun rapidly, solidifying into a jet-black drill aimed directly at Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan shook his head and murmured, "A cornered beast fights desperately. How much longer can this drag on?" With a swift motion, he seized the oncoming drill. What should have been an indestructible weapon disintegrated instantly in his grasp, reverting to pliant metallic strands that languidly coiled around his arm, rendered inert. Fang Yuan pushed his magnetic control to its zenith. Simultaneously, his right hand struck like a blade, plunging into Magneto's chest. The protective Edelman alloy wires, which were meant to shield him, offered no resistance as Fang Yuan's hand pierced through the defense. In excruciating agony, Magneto incredulously looked down, witnessing Fang Yuan's palm embedded in his chest, firmly clutching his beating heart. Fang Yuan's whisper echoed in his ears, "Honestly, old man, your life is remarkably resilient. You are the first to have forced me to this extent." Blood flowed in torrents down Fang Yuan's arm, staining it crimson. Magneto coughed up frothy blood, his powers spiraling out of control, like a rag doll hanging limply from Fang Yuan's arm. Struggling, he managed to utter his final words. "Will you lead the mutants to glory? Will you guide them to rise?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan could not suppress a laugh. He had no intention of responding to Magneto's query. How could this old man harbor such a ludicrous misconception? His current concern was another matter. From where did he acquire such an abundance of Edelman alloy? In the distance, armed helicopters buzzed towards them, and speedboats converged upon the sea. Fang Yuan was not keen on revealing his identity to these observers, so he dragged Magneto into the Statue of Liberty. The barely alive Magneto, upon seeing the encroaching agents, suddenly erupted into a violent cough, blood frothing forth. I see now. This time you have won. But the entire mutant community is bound to lose. Is it William Stryker? Fang Yuan interjected. A look of resignation crossed Magneto's face before he succumbed to death. Although this old man's powers were astonishingly formidable, his physical body was ultimately that of an ordinary elderly man. To have endured a heart-piercing strike from Fang Yuan until this moment was already commendable. Fang Yuan's deduction regarding William Stryker was not due to telepathy. Rather, the Edelman alloy reminded him of intelligence from his previous life, where Stryker was known to hoard an abundance of it, second only to that neon-haired old man. Moreover, who else could be so scheming as to incite conflict between ordinary humans and mutants? During their earlier skirmish, Magneto's ion cannon had not only penetrated Fang Yuan's body, but had also sent shockwaves that devastated nearby Ellis Island. Though the distance had diminished its potency, ordinary people could hardly withstand such an assault, resulting in the immediate obliteration of dozens. With Magneto's rampage, the mutants were sure to face even harsher realities in the days to come. Stryker would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to garner more resources and political backing. This was precisely why Magneto proclaimed, "Stryker has won. The mutants have lost," before his demise. However, those were matters for another time. Now that Magneto had drawn his last breath, his abilities could not be wasted. With a mere thought, Fang Yuan absorbed the remnants into his space for refining. Amongst the millions of mutants worldwide, Magneto undoubtedly ranked as a top-tier combatant, and having recently expired, his energy had yet to dissipate. As the refining commenced, a torrent of heat surged into Fang Yuan's body. He closed his eyes, relishing the spoils of this battle, until his strength surged by 20%, at which point Magneto was completely drained. Feeling the enhancements coursing through his body, Fang Yuan opened his eyes in satisfaction. The gains from this encounter were more than sufficient to compensate for his injuries. Not to mention, there remained a significant amount of Edelman alloy yet to be refined. Thinking of the Edelman alloy, he willed the metallic darts lying nearby to ascend and settle in his palm. He grasped a dart and, with a slight exertion, drew it across his arm. The result was merely a white mark, the skin unbroken. It seemed his physical resilience had indeed improved considerably. In the past, when he was merely at a low-tier artifact level, even an ordinary person like Hill wielding an Edelman alloy needle could penetrate his muscle. Just moments ago, when the Toad had brandished an Edelman alloy spike with all his might, bolstered by the impact from above, it had only pierced his palm by half an inch. Now, after refining Magneto, the same force merely left a white imprint upon his skin. If this continued, once he achieved his next breakthrough, Edelman alloy might no longer pose a threat to him. Although this battle had yielded substantial rewards, it had also imparted valuable lessons. Initially, he had intended to act with caution and scheme against others after heeding the professor's warnings, yet it had ultimately backfired on him. While the outcome was favorable, it was purely due to his own strength vastly surpassing that of Magneto. Frankly speaking, even if he had chosen a straightforward approach from the outset, it would not have been so perilous. This experience solidified Fang Yuan's resolve. Cunning and scheming were simply not his style. Henceforth, he would focus on fortifying his strength and adopt a path of overwhelming force. At the very least, he would delegate such matters to those more adept at them. Just as Fang Yuan was reflecting, Ellis Island was in a state of turmoil. Once a charming immigration checkpoint, it had been transformed into an immigration museum. Today, the United Nations Summit was originally set to occur on this historically significant isle, but Magneto's metallic plasma cannon had resulted in casualties numbering in the dozens, effectively derailing the conference. All personnel and high-ranking officials had long since evacuated, leaving the island swarming with increasingly armed soldiers and agents. In the sky, armed helicopters were closing in on Liberty Island. Had the event not unfolded so suddenly, not only helicopters, but even aircraft carriers would have been dispatched. It was well known that plasma cannons showed no mercy to the powerful. That single blast had claimed the lives of many staff members and a number of high-ranking officials. An assassination of foreign leaders on American soil would be a severe embarrassment for the U.S. government. In truth, SHIELD had anticipated a potential attack on this United Nations summit. When Storm sought Fang Yuan's assistance, Hill had fortuitously overheard some whispers, They had already known of Magneto's recent machinations. With dignitaries from over 100 nations gathered, it was indeed an ideal target. Before the conference had even commenced, operatives from various countries had surrounded the entire island like a fortress. Yet, no one had anticipated that the lethal strike would emerge from the inky sea, arriving with such swiftness and ferocity, resulting in the gruesome demise of dozens, rendering all defensive preparations a farce. Within the Statue of Liberty, Fang Yuan utilized Mystique's shape-shifting ability to assume Magneto's appearance, languidly awaiting the approach of armed personnel. He had no intention of surrendering. With such a commotion, he could not allow the world to label him as a terrorist. This blame was best left for Magneto to bear. Following this confrontation, Magneto's infamy would likely spread across the globe, a development that aligned with Fang Yuan's plans. His initial efforts to recruit Mystique were not solely for amusement. In his calculations, once he dealt with Magneto, he would have Mystique impersonate him to secretly cultivate power. It was not that he wished to annihilate the world or dominate humanity. Rather, having a cadre at his disposal would facilitate many endeavors. At the very least, these assembled rogues could serve as training material, aiding him in enhancing his abilities. Ultimately, it was a win-win situation. To recruit effectively, Magneto's name, be it infamous or renowned, was undeniably advantageous. The agents on the water reacted swiftly, and within mere minutes, they had surrounded the Statue of Liberty, rendering it impenetrable. At this moment, Liberty Island shone brightly, as if illuminated by daylight. A Cobra helicopter hovered above the statue. Its rockets aimed directly at Fang Yuan's location. The night breeze was cool, yet the agents on the ground were drenched in sweat, their throats tight with anxiety. The memory of the previous attack that had reduced dozens to mere blood mist lingered vividly. Who was truly ensnared? Clint Barton, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., crouched within the confines of the aircraft, peering intently through a gap at the interior of the statue. The elderly figure, adorned with a purple helmet and etched with deep wrinkles, stood rigidly upright. He appeared ordinary, yet an unsettling tension coursed through Clint's body. After all, this man had single-handedly obliterated an entire modern army. Suddenly, the helicopter's loudspeaker emitted a jarring sound. "Mutant, you cannot escape. Surrender immediately and lay down your weapons. We shall provide you with a fair trial. Do not engage in futile resistance." With a casual wave of his hand, Fang Yuan tore open a grotesque fissure across the blue-green visage of the Statue of Liberty. He hovered in midair, gracefully emerging from the rift. "Trial?" Fang Yuan's laughter reverberated through the heavens. "In your eyes, must we mutants be judged from the moment of our birth?" Chapter 63. Then let us play. He unleashed his ability to manipulate magnetic fields. The scattered metallic fragments swarmed toward him like a returning hive, transforming the once shattered and bullet-riddled torch into a pristine form in an instant. "I would say, it is I who has you surrounded, rather than the other way around." Fang Yuan's actions sent a wave of trepidation through the encircling agents, causing them to tense up. Alice Island lay strewn with corpses, and capturing this mutant was imperative today. The shrill alarm blared once more. "Warning. Cease all actions immediately. We have the authority to open fire at any moment. Do not engage in any dangerous movements." However, Fang Yuan, suspended in midair, paid no heed to these insignificant insects. His ostentatious appearance today had already achieved its purpose. The world would learn that the assassin of global leaders was none other than Magneto, though this was merely a statement of fact. At that moment, Fang Yuan's attention was wholly captivated by the Statue of Liberty. He suddenly recalled the time he resided in Iron Man's mansion, where he had once devoured a small bronze antique statue. Though merely palm-sized, it had provided him with immense benefits. Now, after all he had experienced, he finally grasped its profound significance. Those ancient artifacts, steeped in the passage of time, embodied the spiritual hopes of generations of collectors. If such a trivial piece could hold such value, what then of this colossal statue, revered as a symbol of freedom by millions? The spiritual power contained within it must be astonishing. Perhaps the worth of this statue far surpassed the Edmund medal he had recently acquired. Moreover, if he could publicly abscond with the Statue of Liberty, it would undoubtedly elevate his notoriety to legendary status. This was a double-edged sword of an opportunity. After all, with Magneto's visage gracing the scene, if not now, then when? As he contemplated, countless red dots began to swarm his entire body, indicating that the snipers were all in position. The voice from the helicopter grew more commanding. "Mutant, descend immediately. Surrender with your hands on your head." The reprimand jolted Fang Yuan from his reverie, and a light chuckle escaped his lips as he made his decision. He would allow the world to witness how he would seize the Statue of Liberty right before their eyes. He slowly retreated, gradually disappearing into the vast, verdigris face of the statue. Lying in the grass was a sniper, over 1,000 meters away from Fang Yuan. He was impeccably camouflaged, nearly blending into the pale green blades of grass. His breathing was steady, and his grip firm, as he subtly adjusted the barrel of his Macmillan TAC-50 in sync with the wind's direction. To an outsider, he appeared as motionless as a stone, awaiting orders from above. Just as Fang Yuan stepped back, a command crackled through the sniper's earpiece. Fire. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. In that fleeting moment, he was confident the shot was true. 13 seconds later, the bullet would surely find its mark in the target's chest. Years of experience as a sniper had granted him this intuition. Through the 16-power scope, the target was crystal clear. As Fang Yuan retreated, he suddenly halted, extending his palm. A bullet materialized in his hand, spinning wildly, refusing to advance an inch. The sniper's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing like a drum. What manner of creature was this in midair? Fang Yuan chuckled. What's this? Do you think you have me at your mercy? Meanwhile, Nick Fury was fixated on the surveillance screens at SHIELD. Upon witnessing the scene, the one-eyed director furiously smashed his communicator. Which fool issued the order to fire? The command center fell silent, the only sound being the whirring of scattered parts on the ground. Perhaps it was the military personnel? The island was swarming with soldiers, leaving few agents in sight. Realizing the potential disaster unfolding, Fury, despite his anger, hastily activated the helicopter's loudspeaker. Mr. Magneto, it's all a misunderstanding. Please, listen to me. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yuan was utterly indifferent to the fact that he was conversing with the director of SHIELD, with Magneto's name on his lips. This gentleman had never been one to tolerate such disrespect. The voice from the helicopter was but a whisper in his ears. This gift is too grand for me to accept. I shall return it to you. With a flick of his fingertip, the bullet that had been suspended in his palm shot back, breaking the sound barrier, aimed directly at the sniper's forehead. Just as it seemed the sniper was about to meet his end, a savior emerged from the shadows. Hawkeye, aboard the helicopter, sensed the peril and swiftly loosed an arrow. From his concealed position, the sniper watched helplessly as Fang Yuan's weapon vanished into thin air through the scope. A chill ran down his spine. He knew he was in grave danger. Despairing, he closed his eyes, silently chanting his final mantra, Hail Hydra. At that moment, Hawkeye realized the situation was spiraling out of control and instinctively loosed an arrow. A resounding clang echoed as the arrow precisely intercepted the supersonic projectile, cleaving it in two. Fang Yuan turned in mild surprise, only then noticing Hawkeye concealed within the helicopter. He raised an eyebrow. Impressive marksmanship, but what? Hawkeye retorted sharply. The severed halves of the projectile traced an eerie arc in the air, with the front half hurtling toward the sniper's brow, while the rear half plunged into the barrel of his rifle. With a thunderous explosion, the sniper's weapon and its wielder were obliterated simultaneously. Having dealt with the nuisance, Fang Yuan turned his back and soared toward the Statue of Liberty, completely disregarding Hawkeye's presence. Magneto. Hawkeye seethed, his face a mask of fury. Do you think we are invisible? Fang Yuan paid him no mind. Upon returning to the statue's interior, he casually waved his hand, and the prominent crack on the statue's face instantly healed as if it had never existed. The surrounding agents exchanged glances, aware that this was a national emblem of beauty. Any reckless firing could lead to dire consequences. Even Nick Fury, far removed in the command center, found himself in a predicament. Before they could reach a decision, the Statue of Liberty suddenly sprang to life. Fang Yuan, suspended within, closed his eyes and attuned himself to the colossal structure, composed of a 120-ton steel framework and an 80-ton copper skin, standing at 46 meters tall, equivalent to a 12-story building. With a total weight exceeding 200 tons, it fell well within his control. Done. Fang Yuan's eyes snapped open. In an instant, the Statue of Liberty animated as though infused with life. She blinked, then lowered her right arm, which had been raised high with the torch. With a cacophony, countless fragments cascaded from the torch. This towering giant even stretched, causing the concrete base to shatter with a resounding crack. As the statue took its first steps, the museum beneath could not bear such weight, collapsing into ruins amidst the thunderous noise. Dust exploded into the air like a veil, enveloping half of the copper statue, creating a scene that left onlookers breathless. Nick Fury watched helplessly as the Statue of Liberty was being stolen, his frustration boiling over as he shouted, "Fire! Open fire immediately! We must not allow this scoundrel to abscond with our landmark." The shores of Manhattan are teeming with curious onlookers, far more exhilarating than the New Year's fireworks display. The statue, which has remained steadfast on Liberty Island for a century, is now clanking its way toward New York Bay, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath it. The crowd below, captivated by the spectacle, raises their phones in a frenzy of photography. A few audacious individuals even attempt to breach the agent's barricade, paddling closer in small boats, but their desperate shouts go unheard. Inside the statue, Fang Yuan controls the colossal figure as if manipulating a video game. The multitude below is bombarded with debris, all of which he magnetically suspends in midair, ultimately causing them to clatter against the statue's surface like iron filings to a magnet, effectively encasing the Statue of Liberty in a layer of iron armor. When that oversized foot descends, the agents on the ground are left paralyzed with fear. A few unfortunate souls are crushed into the mud, their forms rendered unrecognizable. The 200-ton behemoth stomps, causing the pavement of the plaza to sink half a foot deep. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. command center, Nick Fury pounds the table in frustration. Continue firing. Reduce it to rubble. Yet the ordinary assault feels like mere tickling. And the rockets launched from armed helicopters are even more absurd, halting midair upon launch and sending their own aircraft spiraling. One helicopter, as if intoxicated, spirals down into the sea, while the Statue of Liberty remains unscathed. Hawkeye aboard a helicopter nearly snaps his bowstring. Damn it. This bastard doesn't he play by the rules. The surviving helicopter pilots, pale as ghosts, grip their controls with trembling fingers, hesitating to press the attack button. Hawkeye kneels, his teeth grinding, as he retrieves a pitch-black arrow from his quiver. The sound of the bowstring vibrating is swallowed by the chaos, and the arrow swiftly slices through the air. As the special arrow penetrates the statue's metallic exterior, it tears through like a knife through cream, causing the surface to ripple with metallic waves, only to heal almost instantaneously. At that moment, Hawkeye's pupils constrict. The arrow is headed directly for Magneto's brow, yet the Elder's silver eyebrows remain unmoved. With a clang, Fang Yuan, portraying Magneto, does not even glance back. Scrap metal at his feet levitates, deflecting the arrow into a twisted parabolic arc. He gazes up at the buzzing helicopter, suddenly revealing a mischievous grin reminiscent of a child at play. The 70-story statue abruptly crouches, causing the ground of the entire harbor to quiver like jelly. As the Statue of Liberty lifts her torch into the air, the pilot emits an inhuman shriek. A grand slam. The flaming torch arcs through the sky, transforming the helicopter into a crumpled can as it is struck. Fragments of the rotor scatter like petals in the wind, the tail spinning into the Hudson River. Two grappling hook arrows pierce the statue's waist at the last possible moment, as Hawkeye clings to the pilot like a koala, suspended in midair. Among the waves of grass that rise as the statue descends, Fang Yuan strolls leisurely over the wreckage of the crushed helicopter, the two tiny figures at his waist swinging like bizarre metal ornaments. The high-strength nanocords retract autonomously, allowing Fang Yuan and the pilot to slowly descend. The moment the pilot touches the ground, his legs buckle, and he collapses in a heap. Fang Yuan has broken through the encirclement and is drawing ever closer to the bay. The agents behind him continue their futile barrage. The helicopters, frightened birds, are forced to maintain a distance of several dozen meters from the Statue of Liberty. The aged president in the White House glares at the surveillance screen, seething with rage. Fire. Immediately fire. Where are the missile units? The Secretary of Defense and Director Fury are engaged in a video conference. A colonel reports, the guided missiles from the 7th Artillery Division have locked onto the target. Please advise. Launching missiles in a domestic urban area requires immense resolve. Fury urgently advises, Mr. President, there are still our people on the island. Moreover, missiles may not be effective against mutants. The president, fixated on the statue now wading into the sea, grits his teeth and commands, launch immediately. Order all personnel to evacuate. He adds, the helicopters must continue to restrain it. Do not let it escape. Over 100 kilometers away at Chestnut Ridge, the M270 rocket launcher raises its launch tubes. The firing command is confirmed. A button is pressed, and the missiles soar into the sky. Flames erupt from the 4-meter-long missile's tail. Thick white smoke instantly engulfing the olive-green launcher. Two massive projectiles slowly ascend, trailing long plumes of white smoke, quickly breaking the sound barrier and vanishing from the soldier's sight. This is exhilarating. Let those monsters meet their doom. The soldier operating the launch, flushed with excitement, beams. The missiles are expected to reach their target in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Fang Yuan gazes curiously at the panicked retreat of the soldiers and agents. What is happening? They were just desperately trying to stop him, and now they suddenly wish to withdraw? Have they surrendered? This fleeting thought is soon cast aside. Whatever will be, will be. He shall adapt and respond accordingly. As long as he leaps into the sea, using the water as cover to transport the Statue of Liberty into another dimension. What can the U.S. military do to him? Just as he prepares to proceed, the distant Cobra attack helicopters suddenly spring into action. Several rockets scream toward the moving Statue of Liberty. How long will they continue this futile charade? The magnetic control activates, and the rockets disintegrate before they can come close, plummeting harmlessly into the sea. Yet the helicopters buzz like pesky flies, incessantly launching rockets that, while unable to inflict any harm, severely hinder his advance. The colossal statue abruptly halts, turning to face the surviving helicopters. You wish to play, do you? Very well, let us play. With that, the copper plate inscribed with the Declaration of Independence, a term Fang Yuan has coined, detaches from its grasp. In truth, it is a hollow giant copper plate. The size of a small room, its surface adorned with the date of the Declaration's signing. The Statue of Liberty weighs the copper plate, adopting the stance of a discus thrower. The helicopter pilots, witnessing this, are seized by terror, scrambling to evade, but it is too late. The spinning copper plate, accompanied by a terrifying whoosh, crashes into the nearest helicopter. Like a fly swatting a mosquito, the helicopter is engulfed in flames, the pilot perishing on the spot. Fang Yuan shows no mercy. He had no intention of a massacre today, but he wouldn't mind sending a few fools to their demise, the sniper being a prime example. 7 Cobra attack helicopters swoop in, and in an instant, 3 are reduced to fireballs, leaving 4 still hovering in the air. Since hostilities have commenced, Fang Yuan decides to show no mercy, fixing his gaze on the remaining aircraft. The remaining pilots, having just relaxed, are suddenly met with the sight of the Statue of Liberty slowly turning its head, its hollow gaze piercing to the core, sending chills down their spines. In midair, Fang Yuan reaches out, and the copper book soars toward the heavens, suddenly arcing sharply and crashing into another Cobra. At the moment of impact, the pages of the Declaration of Freedom burst apart, twisting the helicopter into scrap metal. Yet in the next instant, time reverses. The fragments of the copper book roll back together, restoring it to its original form. Alas, the helicopter cannot be restored, destined only to become scrap metal. The copper book lightly settles back into the statue's palm, its cover gleaming as if brand new. Fang Yuan chuckles softly. How does the taste of freedom feel? No one responds. Having had enough, the Statue of Liberty no longer lingers, flicking its fingers. An invisible magnetic force tears apart the remaining 3 Cobras. The occupants within the cockpits unable to scream before being reduced to a gruesome paste. Chapter 64 has long reverberated. Several metallic spheres crash to the ground, bouncing and rolling toward the bay, leaving long crimson trails on the asphalt surface. The directors at SHIELD headquarters and within the White House are visibly agitated. They should have switched to nuclear warheads. Reduce him to ionized particles. The aged president grinds his teeth in frustration. For once, the bald-headed fury does not dispute. The missiles will arrive in 15 seconds. Fang Yuan suddenly raised an eyebrow and gazed into the distance. The 2 faint points on the horizon, were they guided missiles? No wonder the ground troops retreated so hastily. Did they think they could contend with him using such trivial gadgets? Naive. It seems the American military has yet to fully comprehend the prowess of Magneto. Whether it be rockets or nuclear warheads, to Magneto, there is no distinction. While conventional firearms might be somewhat manageable when altered to use plastic or ceramics, what missiles in this world exist without metal? The corners of the Statue of Liberty's lips curled into an inscrutable arc. Old Commander watched helplessly through the surveillance. The highly anticipated Atom's missiles, which had been entrusted with great expectations, were effortlessly stilled in midair by a mere gesture from the statue. The 2 missiles abruptly altered their flight paths, slowly redirecting towards the outskirts of Manhattan. Everyone, brace yourselves for a heart-stopping experience. The short distance of just a few kilometers would vanish in the blink of an eye. As the missiles were poised to strike the crowd, Old Commander trembled, drawing a cross over his chest. These missiles had been personally authorized for launch by him. Should they explode amidst the throng, a catastrophic tragedy would ensue, subjecting him to an avalanche of public condemnation. On the ground, hundreds of onlookers were locked in a standoff with the soldiers attempting to maintain order, refusing to disperse no matter how they were urged. Suddenly, the sight of the missiles' trailing flames sent them into a panic, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Yet, how could mere flesh and blood outrun missiles? A few audacious souls, realizing escape was futile, raised their phones to capture this rare spectacle. just as the missiles were about to plunge into the masses. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The two missiles inexplicably hovered above the crowd. Had the divine intervened? As this thought crossed their minds, blinding flames erupted. The shockwave cascaded like a tidal wave, sending the crowd within hundreds of meters reeling, their ears buzzing. Even more astonishing, thousands of preformed shrapnel and steel balls eerily froze in midair, the nearest fragment mere centimeters from the nose of an onlooker. These lethal shards vibrated with a hum, yet remained ensnared by an invisible restraint. What a magnificent firework display. Indeed, magnificent, considering each missile cost a staggering $2 million. The copper hand of the Statue of Liberty gently waved, causing the metallic fragments to rain down with a clatter, some striking unfortunate souls and drawing blood. However, these shaken survivors embraced one another with tears of relief. Compared to being blown to smithereens, their minor injuries were hardly worth mentioning. It is worth noting that this missile, dubbed the Square Kilometer Eraser, was originally designed to create a no-man's land within a kilometer radius. Fang Yuan glanced back towards the sea and the Statue of Liberty, mirroring his movement, cast a sardonic smile in old Commander-'s direction before slowly submerging and vanishing from sight. The two guided missiles ultimately resulted in only a handful of minor injuries, with many more experiencing temporary ear ringing and dizziness from the shock. As old Commander exhaled in relief, his anger only intensified. What on earth did this mutant intend to do? Was he openly mocking the entirety of America? Having just assassinated multiple international dignitaries, he not only refused to hide, but brazenly awaited military capture, even snatching the Statue of Liberty right before the eyes of hundreds of soldiers. It was predictable that tomorrow, every headline across the American media would be dominated by this earth-shattering event, with the populace all posing the same question. The most troublesome part was that they were utterly incapable of suppressing this incident. The 30-meter-tall Statue of Liberty had vanished into thin air, unless one were blind. Who could possibly not notice? Old Commander fixated on the screen displaying the increasingly tranquil sea, his expression darkening. Could they track him now? The newly arrived naval colonel immediately responded. Not difficult. Our 443 large underwater sonar array can pinpoint its location with precision. Furthermore, the activation of the Statue of Liberty has generated a strong magnetic response, allowing the magnetic anomaly detector to lock onto it. The current dilemma is that this mutant can manipulate metal over a range of at least several kilometers, making it challenging for our soldiers to confront him. Even the most foolish person should understand, after witnessing that spectacle, how many weapons in the military are devoid of metal. Yet, we cannot simply sit idly by and watch the enemy escape, can we? Keep a close watch on him. I want to be fully aware of his movements at all times. At the very least today, we must reclaim the symbol of freedom. The colonel snapped to attention, saluting sharply. Understood, Commander. He absolutely cannot escape. With the command given, the underwater sonar array and drones equipped with magnetic anomaly detectors were simultaneously activated, firmly locking onto the submerged Statue of Liberty. In space, the Lockheed State Route 71 reconnaissance satellite above New York adjusted its lens, directing its multispectral imaging system towards New York Bay. On the screen, the light representing the Statue of Liberty was clearly visible, heading straight into the deep sea. Old Commander watched the signal gradually recede, feeling somewhat relieved. It seemed this mutant had no intention of assaulting Manhattan today. He scoffed. Surely this illiterate doesn't he think we'll be unable to find him just because he hides in the sea? No sooner had he finished speaking than the naval colonel reported. Commander, the nearby USS Buffalo nuclear submarine has locked onto the target and is ready to fire. Old Commander's eyes brightened. Keep a close watch. At that moment, Fang Yuan was maneuvering the Statue of Liberty through the depths of the sea. With each step, the massive copper statue stirred up murky sediment, startling fish into scattering as if a shattered rainbow. The entire statue was sealed by his powers. Not a drop of water could penetrate. Had he not been continuously exerting control, this hollow giant would have floated to the surface long ago. Fang Yuan was acutely aware. Even hidden in the deep sea, the American military could still track him. Had it only been himself, he could have easily slipped away with a mere flicker. However, at present, he had to navigate the cumbersome Statue of Liberty while making his escape, a challenge that required careful consideration. Initially, he had planned to simply stow the statue in his personal space and teleport it home for convenience. Yet upon entering the water, he discovered a critical flaw in this plan. He was unaware of Fang Yuan's extraordinary ability to store items. While it may not be common knowledge, there were certainly enough individuals in the know. If the Statue of Liberty were to vanish into thin air, it would certainly lead to accusations being thrown his way. Such a charge of international terrorism would be far more fitting for that old Magneto. Just as he was mired in worry, a sudden sound of thumping echoed above him. Helicopters? Could there possibly be submarines as well? An idea sparked in Fang Yuan's mind. If traversing underwater was not feasible, he would simply burrow into the earth. He doubted the military could pursue him to the mantle layer. Without hesitation, he set his plan into motion, allowing the sailors aboard the submarine to witness Magneto's escape. That would surely absolve him of blame. The statue was no mere drudge for excavation work. Fortunately, he had stockpiled mountains of steel in his dimensional space. With a thought, the still iron lake began to churn, countless steel bars surging through the invisible passage from the seabed. In the blink of an eye, these steel bars assembled into a colossal drill on the ocean floor. As the Statue of Liberty crouched to enter, Fang Yuan waved back at a distance. "See you later." The exterior of the drill spun wildly, stirring up the seabed into a frenzy. Once the murky sludge settled, there was no trace left of the statue. Fang Yuan continued to guide the drill deeper, the passage behind him collapsing under the pressure of the sea, which suited him just fine. As he intended to create the illusion of Magneto's earthbound escape, when encountering rock layers, he would veer off course. If unable to circumvent, he would simply break through. Unlike ordinary drills, which are susceptible to wear, his drill could self-repair at any moment. Uncertain of how deep he had descended, Fang Yuan later veered laterally for about 100 meters before finally halting. Surely, they could not catch up now? In the pitch-black depths of the oceanic layers, Fang Yuan thought with satisfaction, could they really pin this on me? It seems I am destined to become the world's #1 enemy. I might as well embrace it and turn the entire blue planet upside down. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored both the Statue of Liberty and the drill into his alternate dimensional space. As soil and rubble cascaded down, his figure had long since vanished from the spot. While Fang Yuan made his escape with ease, the remaining individuals were left in dire straits. At the very moment he burrowed underground, all signals on the monitoring screens abruptly ceased, akin to a radio being abruptly silenced. The old commander fixated on the flickering dot representing the Statue of Liberty on the surveillance screen, watching it flicker like a dying light bulb before finally freezing at a specific coordinate, causing his heart to skip a beat. What could this possibly mean? Clinging to a thread of hope, he turned to the naval colonel beside him. The colonel's face was ashen, and he replied with a forced bravado, "Sir, we have lost track of the mutant. And what of the Statue of Liberty? Such a monumental figure cannot simply vanish without a trace, can it?" The old commander clenched his fists, yearning only to retrieve the national treasure, hoping against hope that the situation would not end too disgracefully. The colonel, his gaze cast downwards, dared not meet his eyes. In truth, we have been tracking the signal of the statue itself. Given the human form, sonar is utterly incapable of detection. So, are you suggesting that a copper statue over 40 meters tall has evaporated right beneath the noses of your so-called experts? The old commander felt a throbbing in his temples. Infuriated, who had boasted just 5 minutes prior that success was assured. Now, a person had fled, and even the statue had been spirited away? The old commander had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, but the naval colonel was already drenched in cold sweat. His voice trembled as he said, "Sir, this transcends the realm of mere mutants. The technology capable of relocating massive objects from tight surveillance, if applied militarily, could turn our aircraft carrier fleet into floating coffins." At this point, he shivered violently. It was well known that the beautiful nation had dominated the seas for decades. Should this advantage be compromised, it would be akin to losing one's left and right arms. The old commander, now realizing the implications, dismissed the significance of mutants and international meetings in light of naval supremacy. Dispatched the USS Buffalo submarine to the scene immediately. He bellowed, tugging at his tie. The colonel was primarily concerned about how this technology might threaten himself, while the old commander pondered far more profound ramifications. Should the beautiful nation acquire this capability, it would amplify their leading edge exponentially. At that juncture, other nations' navies would be reduced to mere mobile coffins in the face of such power. What did this minor setback matter? With this achievement, he might even break the 2-term limit and extend his tenure in the White House for several more years. At that moment, the old commander was unaware that he indeed succeeded in securing a second term, yet he would later regret it profoundly, wishing to bash his head against the wall. But that is a tale for another time. The wait was excruciating. The two individuals in the White House felt as though each moment stretched into eternity. Not long after, the USS Buffalo arrived at the area where Fang Yuan had vanished. The seabed was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence. The previously disturbed sediment had settled once more. Aside from a large pit at the seabed, no other anomalies were apparent. The traces at the edge of the pit clearly indicated that the individual had departed from underground. Upon receiving this news, the old commander felt utterly disheartened. This was evidently the work of the mutant utilizing his unique abilities, rendering it of no practical value for broader application. Disappointment aside, the issue remained pressing. Since the attack on Ellis Island, communications between director Nick Fury of SHIELD and the old commander had been unbroken. However, after the old commander ordered the missile launch, Fury had lapsed into silence. Witnessing Magneto abscond with the Statue of Liberty, he did not erupt in rage as the old commander had. Unlike the old commander, he was well-versed in cases involving such superpowered individuals. The name Magneto had long echoed in his ears. From the moment Magneto revealed himself, he understood that in a confrontation, their side would likely come off worse. Thus, even in the face of heavy casualties at Ellis Island, he advocated for a policy of conciliation rather than direct confrontation. He maintained a low profile. But faced with the helpless old commander, he turned the focus of his ire toward him. Nick Fury, how do you explain this situation? The old commander, as always, bore no responsibility for security failures. Rest assured, Mr. Commander, I shall take full responsibility. Magneto will certainly be apprehended. At such a moment, this was all he could say. Moreover, this incident was indeed not anyone's fault. Despite having received intelligence in advance and made preparations, it had proven ineffective. Who could be blamed for that? Seeing Fury's commitment, the old commander cautioned, "You have already botched this once. Do not let there be a second." The government's patience with SHIELD has its limits. Furthermore, issue a global warrant for Magneto's capture immediately. When it comes to him, I permit you to act decisively. The old commander paused before adding, "And remember, I do not wish to read about civilian casualties in the news." After hanging up the phone, the old commander sat in silence for a long while. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, pulling a proposal from the mountain of paperwork, staring intently at the signature of William Stryker. This proposal had originally been cast aside by him, as it was essentially a spark igniting the conflict between mutants and ordinary humans. Although humanity's current military strength should be able to suppress mutants, the cost to the populace would undoubtedly be steep. Moreover, the recent images of Magneto effortlessly escaping the clutches of hundreds of elite soldiers loomed large in his mind. How many lives would be required if there were more mutants like him? After weighing the options repeatedly, the old commander made his decision. He would first observe the outcome of SHIELD's operation. If even they could not handle Magneto, the proposal would have to be enacted. At that moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the mutant academy. Wolverine paced the corridors like a caged beast. In the medical room, Beast and Storm stood vigil over the unconscious Jean Grey. Chapter 65 fell silent in unison. This entire predicament began with losing track of Fang Yuan, who had been whisked away by Magneto as he overturned the roof of the station. By the time the X-Men arrived, the station was in disarray, with no trace of Magneto left. Fang Yuan and Quicksilver, who should have intervened, had also vanished without a trace. After fruitless searches, the team was frantic yet powerless. Ultimately, Jean pinned her hopes on the Cerebro. Only Professor X could fully harness the dangerous apparatus. Although Jean possessed the potential to use it, a moment's carelessness could lead to her being overwhelmed by a torrent of information. She knew this decision would be met with universal opposition, but they had reached a dead end. Thus, upon returning to the academy, Jean discreetly entered the Cerebro room, aglow with eerie blue light. Kneeling before the apparatus, she took a deep breath and donned the helmet. In an instant, a flood of information surged forth. Within 5 seconds, her vision began to spin. Jean Grey was well aware that Magneto could evade the Cerebro's tracking, so she resolved to begin her search with Professor X. Yet this decision was a grave mistake. Magneto had long since placed his helmet upon Charles's head to suppress his telepathic abilities. Thus, how could she possibly locate the professor? Before long, the fruitless Phoenix was pale and swaying. Gritting her teeth, she pivoted to attempt to locate Quicksilver, for Fang Yuan's energy signatures were too faint, even for the professor to pinpoint. Unfortunately, her luck had run out. At that moment, Quicksilver resided within the alternate dimension created by Fang Yuan, completely disconnected from Blue Planet, rendering the search utterly futile. In the Cerebro room, Jean's complexion grew increasingly worse, 2 streams of blood trickling from her nose. She persevered, switching her target, and finally managed to catch a glimpse of Magneto's trail. However, it was too late. Before she could relay the information to her companions, she collapsed limply to the ground. The Cerebro helmet clattered as it rolled away, bouncing several times on the polished floor. At this moment, the other teachers on campus remained oblivious to Jean's condition, still embroiled in frantic discussions over strategy. Wolverine's claws extended and retracted incessantly as he paced the corridor like a trapped beast, yearning to shred everything around him to pieces. Are we to simply sit here like timid turtles? Storm exclaimed in exasperation. Fang Yuan, the professor, and the two students have all vanished without a trace. We are at a loss for what to do. Our only hope is that Magneto does not lose his sanity. But wait, if we wait any longer, the professor may be dismembered by Magneto. Suddenly, Beast interrupted. Has anyone seen Jean? The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Storm and Beast exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison. This is bad. The Cerebro room. The three of them rushed towards the Cerebro room. Ever since Jean had fallen unconscious, the door to Cerebro had opened automatically. A ghostly blue light seeping through the crack. From a distance, they spotted Phoenix lying on the ground. In a flurry of panic, they hurriedly carried Jean to the infirmary, while Beast quickly conducted a thorough examination. Even Wolverine, usually so irritable, held his breath and focus. With Professor X captured, Cyclops hospitalized, and Gambit, Human Torch, and Fang Yuan missing, if anything were to happen to Jean, the entire Mutant Academy and the X-Men would likely fall apart. Just then, Fang Yuan entered the school gates. Leading Gambit, the campus was hauntingly silent. Although the students were unaware of the specifics, they sensed something was amiss. As night fell, everyone retreated to their dorms, leaving the desolate campus devoid of any sounds of merriment. Fang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and noticed that several of Cyclope's companions were in the infirmary, with Jean in a comatose state, the room thick with an oppressive atmosphere. With a thought, he and Gambit suddenly appeared before the others. Despite Wolverine's agitation, his keen instincts immediately detected something unusual, and his sharp claws instinctively slashed backward. 3 streaks of cold light rushed toward them, rendering Gambit pale with fright, unable to suppress a startled cry. To Fang Yuan, this sudden attack was trivial. He calmly shielded Gambit in his embrace, extending 2 fingers to gently pinch the side of Wolverine's claws. What appeared to be a casual motion abruptly halted Wolverine's assault. Although Wolverine's strength far surpassed that of an average human, it was insignificant in Fang Yuan's presence. With a flick of his arm, Fang Yuan effortlessly flung Wolverine aside and remarked, "Is this how you treat your guests?" Stumbling to regain his balance, Wolverine turned to see Gambit and Fang Yuan. Storm joyfully inquired, "You're back. Has Magneto's scheme been thwarted? Where's the professor?" "Let's not rush," Fang Yuan countered. "What has happened to Jean?" "She was fine before I left." At that moment, Beast completed Jean's examination and, perplexed, discovered that she was not only unharmed but in remarkably good condition. This was entirely inconsistent with the effects of the Cerebro's amplification. Jean's body was intact and would awaken shortly. Though Beast was baffled, he relayed the information truthfully. Strangely, compared to others affected by the Cerebro's waves, her condition was excessively favorable. Storm and Wolverine considered this a blessing, but Fang Yuan remained subtly wary. He immediately recalled the mental barrier Professor X had established on Phoenix. Could it be that the barrier had helped her withstand the assault? Judging by her improved state, perhaps the barrier was beginning to crack, allowing some of Phoenix's powers to leak out. Fang Yuan was nearly certain of this hypothesis. The others, unaware of this, continued to press for answers. Is the professor safe? Did Magneto's plan succeed? At this inquiry, Fang Yuan realized he had nearly forgotten about the professor. Concerning the professor's safety, Fang Yuan felt relatively assured. The entanglements between the professor and Magneto were perhaps not well understood by outsiders, but Fang Yuan was well acquainted with them. From any angle, Magneto would not resort to lethal measures against the professor. It was possible that something unknown had transpired between them during their time alone. The only current dilemma was the uncertainty of the professor's exact location. However, this was not an insurmountable challenge. Previously, while masquerading as Gambit at the station, Fang Yuan had detected Magneto flying in a straight line from several kilometers away. By that deduction, the professor should be in that vicinity. As for Magneto's plot, Fang Yuan quickly explained, "I followed Magneto to the Statue of Liberty, had a scuffle with him, destroyed that machine, and rescued Gambit before making my exit. Of course, that Gambit was not the real one. You all are aware that Raven was with me, right? I feared for the real Gambit's safety. So I had Raven transform into his likeness to deceive Magneto. You need not worry about the professor. I have already discerned his approximate location and will soon bring him back." To be honest, Fang Yuan had a certain fondness for the professor, who was devoid of ambition and genuinely cared for others. Now that he had achieved his own objective, there was nothing wrong with lending a hand to them. Moreover, there were those he cared for in this school, such as the adorable little girl, Sunner. For her sake alone, it was worth assisting them. Just as Fang Yuan prepared to set off in search of the professor, Jean suddenly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "I found it. Magneto is at Liberty Island, the Statue of Liberty." Fang Yuan smiled and replied, "That information comes a bit late. If we had waited any longer, those at the United Nations Summit would have likely met their demise." Jean glanced at the time and realized it was indeed late into the night. Wolverine, seeing her awake, hurried over. "Jean, you." Phoenix, impatiently waving her hand, interrupted, "Don't bother me." Suddenly, the air erupted with a deafening bang, as if some invisible force had exploded. Wolverine's expression changed, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself. However, that unseen tremendous power circumvented his defenses and struck him squarely in the chest. His robust body was flung like a toy, crashing through the wall and landing heavily on the MRI machine behind it. Wolverine, with his adamantium skeleton, was instantly magnetized to the device, immobile. Had it been the old Jean, witnessing her loss of control and harm to others would have filled her with guilt. Yet, at that moment, her first thought was, why was I ever interested in such weaklings? The next second, she hastily suppressed that notion, frantically explaining, "I was just eager to ask about the professor and wanted him to move aside. How did it come to this?" In the infirmary, silence reigned. Storm and Beast stared, dumbfounded, at the bewildered Phoenix. The Jean before them felt so unfamiliar, as though she were a different person entirely. "Jean, are you all right?" Storm cautiously inquired. Phoenix nodded rapidly. "I am well. I feel invigorated." "Hey, you lot." Wolverine's roar suddenly thundered. "Shut that damn machine off. If you dawdle, I swear I'll make a hole in it." The group turned toward the sound, bursting into laughter. There was Wolverine, like a fly caught in a spider's web, completely adhered to the MRI machine, unable to move. It was known that this machine's magnetic field strength was 100 times that of an ordinary magnet. Even his adamantium frame could only struggle in vain. In the midst of this unfortunate day, this comical scene became a rare source of amusement. "Don't mess around. That machine costs $5 million. Seeing Wolverine brandish his claws, Beast urged, "We'll help you right away. Can't we just cut the power?" Wolverine retorted irritably, "By the way, what is wrong with this machine? Why is it still running without a patient?" Beast stifled a laugh as he explained, "The MRI machine uses a superconducting magnetic field. Cutting the power would ruin it, and remagnetizing it is both costly and troublesome. Just hold on a little longer, we'll be right there." According to the protocol, anyone entering the machine room must remove all metallic items. As Beast was about to change, Fang Yuan stopped him. "I'll handle it." He gently patted Gambit's head. "Let go. I'll get Logan out." Since the moment she was accidentally injured by Wolverine while trying to protect her, this young lady has stubbornly clung to him, unwilling to let go. The mischievous girl, blushing, discreetly retreated to the side. Storm observed this scene and felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness in her heart. Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for Fang Yuan? She ought to remind her that associating with someone of Fang Yuan's temperament is akin to leaping into a pit of fire. Yet, Storm herself was uncertain whether this concern stemmed from genuine care for her student or a hint of jealousy. Once the mischievous girl stepped aside, Fang Yuan effortlessly collected the metallic items on his person and casually pulled Wolverine down from the machine, rendering the formidable magnetic force that stymied ordinary individuals utterly trivial in his presence. Both of these individuals could be considered as possessing extraordinary resilience. Wolverine's adamantium skeleton was even a bit tougher than Fang Yuan's current physique. However, when it came to sheer strength, they were worlds apart. Wolverine was merely sturdier than the average person, whereas Fang Yuan could effortlessly lift a tank as if it were a toy. The disparity was evident to any onlooker. Being hoisted by Fang Yuan as if he were a mere chick left Wolverine feeling immensely humiliated. Although Jean Grey had never been particularly fond of him, she had at least regarded him as a friend. Why, then, was he so brutally discarded after a single display of concern today? This situation would trouble him for quite some time. Even Jean herself was perplexed about what had just transpired. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was acutely aware that the phoenix force within her was stirring, and it was affecting her temperament. Yet, would Fang Yuan, the selfless hero, take the time to enlighten a rival? Not a chance. At long last, this farcical scene came to a close. Despite the X-Men's skepticism regarding Jean's abnormal behavior, the priority was to locate Professor X. "You're too slow on your feet and lacking scouting skills. I will go find him myself," Fang Yuan declared, waving his hand. "If I am not mistaken, I should be able to locate him quite soon." While this was indeed reasonable, who would want to wait idly? Phoenix interjected, "I'll accompany you. My telepathy will surely be of assistance." As she spoke, she moved closer and took Fang Yuan's hand. This intimate gesture left her bewildered. Why did she feel more at ease with him than with her teammates? In the animal kingdom, strength reigns supreme. Although humans tend to be more sophisticated, Their innate admiration for power remains unchanged. At this moment, Jean's mental barriers were crumbling, and her suppressed primal instincts surged forth, mingled with the Phoenix Force. With a powerhouse like Fang Yuan standing before her, it would have been odd if she did not leap at the opportunity. Noticing Jean's sudden warmth, Fang Yuan understood that it was the Phoenix persona at play. However, he was not one to shy away from an opportunity presented to him, and he grasped the girl's delicate hand in return, saying, "Let us go." In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the academy. Wolverine gazed at the now empty courtyard, incredulous. Did I just witness that? Jean actually initiated contact with that guy? This was truly frustrating. Wolverine had intended to move closer, but found himself repelled instead. Even more disheartening was the fact that the goddess he had long admired had, right before his eyes, willingly placed her hand in another's grasp. It was evident that Fang Yuan was no ordinary person. Not only did he have a complicated relationship with Storm, but he also had entangled himself with the mischievous girl, and now even his goddess was drawn to him. This was no average existence. It was the life of someone who had surely hit the jackpot. After listening to Wolverine's complaints, Storm remained silent, her gaze drifting, lost in thought. It was Beast who chimed in, nodding towards the unconscious Cyclops on the hospital bed. If anyone is feeling frustrated, it is certainly him. Fang Yuan seemed to have a peculiar fixation on Scott. This remark reminded Wolverine that Jean had once been Scott's girlfriend, and he and Fang Yuan had effectively undermined their relationship. Yet despite his relentless efforts, the wall remained steadfast, while Fang Yuan had not lifted a finger, and the wall had crumbled of its own accord. Amused by this thought, he couldn't help but grin. Do you think if Scott knew about this, he would be so furious he'd spit blood? Before he could finish, Cyclops, who had just been so incensed by Fang Yuan that he lost consciousness, stirred awake. Mumbling incoherently, "What do you mean by spitting blood?" If he were to learn the truth, he might very well seek to confront Fang Yuan. Beast and Wolverine exchanged knowing glances, tacitly deciding to remain silent. At this point, Fang Yuan had already departed from the school. Chapter 66 could be regarded as a scenic interlude. He was extending his spatial awareness, following the traces left by Magneto in search of Professor X. As he journeyed, he pondered a curious matter. Aside from Gwen, who had pursued him actively, it seemed that Hill, Mystique, and Storm had all found their way to him as well. Could it be that he possessed such an irresistible charm? Hill and Mystique had initially sought to challenge him, only to find themselves thoroughly outmatched. Storm, though misled by Mystique, had ultimately chosen to join him willingly. Now, with yet another who had presented herself to him as a gift, should he accept this offering? Fang Yuan turned to glance at the Phoenix girl, who was clinging tightly to his arm. This girl had completely forgotten the original purpose of their outing. Her gaze fixated solely on him. Even more perplexing was the fact that her demeanor was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, as if she were a different person altogether. When she noticed Fang Yuan looking at her, instead of feeling shy, she returned his gaze with the intensity of a hunter locking eyes with its prey. Her tongue slowly brushed over her red lips, and with a glimmer in her eyes, she boldly asked, "Am I beautiful?" At that moment, Fang Yuan's perceptual range had expanded to approximately 6 kilometers in diameter. With such a vast area of coverage, even a slight deviation in direction would not hinder his ability to pinpoint Professor X's location. However, in the next second, his attention was completely diverted. "You're rather impatient, aren't you?" The Phoenix girl suddenly unleashed her telekinesis. Was this what they meant by impatience? Fang Yuan observed the flickering flames within Jean's pupils. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the lights of New York City flowed beneath them. The night breeze swept through, yet it could not dissipate the rising heat between them. Fang Yuan mused, "Apologies, Professor. It's not that I lack strength, but rather that the opposing force is too overwhelming. Please bear with me for a moment while I handle this. Shall we find a different place?" Fang Yuan whispered in her ear. As dawn broke on the horizon, Jean lazily leaned against Fang Yuan's shoulder, declaring, "Choosing you was undoubtedly the right decision." Fang Yuan felt a swell of pride. To have subdued Jean, who had awakened the Phoenix Force, was no small feat and not something just anyone could accomplish. After all, she could effortlessly knock Wolverine away with a mere gesture. Yet unbeknownst to him, the Phoenix Force had already shattered the confines of her mental barriers. Signs of integration were emerging between her two split personalities. That so-called second personality was merely her repressed nature that had long been suppressed. These two personalities shared a common root, and once they found a point of resonance, they would naturally merge into one. Had it not been for Professor X's constant repression, Jean would have long since become a world-class telepath, possibly even possessing the ability to foresee the future. Repression, after all, was merely that, repression. As the mental barriers crumbled, the Phoenix Force surged forth, reviving her telepathic abilities. In an almost instinctual manner, she began to understand how to resolve the issues at hand. This explained why, whether in the original narrative or the present, her first instinct upon awakening was to seek companionship. In the trajectory of her original fate, she had chosen Wolverine but had abruptly halted, while this time, she had chosen Fang Yuan. Shouldn't we go rescue the professor? Upon mentioning Professor X, Jean suddenly felt a jolt, her dominant persona reclaiming control. She instinctively withdrew her hand from Fang Yuan, gazing at their disheveled appearance in a state of panic. Though the memories of the previous night were as vivid as ever, she could not comprehend why she had been so bold and assertive at that moment. What had transpired? Jean's voice was barely above a whisper. Fang Yuan could immediately discern from her reaction that her dominant persona was in control. However, it made little difference to him. After all, she was still Jean, and there was no distinction. Jean felt her cheeks flush, puzzled as to why she had never recognized her intense feelings for Fang Yuan before. Although her second persona had receded, both personalities shared the same affection for him. After all, their ability to merge together was largely facilitated by Fang Yuan. As for the laser-eyed individual, to be honest, Jean had completely forgotten about that person at this moment. Her garments had long been transformed into a heap of tattered rags by the power of the Phoenix, rendering them unwearable. Fortunately, Fang Yuan always kept a supply of clothing in his personal space. For someone like him, who could be thrust into battle at any moment, having change of clothes was indeed essential. The only inconvenience was that he had only stored male attire, lacking any for females. However, this was of little consequence, as Jean, clad in male garments, exuded a charming blend of elegance and ruggedness, thus possessing a unique allure. Once they were suitably prepared, Fang Yuan and Jean promptly made their way to the location where Professor X was detained. At that moment, the professor was anxiously wheeling around in his chair. Magneto had explicitly stated before departing that the little troublemaker had arrived at the designated location. Almost an entire day had passed. What was the situation now? Were his students safe? Had Magneto's plan been thwarted? One must admit that the professor was truly a kind-hearted individual, worrying about others at such a time, entirely neglecting his own safety. This basement was a specially constructed prison by Magneto, devoid of any door. The ventilation shaft in the ceiling was reinforced with thick steel bars, barely allowing a hand to pass through. A normal person would find escape utterly impossible. Even if the professor had full use of his legs, escape would have been unfeasible, let alone now that he was confined to a wheelchair. Just as he was growing restless, a familiar voice echoed above him. "Well, Professor, did you miss me?" To speak candidly, the professor had never found Fang Yuan's voice to be as melodious as it was today. He had always considered Fang Yuan a good person. Yet he was acutely aware of how exasperating the man could be. Just think of how many times Fang Yuan had intentionally provoked Scott, leaving the poor boy in disarray. Fang Yuan grasped the steel bars with both hands and, accompanied by a jarring sound, bent the iron rod, which was as thick as his arm, before leaping down. Jean followed closely behind, descending gracefully with the aid of her telekinesis. Fang Yuan circled around the professor, smacking his lips and remarked, "Professor, I must say, your new look is quite avant-garde. I didn't realize you could be so playful with an old friend." Upon hearing this insinuation and observing the professor's attire, even Jean felt her cheeks flush. Had the professor not been restricted in his mental powers at that moment, he would have wished to deliver a psychic shock to Fang Yuan to silence him. At this moment, the professor was trapped in a metallic wheelchair, the silvery steel bars binding him tightly, leaving him with no freedom of movement apart from maneuvering the wheelchair. A collar-like object, resembling both a neck brace and an ornament, encircled his neck, tethered by chains that secured a light purple hood over his bald head, creating an appearance reminiscent of a peculiar form of bondage art. Fang Yuan stroked his chin, surveying the situation. "Tell me, what if I were to roll you back to the school and let the students see their esteemed professor in this state, Mr. Fang?" The professor could no longer contain himself and interjected, "There is truly nothing between Eric and me." "Oh, is that so?" Fang Yuan leaned in closer. "But why do I get the feeling that you are concealing something?" The normally mild-mannered professor's face turned a shade of green from anger. The fleeting fondness he had felt upon seeing Fang Yuan had evaporated. Eric was right. He was indeed a complete scoundrel. At that moment, Jean could no longer bear it and gently tugged at Fang Yuan's sleeve. "Let us first help the professor free himself from these bindings." Had it not been for her unstable powers at that moment, she would have already used her telekinesis to shred those metallic shackles. Fang Yuan, however, merely smiled and pointed to his own cheek. Jean cast a furtive glance at the professor's disheveled appearance, and imagining him in front of his students in such a state, she blushed and quickly planted a soft kiss on his cheek. "That's more like it," Fang Yuan grinned like a cat. Compared to the exuberance of his other persona, this bashful version of Qin intrigued him far more. What is happening here? The professor's eyes widened in disbelief. As you can see, Fang Yuan said, draping an arm around Qin's shoulder, we are currently in a romantic relationship. The professor immediately grew agitated. Have you too? I mean, has anything happened? Qin's ears turned crimson, and she averted her gaze, too shy to look up. The basement fell silent, save for the sound of their breathing. Observing their reactions, the professor sighed heavily. You two are being utterly ridiculous. Quickly, help me remove this helmet. I must conduct a thorough examination of Qin immediately. Fang Yuan understood the professor's intent. To be honest, he was quite concerned about this matter as well. Although his relationship with Qin had only recently grown intimate, he had indeed developed feelings for this multifaceted girl. At this moment, while there were no signs of her becoming erratic, it was always wise to be cautious. However, he did not intend to allow the professor to reinforce Qin's mental barriers. Such suppression was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst and would inevitably lead to an explosive outburst. Fang Yuan reached out and snapped the metal chains binding the professor's neck, removing the helmet and casually stowing it away in his storage space. This helmet, which could block psychic powers, was quite a useful piece of equipment, and he saw no reason to leave it behind. The professor paid no mind to Fang Yuan's actions. The moment the helmet was removed, he urgently called out, Qin, come here, let me examine you closely. Qin hesitated as she approached. Is there something wrong with me? The professor offered a gentle smile, soothing her softly. Don't worry, just leave it to me. He rubbed his temples, slowly releasing his psychic energy, cautiously probing into Qin's mind. In that instant, Qin seemed to sense a threat. Her demeanor abruptly shifted from unease to sharp intensity. Her fiery psychic energy erupted like flames, instantly shattering the professor's mental probe. The professor let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from his nose. At that moment, the Phoenix woman glared at the professor as if he were an enemy, her turbulent psychic force swirling around her, poised for action. In a perilous situation, the professor, neglecting his own safety, forced a smile. It seems you have really landed in deep trouble. The seal has already collapsed significantly, and I am powerless to help. The Phoenix woman tilted her head, eager for action. Baldy, I recognize you. Why are you so annoying? I always want to hit you. If this continued, she might genuinely harm the professor. Fang Yuan interjected. Qin, come here. You know he is not an enemy. Indeed, this persona possessed all memories, albeit with desires that were more straightforward and actions that were more impulsive, standing in stark contrast to the primary persona. Reluctantly pouting, the Phoenix woman ultimately dawdled back to Fang Yuan's side, wrapping her arms around his. Could you please help me take down that bald head? He's so irritating, yet I can't bring myself to do it. Fang Yuan chuckled to himself. It was no surprise she found the professor annoying, after all. He had suppressed her for nearly 20 years. Though they had never met before, she was all too familiar with the professor's psychic power, which was precisely why she had retaliated so swiftly earlier. As for her inability to strike, that was simply her nature. One must remember that her original persona held the professor in the highest esteem, akin to a father figure. Fang Yuan gently wrapped his arms around the Phoenix woman's slender waist, tenderly patting her back. Do not fear, he is not a bad person. I promise I will never allow him to harm you in the slightest. The Phoenix woman suddenly leaped onto Fang Yuan's back like a koala. Hurry and take me away from here. Just seeing that bald head makes me feel awful. The professor watched the two in their affectionate display, his glasses nearly falling off in shock. What had happened to the so-called Dark Queen? What had happened to the apocalyptic crisis? What had happened to the promised bloodshed and violence? This plot had taken a completely unexpected turn. Wait. The inclination towards violence was indeed real. That girl had nearly blasted her own head off with an energy wave just moments ago. The professor couldn't help but press for answers. What on earth is going on between you two? The Phoenix woman buried her face in Fang Yuan's neck, too lazy to even spare the professor a glance. Fang Yuan smirked with a hint of ambiguity. You understand? A full 5 hours. 5 hours. The professor suddenly realized. Was it an emotional release? That made sense. Who could blame anyone for not changing after being trapped in a mental prison for so many years? If they could release the pent-up resentment, the danger level would naturally diminish significantly. In this world, those capable of taming the power of the Phoenix are few and far between, easily counted on one's fingers. The individual before me, Fang Yuan, is undoubtedly a rare gem among men. Realizing this, the professor unexpectedly shifted into a paternal mode. Since Qin has chosen you, you must take on the responsibility. I believe that 2 hours of emotional exchange each day would be quite suitable. Fang Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva. Professor, Are you moonlighting as a relationship advisor? The professor's face flushed with embarrassment. The key is to be consistent. It will benefit both of your mental and physical well-being. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes inwardly. It's not even a matter of practicing the sex mind techniques. It would be a miracle if that were the case. It was time to return to the academy. The others must be anxiously waiting. Qin, use your abilities to take the professor, and I will guide you through spatial jumps. The Phoenix girl disdainfully pouted. Why bring along this third wheel? Let him find his own way back. Fang Yuan pinched her cheek. Stop messing around. Didn't we come specifically to rescue the professor? Just as the Phoenix girl was about to retort, a sly grin spread across her face. Then you must carry me back. Fang Yuan shrugged indifferently. Fine, I shall consider it a scenic flight. This girl had been clinging to him like an octopus since earlier. With a casual wave of her hand, the professor's wheelchair twisted and transformed into a lump of scrap metal, while the professor himself floated behind them. Fang Yuan leaped into the air, and the three of them broke through the subterranean space, soaring skyward. Above this region lay an abandoned factory. Its weathered steel components scattered about, likely chosen by Magneto for their aesthetic appeal. Fang Yuan spoke in a deep voice. Hold on to the professor, we're taking off. Their figures ascended steadily, soon piercing through the clouds. Whether the Phoenix girl was deliberate or careless, her telekinetic power only supported Professor Charles, failing to form a protective shield. In the biting cold wind, the professor's complexion began to turn a shade of blue, his frail body shivering uncontrollably. The professor was acutely aware. After years of imprisoning Qin Gray, how could Fang Yuan not harbor resentment? Thus, he silently endured it all. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt it inappropriate to intervene, thinking it might be good for her to vent a little. After all, a mere chill in the air was unlikely to claim the professor's life. At least, he wasn't being dropped outright, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, reality dealt him a harsh blow. A cold glint flashed in Qin's eyes, and the professor suddenly plummeted like a kite cut from its string, his screams growing sharper with the increasing speed of his descent. Fang Yuan facepalmed. Is this hatred truly warranted? She lifted her chin, laughing with abandon. Indeed. Such is my disdain. However, this smile quickly froze on her face. As she stared at the dwindling figure, anxiety crept into her brow. Chapter 67. Too tired to explain. Just as the professor was about to crash to the ground, she finally struck Fang Yuan's shoulder forcefully. This is infuriating. Hurry and catch him. For Fang Yuan, saving a life was but a minor effort. In the blink of an eye, he had materialized in front of the plummeting professor. As he grasped the professor's shoulder, Fang Yuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. While he would gladly assist a beautiful woman, the professor's male form instinctively repulsed him, which was why he initially had Qin carry him. Who would have thought that this incarnation of Qin would act solely on her whims, treating the professor as if he were refused? Notably, apart from his initial cry of alarm, the professor maintained an air of composure during free fall. Such steadiness, Fang Yuan envied. Had it been his pre-ability self, he would have been terrified. Qin lay sprawled across Fang Yuan's back, her soft form pressing against him. She irritably shook her head, muttering, "Old bald man, what curse have you placed upon me?" A gentle smile graced the professor's pale face. Perhaps it is simply a spell of unwavering trust. Fang Yuan soared towards the academy with the two of them. Those left behind at the academy were sleepless throughout the night, anxious as ants on a hot stove. This part of the story focuses on Scott's shock and pain upon Qin's sudden change of heart, as well as the conflicting state of the X-Men who sensed the anomaly but were unable to act immediately. Fang Yuan was proving to be quite unreliable. He had promised to return swiftly, yet he had vanished for an entire night. Surely, nothing had gone awry. Their speculation was correct. Fang Yuan had indeed encountered an unexpected situation, albeit one that he deemed fortuitous. Just as everyone was anxiously awaiting, two figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It turned out to be Fang Yuan, clutching the professor by his collar as they descended from above. Storm was the first to spot them, excitedly exclaiming, "The professor is back." Upon hearing her shout, Wolverine, Beast, and the just-awakened Cyclops all looked up. Wolverine and Beast simultaneously exhaled in relief, exchanging smiles. Only Cyclops remained fixated on the figures in the sky, a deep sense of unease swelling within him. As they drew closer, that unease intensified. He recognized Fang Yuan instantly. Even in the guise of ash, he could not be mistaken. Yet strangely, it appeared that Fang Yuan was carrying someone on his back. Who could it be? Upon waking, he had overheard Wolverine and Beast discussing Fang Yuan's injuries and bloodshed, but no matter how he pressed, they remained vague. Even stranger, since awakening, he had yet to see Qin. Could it be her? The mere thought sent tremors through his hands. Beast noticed his distress and hurriedly reassured him. "Scott, calm down. Don't act impulsively. Cyclops clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, and demanded, "Is Qin with that bastard?" There was no need for an answer. He had already deduced the truth. Despite carrying the professor, Fang Yuan was approaching the academy with remarkable speed. Now it was clear to see. The red-haired woman on his back had her legs tightly wrapped around his waist, their faces pressed close together in an intimate manner. Who else could it be but Qin Gray? Cyclops suppressed his fury, clinging to the last shred of hope as he spoke. "Qin, why are you with Fang Yuan?" The Phoenix girl looked up, glancing at him nonchalantly. "Oh, it's Scott. I am now Fang Yuan's girlfriend, so of course, I must be with him." As she spoke, she affectionately nuzzled Fang Yuan's face like a cat. This scene left Cyclops feeling dizzy, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Beast was there to steady him. He broke free from Beast's grasp and tremulously asked, "Qin, have you forgotten our feelings for each other?" The Phoenix girl tilted her head in contemplation. I suppose I was once with you. I really don't understand how I could ever be attracted to someone so weak. From now on, we are breaking up." "Why?" Cyclops' voice was barely audible, squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, you may be lacking in stature and ordinary in appearance, but everything else is acceptable. I promise to help you find a reliable partner." Cyclops trembled with rage. Never in his life had he loathed someone so intensely. He violently shook off Beast's restraining hand, his visor glowing ominously red, ready to unleash his fury. Professor Xavier shook his head helplessly, raising his hand to use telekinesis to immobilize him. Cyclops struggled as if nailed to the ground. "Charles, are you also going to help this bastard? You need to temper that fiery temper of yours." Fang Yuan leisurely approached him, saying, "The professor is indeed saving you. Why can you not appreciate his good intentions?" Cyclops' facade shattered, and he roared in fury. "What have you done to Qin? Charles Xavier, let me go this instant. I swear I will make you pay for this." The professor found himself caught in a dilemma. Continuing to restrain Scott was not a solution, but if he released him in his current state, a deadly confrontation with Fang Yuan would surely ensue. To be honest, the professor secretly believed that Qin and Fang Yuan were a better match. Although Qin's earlier words had been hurtful, they were indeed the truth. Scott could not handle her power. "Scott, take a deep breath." The professor projected a soothing mental wave. "Fang Yuan is not our enemy." This command proved to be instantly effective. The laser-eyed man's chest heaved violently a few times before abruptly ceasing his struggles. After a span of several seconds, his complexion gradually returned to normal as he murmured, "I apologize, Professor. I lost my composure. Please release the control." The professor, feeling a sense of relief, withdrew his abilities. As a figure of the future, Scott's swift calmness was indeed a rare quality. However, just as he was about to speak, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Die, Fang Yuan." The laser-eyed man erupted in fury as his goggles unleashed an unprecedented crimson beam of light. A torrent of energy as wide as a bowl that instantaneously tore through the wooden furniture in its path, hurling splinters in all directions. Fang Yuan casually tossed the professor towards Storm, exclaiming, "Catch!" As he turned, the devastating red light had already reached his front. With seasoned composure, he raised his hand and firmly blocked it. The destructive scarlet beam was abruptly halted midair. The laser-eyed man gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet the beam remained stubbornly motionless. Fang Yuan scoffed, "After all these years, your crimson affliction remains unchanged. Your abilities have improved, but your narrow-mindedness has only grown. With your temperament, if I were Jean, I would have discarded you long ago." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, carrying Professor X gently towards Storm. Observing Fang Yuan's ease amidst the chaos and recalling the humiliations of the past, as well as the professor's earlier intervention, the laser-eyed man felt a surge of rage and redirected his beam towards the hovering professor. "Old fool, you must have colluded with them all along." Beast and Storm exclaimed in unison, "Scott, are you insane?" In a critical moment, Fang Yuan vanished and once again stood in front of the red light. He effortlessly blocked the attack, yet his brow furrowed. He anticipated that the laser-eyed man would harbor hatred towards him, but what had Professor X done to deserve this? Insane? Yes, I am indeed mad, Scott proclaimed, appearing deranged. "Who among you ever considered me a teammate? Jean pretends to be my girlfriend while secretly flirting with Fang Yuan. Aurora has her own ambiguous ties with him. Hank and Logan treat me like a joke. Are you satisfied now? Today, I'll make you laugh to your heart's content." The scarlet beam raged forth, and Fang Yuan teleported in front of Storm to shield her. Beast nimbly climbed to the ceiling, while Wolverine braced himself with crossed arms. "And you?" The laser-eyed man suddenly redirected his aim. "You beast, how dare you covet Jean?" The adamantium claws of Wolverine glowed red-hot, and the impact sent him stumbling back, crashing into the wall. "Die!" Scott shouted, raising his gaze as the beam shot directly at Wolverine's face. Flesh vaporized instantly, exposing his white skull. Wolverine was propelled like a cannonball through the wall, carving a trench through the classroom debris as he roared, "One-eyed fool. Are you serious? We were just joking around with Hank. Is this really necessary?" Just as Wolverine's muscles tensed, preparing to retaliate, he was interrupted by a soft, childlike voice. "Uncle with sunglasses, uncle with long claws, can you please not fight?" A little girl clutching a crystal statue peeked out from behind a desk, her face dusted gray. Fang Yuan had already noticed the child hiding in the classroom. However, he had just locked eyes with the laser-eyed man and hadn't had the chance to greet her. The corners of the laser-eyed man's mouth twisted into an exaggerated arc. "Oh, isn't this the little sidekick who constantly chases after Superman?" He suddenly changed tone and bellowed, "Get away. Adults fighting can scare children." The little girl stubbornly gripped her statue. The laser-eyed man's eyes glowed crimson. "Then let us all go to hell together." The scorching red light surged forth. Wolverine, in a furious leap, rushed towards it, only to see the red beam deflected by an invisible barrier the moment it approached the little girl. Fang Yuan's coat billowed as he firmly shielded the child behind him. "Have you lost your mind? Even a child?" Storm's body began to envelop in swirling winds. Beast's blue fur bristled, and even Professor X, gripping his wheelchair, began to cough violently. The previously tense Wolverine halted his actions, as the hostility of all his companions now focused squarely on the laser-eyed man. Fang Yuan's knuckles whitened from the pressure. Initially, he had considered this a mere farce, even intentionally allowing the laser-eyed man to vent his emotions. However, when that red light targeted the little girl, he suddenly realized that the man before him was no longer the leader of the X-Men, but rather a rabid dog ready to bite anyone in sight. The laser-eyed man staggered back a couple of steps. Even in his madness, he could comprehend the gravity of the situation. The storm summoned by Storm was gathering above. Beast's claws were tearing through his shirt, not to mention the murderous intent now flickering in Fang Yuan's eyes. "Scott, don't be rash. Do you remember what I told you before? As the leader of the team, the most crucial quality is to remain clear-headed." Scott had completely shut out any advice, coldly scoffing at the professor's counsel. "Leader? Everyone in the team is against me, treating me as a joke. What meaning does that leadership hold?" Wolverine, having bottled up his anger for too long, immediately chimed in. "You're right. Someone like you is only fit to be a punchline. Logan." Everyone shouted in unison, but it was already too late. The laser-eyed man had fully entrenched himself in a dead end, coldly retorting, "Good. Finally, someone has spoken the truth. It doesn't matter. From today onward, we are no longer teammates." "What do you mean by that? Do I need to spell it out for you?" The laser-eyed man tore off the X insignia from his chest and tossed it to the ground, declaring, "I quit." Professor X felt a wave of dizziness. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. When Scott had made his second move, he refrained from intervening, intending to allow him to vent his emotions and subsequently regain his composure. Yet, he hadn't expected the opposite to occur. Not only had Scott failed to regain his reason, but he had also turned his hostility towards everyone. As he watched Scott walk away without a backward glance towards the school entrance, Storm and Beast positioned themselves in front of him, their expressions conflicted, unsure whether to intervene. "Please step aside. If I recall correctly, the school has no authority to restrict anyone's freedom, does it?" Just then, a cold voice came from behind. "This gentleman is correct. Aside from federal law enforcement, no one indeed has the right to restrict another's freedom." Everyone turned to see a bald man in a trench coat wearing an eye patch. Behind him stood a neatly organized line of armed agents, swiftly asserting control over the situation. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man as Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. He also recalled that this was the voice attempting to reach him during the Statue of Liberty incident. Fury raised his hand, signaling the agents to step back. He understood well that these agents would be utterly ineffective in the presence of mutants. However, without deploying sufficient personnel, how could he demonstrate the seriousness with which the agency regarded this incident? "Professor Charles, I apologize for the intrusion. The urgency of the situation necessitated our arrival in this manner." The professor, his face filled with confusion, inquired, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" "We are merely an ordinary school, unaware of the reason behind such a grand display." The bald man glanced at the hole in the wall, saying meaningfully, "This school is far from ordinary. Besides, if it were truly a regular school, how could you possibly have the honor of hosting Mr. Superman?" Upon entering, he had immediately noticed Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan was no ordinary individual. He had long been a focal point of Fury's attention, and he remembered that face clearly. Suddenly, a realization struck him. According to Hill's report, Fang Yuan had not returned home for the past couple of days. Could it be that the incident on Liberty Island last night was likely connected to him? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, the first-hand intelligence regarding Magneto's conspiracy had originally been extracted from Fang Yuan. Maintaining a facade of indifference, he discreetly observed Fang Yuan's reaction and directly addressed Professor X. "I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. operates under the auspices of the World Security Council, specifically tasked with addressing extraordinary incidents. Today, they have come to discuss a matter of great significance." After a brief pause, he added with a meaningful glance, "Of course, it would be even better if Mr. Fang could lend a hand." In Fang Yuan's mind, everything was as clear as day, yet he feigned ignorance. Is the S.H.I.E.L.D. running short on funds? Not a problem. As the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, I am more than willing to support. Up to $100,000, feel free to ask. This statement nearly caused the bald man to spew blood in shock. After such grandiose declarations, was this really all they could muster? A mere $100,000? How could a billionaire have the audacity to utter such a sum? Although the agency was indeed undertaking significant projects and funds were somewhat stretched, it was hardly a situation that necessitated the director coming to plead for charity. "Thank you, Mr. Fang, for your generous offer," the bald man forced out through clenched teeth. "But today we are here for another matter. What do you know about Magneto's recent activities?" "Magneto?" Several of them were taken aback. "What has he done?" The bald man scrutinized their bewildered expressions, internally perplexed. This incident was being bombarded by major media outlets. Common knowledge on the streets. How could this group seem as though they were living in a vacuum? Little did he know that last night, these individuals were preoccupied with concerns for the professor's safety, having not closed an eye all night. By the time Fang Yuan returned with the professor and had a confrontation with Cyclops, they had no time to pay attention to any news. Last night, before the United Nations summit, Magneto launched a surprise attack on the venue, resulting in numerous casualties, the bald man stated gravely, and ultimately, he directly stole the Statue of Liberty. "What?" Storm exclaimed. "That's impossible." She abruptly halted mid-sentence. Indeed, while Fang Yuan had mentioned destroying the machine to rescue the little troublemaker, he had not elaborated on Magneto's subsequent frenzy. Nick Fury immediately pressed, "What happened last night? What do you know about the details?" Storm furrowed her brow in rebuttal. "On what basis do you conclude that it was Magneto's doing? While he acts with extremity, he would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter." Cyclops interjected suddenly. "Aurora, you are being unreasonable. Fang Yuan was unaccounted for all night and was at the Statue of Liberty. How could you withhold such crucial information from the director?" "Scott," Storm retorted furiously, "Fang Yuan was there to rescue the professor. Have you so quickly forgotten who saved him?" Fang Yuan, outwardly calm, felt a murderous intent rising within him. Cyclops was completely blinded by hatred. If his ire were only directed at himself, it could be exploited. But seeing how he had just shown ruthlessness towards a young girl, it was clear he had lost all rationality. Such a menace needed to be eliminated swiftly. Fang Yuan did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Anyone who posed a threat to those he cherished, regardless of their moral standing, would meet a grim fate. He found no need to argue. Why waste breath on the dying? He mused silently. Seeing Fang Yuan's silence, the bald director pretended not to hear. He would rather this group escalate their argument, hoping to extract some intelligence. Unaware of the impending doom, Cyclops continued to shout. He had all night to do something. Perhaps he orchestrated the entire thing. That is too much. Even the Beast, who had no prior connection to Fang Yuan, could not endure this line of accusation. Your personal vendetta against Mr. Fang cannot serve as a pretext for slander. Huh, even you are siding with him? Cyclops laughed maniacally. It seems this place truly is not worth lingering in. At this moment, Cyclops was completely unhinged, twisting every word to suit his narrative. Fang Yuan suddenly chuckled. Do you truly wish to know what I did last night? He patted the shoulder of Jean Grey. Come, tell him about the good deeds we accomplished last night. This second persona, split from the original, was the antithesis of its host. While the primary personality was gentle and kind, valuing companionship, she was like a raging inferno, reckless and aggressive. The red-haired girl relished the memories of the previous night's escapades, nearly bursting with excitement. Last night, I had Fang Yuan pinned down. You should have seen how wild it got between us in the sky. Just as she was about to divulge more intimate details, Fang Yuan swiftly interjected. Have you heard enough? Are you satisfied now? Cyclops, his finger hovering over the switch of his visor, eyes ablaze, his jaw clenched, displayed no sign of satisfaction. The bald elder in the wheelchair rubbed his temples. There is no need for disputes. I have ascertained through telepathy that Eric is indeed involved. Just involved? The surveillance footage clearly captured Magneto. The one-eyed leader stood firm. Professor Charles fell into silence, unable to comprehend why his old friend had become so fanatical. While he could alter his appearance, the ability to manipulate metal was undeniably real. Moreover, Eric had indeed confided in him about plans to initiate a mutant transformation on Liberty Island. Could it be that Fang Yuan's interference led to the collapse of Eric's plans, causing him to spiral out of control? The S-H-I-E-L-D would receive an explanation, the professor ultimately pledged. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's taut nerves relaxed slightly. His visit was indeed to seek assistance from Professor X, yet he held little confidence in persuading this legendary mutant. As records indicated, past collaborations with intelligence agencies had all mysteriously vanished, as if erased by an unseen hand. The director's single eye turned towards Fang Yuan. Based on the earlier conversation, it was apparent that this young man from the East had been deeply involved in the incident. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have already been escorted to an interrogation room. But for Fang Yuan, Fury had no desire to see the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters reduced to ruins. It is an honor to finally meet you, Mr. Fang. Fury extended his hand. Fang Yuan toyed with his teacup. When can I expect the compensation your agency owes me? What compensation? The mental distress fees for my hair loss last time. Fang Yuan winked mischievously. But such trivial matters can be handled by Agent Hill. But the director requires cash payment immediately? I am not. Fang Yuan suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh, how forgetful of me. Before he could finish, Cyclops felt a gust of wind brush past him. That detestable figure was already within arm's reach. His heart raced, and he instinctively raised his hand to resist. However, in Fang Yuan's eyes, this motion was as slow as a sloth. With a casual hand, Fang Yuan seized his neck and effortlessly lifted him before the bald man. I recall I once promised to introduce you to someone. How about this fine individual right here? He gestured to Cyclops. With his robust physique and dark complexion, he perfectly aligns with your preferences. Besides, he is a top-notch agent at S-H-I-E-L-D. Following him guarantees you a life of luxury. How about that? Before he could finish, Fang Yuan had already thrust Cyclops in front of Nick Fury. Cyclops' temples throbbed, and Fury's expression darkened to the point of inking the air. Fang Yuan, completely unfazed by their grim countenances, continued to jest. Don't let his single eye fool you. He is quite capable. He can keep you warm at night and fight hard battles. It's a 2-for-1 deal. Seeing their expressions, it was clear they were contemplating. Setting aside Fang Yuan's intent to provoke, this proposal seemed to hold some merit. Cyclops calculated internally, if he were to withdraw from the X-Men, aligning with S-H-I-E-L-D might allow him to leverage government power against Fang Yuan. Furthermore, without the S-H-I-E-L-D's intervention today, escaping would likely prove difficult. Nick Fury mulled it over as well. The agency was in dire need of high-end combat power, and here it was, practically delivered to him on a silver platter. Observing their pensive expressions, Fang Yuan secretly reveled in his cunning. He intended to see Cyclops join the S-H-I-E-L-D. Should he publicly eliminate Scott today, it would mean a complete severance from the X-Men. Storm is, after all, one of our own, and Professor X is deserving of respect. It is truly not worth the discord over a mere Scott. Nevertheless, let them entangle for now, lest he absconds. The next time we meet, it will be the end of this scoundrel. Additionally, it will serve to silence that insufferable egghead. The way he was acting just now clearly indicated his intent to interrogate me about last night, and I certainly have no time to indulge him. Ignoring the two schemers, I turned to Jean and Storm. I am leaving. Will you accompany me? At that moment, Jean's second persona was still in control, and she felt no attachment to the school, responding without a second thought. Of course, I will go with you. Just the sight of that bald head makes me nauseous. Storm's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Jean as if she had seen a ghost. Good heavens, Jean, you cannot possibly have been cursed by that scoundrel, can you? Professor X gently waved his hand. Aurora, Jean is fine. Let her go. Although his tone was calm, a hint of melancholy lingered in his brow, reminiscent of a concerned father watching his cherished daughter being whisked away by a rogue, without so much as a glance back. Noticing the professor's expression, Storm clenched her fists to pledge her loyalty. Professor, rest assured, I will never abandon the school. A light breeze rustled the scattered papers among the ruins. and an inexplicable sorrow pervaded the campus wasteland. I could no longer endure the scene. Is this truly necessary? I'm merely taking Jean home. Why does it feel like a funeral? The heavy atmosphere froze momentarily. Storm awkwardly touched her nose, pondering that Jean would eventually return. Why was she behaving like a spurned lover? At that moment, the bald director Nick Fury finally interjected. Mr. Fang, regarding the details of last night's incident. The incessant buzzing of flies in the school was rather bothersome. I wrapped my arm around Phoenix's waist. Let us go. Before the words left my lips, we soared into the sky, leaving Fury's unfinished sentence choked in his throat. As I gazed at the figure that vanished into the horizon, the usually stoic Fury's facial muscles twitched. This Fang was indeed, as the records described, having completely disregarded him, the director of S.H.I.E.O.D. Fortunately, being a leader has its advantages, allowing subordinates to bear the brunt of such insolence. Having to deal with such a provocateur daily would surely shorten his lifespan by a decade. He turned to Cyclops. And who might this be? Scott Summers. Cyclops adjusted his ruby quartz glasses. You may simply call me by my name, Director. Having long wished to observe the workings of your esteemed agency. I wonder if a tour might be arranged? Fury's heart swelled with delight. As he had been seeking an excuse to recruit, we would be honored. We are in dire need of elite talents like you. Professor X suddenly spoke. Scott, are you truly set on leaving? Cyclops turned his back to him. Are you attempting to stop me, Professor? The school respects everyone's choices. The professor's voice was filled with melancholy, but do not let hatred consume your reason. Scott scoffed. What is there to miss about this wretched place? Director, please lead the way. Before departing, Fury nodded to the professor. Thank you for your cooperation. As long as I am in charge, I assure you no one will dare disturb the school. I appreciate it, Director. The two traversed the debris-strewn ground toward the helipad. As the helicopter blades whipped up a tempest that scattered dandelions in all directions, Cyclops' pace gradually slowed, as if grappling with an internal conflict. He understood that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. From this moment forth, he would no longer be a comrade alongside Storm, Wolverine, Beast, or Phoenix, nor would he be a student of Professor X. However, the humiliation from Fang and the protection his comrades offered him only fueled the fire of rage within him, ultimately consuming the last remnants of warmth in his heart. He did not turn back, merely calling out over his shoulder, Professor, take care. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he resolutely boarded the helicopter. Storm watched the ascending helicopter with mounting anxiety. Professor, are we truly allowing Scott to leave like this? Shouldn't we do something? The helicopter climbed higher and higher, ultimately becoming but a few distant specks in the sky. Professor X tilted his head, his gaze following the dwindling points, as if hoping that one of them might turn back. Yet, this was merely a fantasy. As the helicopter's presence vanished from the azure sky, Professor X gazed at the expansive blue canvas above, sighing softly. We gathered here for our shared ideals. But Scott, at present, is consumed by hatred, even projecting his resentment toward you all. Aside from hatred, there is no room for anything else in his heart. I could indeed forcibly erase the hatred within him. But how would that differ from destroying a person's soul? I often say that you possess the right to choose freely. This is no empty rhetoric. Should there come a day when you no longer identify with my ideals, you too may depart at any time. These words profoundly resonated with Beast and Storm. They solemnly vowed, Professor, no matter what transpires, we shall never leave you. Professor X understood that in this moment, their commitment was genuine. But what difference would it make? Hearts are fickle. Did not Phoenix and Cyclops once think the same? Wolverine, nonchalantly puffing on a cigar, interjected. If you ask me, Professor, you ought to firmly teach that one-eyed lad a lesson, making him understand that the strongest fist holds the truth. Professor X chuckled at this. Perhaps this exemplified the divergence of ideals. He refrained from further debating with Wolverine, turning instead to Storm. Aurora, please assist me in returning. I need to meticulously analyze the events using the cerebral wave amplifier. Although over 100 witnesses have identified Magneto as the culprit, I cannot shake the feeling that there is more to the story. At that moment, Fang had just departed the Mutant Academy, hurrying home. Little did he know that a dramatic scene was unfolding in his opulent seaside villa. Within the luxurious abode, two women stood at odds. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman adorned in shimmering vibranium armor breathed with a slight rise and fall of her chest plate. Opposite her stood a striking dark-haired woman, her fitted attire accentuating her graceful curves, exuding both coldness and allure. Iron Man lounged against the bar, swirling his drink with a private smirk. Now this promises to be entertaining. Let us see how Fang navigates this romantic entanglement. Gwen trembled with rage. Glaring at Hill, Do you think that a few casual provocations will sway me? Hill, however, leaned casually against the wall, a subtle smile playing at her lips. Not convinced? Then you should ask your boyfriend directly. I believe he was rather pleased with my performance. She paused, feigning realization. Oh, by the way, you might not know this, but it wasn't just the two of us that day. There were three of us having quite the time. You. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend the words she had just heard. You would dare utter such filth? In truth, Hill felt her ears burning as she spoke. Yet, recalling how Fang had left without a word after their encounter, her anger flared, and she provocatively remarked, "Is that too much for you to handle? If you cannot even bear this slight, how do you expect to be Fang's woman? Do you even deserve that title?" What twisted logic was this? To play the third wheel while feigning superiority? Gwen's eyes glinted with murderous intent, her fists cracking ominously. Pepper, noticing her demeanor, quickly stepped in front of her. Calm down. This woman is spouting nonsense. Who knows what is true? Every word is true, Hill chimed in, her smile widening. Pepper continued to soothe. Men are inherently like this. They are not worth our ire. Just look at Tony. She abruptly turned to glare at the observing Iron Man. When has it ever been me cleaning up the mess? Tony began, but was swiftly silenced by his wife's piercing gaze. He quickly amended. Perhaps 2 or 3 times. 4 or 5. At most 7 or 8. Witnessing Pepper's increasingly fierce expression, he capitulated. All right, you can say it was however many times you want. Pepper turned back to Gwen, patting her shoulder. Did you hear that? These scoundrels are hardly worth our anger. Hill had come today solely to vex Fang, and she was not one to back down easily. She deliberately raised her voice, stating, "If I were you, I would leave Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Who knows? He might return next time with a new flame." Her words struck like a bolt of lightning among the crowd. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air as Fang Yuan descended from the sky, his arm wrapped around the waist of Hey Phoenix. Before he could steady himself, 2 piercing gazes filled with murderous intent shot towards him. Gwen and Hill simultaneously barked, "Who is she?" Hey Phoenix cast a disdainful glance at them and mocked Fang Yuan. "Is this really your taste?" Pathetically weak. Fang Yuan rubbed his temples, bemused by her peculiar focus. "The one in armor is my partner. The other is merely a maid tidying the bed. No need to pay her any mind," he casually explained. Hill's ire flared instantly. "Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? Do you think you can take advantage of me and then back out?" Hey Phoenix raised a delicate hand, and Hill was abruptly pulled towards her by an unseen force. Qin squinted her eyes as she assessed Hill. "Well, I suppose you qualify to be a servant." However, she suddenly frowned. "Is Fang Yuan's name one you can call so casually? Remember, when you see us, you must address us as mistress. Understand?" Just as Hill was about to retort, she blurted out, "Yes, mistress," shocked by her own words. She hurriedly covered her mouth. "What have you done to me?" Her heart raced, bewildered by her loss of control. Fang Yuan sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 69. Just the sight of it was painful. What began as a light-hearted tease towards Hill had unexpectedly turned serious with Qin. In her phoenix form, Qin's psychic prowess was leagues beyond that of even Professor X, let alone an ordinary person like Hill. Unwittingly, Hill had succumbed to her influence. Nevertheless, it seemed rather amusing. Fang Yuan smirked mischievously, beckoning Hill with a finger. "Come now, little maid, let us hear you call me master again." Hill desperately covered her mouth, yet a sweet response slipped out. "Yes, master." The inflection of her voice twisted and turned, causing the listeners' ears to flush with warmth. Gwen, watching from the sidelines, nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. Pointing at Qin and stammering, "Who exactly is she?" Qin interrupted, "You're asking the wrong question. You should be inquiring as to who Fang Yuan is to me." She pulled Fang Yuan close, declaring, "Listen well, this is my man, one I have captured myself." Iron Man, observing the scene while sipping coffee, burst out laughing. "Huh? Fang Yuan has been caught by a girl? Ha ha ha. Does this mean he is going to become a son-in-law?" Fang Yuan cast a sympathetic glance. "Qin, be gentle. Don't cause a fatality." Tony's smile froze. "What do you mean by that?" Hey Phoenix's eyes glinted with a dangerous red light. "Is it laughable that I say Fang Yuan is mine?" Iron Man felt a chill run down his spine, nervously chuckling. "Not at all. I suddenly remembered that my reactor needs maintenance and attempted to slip away to the basement. Unfortunately, it was too late." With a mere flick of her hand, Qin lifted Tony as if he were grasped by an invisible force, leaving him suspended in midair, limbs splayed. He squirmed desperately but remained unmoving, his voice trembling. "Miss, we civilized folk ought to reason. Resorting to violence is quite uncouth." Before he could finish, with a whoosh, he was flung like a projectile through the large window, soaring into the sky, his screams fading into the distance until he became a mere speck on the horizon. Pepper Potts stomped her foot in frustration. Tony, he won't die. Qin interjected. He'll just be blown away by the northwest wind. Fang Yuan sensed an energy field enveloping Tony and mused that the playboy would likely just land awkwardly. Turning to see Gwen's stifling laughter, her shoulders shaking, he concluded that Stark's future would be quite challenging. Being alternately dealt with by these two formidable women would surely lead him to seek therapy. Gwen took a deep breath to suppress her anger, fixing her gaze on Fang Yuan. What do you plan to do about this now? Fang Yuan scratched his face. How about we maintain the status quo? Dream on. Gwen scoffed, laughing in disbelief. Should I present you with a banner to commend your indiscretions? Fang Yuan surprisingly nodded earnestly. That's a splendid suggestion. Suddenly, Qin interjected with a cold laugh. What use is a fragile woman like her? I could easily dispose of her for you. How many do you wish to find afterward? Fang Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Her words were decidedly villainous. Hill, hiding behind Gwen, blurted out, Master, don't listen to this third party. After uttering this, her face flushed crimson, horrified at her own slip. She had meant to say Mr. Fang Yuan, yet it had come out so effortlessly. Fang Yuan looked at Hill, whose expression was one of mortification, and struggled to suppress his laughter to the point of pain. Fang Yuan had no time to play with the maid. If he failed to navigate this situation, there would be no opportunity for a harem in the future. Hey Phoenix's ideas were surely impractical. Yet, she had a point. How long could Gwen hold him off? He strode over, firmly grasping Gwen's hand. The armor on her arm automatically retracted, revealing the laser ring that she could not remove. Fang Yuan lifted her hand to his eyes. Do you remember what I said? Once you wear this ring, there's no escaping. You are destined to be mine. If it weren't for the fact that it cannot be removed, I would have tossed it into the sewer long ago. Gwen stomped her foot in frustration. Fang Yuan pulled her into his embrace. Now you realize my domineering nature? Even if I had many women, you will always be the most special. This ring is my very first creation, one of a kind in the world, and it belongs solely to you. Gwen's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure. You jerk. Let me go? Fang Yuan would not relent, carrying her towards the bedroom. Initially, her protests could be heard, but it was not long before only her heavy breathing remained. Hey Phoenix, bored. Began counting the leaves outside the window, and suddenly gestured to Hill. How do you even function as a maid? Aren't you going to serve your master? Over my dead body, Hill shouted, yet her legs betrayed her as she pushed open the bedroom door. Pepper watched in horror. This woman was terrifying, capable of controlling others with just a few words. Initially intent on inquiring about Tony's whereabouts, she now resolved to keep her distance from Qin, especially if Fang Yuan was absent. Inside the room, only Pepper, Qin, and Mystique remained. Since Fang Yuan's return, Mystique had been merely spectating, although she was now under Fang Yuan's command. The collar around her neck reminded her of her anger, wishing to see him fail. Qin suddenly became interested in Mystique, circling around her. Haven't we met before? Before receiving an answer, Qin's psychic abilities uncovered the truth. So it's you. Your shape-shifting ability is incredibly useful. No wonder Fang Yuan insisted on putting a collar on you. Mystique instinctively touched her neck, realizing she was wearing a pearl necklace. She suddenly awoke to the fact that her mind had been invaded, her identity fully exposed. Realizing her cover was blown, she decided to drop the pretense, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, You are Qin? Why do you suddenly seem like a different person? She frequently interacted with the X-Men and recognized them. In her memory, Qin's telekinesis had never been this formidable, and she had always been gentle and approachable. How could she now appear in such a manner? Hey Phoenix disregarded her question and coldly warned, If you dare impersonate me again, you may find yourself disappearing forever. Just as she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow. Is that annoying bald man back again? Mystique was left bewildered, unsure of the context of her words. In a dimension unseen by ordinary people, two invisible psychic forces were clashing violently. Logically, pure mental energy should not influence reality. Yet the point of collision was stirring up waves, causing ripples on the sea's surface and flipping schools of fish onto their backs. The probing force circled the villa for some time before finally retreating like a receding tide. In the cerebro chamber, Professor X slowly removed the brainwave amplifier, carefully returning it to its place with a deep sigh. He had intended to use the device to uncover the truth behind the Magneto incident, but the more he investigated, the more convoluted it became. All evidence pointed to Magneto's attack on Ellis Island. But what role did Fang Yuan play in all this? Did he truly leave after merely rescuing the little troublemaker? The mischievous little girl remained utterly oblivious to the events that transpired, recalling only that after responding to Fang Yuan's plea for assistance, she fell into a deep slumber, awakening later in the vicinity of her school. The professor was acutely aware that she was not lying, Few could conceal the truth from his telepathic abilities. At present, it seemed that only Fang Yuan himself possessed the complete knowledge of the circumstances, perhaps with the shape-shifting girl holding a fragment of the truth. It was with this thought in mind that he directed his mental energy towards Fang Yuan's residence, but aside from a confrontation with Qin's power, he gleaned nothing further. The professor gazed at the brainwave amplifier, murmuring to himself, Qin's power has grown exponentially. I can only hope that with Fang Yuan's assistance, she can harness this force, lest the entire blue planet face catastrophe. This was no mere exaggeration. One must understand that the brainwave amplifier could amplify his already formidable telepathy 100-fold. When Fang Yuan had brought Qin to the underground base to rescue him, her mental strength was only about 30% greater than his. Yet, during their recent clash, they were evenly matched. Although Fang Yuan had no intention of harming her, merely exerting a modicum of force, it sufficed to demonstrate that, at this moment, Qin's abilities were at least 2 to 3 times stronger than in her usual state. If this trend of growth continued, it would not be long before Qin, even without the aid of the brainwave amplifier, could eradicate all of humanity with ease. What a terrifying power that was. It was akin to the combined might of all the nuclear arsenals of a nuclear superpower. In his bedroom, after a brief respite, Fang Yuan gently patted his 2 female companions on the shoulder. I must go and play the savior now. You have both worked hard, so please rest well indoors. At this moment, Hill unexpectedly grew bold. A savior? Is seeking women also a means of saving the world? Fang Yuan grinned. You know, if that girl outside were to go berserk, annihilating the world wouldn't be out of the question. He wasn't merely speaking idly. He had felt the shockwave of mental energy outside the villa quite vividly. One could not deny that the power of the Phoenix was indeed monstrous, entirely devoid of logic. Gwen and Hill exchanged glances. Are you referring to that Qin? Fang Yuan nodded. Precisely. Within her resides 2 personalities, and it is the second one that currently holds sway. With her capabilities, should she truly become enraged, extinguishing thousands of lives would be but a trivial task. As he spoke, a smile crept upon his lips as he turned to Hill. Surely you have a deep understanding of her prowess? Hill, still haunted by her experience, nodded. She uttered but a single phrase and completely commandeered my body. She gazed at Fang Yuan with a hint of sorrow. This effect, it won't be permanent, will it? The thought of potentially never returning to her former self filled her with dread. Fang Yuan, however, could not assure her. He patted her reassuringly. What is there to complain about? Have I wronged you by making you my little maid? Gwen, upon hearing this, was utterly taken aback. She had long known Fang Yuan to be shameless, but she had not anticipated such a level of audacity. Fang Yuan, with a playful smile directed at Gwen, inquired, What? Do you wish to continue? If you can endure today, I promise never to pursue another woman again. How does that sound? Gwen vehemently shook her head, exclaiming in disbelief that if this continued, she felt she might just fall apart. She felt a pang of sorrow, questioning her own lack of resolve in so easily capitulating. Yet, it was clear that one person could not withstand it alone. Leaving the 2 ladies to rest within the confines of the room, Fang Yuan exited the bedroom. He had no idea where Qin had left Tony. It had been several hours without a trace. Pepper, having grown increasingly anxious, was hesitant to inquire further after witnessing the capabilities Qin had just exhibited. As soon as Fang Yuan stepped outside, she rushed forward. Fang Yuan, where is Tony? Why hasn't he returned yet? Qin scoffed dismissively. Do not fret. I haven't touched a single hair on him, just left him stranded on a deserted island. At this moment, he is likely debating whether to swim back. Pepper opened her mouth, struggling to find words. One could hardly say Tony was fortunate to have encountered these 2 calamities. However, upon reflection, as long as he remained unharmed, that was all that mattered. After all, during her time with Tony, she often felt compelled to hit him with a slipper in frustration. Now, at least someone had the means to keep him in check. She wondered if he would dare to act so brazenly in the future. Several kilometers off the coast, a solitary, barren rock jutted from the sea, though labeled an island. It was merely a larger stone, devoid of any vegetation. The azure waves danced around it, creating a picturesque scene, yet Tony had no inclination to admire it. He had been left stranded there for nearly 3 hours. From this vantage point, his villa appeared no larger than a matchbox. Tony squinted, raising his thumb to gauge the distance. As a top-tier genius, he quickly estimated the span. 5 or 6 kilometers. He had heard that the world record holder could swim across the English Channel. Surely, for a genius like him, swimming 6 kilometers would be a cakewalk. He muttered to himself, tentatively dipping his foot into the sea only to withdraw it, as if electrified. Damn you, Fang Yuan. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere jest? Am I truly expected to swim back? What if I tire midway? Tony, in a fit of irritation, kicked at the scattered debris around him. These were the remnants of his phone, which had been destroyed upon being thrown onto the island. A single wave had smashed it to smithereens, leaving not even a piece the size of a fingernail. It was all too apparent that someone was playing tricks on him. He paced atop the rock, licking his cracked lips. After 2 hours under the blazing sun, his throat felt parched. Suddenly, a familiar force lifted him, propelling him towards the villa. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared Fang Yuan might forget about him. Just as he soared through the air, a mocking voice echoed from behind. "Oh, look, even you can fly? What is your secret?" "Who?" Tony felt a chill run down his spine as the temperature around him spiked. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a fiery figure flying alongside him, entirely engulfed in flames. Through the flickering light, he could discern that this humanoid entity bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary person. At that moment, the flaming individual extended their arm, seemingly intent on checking if Tony was concealing any invisible flying apparatus. If this fireball were to touch him, he would surely become a charred husk. Iron Man's voice trembled in panic. "Stop! Who are you?" The fiery figure suddenly froze, as if taken aback, and exaggeratedly stepped back. Hey, you can't possibly be a Blue Planet inhabitant, can you? You don't even recognize the illustrious me?" Tony deliberately elongated his tone. "Could you be one of those, what was it, 27? The fiery entity, growing increasingly agitated, began to stomp its feet in frustration, unable to contain itself. "It's four. Ah, so you're from that organization I've never heard of?" The flame-wreathed figure stumbled, nearly plummeting from the sky. "You ignorant fool. Since you don't know who I am, let me enlighten you. I am the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. Remember my name." "Oh, is that all? Shouldn't you be excited enough to scream?" Tony quipped. "Just a heads up, you're about to have a bad day." "What?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a thunderous crash resounded as the Human Torch collided forcefully with the villa's load-bearing column. The robust, steel-reinforced concrete pillar shattered, debris scattering, and a spiderweb of cracks spread across its surface. The Human Torch, too, suffered from the impact, his flames flickering erratically, his face contorted like a crumpled soda can. Slowly sliding down the pillar, beneath the villa lay a steep cliff and tumultuous waves, and he first crashed heavily onto the rocks before tumbling into the sea like a rag doll, the flames extinguished instantly by the water. Witnessing this disastrous scene, both Fang Yuan and Iron Man involuntarily gasped in shock. Merely watching was enough to induce pain. Iron Man floated back into the room through the gaping hole in the window, landing lightly on his feet. Pepper, examining him closely, noted that aside from a slightly disheveled suit, he was otherwise unscathed, allowing her to finally relax. Fang Yuan leaned out the window, observing the figure bobbing on the surface of the sea. "Tony, where on earth did this fool come from? What a long journey just to showcase the Iron Head technique." Chapter 70 reveals a rare glimpse of Tony's compassion. For once, Tony displayed a semblance of sympathy, momentarily casting aside his recent ordeal of survival on a deserted island. Poor fellow, claiming to be the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. The Human Torch? Fang Yuan instinctively glanced at Mystique. Having stayed home these past few days, Mystique still maintained the appearance of Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman. Could it be that he came here specifically to pick a fight? On the azure sea, the Human Torch floated like a piece of driftwood. A wave crashed, and his body slammed against the rocks. The searing pain jolted him back to consciousness as he shook his buzzing head and struggled to cling to the stone. After gasping for breath while lying on the rocks for what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure. The Human Torch shouted loudly, "Human Torch!" Flames erupted from his body, flickering erratically before finally stabilizing, drying his drenched clothes. Only then did the Human Torch unsteadily ascend, stumbling through a hole and flying into the villa, nearly toppling over upon landing. "That's quite inconsiderate, brother," he complained, rubbing his bruised forehead. "You just watched me crash into a pillar without a care for my well-being?" Iron Man shrugged innocently. "I clearly warned you." "When?" "I said you were in for a rough time." "Isn't that a warning?" "How is that a warning?" The Human Torch was left speechless. Once the stars cleared from his vision, he surveyed the opulent seaside villa and whistled. "I never expected you to be quite the wealthy one. With this house, I imagine you'll never run out of beautiful women, right?" This remark struck a chord with Tony, who gleefully replied, "Absolutely. Last year's cover girl for Maxim was with me." "And what about Pepper?" suddenly interjected little Pepper. "It seems Mr. Tony longs for the sunbathing on the island?" Phoenix chuckled knowingly. "At your service." Iron Man's boasting abruptly ceased as he quickly donned a pleading smile. "Dear Pepper, I was wrong. Let me at least have a sip of water." Before he finished speaking, he found himself suspended in midair. Sensing the impending trouble, he turned to Phoenix. Bowing repeatedly, You and Mr. Fang are truly a match made in heaven. It was my thoughtless words earlier. Look at how sincerely I'm admitting my mistake. Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile, recognizing that Tony's ability to display such audacious cowardice was indeed a unique talent of his. Iron Man internally lamented, "This group of monsters is a greater challenge than the last. I am utterly overwhelmed." "All right." Fang Yuan gently pressed on Qin's shoulder. Pepper was just joking. Phoenix, who had already been amused by Tony's antics, took the opportunity to set him back down on the ground. Tony, his legs trembling, steadied himself and clutched his chest in fear. "I swear I'll never provoke this femme fatale again." Although he wasn't injured during the fall from such a height, he genuinely feared he'd end up as a pile of tomato sauce, his heart nearly stopping in fright. At that moment, the previously dazed Human Torch suddenly flared up, glaring at Fang Yuan before mechanically turning to Mystique and bellowing, "You are Fang Yuan." That one-eyed old man really didn't lie. Everyone in the room turned in unison to the Human Torch, puzzled by his sudden outburst. The Human Torch fixed his gaze on Mystique. "Sister, weren't you engaged to Reed? How come you're now with Fang Yuan?" Mystique not only refrained from explaining, but also deliberately snuggled closer to Fang Yuan, coyly resting her head on his chest. "Darling, give me a kiss." Fang Yuan wasted no time and planted a loud kiss on the face of the invisible woman, then lingered, licking his lips. "You should be happy your sister is with me. Why all the fuss?" Observing their intimate display, the Human Torch's finger trembled. If his sister was willing, he certainly had no right to intervene. Despite her engagement to Reed, even marriage could end in divorce. Yet, something felt amiss. Given how well his sister and Captain Reed got along, how could she suddenly change her mind? Was she being coerced? He scrutinized his sister's expression closely. It was indeed his sister, but she seemed to be signaling him. Surely, she was in danger and calling for help. In reality, Mystique was merely blinking normally. But it was misinterpreted. The Human Torch erupted in a blaze of orange flames, the wooden floor sizzling instantly. "Fang Yuan, prepare to face your demise." A thick jet of fire erupted from his palm. Fang Yuan, unfazed, took a deep breath and gently blew. What appeared to be a casual breath unleashed a whirlwind, causing the flames to spiral back. The Human Torch was pushed back repeatedly, and though he was immune to fire, the curtains behind him caught fire, igniting in a fierce blaze. Iron Man winced in distress. "My curtains. If you're going to fight, do it outside." Those were handpicked by Pepper. He wasn't worried about Fang Yuan. The Human Torch's abilities were hardly sufficient to pose a threat to him. The Human Torch felt his face flush with embarrassment. Having had a few exchanges with the Human Torch, Tony considered him a semi-acquaintance. Despite having been duped by the guy before, he had long since let it go. However, burning a friend's property was not something a guest should do. With a flick of his hand, Iron Man commanded the flames to return to his palm, and the flames on the curtains gradually extinguished. The Human Torch raised his chin defiantly at Fang Yuan. "How about we take this outside?" Fang Yuan scoffed. "Afraid of you? Fine, at least you're a man." Before the words left his mouth, the Human Torch transformed into a streak of light and dashed out of the villa, with Fang Yuan swiftly following suit. Watching the two figures fade away, Tony mused, though the Human Torch is reckless, he seems to have more sense than Fang. Above the silver sands, the two confronted each other in midair. "I'll let you strike first, otherwise, I fear you may not get the chance." The Human Torch could hardly tolerate such provocation. "You're asking for it." A massive fireball hurtled towards Fang Yuan, who suddenly inhaled deeply, drawing the fireball towards him, which split into two fiery strands that shot up his nostrils. By the time it reached him, the fireball had shrunk to the size of an apple. Fang Yuan easily caught it, took a large bite, and chewed it with a satisfying crunch. "Not bad. How about a few more?" The Human Torch stammered. "What on earth are you? A human or a ghost?" In the distance, Iron Man shook his head in disbelief. "Goodness. Now even fire can be treated as a snack." Suddenly, a lazy voice drifted in from behind. "What are you looking at?" Hill approached, draped in a coat, her complexion still somewhat pale. Tony pointed outside with his chin. "Your friend is at it again." Hill squinted at the orange figure and frowned. "Who is that?" Little Pepper reassured her. "He calls himself the Human Torch, but he surely can't match Fang." "The Human Torch? Isn't he from the Fantastic Four?" Hill hastily grabbed her communicator, cursing. "Damn it. I knew something would go wrong. Why did you have to pick a fight with someone who has taken? Their boyfriend is Mr. Fantastic." What puzzled her was how the Human Torch managed to find them, given that this information was only reported to the director. On the beach, the Human Torch felt a chill run through his limbs. He had heard of Fang Yuan's reputation, but never anticipated he would be so formidable. The fireball he had just launched was highly compressed. The mere 5,000 degrees Celsius was enough to melt most materials on Blue Star. not to mention the level of destruction it could cause, and yet Fang Yuan had devoured it like a snack? Fang Yuan, yawning out of boredom, taunted, "Hey, fire stick. Are we still going to fight? You've been dazed long enough for me to beat you 10 times over. Fire stick?" The Human Torch exploded with rage. While others might use the phrase burning with rage metaphorically, for him, it was quite literal. In a fit of fury, he cast aside his earlier doubts. "Today, I shall roast you to a crisp." Without further ado, the Human Torch transformed into an orange lightning bolt, charging at Fang Yuan. The air twisted in his wake, swirling with reddish-brown smoke, the result of high temperatures combusting nitrogen and oxygen into nitrogen dioxide. Fang Yuan chuckled. "You think you can take me out?" At that moment, the one to suffer would be you. In the instant before the impending collision, Thunderfire abruptly veered away, narrowly escaping. Simultaneously, dozens of azure fireballs erupted from him, completely engulfing Fang Yuan. He had never intended to engage in a direct confrontation. After all, the force of impact is mutual, and he was not made of the same resilient material as the Rockman. It seemed as though Fang Yuan was caught off guard, as a barrage of fireballs detonated upon him. The shockwave sent Thunderfire, who was 100 meters away, tumbling. A colossal mushroom cloud of flames ascended from the beach, transforming nearby sand into glimmering glass that refracted a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. Thunderfire erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What superhero? Before me, he is nothing but a roasted chicken." The onlookers in the distance, watching Fang Yuan engulfed in flames, felt no concern. Instead, they gazed at Thunderfire with pitying eyes. Everyone understood that this reckless child was in for a world of trouble. Indeed, before Thunderfire could finish his words, Fang Yuan had silently appeared behind him. Fang Yuan patted him on the shoulder, grinning as he asked, "Hey, buddy, what has got you so merry?" Thunderfire, filled with self-satisfaction, remarked, "That superhero is a total fraud. I thought he was something special." Mid-sentence, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Who had just spoken to him? He stiffly turned his head, only to find himself face-to-face with an unscathed Fang Yuan. Thunderfire was instantly struck with terror. Ghost. He bolted forward as if his pants were on fire. This reaction left Fang Yuan utterly bewildered. What was going on? Shouldn't the sight of himself unscathed leave this fellow in awe, perhaps even on his knees in worship? Why was his first reaction to flee in terror? Did he possess an inexplicable confidence in his own destructive power, believing anyone struck by him would surely perish? Unable to contain his laughter, Fang Yuan swiftly positioned himself in front of the panicked Thunderfire. "Were you calling for me?" Thunderfire's shriek escalated to a piercing wail, capable of toppling rooftops. "There really is a ghost." He slammed on the brakes and turned tail without a backward glance. Fang Yuan, amused, teleported beside him once more, patting his shoulder again. "It's not every day you meet such a lively soul. Come, let us head to the underworld. I'll treat you to delightful delicacies." To his astonishment, Thunderfire was so terrified of ghosts that before Fang Yuan could make a move, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Watching Thunderfire plummet from the air like a stone, extinguished of all fire, Fang Yuan was left utterly speechless. What sort of absurdity was this? Here was a member of the Fantastic Four, who had just been boasting about wanting to fight, now reduced to fainting in fear? Where was his professional integrity? However, judging by his condition, it seemed he truly had fainted. At this speed and angle, even falling onto the beach would likely result in a broken neck. If it were an act, he certainly wouldn't be going to such lengths. Sighing, Fang Yuan teleported beneath Thunderfire, catching him by the back of his collar to prevent his head from hitting the ground. Such a lively character should remain in the world to spread joy. It would be a pity if he were to die from a fall. Carrying the unconscious Thunderfire, Fang Yuan leisurely made his way back to the villa. Meanwhile, Hill was still on the phone with the head of SHIELD, the bald director. Perplexed, inquired Hill, "Why the silence? Don't tell me Thunderfire has already been taken out by Fang Yuan." Holding back laughter, Hill replied, "No worries, Thunderfire is unharmed. He merely fainted from fright after encountering Fang Yuan." Fainted from fright. The bald director's brow furrowed even deeper. Is Fang Yuan truly that terrifying? Does he possess some hidden ability, perhaps to transform into a monstrous apparition? No, Fang Yuan simply had a brief conversation with him and casually patted his shoulder. And that was enough to send him into unconsciousness. Are you serious? Are you certain he wasn't knocked out, but genuinely scared into a faint? Director, I assure you it's the truth. The director was left speechless. A member of the illustrious Fantastic Four had been reduced to fainting from mere conversation. How utterly embarrassing. However, upon reflection, at least Thunderfire was neither dead nor seriously injured, which left room for potential resolution. He felt somewhat reassured. At present, Magneto was already enough of a headache. The thought of the Fantastic Four and Fang Yuan clashing in the city was simply unfathomable. Hill swiftly pressed on, "Director, who did you disclose the details about the Invisible Woman's private meeting with Fang Yuan to? Why did Thunderfire come storming into Fang Yuan's home today?" The bald director remained silent for a moment before revealing the truth. It turned out that after Cyclops had returned to SHIELD, he immediately arranged for personnel to conduct capability tests on him. Upon witnessing Cyclops effortlessly destroy a metallic target hundreds of meters away, he realized they had struck gold. As the tests progressed, his excitement only grew. Although Cyclops' physical attributes were only slightly superior to those of an average person, his offensive capability was extraordinarily formidable. His precision was beyond imagination. Even while simultaneously tossing several frisbees, he could calmly shoot them all down without missing a single one. His range was an astonishing near 1,000 meters. Even elite snipers would not dare guarantee 100% accuracy on targets a kilometer away, yet Cyclops could do so. It's worth noting that ordinary sniper rifles require at least a second to traverse a kilometer, during which time the target could easily move. Moreover, during long-range sniping, factors such as wind direction, gravity, humidity, temperature, and even the sniper's condition could affect accuracy. Cyclops faced none of these concerns. His beams, while not traveling at the speed of light, moved with the swiftness of lightning. The distance of a kilometer was covered in an instant, allowing for straightforward linear attacks without the need to consider so many variables. Ultimately, Cyclops showcased his ultimate ability by directly penetrating the copper walls of the underground training base in front of the bald director, with his beam embedding itself several meters deep before dissipating. This spectacle left the bald director astounded. This ability was strikingly similar to Fang Yuan's heat vision. Only Fang Yuan's range was greater, his energy more potent, and his power more concentrated. Following this series of tests, Nick Fury was overjoyed. In Cyclops, he saw the potential for elite power within SHIELD. Recently, he had been planning to form a special forces unit composed of superpowered individuals. And this unexpected newcomer seemed tailor-made for Team 27. While he was contemplating, Cyclops suddenly inquired about Fang Yuan's information. Chapter 71 was decidedly unusual. Nick Fury was well aware of the history between the two, but had not thought much of it. After all, a single heat ray from Fang Yuan could obliterate Cyclops. And surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to deliver himself to his demise, right? Considering the recruitment of Scott into SHIELD, the one-eyed director divulged quite a bit of information, including the affair between the Invisible Woman and Fang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Hill immediately pinpointed the hidden puppeteer. The moment Cyclops learned of the news, Thunderfire had come knocking, and with his past grievances with Fang Yuan, who else could be orchestrating this but him? Now that matters had escalated to this point, Hill bluntly asked, "Do you still intend to recruit him?" The director fell into deep thought. "We do indeed lack high-end capabilities." After a long pause, he finally spoke. Hill remained silent. This was undoubtedly a weakness for SHIELD. During the last confrontation with Magneto, there had been no one available except Hawkeye. If they had support from someone like Cyclops, the outcome might have been entirely different. She understood the rationale. Yet she couldn't help but remind him, can we trust a loose cannon like him? Will he leak information or defect at a critical moment? Nick Fury was well aware of these risks. However, Scott's combat potential was simply too enticing. After weighing the options, he still found it difficult to reach a decision. "I will consider it carefully," he finally concluded. "Your immediate priority is to ascertain Fang Yuan's role in the Magneto incident while also soothing both him and Thunderfire. We must not allow tensions to escalate." As the earliest superhero team to publicly reveal their identities, the Fantastic Four maintained a close collaboration with SHIELD. Any conflict resulting in casualties would be the last scenario Nick Fury wished to see unfold. As the call ended, Fang Yuan had already returned to the villa, carrying the unconscious Human Torch. Hill had not deliberately avoided the conversation. Her identity as an agent was no longer a secret. Observing the motionless figure of the fiery man on the ground, the onlookers found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. With such limited abilities, how can he claim to be a superhero? Someone scoffed. Hill interjected, "It would be more accurate to say that today's heroes are merely emulating them." When the Fantastic Four first emerged, there were hardly any true superpowered beings in existence. Iron Man chuckled derisively, indeed. Who would have thought someone could be frightened into unconsciousness by mere words? This remark rendered the crowd speechless. Unbeknownst to Tony, as he mocked, the Human Torch, lying on the ground, subtly rolled his eyes. Fang Yuan noticed, but dismissed it entirely. This individual was not here for revenge. He was clearly here for comedic relief. From the moment this fool made his entrance, the people in the villa had been nearly doubled over with laughter. Besides, if he truly intended to take a life, why save him earlier? Letting him crash to his demise on the beach would have been far simpler, wouldn't it? As a mediator, Hill took the initiative to break the silence. What do you plan to do with him? Before Fang Yuan could respond, she added, in my opinion, there is no need to create enmity with the Fantastic Four. While you are formidable, they should not be underestimated when united. Furthermore, you have no grievances with them. Why invite trouble upon yourself? While there was indeed no animosity, Fang Yuan saw conflict itself as a source of amusement. However, he had no intention of truly harming this comical character on the ground. All right, Hill. Let us wait until he wakes up and ask him a question before letting him go. Just then, Phoenix interjected. He looks quite appetizing. How about I try a taste after we ask him? No sooner had she spoken than the previously motionless Human Torch abruptly sprang to life, rolling and scrambling toward the balcony, shattering glass as he tumbled toward the sea. As he plummeted toward the water, he desperately summoned flames, skimming the surface just before hitting the waves. Scorching heat evaporated into a cloud of mist, and without a backward glance, he fled, trailing a plume of smoke in his wake. From a distance, his voice echoed, "Sister, I'll come back to rescue you." The reverberations lingered over the water, but the figure had long vanished. An eerie silence enveloped the villa, with all eyes fixated on Phoenix. Yet, she appeared somewhat regretful. Why did he run? I thought Fang Yuan looked like he was enjoying the fireball. Iron Man exhaled deeply. When you speak, don't leave things half said. I thought you were going to eat a living person. Truthfully, in that fleeting moment, he had already devised a plan for relocation. Living next to Fang Yuan and Phoenix would surely give anyone a heart attack with their fragile nerves. That fireball does indeed seem delectable, but can you actually digest it? In response to Fang Yuan's inquiry, Phoenix hesitated, stroking her chin. I should be able to? It seems I can absorb various forms of energy. The Phoenix Force indeed possesses the ability to absorb energy. However, Jean Grey was merely a vessel for this power, and given that her potential had yet to be fully awakened, whether she could wield such an ability remained uncertain. She quickly dismissed the thought. You're right. This guy can't serve as food. Let him go. He is truly useless. Her remarks elicited a mix of laughter and exasperation from the others. Was it really true that something inedible held no value? What logic dictated that something must exist solely for human consumption? Fang Yuan then turned his gaze to Hill. Were you just on the phone with Director Fury? From whom did the Human Torch receive information to trouble me? Originally, this question was meant for the Human Torch himself, but alas, he had been frightened away by Jean. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Fang Yuan. He already had his suspicions. He recalled the Human Torch mumbling before attacking. The one-eyed monster was telling the truth. Fang Yuan surmised that this one-eyed monster was most likely Cyclops. Now, inquiring with Hill was merely to confirm his guess. Hill candidly revealed, the director brought Scott back from the Mutant Academy. You should know him. Besides me and the director, he is the only one aware of Invisible Woman's presence here. Most likely, he leaked the information. This Cyclops was digging his own grave. Fang Yuan had already harbored murderous intent toward Scott, and now, old grudges combined with new ones made for a potent mix. He had always been reluctant to let H.I.E.L.D. know about Mystique's abilities. This decision, however, had led to subsequent events, yet he remained steadfast in his beliefs. Should the Fantastic Four dare to confront him, it would only serve his desires. After all, receiving a beating was a crucial avenue for Fang Yuan to enhance his strength. Eating, sleeping, romancing, and engaging in fights. Wasn't this the very life he had always dreamed of? For the moment, let us set aside Fang Yuan and focus on the plight of the Human Torch. In truth, when Fang Yuan had carried him back to the villa and unceremoniously deposited him on the ground, he had already regained consciousness. He quickly deduced that Fang Yuan was not a ghost, merely immune to his attacks. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, he opted to continue feigning unconsciousness, biding his time. But upon hearing Jean's intention to eat him, the Human Torch was struck with terror, unable to maintain his ruse any longer, and fled in panic. Even after flying at supersonic speeds for several minutes, with the villa long out of sight, he remained haunted by fear. What on earth were those people? To be human, yet harbor a penchant for cannibalism? His sister was presently mingling with those dangerous individuals, and that was certainly troubling. With this thought in mind, Johnny felt an urgent need to accelerate, the flames surging from him growing ever fiercer, and his speed increasing yet again. At the intersection of Madison Avenue and 42nd Street stood the towering 35-story Baxter Building. The top 5 floors belonged to Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. serving as the team's exclusive headquarters. The Human Torch burst into the headquarters with great fervor. The office was empty. It was evident without asking that Reed was immersed in his laboratory. The 33rd floor was entirely devoted to his research, and Johnny, too impatient to even knock, burst through the door. "Reed, my sister has been kidnapped, and you're still preoccupied with these ridiculous experiments?" A muffled response emanated from beneath the experimental equipment. "Johnny, when will you mature? I'm not joking. Get out here now. Just give me 2 more minutes." How could the Human Torch wait any longer? Without a second thought, he unleashed a compressed fireball. The heat waves surged through the laboratory, and Mr. Fantastic's rubbery form abruptly contracted and expanded, launching him from beneath the apparatus. "Stop." But it was too late. The orange fireball struck the precision instruments with force, shattering the expensive sci-fi devices into pieces. At the critical moment, Reed's body extended into a dense protective net, catching all the flying metal shards. Deprived of oxygen, the rampant flames gradually extinguished, restoring his human form. Mr. Fantastic surveyed the destruction of months of painstaking work, his face ashen. "Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much time I invested in this project? You nearly blew the entire lab to smithereens." Typically, while the Human Torch was reckless, he still held a degree of respect for his leader. If Reed had worn that expression on any other day, he would have quickly backed down. But today was different. He raised his voice even louder than Reed. "Listen, my sister's life is at stake. Who cares about your precious instruments? Those are not just worthless pieces. They are studying cosmic rays and supernovae." He had just started explaining when he suddenly paused. "Wait, are you saying Susan is in danger? What is going on?" Johnny, frantic, stomped his feet. "Did you forget what that one-eyed monster said at noon? About my sister and that Superman named Fang Yuan?" The laboratory fell into a silence so profound that one could hear the sound of metal fragments hitting the ground. Mr. Fantastic, suppressing his anger, muttered under his breath, "You can't be serious. You almost wrecked my lab over such a ridiculous reason? Aren't you too old to be so gullible?" A series of thunderous crashes echoed from outside the lab, accompanied by heavy footsteps. The thing's booming voice approached. "Reed, is something going on? I'm here to help." Mr. Fantastic hurriedly shouted. "Ben, stop. Everything is fine." But before he could finish, the entire wall of the laboratory suddenly exploded. Concrete debris flew in all directions, and half of the laboratory was instantaneously buried in the rubble. Amidst the swirling smoke, the yellowish figure of the thing emerged, warily surveying his surroundings. "Where are the enemies?" Mr. Fantastic wore a grim expression. "The most troublesome adversary is standing right in front of me." Unlike Reed's helplessness, Human Torch was brimming with enthusiasm. "Fantastic. Ben is here. Let's go rescue my sister." The thing was utterly perplexed. "What happened to Susan? I haven't seen her all day." Mr. Fantastic sighed and explained. "This morning, that sunglass-wearing weirdo came to the office, spreading rumors that Susan is having an affair with Superman. She got so angry she almost lashed out. After I stopped her, she sulked away in frustration. You know, if she wants to hide, no one can find her." This remark clearly questioned Human Torch's account. Flames ignited around him in an instant. "Did I not see my sister in danger? If you're not interested in going, just say so." Reed gazed at the furious Human Torch, his expression growing serious. "Johnny, are you certain? If it weren't for being unable to defeat the adversary, you would have gone alone by now." Recalling their earlier confrontation, he suppressed his anger and explained, "I was bored and wandered around Superman's villa, and I truly saw Susan trapped there. That guy is too powerful. I barely escaped to seek help." Upon hearing this, the Thing and Mr. Fantastic finally realized the gravity of the situation. "Let us move quickly. We can discuss the details on the way." The three hurried toward the villa, oblivious to the invisible woman rubbing her eyes as she emerged from her bedroom. That nap was truly refreshing. She looked at the empty floor and wondered aloud, where did everyone go? Not to mention the others. Even the typically reclusive Thing was nowhere to be found. This fellow, who rarely ventured out due to his unique appearance, had somehow left today. Could he be in the exclusive training room upstairs? The top 5 floors of Baxter Building belonged entirely to the Fantastic Four. At that moment, Susan was on the lowest level, the 31st floor, where they usually relaxed. The training room was just above. Suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, the invisible woman's lips curled into a slight smile as she tiptoed quietly upstairs. As she walked, her body gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing into thin air. "Hey Ben, did I scare you?" She suddenly burst into the training room, shouting, yet the room was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Susan sheepishly scratched the back of her head, glancing around like a thief, and once she confirmed no one witnessed her embarrassment, she released a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one saw that. That would have been truly humiliating. If the thing is absent, surely Mr. Fantastic must be around? He had been holed up in the lab for nearly 2 months. If he continued to avoid sunlight, he might end up paler than she was. The invisible woman continued her ascent, and upon reaching the 33rd floor, she was taken aback. From the stairwell onward, 5 or 6 walls had collapsed, creating a stony path of shattered concrete leading to the laboratory. Her heart tightened. Could it be that enemies had invaded, leading to a confrontation? She dashed over the debris towards the laboratory, only to find chaos within. Aside from the charred remnants of equipment, there was no one in sight. Susan anxiously paced the lab, her mind swirling with questions. What on earth happened? If there were indeed enemies, why hadn't they called her to join the fight? Where had the 3 of them gone? She couldn't panic, as that would not resolve anything. Forcing herself to halt, she closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. When she opened her eyes again, she began to meticulously examine the traces left behind. The collapsed walls must have been caused by Ben's impact, and the crushed concrete blocks were undoubtedly his footprints. As for the scorched equipment, that was certainly the work of Johnny. But where were the enemies? Where could they be? Susan searched meticulously, but aside from those 2 signs, she found no further evidence of a struggle. Either the enemies had not attacked at all, or there was some issue among the 3 of them. No, that didn't make sense. Apart from the burnt floor, there were no signs of a confrontation. Moreover, even if they had a dispute, there would be no reason to leave her behind and vanish. The invisible woman murmured to herself, what could possibly require them to sneak off without me? They had always been inseparable, the closest of companions. Such solitary actions were simply abnormal. Recalling the events of the day, a vague realization began to form in her mind. Yet this realization was difficult for her to accept. Could it be that in Reed's eyes, she was so untrustworthy? That a mere outsider's idle chatter could sow seeds of doubt in his mind? She struggled to find excuses for Reed, but everything before her pointed unmistakably to the truth. Reed indeed suspected her. The scorched marks on the floor clearly indicated a dispute between Reed and Johnny, while the collapsed corridor was likely proof that Ben had rushed in, believing there to be an enemy. Now that all 3 were missing, they must have gone to confront the one who spread the rumors face to face. Chapter 72. And the latter was enjoying the spectacle. Since he suspected her of infidelity, Reed certainly wouldn't inform her, which was why he had left her alone at home. This deduction was flawless. Though it was merely a conjecture, she was nearly certain that this was the case. Misunderstandings in this world often arise in such a manner. You notice a few threads, and after some reasoning, no matter from which angle you view it, the logic seems impeccable, leading you to believe it wholeheartedly. Yet once such a misunderstanding occurs, it becomes challenging to clarify. Even when the person involved attempts to explain, the one who harbors doubts may not be willing to listen. For people tend to trust their own judgments more readily, ignoring other possibilities. At that moment, the invisible woman found herself ensnared in such a state. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that her hypothesis was infallible, with all evidence pointing toward this conclusion. It left her feeling profoundly desolate. What kind of person was she in Reed's mind? Could a stranger's idle words so easily dismantle their trust? Despite her overwhelming disappointment, she knew she had to act swiftly. She needed to rush to Superman's home and clarify this absurd misunderstanding. It would be utterly ridiculous if a life were lost due to such nonsensical rumors. As dusk descended, the adversary sat at home, watching television. The window shattered by Iron Man and Human Torch had yet to be repaired. The sea breeze wafted through the gaping hole, carrying a slightly salty dampness. Yet it felt refreshing. Phoenix rested on his lap, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Gwen and Hill, 2 women who had previously been at odds, now glared at Phoenix in unison, their eyes burning with intensity as if they intended to pierce her with their stares. The living room was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Phoenix stood up reluctantly and said, I have to go. See you tomorrow. Gwen and Hill exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. They had expected this unexpected woman to stay, but to their astonishment, she had initiated her departure. However, they were unaware that the leaving Phoenix referred to was entirely different from their understanding, even though the ultimate outcome bore little distinction. Don't worry, go rest. The adversary said gently. No sooner had the words left his lips than Jean's body stiffened abruptly. It was as if she had transformed into a different person, warily scanning her surroundings. The adversary couldn't help but chuckle. Come here, Jean, don't hide. Yet she not only refrained from approaching, but instead retreated. Curling up in the corner of the sofa, her voice trembling. Don't come near. You have so many women already. Why do you still want to provoke me? The adversary raised an eyebrow. Oh, you certainly didn't say that during the day. Jean buried her face in her knees, acting like a petulant child. Who said that? I don't remember. Hill and Gwen found themselves utterly perplexed and couldn't help but inquire. Did you not say you were leaving? How is it that you suddenly retreated to a corner? This remark seemed to jog Qian's memory. She fumbled in her haste to rise, exclaiming, Yes. I really should be going. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at school, and with Laser Eye absent, the professor will surely need assistance. Fang Yuan effortlessly extended his hand and, akin to catching a chick, pulled the unsteady Qian back, teasingly asking, Still trying to escape? Have you forgotten what the professor instructed? What did he say? Qian stammered. Fang Yuan leaned closer, a mischievous grin on his face. 2 hours of exercise. How could you possibly forget something so significant? Qian's face flushed crimson, reaching down her neck. What nonsense. The professor could not possibly have said that. It is sheer folly. This is a matter that concerns the fate of the world, Fang Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. How could one dismiss it as nonsense? Qian struggled futilely, her strength akin to that of an ant attempting to shake a tree. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their playful banter, the amazing trio had already arrived outside the villa. After listening to the Thunderfire's explanation, Mr. Incredible felt a surge of doubt. He suspected it was all a misunderstanding. In his mind, this publicly acknowledged superhero, Fang Yuan, could not possibly be a villain, nor would he commit such a horrifying act as cannibalism. Moreover, he believed that Susan would never betray him. However, Thunderfire was indifferent to such considerations. Recalling the humiliation of being frightened into unconsciousness earlier that day, his anger flared, and he yearned to storm in and teach that despicable fellow a lesson. Mr. Incredible, aware of John's volatile temperament, quickly cautioned, Don't act impulsively today. I sense there may be a misunderstanding here. Before he could finish, Thunderfire bellowed, Fang Yuan, cowardly turtle, hand over my sister. Mr. Incredible's latter remarks finally floated out leisurely. Thunderfire turned, bewildered. What did you just say, Captain? Mr. Incredible, exasperated, slapped his forehead in frustration. His teammate was simply insufferable. I said to communicate. Hearing the commotion outside, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. In the middle of the night, Thunderfire had the audacity to show up at his doorstep? Wasn't anyone entitled to a good night's sleep? Since they had already brought the confrontation to his door, Fang Yuan was more than willing to oblige. To him, every skirmish was a grand opportunity for enhancement. Qian, we have guests outside. Guard the house well. At this critical moment, Qian could hardly afford to feel shy. Rest assured, no ant shall be harmed within this villa tonight. Outside, Thunderfire continued to issue his challenge. Aren't you claiming to be a superhero? Is this the extent of your courage? Or do you believe this shabby house can hold us back? With their rudeness apparent, Fang Yuan felt no need to show them any courtesy. Even before he appeared, his voice had already reached them. TSK, isn't this the fellow who fainted earlier? Here is a brick from Grandpa. Let us see if you can handle it. As his words fell, the entire exterior wall of the villa exploded with a thunderous crash. A massive iron block, 10 meters square, hurtled toward them, enveloped in debris. Thunderfire barely had time to react. Flames erupted from his body, and 2 pillars of fire shot forth towards the impending giant object. Yet this strike, potent enough to collapse city walls, failed to even slow the iron block's advance. In a moment of peril, the earth-toned stone man roared and charged forward. With a resounding crash, their collision sent even the stone man flying, crashing into the unsuspecting Thunderfire. In comparison to the stone man, Thunderfire appeared as frail as a sprout, and without uttering a sound, he was sent hurtling away. The object Fang Yuan had thrown was certainly no celestial artifact, merely a 10-meter square iron lump. This iron mass easily overpowered the stone man in both size and weight, effortlessly sending him soaring. However, this force was spent, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact was tremendous. The entire street shook. The villa swayed thrice, and the asphalt road rippled like ocean waves, finally settling into a wavy pattern. Fang Yuan sat atop the iron lump, relishing the scene before him. One cannot help but remark, this fellow is a complete brute, relying solely on raw power to crush his opponents, leaving them defenseless. So how do you find my grand gift, dear uninvited guests? Is it satisfactory? On the ground, the stone man scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered as he rose. How strange. Why does the ground feel so soft beneath his sturdy frame? Thunderfire strained to emit a weak voice. Ben, if you don't move, I'm going to be squished. Startled, the stone man quickly flipped over and grabbed Thunderfire, shaking him vigorously. Johnny, you cannot die. Though you're a scoundrel, I cannot lose you. His finger, as thick as a carrot, gripped Thunderfire, who, despite being relatively robust, felt like a mere chick in his grasp, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood from the rough shaking. Thunderfire mustered all his strength. unleashing a small fireball from his mouth, which splattered against the stone man's face. Are you trying to kill me? Put me down. The stone man's rugged face bore no marks or expressions, but one could hear his disappointment. I thought you were truly gone. What a waste of my emotional buildup. With that, he nonchalantly tossed Thunderfire to the ground, allowing him to roll about in the dust, cursing. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged atop the makeshift celestial artifact, idly scratching his chin. At that moment, he pondered a serious question. Could foolishness be contagious? How was it that even the seemingly innocent stone man was beginning to act foolishly? Hey, did you all wake me up in the dead of night just to put on this dreadful performance? I'm not trying to discourage you, but your acting is simply abysmal. It is making me yawn. However, seeing your dedication, I suppose I should offer a token of appreciation, lest anyone accuse me of being stingy. As he spoke, he retrieved a coin from his pocket, which clinked as it bounced off Thunderfire's forehead, who had just managed to stand shakily. Though it was merely a small coin, its impact was considerable, causing Thunderfire's forehead to swell into a large bump, sending him crashing backward and kicking up a cloud of dust. The stone man caught the rebounding coin, exclaiming, 5 cents? Fang Yuan feigned embarrassment. Oh dear. Considering your acting skills, it should at least be worth 50 cents. Unfortunately, I only have 5 cents left in my pocket. Let us make do with it. After 10 performances, 1 tea we have enough for 50 cents? The stone man, indeed simple-minded, did not appear angered by such mockery. Suddenly, a frantic shout rang out. Ben, is this the time for chit-chat? Come help me. The stone man looked left and right, utterly unable to locate Mr. Incredible. Even Fang Yuan shook his head in disbelief. This was a comedic interlude involving superheroes clashing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan kindly reminded the giant, Hey, big guy, look down at your feet. The stone man followed Fang Yuan's gaze and peered down at the enormous metal block embedded in the ground, hesitantly asking, Reed, are you down there? Thank heavens. You finally reacted. Quickly, move this damned iron block. I'm suffocating. The stone man rubbed his palms together, assuring, Don't worry, Reed, I'll get you out right away. Fang Yuan leisurely sat atop the iron block, watching the stone man lumbering closer with no intention of intervening. What a joke. This was a solid iron block 10 meters on each side, weighing a staggering 7,800 tons. To put it into perspective, an empty Boeing 747 weighs only 170 tons, meaning this makeshift celestial artifact was equivalent to over 40 large passenger airplanes. Even Fang Yuan himself had exerted immense effort, utilizing his magnetic control abilities to hurl the mass from midair. If the stone man could genuinely lift nearly 8,000 tons, Fang Yuan would readily acknowledge him as his father. The outcome was predictable. The stone man pretended to pry open the asphalt surface beside the iron block, wedging his fingers into the crevice, and bellowed, Rise up. The iron block remained utterly unmoved. The stone man sheepishly glanced up at Fang Yuan, who was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. I was not serious just now. This time, I am earnest, the stone man protested, shifting his shoulders. He assumed a proper stance. His rock-like muscles taut, lift. Although no expression could be discerned on his stony visage, the gathered crowd could feel the immense effort he was exerting. As he continued to apply force, the ground beneath him could no longer withstand the pressure and began to yield, sinking downwards. Even as half of his body sunk into the earth, the small iron mountain remained steadfast and unmoving. Clambering out of the pit, covered in dirt and dust, the stone man stammered, It's not that I lack strength. It's just that the ground is too soft. Why don't you try transforming and escaping yourself? Fang Yuan could no longer contain his laughter, nearly choking in the process. Are you here to fight or to perform comedy? If your aim is to make me die from laughter, you are well on your way. This is utterly ridiculous. The stone man, feeling embarrassed, wished for a crevice to hide in, even though he was already partially ensconced within the ground. As for his two companions, he felt that being crushed beneath the iron mountain might be more comfortable than the current predicament. At that moment, Thunderfire finally regained full consciousness and, rubbing the large bump on his head, rose to his feet. Though he was filled with anger, he dared not direct it at Fang Yuan. Seeing the stone man's embarrassing plight somehow made him feel more at ease. At least he was not the only one losing face, right? With pent-up frustration, Thunderfire turned his ire upon the stone man. Stonehead, is your brain as solid as your exterior? Get out of the way and watch this. Before he could finish, orange flames erupted from his entire body. Strangely, while flames typically grow deeper in color as their temperature rises, Thunderfire's flames defied convention. The ground beneath him melted into a bubbling pool of magma, yet his flames danced like orange soda. Amidst the swirling heat, even the amazing man, hiding beneath the iron mass, sensed something amiss and shouted in panic from behind the iron block, "Johnny, stop at once." Thunderfire, with his fiery temper, did not wait for a second invitation and lunged toward the iron block. It is known that cast iron melts at a temperature of 500 degrees Celsius, while Thunderfire's body was at least 15,000 degrees. As he pressed against the iron block, the contact area instantly glowed bright red, and in an instant, the once solid iron transformed into molten metal, vaporizing into white smoke before even dripping. Amidst the rising heat, Thunderfire fully plunged into the iron mass, his ecstatic shouts echoing within the metal lump. "Reed, I told you that Stone Man is unreliable. Watch me take care of this." "Johnny, stop now. Are you trying to cook me alive?" The amazing man's shrill cry suddenly pierced through. Do you have any idea how quickly heat transfers through iron? Even perched atop the 10-meter-high iron block, Fang Yuan felt his backside growing uncomfortably warm, let alone the amazing man, who was pressed tightly against the iron. The anguished scream was so piercing that even Fang Yuan, as an opponent, felt a pang of sympathy. What kind of sin had the amazing man committed in his past life to be burdened with such a reckless teammate? Upon hearing his captain scream, Thunderfire finally hit the brakes. "Reed, are you all right?" The amazing man, who had once been full of vigor, now barely whispered, "If you come any closer, I might melt." Thunderfire hastily retreated, his orange silhouette popping out from the iron block, his voice shaky. "I'm out." "Captain, are you okay?" The area beneath the iron mass fell silent. "Hey," Thunderfire panicked. "It can't be that fragile, can it? I merely brushed against you." Fang Yuan perked up his ears, catching faint sounds, and gracefully leaped down from the 10-meter height, squatting by the iron mountain, intrigued. The makeshift iron block had originally been a massive 10-meter square slab, which had been dented by the Stone Man, creating a 30 to 40 centimeter deep pit. Now, Thunderfire had burned a 2-meter high, 3-meter deep human-shaped cavity at the bottom. The edges of the pit glowed with a dark red hue, and molten iron dripped like syrup, pooling into shiny puddles on the ground. Upon seeing Fang Yuan land, Thunderfire jumped back a step, assuming a defensive posture. "Why you stay back? I warn you." Fang Yuan could hardly contain his amusement. His words sounded like those of a bullied little girl trying to assert herself. Chapter 73 resembled a cat playing with a mouse. Ignoring the bluster of Thunderfire, he crouched down to examine the edge of the iron block. He noticed a grayish-white substance resembling soft clay slowly seeping out of the molten iron. Using his fingers, Fang Yuan pinched the substance and gently tugged at it. The material appeared sticky, yet surprisingly smooth. A simple pull could stretch it into half-meter-long strands, akin to pulling Lanzhou noodles. "Ouch! Who's pulling my eyeball? For heaven's sake, let go!" A wail suddenly emanated from within the iron block. "Eyeball!" Startled, Fang Yuan let go, and the noodle snapped back with a resounding thwack against the iron plate. "Is that you, amazing man?" "Reed!" Fang Yuan and Thunderfire exclaimed in unison, one filled with confusion, the other with delight. They quickly realized that although the high temperatures had partially melted the amazing man, it had inadvertently aided his escape. Once compressed into a two-dimensional being beneath the weight of the 8 to 9,000 tons of iron, the rubbery figure was finally able to seep out due to melting. Thunderfire immediately took pride in his role. "Heh, you owe it all to me, right? If it weren't for my burning, we wouldn't have gotten this far." Fang Yuan eyed the wriggling mass with a grimace. It surely seemed more excruciating than being tossed into boiling oil. Thunderfire's laughter suddenly faltered. "It shouldn't hurt, should it? He's completely rubberized now." Before he could finish, the puddle of rubbery substance surged violently, extending a branch shaped like a palm and delivering a resounding slap across Thunderfire's face. He spun like a top, landing hard on his backside. "You've got flames all over. Do you want to see if it hurts?" The roar from within the iron block was filled with smoke. Sitting on the ground with his face in his hands, Thunderfire felt utterly wronged, as if he could squeeze out 3 pounds of bitter melon juice. In this day and age, saving someone comes with a price. Is there no law left? The Stone Man watched with great interest, clapping and cheering. "That's splendid. I've been wanting to deal with this little brat for ages. Reed, shall I give you a few more slaps?" Thunderfire scrambled away, fearing the Stone Man might catch up to him. Enduring a slap from his captain was one thing, but to receive a blow from a stone hand capable of lifting 100 tons would surely result in his brain being scrambled. Outside, the commotion was a cacophony, and the inhabitants of the villa were neither deaf nor foolish. They had long since heard the ruckus and emerged to witness the spectacle. Iron Man wore a face of disdain. "Is this what they call the Fantastic Four? I dare say they are more aptly named the Comedic Four. Being compared to them is beneath me." Hill nodded silently. Who could have anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent? Nick Fury's cold voice crackled through the phone. What is the situation now? Are we likely to incur casualties? Hill hesitated. It shouldn't come to that. However, injuries are unavoidable. No one dared to make any promises. On the surface, it appeared comical. But Fang Yuan's initial strike had clearly been aimed with lethal intent. Had Thunderfire been struck by the stone man instead of being sent flying, he would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Minutes later, the amazing man finally extricated himself from the pile of iron, regaining his human form. However, his arms still had a tendency to stretch uncontrollably before he forcibly reeled them back in. Even more ludicrous was his sagging facial skin, resembling a melting candle, presenting a most comical sight. Perhaps seeing that Fang Yuan had not dealt fatal blows to the others, the amazing man spoke courteously. Mr. Fang, I sincerely apologize for the interruption. However, now that you've vented your anger, why don't we sit down and have a proper discussion? Thunderfire, clutching his swollen cheek, jumped up in frustration. What is there to discuss? We should team up to take him down and rescue my sister. While this statement held some truth, the question of who would capture whom remained up for debate. Fang Yuan, with a smile, delivered a piercing remark. Little one, have you forgotten who made you wet your pants and faint during the day? I kindly let you off the hook, and now you dare to shout here? Recalling Fang Yuan's terrifying strength, Thunderfire felt his stomach tighten. Behold the remarkable Mr. Fantastic and the stony figure beside him, as he straightens his neck in a display of bravado. Cease your arrogance. Today, the three of us are here, and should you refuse to release him, do not blame us for overwhelming you with our numbers. Ah, so he has summoned reinforcements for courage? No wonder he quailed like a quail during the day. He fainted before I even made a move, and now he dares to act so grandiose. The Human Torch's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Nonsense. Who fainted? I was merely assessing the situation. Fang Yuan, with a tone dripping in sarcasm, remarked, "Tsk, you barged into the villa with such bravado, only to be frightened into a hasty retreat by a single remark. Truly a remarkable display." The Human Torch's chest heaved violently with anger as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Enough of your prattle. If you do not hand over my sister today, we shall not let this matter rest." The invisible woman was nowhere in sight. What means did Fang Yuan possess to deliver her? He shrugged nonchalantly. If your sister is missing, might you not seek her out? Surely, a person of her stature cannot simply vanish in a thin air. All right. Fang Yuan suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing his blunder. She truly could become invisible. Perhaps she is deliberately avoiding you due to your unfortunate appearance? How about this? Fang Yuan professed earnestly as he pulled out his phone. I know of several reputable cosmetic surgery clinics. Perhaps you should consider a transformation, and who knows? Your sister might be inclined to show herself? This comment bore a hint of truth. In Fang Yuan's previous world, the Human Torch and the beautiful Captain Marvel were portrayed by the same actor. However, Captain Marvel was depicted as a mature man, while the current incarnation resembled a brash teenager. Though the characters in this world bore different visages from those of the film stars, certain features were inexplicably similar. For instance, there was the ever-looming one-eyed S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and this Human Torch was indeed a youthful version of Captain Marvel, making Fang Yuan feel quite uncomfortable. Fang Yuan considered his suggestion to be sincere, yet the Human Torch exploded in indignation. This narcissistic dandy had always deemed himself the handsomest in the universe, and now he was being told to his face that he was ugly? Fang Yuan, you seek your own demise. The Human Torch's anger ignited, his hair seemingly sparking with fury as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge. Captain Marvel quickly intervened. Johnny, calm down. The situation has yet to be clarified. Fighting over such a misunderstanding would be absurd. Suddenly, a shrill laughter echoed from the shadows. The laser-eyed Cyclops, adorned with red quartz glasses, stepped forth, mocking. Who would have thought that Captain Marvel is not only physically weak, but also mentally soft? Your wife ran off with someone else, and you can endure it? Truly eye-opening. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing Cyclops, the very person hiding from view. It was indeed a case of iron shoes worn out in vain. He might have survived lurking in the gutters for a few more days, but now he had boldly emerged, thinking that with the addition of the Fantastic Four, victory was assured. Before Fang Yuan could speak, Mr. Fantastic suddenly shouted, "Despicable! What are you trying to accomplish by sowing discord here?" Sowing discord? Cyclops scoffed. I lack the capacity for such mischief. If I had done anything, my girlfriend would not have been taken from me so easily. I might well have lost my life in the process. Captain Marvel displayed a peculiar expression. Your girlfriend was taken? At this moment, Cyclops was ready to bare his soul. Indeed, it is embarrassing to admit, but my girlfriend was taken by him. Now he has set his sights on your fiancée, and you can tolerate this? Upon hearing this, Mr. Fantastic turned his gaze toward Fang Yuan. Cyclops' assertions were unwavering, sounding far from fabricated. Moreover, no man would publicly admit to being cuckolded without cause. Fang Yuan did not deny it. After all, Jean was currently in the villa behind them. He boldly stated, "If one lacks the ability to retain their partner, must they seek excuses?" As his words fell, a tremulous voice came from behind. "Scott?" Fang Yuan turned to see Jean. Since she had become involved with Fang Yuan, this was the first time her original persona had encountered Cyclops. To the Phoenix, Scott, Storm, Hank, and the Professor held little significance. She even contemplated eliminating the Professor. Yet the original persona was different. Although her foremost concern was Fang Yuan, she felt a wave of awkwardness upon seeing Scott again after so many years of shared experiences. Observing Jean tremble, seemingly at a loss, yet wanting to approach, Fang Yuan gently intervened, embracing her and softly saying, "You are mine now. Why ponder so? Did you not explicitly tell him that you were through?" Jean buried her face against Fang Yuan's chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, gradually calming down. Yes, no matter what, she was indeed his. Whatever choices were made, they were hers to claim, were they not? From the moment Cyclops laid eyes on Jean, he felt exhilarated. It seemed the familiar Jean had returned. The Jean before him was entirely different from the one he had seen at the academy. The Jean who had broken up with him there was cold and unfeeling, making him feel as though she were a stranger. Yet the one before him was the companion he had fought alongside for so many years, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. But then, he was plunged into despair. For Jean had nestled into Fang Yuan's embrace, not sparing him a glance. Scott attempted one last desperate plea. "Jean, have you truly forgotten me?" The Phoenix's body shivered slightly, leaning against Fang Yuan and gradually finding her composure. "Fang Yuan is correct. My relationship with him has ended. Please do not disturb us further." Cyclops forced a bitter smile, turning to Mr. Fantastic. "Now you see for yourself. I had no need to lie, nor did I deceive you. Fang Yuan is indeed my adversary, but I have never framed him. Even if you do not trust me, surely you must trust your own brother?" The Human Torch had witnessed Susan with Fang Yuan firsthand. The Human Torch quickly chimed in. "Absolutely true. My sister was indeed in that villa at the time." The evidence was irrefutable, leaving Mr. Fantastic with no choice but to confront the reality that had unfolded. "Fang Yuan, please return Susan. We can still converse amicably, should you insist otherwise." The threat was palpable, the conflict now unavoidable. Fang Yuan gently patted Jean's shoulder. "You should head back and ensure the safety of those inside." Jean, anxious, glanced back at the four adversaries. "Do you need me to stay and assist?" "No need," Fang Yuan replied, casting a disdainful glance over the opposing side. "They are merely a rabble." Cyclops, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of joy. "Fang Yuan, this is your own undoing." Jean's silhouette gradually receded, unobstructed. After all, the Fantastic Four, being seasoned heroes, would not resort to violence against an uninvolved woman. Little did they know, this seemingly fragile lady was, in truth, a lurking beast. As the night breeze gently stirred, the clouds parted to reveal the moon. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the night as if it were day. Fang Yuan stood alone before Mr. Fantastic, Cyclops, the Thing, and the Human Torch, not only unafraid but filled with an invigorating spirit. The Human Torch, ever impetuous, could no longer contain himself. To him, the brief 2 minutes of standoff felt like an eternity, his impatience gnawing at him like 100 claws. Half a minute later, the distant murmuring of Tony could be faintly heard. Are they going to fight or not? Finally, the Human Torch could no longer suppress his fury, bellowing, "I can't wait any longer." Beneath the luminous moonlight, a brilliant fireball erupted, hurtling directly toward Fang Yuan. This fiery orb seemed to signal the commencement of battle, igniting the previously silent arena into a frenzy. The Thing charged ahead, his heavy footsteps shaking the ground, while Mr. Fantastic elongated his form, propelling himself forward like a rubber band. The Human Torch soared into the air, flames swirling around him, and Cyclops retreated to the edge of the battlefield, fingers poised on his glasses, ready to unleash his power. Fang Yuan could not help but smile. This spectacle resembled a well-coordinated raid to vanquish a boss. The frontline tank, ranged attackers, and control units were all present. Only a healer was missing. With flames soaring, the scorching fireball sliced through the sky. The azure and white fireball, casually tossed by the thunderfire, reached an astonishing temperature exceeding 4,000 degrees. It is worth noting that even tungsten, the most heat-resistant metal on Blue Star, would instantly melt into a pool of molten iron when confronted with such immense heat. Yet, Fang Yuan raised his hand with nonchalance, and the raging flames obediently settled into his palm, condensing into a fireball the size of a walnut. More astonishingly, he swallowed this searing inferno as effortlessly as one would consume a candy, without so much as a furrow of his brow. How could this be possible? Mr. Reed's pupils trembled violently. Could this fire-swallowing monster possess internal organs forged from diamonds? Clenching his retractable fist, he was suddenly beset by doubt regarding his divination. However, hesitation was a luxury he could not afford in this critical moment. The stone giant, propelled by its charging momentum, thundered forward, causing the asphalt beneath its feet to crack like spider webs. In a pure contest of strength, this granite-clad behemoth could rival the Hulk. Yet today it had encountered Fang Yuan. Come. Fang Yuan adopted a low stance, not retreating, but rather charging headlong into the rocky form. At the moment of collision, a shock wave erupted, lifting the surrounding pavement into undulating waves, with shattered asphalt fragments flying like cannonballs. On the surface, it appeared evenly matched, but perceptive observers understood that the stone giant was merely managing to hold its ground due to the inertia of its sprint, while Fang Yuan had exerted his force from a standstill. Even more terrifying, amidst the stalemate, Fang Yuan suddenly withdrew his strength, allowing the stone giant to stumble past him. This precise control over power resembled a cat playing with a mouse. At that moment, Mr. Incredible's rubbery fist finally swung down, his elongated arm arcing toward the sky. Yet, Fang Yuan had already leaped into the air using the recoil, positioning himself perfectly to create a comical dislocation between the diving stone giant and the rubber hammer. The initiative of the battlefield had decisively shifted. Fang Yuan propelled himself downward, unleashing hundreds of tons of impact as he struck diagonally across the stone giant's back. The massive body, composed of rock, crashed to the ground, rolling under the influence of inertia and smashing into the iron mountain behind it. The 8,000-ton metallic peak trembled slightly, a deep pit forming on its smooth surface, firmly embedding half of the stone giant within it. Utilizing this recoil, Fang Yuan accelerated through the air, breaking the sound barrier, and transformed into a fleeting shadow aimed directly at Mr. Incredible. Just as victory seemed imminent, a crimson beam suddenly shot from the distance. Cyclops had finally made his move. The searing red light precisely intercepted Fang Yuan's trajectory, and while the laser itself posed no threat to him, the powerful shockwave knocked him off course, sending him careening toward the ground, much like a malfunctioning aircraft grazes the earth. The scene resembled a child skipping stones across a lake, except the surface had turned into solid ground, and the stone being repeatedly flung was none other than Fang Yuan himself. As the ground erupted with 3 or 4 craters, his rolling form finally came to a halt. In truth, Cyclops merely exerted minimal effort to create this predicament, while the real reason for Fang Yuan's disarray lay in the overwhelming inertia generated by his full-speed charge. Everyone understood the properties of Mr. Incredible's rubbery body. Ordinary attacks wouldn't even qualify as a tickle. Fang Yuan's previous lethal strike had been delivered without reservation, yet it had instead left him tumbling in the mud. He dusted off his uniform and coldly remarked, "Scott, it seems you have a death wish." Before his words had fully dissipated, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted. Amidst the rising dust, Fang Yuan transformed into a streak of dark lightning, lunging towards Cyclops. The red quartz glasses instantly unleashed a beam of maximum power to intercept. Despite Mr. Incredible's disdain for the informant, the rapid exchange of blows had made it clear, if they did not join forces today, defeat was inevitable. In a moment of peril, the rubber man compressed his body into a spring-like form, then launched himself forward. During his flight, he continuously stretched and morphed, ultimately transforming into a rubber cord spanning dozens of meters, flanking Cyclops in a pincer maneuver. At this moment, Fang Yuan appeared ensnared in an inescapable trap. Yet, he had no intention of fleeing. His objective was the complete annihilation of his adversary. 2 beams of red light clashed fiercely in midair, seemingly identical, yet fundamentally different. One was thick and powerful, the other slender and sharp. To everyone's astonishment, the delicate red light cleaved through the robust beam with relentless force, pushing forward inexorably toward Cyclops. Scott found himself in a dilemma, gritting his teeth to endure, squeezing every last ounce of strength from his being. The advantage lay with Fang Yuan, who could withdraw at any moment, just as he had previously toyed with the stone giant, retreating while simultaneously ensnaring his opponent. However, those at a disadvantage had no such luxury. If Cyclops dared to relent now, he would be utterly consumed by Fang Yuan's assault. Were this a one-on-one confrontation, within mere seconds, Cyclops would become yet another victim of Fang Yuan. Regrettably, the situation on the battlefield was far more complex. Amidst the struggle, Mr. Incredible had quietly approached. His rubbery form slithered up Fang Yuan's calf, resembling a living serpent attempting to constrict its target. Fang Yuan's eyes were currently emitting laser beams, yet his hands remained unoccupied. Upon seeing the rubber man encroach, he curled his fingers like claws, grasping the slippery rubber body. His muscles bulged as he attempted to crush this rope, but alas, the opponent was more elusive than a loach. No matter how astonishing his strength, he found himself powerless against the ever-morphing form. Mr. Incredible felt a surge of relief, his body elongating further as he wrapped around Fang Yuan, tightening with the intent to bind his adversary completely. One could not deny that this rubber man's strength and resilience exceeded expectations. Even with Fang Yuan's incredible might, his movements were evidently restricted. Naive. You think this will restrain me? Clusters of tricolor flames materialized out of thin air, gracefully settling upon both figures. The Samadhi true fire possessed its own sentience, ensuring it would not harm its master. However, Mr. Incredible was not so fortunate. The instant the flames touched him, he had no time to feel pain before his body transformed into a viscous liquid, sliding off Fang Yuan's form. At this juncture, Fang Yuan was a mere stone's throw away from Cyclops. As death loomed closer, Cyclops finally revealed his trump card. He removed his glasses. In truth, his powers were far more terrifying than the world had imagined. Those laser beams did not originate from his physical strength, but were a torrent of destruction formed by special particles drawn from an alternate dimension. Alas, this power had always run amok. In daily life, he had to rely on the red quartz glasses to suppress it, which paradoxically sealed away his true potential. With Fang Yuan now so close, life and death hung in the balance. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, if Fang Yuan approached him, his demise was all but assured. Removing his glasses granted him only one opportunity to strike. Afterward, he would be left blind, awaiting his fate. This was a desperate choice. Yet, if he kept the glasses on, he would remain without hope. Everyone understood what needed to be done in such a situation. As Fang Yuan observed Cyclops' actions, he immediately sensed the impending danger. Indeed, in an instant, the opposing red light surged in intensity, its thickness doubling in an instant. Scott was not satisfied. He frantically squeezed the last vestiges of his powers, driving them to unprecedented heights. Even his eyeballs, theoretically immune to harm from the laser beams, began to seep blood. Since awakening his abilities, Scott had spent years trying to control this pair of eyes. He had never imagined he would one day be forced to unleash his powers with such desperation. The cost was evident. The blood trickling from the corners of his eyes was enough to indicate that this attack would likely render them useless. Yet, at the brink of life and death, what did blindness matter? His self-destructive actions had indeed yielded results. The red beams between the two combatants grew ever thicker, the energy contained within matching Fang Yuan's own. The only disparity lay in the concentration of Fang Yuan's beam. It was this minute difference that allowed Fang Yuan to maintain the upper hand. Though his advance was noticeably slowing, the stone giant had already surged back into the fray. Given his cumbersome physique, a stealthy approach was entirely out of the question. He had no intention of launching a surprise attack. Each step he took was imbued with all his strength, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Moments later, the stone giant surged towards Fang Yuan's back, raising a fist the size of a cooking pot, ready to bring it crashing down upon the back of his head. The force of the stone giant was equivalent to hundreds of tons. Even with Fang Yuan's robust constitution, a direct hit from such a fist would undoubtedly leave him disoriented. As the fist descended, the stone giant felt the tips of his fingers brush against the enemy's hair. In that instant, Fang Yuan's figure abruptly vanished. Almost immediately, the stone giant was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of crimson light, striking him without restraint. His several hundred-kilogram frame was sent hurtling like a cannonball, tumbling uncontrollably through the air, only to crash down several hundred meters away, creating a significant crater upon impact. Fang Yuan reappeared behind Laser Eye. "Have you forgotten this move?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a fierce gust of wind heralded the arrival of his fist. The incapacitated Mr. Fantastic, alarmed, exerted every ounce of strength to transform his body into a rubber wall to shield against the impending blow. Yet, Fang Yuan's strike, infused with all his might, was beyond his capacity to withstand. The rubber wall elongated and deformed under the unstoppable force of the fist, encasing it like a rubber glove, yet failing to slow its speed in the slightest. The flesh and blood beneath that iron fist proved as fragile as soft tofu. The fist pierced through Laser Eye's spine, emerging from his chest. Agonizing pain surged like a tide, and as he lowered his head, all he could see was a sea of crimson. The dying body continued to emit a scarlet shockwave. As his head drooped, carving a deep trench into the ground. The entire street fractured under the energy shock, and the trees lining the sidewalk emitted mournful cries as they collapsed. Debris and branches mingled with sand, transforming the scene into a chaotic ruin. Fang Yuan withdrew his bloodied fist, the lifeless body crumpling to the ground. In the dark red pool of blood floated remnants of organs. This man's innards had long been reduced to a pulp. The dying figure of Mr. Fantastic struggled to move his lips, producing faint sounds amidst the blood-soaked chaos. Wishing to confess to the professor, Fang Yuan gazed at the gradually dimming crimson lenses. Upon noticing the slight tremor of the other's eyelashes, he softly remarked, "I shall convey your message." As the final vestiges of his will dissipated into the wind, Laser Eye's fingers finally ceased their spasmodic movements. The corpse at the center of the battlefield grew increasingly cold, with only the bloodstains slowly spreading across the asphalt. Mr. Fantastic's visage contorted into an expression of grotesque horror. He twisted his neck to gaze at the bloodied marks on his back, recalling how he had attempted to use his rubber form to block the punch, only to have the fatal wound tear open more viciously. Despite being unfamiliar with this mutant, the sight of the wide-eyed corpse sent shivers through his nerves. When the reflection of the crimson lenses caught his eye, he finally managed to force out through clenched teeth the declaration of fate. "Today, we must determine life or death." For a mere stranger, Fang Yuan flicked the droplets of blood from his gauntlet. "You've witnessed his fate with your own eyes." The rubber man assumed a combative stance. "Cut the nonsense, you demon." To this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Demon is indeed a fitting title. "I never expected you to possess such a fervent sense of justice. You may not fear death, but what of your companions?" The mention of his teammates jolted Mr. Fantastic into a moment of realization. What about his teammates? What would happen to Susan? All the talk of one-on-one battles was mere rhetoric. In a true fight to the death, how could his allies stand idly by? As the leader of the Fantastic Four, Reed often made decisions without hesitation. However, with the lives of his teammates at stake, he found himself reluctant to act recklessly. He turned his gaze towards the stone giant. The stone giant, though appearing to be entirely made of rock, was not as simple as that. His body was 100 times harder than ordinary stone and could absorb impact with remarkable efficiency. Thus, even when struck directly by Laser Eye's most potent beam, which he had unleashed upon himself, he emerged merely covered in dust, with little harm done. At this moment, he had risen to his feet and was advancing towards the conflict. Noticing Mr. Fantastic looking his way, he spoke in a low voice without hesitation, "Reed, the decision is yours. Whatever you decide, we shall follow." However, these words did not ease Mr. Fantastic's mind. Rather, they deepened his uncertainty. Though the statement sounded straightforward, it entrusted their very lives to him. Just as he wavered, the sky suddenly crackled with energy. It was Thunderbolt. Ironically, he had fired the first shot in this confrontation, yet had refrained from engaging until now. During this time, he had been accumulating power, knowing well that only he and Fang Yuan had clashed in the Fantastic Four. Fully aware of the latter's extraordinary defenses, he understood that his attacks would be futile. Thus, he had remained suspended, gathering strength. Now, the flames in his hand shifted from pale blue to deep violet, ultimately becoming entirely transparent. At first glance, it appeared as if his hands were empty. Yet, the battlefield had morphed into a dire scenario in the blink of an eye. Holding this trump card, he felt emboldened. "Reed, why waste words on him? Just because he speaks with a silver tongue, must we let him go?" Mr. Fantastic finally made up his mind. "Sir, my apologies." Though he held a certain fondness for the opposing team, the chaos of battle was unpredictable, and no one could guarantee against unforeseen mishaps. He sighed softly. "I had no intention of taking your lives. However, if you insist on this course, do not regret it if you fall to my hand in the fray." A seemingly harmless red beam suddenly flashed forth, targeting the stone giant's face under the bright moonlight. This red light, appearing slow, was in fact as swift as lightning. The stone giant barely had time to react before it struck him squarely between the eyes. The intensity of Fang Yuan's laser was comparable to the energy released during Laser Eye's self-harm. However, while Laser Eye's beam was as thick as a bowl, Fang Yuan's was no wider than a straw, showcasing a disparity of energy compression that was worlds apart. Scott's laser could merely knock someone back, yet for Fang Yuan, it was lethal. The stone giant felt a searing pain at his forehead, where the impact turned the skin a deep crimson. He staggered backward. But the red beam pursued him relentlessly as if it had a mind of its own. It is worth noting that Fang Yuan was launching a continuous assault. Even the strongest adamantium would dent under such relentless strikes, and the stone giant, regardless of his toughness, was no match for it. As dirt began to cascade down from his forehead, a pea-sized pit was soon excavated. Since becoming the stone giant, he had long forgotten the sensation of being wounded. Now, the pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat, shouting, "Reed, Johnny, are you just going to sit there?" Yet, he needn't have called, Mr. Fantastic was already charging towards Fang Yuan. Hovering above, Thunderbolt unleashed a ferocious, silent attack with a transparent flame whip. This whip was not like the usual flickering flames. It shot forth with the speed of a laser, striking Fang Yuan squarely in the chest, much faster than Mr. Fantastic could manage. The seemingly insignificant flame sent chills down Fang Yuan's spine, as his invulnerable form was punctured. Fortunately, with Wolverine's healing factor, golden flesh began to ooze out, rapidly sealing the wound. Though his body was a transformation of a magical artifact, the pain still registered. The fiery sensation was so intense that it felt as if his teeth might shatter. Strangely, however, this flame did not merely destroy, it seemed to forge his body, yielding effects far superior to a typical beating. Suddenly, Fang Yuan had an epiphany. This was precisely the right match. He was, after all, a sentient artifact. While enduring blows could refine his body, nothing compared to direct fire tempering. Yet, such flames capable of wounding him were exceedingly rare. Now invigorated, he paid no mind to the advancing Mr. Fantastic, looking up at Thunderbolt with a grin. "I never anticipated your little flame would have such professional techniques. If you serve me well today, sparing your life may not be out of the question." The most astonishing aspect was that Fang Yuan could unleash lasers from all over his body, and while he spoke, a thin red beam remained steadily fixed upon the stone giant's forehead. In the distance, the stone figure shielded the vulnerable area of its brow with a hand, appearing capable of enduring for a while longer. However, the tremendous force rendered it nearly immobile, reduced to a state of precarious defense. The thunder fire lingered in the air, having amassed energy for an extended duration, clearly intending to unleash more than just a single strike. Silent and resolute, it channeled its full power, rendering the once intangible flames even more subdued, seemingly devoid of threat at first glance. Fang Yuan gazed at the thunder fire, his expression softening with each passing moment. This entity was nothing short of a treasure. With it by his side, 10 saber-toothed tigers would pale in comparison. The amazing man had rushed to Fang Yuan's side, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. While others may have been oblivious, he was acutely aware that the flames had turned transparent, signifying that the thunder fire had pushed its capabilities to the limit. The temperature was nearing that of a supernova explosion. What does a supernova entail? Simply put, it boasts a temperature 100 times greater than that of the sun's surface. Such terrifying heat could not harm the adversary before him. What manner of creature was this? The amazing man realized that his assault might be futile, yet he could not stand idly by with his comrade's life hanging in the balance. His body twisted and contracted like a compressed spring, gathering strength. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, leaving a blur in his wake as he crashed into the back of Fang Yuan's head. This blow could have dented even steel. Yet, Fang Yuan was no mere steel plate. The amazing man did not expect to inflict harm. He merely hoped to jolt Fang Yuan slightly, granting his ally a moment to breathe. However, hope remained just that, hope. In an instant, the amazing man collided with Fang Yuan's skull. Time seemed to stretch as his body was gradually compressed and deformed, adhering to Fang Yuan's head without causing the slightest movement from his opponent. The attack was naturally ineffective, yet the sticky sensation was decidedly discomforting for Fang Yuan. He reached back to grasp the amazing man, attempting to pull him away. However, the latter transformed like a piece of chewing gum, elongating and contorting with every exertion of force. Intrigued, Fang Yuan remarked, "Hey, let me see just how far you can stretch." Using both hands, he tugged and twisted, wrapping the amazing man around his other arm. The rubber-like form grew increasingly slender, entangled in hundreds of loops without an end in sight. The amazing man paid no heed to this assault. Instead, he seized the opportunity to ensnare Fang Yuan's neck with the remaining length of his body, attempting to strangle him. Yet, regardless of how hard he strained, his adversary remained unmoved. The portion of his body held in Fang Yuan's grip had become as thin as a hair, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. In the distance, the stone figure suddenly let out a wretched scream as its palm was pierced, a transparent circular hole evident in the center. Gritting his teeth, the amazing man transformed into a fluid, rubber-like entity, surging towards Fang Yuan's orifices. The moment he executed this maneuver, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow. Fighting was one thing, but burrowing into someone's body? That was quite unsettling. The amazing man's ability to morph rendered him nearly immune to all physical attacks. Even the Hulk would find his brute strength ineffective against him. Yet, Fang Yuan's methods were not merely reliant on physical prowess. Lowering his gaze to the transparent flames still burning atop his chest, he sneered, "Let us see how you fare against the fire of your own kin." With a thought, he subtly activated his fire manipulation technique. The control of the transparent flames shifted instantly, splitting off a small flicker. "Oh no, the flames are out of control," Thunderfire exclaimed. "Reed, retreat." Realizing something was amiss, the amazing man attempted to withdraw, only to find that the seemingly feeble flame had already made contact with his body. While the fire appeared insignificant, even Fang Yuan's formidable physique would struggle without his exceptional regenerative ability. What chance did the amazing man have? In the blink of an eye, the rubbery form entwined around Fang Yuan's arm was consumed, vaporized into wisps of smoke. Amidst a heart-wrenching scream, half of his charred body fell away from Fang Yuan, curling into a motionless ball on the ground. "Fang Yuan, I will crush you into a pulp." The stone figure bellowed, its eyes blazing red as it witnessed this scene. Suppressing excruciating pain, its muscles bulged as it charged forward, bracing against the laser beams. With each step, the ground cracked beneath it, wider than a man. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Well, you certainly possess significant strength. Yet, brute force is futile if it cannot find its target." With a shift in thought, the slender laser beam abruptly exploded, lifting the very ground beneath the stone figure. Its robust, earthy form was hurled skyward along with the soil. Before it could touch down, a crimson shockwave roared through, sending the stone figure crashing like a fly flung away. Thunderfire had already retracted most of the flames when the fire spiraled out of control. Yet it could do nothing to reclaim the flicker that Fang Yuan had seized, forced to watch helplessly as it consumed its leader. A tragedy unfolded before its eyes. All of this stemmed from its actions, and that flame that had brought about the demise of a comrade was birthed from its own hand. In a moment of despair, Thunderfire erupted in blinding orange light, transforming into a fiery meteor hurtling toward Fang Yuan. This was its final, desperate attempt. The flames surged, the fire erupting from within it the most intense, while the external blaze paled in comparison. However, it knew all too well that if Fang Yuan closed the distance, it would struggle to withstand even a single blow, which is why it had maintained its distance to launch an assault. Yet now, it charged forward like a moth to a flame, clearly resolved to perish alongside its foe. Naive, Fang Yuan's arm darted forth like a specter, his fingers gripping Thunderfire's throat, pinning it firmly in midair. The searing heat of 400,000 degrees licked at Fang Yuan's arm, causing his golden flesh to vaporize instantaneously, even distorting his very bones. Yet, in the blink of an eye, fresh flesh regenerated anew. This cycle persisted. The agonizing burn was excruciating, yet Fang Yuan did not even flutter an eyelash. Instead, a glimmer of joy ignited within his gaze. The specialized flame body tempering proved remarkably effective, with the enhancement of this body visibly accelerating. Onlookers saw him disintegrating, yet they were oblivious to the fact that with each rebirth, the intervals between burns were gradually lengthening. The benefits derived from this fierce battle were, astonishingly, equivalent to refining half of Magneto. How many individuals in this world could match Magneto's strength? It is imperative to understand that refining is akin to draining a pond dry. While Thunderfire is an inexhaustible source of living water, with its throat in Fang Yuan's grasp, Thunderfire did not struggle. Instead, it clutched Fang Yuan's wrist tightly, a manic smile gracing its face. "Let us descend into the underworld together." Fang Yuan suddenly realized that the opponent's body temperature was skyrocketing, and for the first time, its regeneration lagged behind the rate of destruction. Thunderfire was confident. This final strike would leave no one unscathed. "Johnny, stop!" A desperate cry echoed from not far away, and both combatants turned their heads simultaneously, one in shock, the other in joy. "You're still alive?" The voice belonged to the amazing man, who now had only half of his body remaining. Below his waist was already vaporized, and there was scarcely any blood staining the wound. In the wake of this surprise, a flicker of joy surged within Fang Yuan. Earlier, when he had inadvertently used Thunderfire's flames to scorch the amazing man, he had felt regret, believing only those refined by the true fire could yield essence. He had thought he would squander this excellent material since a deceased's essence would see considerable loss. Little did he expect to receive such an unexpected boon. Yet, the amazing man had no time to respond to them. He urgently shouted, "Johnny, quickly stop." Thunderfire had resolved to perish alongside Reed upon witnessing their leader's demise, but now, upon realizing his dear friend still lived, the desire for death evaporated. With a faint attempt, Thunderfire revealed a resigned smile. "Reed, it's too late. The situation has spiraled completely out of control. Even I cannot halt it now." as cracks multiplied across his body. The temperature surged dramatically. He turned to Mr. Fantastic, intending to speak, but no sound emerged. A dazzling radiance erupted from his fissured form, transforming him into a brilliant miniature sun. Satellites monitoring energy in space immediately detected this anomaly, triggering a piercing alarm at SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury slammed his palm on the table in frustration. What now? Where's the alert coming from? Director, an anomalous energy reaction has been detected in the Malibu district, and its intensity is skyrocketing. The analyst swallowed nervously. At this rate, the energy peak's power is equivalent to that of a hydrogen bomb weighing over 1,000,000 tons. Over 1,000,000 tons? The little boy dropped on Hiroshima was only 150 kilotons and claimed 200,000 lives. What we're facing now is equivalent to more than 60 little boys detonating simultaneously. Fury felt blood rush to his head. Even his dark baldness flushed crimson. How long until the peak? A maximum of 45 seconds, Director. 45 seconds. That's too short a time to even evacuate the populace. Knowing this dreadful news in advance is sheer torment. Just then, a frantic voice crackled through the communicator. Director. A blinding light has suddenly erupted in the area where Superman and the Fantastic Four are engaged. I can't see anything. The keyword Superman, Malibu District. A nuclear explosion instantly connected in Fury's mind. The reason he was still at headquarters this late was precisely due to Hill's urgent report. He would wager his bald head that the anomalous energy detected by the satellite was undeniably linked to Fang Yuan. That pesky Superman Fang Yuan was at it again. Fury gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Fang Yuan to shreds, but all he could do now was silently pray. I'm so sorry, Hill, he said dejectedly. Whether the headquarters could escape unscathed remained uncertain, but Hill, who was so close by, was likely in dire peril. The atmosphere on-site became palpably tense as Fang Yuan suddenly realized the situation was rapidly deteriorating. He glanced down at his arm. What had once been a robust limb was now scorched down to bare bone. Even with a healing ability surpassing Wolverine's, he found himself unable to keep pace with the spread of his injuries. Yet, this shock was merely a fleeting thought. Having weathered countless storms, Fang Yuan knew that clutching a mere trinket was inconsequential. He was confident he could escape in the blink of an eye. Casually, he turned to Mr. Fantastic, whose other half had vanished, and shook the charred humanoid in his hand. Why has this thing suddenly turned yellow? Mr. Fantastic's distorted visage bore a strange mixture of laughter and sorrow. Your Excellency Superman, it seems we are both destined to meet our end here today. I must apologize on Johnny's behalf. It's regrettable that your family has been drawn into this. This statement made Fang Yuan tense up. Be clear. Reed looked towards the crack-ridden figure of the Human Torch, glowing with a molten-like light. At most 30 seconds, it absolutely will not exceed 40 seconds. The extreme heat accumulating within Johnny will trigger an uncontrollable nuclear fusion, releasing catastrophic energy. Even if you were to end his life right now, it would be futile. This magnitude of temperature is entirely beyond his control. This incident could claim tens of thousands of lives. Fortunately, this area is not densely populated. From now on, the Fantastic Four may find themselves equated with terrorist organizations. Fang Yuan was jolted, nearly dropping the humanoid in his grasp. Nuclear fusion? Wasn't that akin to the principle of a hydrogen bomb? Was it possible that he was holding a walking human hydrogen bomb? With his current bodily resilience, temperatures in the hundreds of thousands of degrees would be enough to put him at risk. The core temperature of a hydrogen bomb easily reaches into the hundreds of millions of degrees. Under such extreme conditions, even Fang Yuan, with his extraordinary physique, would be instantaneously vaporized. Originally, he had half a minute to spare, but after Mr. Fantastic's delay, only 20 seconds remained. Fang Yuan did not consider himself a saint. But if this absurdity were to lead to the deaths of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of innocents, he would never forgive himself. In a flash, he recalled a dormant ability he had never utilized before. It was a simple notion he had acquired from the trickster. The first was the power to absorb energy, life, and even memories. The second was the ability to mimic the powers of others. He frequently employed the mimicking ability, but the energy absorption had always been set aside. For no matter how formidable the energy absorption, it could not compare to his own refining techniques. Yet, at this moment, it was the perfect opportunity for this long-sleeping ability to manifest. Fang Yuan activated his unique power, immediately feeling a torrential surge of scalding energy erupt from the Human Torch, violently pouring into his own body. This energy was like a wild stallion. While his absorption ability could draw in energy, it was utterly incapable of taming it, allowing it to rampage through his meridians unchecked. Even with Fang Yuan's formidable physique, he felt sharp pains coursing through him. and his veins began to show signs of fine cracks. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. His refining ability automatically activated, transforming the rampant energy into nourishing sustenance for his body. However, the situation was unprecedented. The energy influx was too ferocious, and the refining speed gradually fell behind the incoming tide, causing the energy buildup within him to thicken alarmingly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Fang Yuan made a swift decision, teleporting himself and the Human Torch to several thousand meters in the air. At this altitude, even if a nuclear explosion were to occur, it would not affect his friends and family on the ground. At this moment, his body felt like it was being pierced by 1,000 steel needles. Yet he could distinctly sense his power rising steadily. To divert the pain, he turned to Mr. Fantastic and asked, "I heard your fiery companion's flames cap out at 500,000 degrees. Surely that temperature wouldn't even reach the threshold for nuclear fusion, right? Besides, doesn't his flame require oxygen to ignite?" Mr. Fantastic was taken aback. To remain so composed while questioning scientific principles in the face of life and death was something he had rarely witnessed. Regardless of whether friend or foe, such poise was admirable. He explained earnestly, "Theoretically, Johnny's temperature has no upper limit. However, exceeding 600,000 degrees would lead to a loss of control. The heat generated would no longer be manageable, causing the temperature to continue to escalate until he transforms into a human hydrogen bomb and obliterates himself." Fang Yuan replied, his mind racing. Triggering nuclear fusion with mere flesh? That defied the laws of physics. Yet the reality before him left no room for doubt. At this moment, the flow of energy began to stabilize. While the output from the Human Torch remained tumultuous, Fang Yuan's increasingly fortified physique could now withstand it. His gaze towards Mr. Fantastic grew dangerous. At this point, he and the Fantastic Four were already locked in a deadly struggle. Even if he were to let the tiger return to the mountain, the result would only be more ferocious retaliation. To be honest, Fang Yuan had always regarded Mr. Fantastic with suspicion. It wasn't that he feared his abilities, but rather he was wary of his astoundingly brilliant mind. Mr. Fantastic, known as the Mastermind, was one of the most intelligent individuals on Blue Star, with an IQ that was frighteningly high. This guy had nearly mastered every field of technology, even the ability to traverse time and space. Letting him go, that would be no different from releasing a tiger back into the wild. Noticing the look in Fang Yuan's eyes, Mr. Fantastic smiled wryly and shook his head. "Why must you, Mr. Fang? After all, I won't be alive much longer. Our time is likely down to 3 or 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The surroundings fell silent. Nothing happened. The flames engulfing the Human Torch still blazed fiercely. Yet there was no sign of an impending explosion. After waiting in vain, Mr. Fantastic's face turned awkward. "Could it be that I miscalculated? That shouldn't be. I've accounted for all variables." Fang Yuan smirked. "Did you calculate whether I could suppress the Human Torch's explosion?" Mr. Fantastic froze on the spot, having never considered that possibility. Reed hesitated before speaking. "Mr. Fang, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention." His words were artfully chosen. "Having expressed my gratitude, it would be quite inappropriate for you to proceed with your lethal intentions, would it not?" Chapter 76 should be contemplated carefully. Yet Fang Yuan's resolve to kill remained unwavering. He would not be swayed by such rhetoric. He replied politely, "No need for thanks. After all, I must kill you shortly, so consider it a life exchanged for a life, and we will owe each other nothing." "What kind of compensation is that?" The enigmatic gentleman wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he could only ask, "Is Susan truly not with you?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "I have already stated, she is not here." It seemed she truly was not present. At that moment, he genuinely regretted it. What had he risked his life for? Just to believe the lies spun by that stranger with laser vision? Was it worth sacrificing his own life and that of his brother? Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Realizing he could not escape death, the enigmatic gentleman pleaded, "I orchestrated the entire affair. They merely acted on my orders." "Mr. Fang, could you spare them?" He did not mention the Thunderfire, both aware that after what had transpired, even if Thunderfire survived, he would be rendered useless. Fang Yuan was only wary of the mind of the charlatan, while the stone man with a granite head was hardly a concern. Thus, he readily nodded. "As long as that stone man does not seek his own demise, I have no qualms about sparing him." "Thank you, Mr. Fang." To express gratitude to an enemy on the brink of death, what a bitter irony. Fang Yuan stood expressionless. In this world where the strong survive, lacking power is the gravest fault. Like a planet devourer, he consumed worlds merely to sustain his own existence. Yet, who would advocate for the billions of innocent lives extinguished on those obliterated planets? To avoid such a fate, one must only strive to become stronger. Suddenly, a pitch-black vortex tore open in midair, accompanied by a powerful suction. The enigmatic gentleman ceased to struggle, allowing this force to pull him into the abyss. The true fire of Samadhi erupted instantaneously, reducing the enigmatic gentleman to ash in the blink of an eye. A surge of vitality flowed into Fang Yuan, alleviating the excruciating pain brought on by the energy shock. The flames within Thunderfire would eventually burn out. Before long, his body began to cool rapidly. The blinding light dimmed and finally extinguished completely. Once the flames dissipated, his body resembled a lifeless shell. At that moment, Thunderfire was riddled with cracks, and beneath his fiery exterior lay pale muscles, as if all the blood within had evaporated from the intense heat. Fang Yuan gazed at the lifeless Thunderfire, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He had initially intended to spare Thunderfire's life, hoping to utilize his flames to temper his own body. Little did he expect that Thunderfire would choose to perish alongside him, thwarting his plans. After casually refining Thunderfire, the essence gained was less than that of an ordinary person. It appeared that the previous strike had indeed drained him of all his energy. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He could distinctly sense that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. How long had it been since his last advancement? The effects of Thunderfire's supplement were indeed astounding. He even began to ponder what would happen if he were to consume several nuclear bombs. While lost in thought, his figure slowly descended towards the ground. That night, the citizens of New York witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. In the dead of night, a miniature sun suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating half the city as brightly as day. This dazzling sun lasted for 6 or 7 minutes before gradually fading away. The timid residents dared only to observe from a distance, while the bold ventured in groups towards the source of the light. Meanwhile, keen-eyed journalists drove their interview vehicles, camera equipment in hand, straight to the scene. As Fang Yuan landed, he took in all of this without a care. After all, the moniker of Superman had long echoed throughout the world. Additional rumors mattered little. Fang Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. The ground was pockmarked with craters and signs of struggle, yet the stone man was nowhere to be seen. Had he taken the opportunity to slip away while Fang Yuan soared into the sky? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. If he had fled, so be it, after all. He had promised the enigmatic gentleman that as long as the stone man did not cause trouble, he would spare him. Now, the ground lay in ruins, within several miles. Devastation reigned, and it was hard to believe this had once been a smooth roadway. In the center, a lava pool with a diameter of roughly 100 meters bubbled ominously, its molten rock casting an eerie red glow around it. That was the last remnant left by Thunderfire. The once opulent and exquisite villa stood in disarray, shattered by a counterfeit version of the heaven-defying seal. Fang Yuan circumvented the still-standing small iron mountain and headed home. After just a few steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss. 2 distinct breaths, one light and one heavy, emanated from within the villa. He immediately became alert. Could it be the stone man? Had he not fled, but rather stormed into the villa? And who could the other person be? Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to threaten him would not leave unscathed today. Fang Yuan took a deep breath to steady himself and continued towards the villa. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Iron Man and Gwen, fully armed, were confronting a burly figure of earthy hue. Indeed, that individual was the stone man. Yet at this moment, he appeared sinister, completely devoid of his usual benign demeanor. His fingers, as thick as tree trunks, gripping Reed's neck. His fingers were thicker than radishes, and in contrast, Reed resembled a mere rag doll, utterly powerless. Though his throat was constricted, Reed remained calm, attempting to persuade the stone man to release him. "We are not enemies. I have come to negotiate," the stone man bellowed. "Silence. What negotiation? If Reed dies, you shall not survive either." With a sudden surge of strength, he tightened his grip, rendering Reed breathless as he desperately tried to pry apart the stone man's fingers, but they remained immovable as if they were made of iron. With so many people in the villa, it would not have been easy for the stone man to take a hostage. Yet, Reed had approached him willingly, seeking negotiation, and as a result, found himself under his control. As the situation spiraled out of control, Jean, no longer a mere observer, unleashed her telepathic powers, aiming directly at the stone man's mind. However, her force collided with an invisible barrier, failing to penetrate. Jean gasped, "How can this be?" Despite her efforts, the stone man remained oblivious, merely glaring at her warily. "No tricks. I am not joking with you." Just then, Fang Yuan's figure finally appeared at the villa entrance. "Stone, release him." Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on the stone man's bloodshot eyes. "Unless you wish to witness the annihilation of the Fantastic Four." The stone man's knuckles cracked ominously, his concrete-like face contorting. "Superman, interesting." Fang Yuan's eyes swept over Reed, who was being choked, a hoarse laugh escaping him as he asked, "Where are Reed and Thunderfire? If they are already dead," he suddenly lowered his voice, "you might as well prepare a coffin for this woman." Fang Yuan rubbed his temples. This scene reminded him of the time when Sabretooth had taken hostages. He had been confident in severing that claw. But this granite-like fellow was entirely different. The recent laser blast had taken 5 seconds to penetrate his palm. 5 seconds was ample time for him to crush Reed's cervical vertebrae into dust. What was more troublesome was that the seemingly safe Pepper Potts concealed deadly threats behind her. The enigmatic gentleman still lay unconscious in the laboratory. A secret that could not be revealed. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. With a click, the unconscious Thunderfire suddenly appeared in his grasp, swaying like a tattered doll. Now it was fair. Fang Yuan shook the hostage. A life for a life? The stone man's taut back visibly relaxed. When Superman had appeared alone, he had nearly crushed Reed's throat. Now he at least knew that Johnny was still alive, though he did not comprehend how Fang Yuan had concealed Thunderfire. As long as that flame continued to burn, it was sufficient. "Hand over Johnny to me," he declared, lifting Hill as if she were merely a briefcase. "This woman, you can take away." Fang Yuan scoffed as he strode forward, the sound of his polished shoes striking the marble floor creating an agitated rhythm. 3 steps, 5 steps. He halted precisely in front of an antique cabinet that appeared devoid of life. The breath of the invisible heroine was lighter than a feather. Yet it could not escape his superhuman auditory perception, not to mention the transparent outline perceived through spatial awareness, akin to a firefly in the night. Abruptly, he reached out towards the air. "I have long awaited this moment, Miss Susan." The invisible woman froze. The intangible force field instantaneously expanded, but shattered into shards of glass at Fang Yuan's fingertips. This scene felt like a replay, reminiscent of the moment the stone man's energy shield had exploded merely 10 minutes prior. The sea breeze rustled the curtains in the living room as Fang Yuan's grip on Susan's neck remained unwavering. This invisible heroine's body fluctuated between transparency and visibility before ultimately relinquishing her power of invisibility. Susan suddenly ceased her struggles, her gaze sharpening with focus. Fang Yuan immediately sensed an unusual sensation near his heart, as a foreign object the size of a pinprick began to expand rapidly. With a subtle shift in thought, the muscles of his heart contracted violently, instantly crushing that expanding force field. "Pepper!" Iron Man exclaimed in alarm as he watched Fang Yuan extract a shadowy figure from beside his girlfriend. Pepper clutched her chest, her complexion as pale as parchment. In truth, ever since the stone man had seized Hill, she had felt a heaviness in her chest, yet she had withheld her discomfort. Susan's heartbeat quickened. This internal force field was her secret weapon, a technique so ruthlessly potent that she had never employed it, only to find it effortlessly dismantled upon its first use. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Fang Yuan, you may be able to protect yourself, but what about her?" She pointed at Pepper. "If I withdraw my suppression, her heart will explode instantly." Fang Yuan strained to listen, and indeed, he discerned peculiar noises mingled within Pepper's heartbeat. This was troublesome. He had initially planned to subdue Susan before dealing with the stone man, but had not anticipated this contingency. The lurking force field was far too concealed. Even he had been deceived. In a moment of desperation, Fang Yuan plunged his consciousness into his inner space. Long before arriving at the villa, he had been using his magnetic abilities to transform the adamantium alloy left behind by Magneto. At this moment, a long blade had already begun to take shape, lying beside a miniature replica of the Statue of Liberty. This statue, forged from ordinary copper and iron, had acquired exceptional power due to the beliefs of countless individuals it embodied. Seizing the opportunity during the standoff, Fang Yuan discreetly began to absorb the energy of the statue. As the refinement process progressed, a steady stream of energy surged forth, continuously infusing his body. Typically, when refining materials, a warm flow would rise within him. However, the energy derived from this Statue of Liberty was remarkably cool, gently saturating his organs and invigorating his spirit, leaving him feeling refreshed and entirely at ease. The icy energy coursed through his veins, and he distinctly felt his body becoming lighter and more agile, his control over various powers growing increasingly adept. Having approached the critical threshold during the absorption of the lightning energy, the benefits gained from refining the Statue of Liberty exceeded his expectations, allowing him to shatter his limitations in an instant. At this moment, he was but a half step away from reaching the pinnacle of artifact-level power. As he felt the capabilities within him responding to his will, Fang Yuan experienced a sense of calm. He had originally prepared for the worst. If the Statue of Liberty's effects were lacking, he would have had to take the risk of drawing Pepper into his inner space. using the power of that space to suppress the invisible force field within her. However, such a gamble bore considerable risk. Should the invisible woman choose that moment to detonate the force field in a desperate gamble, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic for both parties. Now, this roundabout was unnecessary. With his elevated realm, he had acquired the ability to project spatial energy outward. The invisible spatial energy silently spread, permeating Pepper's body and enveloping that dangerous force field layer by layer. With everything in place, Fang Yuan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He turned to the stone man. I made a promise to read. As long as you refrain from causing trouble, I shall spare your life. The promise remains valid. Release Hill, and I will allow you to leave. What say you? The stone man's expression was one of suspicion. What do you mean by that? Where's Reed? Release him at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. The two had long since met their demise, and Fang Yuan possessed no power to resurrect them. Even the lightning energy in his hand was merely a counterfeit. The opportunity for survival was rare. You should think carefully. After all, having made a commitment to Mr. Fantastic, Fang Yuan was unwilling to break his word. The stone man's face contorted in rage. Now? Immediately. Hand over Reed. Within his inner space, the adamantium blade had been forged to completion, gleaming menacingly. Fang Yuan still felt it was insufficiently secure, so he summoned the mystical flames to temper the blade, turning its edge a fiery red. Seeing Fang Yuan remain unmoved, the stone man's eyes sparkled with fury. With a crack, he suddenly exerted force with his fingers, and Hill's collarbone snapped audibly. Her pale skin was pierced by a bony protrusion, blood gushing forth and quickly soaking half of her body. Pain surged through Hill, her face paling as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yet, she merely stifled a groan, biting her lip to endure. I keep my word. If you do not hand over Reed, next time, it will be more than just bones that break. At this moment, the stone man's face was twisted with savagery, devoid of any trace of his former innocence. Beads of sweat glistened on Hill's forehead, her teeth grinding audibly. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, his nails digging deep into his palm. At this moment, regret flooded his heart. He should have anticipated that Mr. Fantastic, even in his final moments, would seek a path for the stone man. This bond far transcended mere blood relations. How could the stone man easily relent upon learning of his dear friend's demise? The crimson blade flashed into existence, and Fang Yuan's figure vanished in an instant. The stone man felt a chill run down his spine. He was all too familiar with this lethal move. It was the very technique that had claimed his life. Instinctively, he sought to crush the neck of his hostage. Yet he was horrified to find his tree trunk-like arm completely immobilized. Two silvery flashes darted past, and his rock-solid arms were severed cleanly. The blade forged from adamantium could cleave through even Wolverine's adamantium claws, let alone mere stone limbs. Fang Yuan unleashed a powerful kick, imbued with fierce momentum. The strength that had already overwhelmed the stone man became even more terrifying following his breakthrough. Caught in a daze, the stone man was launched like a projectile, carving a trench of over 10 meters into the ground, debris flying in all directions. Fang Yuan carefully pried open the stone fingers that had clutched Hill's neck. The severed arm fell to the ground, bouncing like a discarded puppet limb. Jean, attend to Hill's injuries. Before he could finish his command, Jean had already rushed forward, her eyes filled with remorse. I have failed your trust. There is a mysterious force protecting their consciousness. Fang Yuan understood. It must be the invisible woman's force field barrier. If she were in her phoenix state, it would pose no threat, but alas, it's not your fault. He waved his hand to interrupt. First, stop the pain and the bleeding. When he turned to Hill, the girl was already drenched in cold sweat, yet she stubbornly nodded. Chapter 77 had already raised a cloud of dust. Jean immediately used her telekinesis to lift her toward the medical room. At the other end of the courtyard, the stone man staggered to his feet. The cross-section of his severed arm was as smooth as glass, devoid of a single drop of blood. He roared, his voice filled with rage. Susan, are you not going to act? Let this kid experience the pain of having his heart ripped out. This statement severed the last thread of Fang Yuan's mercy. The blade scraped against the ground as Fang Yuan approached the stone man with heavy steps. The weapon forged from adamantium was indeed extraordinary. Merely dragging it across the ground carved a depth of an inch. Susan, the stone man howled like a caged beast. The trembling voice of the invisible woman finally pierced through. Stop. Otherwise, this girl will not survive. Her voice was laced with struggle. Fang Yuan turned his face, his gaze as cold as ice. I have given your husband a chance, and now I extend the same to you. Life and death lie in your hands. Fang Yuan. Iron Man rushed forward, urgency in his voice. Trust me. Each word from Fang Yuan struck like nails driven into wood. Tony gazed into his eyes, ultimately embracing Pepper in silence as they retreated. The sea breeze wailed as it swept into the villa. Despite his slow pace, Fang Yuan eventually approached the stone man, inquiring, "What do you wish to say in your final moments?" Suddenly, the stone man erupted violently, his rocky form hurtling towards him like a cannonball, exclaiming, "Accompany me to the grave. Then let us part ways forever." Fang Yuan sighed, as the blade's glimmer cascaded like the Milky Way. The stone man's menacing visage froze in place, the light in his pupils gradually extinguishing. Fang Yuan slightly tilted his body. In the fleeting moment as the stony form brushed past him, a fine line erupted from his brow. With a thunderous crash, the bisected body fell heavily to the ground. "No!" Susan's scream pierced the air, filled with anguish. She lunged forward, desperately attempting to piece together the severed halves. "Do not jest. Our Fantastic Four cannot be incomplete." Tears splattered against the rocky skin. No matter how she cried and pleaded, the fractured body would never mend. "Everyone is gone, and I am left all alone." Suddenly, Susan turned her gaze, her twisted expression directed at Iron Man. "Is that your companion?" Her bloodied finger pointed towards Pepper. "Is that your beloved?" Tony immediately shielded Pepper behind him. "If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Do not harm her." "What do I want? I want this bastard to experience the agony of losing a dear friend. Indeed, I am Fang Yuan's brother. If you have the courage, come at me." Susan let out a shrill, mocking laugh. "Why should I target you? Once your woman breathes her last, can you still call yourself his brother? I will ensure he is abandoned by all, left to suffer." Fang Yuan advanced, knife in hand. "Think carefully. There is but one life to lose. Do you wish to treat me as you did with Ben? Come. To personally cause the demise of your brother's woman must be quite satisfying, no?" Fang Yuan understood her ploy. Through spatial perception, he sensed the invisible force field near Pepper's heart, thrumming violently. This force field did not require the invisible woman's control. It would activate automatically upon losing her suppression. Pepper's lips turned pale. "I have heard of you. The Fantastic Four should not be villains. Why commit such acts?" The expression on the invisible woman's face fluctuated, as if she were struggling. Yet, Fang Yuan was aware that this was merely a facade. He keenly perceived countless microscopic force fields surging within Iron Man and Pepper. Having been in this world for so long, he had yet to kill a woman. He pondered silently, gripping the knife's hilt. Susan leaned closer to Pepper, whispering, "You are right. Perhaps when you meet Ben, you can ask him why he desires that woman." Before her words had fully escaped, she abruptly detonated all the force fields. A series of explosive sounds erupted from within Pepper's body. Iron Man panicked. "What have you done to Pepper?" After the explosions, Pepper remained unscathed, without even a trace of red marks on her skin. The invisible woman's smile froze on her face. "This is impossible." Fang Yuan shook his head with a sigh. "I warned you not to waste your efforts. Why would you not listen?" Undeterred, Susan detonated the force fields within Iron Man once more. The result was the same. Aside from a few muffled sounds, both father and son emerged unscathed. Susan was both astonished and enraged. "Is this your doing? How can this be?" Naturally, it was the handiwork of Fang Yuan. Previously, he could only apply spatial power to himself. After his breakthrough, he finally managed to influence the external world. He referred to this technique as the spatial barrier. The invisible woman understood that her doom was inevitable. Most infuriatingly, she could not even drag anyone down with her. She tilted her neck defiantly. "Go ahead, make your move." With the strange force within her heart dissipated, Pepper felt a wave of relief wash over her. Witnessing this, she could not help but plead for the woman, Fang Yuan. "She hasn't truly harmed anyone. Why not let it go?" Unlike the stone monster, whose misdeeds were evident to all, Susan's subtle machinations had gone unnoticed by anyone but Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you not realize that had it not been for my protection just now, you and Tony would have been obliterated by this woman?" Tony interjected hurriedly. "What on earth happened? This woman can generate invisible force fields. While speaking just now, she stealthily implanted dozens within each of you. If she were to detonate these force fields, what do you think would happen? What else could happen? Your internal organs would explode, and you'd be left as nothing but a smear." However, truth be told, being attractive does have its advantages. Had he known that there was a man who nearly caused the simultaneous demise of both himself and Pepper, Iron Man would have undoubtedly retaliated without hesitation. Yet, gazing at the woman before him, who sat on the ground, rain-soaked and tear-streaked, he found himself hesitating. Was it truly necessary to kill her? Was there no alternative solution? "Hey, you two, this is illegal," Pepper suddenly reminded. Fang Yuan and Tony exchanged incredulous glances. Let us not even mention Fang Yuan. Tony himself had likely taken the lives of at least 20 or 30 people. Quoting the law to them was nothing short of absurd. While Pepper did not explicitly state it, Her words were quite clear. Given the enmity that had developed and the invisible woman's elusive abilities, allowing her to escape would invite endless troubles. However, Tony and Pepper remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continually advocating for the invisible woman. If they were to slay her on the spot, leaving a bloody mess behind, it would only create a rift between the three of them. Fang Yuan's mind raced, and an idea formed. While he was present, these two always considered the woman a non-threat. Now, he would let them spend time alone, to see if they would still hold that belief. The invisible woman waited for an eternity, yet the anticipated blade never fell. Finally, she lifted her head and glared at Fang Yuan. If you intend to kill me, do it now. Otherwise, I will send you to hell sooner or later. Determined, Fang Yuan ignored her, drawing a circle in the dirt with his knife, instructing Tony and the others, do not step beyond this circle. Tony, bewildered, asked, what are you doing? Before he could finish, Fang Yuan had vanished. In the medical room, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared beside Jean. Jean, is Hill severely injured? Jean, filled with concern, replied, is the fight over? We need to get Hill to the hospital immediately. I have already cleaned her wounds and stopped the bleeding, but her shoulder and collarbone are fractured. She needs surgery at once. Fang Yuan had already devised a plan for Hill's treatment. He waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to go to the hospital. I have a method to heal her. Jean remained skeptical. While the injury may not be fatal, if not handled properly, it could lead to long-term issues. This place lacks resources. What good method could you possibly have? I assure you, I can heal her, and the results will be 100 times better than a hospital. Jean was still unconvinced. Although Fang Yuan was formidable, healing and fighting were two different realms. Hill's injury was serious. The sooner she reached a hospital, the better. Can you truly heal her? At that moment, Hill, still conscious, overheard their conversation and was more concerned about her performance than her injury. Will my accuracy be affected in the future? Fang Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. If it were any other woman, the first reaction would undoubtedly be about scarring. Yet this woman only cared about whether she would still be able to shoot. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor, where she endured having her bones broken without a whimper, she was not just a tough woman. She was the epitome of a warrior. One could only say that agents were indeed different. All right, in 10 minutes, you won't just be able to shoot. You can fire without issue. As soon as those words left his lips, both Hill and Jean exchanged peculiar glances. To claim he could heal injuries was one thing, but to suggest he could mend a fracture in 10 minutes? Was he trying to fool a 3-year-old? What? Do you not believe me? The two ladies nodded in unison. Of course we believe you. Yet, despite their words, their expressions clearly conveyed skepticism. Observing their conflicting reactions, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He ceased his explanations and redirected his focus to his spatial realm. Within that space, the three mysteries' true fire burned eternally, and a silvery liquid floated suspended in midair, swirling amidst the flames. Below, in the solidified iron lake, materials occasionally soared up, automatically casting themselves into the fire. The scene unfurled ever since the confrontation with Magneto. At that moment, he had emptied half of an open-air iron mine, collecting materials that amounted to no less than several 100,000 tons. Such a vast quantity was certainly not destined for mere display. He allocated a fragment of his concentration to the spatial realm, tirelessly refining the materials day and night for future contingencies. Now, it was fortuitously coming into play. Without any observable effort on his part, a fist-sized orb of liquid materialized, drifting before Fang Yuan. This trivial healing item was but a mere trifle for him. Indifferent to the aesthetics, Fang Yuan casually shaped a solid iron sphere, etching runes within its core. Before long, a rudimentary magical artifact was complete. Holding the freshly crafted iron sphere, Fang Yuan swiftly entered the chamber where the saber-toothed tiger was confined. Upon seeing him, the tiger roared, Fang Yuan, with Hill waiting outside. Fang Yuan had no time for idle chatter. He swiftly pinned the creature down, pressing the iron sphere against its body. The tiger's expression twisted in an instant, racked with pain as the artifact voraciously siphoned its life force. Outside, Hill and Qin watched Fang Yuan, who stood motionless, puzzled by his actions until he suddenly opened his eyes. With a flick of his palm, a fist-sized metallic sphere materialized out of thin air. Is this for healing? Qin reached out to grab it. Fang Yuan quickly withdrew his hand, cautioning, do not touch it. The moment you do, it will be rendered useless. Qin, skeptical, replied, is it truly that extraordinary? She gently tore the bandage from Hill's shoulder, blood immediately seeping forth. The wound had merely received rudimentary treatment. The flesh was torn, and bone even pierced through the muscle, a sight that was painful to behold, yet she had endured until now. Fang Yuan placed the metallic sphere against the wound. The sphere emitted a faint glow, as if something were flowing out. Shortly thereafter, the wound began to mend. Bones fused seamlessly, and flesh visibly regenerated. In just a few minutes, the once gruesome injury vanished entirely, leaving the skin smooth and unblemished. Sheen's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of magic did you employ? She even questioned her own perception, reaching out to touch the area, finding it to be delicate, devoid of any trace of injury. Fang Yuan, beaming with pride, remarked, I told you it would heal within 10 minutes. Why did you doubt me? Hill snatched the metallic sphere, inspecting it from every angle. But it appeared to be an ordinary iron ball, utterly unremarkable. In truth, the artifact was merely a hasty creation of Fang Yuan, rudimentary in nature, with the sole function of extracting life force. The healing of Hill was entirely due to his deliberate shattering of the array within the sphere, allowing the stored life force to flow into her body under the guidance of spatial power. Fang Yuan silently rejoiced, relieved that he had not slain the saber-toothed tiger. Keeping it alive had proven advantageous. This creature was not only a repository of experience, but also a ready source of blood. As she touched her shoulder, now restored, Hill pondered uneasily. Could it be that Fang Yuan truly was, as he boasted, an alien from the M78 Nebula? Having spent time with him, she had previously concluded that he was merely an ordinary human from Blue Star, perhaps an overly passionate one, albeit with abilities reminiscent of Superman. Yet now, her judgment began to waver. This object in her hand certainly did not resemble anything crafted on Blue Star. Meanwhile, the situation in the living room was rather peculiar. Fang Yuan casually drew a circle on the ground before slipping away, leaving the three individuals staring at each other in bewilderment. Iron Man had initially felt pity for the woman. Now, faced with the invisible woman alone, he was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively adopting a combat stance. Shielding Pepper behind him, the invisible woman's eyes gleamed with ferocity, hesitating slightly before making a move. This was exceedingly unusual. Moments ago, they had been at each other's throats. And yet in an instant, that man had confidently left his companion in her care. Even if there was treachery afoot, this was likely their last opportunity. With that thought, the invisible woman's gaze hardened. Sensing the impending danger, Tony hastily interjected, Hey, we were just speaking on your behalf. Do you really want to court death? This remark backfired unexpectedly. Susan slowly rose. Help me? I have long ceased to fear death. As for you, in gratitude for this favor, I shall endeavor to make your departure a swift one. Iron Man's last vestiges of compassion evaporated, and he struck first. His palm glowed, and two beams of light surged forth, hurtling towards Susan in an instant. The invisible woman remained unfazed. This was her signature skill. An invisible force field erupted, meeting the beams head-on. It may sound slow, but it was less than a second. The beams and the force field were on the verge of collision. Tony had prepared for this moment. This was the most formidable firepower he could muster, capable of piercing through even a tank. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Silently, the beams vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. The invisible woman was not unscathed either. The force field surged forward, colliding with an unseen barrier, exploding with a resounding boom and causing her to tumble. It appeared to be a stalemate. However, both understood that the beams and the force field had never actually made contact. Unbeknownst to them, all four gazes were fixed on the circle that Fang Yuan had drawn before departing. A seemingly ordinary circle now radiated an aura of malevolence. The invisible woman, unwilling to concede, attempted to generate a force field within Iron Man, but as soon as the force reached the edge of the circle, it became ensnared. Finally, in a fit of determination, Susan lunged at Tony with great force. Yet the result remained unchanged. Upon reaching a certain point, she collided with an invisible wall, splattering against it like a frog squashed flat, her predicament utterly comical. Tony observed with clarity. The peculiar circle on the ground was indeed in operation. Yet scans from his suit clearly indicated that there was nothing there but air. As he pondered this, Fang Yuan emerged with his two companions. Oddly enough, it was Susan, trapped within her transparent prison, who first took notice of them.